transmigrated into the age of monster editing. Citizens who have reached the age of 18 can awaken 10 unknown talent orbs, selecting random editing talents and initial monsters. But Xiao Ting discovered that he could actually see the hidden information of all things. Starting with the Supreme Dragon Race talent, he could fuse various monster materials with dragons to obtain even more powerful ancestral ancient dragons, embarking on a path of editing imaginary dragons and hunting the creators of all realms. The upcoming Awakening ceremony will enter the Awakening space to select monster editing talents. These talents range from E-grade to 5S-grade and include categories such as Beast type, Spirit Tool type, and Plant type. After selecting an editing talent, one becomes a quasi-apprentice level monster editor. In Class 7 of the senior year at Donghai City's Old District, the gaunt homeroom teacher, Sun Shang, was lecturing to the 50 students below. A young man in the audience suddenly raised his hand and asked loudly, "Teacher Sun, I heard that only C-grade or higher editing talents can come with an initial companion monster. Is that true?" The other students' expressions shifted. Not only them, but even Xiao Ting in the corner perked up in anticipation. Sun Sheng raised a smile. This student has asked a very good question. Indeed, so far, only editing talents of C rank or above can be accompanied by an initial monster during their first awakening. With that, he raised his hand and summoned a black-footed feline beast that strode out from the ripples of the void. This black-footed hunting cat is my initial companion monster, evolved from the editing of a black-footed kitten. The black-footed hunting cat let out a roar, and the audience immediately erupted in excitement. It's a first-tier elite species monster. So cool. I also want to awaken a beast-type monster editing talent. The young boys and girls whispered excitedly. Xiao Ting's gaze fell upon the black-footed hunting cat, his face filled with astonishment, awakening talents and editing monsters. This was the incredible monster editing era he had crossed into. Amid the noise, Sun Shang made a downward pressing gesture and said with a smile, "Many years ago, when the teacher turned 18, he awakened the C-grade talent, black-footed cat editing, and gained his companion monster, the black-footed kitten. After its first fusion edit, this little fellow has already advanced to become an elite feline monster species. Once you all become apprentice editors, you'll also be able to perform the first editing evolution on your companion monsters." Scanning the excited faces, his expression gradually turned serious. "All right, it's exactly 12 o'clock noon. The awakening ceremony officially begins. Students whose names are called, please come to the podium and hold the awakening magic stone Li Yun, Deng Yingjun, Wang Gang, Song Jiao, Su Jiao. According to the seating order for roll call, I should be the last one in the class." Xiao Ting's gaze fell on the system panel before him. A month ago, he was just an ordinary office worker in Donghuang country. Then, he woke up one day and found himself back in his high school days. "I thought I had simply been reborn in 2022, ready to achieve financial freedom with my memories. But when I opened the browser, the trending news shattered my worldview. Hashtag good luck to high school seniors on their first awakening. Hashtag second tier elite manticore attacks village. Leaving 11 dead. Hashtag General Xiong Pippi breaks through to master rank, adding another legendary editor to our nation. Hashtag half of Demon City's cult. Forest of corpses arrested. Dozens of dark editors still at large. Coastal residents beware. Hashtag Sacred Totem Mountain appears in Neon Country. Eagle Nation deploys a titled monarch to guard it. Hashtag 4 major armies recruit the strongest solo operatives. Hashtag. After absorbing the memories in his mind, he realized he had crossed into a parallel world called Earth Star, a miraculous world of creators where citizens, upon turning 18, could awaken editing talents to create fantastical monsters. And he was now a high school senior in Donghai City, about to undergo his talent awakening. Fortunately, he had also awakened the ultimate creator support system. Xiao Ting silently asked the system, and after a long pause, a blue panel appeared with a prompt. "Yes, as long as you complete your first mission, you can activate the all-seeing eye and uncover the hidden information of all things. First mission: participate in the awakening ceremony and enter the awakening space. Mission reward: activate the all-seeing eye." With the all-seeing eye, he could select the strongest editing talent from the 10 glowing orbs of aptitude. Xiao Ting's heart raced. This system, in simple terms, was about issuing missions. Xiao Ting's heart raced. The system he possessed, to put it simply, this was an auxiliary system that gave generous rewards by issuing quests. The first quest reward was the Eye of Omniscience. that could see hidden information about everything. Compare that to the other students who were blinded by both eyes and purely by luck, opening blind boxes of talent. He who had gained the eyes of omniscience was able to cut down the supreme talent in the opening round. As long as your face isn't black, you're guaranteed a B-rated Mastodon class editing talent. Monster Creators Editing Talent. In accordance with Kingdom, Phylum, Order, Family, Genus, Species, they are categorized as SSSSS to BC. A little bit of luck. He could even pick out A to SS ranked Supreme Race editing talents, e.g. Beast Edit, Siren Edit, Goblin Edit, etc., etc., etc. So Xiao Ting didn't panic in the slightest. Quietly, he waited for the roll call that finally came. Chapter 2, Entering the Awakening Space, Selecting Editing Talents. Li Yun, the first female student, comes up to the stage and holds the Awakening Magic Stone. She closed her eyes and 10 balls of light appeared above her head. The clusters of light were all covered by a white mist, making it impossible to see the colors. The field breathed silence. A quiet wind blew through the curtains. Everyone watched the scene nervously. Consciousness sinks into awakening space. The awakened can, for 10 minutes, pick and choose the editing talent. The ratio of awakening space to real-world passage is 10:1. The awakening time cannot be interrupted. This precious minute in the outside world determines a person's fate down the road. A minute passed quickly. The girl quickly chose one of the gifted light clusters. Dazzling blue light spread over the podium. At the top of the hair, one small butterfly shadow after another emerged. Blue light mass. It's a C-rank talent. Murmurs. Li Yun opened her eyes and quickly pulled up the corners of her mouth in a relieved smile. Teacher, I've awakened a C-rank talent. Honeysucking Crested Butterfly Edit. The companion initial monster. A common race. Honey-sucking cockatoo. The blue light converged and took shape. A tiny monster cockatoo butterfly that landed on her finger. Congratulations to Mr. Li Yun. Sun Sheng nodded with a pleased expression. Nectar-sucking butterfly of the common race, although it is not as strong as the poison butterfly of the elite race or the chief race, or the killing butterfly in combat, it can brew a special recovering butterfly nectar, and it is a good common level assist monster. Next, a circle of figures surrounded Xiao Ting. One by one, nervously, even with the same hand and foot, they walked to the podium. There were constant prayers that they would be awakened to accompany a majestic initial monster. Hopefully it's going to weigh 10 tons. And today, the entire campus has been strengthened into a special material awakening site, so that even if there are tons of baby monsters accompanying the present, they won't destroy the podiums and beams. Hold the rainbow-colored awakening magic stone. Above his head, a mass of different colors and awakening light erupted. An incredible accompanying initial monster then coalesced and took shape. Haha, teacher, I've awakened the D-rank talent, bun editing. So I can go home and inherit the century-old bun store that has been passed down for 3 generations. I've awakened the C-rank talent, egg editing, accompanied by a fragrant egg-old hen that can lay more delicious and nutritious delicious earth eggs. I've awakened the C-rank talent, chopper edit. And the initial monster is a bronze chopper that can chop vegetables on command. Ha 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 ha. Teacher, I've awakened the C+ talent, jaw ant edit. And the initial monster is an earth-type jaw ant. Soon, the senior class 7 awakening ceremony came to an end. 49 students. 10 awakenings, the lowest level of E and D ranked monsters edited for talent. But even ED level bun editing and duck editing talent. It could also cause real name envy among the 33 students who hadn't awakened the gift of editing. The 6 remaining ones who had awakened their C-rank talents were hugging their initial monsters and raising their eyebrows. Mobile class groups. There was a constant stream of their smug chatter. The most powerful talent in the class is Shun's jaw and edit, right? Don't forget each other if you're rich. Brother Shun, when you become an intermediate monster editor in the future, don't forget about the brothers, the revolutionary friendship of 3 years in the same class. Just as the crowd was blowing up, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted. Snow-white feathers fall to the ground, flapping his broadly feathered wings. A small, ice-winged snowy owl appeared on Banana's shoulder. It was 1/2 meter tall and snow-white in color. Between breaths, overflowing ice elemental magic. Pale blue streams of air drifted down from the bird's beak in a divine manner. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Ice-winged little snowy owls hold their heads high. The initial monsters shivering in the room are scorned with a look of, "You're all chicken." Right out of the gate, the classroom went silent. A few people have a fish in their throat. Most of the people then erupted into a gasp of surprise. Transcendent magic visualization. This is the initial monster of at least the alpha race. This is my favorite alpha race magic bird. To introduce to you all, it is the ice-winged snowy owl under the feathered race, the owl-shaped raptors. When it reaches adulthood, it spreads its wings by 3 meters and has the reputation of being the snow elf and the Arctic wings. Oh my God. A ranked gifted person came out of our little Thai class. This is too much. Here and there were exclamations of surprise. The clean-eyed pupils of the young girl who was addressed as the flower of the class and was actually a poor school dropout looked down. She seems to successfully changed his destiny. Xia Shuangyu's fingers lifted, with a few moments of curiosity and hesitation, gently stroking the divine little owl, the little head covered in light fluff. Chirp, chirp, fluffy feathers stick up. The one that came shining through, just for her. The tiny snow sprite that stood divinely on her shoulder. While his eyes despised the whole field, he rubbed and rubbed the cheek of the creator, was really double standard and excessive. Xiao Ting's pupils reflected for a moment the little monster with hooked fingers like claws, easily gripping the female's shoulders. Birds are all very light with hollow bones. And what he was seeing now was no ordinary bird. This is the companion monster that is born along with your will after the optional editing talent. Initial monsters are different from later monsters in that they feed their bloodline and help you upgrade, treating you like an old mom or dad and being able to control their strength easily without hurting you. Timothy Shaw traced it with his eyes. This kind of world where editing monsters and monster creators exist is pretty incredible. The time for social animals. He also loves playing Pokemon and creature collecting type RPGs. Humans are such a childish kind of life. It is impossible to live without companionship, play, and pleasure. And I wonder what kind of monster will I be accompanied by. I would certainly be too lonely to live without a monster to accompany me. Only to see other creators walking around holding fantasy monsters. Xiao Ting's face was calm. The pupils of the eyes, which have no highlights, light up a little. Full minute. It was only then that Xia Shuangyu finally came back to her senses and turned to Sun Shang in embarrassment. The air resounded with the slightly upturned voice of a new monster maker, unable to suppress the trailing quiver. Teacher Sun, I've awakened an A-rank talent, Eagle Owl Genus Edit. I can edit and capture all owls of the genus Eagle Owl and edit them into powerful fantasy monsters. And the initial monster I accompanied was Ice-Winged Snowy Owl. There was another outcry all around. In 1999, Joe Goodwill, the suicidal dead dean of Monster Rift Research, roughly divided the known editing talent levels into BCSSSSS levels according to species, genus, family, order, phylum, and sector. I drop a level raptor genus editing talent, the initial monster of the chief race. This weight, how strong the future must be. Sun Shang held back his excitement at the arrival of the school board's bonus. Biting his lip to keep from laughing, he clapped his hands together loudly. It seems that the one with the most prize money, the most potential in the class is classmate Xia Shuangyu. Owls of the genus Eagle Owl. There are more than 24 species worldwide. With the editing talent circled for this purpose, one can capture more than 24 owl monsters of this genus and edit them into fantasy beings. A rank talent, expected to become a 4th-rank monster editing master in the future. Xia Shuangyu's fingertips were still shaking a little. Carrying little owls on their shoulders, the girls walked off the stage on the same hand and foot. The figure came to take a seat at Xiao Ting's neighboring table. Swish. The eyes of the entire room were all gathered on Xiao Ting's side. In the silence that filled the room, Sun Shang's mouth curled up with joy when he thought of the at least $100,000 in prize money that had arrived. He coughed and his glasses lifted as he looked at the last man. Mr. Xiao Ting, please come up to the stage. Phew. The lip line opened and white air rose up. Timothy Shaw left the table, fingers dropping down the seam of his pants when he pressed one. By this time, his insides were tense. Everything is unknown. It was not known whether he could awaken 10 editing talents in the awakening space or not. But, calm down. I remember the research that showed that people with high IQs and high spiritual power seem to be more prone to awakening. And the key to awakening talent seems to be related to the mental or soul aspect. As a traveler, my soul should be hard enough. Take a deep breath. Xiao Ting on the podium reached out and held the rainbow-colored awakening magic stone that stood on the podium. The world went dark. The sounds of breathing around us, talking, fingernails tapping against the tabletop. All the voices disappeared into thin air. In sight, 10 pulsating white flames appeared. Beneath his feet was a sea of pitch-black consciousness. 10 gifted light clusters were displayed in a circle, slowly rotating. In the very center, Timothy Shaw stood, glancing around. A cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed back to the head. Complete the awakening mission. Rewarded. The Eye of Omniscience. Xiao Ting inhaled and exhaled. Good Lord. Unlike the world of the previous life where there were no mechs and no monsters. Editors fight, release monsters at the drop of a hat, and destroy street buildings, all on a daily basis. Awakening the gift of editing is the beginning of ordinary people taking control of their destiny. Eyes of Omniscience is activated. Xiao Ting's eyes swept over for a moment. On the 10 gifted light clusters, lines of golden text suddenly appeared. So editing. C-level talent. Companion initial monster. Doppelganger Sao common race. Potential first order. First draw abortion machine. Xiao Ting twitched the corner of his eye. I'm so thankful. If I had just picked this with my hand, I would have had to go start a pig farm later. Eyes crossed. The last two. Suspended in purple and gold. Chapter 3, 5S-grade talent accompanying initial monster. Purple. Red Boar editing. Companion initial monster. Red Boar elite race. Potential second order. Gold. Beast Bone Bow editing. Accompanying initial monster. Flame Tiger Bone Bow leader race. Potential third order. Gold is grade A. Rare artifact spirit edit. Shipped out. Xiao Ting was in a cheerful mood. Artifact-type monsters, similar to the magic treasure artifacts in metaphysical fairy cultivation novels. Select Beast Bone Bow Edit. He can go two ways from now on. One is to become an armed editor in the artisan category. The second is to become a harness master who manipulates the artifact spirits into combat and fires them fully automatically. But it's not the end of him. Xiao Ting turned to the 7 in the back, glittering with dazzling rainbow colors, gifted light clusters. A line of supreme talent that would make all editors go crazy with envy was reflected in front of the glowing pupils. Editor of the Raptor Catalog. SS-level talent. Accompanying initial monster. Shadow Thunder Vulture Commander Race. Peak potential 4th rank. Class Flower Xia Frostfeather. Eagle Owl Genus Edit. S superior talent. Xiao Ting was breathing heavily. Raptors. Includes predatory birds such as hawks, eagles, buzzards, ospreys, falcons, owls, and sea eagles. Fantasy monsters can be edited out. Golden Winged Rock, Storm Eagle, Switch Thunder Vulture, Hawk Woman, Sacred Griffin. Wait for the top magic birds. The first one is the King Bomb, and right behind that is, not to be confused with SS and S-Class, editor of the Flying Sword General Section. S-Class talent. Companion initial monster. Zhanjiao Taie. Suborder Ophiuroidea editors. SS-level talent. Companion initial monster. Flamewing Fire Serpent. Suborder Spider editors. SS-level talent. Companion initial monster. Death Demon Spider.
Equidae editorial.
S-Class talent. Companion initial monster. Plague Nightmare. Feline editor. S-Class talent. Companion initial monster. Ice-Toothed Saber-Toothed Tiger. At this point, laid out in front of him, there were a total of 9 radiant clusters of light. SS-level talent. Raptor edit, Spider edit, Snake Monster edit. S-Class talent. Flying Sword editor, Horse Beast editor, Feline editor. ABC talent. Veterinary Bone Bow editor, Wild Boar editor, Sao editor. But Xiao Ting didn't half stop. Sightlines crossed to the end. Dragons editing. SSSSS class talent. Companion initial monster. Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex Overlord race. Potential 5th order peak. This instant, the sight was captured by the 7-colored font. Accompanying a 5th order monster is only the upper limit of accompanying monsters, not the upper limit of this talent. And Earthstar's currently publicized rank is 0 order monster baby counterpart trainee editor. 1st order normal monster corresponds to elementary editor. 2nd order elite monster corresponds to intermediate monster editor. Third Order Chief Monster corresponds to Advanced Monster Editor. Fourth Order Commander Monster corresponding Monster Master Edit. Fifth Order Overlord Monster Counterpart Legendary Editor. Sixth Order Monarch Monster Counterpart Sealed Editor. Above that is the Unknown, and if you choose this talent, it will be able to accompany up to the upper limit of accompaniment, Fifth Order Dragon Beast. Counterpoint Legendary Editors. The Legend of the Sealed Frontier. Everything pales in comparison to the 5S editing talent. Even though Xiao Ting was in the form of a soul at this moment, he still felt the heavy sound of his heart beating one by one within his chest. All the SS rank and S rank talent light clusters that dazzled the heavens lined up. Clusters of creation light that could edit all creatures into dragons surged towards him. Infused the soul. You finally. Back. The inaudible wind swept over the head. A dazzling rainbow exploded before his eyes. In his ears, a dragon's roar rang out. Before his eyes, countless phantoms swept past. This is the souls of all the dragons that are in the past, present, and future timelines, rejoicing and wailing at the coming of the one creator. The energy injected into the soul enveloped Xiao Ting's entire body. The elemental energy that was drawn and swept through the heavens and earth. A pillar of light shot up into the sky. This dazzling moment is a split-second rainbow that crosses the sky. The beam of light flickered, but it illuminated the East Sea City, the consternation in the pupils of countless people's eyes. At this moment, almost the entire East Sea City saw this awakening light pillar that represented a top talent. A rainbow of light spread across the classroom, illuminating most of the college. The hand holding the table stumbled. Sun Sheng rounded his eyes. Rainbow colors? Surprisingly rainbow colors? What kind of S rank? And above that, supreme racial editing talent has this awakened? The words just fell. Countless majestic totem phantoms dazzled the world. Tyrannosaurus Rex, Beast Dragon, Magic Dragon, Flying Dragon, Sea Dragon, Tooth Dragon, Snake Dragon, Star Dragon, Ancient Dragon, Brilliant Dragon. It appeared above Xiao Ting's head. 10,000 dragons flew about, signaling that those who held this talent would be able to edit initial monsters, capture monsters, and edit what other gods in the future. Good. Scary visions. All the students were dumbfounded. Kirik. 3 minutes ago, the Ice-Wing Snowy Owl, who had her arms crossed and was untouchable. At this point it's like a frightened chickadee, flopping into its owner's arms, pouting and shivering between the wind and the tide. A companion monster, burrowing out from under the table like a snail scared down. Slowly make a pilgrimage. Senior Class 7. Xiao Ting, who was on the podium, was unaware of everything that was happening around him at that moment. In this instant, the awakening space disappeared. The crowd around them flowed anew, and there was a great deal of noise. Look! That initial monster, the 6'8" senior teenager with the pitch-black jacket, collar pulled tight, and crushed hair falling in front of his eyes. Those closed eyes shivered and opened, with everyone around going of the shocked outcry. Timothy Shaw saw the life that had come for him and was thereafter companionable. Collapsed podium. Blackboards that have been pierced and broken out of large holes. Underneath the school building, the defense spell formation glowed faintly. It was only then that the monster, which was close to 3 meters head high, 6 meters long and 8 tons in weight at birth, stood its ground. The dragon with pitch-black scales opened its purple eyes. It was as if a 10-fold lightning bolt had crossed the void. Everyone's eyes stung, not daring to meet the eyes of those burning violet lightning. The only exception was Timothy Shaw, reflected in his pupils. A life just for him. The body is black and purple with glowing scales and armor. Lightning dragon horns protrude from the front of the snout. Named after the attribute of thunder and lightning, the dominant race, and the one and only dragon. Hence the name. Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its dusty head in front of its eyes. Then, blinking the transient membrane of purple electricity, he slowly poked his head out. The shadows enveloped Xiao Ting almost from head to toe. Everyone around them shut up at once. They watched, horrified, as the dragon-shaped monster, like a kitten that had only just been born, spewed a low, pleasing purr from its nostrils. Roar! Fingertips rested on the black dragon's horn, cold, tingly and hard to the touch, like being electrified. But he knew that the initial monster could never harm the creator. So the tingling along the fingertips that conveyed his heart was actually pleasure that he could not restrain. Come for me, O dragon that belongs only to me. A smile spread out of the corner of Xiao Ting's eye. The golden aura that loomed in his eyes quietly faded. Without even realizing it himself, the dark-haired teenager closed his eyes, which were glowing with the color of gold. At this moment, Sun Shang and the 49 classmates who were hugging each other felt a relief in their hearts. The dragon's power dissipated. Fear of being gripped by top predator fades from classroom. Sun Shang rounded the corner of the black chalkboard at his feet and slowly approached. Student Xiao Ting, what kind of editing talent are you? Are you awakening? My mom. Sun Shang could only feel it when he got close, that good terrifying pressure. It felt like the dragons that could hold up an entire classroom were right above his head. The wide beast dragon feet stomped on the floor, and there was a pattern of crushed ice from the podium to the last row of the classroom, and even on the floor of the next class. Sun Shang was a little afraid to look up. For God's sake. The pupils of those dragon beast eyes turned slowly from above the raised chin. Looking down. Stare at his open mouth. Sun Shang fought a pissing shock. Looking up with a forced smile in greeting. Obviously companion life. The initial. Monster. Baby. Strong heartbeat. Sharp eyes. Yet it felt like he could eat an entire classroom of students in one bite. Totally not a quantum leap in life. The black-footed hunting cat was also previously envied by many of his classmates. Enviously. At this moment, he also hit a pissing shock, clamped his tail, locked his chrysanthemums, and hid behind Sun Shang, holding his legs. Put a big face against the middle-aged man's back. Not even dare to blow his hair, pretending, I do not exist, meow. Awakening the gift? Xiao Ting froze slightly. Then the afterglow swept over, again the bully just beside himself. Chapter 4, Benchmarking Humanity's Strongest, The Road to Flying Dragon Editing. Colored light columns. No doubt about it. Awakened S rank or higher supreme racial talent. And it's something to do with the legendary dragon. Not Dragon Edit S6 categories of side talents. Snake Monster Edit, Magic Fish Edit, Raptor Edit, this kind of thing. It is the most orthodox dragon editor. It had been thousands of years since an explicitly orthodox dragon editor had been born in East Huang. What kind of dragon talent had this teenager in front of him awakened? It's an S-class Aranity editor. Or the SS-ranked Flying Dragon Eye Edit and Sea Dragon Eye Edit. Even the legendary SSS talents, Magic Dragon Compendium Edit and Megalosaurus Compendium Edit. Silence. The short tens of seconds felt like decades. Between Sun Shang's cold sweat, he heard the teenager in his ear exhale. Laugh up answer. SS ranked talent. Flying Dragon Edit. Initial monster. Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. To be precise, it was the nuclear energy Thunderfire Tyrannosaurus Rex, which possessed the attribute of thunder and fire. Sun Shang, who was picking at the head of the black-footed hunting cat, froze. This lean, middle-aged man angled his face along with the black-footed hunting cat. Unbelievably, he repeated it. Meow. SS rank talent. Flying Dragon Edit? The huge Tyrannosaurus Rex head beside him brushed against the hem of Xiao Ting's clothes for a moment. Xiao Ting stabilized his stance and hugged the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, stroking it as if it was soothing and nodding slowly. I didn't think that you would have awakened this SS-grade talent. Sun Shang closed his eyes, opened them, and his calves stopped shaking, gazing at the dragon in front of him, who originally felt horribly hideous and incomparable, and the cold white boy standing at his side. This middle-aged teacher, some kind of liquid underneath his glasses, filled his heart. The voice burned with a feverish quiver. I'm sure you know that tens of thousands of years ago, humans were not the masters of this earth. At that time, the heavenly plagues were rampant and the ancient gods roared. The human race is only the most insignificant and insignificant dot among the thousands of races. And just as the heavens shook, a flying dragon awakener appeared. He was the first Earthstar creator to awaken the gift of monster editing, and could edit all lizard-like, bird-like, fish-like animals into flying dragons, the countless, air-swimming fantasy dragons that danced across the skies toward the monsters of the heavens, sending out the first rising roar of the human race. He is the ancient ancestor of Dong Huang, the strongest editor of the human race, the Dragon Emperor. The dark creator that invaded Kyushu was expelled outside of the world's crystal wall system, and the first ancient city belonging to the Donghuang human race was established, thus beginning the Kyushu era. Congratulations, Mr. Xiao Ting. I look forward to seeing the day when Kyushu is proud of you. What high praise is this, that the vast 9 states are honored by one man. Old Sun is not too exaggerated. That's for sure. 5S-grade. Lao Sun will get at least $3 million in bonuses. What's wrong with saying a few more good words? It's called adult smoothness. All the students' eyes flashed, envying someone and despising a certain class both. Xiao Ting's talent was actually comparable to the human ancient ancestors. That's how scary it is. 5,600 years ago, a rift in space tore through the land, sea, and air of Terra. Countless worlds are connected. Countless otherworldly monsters entered the Earth star through the space rift. Under their predation, the ancient ones nearly went extinct. Later, ancient ancestral dragon emperor unintentionally entered an otherworldly relic, an ancient relic without monsters, but with a large number of exotic editors, crystallized civilizations. From it, you get the awakening magic stone. Successfully awakened the flying dragon editing talent and accompanied by the one-horned gnarled dragon that ruled the race, since then edited to be an air-swimming augur like flying dragon. In the history of the human race, the first monster editor was born. Thereafter, the ancient ancestral dragon emperor expelled the demonic monsters that had invaded the Earth star back to their original world and established the first ancient city of the human race, passing on the method of awakening the magic stone and monster editing to his people. The human race has since embarked on a path of editing monsters and fighting off foreign invasions of the creator. This is history that everyone knows by heart. And 5,600 years later, the second flying dragon awakened, born. 49 students, their eyes quivered hard. Thoughts of befriending and currying favor in his mind kept surfacing. One step to heaven. Xiao Ting might be the next Zhengguo Dragon Master. Currently, the 9 great monarch-ranked army chiefs guarding the 9 states had only awakened a rank to SS rank editing talents. And among them, the youngest one, the 9th strongest in the world, Red Moon Monarch. It took less than 10 years to raise the initial monster to the monarch level and become a 6th rank seal level town editor. Then, Xiao Ting, who is also an SS level talent and the only flying dragon editing talent in the past 5,000 years, where will he arrive in the future? 5th order fiefdom level legendary editor? 6th ranked township level sealed editors? Wait, mythical? Comparable to the strongest human ancient ancestor, who had once surpassed the monarch and ignited the divine fire. No one could predict what an SS ranked flying dragon editor would accomplish later on. But they knew that Xiao Ting's future, from now on, was bright. Your gift is a matter of great importance. I must report it to the relevant leaders immediately. Sun Shang took a deep breath and took out his cell phone. With a brief command towards the students below him, he rushed out of the classroom in a fiery hurry, clutching, with his eyes tightly closed, the black-footed hunting cat. Talent Awakening Day. 3 days. All the high schools in the outer and older parts of Donghai City awakened their talents on their own, class by class. If you find a highly talented little editorialist, the testing teacher must immediately report this to the appropriate person in charge without fail. An A-rank talent and an SS-rank talent have appeared in our class. This is my highest moment in 30 years of teaching. Sun Xing left. The classroom exploded. The same as the Goody. The same model of goody. It actually appeared in our class. It's the first time I've seen old Ben so happy. He was about to jump 3 meters high in place. The front of the classroom that was broken down like an invasion of behemoths. Everyone, after being stunned, looked at Xiao Ting with incomparable envy, and the giant beast dragon shadow cast behind him. This size, this tonnage, it feels like it could lift a small car with one tail. Flying Dragon Edit, a unique SS-ranked supreme racial talent. I'm sour, the one who awakened. Why isn't it me? Exclamations came in like a tidal wave. The class flower, Xia Shuangyu, soothed the wilting little snowy owl and also cast a gaze towards Xiao Ting, as if he had seen the main character of a movie. That's too much. If I spit out that my true talent is SSSSS rank, I guess instead of this wow, the same Dragon Emperor, Rise of the 9 States touching gaze, people would want to eat me on the spot instead, right? Xiao Ting was a bit frustrated. The reason for hiding the real situation is that in this world, there is a dark and bloody second awakening. The probability of awakening by this method is low, but not non-existent. A dark awakening. By killing an initial awakening and eating his flesh and blood, there is a 10% chance that a random race's dark talent will be awakened once more. Talent level, which goes up and down depending on the one awakened person being eaten. Preferably a blood relative, the probability of success of the second awakening is higher than 10% by consuming a blood relative. The Dragon Emperor's same model, or the strongest talent level that countries have today in plain sight SS rank. Enough for me to develop peacefully and get through the difficult newbie period. Polite smile later. The head that was offered to him at his side moved a little more violently. Xiao Ting pushed the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's head into his arms, while calming the fledgling mind of the initial monster. The surrounding blackboards and podiums had all shattered into pieces under the stomping and tail wagging of this large head. Shaking the wall plaster from his hair, Xiao Ting was vaulted to the other side. The classroom in the back was the physical education equipment room, and Xiao Ting touched it to make sure that the wall affixed to the back was sufficiently load-bearing before he exhaled. He looked to the huge shadow in his arms. Eyes of Omniscience is activated. A fluorescent blue panel floated before his eyes. 3 hidden messages. Racial iconography. Rank attributes.
Editorial Evolution.
It saves, rather, me the effort of consulting a lot of books and making a lot of observations. This is what the average trainee editor 10 days after acquiring the initial monster needs to do. Comprehensive information on companion monsters through extensive research. However, under the eye of Omniscience, Xiao Ting was able to instantly gain insight into various monster information. Chapter 5. Opening the Aragon Atlas and editing the Flying Dragon Direction. Racial iconography. Name, Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Attributes, Dragon Lightning Fire. Racial class, 5th Order Peak Overlord. Racial skills, Charge, Crushing Bite, Explosive Flame Spit, Lightning Teeth, 100,000 Electricity Strikes, Rising Current, Shock and Awe, Overlord's Aura, 10,000 Thunders. Introduction. A large dominant monster of the beast dragon species. An ancient beast born 66 million years ago. The strongest sub-dragon species that harnesses thunder. The uncrowned king of the ancient earth. Possesses the strong body of a dragon monster, with boundless strength and amazing scale armor defense. While eating a huge amount of food, the metabolism is also very fast. The demand for food is almost never ending. The largest adult individual can reach 30 meters, is worthy of the king of land brutality. Before the advent of human editors, there were prosperous and bright monster eras on the planet Earth. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex is the strongest class of land overlords in the prehistoric behemoth world of 66 million years ago. You can grow to over 30 meters later? Xiao Ting touched the big head next to him. The big head snorts. Roar. That's for sure. A 3-meter Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex is just a little baby dragon. You can eat a building later, proudly tucked in hand to hand. Xiao Ting was amused by the fact that it was so big and so proudly tucked up its small Tyrannosaurus Rex paw. Quickly, the head looked to the balls strewn about beside it. One lifted, bright and sincere eyes of the Dragon King. Wait, I'll play with you after I get to know you thoroughly. Okay? Xiao Ting softened his tone. The big head whined, and his tail went up and down as he leaned forward. Your racial skills, surprisingly there are more than 10 of them, including the thunder, dragon, fire, and darkness systems. The striking surface is very wide. Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex currently has 2 skills mastered. Skill. Charge. Introduction Basic Strengthening Skill. Increase your speed by 1x, and make a swift attack to the target in close range. Skill Proficiency. Level 1. 10 levels of proficiency evolved. Wild Charge High Level Basic. Skill. Crushing Bite. Introduction. A basic reinforcement skill for the Arachnid class, boosting its own bite by 1x and using its large jaws to crush the enemy. Skill Proficiency. Level 1. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution. Lightning Tooth Low-Level Transcendence. Skill levels are categorized into basic skills, transcendent skills, king skills, and so on. It is like martial arts in martial arts novels, and can be upgraded up through monster battles, monster cultivation, and so on. Level 3 Intro. Level 6 Mastery. Level 9 Metamorphosis. Upon reaching 10 levels of proficiency, the high-ranking base level, Crushing Tier, can metamorphose and evolve into the low-ranking transcendent skill, Lightning Teeth. It's pretty strong. Timothy Shaw estimated. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex is currently 3 meters tall and weighs 8 tons. Its foot speed, based on the standard weight on Monsterology, is almost half that of an ostrich. Ostriches run at 72 km/h. That is, after turning on charge and crush and tear. The massive size of the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex was able to instantly bite up a running small car at a speed of 3.5 meters a step and then click the car in half. Within 100 meters, there is no car in the way. Xiao Ting suppressed his excitement and looked at the last hidden message. View editorial evolution. Fusible edit. Head, body, front claws, hind feet, tail, feathers, monster material, editable 6th order monarch races. 9. 1. Flying Dragon Evolution 2. Sea Dragon Evolution 3. Snake Dragon Evolution 4. A total of 9 editorial evolutionary routes. That's enough to edit the king? Xiao Ting rounded his eyes. The talent disguise is SS rank Flying Dragon edit. So edit the Flying Dragon direction. Edit Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex to 6th order Flying Dragon Monarch. Requires fusion. 5th order Monster Feather Overlord level monster material. Recommended fusion. 5th order Thunderbolt Feather 100% fit. 5th order Dark Feather 89% fit. 5th order Demon Feather fit 76%. Xiao Ting glanced at the big head wagging its tail next to him. A title floated above the opponent's head at this point. Loser. For the first time editing, I can't believe that I need Overlord-class monster feathers. That's a material that can only be dropped by hunting monster overlords. Each monster overlord has awakened a special talent, with a mastery of elemental power that reaches its limits, and is capable of modifying a land's eternal terrain when it fights. There was no way to get such top-tier monster materials in a short period of time. Turn off the panel. Xiao Ting played ball with the big head next to him for a while. The teen then paused slightly. In his ears, he caught the sound of a conversation on the other side of the hallway. After awakening the gift, the body was baptized with dragon power. All 5 senses and physical fitness have improved. Therefore, Xiao Ting easily heard the phone conversation between the class teacher Sun Shang and Dean Wang of the Monster Editing University in Donghai City. Donghai City Mansion, inside a conference room. A group of principals from the main city in suits were talking with smiles on their faces. For lords, this is our main city, the A-ranked gifted person detected this year. 26 in all, if you please. Grade A talent, when looking at the entire East Sea City, was not to be seen often. These 26 seniors have a 30% chance of becoming 4th order monster editing masters in the future. If one could be drawn in, it would be beneficial to all forces. 5 minutes later, read all the information. The 4 top editing masters who could shake the East Sea City with a stomp of their feet began to turn red in the face and choke and snatch people. This a class, Eagle Genus Edit Genius, must go to my city patrol army. Oldly you wish. This kid is already my 109th godson. Your grandfather, Wei Tang. Don't think that just because you're the Marquis of Far East, I wouldn't dare to beat you up. For big shots from warlords, consortiums, families, and academies. Clapping tables and glaring at each other. Grabbing for the allotted spots of a level junior excellence. What? The 3rd high school in Old Town. A teenager awakened an SS-grade talent. Or is it the Supreme Dragon Race talent? Flying Dragon Edit? At this point, Dean Wang, who was so excited that he almost crushed his cell phone, couldn't hold back a high note. The conference room, which was as noisy as a food market, was instantly dead silent. Swish. The 3 master editors, then, cast their hungry wolf-like gazes over. A flying dragon awakened? Old Town 3rd High School? Major Lee of the editorial corps was so excited that his whole body trembled and he slammed the table and got up. His grandmother's leg, a small East Sea City. I'm afraid I can't keep this flying dragon. I'll go first. This kind of great talent is exactly the strongest genius that our 3rd Iron Eagle Monster Legion in the coastal province wants to recruit. Follow closely. President Ma also took a deep breath and pushed open the door. 5,000 years have not awakened the flying dragon talent. This kind of demon, we East Sea Consortium, how to also grab the first good karma. Patriarch Wei shook his feathered fan and rushed out of the conference room immediately afterward. Such a good son-in-law. How can I get a foot in the door? Dean Wang, farewell. In a flash. The conference room. Empty. Dean Wang crushed the edge of the wooden table and couldn't help but scrape himself. I told you to talk fast. I told you to talk fast. The remorseful slap put a group of inner-city high school principals on their feet, looking dumbfounded. Dean Wang also tapped the table and rose. He had just raised his right leg, ready to kick the door open, when he suddenly remembered something. Toward the head of the Donghai City's educational organization on the side, he sternly instructed, "What happened today? Have them sign a speech and spirit confidentiality agreement. No one is allowed to say anything. Strike that." Dean Wang amiably smiled at Sun Shang on the other end of the cell phone. "Old Sun, is it? You stabilize Mr. Xiao Ting first? Stabilize? I'm coming." Dean Wang kicked the door open. Raising his hand, the void rippled. A bug monster of enormous size appeared out of nowhere. Golden unicorn, 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. A golden color, powerful and mighty. It exuded the domineering aura of a monster commander. High school principals in the inner city bow their heads in awe. This peak Fourth Order Golden Unicorn Immortal was a true monster chancellor, and when he initiated his anger, he could make the hundreds of thousands of citizens of East Sea City go down and line up to drink Mona soup, and be a good man again 18 years later. "Old man, go to the 3rd high school in Old Town." Dean Wang rolled over and leaped onto the Golden Unicorn Immortal and flew into the vast sea of clouds. Seems like a bit of a big traffic jam in the downtown air flight path today. The moment they acted, a force of time in the void suddenly slowly descended. Chapter 6. Triggering the kill mission. Eliminating the zombie prisoner. Old Town 3rd High School. Sun Shang returned to the classroom and said with a red face, "Well, that's it for today. Don't be discouraged if you didn't awaken the initial monsters, students with natural talents. Behind you is the day when the results come out of the college entrance exams, and that remains your chance to change your destiny. As for the students who have awakened the gift of monster editing, in 3 months, please gather at the Monster Editor Guild in the inner city for the Trainee Editor Career Test. Above all, happy graduation, Senior Class 7, end of speech." The stage was filled with cheers. "Happy graduation, Mr. Sun, regardless of talent." Xiao Ting heard his classmates within earshot, all of them all cheering at this moment. The sound is like a period, a happy ending to their 3 years of youth in high school. Subsequently, Sun Shang looked aside. "Student Xiao Ting, student Xia Shuangyu, wait a moment, the rest of the class is dismissed." Xia Shuangyu was a bit constrained and got up to ask, "Mr. Sun, is there something that you want us to stay?" "Good thing. Heavenly good," Sun Shang said. "Next you have a separate interview. The 4 editorial masters from the Iron Eagle Legion, the East China Sea Zaibatsu, the Linen Wei family, and the Haida Academy are about to pay you a visit at your door. Soon." Sun Shang took Xiao Ting and Xia Shuangyu and left the classroom. The excited youngsters, too, clamored out of the Senior 7 class. "I'm really looking forward to it. When I pass the apprentice career test in 3 days, I'll enlist as a reserve city patrol soldier. Come on. Can your broken bronze chopper fight the scythe of the dark race? Joke's on you. It's better than your short-legged sleeve dog that can't bite. I'm knocking. Zhang Tiankai, you're not looking down on people. I'm a Tibetan spaniel, Tibetan hound, older than the Tibetan mastiff, the Donghuang ancient dog. Understand you. Hey Shin, what are you looking at?" In the midst of the clamor, Shin Mu, who was holding the large-jawed ants, stared blankly at Xiao Ting and the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, walking to wherever the back of the floor ceiling collapsed. Shin Mu's head was still reeling. There was something he couldn't figure out. As the schoolboy of the 3rd high school, how did he awaken a C+ level editing talent? Why was Xiao Ting, who was usually as quiet as a transparent person, able to step on dog poop and awaken a SS-grade supreme talent? The person standing next to the class flower should obviously be him. Brother Shin, why are your eyes red?" "It's nothing, let's go." "Retract your gaze." The red-eyed schoolmaster, Shin Mu, closed his long arms. The jawed ant in his arms clicked its jaws and tilted its head in confusion. The other side, student Xiao Ting, student Xia Shuangyu, feel free to sit down. Feel free to sit down. Sun Shang poured tea. Glancing at his cell phone, he smiled affectionately. "There's 5 minutes to go before the other class. The awakening is complete. Aside from you guys, the 5 remaining B-ranked gifted people in our high school will all serve as chaperones later on, and meet the world with you guys." Just then, the tip of Xiao Ting's ear suddenly twitched. He frowned and looked toward the door. "What's that noise?" "Shoo!" The glass windows on the 1st through 3rd floors, one by one, shattered. The next moment, several monsters with festering skin broke through the windows, and the screams and hisses of the monsters instantly resounded throughout the campus. Xiao Ting quickly rushed to the window frame, his eyes cast down, his pupils shrinking. A circle of ominous black mist with an evil aura appeared on the ground, enveloping the college in a hunting circle. In the mist, a tall figure clad in a black robe appeared. It's the doorman Uncle Lee, but he was at least 2 heads taller than the 6'6" Uncle Lee. Tattooed all over. The left foot is shackled and he walks with a limp, carrying several bloody human skins in his hands. It seems to be in the janitor's office together with Uncle Lee, the principal and the director of instruction who are responsible for campus security, a few people. That's not Uncle Lee. Xiao Ting's gaze flickered. Someone is wearing Uncle Lee's skin. This doorman Uncle Lee in front of me, this is definitely a murderous maniac. Exudes extremely bloody, extremely violent killing aura. This strong murderous aura had obviously killed more than one person. Xiao Ting's face was solemn. A fluorescent blue screen suddenly lit up before his eyes. At the same time, an icy system prompt rang in his ears. Kill mission. Destroy the zombie prisoner King Soul. Quest reward. First kill treasure chest. Can open normal to overlord level monster feathers. Accepted? Note. Regardless of whether or not you accept the quest, for every normal level monster destroyed, the Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution is immediately plus 5%. For every elite level monster destroyed, the Tyrannosaurus Rex evolves by plus 10%. 7 floors down. The janitor, Uncle Lee, who had manipulated the monster and attacked the campus, suddenly raised his head. What kind of eyes can make my pupils feel a sting that I can't see straight? A talent like that should be the SS-ranked gifted awakener of this high school, right? What a big fish to pick up. It wasn't in vain that I, disguised as a janitor, lurked around this high school for 3 whole days, looking straight at the cold golden pupils on the glass of the 7th floor of the school building. The bald man ripped off his human skin mask and smiled a bloody smile. He investigated. Old Town 3rd grade teachers, the weakest. In the entire school, there are only 2 teachers with companion monsters. The first place, not so good. And today is the last day of Autonomous Awakening Day in Old Town. Only 2 classes awakened on their own. The guardian of the students' awakening was changed to 7th-class teacher. Sun Sheng. That guy, he's just a piece of trash who craved a peaceful life and took over a decade to reach normal level. The next second, the man knotted the floor with one hand. Several corpses of monsters that reeked of decay appeared behind them. Xiao Ting's pupils shrunk. These familiar monsters. Surprisingly, it's the schoolmarm Shin Mu's jaw ants, Li Yun's nectar-sucking cockatoo butterfly, Wang Gang's Tibetan western sleeve dog, and Zhang Tiankai, the living corpse with a bronze kitchen knife in his hand. He's being targeted by his dead classmates and their undead monsters. Chapter 7 Dragon King's Fangs. Blows head off on the spot.
Shenmu, Liun, Wenggang, Jiang Tianxiai.
The knuckles clicked and pinched, and Sun Sheng's eyes glared red. He ran to the window and looked at the black-robed man as recent news crossed his mind. East China. Cults on the run. Sun Sheng's pupils tightened. Be careful. This is the zombie prisoner, the King's Soul. A hot search swept before Xiao Ting's eyes. There was a group of followers of the Corpse Forest secret cult, who had fled from the magic capital. Inside the wanted list, there is indeed a man named Wang Soul. Is this the one below? The secret sect, Corpse Forest, is the messenger of wealth. Sun Sheng obviously knew more than them. At this point, the eyes were looking at it with one wrong eye and the voice was coming out of his mouth. He was originally a C-ranked talent-awakened person, once around the Magic City, slaughtered a township-awakened high school, eventually awakened a ranked vivisection talent, advanced to a mid-level necro-editor, and has 2 elite-level monsters and 3 normal-level monsters in his hands. Xia Shuangyu was also shocked into a cold sweat at this time. A week ago, the news said that he was out in the east of the city and was seriously injured by the Donghai City Patrol. Hearing the words floating over and spitting out from the nearby Manhwa, Xiao Ting couldn't help but ooze cold sweat as well. So such a dangerous figure has skinned the janitor, Mr. Li, and ambushed the 3rd high school in Old Town? This guy, is he trying to recover from cannibalism? Sun Sheng wiped his moist eyes. It's impossible to say that it's not sad to watch a few of the principals and directors of instruction die. But in front of the students, he, as the only older one, had to remain calm and cool. Sun Sheng held back the tremor in his voice and said, Xiao Ting student, Xia Shuangyu student, let's go downstairs and go to the indoor gym. There's a hidden boundary there that can at least withstand a strong attack from a third-ranked alpha monster. Xiao Ting and Xia Shuangyu looked at each other and nodded in unison. Poverty-stricken Old Town third-grade school. Geographically isolated and with a weak faculty. Instead, with perseverance, the old principal wrote a letter of application to the East Sea Foundation for 10 years to create a school boundary that could withstand alpha-level monsters. This expensive boundary is everyone's hope for survival. Mr. Sun Xia, come up here. Xiao Ting patted the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's hind limbs. The two of them, Sun Shang Xia Shuangyu, let out a long breath at once and rolled over to leap onto the spine of the beast-footed dominatrix that was squinting over and spewing disdainfully. The view is elevated, bright and open. The whole building shook. If it wasn't for the elemental formations underneath exerting their support, under the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's windswept paws, most of the building would have been trampled down. 6th floor. 5th floor. When they passed by the 4th floor, the three people on the back of the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex all gulped and glanced backward. Behind them, the building's hallway, a puddle of potholes. Handrails and wall tiles shattered all over the place. It's like experiencing a major earthquake. Xiao Ting looked down. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex that crashed through the steel handrail of the wall. No. There was not a single trace left on a purple and extremely black scale armor. Roar. Sub-dragon scale armor. Absolute defense. 3rd floor. 2nd floor. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, two undead monsters crawling on all fours suddenly appeared and lunged at the trio. Black-footed hunting cat. Claw attack. Sun Shang let out a bellow. The attack came from the two baby monsters that were previously curled up in their classmates' arms. They had been manipulated by the king's soul and forcefully morphed into undead monsters. Meow! The figure of the immortal system's hidden spaniel charged straight ahead. The black-footed hunting cat crouched on the ground and whistled, its black tail flung out, like lightning pouncing and swinging its claws. Sharp claws waved and jaws opened. A dog and a cat clawed and bit, blood and red splattered. The other side. The immortal jawed ant waved its large mouth and turned into a scarlet lightning bolt, rushing towards Xiao Ting and Xia Shuangyu. A blood-dripping intestine still hung from its hideous jaws. Xia Shuangyu's hands and feet were instantly cold and her mind was blank. It's coming. Super fast. What to do? She didn't even know about the little snowy owl's skills. Back up. Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Crush and tear. At that moment, a cold heckle that broke through the darkness and went straight to the soul exploded down the aisle. A teenage dragon master with black hair slightly disheveled from running and an upright back stared at the red eyes of the insect charging from the opposite side. His voice deep. A fishy wind blew. The lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, which weighed over 8 tons, brushed past Banana's side and stomped heavily on the ground with its hind limbs. The gusting winds flew up the young girl's long skirt, revealing her safety pants printed with a bear pattern. Fortunately, 爱特喵早有准备. Summer Frostfeather pressed the safety skirt that specializes in preventing LSP, and in the dull afterglow, I saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex's paws lifting up and falling down. The ground cracked, leaving one deep T. Rex claw mark after another. In this moment, it was only with hindsight that the onlooker Xia Shuangyu realized what a terrifying giant it was. It survived 66 million years ago, and was the latest large beast dragon to go extinct. And in the prehistoric world where giants battled it out, there was simply no force that could stand against it. And this giant thing at this point is going berserk. The purple lightning like dragon pupil pulled out a killing arc of light in the void. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its bloody mouth and crushed the ground like a heavy tank. Its body lit up with a blood-red glow. Under the charge skill, the speed is rapidly increased by 1x, and the distance of each step can be up to 3.5 meters. A corridor, it took 2 or 3 steps, and like a giant mountain, it rushed to the front of the necromorphic jawed ants. The necromorphic jawed ants raised their jaws and charged towards the terrifying giant shadow that pressed down. Courage is commendable, but it's really weak as can be. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's fong-covered mouth bit down on the jaws of the jawed ant, crunching them and flinging them away. A tattered pool of blood slid down the wall. The end. You've eliminated the common level undying jawed ants. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution plus 5%. Current evolution level. 5% of Order 0. Plus 1 proficiency in Crush and Bite. Timothy Shaw called out, "Stop!" turning his head towards the necrotic Tibetan spaniel that was fighting the black-footed hunting cat. He was in no hurry to join the fray. The thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's body was too large, and if it messed up, it would use its lightning giant horns to create a cat monster that would kill the teacher head-on. The black pupils were serious, reflecting the moment, killing a cat and a dog. The black-footed hunting cat that cowered before the thundering Tyrannosaurus Rex pressed against the red-eyed puppy. Cat yells and punches storm. Golden letters emerge. Name: Immortal Tibetan Spaniel. Attribute: Immortality. Potential race: First Order Common. Growth level: Pre-First Order 0% evolution. Skills: Pouncing, punching. Weaknesses: Fire, poison, holy light, headshots. Black-footed hunting cats that were close to 1.6 meters in length were already considered fierce beasts to humans. No matter who it was, no one would dare to underestimate it in the face of its long, sharp claws and shadow killer-like agility. Sun Shang, who was dozens of years older and had combat experience, commanded the big cat to ride onto the back of the undead rabid dog and just clawed away. Name: Black-footed hunting cat. Attribute: Wind. Potential race: Second Order Elite. Growth level: Pre-First Order 30% evolution. Skills: Surprise attack, tail strike, claw attack. Weaknesses: Ice, fire, catnip, whiskers, tail, bathing, nail clipping. Number of edits: 1. Details: Blackfoot kitten plus troll blood. The Blackfoot hunting cat has 3 skills. As an elite race, a first-order ranked monster, it was experienced in combat. But the immortal Tibetan Spaniel is not afraid of death or pain. This undead monster can, for a certain period of time, briefly ignore flesh and blood wounds. It unleashed a humongous lunge and dash over and over again. 2 first-order monsters, you and I, constantly entangled. After taking a short breath and finding the best time to cut into the battlefield, Xiao Ting calmly patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex's hind limbs. Charge it and bite it. Chapter 8: First Battle, First Drop. Roar. Under Xiao Ting's command, the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex transformed into a brutal killing machine. Its huge body charged in a straight line, its hind limbs stomping on the ground, landing a blood-red T-Rex footprint. A blood-red sheen rose all over his body. Its punch: Increase your own speed by 1x. Rumble. The ground trembled. The black-footed hound cat looked back and made a claw attack that sent the undead cuffed dog flying into midair. After doing so, the black-footed hunting cat did not pursue. It pressed into airplane ears and took a few wary steps back. A huge shadow covered his body. Gating. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex pulled open its bloody mouth and bit down on the body of the immortal hidden spaniel. The undead hidden spaniel didn't even have time to struggle, and his head exploded crisply like a watermelon. Seeing this scene, the black-footed hunting cat's pupils instantly shrunk to vertical points. Performed a sliding knee on the spot. My meow. The undead hidden spaniel that fought it evenly and had a hard time giving it up was lost when the big dragon shivered a bite. The black-footed hunting cat was blinded. This baby Tyrannosaurus Rex's combat power was beyond the range of its monster predecessor's knowledge. Nothing else. As an initial monster cub, this tonnage of Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex is outrageous. Okay? It was important to realize that at levels where transcendent skills had not been learned, weight was the most direct calculation of a monster's combat power. The 8-ton Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex is capable of biting a small car to pieces with a single bite, or easily crushing the 230 bones of an undead Tibetan spaniel. All normal and elite-level monsters were just crushed ingredients in front of it. Click. You have destroyed the common undead hide spaniel. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution plus 5%. Current evolution level: 10% of Order 0. Skill: Charge proficiency plus 1. Skill: Crush and Tear proficiency plus 1. Current proficiency: Level 2 Introductory 2-2. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus squinted its eye slits, borrowing from instinct to dominate the brain. It prepares for storm inhalation and opens on the spot. Its saliva is corrosive and can effectively soften prey for easy feeding. So, after chewing meaningfully for a few moments, he rolled his throat and was about to swallow. No eating. Timothy Shaw punches big head in the stomach. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex bulged its dragon's eyes. The big head's big mouth hadn't chewed twice. It is a throat. Spit out a lump of meat with a yuck. Corroded flesh and blood. mixed with Tyrannosaurus rex saliva puddled on the ground, and among them were what appeared to be 2 human skulls. Xiao Ting hung his head. Confirmation that the human bone in the stomach of the undead hidden spaniel was his classmate of 6 years in a previous life. Xin Mu, the schoolmaster who will later immigrate to Bald Eagle, and Wang Gang, who works as a physical education teacher at the 2nd elementary school attached to the old city center. The 2 were torn apart and eaten by the immortal barbarian jaw ant and the immortal hidden spaniel. Can't eat. Xiao Ting patted the belly of the big head next to him soothingly. This is my classmate. Into the ground. The thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus rex kept its head down. Roar. Pops, I was wrong. I don't blame you. This time it happened for a reason. Next time you're hungry and want monster meat. Patting the dark head of the king of beast dragons. Xiao Ting casually pulled Manhwa to her feet. As 1 owl and 1 flower stood still, their eyes fell on the rotting skull of the unknown school bully or gym class member. The face went white. Reflexively, he squatted aside and began to tearfully dry heave. 2nd floor hallway with dense and beast dragon footprints all over the place. Sun Shang tore down the curtains, wrapped the bones of the 2 students and hid them aside. He then discerned something in the gore on the ground and quickly picked up a piece and walked towards the 2. Xiao Ting. This is the monster material dropped by the undead hidden spaniel. Pair of sharp canines. The sticky blood and flesh on it had been wiped clean by Mr. Sun. Xiao Ting took it and thanked him. Lines of golden writing surfaced on the fangs that wreathed the darkness in his palm. Immortal hide spaniel's fangs, 1st level. Description. The Zongxi sleeve dog, which was devoured by its master and suffered a backlash, mutated into an undead demon and returned with a pair of normal demon dog fangs. Ability. Fangs with bleeding attribute, 15% chance to gain bleeding and damage infection when editing monsters. Fitting. Ordinary race beast monster. Evaluation. 2 stars good. Monster material? After killing monsters, the magical power in their bodies has a certain probability of condensing monster materials and secret art treasure beads. Monster materials can be fused with monsters to edit out entirely new monsters. Sun Shang wiped his bloodied glasses. This pair of demon dog fangs, you can take them to the Editor's Guild to appraise the efficacy. The Eye of Omniscience is supposed to be the strongest appraisal eye. Xiao Ting thought silently and nodded. Immediately afterward, led by Sun Shang, the trio quickly made their way through the hidden stairs and around to the back of the indoor stadium. Here it is. Sun Shang pushed his glasses in surprise. As long as we open the back door of the stadium, we will be able to enter the curing boundary. The words were not finished. Shoo! A long, blood-red tongue stabbed like lightning. Xia Shuangyu let out a cry of surprise. Mr. Sun, danger. Moment. Xiao Ting reached his hand forward and yanked over Sun Shang, who was in front of him. Oh! The middle-aged teacher staggered back. Blood oozed from his fingers, and Sun Shang covered his injured left eye, his hands covered in blood. In shock. Shaw, thanks. It wasn't Xiao Ting who pulled him just now. The tongue, which was 2 meters long, churned right through his brain flower. Hiss! One was skinless and on all fours. The elite-level licker with its brain exposed crawled out of the black mist and stopped in front of the 3. Outdoor stadium in front of the back gate. The bald middle-aged man with tattoos looked at the trio with a bloody smile. Finally? Who was that awakened one? Who killed 2 of my transformed familiars? Chapter 9, showing fierce colors, Tyrannosaurus rex protecting his lord. Ahead, 2nd-order lickers crawl on the ground. Behind, 3 shadows stepped out of the mist. It was 3 first-order ghouls with festering bodies that blocked their retreat. Ordinary level. Side by side and back by back. All surrounded by monsters. They can't seem to escape the walker prisoners. Xiao Ting. Take her and run away. Teacher will break your back. With Sun Shang letting out a furious cry. The black-footed hunting cat turned into a shadow and pounced on the zombie editor. And after. Bloodline awakening. Power of the hunting cat. After Sun Shang let out a stern cry, his aura skyrocketed and a huge phantom of a black-footed hunting cat appeared behind him. Soon, the hunting cat phantom transformed into a blue light and injected into Sun Shang's spine. His eyes turned into ghostly blue cat pupils. His hands were covered in fur, and the sharp claws poking out of his 10 fingers flashed with a faint cold light. This is a secret alienation technique that everyone in the editor can learn. For each level of the initial monster, the editor could gain 1/10 of its bloodline power to strengthen himself. Sun Shang used the secret technique, Bloodline Awakening, at this time, and alienated into 1/10 of a monster's body. The body swells a lot. His whole body was filled with a sense of power, and like lightning, he sprang out and grabbed the elite licker's tongue. The 4 master editors will appear soon. Until then, don't you dare try to harm my students. Having said that, Sun Shang and the black-footed hunting cat rushed up towards Wang Sol. Humph! Striking a stone with an egg. Elite hunters, come out. Wang Sol raised his lips in disdain and raised his hand. A layer of black mist emerged behind him and stepped out a stitched corpse that was over 2 meters tall. This particularly oddly constructed. The head was a myriad of writhing insectoid tentacles, and the lower body was a human body assembled from dead limbs. Hissing, the tall, stocky, bug-headed hunters opened their tentacle-like mouthparts and let out a bloody snarl as they stomped the ground and charged towards the hunting cats and Sun Shang. Meow! Hiss! The sardonic cries of the hunting cats and the roars of the hunters echoed throughout the campus. Rear. The second-order lickers dragged their long, blood-red tongues and brought 3 first-order ghouls with them, closing in towards Xiao Ting and Xia Shuangyu. Name ghouls and ghouls. Number of edits. 1. Details ordinary villagers students plus necrotizing fungus. Name lickers. Edited. 2. Details. Class C awakened plus zombie brain plus flesh tentacle. A golden light spread under his eyes. The hidden messages of the 2 edited monsters jumped out at me. Is it all edited with living people? Xiao Ting furrowed his eyebrows. First-order ghouls, there are 3 of them. Although it only had 2 skills, charge and pounce and bite. With its undead racial trait of not being afraid of death or exhaustion, it made it very difficult for the average person to deal with. Good on. The physical abilities of an awakened person are drastically strengthened all over the body the moment they acquire the talent. Once you get over the nausea and maneuver around flexibly, they're not hard to kill. Instead, the lickers, the flesh and blood tentacle linked to its spine, breaking out of its mouth into a leaping viral tongue, ready to stab them through and through. There had to be a way to take care of this elite demon that was eyeing the tiger ahead of time. For monster walkers, step by step. Xiao Xiao, what should we do now? Xia Shuangyu stared at the ghoul and said quietly. Her vision was still full of fear, and her body was trembling slightly upon closer inspection. But it was much more tiger-like than the motionless, waiting for death stiffness of before. Both are high-achieving academics in monsterology. No stranger to lickers. This is a common elite race monster in the undead editor. Normal monsters that can master 3 or 4 basic skills of the enhancement family. For example, charge, bite, claw attack, eagle eye, hardened. Some are powerful and fast. Some have 5 keen senses and harden their defenses. Able to kill tigers and leopards easily. Bite the elephant. 1 for 10, no less. The killing power is amazing when put in the eyes of an ordinary person. But that's just pretty common combat power in the monster system. The elite races and elite monsters on top of that can master countless low-level transcendent skills, such as Flame Teeth, Thunder Fist, Ice Palm, and Rapid Healing, attaching elemental powers to the powerful superpowers to the body. The combat is worlds apart from them. One-hit kills don't matter. Calm down. Xiao Ting's face was cold as he looked straight at the 4 undead monsters in front of him. His back tensed and he didn't move his eyes away. There was blood all over the place. The smell of blood was strong, and there was definitely more than 1 victim who died outside the stadium. But there were no visible human remains to be seen, so it seems that these undead monsters, who eat people, do not spit out bones. The licker approached the 2 men, its mouth wide open, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth as it crawled like a skinned frog. It has no vision and average hearing. As long as it doesn't run or shoot, it usually doesn't actively pursue. The 2 had some knowledge of this, so they didn't do anything rash. But the 3 zombie ghosts had a keen sense of smell and were closing in quickly towards the 2. Just as Xiao Ting and Xia Shuangyu's bodies were taut, ready to fight to the death at any time. Lords and lords. The little snowy owl suddenly flapped its feathers and hovered above Xia Shuangyu's head. Roar! The thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's pupils shrunk as it took a step forward and blocked Xiao Ting's body. Those purple electric dragon pupils were like a sea of swirling thunder, instantly shifting to the left to see a blood shadow pouncing on them. Elite lickers. Upon hearing the commotion, the licker transformed into a scarlet lightning bolt. The claws of its forelimbs lit up with red light as it quickly darted over. Big brain. Kill Long Tongue first, Timothy Shaw growled. Roar! All you hear is the sound of wind passing through your ears. The thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a long whistle and rushed out like a huge chariot. Just the moment that dragon shadow charged. A ghoul opened its putrid incisors, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of 5 or 6 meters and rushed towards Xiao Ting's face. Shaw, watch out! So fast! Life and death. Xiao Ting could not think too much. By instinct, picked up a footside of an unknown handrail or iron door burst falling steel pipe. A line of gray flung out. Bang! The ghoul, whose fangs were wide open, let out a horrifying sound from his chest, and was actually sent flying 7 or 8 meters away by a stick. The hunched ghoul smashed to the ground, twitching and screaming as he did so. A large hole was revealed in its abdomen, and gurgling blood flowed all over the place, as if it was in extreme pain. Undead monsters are able to ignore some of the pain caused by normal damage, but that doesn't mean they can ignore lethal damage caused by transcendent powers. Summer Frostfeather stumbled a few steps and ran over, her eyes fully open. Huh? She's not mistaken. One blow whips the monster away. Look at the surprised eyes cast over there. Timothy Shaw gripped the gray stick. My power, indeed, has become so strong. Is this the power feedback you get from awakening a 5S rank talent? The flesh seems to have been strengthened substantially. First rank monsters were no longer his match. Xiao Ting's hanging head lifted up, his pupils instantly locking on, surrounded by 3 first-order lifeforms. Xia Shuangyu, Xiao Ting said, pick up your weapon, a voice so calm that it seemed cold. Don't be afraid. We're all fortified. You can get on. Perhaps Xiao Ting's tone was too cold, and there was a feeling that if you couldn't do it, you could only die. Xia Shuangyu leaned down and picked up the steel pipe on the ground, swinging it with all his might towards the lunging ghouls. Bump! The ghoul's head whirled back 180 degrees and his body was knocked askew, blood and red splattering as he staggered and flopped to the side. Xia Shuangyu was a cold shivering excitement, holding the steel pipe. Did it? Her hand heaved, and she tightened her grip, constantly trembling, on the blood-red iron rod. At this point, the identity of the hunter and the prey is instantly reversed. A law that instantly infested the eyes of 2 tiny editors. Monsters die when they are killed. Bang! The last of the ghouls that pounced on the front was shot in the head sharply by the expressionless teenager. At this point, the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's evolutionary degree had increased to 15% of Order 0. Fingers wiping away the blood on the side of his face, Xiao Ting's pupils shifted left. Over there, it's another battlefield. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex is tangling with the elite Lickers. Precisely. Licker is taking a one-sided beating. The opponent's sub-dragon scale armor was too tough. Lickers can't break defense at all. After being knocked off a few times by 8 tons of baby dragons and even nearly exploding his head with a single bite, covered in blood, it didn't dare to approach the young monster overlord at all. It can only be harassed by constant wandering and scraping with tongue thrusts. Xiao Ting's eyes narrowed and he sidestepped his face, his tone natural. Let's have the little snowy owl use frozen wind and freeze the Licker's feet. Freeze it, and it'll be ready for the big head to swallow in one gulp. Name, Ice-Winged Snowy Owl. Skill, Frozen Wind. Chapter 10. Avenged, meowed and screamed. Alpha level potential at birth. The alpha monster is also known as the elemental monster. Can take elemental power and release it outside the body. Use such things as lightning strikes, wind blades, electromagnetic cannons, and flame vortices. Even transcendent skills such as vacuum swing and darkness shock. The destructive power of monsters is precisely the 3rd order, as the dividing line. And the Ice-Winged Snowy Owl was lucky enough to master a transcendent skill at rank 0. Skill, Frozen Wind. Introduction. Ice System Low-Level Transcendent Skill, stirring up feathers and blowing out icy winds. Skill Proficiency, Level 1. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution, Frozen Winds. Lifting her short hair behind her ear, Summer Frostfeather had no time to think about why the figure next to her knew about the transcendent abilities that her initial monster had mastered. The frightened white lips opened and shouted, Yuki, freeze the wind. The little mass of white fur, less than a meter long, puffed and flew near the Licker. His wings flapped violently, his body lit up with blue light, and he blew out a gust of cold, freezing wind. Phew! Fine snow pounded the ground, freezing a meter of it. Liquor slipped violently on his feet. Xia Shuangyu lifted her breath to raise her spirits. Yuki, go for it! The ice-winged snowy owl flapped its feathers more vigorously. A fierce, cold wind blew across the grounds. The licker's exposed foot tendons and calf muscles were soon hanging from 4 or 5 heavy lumps of ice. It sank on its ankles, and its originally agile stance slowed down considerably. See this? With a wave of his steel pipe, Xiao Ting ordered in a stern voice, Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, charge, crush and tear, roar. The big-headed figure charged suddenly. The licker lashed out with a tongue thrust, intercepting the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the same time, he ambled on all fours and made a staged jump. Xia Shuangyu's eyes locked tightly. Seeing this, he raised his volume and shouted, Shuabao, tongue, freeze! Freeze its tongue! The other side of the skinned zombie monster. The ice-winged snowy owl suddenly rushed out. The wings blew blue freezing wind. The cold, 2-meter-long tongue was frozen to the ground. The licker figure lurched, and that's when, the shadows that cast the sky, the purple-eyed dragon, with its sideways head, exhales white air and pulls open its bloody mouth. Sharp fangs, piercing the skinless one's head. A roll of the tongue. The blood mist exploded. A look of insatiable satisfaction appeared on the blackened dragon's face. You've eliminated an elite licker. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution plus 10%. The first time I swallowed an elite monster's flesh and blood. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution plus 10%. Current evolution level, 35% of Order 0. Promoted to early stage 0. The breath became thicker and thicker. The body seemed to pull upwards by tens of centimeters at once. Eating elite monsters. Lickers. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution plus 5%. Current evolution level, 40% of Order 0. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex swooshed out and ate the remaining 3 ghouls alive. This current evolution came to 56% of Order 0. Soon, there were then 3 more puddles of blood on the floor. Xiao Ting's pupils shifted to the right and looked toward Sun Shang, who was not far away. His dangling fingers moved slightly, his fists clenched, and he narrowed his eyes. Mr. Sun's left arm was eaten? Herding Xia Shuangyu into the indoor gym, Xiao Ting rolled over and leapt onto the spine of the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, rushing towards the mission objective. Kill mission. Destroy prisoner of the Walking Dead, King Soul Intermediate Editor. Quest reward. First kill treasure chest. Can open normal level to Overlord level monster feathers. Accepted? Accepted. The rumbling gallop of a giant beast came to his ears. Sun Shang turned his head in dismay. The glasses reflect the student's face. Shaw, why don't you go? Old Ben, side by side. Xiao Ting swept over the other man's bitten-off arm, his white shirt speckled with blood, turning a slightly colder gaze across the room. Sun Shang gave a slightly relieved smile, his eyes reddening. Good, good. Let's hold on for a little while longer. The support from the 4 lords will be here. It's been so long. Couldn't have died on the way? Xiao Ting finished his thought indifferently. Without saying a word, he looked towards King Soul, who had his arms wrapped around him. A golden tip reappeared on the black-robed, tattooed bald man. Name, King Soul. Talent, Grade A Corpse Genus Editor. Level, Intermediate Undead Editor. Monsters, Elite Huntress injured, Elite Licker dead, Common Ghoul dead. Status, seriously injured, internal organs shattered. Must devour large amounts of fresh flesh and blood to restore life. It was originally in serious condition. Xiao Ting narrowed his dark golden eyes. Can be a battle. With the enhancement of charge, the big head speed was no less than any elite. A pair of bloody mouths with erosive saliva could easily bite as long as it was close enough. The opposite side is seriously injured, so what had been a 6:4 winning percentage now soared to a 9:1 opening. The teenager's vision quickly became dangerous. The knuckles were wrung one. Let him think about it. The reward for a successful mission seems to be a material treasure chest. After opening it, it is possible to obtain a high-level monster feather. Have Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, promoted to Monarch Flying Dragon. After a short moment of thought, Xiao Ting raised his eyes and let out a low roar. Charge! The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes instantly rolled from killing intent. Purple electric eyes cut through the void. A huge chariot of death stepped out on the ground. Dragon! Wang's soul covered the wound in his chest, and his lax gray eyes then focused on the limbs of this massive monster. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now I realized that it was actually a juvenile beast dragon king. Squinting his eyes, which were festering from the aggravation of his injuries, the corners of his mouth turned up. Good timing. Like those monsters that revolted against their masters before. Use them for me and become my undead battle dragons. Huntress. Venom spray. Stitching up a giant corpse with a split face. The insectoid tentacles wiggled and the daisy-like mouthparts opened wide. Evil green light surged and aimed at the rampaging dragon. Xiao Ting, who had been silent, flashed his backward arm into a stump for a moment. Shoo! Breaking blast. Only a ray of gray light could be seen. Next, the hunter's converging venomous mouthpiece was penetrated by something. The mouthpiece exploded instantly. The small half of his head was pierced by the gray stick body. Green venom ran and sprayed all over the sky. Wang's soul couldn't dodge and hastily rolled on the ground. Still, the monster's corrosive venom poured halfway down his face. Sun Shang, who had given a healing shot into his arm, turned around to see the scene and was shocked beyond words. The panting black-footed hunting cat at his feet scuffed up with a jerk. The eyes of the great Avenger shone. Chapter 11 Secret Art Jewelry. Sub-Dragon Scale Armor. With this blow, it unexpectedly exploded a small half of the elite-level monster's head. Is this the kind of accuracy and power that a newly awakened senior can throw? Sun Shang silently took the output position and gave it to the student. Xiao Zhao's physical strength has reached at least 1.5 steps. The one dragging his feet is surprisingly me. Not only was the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's physical strength, it was incredibly strong. After awakening his talent, Xiao Ting's strength of his physical body also skyrocketed to a terrifying level. Normal-level elite-level monsters are just as fun to smoke. Although Xiao Ting didn't have dragon-scale armor, his defense wasn't high. In terms of strength alone, he was supposed to have reached the level of arm strength that could violently kill normal to elite-level monsters. Ah, bastard. I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts and break you into pieces. King Soul stumbled up from the ground and let out a yell. Half of his face was so corroded and festering that even one of his eyeballs had been dissolved by the acid, making him look like a malevolent ghost. Ah! Grass, grass, grass. The pain distorted the entire set of features. A chilling resentment shot out from the only remaining eye. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you myself. Blurred vision. A bloody mouth descended openly. A spiteful curse that came to an abrupt end. Wang's soul was cold and sweaty. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's morose fangs and grown giant teeth came a little closer. Damn it! When did they come? It was clearly rank 0, how could it be so fast? Jeopardy! Wang's soul raised his left hand. A jeweled ring that blossoms with blue light. This was the Kingfisher's secret art ring, hiding a middle-order basic speed enhancement. The blue Kingfisher's secret art jewel. Flashing blue. Expensive, disposable secret art jewelry shattered into powder in an instant. The huntress, who had half her head blown off, lit up in the shape of a blue kingfisher at her feet. Speed is instantly enhanced by 2x. So fast that only remnants of shadows appeared and rushed in. King Soul's body was knocked up by Huntress. Eft. Wang's soul landed on the ground and rolled around, spraying a mouthful of blood. In front of them was the hunter who crashed through his master and used half of his body as a shield to block the fangs of the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's clearly just a rank 0 monster. Wang's soul's eyes were both carnal and spiteful. This King 8 dragon was tearing off half of the hunter's body, making cruel swallowing sounds. Wang's soul looked at the scene with fleshly pain. He himself is a mid-level monster editor. Has 5 undead monsters on his hands. Once slaughtered a village, a high school, killed like grass, and bled like a river. Didn't realize. Surprisingly, he was planted in the hands of a newly awakened brat. Secret jewelry? Timothy Shaw looked at it. The secret art pearls dropped by monsters can be made into a wide variety of secret art jewelry. Activating the secret trinket, on the other hand, consumes a large amount of the editor's stamina or magic. Too bad it's broken. Otherwise, you can still pick up bodies and study them. Xiao Ting bent down and picked up another metal rod from the ground. The iron fence of the high school gate, crushed by this man's monster, easily picked up twisted and broken steel. Stare at the battlefield. Eyes focused, arms tensed. locked by eyes whose coldness overflowed with gold. The sense of crisis in Wang Sol's heart was like being poked in the aorta, like buzzing wildly. He yelled, "Let me go! I'm the corpse forest palm cultist. A third of the property of the secret doctrine is in my hands. Let me go! I can give you all the treasures that the secret sect has hidden in Mordor. Inside are high-level secret art trinkets, master-ranked enchanted equipment, and editable overlord-ranked monster eggs. If you nod your head, they are all yours." The dark editor, coughing up blood, retreats back to the hunter. Tantric treasure? Open the eye that can see everything and sweep it over the other person's entire body. And after, a line of golden text that rose from the other's back. Tantric treasure map 4th order. Description: a treasure map depicted on the back of the prisoner of the living corpse king soul with special monster venom. Water and fire are not invaded by the venom, and the human skin is peeled off. Hidden treasure confidential. A week ago, a ransacking stirred up the entire East China region. Hundreds of necromancers, from the underground international auction house, looted the ghostbusters of huge amounts of monster treasure. The half-step legend-ranked sect master was killed by an expert who came after him. Previously, he had divided the map of the complete treasure into 3 and carved it on the backs of his 3 blood relatives. Prisoner of the living corpse, Wang Sol, was exactly one of them. Hidden treasure puzzle. 5th order treasure 1-3. Rating: 4 stars rare. Xiao Ting couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Skyfall. Slaughter you, and the treasure chest of strikes and the treasure of the secret doctrine are all mine. Xiao Ting's expression was calm, and the killing intent in his eyes was like raging fire. In this society, a lot of things change rapidly, but only money, some is some, no is none. Winner takes all. This man is dead, and Jesus can't keep him. Confrontation for a moment. Wang Sol thought that he was thinking. His heart was certain, and he silently adjusted his breath, waiting for an answer. Didn't see that coming. Next, the brat across the street flipped out cold. Dinner is served. Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Keep charging. The beast dragon's paws were on the ground, and all of a sudden, they stomped out a deep and heavy sound. Who? The 8-ton dragon monster came crashing in like a truck. Wang Sol's face was green. Dragging his limp leg, he turned around and fled. The ankle chain binding his left foot clicked against the ground. Huntress, stop it. Unexpectedly, the heavily injured hunter didn't even last 3 seconds. By the 8-ton Tyrannosaurus Rex, a charge directly knocked away 7 or 8 meters. Bang! Wang Sol crouched down and watched as the huntress landed in front of him, smashing the ground and splattering broken flesh. Can't even stop one blow? Can't even stop one blow? Ranting with him, and Sun Sheng froze. His and the black-footed hunting cat's claws crumbled, neither of them able to scratch the huntress to break her defense. However, he was hit so hard by the rank 0 Dragon King pup that he flew 7 or 8 meters and was seriously injured. This is a 0-order monster baby? Is this a 0-order awakened? What?
Sigma de.
Crazy, that doesn't make sense. Looking at the huge shadow that was chasing after him, Wang Sol was shocked until his scalp went numb. What kind of little Tyrannosaurus Rex is this? It's clearly an Otron must die dirt bike. There's no tactics to speak of at all. It was purely the strength of a dominant race crushing. The massive body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex got closer and closer. Those violent purple electric vertical pupils overflowed with a hunger and malice that was frightening. Saliva continued to spill from between the fangs. This Tyrannosaurus Rex wanted to eat him. Wang Sol sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and without saying a word, he turned his head and ran. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex was in hot pursuit. Its huge paws lifted up, each step able to span 3 or 4 meters, and almost in the blink of an eye, it caught up with Wang Sol. The dragon opened its fangs. Huntress, block it! King Sol stopped and rolled on the ground. The bloodied hunter stood up and charged at the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. 2 tons of monsters, tearing at each other. The sharp dragon scales rubbed against the pitch-black claws, provoking a series of sparks. Sub-dragon scales, amazing defense. Chapter 12, Getting the Reward. The treasure chest of kills. Blocking and attack. On the contrary, elite-level hunters. After some wrestling, not only could he not break the defense, but he was also beaten to the point that his skin was broken and his flesh was splattered. Meow! The black-footed hunting cat crouched at Sun Shang's feet, stretching out its one paw and meowing loudly. Good lord. Create it. Omega. Is this the potential of a fifth-order overlord? Sun Shang's throat rolled. A full-bodied fifth-order monster corresponds to a nuclear weapon level, capable of easily destroying everything material on an entire street or flattening a mountain. This dragon right now, if it grows to the peak of its potential and uses ancient behemothization, the body size returned to the ancient 10,000-meter Tyrannosaurus Rex form. A dragon breath crushed a street. A fist smashed a mountain, completely stress-free. Sun Shang gulped. It looks 0th order, but with its horrific tonnage and dragon flesh, it seems to have been a direct counterpoint to some of the third-order alpha creatures in combat. Bite its head and heart. Don't let it regenerate its broken limbs, Xiao Ting said in a cold voice. Name, Bughead Hunter. Skills, Charge, Claw Attack, Venom Spray, Amputation Regeneration. Weaknesses, Holy Light System, Fire System, Headshot, Heart. 30 seconds later, the purple-eyed dragon seizes the opportunity and takes a bite out of his opponent's head. Hiss! The hunter struggled for a moment, then hung motionless in the dragon's mouth. You have destroyed an elite-class Bughead Hunter. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution plus 10%. Current evolution level, 0 rank 66%. Dinners served. Dinners served. The Tyrannosaurus bobbed its head in glee, swallowed in one gulp, and bobbed its head in insatiable anticipation. Roar! Eating elite monsters. Bughead Hunters. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution plus 5%. Current evolution level, 0 rank 71%. Skill, Charge proficiency plus 1. Skill Crush and Tear proficiency plus 1. Eat a whole hunter killer. The purple lightning like pupils of the dragon cut through the air and greedily swept towards the zombie editor. Not enough to eat. Hoist it. It rushed towards the figure that was trying to escape. Ah! Damn! You can't kill me. The secret church will avenge me. King Sol pounded his ruined leg hard, looked back hastily behind him, and fell helplessly to his knees. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is getting closer. Cold sweat densely covered his head, and Wang Sol's temples jumped as if they were about to explode. Why is a 0th order brat so strong? He shouldn't have messed with this monster. The secret church avenged you? Xiao Ting calmly looked at the kneeling blood shadow. After today, the city patrol army of East Ocean City will definitely have to carpet search and hang the remnants of the cult. So, crush and tear. The sky overhead suddenly dimmed. Wang Sol subconsciously turned his head. Huge shadows blotted out the sky, hideous fangs, and a throat so deep it couldn't be seen, filled his eyes. Shouldn't mess with this monster. Before dying, endless remorse welled up in his heart. Gato. You have destroyed the prisoner of the walking dead King Sol. Finish the kill. Get rewarded. First kill treasure chest. You can get a random monster feather from normal level to overlord level. Suddenly, the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a dry heaving sound, and with a lump in his throat, he spat out a human-skinned treasure map. Leather is intact. It is coated with special monster venom and alienated into a monster treasure map. Xiao Ting took a few steps forward, pinched the skin, and began to meditate on the monster space within his brain area. Monster space. It is possible to take in contracted monsters, as well as monster materials, secret art beads, etc., all props related to monsters. The size of this monster space then depends on the talent level of the editor. Xiao Ting, a SSSS rank talent, saw an incomparably huge and vast black space with his inner vision. The ground is slightly dusty. There were points of light flickering on the teenager's fingertips, forming a circular spatial formation. Following the method learned from memory, space engulfed the human skin scroll in his hand. You have put the treasure map of the Corpse Forest Secret Cult 4th Order into monster space. You've put Undead Hidden Spaniel's Demon Dog Fangs 1st level into monster space. An icy beep sounded in his ear. Do it all. Behind him, Sun Shang, followed by the black-footed hunting cat at his feet, came striding along. Sun Shang just opened his mouth. Xiao Ting then looked to his broken arm. How's the hand, old Ben? Sun Shang waved his hand at the same time as the black-footed hunting cat at his feet. It's fine. You can install a mechanical arm afterward. On the contrary, how do you feel now? Xiao Ting shook his head as he wiped up all the blood-dipped forehead shreds to reveal a clean brow. The first time he killed, he exhaled slightly sharply and paled slightly, but there was no great discomfort. After all, kill or be killed. The other side will also take away his dragon. The door of the indoor stadium was gently knocked open by Xiao Ting, who was holding Sun Sheng. It was hard to talk the other students into opening the gate, but Xia Shuangyu, who had opened the gate, poked her head out. Then the eyes lit up and overflowed with watery color, and with a wiping of the corners of his eyes, he hurried out. Mr. Sun. Xiao Xiao. The wounds on you guys. Oh, who's got wound medicine? Who's got wound medicine? Ha 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 ha. It's fine. It's fine. Teacher and your brother Timothy are fine. Sun Sheng waved his hand and let out a big laugh after the robbery. He laughed for a full 10 seconds before he beckoned toward the other day's teacher who had stayed behind. Ms. Zhou, call the kids out. The intermediate dark editor who attacked the third high school has been killed by our class's Xiao Ting. We are completely safe. The words hijacked everyone's life. Help Sun Sheng to sit down. A dozen mouths gibbering at the same time. What exactly happened just now? Can Mr. Sun tell us in detail? This dragon. Is this Tyrannosaurus Rex your initial monster? Too fierce. A murderer enters the school. And you even summoned a Tyrannosaurus Rex and killed the League's most wanted man in return. Teacher Zhou, who had white hair, opened his mouth full of guilt while medicating Sun Sheng. Old Sun, it's not that I don't want to come out. Really, there are too many students to protect. Weeks is guilty. After Xia Shuangyu entered the boundary, he had been convincing them to open the guard boundary to save the people, despite knowing that Sun Sheng and Xiao Ting were out there to meet the wanted criminals. Zhou Shu's first reaction was still to absolutely not go out. He couldn't go out and initiate aid in order to save the lives of most of the students. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ting surprisingly won the fight. Sun Sheng smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. I didn't think the boy would come back either. When being chased by the King Soul, Xiao Ting had two choices. One is to lose him as a teacher and just run, and the other is to just get right on with it. If it was a normal high school awakened person, their mind could easily collapse at this point. Conscious judgment is to run. The battle mentality just slips. As long as you run faster than Sun Sheng and live longer than him, you will be able to live to support. In that kind of life and death crisis, the vast majority of people would choose to be an old six. Anyway, I'm a genius. Isn't it better for me to survive than for you to survive as an old man? And the kid? What did he pick? No go, no six. Start the meal. Class, have a drink. Master Timothy, here's a wet tissue. Let me wipe your face. The 19 rescued classmates were transformed into lapdogs, gathered around Xiao Ting, talking and offering. They were all Phoenix like B rank and C rank awakened people. However, in front of Xiao Ting, who had awakened the 5S-grade flying dragon editing talent and controlled the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, his eyes worshipped and he willingly fell into the role of a lapdog. After this battle, Xiao Ting's image was infinitely elevated and magnified in the minds of all those who were rescued. Fresh! At that moment, a cloud-piercing chirp suddenly came from the sky, approaching quickly from far away. Soon, huge shadows were cast. A huge eagle with a blood-red feathered crown covered the sky above the third high school with an amazing sense of oppression. They were followed by two buzzing helicopters and a golden unicorn fairy with its wings up. It's a 4th-ranked commander-level Iron Blood Eagle. There's also the 4th-ranked commander class, Golden Unicorn Fairy. They are the monsters representing Senior Colonel Li of the City Patrol Army and Dean Wong of the Sea Academy. In the crowd, Sun Sheng jolted to his feet and headed for Xiao Ting's block. The 20-meter-long Iron Blood Eagle circled and landed, its flapping wings kicking up a gust of falling air currents, blowing up the school skirts of quite a few girls and drawing a chorus of shrieks. A figure from the vermilion-black spine of the Iron Blood Eagle leapt down. It was a middle-aged man in a military uniform with 4-star emblems adorning his shoulders. It's the leader of the Donghai City Patrol Army, Major Li. Chapter 13. Recruitment of Famous Teachers. Catching son-in-laws under the list. Immediately after, 3 more figures. Separately, they jumped from inside the helicopter at a height of more than 10 meters, on the back of the Golden Unicorn Fairy, and couldn't wait to get down. Major Li, who was first on the scene, approached quickly. He looked at the blood stains all over the floor, then at the students with their clubs, and frowned nervously. What's going on here? Sun Sheng stepped forward. Report, Major. Intermediate wanted criminal Wang Sol, ambushed the 3rd high school, intercepted a dozen awakening students, and was killed by our school student Xiao Ting, who managed to kill him back. Killed a mid-level wanted man in return? Major Li's body shook, and his pupils shifted left, instantly looking towards the side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, that silhouette. Even if Wang Sol was seriously injured by the city defense forces, it was still not something an 18-year-old student could deal with, and Xiao Ting exchanged glances. Major Li's eyes shifted away, wavering over the signs of battle around him, and took a deep breath. The traces around him had told him what a vicious battle had taken place earlier. Through the footprints of the dragons all over the ground, it was as if the silhouette of a lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex hunting ferociously was shaken, telling him how the companion monster had killed 5 undead monsters in return, sweeping away a mid-level monster editor. 0th Order versus 2nd Order, unharmed. It's nothing short of a miracle. The 3 arriving monster editing masters, seeing the traces of combat around them, also shuddered and slid their eyes in awe. Just awakened, and you were able to kill a 2nd-ranked Dark Edit Master. Truly a SS-ranked genius with a heroic spirit. Edra. Worthy of being the inheritor of the strongest ancient ancestor. Flying Dragon Awakening. The 4 masters stepped forward and scrambled to Xiao Ting's side. Let's see. You're the high school mentor of Xiao Ting's classmate, right? Ouch, this injury. Lao Li. Contact the city's military doctor. Tell them to send someone. That big old... Look, my Wei family's healing editor came with the team. Wei's editors paraded down from the helicopter and unleashed the healing monster. A walking flower of herbs. Warm green light spreads. After being healed by Nurse, Xiao Ting's exhaustion was swept away. The teenager raised his hand and pointed to Sun Shang, who was holding his broken arm to the side. Thanks, I'm fine. You guys take a look at Mr. Sun's hand. Trumpet, the purple trumpet flower nodded and stepped on its branch, walking towards Sun Shang. The healing editors from the Wei family quickly ran to the other students and began their busy rescue. Major Li circled around the impatient Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex twice. The purple-eyed dragon snorted impatiently and glared back at the 4 masters tutaying around him. What are you looking at? It only wagged its head and tail to show its belly in front of Xiao Ting. Grumpy as hell in front of everyone else. Not to mention, on the opposite side, there was the Iron Blood Eagle and the Golden Unicorn Fairy, 2 commander-class monsters. Although they had already restrained their aura, the commander-level pressure emanating from their bodies was undoubtedly a provocation in the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's keen perception. The Overlord race is able to order the Monster Chancellor. The dragon took a step forward and stood at Xiao Ting's side, looking disdainfully at the 2 adult-bodied giants across from him. Those purple electric dragon pupils were calm and dangerous. The Iron Blood Eagle and the Golden Unicorn Immortal both stiffened a bit. They can tell when the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex is trying to attack. This little brontosaurus is fierce. Although young, the Overlord level of pressure was released with precision, pressurizing the 2 monster chancellors in their hearts, somewhat breathless. The Golden Unicorn Fairy shrank behind Dean Wang. It was 3 meters tall and as big as a small building. But the guts are smaller than a mouse, pinching the corner of the coat of the chubby Dean Wang. Cowering, not daring to poke his head out, the Iron Eagle looked left and right. It was 10 meters tall when it stood up, and it seemed to be just hiding its ears as it cowered behind Major Li. So, with a gentle kowtow in the direction of the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, it spread its wings and flew up into the clouds. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the 4 masters were both shocked and complicated. Patriarch Wei shook his feather fan and sked. The intelligence of the monster commanders is already humanoid. They can intuitively feel the suppression from their bloodline, so they choose to avoid even young overlords. An overlord's dragon that had not yet reached adulthood was able to calmly force back 2 monster archons by relying on an ancient dragon bloodline. Unbelievable. How terrifying would it be if the 3-meter-tall Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex was fully grown? Xiao Ting reached out and patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex's leaping side leg. Violet eyes looked back. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail raised and wiped the corners of his mouth, suggestively with it in front of the 4 masters. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fearless. Tyrannosaurus Rex wanting a 4-course meal. Bobs. Guaning up? The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex kept making glances towards his side. It was as if as long as Xiao Ting gave the order, this unruly little tyrant would be able to rush out and start a meal on the spot. Dazzle the 4 older students across the room. Hosting bear with me. It struggled to remain calm, the corners of its mouth still grinning almost behind its ears, white gas spilling out from between the roots of its teeth, the slightest hint of uncontested salivation slipping from the corners of its mouth and corroding holes in the ground. Timothy Shaw. Shouting coughed. I'll go back and get you something good to eat. Taking in nutrients through food is undoubtedly the fastest and most direct way for initial monsters to grow. And this 3-meter-tall dragon next to him eats about 1 to 2 tons a day of ample and nutritious food. So it's no wonder that hungry baby evil dragons want to click 2 bites out of everything they look at. Meanwhile, the species of Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus rex, itself a mudslide in the eating world, is said to have gone extinct because they ate all their favorite foods. The huge beast's foot stomped on the ground twice.
Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus rex. D.
Going home for a good meal?
Yeah.
The dragon is always less salivating when he hears that he's going home for an extra meal. The 4 masters stared at their main favorites interacting, their backs chilling in unison. The 4 masters had not forgotten the purpose of their visit. Mr. Xiao Ting, would you like to be specially recruited to Donghai University? Dean Wang of Haisher University was the first to speak out. This middle-aged grandmaster looked at the teenager in front of him with the eyes of an absolute treasure. There are 8 editorial masters and 1 half-step legend in my institution, and I think they would all like to have the honor of being your college counselor. Sun Shang and teacher Zhou both looked over in shock. The olive branch that Dean Wang threw out was amazing. The Sea Academy is the only 211 monster editing university in East China Sea City, which has cultivated countless high-level talents. Dean Wang Ruijin, surprisingly, wanted to gather the strength of 9 top masters to fully cultivate Xiaoting. That's an amazing deal for a faculty member. The surrounding students all looked surprised and envious. Just then, Patriarch Wei turned his trigger finger and amiably interrupted Dean Wang Rhinoceros Gold. Mr. Xiaoting, I don't think you're married yet, are you? My little daughter 19, S-class, Rosacea editor, schoolgirl of Magic University, are you interested in getting to know her? Patriarch Wei smiled and stroked his octogenarian beard. Even if we don't talk about our feelings, it's good to be age-appropriate friends and team up for a copy. Of course, if little friend is willing to be the Wei family's aunt, our Wei family will welcome you with open arms. Gotta have it. That's a bit much. Xiao Ting pulled the corner of his mouth into a polite smile. Without a woman in your heart, you can harness the dragon to be a natural god. What an aunt. You're just shameless. Greedy for my body, greedy for my talent. Trying to whore out a bunch of dragon editing gifted babies is just that. Others don't know the danger. All of them were stunned by these words of catching a son-in-law under the list. Nurse it's a rare goblin nurse, they also want to bind the nurse too. Xia Shuangyu was stunned for a moment, hugging the ice-winged little snowy owl tightly and looking over with incomparable envy. Bull my schoolboy classmates, the accompanying milkmaid the Wei family in linen. There have been 3 legendary editors. Hereditary Marquis of the Far East, the only Chinese medicine monster editing family in the East China Sea. Healing monsters that go everywhere. Not to mention the fact that the Wei family is also an extremely valuable and rare herbal milkmaid. Countless people broke their heads and wanted to befriend the Wei family. However, this medical saint family wanted to marry off 1,000 girls and pull Xiao Ting to be the head aunt. When these words spread out, the entire East Sea would shake. Ooh, she wants a bonded milkmaid schoolgirl too? Ahem. A cough rang out, diverting everyone's attention. The short, chubby, Maitreya Buddha-like and amiable President Ma cleared his throat. What faculty, beauty, we, the East Sea Consortium, are not competing with you, we just want to make a good relationship with Xiao Ting students. President Ma grinned, twirling his long earlobes. Student Xiao Ting are you interested in being the titular guest secretary of the East Sea Consortium? Don't need you to do anything. Just hang on to a dummy position and lie back and get a cut every year. We're offering you an annual dividend of about a few hundred for a specially employed 0th rank editor. And as you advance in rank, that's a $10 million subsidy, a $1 billion subsidy. Would you be interested in negotiating that? The 3 big men throw out a heavy dose of solicitation. The surrounding high school students and the 2 stay-at-home teachers were numb. The teenager in front of them was clearly only 1 step away from them. But this step is clearly an unbridgeable gap. Chapter 14. Magic City Kyushu Monster Editing Academy. Xiao Ting had his hands in his pockets, his eyebrows didn't even move, and his expression was calm. Teachers, money, and bound nannies are far from impressing him. There are systems in place. All he lacked up front was an umbrella of power that could bail him out. The three forces at hand. The Wei family, the family of medical saints. There was only the aging 5th-ranked legendary ancestor within the clan, who was also a pure milk editor. C Academy, 211 Edit University. The institution is home to the retired old dean of the half-step legend, a living fossil of old age. The East Sea Zaibatsu with its strong financial power. But the bottom line is slightly less impressive, with only reams of editorial gurus sitting around. Therefore, he widely dispersed his family's wealth and drew in geniuses from all sides. They're both East China Sea bullies. However, it was still far from being able to protect a SSSS-ranked Dragon Realm editor. Xiao Ting looked to the last person. Major Li blessedly let out a furious cry. Go, go, go! What are these conditions of yours? We, the City Patrol Army, are willing to introduce student Xiao Ting to the 9 institutes of the Magic Capital. The middle-aged officer patted his chest and said loudly, in good conscience, is there a better and safer environment for SS-class Flying Dragon Awakened to grow up in than the 9 institutes of Magic City? When this was put down, none of the 3 master editors dared to refute it. Once the news of the SS-class Flying Dragon Awakened spread, there would definitely be countless dark families, evil god sects, and even internal corrupt forces that would set their eyes on this teenager. Leaving Xiao Ting in East China Sea City is not only a big deal. One is also exposed to the danger of assassination, and kidnapping at any time. And the Mordor 9. The full name is Mordor Kyushu Monster Editing Academy. It's the supreme academy that has produced 9 sealed monarchs, gathering the best monster geniuses in all of Kyushu. Such a place would be suitable for a Flying Dragon Awakened, whose talent was comparable to that of the ancient ancestors of the human race, to grow and become successful. Major Li looked at Xiao Ting, his tiger eyes written with sincerity. The East Sea is a good place, but I think the water in this place is too shallow to raise a true dragon. Xiao, are you willing to accept the introduction to the 9 institutes of Magic City? The 9 hospitals of the Magic City have a big reputation and a big shelf. It enrolls only 1,000 college students despite the fact that more than 6 million seniors graduate each year. It doesn't go through the normal process yet. One must have a referral from each city's military department, lineage, or academy in order to take the annual general entrance exam. It's like in various novels, the most powerful hidden sects in general. Major Li gave a slight explanation, puffed out his chest and said proudly, half of the 9 current monarch-level army chiefs graduated from the 9 institutes of Magic Capital. So what are you waiting for? Xiao Ting stretched out his hand and shook Major Li's tiger callous palm. Heavily. I'm open to introductions. As his pre-existing umbrella. The Mordor 9 is not only adequate, it's overdone. That academy, the strongest monster editing academy in East Huang. The status is equivalent to Metaphysical Sanctuary, Hidden Immortal Sect, Hogwarts, Dragonslayer University. Upon entering the Mordor 9, all the forces that coveted the Flying Dragon Awakened would have to weigh whether or not they could withstand the thunderous wrath of the 4 current Zhangguo-ranked army chiefs' senior brothers and sisters. Major Li flashed a smile and clasped his hands together. Good brat. A year from now, I'll escort you to the 9 institutes of the Magic Capital to participate in the great examination for practical selection of trainee editors. Show the monster geniuses of the provinces the golden scales of our East Sea City. After an explanation, Colonel Li then got into the Iron Eagle and went off in a hurry to deal with the introduction procedures. After Major Li left, the 3 editorial masters came forward in unison and took out their respective tokens. Mayu, Xian nephew, please accept this card. Wei Teng, Xian nephew, this is the green bubble of the canine son and daughter. Wang Rhinoceros Gold, Xian nephew. This is a letter of recommendation from the Magic City Editors Guild. The 3 master editors froze. With that, they glared at each other angrily. Crap, do you guys not have your own virtuous nephews? Why do you call my valued SS class my nephew? Shame on you. The enthusiasm of the 3 masters, Xiao Ting several times to excuse, froze, and finally could only helplessly accept. The teachers and students next to him stared dead on, their eyes straight. $1 million a card. Double tits bound. Mordor Guild. Master's recommendation. Money, connections. The 3 masters are a great meet and greet gift right out of the gate. See Xiao Ting take it. The 3 masters were then satisfied and left. Xiao Ting withdrew his send-off gaze. Turn back. Just a few dozen pairs of unfamiliar eyes filled with awe and envy stared at him without blinking. Timothy Shaw. Eh. Xiao Ting, who was able to move in and out of the room with ease even in the face of 4 master editors. Being looked at by a group of senior boys and girls with their cell phones out and gawking, they took a step back and their knuckles trembled. Well, Shaw is tired today too. At this time, Sun Shang stepped forward and coughed. Everyone dismiss in place. Don't forget to go back. You still have to prepare for the trainee editor test in 3 months. The classroom teacher speaks. The group of seniors then waved goodbye reluctantly. Bye, Mr. Sun. Bye, Mr. Xiao Ting. Timothy, I'm following you on Twitter and I'll keep an eye on you. Looking forward to seeing the day you fly off the coast and fight for your country. Bye, brother Timothy. Bye, Mr. Chow. Mr. Sun, I'll leave first too. A Wei family nurse was left next to Sun Shang. See no need for him to make a move. With a glance at his wristwatch, Xiao Ting was ready to go home as well. Go back and look at the treasure chests, the harvest. Mr. Sun smiled and nodded. Go back. Xiao Ting. Today's incident was thanks to you. Thank you, said Sun Shang as he patted the shoulders of his favored disciple and couldn't help but choke up. Teacher won't forget this unforgettable talent test, and your saving grace. Xiao Ting smiled and shook his head. For the sake of the quest reward, he had to kill the living corpse prisoner King Soul anyways. It was appropriate to save Mr. Sun from it. It's like he put his life on the line trying to protect 2 students. Meow. An itch around the feet. The black-footed hunting cat, who had bandaged his Giorgio, rubbed his cheek and whiskers against his calf. Xiao Ting rubbed the cat's face. The black-footed hunting cat collapsed to the ground, revealing soft, thick fur and a belly covered in black stripes, squinting and letting out a grateful meow. Thank you for saving my life. Rua it a meal. Farewell to the high school homeroom teacher who diligently taught for 6 years in a previous life. Xiao Ting walked up to the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Reaching out, a bit of starlight floated under his hand. Beneath the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet, a circular phalanx of rainbow light emerged, gradually engulfing its figure. The yawning, half-fed and carbon-fainted dragon shadow was taken into Xiao Ting's black monster space. After doing so, the sound of stomping footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Xia Shuangyu lifted her side hair behind her ear and suddenly bent down and said loudly, Timothy, thanks for today. Without you, there must be no way for me and Snow and Mr. Sun to survive. Timothy Shaw said, You're welcome, he continued. Thank you for commanding the little snowy owl to come in and play assist when the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Lickers dueled. 2. Heart thumping. Xia Shuangyu turned back towards the figure that stepped out of the school gate, waved her hand and raised her soprano. Bye, Timothy. Crossed the school gates. A long cordon was drawn up outside. Dressed in black armed combat uniforms, a contingent squad, loaded, stood guard outside the collapsed gates of the old city's 3rd high school. Word of the tragedy that happened here has gotten out. Conceal information about SS-ranked gifted awakened people. Wanted criminal Wang Soul's monstrous killings had caused the entire East Sea City to feel unprecedented shock and fury. Many of the parents who had heard of the incident were pulling their unlucky children, who were safe and sound, and crying as they walked away. There were some newscasters crouching nearby. Since the camera was indifferently seized by the contingent squad brought in by Colonel Lee, he could only take a pen and paper and swish to describe what was in front of him. Timothy Shaw walks out. Someone instantly wanted to come up for an interview, but he was stopped by the contingent leader, who was obviously not low in rank. Zhou Zhuang nodded vaguely towards Xiao Ting and quietly saluted. Before Major Li left, he assembled a team from the city's defense department. Task Force 7, that's exactly what was called for. Perform special guarding duties. Guard this genius in front of you. Stepping across the sidewalk, Xiao Ting pretended he couldn't see the panel of 24 figures behind him as he calmly walked onto the bus. For armored vehicles, carrying more than 24 contingent fighters, followed along in the shadows. 15 minutes later, Xiao Ting stepped off the 168 bus to a civilian silo deep in the old city center. An old neighborhood with no elevator, he hiked to the 7th floor. 704. Click. Chapter 15. Opening the first kill treasure chest. Take out the key and push open the door to the room. Looking at the clear and cold home, Xiao Ting spoke out of habit. I'm back. The house was empty and furnished with very little furniture, but it was clean. Next to the TV, a black and white picture frame sits. Mom and Dad. Xiao Ting stood in front of the picture frame and called out softly. The photo is of a couple together. The men are gentle, the women are bright and valiant. Both of them had eyebrows that resembled Xiao Ting's by half a dozen points, and their faces wore a timeless, faint smile. Countless memories that emerged from the depths of his mind. In this life, Xiao Ting still grew up in an orphanage. His parents tried to save him from being eaten dry by an exotic monster that broke into their home when he was 5 years old. At the age of 15, Xiao Ting moved out of the orphanage, took the pension from that year, and bought this broken old set of small, living alone. Xiao Ting stroked the picture frame and said earnestly, "Mom and Dad, I've awakened the SSS-level monster editing talent. Don't you worry about it. Later, I'll be the craziest monster editor ever. Kill all those damn foreign monsters." When he said this, before Xiao Ting's eyes, that rainy night 13 years ago appeared. The rainstorm roared outside the window, and pools of blood filled the window. The little boy who was lying under the bed, clad in the enchanted equipment, invisibility cloak, clenched his teeth, listening to the monster tear their parents alive. Xiao Ting closed his eyes and a strong killing aura erupted from his body. Blood feuds must not be forgotten. After calming his emotions, his stomach rumbled with hunger. Xiao Ting opened the refrigerator and looked at the food reserves. 10 minutes later, he finished chopping the ingredients and skillfully fried a pot of sausage fried rice. Sprinkle a handful of parsley. Open a cold Coke. Double happiness. After solving the number one thing in life, dietary provisions, Timothy Shaw took the washed pots and pans and shook them out and put them in the cupboard. Subsequently, he took out his boning knife and began to work on a whole roasted goat he had bought earlier. This was bought for the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex to add to its diet. A roasted whole lamb, 20 pounds, 2,000 Donghuang dollars. It's only a punch in the gut for the big appetite of a dragon. The good thing is that the flavor is so delicious that the big head shouldn't be grumpy. Cutting the roasted whole lamb briefly, Xiao Ting stretched out his left hand, and with a flickering dot of light between his palms, a circular spell formation emerged on the chopping board. You've put split whole roasted lamb not leveled into monster space. Inside the monster space, the Tyrannosaurus Rex pup was paralyzed on the ground, huffing and puffing as he slept. Upon smelling the scent, it sleepwalked to its feet, leaving saliva around its mouth. Roar. Where to? Have a good meal. The giant paws came to the golden grilled lamb chops. Nostrils flared wide. Scratchy little flavor storms inhaled. The dragon snapped open his sleepy eyes. The sleep bubble, blown wide in front of his nose, shattered with a boing. Oh! Is yummy da. The other side. With a full stomach, Xiao Ting returned to the master bedroom, drew the curtains, and extracted the first strike treasure chest. A slit opened before his eyes. A golden stream of light glided out of the chaotic mist, dragging Starfire into view. It's a gold-colored treasure chest. It was carved with the likenesses of countless monsters, exuding an exquisite and flamboyant aura. Does it open the first kill treasure chest? Treasure chest will open a normal Overlord-class random monster feather. Xiao Ting nodded. Fingertips lightly touched the treasure chest. The box instantly disintegrated into purple starlight. Lift your eyes. Before his eyes, countless thunderbolts coalesced. It transformed into a pair of thunder and lightning feathers that emitted a terrifying aura. The sight fell on top of the crackling plumes of thunder and lightning. Lines of golden hidden text followed. Chapter 16 Ruler Level Thunderbolt Feathers. 8-eyed Thunderbats Thunder Plumage 4th Order. Description. From a powerful mutant magic bat commander who lived in the Thunder Cave and mutated after devouring a large amount of elemental magic or possessing a pair of lightning wings that can harness the deity's lightning strike. Ability. Feathers stored with powerful lightning. When editing monsters, there is a 70% probability. Activate the powerful thunder ability. Fitting. Common to all 4th Order commander races. Rating. 4 stars rare. It was a pair of powerful commander-class devil bat feathers, spreading its wings close to 31 meters. There's absolutely no place to open it at home. It's a good thing that the wings are entirely elemental in composition. As Xiao Ting's mind moved, he collected the elemental particles around his body and shrunk them. With a wingspan of 31 meters, it can be seen how huge the body of this commander-class eight-eyed devil bat is? Xiao Ting stroked his chin. The eight-eyed devil bat is estimated to be just like a small building. Such a strong monster archon would be difficult for a monster edit master of the same rank to kill. Not to mention, getting such a complete pair of thunder batwings. A blue-violet arc of electricity jumped from the batwing. Electricity flashed and hissed, illuminating the room. If Xiao Ting hadn't scaled down the elemental luster above his feathers in a flash and then hurriedly pulled the opaque curtains, it was estimated that the entire neighborhood would have been able to see it clearly. The knuckles slide down. Touch the wide wings of the magic bat. 3 manta bones held up a dark purple wing membrane with transparent capillaries spread across it. It wasn't blood that swam through his veins, but millions of tiny points of lightning arcs. Lightning wrapped around his fingers. Timothy Shaw looked at a bright finger. This system-produced monster material seemed to be created because of him, and it wouldn't hurt him at all. Very powerful lightning wings. However, it was a far cry from the evil dragon feather that Xiao Ting had imagined. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's racial class is a 5th-order overlord. The 8-eyed Thunderbat's racial rank is 4th-order commander. The former dragon was a big realm away from this pair of feathers, and could not be fused and edited. With that thought, the teenager instantly leaned back. His palms opened, and a large word appeared on the floor. Hey, the hand is a little worse. I still have to put together a pair of 5th-order feathers. The screen illuminated the eyes of the laying ground. Xiao Ting took out his cell phone and looked it up online. Monster feathers are pretty rare, often more expensive than other monster materials by several times. The price of the one that had just been opened, the commander-level monster feather, was even higher to the point of being staggering. Currently the highest transaction record that Timothy Shaw can check. It was a pair of commander-class Pegasus feathers. The starting bid is $900 million. Finally, it was auctioned off by a cardinal of the Western Catholic Church. It sold for a terrifying $3,333.3 million. A very scary number. Based on daily consumption, the prices in this monster edit world were about the same as the previous life that Xiao Ting was familiar with. But from the intelligence of the auction, the price of monster material, it seems, is highly speculated. Monster materials of 0 rank range from a few thousand pieces to tens of thousands. First-order materials between $100,000 and $800,000. Second-order materials commonly in the millions. For third-order alpha-grade materials, they would appear in the tens of millions. The fourth-order commander-class materials are just calculated according to the small goal of breaking 100 million. If it was a special rare part like a monster feather, there was a price for it, and when it circulated to the market, it could even be speculated to a peak heavenly price of around $3 billion. Further up the scale, the 5th-order hegemony-grade materials were the 5 to 10 billion admiration level. The pair of Thunderbolt Demon Bat's feathers that Xiao Ting had opened were of the 4th rank. Once it was released, it would be coveted by the Thunder Monster editors, reaching a terrifying sale price that was no less than that of the Heavenly Horse Feather. Guaranteed 30 billion. If you take it to auction, it's a straight wave of riches. But Xiao Ting didn't have the slightest intention of trying to sell, because the system had just dinged in his ear and released a quest. Material quest. Obtain 3 monster materials by killing hunting. Mission. Activate the fusion hand. Current progress. 2-3. Hand of fusion? Xiao Ting instantly sat up from the floor and looked into the void. What's the point? System. As long as you complete the quest, you will be able to activate the Hand of Fusion, which allows you to fuse everything in the world. System. For example, monster materials, you can fuse 3 different monster materials, with the probability of editing out a higher-level monster material. That good? Xiao Ting's fingers squeezed tight for a moment. I'm now, then, 1 progress away from reaching the mark. As long as he activated the Hand of Fusion, he could take the Thunderbolt Batwing, the Demon Dogfang, and the 3rd monster material and synthesize the 5th-order feather. The next step is to edit the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex into a monarch race, the Flying Dragon Monarchs. This synthesizing ability must come quickly. Sleeping for a day. Xiao Ting opened his eyes. He got up and stretched, sat down at the table, boiled a kettle of milk and made some breakfast. Finish eating. Out the door, with the few savings I had, I bought the little Tyrannosaurus Rex some breakfast. You put roasted whole beef, no entry level, into monster space. I fed the baby dragon a good meal. Timothy Shaw pulled out a stack of books and sat down at the dining room table with a bag of chips. Started thinking about what was out there that would allow him to quickly brush up on monster materials. System. To complete the quest, Either I or the Tyrannosaurus Rex must personally kill the monster, right? After asking the question. System. Yes, host. The pen rustling on the paper stopped. Timothy Shaw crossed out the plan on the paper. That means you can't cheat by buying it. There's another plan. Xiao Ting's eyes fell to the top of the white paper. If he obtained the out-of-town qualification, he would be able to enter the wilderness area and hunt wilderness monsters himself. But only by becoming a state-certified rank 0 on the book's editor will I be able to take the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex out of town. That is to say, you have to pass the apprentice career test in 3 months before you can get the qualification to leave the city. 3 months. Within 3 months, can I think of a way to obtain some monster materials on my own? Chapter 17 Underground Fights. Black Fist Flower Arm. Xiao Ting swallowed the chips in his mouth, his white fingers propped up on his chin, the cap of his pen poking into his face as he kept thinking carefully. So, is there any place in town where you can brush up on monster materials? Looked in my memory. In East Ocean City, there seems to be some official matchmaking venues for editors to battle monsters against each other. However, the various monster martial arts schools and monster dojos are almost always regular 1v1 venues. A fair fight within the constraints of the rules announced by the referee. If it's going to drop monster materials, then the opponent must be killed. Therefore, what he was looking for was the kind of informal underground place where he could engage in life and death battles and kill ring monsters, commonly known as black boxing. Xiao Ting closed his eyes and quickly opened them. He looked in his memory and found a location that met expectations. Underground Coliseum. 1 month later. The patrol squad that guarded the area around the old silo watched Timothy Shaw go downstairs to make his purchases and up to his self-imposed confinement every day. This month, Xiao Ting mainly entered the monster space through meditation. There was a lot of ground there, enough for the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex to flex its muscles. And their skill proficiency increased quite a bit. The dragon child has now learned a transcendental skill. Electric teeth. After learning this skill, Xiao Ting then finalized his itinerary for tomorrow. Black boxing. Slept until high noon. Wake up the next day. Xiao Ting took out a cloak of invisibility from the closet. This is a precious piece of enchanted equipment. Invisible lizard cloak 3rd order. Description. Chieftain grade enchanted weapon. Edited from the scales and armor of a chieftain-level stealth lizard, dragon tendons, and a 3rd rank secret art pearl. Abilities. Breath masking, simple transformation, shadow sneak. It was built for him by Xiao Ting's mother. Years ago, Xiao Ting relied on this enchanted cloak to hide under his bed, without being discovered by the exotic monsters that had entered his house. His old man was a mid-level editor. Mom, on the other hand, is an advanced enchantment artisan. Armed editors who have awakened the artifact talent can use monster materials and secret art beads to create secret art jewelry and enchanted equipment. They preferred to call themselves enchantment artisans than editors. Monster creator and monster editor are all generic terms passed down from ancient times, and modern people have divided them into different professions based on the different races of monsters. Edit the dragon monsters dragon master. Necromancers who create the undead. Swordmasters who harness flying swords. Dominion beasts, the most common imperial beastmaster. Everyone got cool career names, but it was still essentially monster editor. Xiao Ting put on his invisibility cloak and lightly used his spiritual connection to activate the 3rd order secret art treasure pearl. Activate easy transformation. A purple glow flooded his entire body. His height and aura changed rapidly. Timothy Shaw looked into the isolette mirror. The mirror illuminated a completely unfamiliar face that wouldn't exactly draw attention when thrown into a crowd. That's good. The silhouette in the mirror nodded in satisfaction, fingers lifting to put on leather gloves that prevented fingerprints from leaking. Cast, shadow sneak. The figure passed through a shadow, like a lurking dark assassin, and descended the stairs silently. There were more than 24 patrolmen around, still with their transcendent magic eyes on, guarding the talented young man in 704. But no one could have imagined that Xiao Ting would strut down the stairs at this time, and was ready to go to an extremely dangerous place to fight. Black Fist. Maintaining the transformation of the stealthy lizard cloak is very draining. Xiao Ting passed by the food stall and changed into another face. Under the boss's astonished gaze, he ate 3 bowls of wontons and 15 buns with an expressionless face. Finish eating and walk into the convenience store. Come out and get on the bus with a box of chocolate energy bars in your pocket. close to a 2 to 3 hour drive. The largest monster market in the outer city finally came into view. It's 2:30 in the afternoon and the East Bay Monster Market is packed. The surrounding stores' stalls were filled with all sorts of monster materials. There are even editable monster eggs. Passing by a booth, seeing one of the bug-patterned eggs, Xiao Ting jerked to a halt. Monster egg. Red dragon centipede. Racial potential. Second order elite. Attribute. Fire. Incubation probability. 1%. Although it carried the word dragon, it was a proper fire magic insect. Xiao Ting looked blinkered, simply squatted down and pointed. How much does this egg sell for? When the boss raised his eyes, he saw that he was dressed mysteriously and had a pair of flowery arms, so he was quick to be courteous. Big brother, elite grade demon worm eggs. 1 bite price, $2.5 million. Monster eggs with a 1% hatching probability for $2.5 million. Whoever buys it is a big wrong seed. Xiao Ting turned and walked away. After wandering around the market, he was all about looking and not buying. Just as he wandered into a corner and closed his eyes, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Big brother, you want to buy monster eggs for your daughter? Have you ever heard of a place called the Underground Coliseum? Chapter 18 Pure Prison Wind Demon King enters the arena. Xiao Ting looked back. Little Yellow Hair, who had been following him for a short while, finally stepped forward in a mysterious manner. Timothy Shaw has been on the market for a while, pretending to portray the persona of the broke guy out of jail who wants to buy his daughter a birthday present. As expected, it caught the attention of the informant. Intelligence comes to your door proactively. Little Yellow Hair had noticed the mysterious man more than 20 minutes ago. This big brother has a pair of flowery arms and haggles over thousands of dollars as he runs around trying to buy monster eggs for his daughter. Looks stubborn and poor. This is their underground fighting ring, their favorite big client. Seeing Xiao Ting play, the flower arm sank his face. Yellow Hair hurriedly handed over a huazi. Big brother, I don't mean any harm. I just want to introduce you to a good place. Lowering his voice, Yellow Hair implicitly raised his hand and pointed to a speakeasy not far away. Underground Coliseum? Have you heard of it? Hey, fight the monster ring place. Unlike ordinary battlegrounds, the underground arena doesn't care about life and death, and you can get the loot right away if you win. The so-called trophy is the party that loses the fight. The corpse of a normal level monster was covered in treasure and could be decomposed and sold for a good price of $100,000 to $800,000. You'll even get a nice bonus from the pool if you make it past 5. If Big Brother is short on cash, he can go check it out. After Yellow Hair finished speaking, he turned around and left. This man's golden pupils were too cold, calm and profoundly handsome and powerful. Definitely a pure prison demon king released from a full sentence. Xiao Ting, unaware of the other party, had brainwashed himself into a purely prison-style demon king. He withdrew his eyes and took a big step toward the speakeasy. The noise and raucous music came from far away. The bar signage was flashy and the neon lights were colorful, screaming gaudy and far from the secluded place Xiao Ting had imagined. Xiao Ting entered the back door of the bar and was greeted by a waitress. The flu has been severe for the last month, and for intensive occasions, guests are invited to choose a themed mask. Timothy Shaw. He casually picked up a black mask and snapped it over his face. The waiter boy held out his hand. Please, go inside. The music was deafening as the dancers in the ballroom danced feverishly. Suddenly, four drunken, burly men leaned over, exposed their flowery arms, and teased. Brothers want a drink, the drunken man said and tackled with his hand. This should be the threshold test for entering the underground coliseum, right? Xiao Ting smiled slightly, raised his hand, and slammed his fist on the bridge of the drunkard's nose. Bang! Human bones, obviously, were not as hard as the bones of an elite-level monster. The drunk flew 3 or 4 meters at once and smashed on the other side of the field, his head bleeding and unconscious. You guys! The 3 remaining drunks charged angrily. Another punch. One flew 7 or 8 meters and smashed into the ballroom. Everyone in the ballroom fell silent. The dancer, who had just been pole dancing, pulled out the handle of the knife in the pole. Everyone in the bar looked at Xiao Ting, with all kinds of electric batons, guns, and steel knives showing on his body. When the atmosphere is touch and go. Of the 4 drunks gathered around, the 2 drunks who were not knocked down by Xiao Ting waved their hands frantically behind them. Don't get on, don't get on. Can over a normal level captain with 1 punch. This was definitely a big brother they couldn't afford to mess with. Don't ever move. Don't mess with this bogeyman. Two drunks, actually bar bouncers, swallowed and looked fearful. This man on the opposite side had definitely killed before, and the murderous aura that was released in that instant was something that they had only ever felt in the elite-level Elder Sister Red, being stared at by a group of people as if they were enemies. Xiao Ting stood and pressed on, simulating a trace of the murderous aura from Wang's soul with the help of the cloak of invisibility, staring at the waiter on the side. Boring trysts? Can we end this? An extremely crazy, tyrannical bloody aura erupted from his body. This was the berserk-killing aura formed by a mid-level dark editing master who had killed thousands of people. All of them breathed in as if they were seeing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a forest pool of flesh and blood. The attendant teenager's back hairs glazed over. The man in the hood looked over, the golden eyes that had turned into vertical pupils staring coldly at him. Don't waste time. Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday. I hope that you hear. I can get the agreeable birthday gift. Timothy Shaw maintained his out-of-jail cranky old father persona and threatened. Several bouncers dragged the drunk away. The barman crouched down, cold sweat falling from his forehead, and respectfully said, "Please don't be angry yet. This is a necessary means of testing. I hope you understand. We don't want those rookies who don't know what they're doing to die in the underground arena either. And as an apology, please take this." The attendant brought out a brand new mask. It is like a small respirator, equipped with electronic cigarettes and colorful lights inside. And with each breath of the user, it will overflow with gaseous green smoke, as if it were an evil ghost spitting. This stuff costs thousands online, it's cool, and you wear it as if you were an evil spirit in smoke walking the world. Xiao Ting changed into his respirator and followed the respectful barman up the underground elevator. -2 floors. Ding! As the elevator doors on either side pulled open, an open field appeared before them. Lights flashed here and there, standing one battle ring after another, and every now and then you could see blood and red splatters. The gamblers on both sides of the blood-fighting ring, with red eyes, kept screaming and cursing. Him! Hetra! Gone another loss. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. What bad luck! The cheering and yelling of the crowd and the angry roaring of the monster were deafening as they intertwined and echoed. The waiter directed him to the bar to the left of the elevator. The imperial lady at the front desk, holding a lady's cigarette in her mouth, idly looked towards the two. Want to trade some chips? Or do you want to get in the ring of life and death? Xiao Ting, who was clad in a black cloak that revealed his flowery arms, raised his head. Under the rolling green smoke, he revealed a pair of golden beast pupils with a few stupid warlike intentions. How do you fight? That mysterious and unpredictable back walks into the ring for the Area 44 match. The attendant teenager's shoulders collapsed. A long breath escaped his lips. Why are you so afraid of him? Red glanced at her sweaty cousin. Sis, can't you smell the blood on him? Cousin laughed bitterly. That kind of terrifying killing aura. I've only ever felt it on the bodies of those great chiefs in East Sea City. Overkill. Such a person is either a madman or a prisoner. Chapter 19: The Third Lord versus the Hungry Dragon Breeder. Afraid of nothing. Sister Hong elegantly crossed her legs. You keep your men close, give people courtesy, and don't ever mess with him. Or else. She exhaled a mouthful of ripe peach smoke. If the second-rank monsters get into a fight, the field that this brother of yours has been running for half a year will be destroyed again. The waiter broke out in a cold sweat out of nowhere. Second-order elite? Sister, is he really a mid-level editor? Intermediate editors in their small coastal 18th-tier city were already big bulls who could walk sideways. The 4 dock gang leaders in the outer city of Donghai City were the intermediate siren editors holding elite monsters. Red smiled and exhaled a slow puff of smoke. Who knows? It's not like we have a monster appraiser here to estimate the opponent's exact level. But Sister Red held out her hand. A vermilion, highly venomous bird-trapping spider crawled obediently onto the back of her hand. The woman stroked the demon spider and said solemnly, from his body, little spider senses an extremely terrifying aura. You and I? We'd better not mess with him. The cousin in front of him was like being struck by lightning. Sister, you are a high achiever of the 9 institutes of Magic City, with an S-rank talent, poison spider section editor, accompanied by an initial monster, red-eyed demon spider, and when it grows up, it's a 4th-order monster chancellor. The waiter boy swallowed his saliva and looked at Xiao Ting's back incredulously. To be able to strike fear into the demonic spider that rules the race. What is that man's editing monster? Xiao Ting came to the registration desk in Ring 44 and casually wrote down 5 large, dragon-like characters as a code name. Then he stood on the field and silently waited for his opponent. Uncle Kuan, there seems to be an empty field over there. Isn't your mad blood rhino an omnivorous monster? Do you want to have a feast? Not a moment later, a male gentleman suddenly stopped and pointed wistfully at Xiao Ting on the stage. A dozen big men were gathered around him. At first glance, it's not a low status. The man known as Uncle Kuan smiled bitterly. Young Zhang, we still have to deliver goods to the boss. Zhang Xiaohao put away his smile, narrowed his eyes, and said without anger, Uncle Kuan, you're not afraid, are you? The people around them were silenced. The son in front of me is the youngest and most beloved son of Boss Zhang, the leader of the Huaihai Wharf Gang. Nearly 30 years old. No editing talent awakened. Just like to watch the hands go to the beasts. Played a lot of henchmen to death because of this, but they have a father who's a dock gang leader over their heads. No one in the Huaihai dock gang dares to disobey him. Uncle Quinn sighed. The man realizes that he still can't escape a fight to the death today and turns to walk to the ring. The third leader of the Huaihai gang is on stage. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Hundreds of gamblers instantly gathered around. Eyes like a ravenous hyena. Uncle Quinn is well known in the underground neighborhood. He was a one-horned rhino editor, AB rank editing talent that could only edit one type of monster, the one-horned rhino, and was a veteran under the Huaihai dock gang's leader, Boss Zhang. 30 years ago, Uncle Quinn was for self-defense, convicted of manslaughter. After his release from prison, Uncle Quan is quickly taken in by Boss Zhang and works for him. It was said that he was close to breaking through to an intermediate-level editor and would soon be on par with Boss Zhang. With such a big shot on stage, a group of gamblers were red with excitement. Bet me all on it. Nonsense, of course I'm betting on Uncle Kuan. That man is hiding his head and his tail, and I don't know what he is, so who's betting on him? Uncle Kuan. Beat him to death. The stage was screaming. Almost all of them are words that sing the praises of Timothy Shaw. Of course Xiao Ting heard it, but he clasped his hands on his arms, unfazed. I don't get angry when other people get angry. I'll draw a circle and curse you all to lose until your pants fall off. Upon taking the stage, the middle-aged man on the opposite side, Uncle Kuan, surveyed his demeanor and suddenly arched his hand. Little brother, I have an old mother and young children at home, so I have no intention of fighting to the death. If you lose later, let's just call it a day. We don't have to fight to the death. End of speech. The referee in front of the ring then picks up the 2 men's bout sheets and reads out their respective code names. Ordinary level, Third Pawn, versus Ordinary level, Hungry Dragon Breeder. The 44th ring match has officially begun. Chapter 20, Grandpa T. Rex is on top. As the referee's words fell, the void in front of the 2 men simultaneously pulled open a circular summoning formation. The respective monsters, stepping out of the monster space. The field rumbled and shook. On Uncle Kuan's side, a 2-meter-tall, reddish, wild-blooded rhinoceros stepped out. It was clad in hard-scaled armor, with a flaming unicorn horn on its head and fierce eyes. The aura was even more oppressive than the severely injured elite lickers and bughead hunters. Name: Wild Blood Rhinoceros. Attribute: Fire. Potential race: Second Order Elite. Growth level: First Order Peak 99% Evolution. Skills: Punching, Hardening, Flame Horn Attack. Weaknesses: Water, Rock, Poison. Number of edits: 1. Details: one-horned rhinoceros plus fire oxblood. Xiao Ting looked at the rhinoceros monster, and its information immediately appeared before his eyes. This peak first-order monster. It was still 1% short of evolving to the elite level. Elite-level monsters were capable of mastering many low-level transcendent skills, and their strength was vastly different from that of ordinary-level monsters. Go on, Mad Blood Rhinoceros. Tear him apart. The gamblers around us were yelling. The betting pool in Ring 44 instantly gathered $40 million in bets. As long as Uncle Quan kills Xiao Ting, they will get a winning chip. Uncle Kuan sighed. If you surrender, we don't have to fight to the death. Do you think you're going to win? Xiao Ting was annoyed when he saw his forced to go on stage. If you kowtow, I'll let you off the hook. Generosity. He maintained his cranky old father persona and stomped his foot impatiently. My turn. Summon. Above the ring, a huge shadow was suddenly cast. An incomparably large sub-dragon beast leg stepped out from the depths of the crack. Uncle Kuin raised his head, staring blankly at the dragon's shadow cast coldly in front of him. It's a prehistoric beast. The head is 4 meters tall and is covered in sub-dragon scale armor that is extremely purple over black. His eyes were purple and electric, and a terrifying dragon monster pressure emanated from his body. The thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its eyes. A stream of purple air erupted from within his nostrils with an electrifying purple intent, looking out of the corner of his eye at the mad blood rhino across from him with newfound wonder. Modern biology. It's never been in a recipe. What would you like to host? What would you like to host? The dragon's mouth opens and drinks out streams of air. Wisps of saliva, dripping down the roots of his teeth, etched nuisance holes in the ring. Mad blood rhino row. Ong! It erupted rolling hot air from its nostrils and took several steps back in a row. Moo! How could it be an ancient dragon race? The mad blood rhino was horrified. The racial value between it and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the difference was too great. The opposite race starts at the 5th rank. And it's second order. Let's just say that a second-order foundation builder can give a 5th-order transformation god a slap in the face. Even a 5th-order transformation god with only refined energy was not something it could deal with as a district elite race. Berserk blood rhinoceros, pupils looked left and right, could not find a point of escape, and finally could only stand with strong, shivering legs. I'm fighting a dragon, aren't I? At this moment, everyone outside of the ring was coincidentally looking at this prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex with their mouths wide open and their expressions demented. Trenching. Ro, dragon. He actually has a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The gamblers who had placed their bets on Xiao timing froze. This Tyrannosaurus Rex was like a loud slap in their face. He actually has a dragon. How did he get a dragon? How could a small place like Donghai City have a legendary near-extinct dragon master? Countless gamblers showed expressions of despair. Grandpa Tyrannosaurus Rex is on board. Is it too late for the grandchildren to revote? Chapter 21 Wild-Blooded Rhinoceros versus Ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. This may be the first and only time in their lives that the gamblers will face a dragon-like monster head-on. This ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex-like dragon-like monster in front of him exuded a powerful dragon pressure, and its racial rank would never be lower than a 4th-stage commander. A monster's racial level determines the transcendent skills it can learn, as well as its upper limit of strength. And monsters of the 4th-order race. Even if his strength was currently at the ordinary level, he could still master many transcendent skills, able to easily cross-level challenge and tear apart 2nd-rank elites. A wail of lost principle in the midst. There were a few grungy gamblers who seemed unusually excited. Good lord, I didn't realize he had a sub-dragon. The waiter teenager pinched his chips and repented. I only bet $5 million. Should have just poked and rolled the money of the idiots around here who were singing the praises of the hungry dragon breeder. Sister Hong was also shocked as she looked at the dragon. Afterwards, she looked at Zhang Xiaohao, who had an iron face, and gloated as she crossed the heels of her red shoes. Zhang Xiaohao is going to fall this time. Zhang Xiaohao is no good. Uncle Quinn, the man, is also a raccoon. This hypocrite, every time he says he's on point, but he's just being sycophantic. After the opposite editor lets his guard down, it will allow the mad blood rhino to immediately start the abuse. And the fact that the man had no father, no mother, no children, no grandchildren at all, and that he was talking about the oldest and the youngest point blank, was just an excuse to get the ring keeper to relax. No monster that was challenged in the ring by him came down alive. It's obvious that you can crush by strength, but you have to make a fake hypocrisy to tease others. Sister Hong has been looking at him with displeasure for a long time. To say that the one with the most complicated emotions present was Zhang Xiaohao. He breathed heavily and looked cynically at the dragon master on the stage. Damn it. This kid. How could there be a dragon? How could there be a dragon? Who would have thought that the unheralded Xiao Ting, in passing, would pull out a thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex that could slay the entire field? Zhang Xiaohao fiercely grabbed the energy isolation net and shouted angrily. What are you waiting for? Uncle Kuin. Do him for me. Uncle Kuin came back to his senses and directly turned on the big one. Mad blood rhino? Flame horn attack? The old cow, go for it. The mad blood rhino violently exploded. The huge body charged towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the same time, A blazing flame rushed out of its unicorn horn. The entire beast transformed into a fiery red lightning bolt and slammed in the direction of the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. The blow was extremely fast. The crowd only felt a red lightning bolt cross in front of their eyes. This aura is too formidable, worthy of being a quasi-elite level. Some of the powerful professional editors quickly detected the uncommon strength of this mad-blood rhinoceros. The gamblers were suddenly burning with hope again. Charge, duck! On the other side of the ring, Xiao Ting faintly issued a command. The thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes were like electricity, and his body exploded with blood-red light as his body flickered and directly disappeared from the field. One-horned rhino misses with a body shot. The fiery column of unicorn horns slammed into the energy containment mesh, burning half of it to a crisp. It quickly pulled out its giant horns and looked east. So fast. That's what everyone thinks. Standing in God's perspective, they saw the huge body of the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, with an incomparably flexible speed, take a step of 3 to 4 meters, instantly dodging the attack and circling around behind the one-horned rhinoceros. At this point, the one-horned rhinoceros had just pulled out its long horn, making it the perfect time to counterattack. Crush and tear. The man's hoarse, cold voice sounded again. Uncle Quinn reacted immediately, shouting at the same time, "Hardening!" The words fell. A flame like luster covered the entire body of the mad-blood rhino's skin. Moo! It let out a long whistle and instantly completed arming its entire body. The entire rhino's aura became incomparably thick, as if it was clad in ruby-created armor. This is metamorphosis-level hardening. Just a little bit short of skill proficiency, it will be able to acquire the low-rank transcendent skill, Fire Armor. There was a gasp from the crowd. Monsters master basic skills that can be honed and evolved through deep development and mastery. The basic reinforcement skill, Hardening, can then be evolved into a defense skill with different attributes. Fire Armor, which is the hardening of fire-type monsters, is a low-ranked transcendent skill of the fire type that can evolve twice after reaching level 10 proficiency. Continue to improve proficiency. Can also evolve into an immensely useful middle-rank transcendent skill, Flame Armor.
Chapter 22 Pro war Outbreak?
Electric Teeth activated. I didn't expect that this less than elite level mad blood rhinoceros would have developed the high-rank basic hardening skill to the level of a secondary metamorphosis. Many gamblers have renewed their confidence. However, a huge body rushed up. The thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's morose giant teeth bit down on the mad blood rhino's neck. The mad blood rhino lived up to its name and blocked the attack. But as the T-Rex's bite strengthens a little bit, its whole body was bubbling with blood beads, and the armor on its neck was like paper mache, clicking and shattering apart. It couldn't hold its own.
ANG.
Suddenly, the mad blood rhinoceros whistled furiously under the Tyrannosaurus Rex's large mouth. The skin of his entire body abruptly lit up with a raging layer of red light, spewing out hot thermal energy. It's Fire Armor. At the critical moment, it actually made a breakthrough in the battle and learned the low-rank transcendent skill Fire Armor. The crowd exclaimed. A look of ecstasy blossomed on the sad faces of the gamblers. The roar raged on, wave after wave. Mad blood rhino, don't lose. Climb up and top it. The blood-red flame energy formed a layer of tough armor that enveloped the entire body of the mad blood rhino. A raging hot aura emerged from its body, constantly releasing boiling hot energy, searing the Tyrannosaurus Rex's large mouth and forcing it to loosen its huge mouth. However, the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex did not retreat. It violently lifted the 3-ton wild-blooded rhino, in one bite, in front of the shocked eyes of the crowd. Moo! The mad blood rhinoceros lost its balance and wailed in the air, constantly struggling. Ka-ching! Sounded like a thunderous explosion. The Fire Armor, berserk blood rhino's body rapidly collapsed. A single electrified T-Rex fang pierced its neck. The throat shattered wildly under the tremendous bite. Plasma dripped to the ground. Bang! The dragon of thunder and lightning violently slammed the prey in its mouth onto the ground. The ring was smashed out of a deep pit. The mad blood rhinoceros collapsed into a pool of blood and didn't move a muscle. Just this Fire Armor? Altium electric teeth. For a second, feel free. You eliminated a quasi-elite level rhinoceros berserker. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution level plus 9%. Current evolution level 80% of Order 0. Skill, Charge proficiency +1. Skill crush and tear proficiency +1. Current proficiency 4 proficiency 4. Evolution added 9%? Xiaoting was thoughtful. I'm afraid that this Berserk Blood Rhino's combat power was already on par with that of an elite-level monster. He craned his head to look at the referee on the sidelines. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex lifted its head as he did. Those purple electricity like dragon pupils swept the entire field. Everyone felt a might of a hegemonic power that blocked me to death. Only I am the only one. Roar! The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex tore off a piece of flesh and blood, tilting its head back and letting out a furious cry, its aura in full bloom. At this moment, it was as if there were invisible waves that bloomed from its body. The whole room went silent. A few of the outlaws in the next ring also forgot to spar. All eyes were on ring 44. It's so strong. So strong. In only one round of exchange, the quasi-elite level Mad Blood Rhino was seconded. This dragon, undoubtedly, was the strongest amongst the convergence of gazes at this moment. The dragon's black, cavernous mouth opened wide. The teeth tore off chunks of rhinoceros flesh and blood and chewed them in large mouthfuls. Devouring quasi-elite monster. Rhinoceros Berserkers. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution +5%. Current evolution level 85% of Order 0. The aura on it was even more terrifying. Promoted to late stage 0. Just 1 or 2 more wild dry rice fights and it will be upgraded. Devouring fire monsters. Your Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex has had an epiphany and has learned explosive flame spit. Suddenly, a surprise alert appeared in Xiaoting's ears. Eat a mid-order transcendental? Xiaoting quickly looked at the skill panel. Chapter 23. You ate a flaming dragon's breath? Skill. Explosive flame breath. Introduction. A dragon mid-ranked transcendent skill that spews fiery, super high heat flames from its mouth. Level 10 proficiency evolution. Flame Dragon Breath high-level transcendence. This was a transcendent skill that only a monster leader could control. Having mastered powerful skills, the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex possesses an even stronger ability to challenge over levels. Xiaoting looked kindly at the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was eating furiously and ferociously, like a kindly old dad, watching his favorite little piglet provide for his meals. Sonny, eat with an open stomach. Let's eat to upgrade today. Xiaoting swept a glance at the gamblers on the stage, like he was looking at a perfect buffet of leeks. He was covered in cool sensations. On the other side, Uncle Kuan was spitting blood furiously. Uncle Kuan was stunned as he watched the Mad Blood Rhinoceros being gnawed into a pile of white bones. The entire person's face was pale, his heart and mind were heavily damaged, and blood continued to rage around his mouth. How is this possible? The initial monster that had accompanied him for more than a decade had lost just like that. Uncle Kuan covered his chest and fell to his knees. A full head of black hair and a flash of gray. When the initial monster is killed, the editor's mind will surely be severely damaged. Uncle Kuan's essence seemed to have been drained the moment the Mad Blood Rhinoceros died. The referee closed his dull jaw, stared deeply at the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, and raised the red flag on Timothy Shaw's side to announce it. The bloodbath is over, and this ring match is won by Red's hungry dragon breeder. Uncle Quinn stumbles out of the ring. With a head full of white hair and a stooped body, the entire person had aged more than 10 times. Third Master, are you all right? Fellow travelers rushed to hold him up. Good, very good. Surveying Uncle Kuan's state, Zhang Xiaohao glared angrily at Xiaoting on the stage. I, Huaihai Wharf Gang, have been bullied to the head by a nobody today. The Huaihai Dock Gang had hundreds of men under their command, and they often fought other neighborhoods, so injuries and disabilities were normal. But Uncle Quinn, unlike the cannon fodder that dies when it dies, the loss of a quasi-elite level in the club would have his father and his brother fuming at him and asking for forgiveness. Zhang Xiaohao made a wink towards the dog leg beside him. They shouldered Uncle Kuan's body and headed towards the elevator. Kid, you wait for us. Zhang Xiaohao gave a harsh word towards ring 44, turned around and left. It's not over. If his father and his brother knew that he had caused Uncle Quinn so much harm, they wouldn't let him go. Zhang Xiaohao glanced at the wooden Uncle Kuan, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. I'm sorry, Uncle Gone. Only if you die. It was only then that he was able to put this on the head of that dragon master firmly. The Rex smacked his lips and kept making cool chewing noises. A bit of fluorescence was revealed in the white bones of the mad-blood rhinoceros. The dragon's mouth gave a lurch. Cuckoo's large, food-eating head came to a halt, teeth picking up the beads and lifting his hind legs as he sank towards Xiaoting. Found anything good? It opened its mouth wide and dropped a bit of fluorescent light. Timothy Shaw reached out and fished for it. Wild blood rhinoceroses, secret jewel second order. Description: a curing skill, reusable second order flame pearl. Skill: low-level transcendental fire armor consumes physical energy, summons the flames of a mad-blooded rhinoceros and turns them into armor to protect his body. Into his hand was a warm, flaming treasure pearl, and the figure of a rhinoceros monster could be faintly seen inside. This bead, taken and made into a secret art trinket, could be turned into good defense equipment. Xiaoting played with the fire armor treasure pearl for a moment. Although it didn't drop monster materials, this bead was not bad to give him defense. Xiaoting put away the secret art treasure pearl, sat on the ground, and continued to wait. It was at this point that a beautiful woman suddenly walked onto the stage. "You killed Su Kuan. The Huaihai Doc gang won't rest easy." Sister Hong. A burning wazoo was thrown. Timothy Shaw caught it and smoothly inserted it into the vent of his respirator. Take a deep breath and the plum-like aroma is more mellow than that of an e-cigarette.
Chapter 24 Doksuitgang. Door kick.
The thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex at his side suddenly stood up. Violet eyes ignored the woman across the room. After not detecting the killing aura, the beast lowered its head again and gnawed on the fresh meat of the rhinoceros beast's abdominal cavity. The 3-ton rhinoceros beast is too big and dry rice dragon can't finish it for a while, so he can only pick and choose, showing off the freshest organs into his mouth. Click here. You be careful, the Huaihai Doc gang has 2 intermediate-level beast masters, the big boss and the second boss. Neither of them are good. Sister Red didn't come any closer. She glanced deeply at Xiaoting and warned from a distance. Xiaoting's eyes lit up. 2 intermediate-level beast masters who can summon elite monsters? An elite-level monster gains 15% evolution from the time it fights to the time it starts eating. A rank 0 dragon boy is just 15% short of evolution if he wants to upgrade. Just raw dazzle one, and the dragon properly rises to 1st rank. Thanks. Xiaoting clasped his hands on his arms and sat cross-legged on the ground, nodding gently towards Sister Hong. His bottom line was the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, and this secret art cloak on his body. Stealth Lizard Cloak 3rd Order. Crafted from the scale armor, dragon tendons, and 3rd Order secret art jewels of an alpha-level demon lizard. It has superb defense along with the magical 3 hiding abilities. Medium Transcendence. Scent masking consumes physical energy to conceal one's footsteps, body heat, and odor, and cannot be detected by monsters below the level of the chieftain. Middle Order Transcendence. Shadow Subterfuge consumes physical energy, uses shadows to conceal his form, and while in subterfuge, cannot be observed by beings below the rank of chief. Low-level Transcendence. Simple transformation consumes physical energy to change one's appearance and a certain height, with a certain probability of being recognized by the elite level or higher. These 3 transcendent-level monster secret arts work together. Even a 3rd-rank alpha-level monster couldn't discover Xiaoting's traces. If you can't beat them, activate the enchanted cloak, wind up tight and pull the whoop, tactical retreat. The one who escaped anyway, the cranky out-of-prison big brother who bought his daughter a birthday present. What's it got to do with him, the strong-blooded Xiaoting? Even if it exposes the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wait for the material to arrive. Xiaoting then immediately synthesized the 5th Order feathers and edited out the flying dragon life of the 6th Order race. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's appearance and morphology, and even a variety of physical traits, changed drastically. Its editorial evolution from one species to another. As for that black boxing editor with the black dragon, what business is it of his flying dragon awakened? After a kind reminder, Red stops talking and walks out of the ring. Timothy Shaw continued to wait for the leaks to be cut. Above the ring, this 8-ton mass is too oppressive. Ring 44 is obviously not crowded. 10 minutes or so later, the elevator opens. A group of people rushed up in a rage. Father, big brother, it's him. He's the one who killed Uncle Kuan. Zhang Xiaohao's face was full of indignation as he pointed at Xiaoting on the stage. A group of tattoo-covered black-clothed strong men parted, revealing 2 figures with thick auras. Oh, Even a hidden outlaw dares to kill my men in Block 9. Boss Zhang looked at Xiao Ting with a smile on his face and said. With a wave of his arm, the minions behind him carried out a dead body. Surprisingly, it was Uncle Kuan who had disappeared earlier. Uncle Kuan is actually dead. This body was carried out and there was an uproar. The faces of the surrounding gamblers were appalled. To hell with it, Uncle Quinn had more prestige with the dock gang than the 19 monster grand captains in charge of shipping. Such an old man of the gang who could be called an elder died. The Huaihai gang members, who emphasized the morality of the Jianghu, will not let it go. Seeing that things were getting serious, a very small number of timid gamblers, gulping, quietly took the elevator and skipped. But the vast majority of gamblers gathered around. It's a hilarious sight to see. There were even quite a few people whose gazes flickered as they looked at Xiao Ting gloatingly. If the Pier gang could get rid of the hungry dragon breeder in Ring 44, the losers of their pants would be able to take a breath of fresh air. There was a cacophony of chatter. Xiao Ting opened his eyes and looked down from the ring. I didn't kill the man, he said calmly. That's a black mark he won't take. A man? But you don't dare to act like a man? Zhang Xiaohao roared in anger. Of course he knew that it wasn't Xiao Ting who killed Uncle Kuan. Uncle Quan was killed by him, instructing his minions. He's too scared. If we don't get Uncle Quan killed, the big brother and pops, who are big on love, will get him killed. Zhang Xiaohao didn't want to be chastised and firmly put the on Xiao Ting's head. None of the gamblers gathered on the sidelines said a word. Xiao Ting caused them to lose a large sum of money. They gloated and could not wait for him to be hacked to death by the Huaihai dock gang. Boss Zhang coldly looked at Xiao Ting on the stage. Kuan has been with me for 13 years and has saved my life twice. I've been a big brother all my life, and I don't want to be ridden over the head when I'm old and be a coward who doesn't avenge his brother's death. Young man, your dragon is strong. But this life of his, I must take it back from you. Xiao Ting didn't say anything. He directly unfolded the eyes of omniscience. An attribute panel popped up above the head of each dock gang member. It encapsulates their editing talents, their editing monsters, as well as the secret trinkets and enchanted equipment that you carry with you. He would like to see if this door-kicking team on the other side was worth his softness. The strongest on the opposite side was a young man named Zhang Yiming. Chapter 25. Dinner is served. I said, Roar Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Name Zhang Yiming. Talent. A+ Seasonal Cicada Editing. Rank. Intermediate Bug Editor. Monster. Elite Level 4 Seasons Cicada Chrysalis Sleeping. Status. Slightly Angry Dark Injury. Seasonal cicada pupa has repeatedly failed to turn into a cicada and has dark injuries. This sickly-looking Grand Duke of the club was the strongest. The monster under his command, however, is in a slumbering state of failed cicada transformation. Although he was an elite-level editor, he belonged to the category of a clay bodhisattva who was not afraid of making much of a wave. The next person who can fight is Boss Yung, who put out the tough talk. Name, Zhang Crocodile. Gifted, Grade B Yangtze Editing. Grade, Intermediate Crocodile Editor. Monster, Elite Level Ice Spine Crocodile Healthy, Ordinary Level Ice Tail Crocodile Healthy, Ordinary Level Poison Tail Crocodile Healthy. Status, Angry. The opponent misses his dead best friend and is very angry with you for what you've done. 1 elite monster, 2 normal monsters. Coincidentally, the other party was actually a crocodile monster that was under the lizard form order, a branch of the dragon race. Xiao Ting's eyes glowed. Wonderful. Yangtze alligator, also known as Chinese alligator tua, folk commonly known as tualong or piggish dragon, is also the ancient beast period, the remnants of the ancient reptiles. It's nicknamed the Earth Dragon, but what can be said about its fighting prowess? Is the degree of being teased by the netizens of the former Earth. This thing can't even beat Want Want Snowcake. A bite down actually left half teasing. However, the elite-level Ice Thorn Crocodile was a proper, transcendent monster that could learn low-level transcendent skills. A mouthful of frigid teeth, incarnated as a transcendent, capable of slaying all the land beasts and deep-sea overlords of his former life. Ordinary-level monsters, perhaps still limited by the small stature of a first-order race. But after editing to elite races, ordinary monsters then undergo a metamorphosis and become proper transcendents. It's just a shame. What it is about to encounter is the strongest land ruler in ancient times, the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tens of millions of years ago during the Archaeopteryx, the land was still home to the ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. Elite-level ice spine crocodiles are naturally subject to the dominant dragon blood pressure of the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus rex. Don't say it. Fearing that it was an ancestor. The pre-beginning giant crocodile came, it would have to tactically slide to its knees under the suppression of the fifth-order dragon's blood, worshipping and recognizing its big brother on the spot. It's genuinely not hard to kill with a good wandering. This wave is a big evolutionary degree delivered to your door. When the atmosphere is stagnant. Sister Hong suddenly walked over. Brother Yiming, this man is my friend. Give me face. Sister Hong looked at the young man with a pale, sickly, decaying face. Although Boss Zhang was strong, the one who really spoke the truth in Huaihai Gang was this young man who looked sick to death. He was the top student in East Ocean City 10 years ago. The rest of the students of the Mordor 9. He was once a genius who was also famous in the East Sea. Unfortunately, the stalled 4-season cicada is such an initial monster that needs to be incubated for 10 years before it can hit the ground running. So wasting away for 10 years in the small territory of the East China Sea Pier Gang. Zhang Yiming glanced at her, a smile with 3 parts scorn and 7 parts pallor on his face. Okay, elementary school girl, it's your field, I'll give you face. Having said that, Zhang Yiming and Xiao Ting, who was in the ring, locked eyes. The sickly youth coughed several times and said faintly, 10 normal-level monsters. Either you die or they do. If they're all dead and the grudge is settled, I, Huaihai Gang, will walk you out of the gate. Zhang Yiming waved his hand. A punk with a scar across his face makes his way to the ring. Yet, in the next moment, boom! The energy barrier network was savagely smashed by a terrifying burst of monstrous force. The surrounding gamblers took a few steps backward, with a look of having seen a ghost on their faces. This Tyrannosaurus Rex-like dragon-like monster actually used its lightning unicorn to directly smash the crashing energy grid? One must know that the quasi-elite level Mad Blood Rhino, who had used the Flame Horn attack, had only managed to burn half of this barrier net, which was capable of stopping elite-level monsters, under the stunned, shocked eyes of the gamblers as well as everyone in the Huaihai Pier Gang. A thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex leaps from the ring and lands with a thud. It had a figure sitting on its back. The figure's entire body was covered by robes, with not a bit of skin showing. The respirator under the bridge of his nose overflowed with gaseous green smoke like the spit of a malevolent spirit. No need to come up. The field is too small, right here together. The mask reveals a straight nose. A pair of golden eyes could be seen through the green smoke. Those golden pupils were thousands of brilliant, the dragon pupils of the vertical split. Xiao Ting rode on the back of the dragon and looked disdainfully at the surrounding gang as he coldly said, if it was Boss Tang of the intermediate crocodile editors, who led a group of people and didn't want to lose face by copping a beating around him, he would also find it slightly tricky. But the opposite side only released 10 normal-level monsters to try and get him and the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex killed. Good lord, who are you looking down on? As soon as the Tyrannosaurus Rex boy awakens, he'll be able to hit the field with 2 second-order and 3 first-order. Would Xiao Ting be afraid to fight a group of small first-order monsters in front of him? The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its hind limbs and stomped heavily on the ground with a deafening proclamation. Roar! Dinner's on, I said. Come on, come on, come on. Dazzle the big-headed dragon's mouth. Hosted. Chapter 26 Red Shrimp, Green Crab, Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. Good, very good. The muscles on Zhang Yiming's face couldn't help but twitch. He's been fighting in the Sea City for 10 years. It's the first time I've met such a wild gambler. Zhang Yiming looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, a trace of deep longing in his eyes, and waved his hand violently at the group behind him. Wu Laosher, take the Red Shrimp and Green Crab troop with you. 10 members of the Dock Gang stepped out and surveyed Xiao Ting on the dragon's back wistfully. Can you fight again? You're a normal-level dragon-type monster with 2 or 3 skills. Can you still fight 8 or 9 of them alone? 10 monster summoning spells lit up like star charts. Wave like ripples rippled in the void, and blocks of siren figures came out. It's the Dock Gang's Shrimp and Crab Shield Regiment. There was a gasp as someone recognized the monster in front of them. Huaihai Dock Gang, subordinate fleet of 19 ships. They have taken in a large number of sea editors. One of the most common, the Shrimper Editorial Division. Wu Laosher is the captain of the number 18 Red Shrimp and Green Crab boat, and the head of the 10 dock editors. He is also the 4th in command of the Dock Gang under Uncle Quan. A professional-level siren editor, his strength should not be underestimated. the crowd exclaimed when 5 ice pincer lobsters and 5 shield armor crabs, wrapped in icy blue cold air, walked out of the void tunnel. Name: Ice Lobster. Attribute: Water Ice. Potential race: Second Order Elite. Growth level: Mid First Order, Late First Order. Skills: Ice Hammer, Pinch Off, Punching. Number of edits: 1. Details: Red crayfish plus Wendigo blood. Name: Shield Crab. Attribute: Water. Potential race: Second Ranked Elite Sea Race. Growth level: Mid First Order, Late First Order. Skills: Hardening, Shield Strike, Punching. Number of edits: 1. Details: Purple Chalid Green Crab plus Snow Monster Blood. Before Xiao Ting's eyes, panel after panel of monsters appeared. Nice guy, 10 shrimp and crab. If only his companion monster, instead of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, was a Triton. This group of Dragon Palace-sized minions I guess out will have to kneel.
Xiao Ting mused.
Speaking of which, he hadn't eaten a meter-and-a-half long grilled lobster or grilled green crab. Pack it up later. Sister Red raised her hand, telling the sweaty referee next to her to get up and out of the way, and then picked up the sparring flag herself. The woman looked to her sides and exhaled a strawberry-flavored smoke ring. Any more harsh words? Wu Lauscher shook his head and looked at the terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex across the street. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex looked down at the 10 normal-level monsters on the ground, its mouth wide open and saliva dripping down. Hosts, so much unheard-of seafood. Hosts. Timothy Shaw. Wait a minute. Sister Hong gave a slight lurch and looked at the figure on the dragon's back. Xiao Ting tumbled to the ground, his figure like a drop of ink, sinking into the shadow of the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Medium Transcendence. Shadow Stalker. The stealthy lizard cloak wrapped around Xiao Ting's body, making him one with the dark shadows around him. Medium Transcendence. Breath Masking. Xiao Ting's breath disappeared. At the same time, there was an emptiness in his belly. Xiao Ting consumed a large amount of stamina, activated 2 secret arts, dived into the shadow of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and appeared at the other end of the battlefield, farther away from the battlefield. Defense is not an option. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex is very strong, but he is still flesh and blood, not afraid of a heavy punch straight to the face, but afraid of a sneak attack from the old 6 behind. Incredible. It's at least an alpha-level 3rd Order enchanted equipment. The attendant cousin besides Sister Hong was surprised. A 3rd-ranked enchanted equipment, the rarity of which was not even below that of an alpha-level monster egg. Materials to build this alpha-level equipment. I'm afraid the price is close to the $40 million plus pool winnings. That's for sure. It's a life-saving relic left to him by Xiao Ting's mother. That 3rd-ranked enchantment artisan spent decades of savings and dowry to create this final masterpiece. If it wasn't for this equipment, Xiao Ting would never have been able to survive in front of the eyes of a group of exotic monsters, as well as the group of 10 evil editors who tore open the monster cracks and summoned them. To an outsider, Xiao Ting's figure sank into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's massive shadow. Like a drop of ink into the sea of lightlessness, it disappeared from the world without a trace.
No breath.
No footwork. No breathing. It was as if a lord of the Shadow Dragon King had strolled into no man's land and watched the killing performance offered by the blood contract Tyrannosaurus Rex. Only hoarse voices came from the field. It's ready to go. Sister Red recovered her surprised mind and nodded, raising her flag. Ordinary level, Hungry Dragon Breeder versus ordinary level, Red Shrimp and Green Crab Crew. The battle begins. As the words fell, Wu Lauscher and Xiao Ting shouted at the same time. Charge! All the monsters on the field had a burst of enhanced red light coming out of their bodies. The speed instantly doubled. They unanimously abandoned their defenses and swarmed. Roar! The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its foot, and its broad paw kicked the 5 shield armored crabs, flying away. Then, its huge body, like a giant mountain, rushed into the group of ice pincer lobsters. Wu Lauscher, who commanded the Red Shrimp Troop, had eyes like a hawk. Quickly making a counterattack, he snapped. 1, 2, 3. Block with the ice hammer. 3 ice-clawed lobsters lined up side by side, arms raised. 6 pairs of large pincers spewed out cold and icy air. It quickly froze and linked into a huge shield of ice pincers. Offense as defense. They retreated tens of meters, but surprisingly, they weren't smashed to pieces. barely maintaining their formation and blocking the powerful charge of the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus rex. 4. 5. Pinch off the dragon's hindquarters. Ice tongs lobster number 4 and ice tongs lobster number 5. Wielding ice tongs. All of a sudden, it transformed into two streams of icy blue light, rushing towards the Tyrannosaurus rex's paws and extending its large pincers to strangle down fiercely. However, the two shrimp soldiers, who had clamped onto the dragon's hindquarters, quickly froze. SSH. This ing. Strung. Can't be strung. The steel-like dragon's tail swept down. Smoke fly two ice pincer lobsters. The Tyrannosaurus rex lifted his paw disdainfully and stomped down hard. District ingredients also want to fight the dragon. A crisp click exploded like thunder. The ice pincer of the ice pincer lobster was actually crushed by its foot. The crowd was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. The pincers of the ice clipper lobster have been known to split steel. But under the sheer brute strength of this dragon, it was as fragile as paper mache. No more weapons to be proud of. Two ice-clamped lobsters, quickly stomped into a puddle of shrimp sliders. You have destroyed a common-level ice claw lobster X2. Tyrannosaurus rex evolution plus 10%. Current evolution level. 95% of Order 0. Not far away, Xiao Ting, seemingly cold, actually silently wiped the corners of his mouth. Good riddance. Seafood dinner tonight. Two ice-clamped lobsters died horribly. The two crew boys beside Wu Laoshi lost their initial monsters and were carried off with blood in their mouths. Two dead and two wounded in the blink of an eye. Wu Laoshi, who hadn't encountered a tough opponent for a long time, glared roundly.
Motor ear.
The combat power of this dragon was outrageous. No wonder people can be called Tyrannosaurus rex. This scene caused cold sweat to fall from the top of Wu Laoshi's head. He knew there was a tough battle to be fought today, and he had to have no reservations and bring out his true skills. Chapter 27 Clan Mimicry. Ice-clad giant crab. At that moment, the 5 shield armored crabs on the field flew a few meters away and rose again, raising their large shields and attacking the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus rex in front of them. Armored crabs. Community mimicry. Wu Laoshi stepped forward and roared sternly. All 5 shield armored crabs' bodies spewed out cold air, making hardening. A layer of frost condensed on their body surface, and their armor shells instantly hardened as bright as sapphires. In the next second, the 5 shield armored crabs stacked together and made another shield strike. Their breaths were suddenly connected to each other, and they actually transformed into a huge alpha race, the ice-armored giant crab. Attack, defense, and speed together reached their peak as they crashed towards the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus rex. I can't believe it's a pack mimicry technique. Xiao Ting looked surprised. The surrounding gamblers, too, looked at the field in shock. The Huaihai gang has actually pulled out their specialty, the ice-armored giant crab combination technique. Clan mimicry technique, an ensemble technique developed by a clan monster called Dinky Fish. The Dinky is the weakest water monster. However, when they gathered together and used the same skill, they would form a pack mimicry, transforming into terrifying overlord and monarch-ranked deep-sea demon fish. An ancient editor, observing hundreds of millions of tiny dinkies merging into deep-sea giants, created the clan mimicry technique. However, this kind of merging skill requires a lot of time to drill in order to succeed. For example, the shield crab, which wants to mimic the upper alpha race, ice-armored giant crab. Not only do monsters have to have taciturnity, multiple editors using the combined technique must also have tacit understanding and trust. The 5 shield armored crabs had a completely different aura at this point. This group of small first-order ordinary-level sirens erupted with the powerful might of second-order elite-level monsters. Even the panel above his head, which was 5-in-1, made a huge difference. Community mimicry, ice-armored giant crab, anthropomorphic race, chief sea people. Mimicry level, elite medium. The alpha race, the elite demon crabs. This monster was the strongest opponent Xiao Ting had ever encountered. The ice-armored giant crab, after mimicry, was as tall as 3 meters and had a very formidable aura. It used its body as a shield, its body constantly spewing out frost. Under the lingering cold air, wherever the 8 crab legs stepped on, a column of frost formed, and in the blink of an eye, it filled into several frosty paths. The creaking and crunching of the ice was continuous. The gamblers in the back smacked their lips at the scene of the frozen earth. Goodness gracious! Only an alpha-level monster can do elemental releases, and even affect the sky and weather in the area. This alpha race's mimetic ice-armored giant crab has even trained a transcendent-level middle-ranked merging skill along with it. The ice-armored giant crab with amazing aura was like white lightning as it crashed madly towards the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Meet it! Timothy Shaw didn't call for a dodge. This blitz speed. Turn on charge and there's no way to avoid it. Can only be done the hard way. Roar! Purple lightning like eyes burned with raging battle intent. The dragon opened its fangs and stepped on its hind limbs, its entire body bubbling with blood-red battle intent as it charged forward as a scarlet lightning bolt. Boom! The ground rumbled and shook under the feet of the crowd. The moment the two tonnage monsters collided, violent wind pressure swept across the field. Sister Red pressed her skirts together and looked toward the field. Who won? It's the sound of ice cracking. The Tyrannosaurus Rex shook off the ice on his body and took 2 steps back. Then he stabilized himself. An angry snarl was let out towards the monster that was forcing himself back. Roar! The ice-armored giant crab, on the other hand, was shocked by its terrifying power and retreated tens of meters. Collapsed a ring before it managed to stop. It seems that the physical qualities of the first-order overlord races are so billion points grippier than the second-order alpha races. Seeing that the dragon cub is fine, it just cursed something like, "Big head, deep shame. Big brain, eat them all," the dragon cub said. Xiao Ting secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his disguised raspy voice, once again, rang out. Courtesy. We also return a stunt, explosive flame spit. A fierce light flashed in the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes. The lower jaw of the throat suddenly lit up with a bit of scarlet. It stepped on the ground with its hind limbs, opened its mouth wide, and an incomparably huge black flame shot out from the depths of its throat. A pillar of flame about 10 meters thick in diameter flooded the ice-armored giant crab not far away. The chill faded from the frozen ground. The heat wave rolled in like a tsunami. The boiling heat quickly spread in all directions. In an instant, the entire underground coliseum was illuminated by horrifying flames. Middle-ranked transcendent skill. It's not a pack mimicry pseudo-middle-order transcendent. It's a real, authentic, elemental release that can only be used by an alpha-level, third-order monster. At this moment, smoldering fire exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Splattered cinders of fire fell to the ground, scalded a burning molten hole in the ground. The surrounding onlookers stared in shock. Their bodies tensed and they held their heads. This dragon wants to kill us? Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Is this power really something a first-rank monster can unleash? It doesn't feel anywhere near as bad as a real third-rank leader. A hideous spit of flame rumbled and exploded across the field. Thick pillars of fire rushed out, directly engulfing an underground ring that was 30 meters wide. The flames stretched out into a sea. 10 million fire snakes poked out from the sea of fire, frantically licking on the ice-armored giant crab that wanted to escape. The 5 shield armored crabs couldn't struggle in time, and they actually it was instantly cooked. One hit kill. Ro. Everyone's backs, taut as bowstrings, jerked at once. Neither could believe what they were seeing in front of them. The waiter teen's jaw dropped. Just outrageous. The power of this explosive flame spit was too terrifying. A strike that was not inferior to the one unleashed by the monster leader, instantly killing the leader race, the elite-level, ice-armored giant crab. A few moments of consternation also appeared on Sister Hong's face. The overarching race, the elite-level initial demon spider, camouflaged in its shrunken form, shivered on the back of her hand. There's no mistaking it, and it can make the red-eyed demon spiders that rule the race tremble. This sub-dragon is, without a doubt, the dominant race. Sister Hong took a look at this outrageous dragon monster, suddenly remembering the 5S-grade talent light pillar that had risen up to the sky not long ago and made everything worship it. An unbelievable, incomparably horrified speculation surfaced in his heart. The orange-red shells give off a strong aroma of grilled crab. The temperature of the blaze kept climbing. Looking at the sea of fire that was still raging not far away, the professional-level editors present all felt a scorching heat. The underground arena was so sealed that the room temperature soon exceeded 40 degrees Celsius, and even kept climbing upwards, soon exceeding the limit of what ordinary flesh could withstand. The pro levels are numb. The little bit of residual heat that spread out from this flame could reach them large underground venues filled with 50 rings. affecting thousands of underground gamblers. How terrifying was that right in the center, the dragon breath flames that could roast an alpha race monster in one blow. A number of outlaw murderers who had hit on the idea of that dragon winced viciously. Not good, retreat. Holy. This fire will spread. The next moment, the fire alarm overhead boomed. Countless columns of water descended from the sky, rushing the gamblers who couldn't dodge in time, each drenching them into a soupy mess. The bullies who had mocked Xiaoting, and even wanted to see him hacked to death by the dock gang to get out of their anger, had water and sweat dripping down their clothes as they looked at the shield-armored crab that was being roasted by the fire. One by one, their faces were pale and wretched. Chapter 28: A breakthrough in the battle entering the profession. Countless jets of water fell from the sky, drenching the gamblers. They stared in disbelief at the shield-armored crabs that were roasted by the fire, all of them in a state of disarray. Ice-armored giant crab didn't even win? You've destroyed a common shield crab. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution plus 5%. Current evolution. First order 0%. You have destroyed a common level shield crab X4. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution plus 8%. Current evolet. Ion level. 8% of first order. In the turn of a breath, 5 shielded crabs died. The 5 crew members of the armored crab corps vomited blood in unison. Helped down by the dock gang. Without the output of the shield crab, the battlefield was lopsided. The remaining 3 ice pincer lobsters, proud of their large pincers, couldn't break the sub-dragon scale armor at all. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth and killed the lobster. In an instant, 2 more seafood died. The only remaining ice pincer lobster tried to escape by breaking its arm. A huge dragon palm pressed down like a giant mountain, stomping it into a shrimp slip. Reunion. In less than 10 minutes, the shrimp and crab general's regiment, the regiment was destroyed. Prologue breakout. The dragon size drew up a meter. It's more than 5 meters, covered with scales and armor spraying blue and white electric light. The breath is even more morose and horrifying, formally stepping into the early stage of the First Order. After upgrading, the evolutionary degrees acquired by the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex were significantly reduced. Timothy Shaw noticed this. After ascending to the first rank, the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex killed 4 normal-level shield armor crabs and 3 normal-level ice pincer lobsters. Yet it only increased its evolution by 8% and 6%. Current evolution, 14% of first order. That is to say, it got stronger, and normal and elite-level monsters only provided a small amount of combat evolution. Pro Battle Breakthrough. Your Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex has had an epiphany and has learned Lightning Teeth. Lightning Teeth. A low-level transcendent skill of the lightning system, boosting one's bite by 1x and infusing lightning into one's fangs, using one's large jaws to crush one's foes. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution. Middle Order Transcendent Lightning Teeth. Originally, it took 10 levels of proficiency in crushing tier to evolve into Lightning Teeth, and the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex had surprisingly comprehended it in battle. The next system prompt surprised Xiaoting even more. Pro Battle Breakthrough. Your Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex has had an epiphany and learned Dragon Shock and Awe. Dragon Shock and Awe. A spiritual king skill that releases a powerful dragon pressure around the center of the emitter, which can intimidate, shock, and dominate other objects, and stun monsters that are much weaker than its own racial level. It is a symbol of Overlord qualification. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution. Intermediate King, Dragon Shock, and Lower Order King skills. A king-level shock that could only be grasped by an Overlord-level monster. This was a divine skill, capable of materializing the dragon's might for a wide-ranging and indiscriminate mental impact. Acquiring 2 divine skills at once, his combat power received a wave of upsurge. Xiaoting was silently delighted, for he was born the initial dragon. The entire attributes panel now evolved into this. Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex Juvenile. Race, 5th Order Peak Overlord. Level, 14% evolution of First Order. Skills, Charge mid-level basic 5th level proficient, Explosive Flame Spit mid-level transcendent 1st level introductory, Lightning Teeth low-level transcendent 1st level introductory, Dragon Shock low-level king 1st level introductory. Just as Xiaoting felt a sense of exhilaration from repeatedly surveying the panel, the gamblers around them looked at the field with horrified tautness. He actually won the fight. Even if you're a dragon, you're still just a first-order pooch, okay? Taking 1 to 10 is more outrageous than a Jurassic World episode. There was a constant stream of blood, dripping from the dragon's fangs. With a height of 5 meters, it cast 2 violet electric eyes, looking down on the crowd with particular coldness and arrogance. Beneath the broad paws of the beast dragon stepped a floor of ice pincer shrimp sliders and cooked and grilled shield armored crabs. The whole place is dead silent. The 10 heavily injured sea race editors had weak legs and couldn't really stand up. His face was blue, white, and purple. Zhang Crocodile quickly dropped the corners of his mouth. The pupils of this big brother of the dock gang clenched up. This kid's Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex is too strong. To be able to have such a powerful monster, this black-clothed dragon master was, at the very least, a sub-dragon creator with S-class talent. S-class talent, but it's straight up to Overlord-class boundary editing master. He had traveled across the Sea City for decades and had never seen a few such top-tier talents. In the hall, there was a momentary silence, with only the sound of the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex chewing on the ground remaining. 2 monster materials were dropped from the monster wreckage. Ice Armored Crabs Ice Pearl 3rd Order. Description: 5 anthropomorphic shield armored crabs have accidentally conjured an Ice Armored Giant Crab's Alpha-grade Ice True Bead. Ability: True Bead with Frost Magic. When editing monsters, there is a 50% chance of gaining ice attributes and ice abilities. Fitting: common to all alpha races. Rating: 4 stars rare. Ice Pincer Lobsters Pincer 2nd Order. Description: fusing the bloodline of snow monsters and burying them in the snowy mountains for 77 or 49 days before they can evolve into the elite race of ice pincer lobsters, with a pair of large pincers that absorbs the power of frost and is their proudest weapon. Ability: large pincers with freezing air and icing attributes, and a 25% chance of gaining the frost ability when editing monsters. Fit ordinary elite sea monsters, ordinary elite beast monsters. Evaluation: 2 stars good. Completion of Monster Material Collection Quest 3-3. Rewarded: Hand of Fusion. Mission accomplished. It's time to synthesize the 8-eyed Thunderbat's Thunder Plume into a 5th Order monster plume for my initial monster edit. Timothy Shaw moved between the shadows where no one could see him. He came to the battlefield and looked at the mountains of hairy crabs, like he had arrived at a cooked seafood buffet workshop. So fragrant, Timothy Shaw sucked in his breath. Hold out your hands. Points of light flickered and circular ripples rippled through the void. The ground cracked open with 2 circular spells. All the monster corpses and monster materials were engulfed in a flash. You've put Ice Armored Giant Crab's Ice True Bead 3rd Order into monster space. You've put Ice Claw Lobster's Pincer 2nd Order into monster space. Immediately after, Xiao Ting walked to the side of the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex and temporarily lifted the Stealthy Lizard Cloak's secret concealment technique. To the astonishment of all, his figure suddenly appeared. The black-clothed Dragon Master, standing on the side of the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, revealed himself as if he were a ghost. Those radiant golden pupils, with their quiet and calm appearance, looked faintly at the opposite side of the Huaihai Pier gang. Still fighting. Zhang Crocodile's face was grave. The smile on Zhang Yiming's face tightened. There was a silence. Uncle Wu Si, the captain with a full beard, suddenly coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He braced himself and arched his hand in the direction where the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex was. Skill is not as good as the others. Willing to gamble to lose. These words caused the Huaihai Dock gang to be in an uproar. Everyone looked at Xiao Ting in a complicated manner, with fear, awe, thrill in their eyes. Chapter 29. A month ago, SS Class Awakener. Zhang Xiaohao suddenly called out, "Father, big brother, this dragon has such a high racial potential, but it's only of the 1st rank. We can totally gather 19 ships and 300 men and do him in. Father, big brother, you guys think about it. Monsters of higher ranked races have a high probability of dropping secret art treasure beads and monster materials. This dragon's corpse and the dropped materials are rare treasures, can be sold for at least a few $billion. Don't you guys want it?" A hysterical growl came out of Zhang Xiaohao's mouth. His face was green and white, and there was fear in his gaze as he looked at Xiao Ting. This man has been looking at him funny. He killed Uncle Quinn, and this man knew about his planting, yet he took it completely lightly and slaughtered Uncle 4 and 9 of his monster henchmen. This is a cold-blooded monster with a heart of gold. Zhang Xiaohao was afraid. He was afraid that he would be the next one, to be slaughtered like an ant. Xiao Ting looked up with a serious and calm expression. The thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex slowly stood up with his killing intent, as if there was an invisible pressure that spread with its feet. The atmosphere became heavy once again. Everyone's heartstrings trembled as they looked toward the dockside gang. More fighting? The pier gang shouldn't continue to play dead and provoke this dragon master? Sister Hong exhaled a mouthful of smoke and suddenly said, "Uncle Kuin didn't kill him." She looked away for a moment, realizing that Xiao Ting seemed to have absolutely no intention of explaining himself, and had to speak up to calm things down. If they fought again, her cousin would not be able to keep the family fortune he had run in East Ocean City. "Who is it?" Boss Zhang slowly turned his head towards Sister Hong, his eyes covered in blood, hideous and gruesome. They paid such a terrible price to avenge Uncle Kuin, but they were being teased? Sister Hong glanced at Xiao Ting, and with the burning cigarette, pointed at Zhang Xiaohao, who had a horrified look on his face. The people in the dockside gangs were instantly agitated. It's Third Young Master. Surprisingly, it was Third Young Master who killed Uncle Kuin. We're all being used as guns. Knowing her status as a senior student of the 9th Academy, the Huaihai gang members did not doubt the credibility of these words at all. Zhang Crocodile gasped a few mouthfuls of rough air and suddenly struck out like lightning, picking up Zhang Xiaohao's collar. His wrist lashed out and directly broke Zhang Xiaohao's limbs, throwing him into the middle of the field. His tactics were so ruthless and fast that everyone was a bit stunned. Zhang Xiaohao, who had broken his arms and legs, let out a painful scream. Xiao Ting watched the father and son fight each other. His finger bones gently clicked for a split second, his face calm as if nothing had happened. Body front. Boss Zhang pressed down on the head of his ungrateful son and fell to his knees with a plop. The head followed with a deep snap, and the man's face touched the ground. His face stained with a few splashes of blood and red as he kowtowed deeply towards Xiao Ting. Tonight's incident was a misunderstanding. I've taught my son poorly and have no eyes. If you have any grievances, I, Zhang Crocodile, will let you take it out on me. The reason why the Huaihai gang members were so angry was because Uncle Kuin's death was so humiliating. This editor, who had lost his monster shield, was tortured to death before he died. No one would have thought that the person who humiliated and killed him was a thief and a mole. The family is in bad luck. Zhang Crocodile's aura wilted, as if he had aged dozens of years. He kowtowed to the ground and led his neck to the ground, not moving a muscle. Many gamblers saw this scene and were terrified at the bottom of their hearts. The moment Xiao Ting defeated Uncle Kuin and caused them to lose the prize, they were filled with resentment. They gloat when the Huaihai gang members come to their door and recognize them as enemies to take revenge on Xiao Ting. By the time the 10 shrimp soldiers and crab generals were destroyed by the group and Boss Zhang kneeled down and kowtowed to Xiao Ting to apologize, they were completely dumbfounded. I'll go. Can they mess with someone who even Boss Zhang had to kneel down? Many people's faces were ashen, as if they were being roasted on a fire, incomparably terrified. Xiao Ting, however, didn't give them a second thought. He just smiled gently couply. It's only right to pay for a murder. Zhang Xiaohao killed Uncle Kuin. He's your enemy, so let's dispose of him according to the rules of your gang. Killing is nothing but a headache. Boss Zhang hadn't offended him much, but instead, the monsters under his command, of which he had gotten a dozen or so killed, had become his trophies. The monster trinity material and hand of fusion that he had been longing for had arrived. Xiao Ting's face was calm and in the right mood, not ready to go deeper. All the dock gang members showed joyful colors and stood behind Boss Zhang, bowing deeply towards Xiao Ting. Boss Zhang heavily kowtowed 9 times, then stood up and raised his hand. The void rippled. A large and hideous ice thorn crocodile suddenly rushed out like lightning. Zhang Xiaohao struggled in terror. Ice thorn crocodile. You can't kill me. I'm your master's own son. Father. Father. Disposed of according to gang rules. Death. The ice thorn crocodile bit off the severed head, swallowed the screams, and crawled back into the void rift. Boss Zhang looked at the blood stains on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, he and all the dock gang, arrayed in 2 rows, knelt and bent over and bowed. Willing to gamble, I'll see you out. The elevator doors opened wide. Xiao Ting looked up behind him at that and said, No need. A spatial crack was pulled open from the ground, and the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex slowly sank into it. Xiao Ting activated the stealthy lizard cloak again, and his body disappeared between the shadows. Everyone watched the closing elevator for a long time, as if escorting an underground legend. Sister Hong walked over to Zhang Yiming and said thoughtfully, "Senior Yiming, do you still remember that pillar of rainbow-colored gifted light from a month ago?" Zhang Yiming abruptly widened his eyes. "What you mean is, he could, possibly, be that SS-class gifted awakened person?" Zhang Yiming spat out this incredible guess with difficulty. The conversation between the two spread. All of them blanched and stared blankly. One afternoon in January, a pillar of rainbow-colored light rose up from the old city center, startling the entire East Sea City. All the professional levels in Donghai City knew it. A monster genius awakened with SS rank editing talent is born. The commander-level Iron Blood Eagle and Golden Unicorn Immortal flew from the inner city to the third middle school in great numbers, attracting their attention. They all wanted to know, who was that senior boy who had awakened his SS-grade editing talent? Could it be him? Zhang Yiming looked at the closing elevator doors and muttered. The cold steel elevator mirror illuminated a disoriented face. No wonder the other party didn't explain. He was itching for us to go up and challenge him. Boss Zhang let out a long sigh as he figured everything out. Trying to raise a powerful monster. Adequate food and blood, reasonable skill training, and proper combat honing are indispensable. That teenager had come to the underground coliseum in order to find a whetstone to gain growth experience and hone his combat skills in a high-intensity life and death battle. And they, the Huaihai gang, just happened to break in under the lulling of Old Six, the mole ghost. Not only did that teenager use them as a 3-in-1 whetstone, he also chopped up their class. The surrounding gamblers were filled with shock as they listened to their conversation. So the person in the secret cloak was a senior teenager. And also the SS-class awakened person who shook the entire East Sea City a few months ago. The ING brought a dragon with him today? SS-ranked dragon editors? Hiss! SS-ranked dragon editors. Aside from the Dragon Emperor, Donghuang hadn't produced one for thousands of years. The gamblers are remorseful. Regret. The opportunity to curry favor and befriend a future township king had just been lost to them. Chapter 30 Monster Space, East Sea Scholar. Do you know what that means? What a hero! A group of dockside gangsters were also lamenting. They're nothing more than DC-level talent, and a lifetime of being an elite editor and a local captain would be the pinnacle of their lives. What about that mysterious Dragon Master Xiao Ting? SS-class Dragon Masters, who could walk to the Monarch level without falling and become the next SEAL editors, were completely different from them. The difference was so great that one could not be jealous at all, but only look up deeply. Zhang Crocodile looked at Zhang Yiming and suddenly said solemnly, "Little one, a year from now in the Magic City 9 Court's unified examination, if you run into him, make a good apology for my old bones." It was nothing for his frail and decrepit old bones to offend a SS-class Dragon Master. Just afraid of affecting my son's future. For a seasonal cicada that doesn't come out for 10 years. Zhang Yiming, the former Eastern Sea Scholar, had been stuck in a mud pit for too long. In favor of being pulled down by his spiteful seed brother, he offended a future town spine. SS-grade talent, the same as the ancient emperor as long as you don't die straight to Jinghua. Zhang Yiming nodded and coughed a few times, his face becoming even paler. He was a bit disoriented and said, "If I meet this monster teenager holding a Tyrannosaurus Rex in this year's grand examination of the 9 institutes, I'm afraid I'll have to come back and prepare for the examination for another year." Sister Hong's shoulders shook with laughter. She slowly exhaled a cherry-flavored smoke ring and gloated. "Luckily, I've already disembarked. You should be candidates of this term are really unlucky. Every year, 5,000 of the strongest monster geniuses would be introduced from all over the country to go to the 9 institutes of the magic capital to take part in the annual selection examination. This year, at least half of the number of people would be brutally brushed off by this Dragon Master teenager in the actual combat test, right? Outside the monster market is a long street where countless underground casinos and material smuggling stores open. Xiao Ting circled around 7 times to make sure no one was following behind him before removing his disguise, putting on a mask, and getting on bus number 186. Turning down the long streets of the outer city, the various informal stores faded away. The car left East Bay, drove forward an hour into the inner city. Nearby building spaces become wide and open to views. A high-rise building was erected, and the stores around it became normalized. The scenery, gradually approaching the appearance of the bustling downtown in the memory. An hour and a half later, the car stopped for a red light. Timothy Shaw looked out the window. Across the street was a neon glow, and a commercial played up from a giant screen that towered over it. Edson's monster traction leash, pulling on respect for others. The delicate-looking woman flashed a smile. If you have a need, choose Ison to customize your exclusive monster leash. Under the billboard, many men, women, and children were holding unclassified munchkins and monsters on a special leather leash. Occasionally, normal-level monsters walked by, all of them wearing bite stoppers, and their tiger, leopard, and jackal-like size made them intimidating. Cars in the back started honking as the bus turned the corner into a busy neighborhood. Across the street was a large, very wide square, and a huge building standing in the distance could be seen. That's the Monster Editors Guild. Gates come and go. Someone entered with a cage in his hand, and the little pygmy beast in the electric cage kept hissing and banging against the bars. Someone carrying a yellow body bag hurried by. Xiao Ting guessed that it should contain a wanted criminal like Wang Sol. Timothy Shaw made a note of the location. In 2 months, he was going to be in this place for his first apprentice-level career test. The car drove forward for a while and got stuck again. There was a sudden commotion up ahead. A man was kicked out and fell in front of traffic. Xiao Ting fished out the chocolate energy bar from his pocket and ate it while opening his eyes of omniscience to take a look. It's a fugitive. Not much of a fighter, just a badly injured junior editor. Immediately afterward, a group of people gathered around. This was a group of city patrols, not very high in rank, they were all trainee level. They wore black armed suits with a variety of bestial features, either scales sprouting from their necks or animal ears standing on top of their heads. After accompanying a monster, the monster editor gradually gains feedback from the bloodline of the initial monster, and the body develops multiple levels of alienated traits. Once you become a junior editor, you'll be able to share 1/10 of the monster's bloodline power and put the alienation away. After a short struggle, the badly injured wanted man was tackled into the car. The sirens were far away. 30 minutes later, Xiao Ting arrived at his destination. A remote junction of an inner city and an old city stands a variety of old-style neighborhoods with the word demolition written on them. Donghai City, like many secondary and tertiary cities, is divided into the outer city, the old city, and the inner city. The outer city and the old city, where the largest number of civilians live. The inner city, on the other hand, is a bustling downtown of inches and inches. Timothy Shaw lives in a civilian silo. The place will be demolished at the end of the year and he'll get a nice payout. Xiao Ting got out of the car and threw the packages of 10 chocolate energy bars into the garbage sorting bin on the side of the road. What sweeping hunger be yourself? Give this ad a bad review. He walked into the fried chicken place on 2 weak feet, covering his still empty stomach. Hello. It's Crazy Thursday. What can I get you?
Pada saat.
Family bucket. Family bucket. Family bucket. After finding an empty seat against the glass wall and showing off 3 large barrels, Xiao Ting finally stopped being green-eyed and weak. Activating the secret art trinket requires a great deal of physical energy. Today's continuous activation of the stealth lizard cloak almost didn't turn him into a human. Xiao Ting emptied his dinner plate and quickly left the fried chicken restaurant. Through the sparsely populated old streets, a civilian silo stands densely packed. It was drizzling. Walking into the alley, Timothy Shaw looked out over the housing a few dozen paces away and stopped in his tracks. As he swept his sight, attribute panels popped up constantly in the blind spots of the ordinary man's vision. It's Task Force 7 of the Rangers. They were still lurking and patrolling outside the building in the name of protecting him. Seeing you all instantly made me feel at ease. Xiao Ting's spine, which had been tense, slowly relaxed, and his body's fatigue seemed to lighten by a few points. A month of silence. Go out and fight an underground ring. Finally finished the system mission. Next you can take a good rest and prepare for the trainee editor examination. The smile at the corner of Xiao Ting's mouth slowly dropped as he stepped into the shadows and walked noiselessly up the stairs. The editor of Squad 7, who was still silently watching, knew no one. The teenager they were to take custody of was already running to the underground fighting ring today, punching the dockmaster and kicking the sea captain. Took several days of rest to finally slow down. After that, Xiao Ting studied for half a month how to edit initial monsters. In this world, something called monster materials are dropped. This is the monster's unwillingness to condense its entire body's magical power into a crystallized body before it dies. And the countless monsters that walked the earth in ancient times would gain even more powerful and treacherous evolution by devouring, splicing, and fusing the carcasses of such monsters dropped by enemy forces, thus adding an arm or growing a pair of wings. Something like a jigsaw puzzle? Or blocks? Legos? In the library, the yellowed, burlap pages were closed. Xiao Ting, who had not yet made his first editing evolution, pondered silently. After that, it's him editing the Tyrannosaurus Rex into a flying dragon. It's intense. In the library, there doesn't seem to be any information on how to edit a monster into another monster. But Xiao Ting began to check out a large number of mythological stories. Ancient secrets are often hidden inside the myths that have been passed down from generation to generation. The book is called The World's First Griffin. Once upon a time, an eagle hunted a lion. Screen, lightning and thunder, monster fights. The lion dropped a material. Image, the hind limbs of a lion, frozen into a golden crystallized carcass. Afterwards, the eagle crushes the carcass with its talons. Picture, the fierce claws that probe down, covered in broken gold. The lion's indomitable demise appears, only to be killed by the eagle in two. Picture, the spirit of a lion with open fangs, an eagle with wings spreading fiercely. The eagle merges with the magical body as one. Image, the eagle spreads its wings and golden light converges towards its lower body. Opening his eyes the next day, the world's first griffin was born. Image, golden light, griffin rises to the sky. Another 10 days passed. Home. Outside the window, the storm roared. Transparent trails of water slithered down like snakes, and the glass reflected radiant thunder for a moment. Xiao Ting returned to the bedroom and drew the curtains. During this time, he had recalled and reviewed about as much as he could about the editorial common sense of this world. He's going to try to be a creator. Enter your own monster space. Fuse the first wave of monster materials. First monster edit on Tyrannosaurus Rex. Squeezed his hand. Not nervous, not nervous. The said, close your eyes. Xiao Ting sat on his knees, his consciousness sinking down, constantly internalizing the monster space within his body. Below his body, endless points of light suddenly emerged, condensing into a circular star map. The body, with constant meditation, sinks down and down. The eyes seem to be covered in snowy white. There are space canals in all directions. Blink again. Xiao Ting's body, then, appeared in another void. It was a dark, sprawling world. Xiao Ting stepped on top of the darkness. Close your palms and place them above your eyebrows. With his extreme eyes, his gaze surveyed, with new wonder, this space that was uniquely his. Monster space. It's the monster world that accompanies every editor. The size varies according to the strength of the talent level. It can store editing monsters and various monster materials, equivalent to a carry-on space. The safest place in the world for monster editors. The dark-haired teen's pupils shifted left and right. It was also shocked by the size and width of the monster field that he was reigning over at this time. Reflected in the eyes, a world that was uniquely his. At a glance, there is no end to it. Space knows no bounds. Stepping on the ground was like stepping on a giant planet that was born because of him. Chapter 31, Rainbow Level Feathered Wings. Corner of the mouth changes to W. Huffing and puffing. Huffing and puffing zzz. At the end of the darkness came a jarring snort. It's too dark all around. Xiao Ting looked left and right, raised his hand, tentatively, and snapped his fingers. The darkness of the field of vision was instantly illuminated. The dark sea of consciousness space was quickly covered by a clean white color. Fingers down. Sighting. Xiao Ting's gaze swept to, in front of a pile of cooked and roasted hairy crabs. Next to it lay a huge beast with a bulging belly and closed eyes. On all fours, the harumphs flowed. 3. Squirting sleep. Xiao Ting tried his best to keep his eyes open. So quickly, 5 ice cracker lobster sliders that are close to a ton. All dazzled out? Nice guy. All the food from the previous underground arena was packed back. The big head gives out so quickly. At this point, Big Brain's evolution level had risen by another 5%. Eating a normal level monster will only give it 1% evolution now. Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex current evolution. 19% of first order. Not bad. Not bad. The little fart dragon remembered to save some for me. Xiao Ting's eyes swept around, and the drooping corners of his mouth instantly curled up. There is almost no time passing in monster space. So, about a month ago, he went to the underground coliseum to play the field. All 5 of the dropped cooked and roasted shield armored crabs are still there. Tonight, it's time to show off in a big way. Hide the grilled crabs. Timothy Shaw got down to business. He searched around the side and found all the monster materials collected so far from the batch that had been put into the monster space. The fangs of a necrotic hide spaniel, first level. Ice pincer lobsters, pincer, second order. Ice armored crabs, ice pearl, third order. 8-eyed thunderbats, thunder plume, fourth order. 31-meter long lightning plumes. Tiny devil dog fangs, tiny frost pearls, and tiny lobster ice pincers lay in a row. The 4 monster materials emanate energies of lightning, frost, and darkness. The stronger the grade of its own material, the higher the elemental energy it contains, the stronger the light reflected around it. The eyes skimmed over the 4 pieces of material: purple, red, white, and blue. Xiao Ting slowly stretched out his hands. In his mind, he murmured, "Turn on the hand of fusion." End of speech. In front of his eyes, a material synthesis box suddenly appeared. This material synthesis box looks like the interface for synthesizing things in a game. There are 3 white squares on it, and underneath is a word that says, ? The words. Timothy Shaw tentatively gripped a material. The Commander-class Thunder Plume instantly disappeared from his hand and appeared in a white, synthesized grid. Originally, the hand of fusion is the ability to take what you grab, throw it into the synthesized box, and synthesize it, Xiao Ting sat cross-legged on the ground and propped up his chin, quickly understanding how the fusion hand was used. He tried a claw close by, dropping the elite-grade lobster ice pincer and chieftain-grade ice true bead into the synthesis grid as well. 3 props assembled. It appears that the conditions are met. A note popped up in front of you. Activate feather synthesis formula. Magic bat thunderwing 4th order plus crab ice pearl 3rd order plus lobster ice pincer 2nd order equals 5th order thunderwing 25% synthesis probability. The probability is so low. Xiao Ting closed his eyes and steadied his hand that wanted to frantically click OK. The hand of the blue and white carded non-celebrity. His eyelashes trembled fiercely, and immediately afterward, a marvelous infusion of memories suddenly appeared in his brain. There are countless synthesized knowledge jumping into the mind. Xiao Ting opened his eyes. After a slight daze, he understood the rules of synthesis. The material synthesis formula is B plus B plus C equals A. In other words, it can't be filled out indiscriminately. Got to follow the formula. And according to the formula, if Xiao Ting wanted to synthesize 100% of the 5th-ranked monster feathers, he would have to 4th order feather X1 plus 4th order material X1 plus 3rd order material X1. The corner of the teenager's mouth, which had just been raised, momentarily pressed down, and he exhaled, his knuckles ruffling his forehead to mess up his short hair. Then wouldn't it be obvious that I haven't met the conditions for synthesis? Ding dong. That voice. It's that voice it comes to. Xiao Ting instantly sat up straight, under his expectant and ardent gaze. The system popped up a prompt. The first time you synthesize, you're bound to advance. Nothing more to say, just compare hearts. Xiao Ting. 100% advanced? System. Yes, host. Good. Xiao Ting instantly focused his eyes over. Watch the panel. He's finicky. Decisively replace the 3rd order ice true bead. Replace it with the lowest ranked 1st level demon dog fangs. Magic bat thunder wing 4th order plus lobster ice pincers 2nd order plus hidden spaniel fangs 1st order equals 5th order thunder feather wing synthesis probability 100%. Synthesis begins. The 3 materials in the white synthesis lattice by Yubiu turned into 3 balls of energy light that swirled back and fused together. In an elusive glow, a burst of colorfulness erupted. Wow, rainbow-colored legends. Xiao Ting rubbed his hands together in excitement. Reflected in the synthetic frame with a question mark, the borders all flowed. A pair of large, gorgeous, purple wings appeared inside. Shipped out. Ha. No matter how indifferent a person is, he or she will not be indifferent in the face of a colorful oomph. A golden light flashed under his eyes. Immediately appearing before his eyes, the name of the pair of monster feathers and information about it. Thundercloud Overlord's Thunderbolt Purple Wings 5th Order. Description: Thundercloud Overlord, Purple-Winged Dragonhawk, the king of Earthstar monsters. A legendary being whose adult body will surely reach the 5th rank of Overlord. They have the bloodline of ancient flying dragons and ancestral birds in their bodies, and tend to inhabit cumulonimbus clouds on coastal islands and mountain tops, where they are able to manipulate lightning and thunder as they wish, and when they are angry, they can set off thunderstorms of catastrophic proportions in the clouds simply by rubbing their wings together. Ability: By fusing this pair of thunder and lightning purple wings, you can have a 100% probability of obtaining the king-level magic power of dominating thunderstorms. Fitting. Common to all races. Rating. 5 stars perfect. Kim's introduction. A pair of monster feathers rated 5 stars perfect. Xiao Ting handsomely compared to Ye. Handsomely called out, "System, I love you." And finally handsomely found information about the purple-winged dragon eagle in his brain's knowledge base. Monsterology is mandatory for the advanced placement exam. The knowledge in question had been blended and reviewed over the period of time, and he was already familiar with it. Looking back, I can quickly tell. This 5th order peak overlord race of dragon eagles was the top predator of the subdragon and raptor classes. There are hardly any natural enemies in the wild. When it's not even hairy, it's eating an average of over 1,000 sea animals and snake monsters per year. It was once witnessed by people in the coastal area that a medium-sized island was crushed to the ground by falling thunder in no time, so it was honored as the Lord of Thunderclouds on the stormy sea. Timothy Shaw. Wow. The corners of the mouth have a W. One raised bright, sincere eyes. A very strong monster. Strong enough to be a thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. The first fusion of monster feathers. With a thought, the synthesized bar disappears. A pair of huge dragon eagle feathers hovered in front of him. The ground had waves of sparkling purple intent flowing through it. The area under his feet was 1,000 meters wide, 10,000 meters wide, all of which were illuminated by the shattered light and purple intent flowing from the feathers. So handsome, Xiao Ting circled around. It was a good thing that he was the creator who dominated this monster planet, and with a thought, he could appear 50 meters in front and behind, without having to run 800 meters around the broad wings to see the whole picture, haha. The purple magic wings were supported by 4 dragon bones. The purple-winged dragon eagle had dragon blood, and its feathers, at the same time, possessed the characteristics of both the patriarchal bird and the flying dragon. The roots of the plumes glowed brightly and were entwined with purple lightning, emitting the ghastly pressure of an overlord-level monster. He fully unfolded the pair of 5th-ranked demonic birds' feathered wings. The length of the spreading wings unexpectedly reached a terrifying 120 meters. Unbelievable. How huge should the body of this kind of dragon eagle be? Xiao Ting's expression instantly changed from just being calm to super satisfied. It's not too late. Xiao Ting swooshed and ran in front of the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Emergency braking. When I looked up, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was on all fours, sleeping soundly. And just like those cartoons I watched as a kid, a big sleep bubble blew up in front of my nose, rising and falling with my belly breathing. It had a relaxed expression, and its tongue even came out of the side of its mouth, and its harlotry flowed all over the place, obviously dreaming of something beautiful. Huel, being adorable. A life that exists because of itself. It's probably hard for every mom and dad not to get hit in the heart all at once by their own cute or ugly little thing. Bean batch. Xiao Ting's eyes widened and crumbled. You're a bully who fights and kills enemies, and you're a cute and naive one who dries out after work. What is it? A sleeping bubble. Poke it. Get up. Looking at the sleeping thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiao Ting reached out his evil hand and poked its clean sleeping bubble without mercy. Waviness. As soon as the sleeping bubble broke, the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus woke up instantly. It scuffed up all at once. Purple eyes then opened in confusion. Aha! Dad, what's up? Have you eaten? Have you eaten? Oh! The tail wiped the corners of his mouth and something uncontrollable began to trickle down the side of his open mouth. Uncontrollably. Eat, 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 just eat. In front of me is the big head that is lowered. The corner of Xiao Ting's mouth hooked up and he raised his hand to decisively give it a brain crash. The dragon's purple pupils glared and his head pressed down like a human was sulking. Tail wagging. Chim. Monster cubs, don't they all sleep when they're full and eat when they're full? Even though it could eat a raging blood rhino raw in one meal, it was still a hungry baby dragon. The hungry dragon breeder looks at the baby hungry dragon. Wide-eyed. Xiao Ting suddenly smiled, his hand reaching forward to touch the scarred lightning horn above its large jaws. I have something to tell you. The lip line opens and drinks out white air. He said, I hid my talent and reported it as an SS-rated flying dragon eye editor. Ancient ancestral dragon emperor of the same type, can be the vast majority of monsters, edited to become flying dragons flying dragon order under the banner of the swimming dragon family of the scaly dragon carp dragon. Also a variety of flying dragons of the western flying dragon family. I found out something interesting earlier. a deep black universe that was snow white because of his arrival. On the surface of a huge planet, the human creator and his dragon are communicating. That interesting thing is in our world. There doesn't seem to be an Eastern dragon. Xiaoting said. Wu, dead. Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus said. That's not so much all extinct, but there's no method of editing the Eastern dragon. It's called lost. Roar. Got it. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex ambled down its spine. The big head was just a big head, and coming too close, one could see the white teeth that were exposed when its mouth was slightly wide open, as well as the eye that was completely eye-to-eye with Xiaoting, genuinely eye-to-eye. A purple eye with a golden vertical pupil that left his shadow completely. I am slightly hesitant. Xiaoting looked at it. I don't know how this choice, this direction of editorial evolution, will turn out for you in the end. Whether it's good or bad. The purple eyes of that dragon looked at Xiaoting peacefully. The tail then wagged. There's no relationship. I exist because of you. Your world is my world and your choice is my choice. Xiaoting raised his lips. Well then, I'll finalize this editorial line. Come on, let's get on with it and do something big that will change our destiny. Raise your hand to summon the air currents. The pair of purple-winged dragonhawk wings floated up to the dragon's eyes. Ow! Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Eyes instantly lit up. It darted over and resumed that naive look of not being able to move its legs at the sight of meat, circling around the dragon eagle's wings with a hungry gaze. There was no Xiaoting's cheat like transient. The dragon's paws, frozen in place, ran across the ground, scraping out the sound of harsh running. Shoo-shoo, breaks, pops pops. These wings, the dragon super likes them. Little paws raised and waved. It clearly looks like the overlord that inflicts disaster on the earth in a horror disaster movie. While waving his claws around, he instantly goes from being a super reliable monster that you can count on to a silly, this kid is still young head. Cool, huh? Xiaoting subconsciously curved the corners of his mouth, and his palm tapped once, then tightened. Serious tone. Big brain. Do you want to put on your wings and turn into a kingly flying dragon that can fly through the sky and go everywhere in the world? Chapter 32. Beginning the initial monster edit. The big head reared up at once, excitedly looking up to the sky. As the king of the beast dragon species, its intelligence was actually very high. Thinking now, against a 4 to 5-year-old human cub, say some Anya, I think. Happily bobbing his head and tail, that long-horned head lowered, occasionally bumping a few times towards Xiaoting's fragile chest. Xiaoting stepped back silently. Others are arching their heads. Son, you're trying to kill me. The kid couldn't understand. The child shook his head. Pops pops, I can't wait to roar. Noteworthy. As Xiaoting's initial monster, the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex was 1,000,000% loyal to Xiaoting. Such an initial monster. The success rate of initial edits is typically above 70%. But even with a 70% success rate, Xiaoting stared at the dragon's purple eyes that burned with excitement, and his heart was slightly unsettled. Crap, palms are sweaty. Fingers snap together. Take a deep breath. After all, first-time editors of monsters, failures, too many. Recently reviewed in the Monsterology knowledge textbook. Here's an example. Basically, it's the most common editing method. So publicly announce it. This is a way to edit red crayfish to ice claw lobster. First, need to hold editorial talent related to lobster class, lobster species, lobster genus, and lobster family. Raise the monster red chevron lobster to first level again. And within a month, it continuously took ice attribute spiritual plants to strengthen its physical capabilities and ensure that it carried through the first material fusion. Red crayfish lobster plus sad face ice cracker lobster. The answer is a copy of Snow Monster Blood. That fits well. At this stage, all ordinary editors without the eye of omniscience had to go through a lot of blood experiments and repeated comparisons until the materials fit with the monster reached 70% and above. The preliminaries are in place. The editor started monster editing. Using mental power, implant the Snow Monster Blood into the body of the red chalid lobster and perform a full body blood exchange. Easier said than done. The editor must be proficient in the relevant physiology of the monster, and throughout the blood exchange process, implant the Snow Monster Blood into the circulatory system of the red chalid lobster and ensure that it flows smoothly and enters the heart. Upon successful editing, the red crayfish lobster will fall into the winter hibernation state. The editor must place it in a suitable snowy mountain and accompany it through the 77 days to metamorphose towards a higher level of life. As for blood editing, it was just a common evolutionary pathway for normal levels. There are also homologous editing, heterologous editing, and other anomalous implantation evolutionary pathways behind it. Lizards plus what do bat wings become? Eagles plus what does a lion's body become? Corpse plus what does the parasite become? Every monster editor is a crazy, bold, fearless, radical evolutionary creator, groping and deducing a unique path of creation. Understand, extrapolate, create. Perhaps a weak snake bird can edit and evolve a swift dragon. Fragile skeletons that can also be edited to evolve undead monarchs. Although Big Brain didn't take spiritual plants, after eating so much monster flesh and blood, its physique has gone up by leaps and bounds. It's also twice as tall as it was at the beginning in terms of size. If summoned now, their senior class 7 classroom, the ceiling would be poked right through by a big head's nose. This kid takes it one day at a time. In 2 months, it has risen to 6 meters high. Xiao Ting cleared his mind and looked at the words that swept before him. View editorial evolution. Fusible edit. Head, body, front paws, hind feet, tail, feathers. Editable 6th order monarch races. 9. Editable evolution route. 1. Flying dragon evolution 2. Sea dragon evolution 3. Snake dragon evolution 4. View 1. Flying dragon evolution. Edit the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex to a level 6 flying dragon monarch, requiring the fusion of level 5 monster feathers. Recommended fusion. 5th order Thunderbolt feather 100% fit. 5th order Dark feather 89% fit. 5th order Demon feather fit 76%. The sight was a back and forth between the big head and the big wings. Good to see. The large head that was tilted, and the head of the large wings that were silently hovering, both had 100% floating out of them. 5th order Thunderhawk feather and 1st order Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fit rate, 100%. It's not just a matter of having hands. As for the exact editing method, Xiao Ting suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up as he quickly looked at the synthesis bar. Hey, just throw in one hand. The system suddenly spoke out. Host, the synthesis bar cannot synthesize objects that possess life. System, you can develop the hand of fusion. Your hand is the hand of chaos that fuses all things. My hand, the hand of chaos that fuses all things. Xiao Ting was stunned and slightly touched. The prompting could not help but murmur softly on his lips. For one instant, blessedly, he instinctively reached out and lifted his hand. Heaven and earth change. In the void, chaotic Yuan Qi tumbled. 2 large dragon god-like hands appeared, one lifting the dragon eagle's purple wing to Xiao Ting's body. Xiao Ting pondered for a second, then his eyebrows quickly unfolded. Clear. These 2 hands were his fusion hands. The composite bar is just one of the shortcuts. Being in a universe of monsters that exist because of him, he is able to conjure up a pair of chaotic dragon god hands that can edit and fuse everything in the world. It seems that, and that's not all. Xiao Ting's mind wandered. With hands, couldn't they form a body? The body was suspended high in the air. Space tumbled and a large amount of chaotic air currents emerged, forming a huge body of a 10,000-headed dragon god. He was one with the chaos dragon god who dominated this universe. The blurred face of the 10,000-headed dragon god flickered and seemed to turn into Xiao Ting's appearance before it began to become illusory, inscrutable, and unmemorable. The Supreme Spirit is not to be looked at directly. Xiao Ting raised the hand of chaos. A strange feeling surged through his heart. He felt that he had incarnated into a dragon god creator, mastering the laws of creation. Everything was under his control. The book says that the editor enters his monster space and can do whatever he wants, evolving his creator body. So, this body now is my creator body? The 10,000-headed dragon god, so majestic. The creator who dominates such universes has finally evolved his rightful creator body. Xiao Ting looked down, and the 5-meter-tall Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex was like an ant that he lifted up with one hand. The dinky Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, sniffing around on the hand of chaos, a bass growl coming out of his mouth every now and then. The voice raised even higher at once, incredulously stacked with cries of, "Ow! Pops!" called tired. The Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex sat on the ground and raised its head, looking at the 10,000-headed dragon god creator that was perched in the void. A pair of purple eyes were curious and excited. "Ready, little one?" inside one of the heads of the 10,000-headed dragon god. Xiao Ting, who was hiding in it, looked at the big head in the fusion hand and said, "Ow!" What a centerfold response. Let's get started then. Begin initial editing. Responding to the expectation of creation wanting to metamorphose. Standing in the midst of white space, he strummed the evolutionary chord that would change the fate of the dragons. It's like everything's been pressed on pause. A wave of the left hand. The 120-meter-long purple wings of the dragon eagle instantly collapsed into the most primitive crystalline particles, swirling back and scattering into a sky of dark purple points of light, converging into a rotating purple wave, drilling into the back of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex's protruding thunderbolt spines. Chapter 33 Editing Success. Monster Monarch. A shocking thunderbolt. In the void, the sound of thunderstorms roared unceasingly for a moment, splendid with thunder and lightning. The thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, its jaws covered in thunder horns, to its spine that grew thunder spikes, to its tail that ranged from thick to slender, all of it was suffused in dark purple lightning. Electricity and fire erupted from the impact. A steady stream of lightning magic, drilling through skin, crashing into bone, biting into flesh. From head to toe, from spine to brain, a fine crackle. "Oh, it hurts! Oh, it hurts!" The Tyrannosaurus Rex eyes that looked up at him were bloody. The dragon's face and its large head were also bloody, and the smell of burning flesh and blood overflowed. Clenching his teeth, the dragon's teeth pressed tightly against his mouth with a force that bordered on trembling. Finally, a shrill roar. "Ow!" This lightning magic from the king of monsters, the thunderwing dragon eagle, was too powerful. Pops, pops, help, 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 help. Big Brain is going to twitch both feet and become the king of the roasted dragons. In his edited form, Xiao Ting, who was as massive as the dragon god creator, raised his left hand. Wet frontal hair against his forehead, the teenage dragon master took a deep breath and looked to the culprit who had nearly caused the initial edit to fail. There was no hesitation in ripping it off in one go. That brutal, rampant thunder power, turning into strands of raging lightning, it was pinched into a purple thundercloud that he cupped in his palm. With huge claws, he pressure-pumped the force that was small to him and immense to the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Under strong pressure, the lightning magic power of a fifth-order overlord slowly infused into the body of the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. The dragon's face, which was reflected by the intense lightning. "Who?" The big head looked at Xiao Ting's face, surrounded by a sea of thunder, and could no longer see clearly. It rubbed off, then began to calmly absorb and devour this thunderous power from the king of monsters. Purple-winged dragon eagle, a full-bodied fifth-order monster overlord. There was a difference of 4 great realms from what it was now, compared to Qi-practicing cultivator, forcibly fusing a section of the body of a transformation spirit. It's the elixir of rapid growth. It's also a poison for momentary pain. Thunder Sea quenches the dragon's body, constantly drawing on the power of lightning. The dragon's body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, grew and grew. The body slowly draws stripes and the head height skyrockets 15 meters. Inside his body, a secret art dragon pearl also gradually condensed, constantly devouring the thundercloud power that was grasped by Xiao Ting's demon god's hand. After about 10 hours or so, a thunder attribute secret art dragon pearl finally condensed into a solid body within the dragon's body. This dragon pearl was purple and dense. There was a mighty and unearthly thunder dragon soul roaming within the bead. It is a transcendent organ of the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex that absorbs the power of lightning from the heavens and earth, and can be used to store and cast powerful elements of thunder. With the Dragon Balls, one is able to store more lightning. At this moment, it is possible to implant the dragon eagle feather into the body of the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiao Ting, in the edited form of the 10,000-headed dragon god, crushed the thundercloud in his left hand. The 2 clusters of energy light abruptly rushed up high into the sky, transforming into a pair of wing-spreading dragon eagle feathers in the void before interweaving into beams of light that scurried into the backbone of the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex's protruding thunder spikes. Bones, puffing, a pair of sharp, bony wings, piercing through the skin, stretched out from behind the spine of the thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. The key to the fusion of a biplane flying dragon is the front claws connected to the bony wings. Xiao Ting looked to the big head's short front paws. The moment the thought springs to mind, The Tyrannosaurus Rex's front claws were slowly lifted up by the powerful spiritual force and fused with the bone wings with each other. The dragon's claw grows gradually with the skeleton. The dragon wing skeletons on both sides, after growing to a length of 30 meters. For long bones sprouted from the bone wings with a bang. A strong muscle began to grow, holding up the dark purple wing membrane. Flesh and blood molding. The thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex sprouted muscular dragon wings and roared, bracing his hind paws on the ground and pressing his body forward and elongating his neck. The flying dragon skeleton, muscular dragon wings, and flying dragon body have become available. At this point, its appearance was infinitely close to that of the legendary bipedal biplane flying dragon. Still missing the plume, under the form of the dragon god creator. Shao Ting, looking towards the dragon eagle energy lurking within the flying dragon. Just then, above the flying dragon's blood wings, a purple haze suddenly rushed out. Newswire, I. The haze light condensed into a huge silhouette of a purple-winged dragon eagle, with its head raised in anger, fierce and intimidating, spreading its wings and wanting to fly. The remnants of the monster's conscious body appeared. Shao Ting's pupils shrunk. Monster material, originally, is the monster's extremely unyielding and unwilling will before death or serious injury, prompting the whole body's magic power to coalesce. It was to be expected that such an unyielding fighting spirit would emerge. The massive silhouette of the purple-winged dragon eagle had no intelligence, only the ferocity to fight back. Once it escapes, the initial edited evolution of the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex would be a complete failure. Shao Ting looked over at once, cold black eyes looking forward, a spiritual force as majestic as the sea slapped down through the air. Boom! The remaining will of the dragon hawk, being whipped to pieces by those killing intent that came running wildly in a single blow. The last bit of defiance and resignation swirls back, scattering into the sky. Thunder feathers surged onto the body surface of the flying dragon. Feather come. Those gathered dragon feathers overlapped and pressed down. Edited to be the large head of a biplane flying dragon. Crouching down, roots of plumes, instantly catapulted, spreading across broad, muscular wings of blood. The 30-meter-long purple electric feathers erupted millions of strands of lightning the moment they took shape. Bright and blinding, a powerful dragon's pressure appeared out of nowhere. Above the void, blistering booms of thunder streaked across the sky, and a bolt of clear thunder rolled into the sky from all directions. Boom! In front of Shao Ting's eyes, dark clouds instantly rolled over and thunder and lightning struck. Underneath the raging thunderclouds, a thunder monarch dragon spread its wings and roared wildly, its voice shaking the clouds. Roar! The first monster edit was successful. The big head has undergone a sea change, hands gripped at once, chest overflowing with breaths that seemed rushed from overexcitement. Shao Ting bit his lip, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth that were curled up in excitement. Sight jerked towards this biplane flying dragon. The golden tip appears in front of you. Racial iconography. Name Thunder Monarch Dragon. Attributes: Dragon Lightning Fire. Racial class: 6th Order Peak Monarch Dragon Race. Racial skills: Shadow Thunder Claws, Lightning Charge, Thunder Fire Dragon Breath, Flying Over Attack, Dragon Roar Magic, Monarch Shock, Ancient Behemothization. Introduction: a large monster monarch of the flying dragon species. A two-winged bipedal flying dragon, edited and evolved from a Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex fused with a dragonhawk's purple wings. The bloodline of the ancestor thunder dragon and the ancestor giant eagle were fused within his body. It seemed that as long as his wings rubbed together, he could form a terrifying bombardment of thunderclouds in any given place. Possessing flying dragon-scale armor and a strong body, the largest individual, when adult, can reach 300 meters. The mastery of thunder undoubtedly reached a terrifying degree, able to arbitrarily call out the thunder scolding electricity, driving thunderclouds, just like a real thunder monarch. Ah, lean, what kind of fairy panel is this? The sight swept by inch by inch. Chapter 34: Dragon's Blood Reflection. Thunder Control. Thunder Dragon Ball Full Attack. Flying Dragon Scale Armor Full Defense. Supreme Dragon Blood Full Stamina. Dual Originator Bloodlines Full Speed. The qualifications of a 6th Order Monarch, the strongest monster evolution end of the Earth Star's bright side. Even though the current Thunder Monarch Dragon wasn't in its full form yet, It could grow into a dragon tyrant that dominated everything as long as it followed the steps. There are almost no weaknesses. Xiao Ting looked to its racial skill at this point. Before that, during the Tyrannosaurus Rex period, one could learn transcendent skills such as lightning, fire, dragon, and darkness. The flying dragon period is not far from that. The racial skills on the panel are yet all higher strength. It's all high-order transcendental high-order king level. A high-level transcendent skill can easily explode a mountain by storming a building. What about a king-level skill? A full-bodied monster monarch casts it, and a city can blow you sky-high in the blink of an eye. Strong. Altogether, this is a perfect monarch race flying dragon. Handsome enough to make him want to tremble and laugh and cry over it. He created a kind of fantasy dragon with his own hands. As a young child, everyone told him that there were no dragons in the world. If he could go back in time, he would have squatted down and told the kid with the drawing book, "Look, it's a dragon. As soon as you grow up, you'll be able to create your own one-of-a-kind dragon of empty dreams." Timothy Shaw hid the sound of laughter in his throat. It's only 2 months. Less than 2 months after awakening, the monarch race was edited out. It's the world's first and only. And creating the supreme flying dragon monarch was just Xiao Ting's first step towards the dragon race's supreme creator. In an age full of monster creators, he will personally create the long-lost dragon clan of the East, holding a dragon pearl and snaking his body. This life is immortal, the only faith. Take a deep breath. Exhale deeply. Xiao Ting calmed his excited heartbeat. Several prompts popped up in front of his eyes once again. Advancement of the monarch race is successful. Your Thunder Monarch Dragon has gained some insight. All skill levels have risen. Charge Medium Basic evolves into Lightning Charge Medium Transcendent. Explosive Flame Breath Medium Extraordinary evolves into Thunder Dragon Breath Medium King. Lightning Tooth Low-Level Transcendent evolves into Thunder Tooth Low-Level King. Dragon Shock Low King evolves into Monarch Shock High King. All of Big Brain skills, all levels rise. The first rank Little Flying Dragon already possessed several king-level powers that could abuse the upper-level monsters over the level. Next, this skill is Shaw Timothy blinked. Advancement of the monarch race is successful. Your Thunder Monarch Dragon has realized something and learned the exclusive secret art, Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder. Skill. Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder Exclusive Secret Art. Level High King. Skill Proficiency. First Level Introductory. Introduction. Dragon King Skill. A kind of dragon language magic created by the primitive Dragon Emperor. A total of 10 Dragon Roar syllables. The releaser masters the roar of the dragon language. He can immediately release the powerful thunder magic. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution. Peak King, Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder. Legendary Dragon Magic. Xiao Ting didn't expect Big Brain to actually grasp this. The power of the dragon race is inextricably linked to dragon language magic. Every ancient flying dragon is a top-notch master of dragon language magic. They can unleash raging cataclysmic magic that destroys everything just by roaring. The template that Big Brain has become at this point. Thunder King Dragon. Race. 6th Order Monarch Flying Dragon Race. Level. Pre-1 19% Evolution. Skills. Lightning Charge Middle Order Transcendent First Level Beginner. Thunderbolt Teeth Lower Order King First Level Beginner. Thunderfire Spit Middle Order King First Level Beginner. Monarch Shock Higher Order King First Level Beginner. Dragon Roar Magic. Thunder Higher Order King First Level Beginner. The King's skill with a combat power that can change the terrain of a place for eternity. The Thunder Monarch Dragon skill panel was no longer inferior to those ancient beings that had altered the eternal landscapes, set off ocean currents, and dropped meteorites. 0th Order Abuse 2nd Order Bull. At rank 1, it now abuses rank 3 bulls without any pressure. Just kidding. A transmigrating body that only had Foundation Establishment mana reserves. Skill Pull Full. Magic Weapon Dragon Scale Dragon Armor Pull Full. Can't you play with a bunch of Jindan? That said, I should be able to be promoted to junior editor after my first successful edit and the creation of the monarch race, right? The dark-haired teenager who lowered his eyes called out to the system. Slightly rounded ears scratched the beep. Ding! First monster edit successful. Physical fitness standard. Mental strength standard. You have been promoted to junior editor. You have gained 1/10 of the Thunder Monarch Dragon's Dragon Blood power. You may choose one of the Thunder Monarch Dragon's natural abilities to solidify as your own skill. All junior editors have access to 1/10 of the monster's bloodline power, and solidifies one of the monster's abilities. Xiaoting looked at the Thunder Monarch Dragon skill bar. Gaze on the 4 king level skills swept back and forth. Slightly kind of hard to choose. The global editors, if they heard this faint sentiment from Xiaoting, would probably crowdfund bullets and shoot him one by one. 90% of junior editors. The first monster talents that are solidified are all very basic enhancement skills. Something like Charge, Harden Claw, Attack, Eagle Eye, Bite, Crush, this kind. More resistant to beatings. More able to run. It's more watchable. The first time you solidify a monster talent, you can get the Overlord qualification and King qualification King skills. Such people live only in legends passed down from generation to generation and by word of mouth. And Timothy Shaw, probably living inside one of the most exaggerated sagas ever written. For King techniques to pick from, Thunderfire Spit. When solidified, in the body of a man, he spat out a double dragon's breath, causing thunder and fire to annihilate everything. Thunder Teeth. When solidified, summon the head of the flying dragon and cast Thunder Fangs, which can tear everything apart. Monarch Shock. After curing, you gain a monarch-level dominance, and with your aura, you can shock, dominate, and intimidate other monsters. Dragon Roar Magic. Thunder. Solidified as a Thunder Controller Dragon Wizard, Timothy Shaw said, "I choose to solidify Dragon Roar Magic. Thunder." Solidified the skill. Very handsome. What Palm Thunder, Rado Kirin, Pikachu Billion Volt, Ringing Thunder Fruit 10,000 Thunders to meet, put up like a game. End of speech. 2 purple lights emerged from the Thunder Monarch Dragon's body and scurried into Xiao Ting's body. Boom! 1/10 of the Monarch Dragon's blood flowed into the limbs and bones. In the meantime, a vastness of trembling thunder magic power also instantly impacted his entire body. A sea of thunder filled his chest. It was like an explosion inside. The strong dragon blood and the violent thunder washed over and over again. Every cell of the body was frantically devouring the energy of both, metamorphosing towards the transcendent side. 3,600,000 pores, spewing thunder. Flash arcs, intertwined into a huge cocoon of thunderstorms on the ground, wrapping Xiao Ting's figure in it. Bang bang. Bang bang. Inside the monster space, a huge cocoon of thunderstorms thundered with a heartbeat as Xiao Ting's suffocating chest slowly began to inhale again, rising and falling together. A giant shadow suddenly appeared in front of the giant cocoon. Huge body, majestic dragon head. The Thunder Monarch Dragon stretched out its 30-meter-long thunder and lightning-feathered wings, lying majestically in front of the creator's body, quietly guarding it. Little by little, time passed. One day and one night, the dragon's blood and thunder that boiled every vein and nerve finally fell silent. Eyes open and conscious, the thunderstorm cocoon transformed into endless thunder and lightning power, sinking into the pores as he breathed, snapped his fingers and constructed a suit with his mind. Only then did he raise his hand and conjure up a water mirror. Look to the metamorphosed body. It seems a little higher. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, got abs. The teenage dragon master raised his lips. The corners of the mouth have a W and look quite satisfied. Subsequently, the teenager raised his hands, groping for the bloodline and lightly shouting "Bloodline Awakening." Behind him, a flying dragon phantom instantly appeared that looked up to the sky and called out thunder and lightning. The phantom transformed into a purple beam of light that poured into the spine. A powerful force of dragon's blood poured out like a floodgate opening, and then it infused the entire body. Strong currents of air swirled the black hair. Alienated a pair of never-extinguished monarch dragon pupils? You can release a monarch-level shock the moment you open your monarch dragon pupil, and perform an indiscriminate, wide-ranging mental impact on monsters and editors. Looking into the mirror, his eyes lit up like golden pupils that burned all the way to the depths of the universe. Eyelids cover the eyes. Open again. Wow, that's sparkly. Speaking up, I've seen it on the bus before when I rode the bus. Those editors who gained a monster's bloodline in return did have a certain degree of alienation in their bodies. And he alienated a pair of monarch dragon pupils? In the mirror, the golden pupils of the never-extinguished monarch stared quietly at the dark-haired teenager who held them. To give people things with excessive intimidation, excessive fear. 3 minutes later, golden pupil extinguished. The moment the alienation ends. Xiao Ting said, "So hungry. The bowels are screaming." It seemed that, with his current physical strength, he could only maintain the bloodline awakening for 3 to 4 minutes. So false. No strength. Look at my treasure first. The teenager turned around. It locked onto the Thunder Monarch dragon behind it, probing with its eyes. After the initial edit, the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex successfully advanced to the Monarch race. The body size skyrocketed, reaching a terrifying height of 15 meters, and the lightning feather wings spread out over 30 meters. What had been tan skin turned a deep, cold, dark purple. The purple wings, glittering with majestic lightning, were filled with the majestic aura of a supreme flying dragon. For eyes, a feeling of blood-connected closeness was born. Chapter 35 In the Name of God, Dragon God Creator. The shape of the dragon became clearer and clearer in the strong light. The satisfaction of that creation quivered gently from his fingertips, then slowly overwhelmed the whole thing. Xiaoting couldn't take his eyes off. It was the dragon that came for him. It was created by his own hand, a new appearance and form. The eyes seemed to melt with heat. Timothy Shaw raised his hand, his big dark purple head, and stuck it up like he did when he first started playing ball. Ow! Let me think. Xiaoting said, "You've grown so big. It's time to give you a name. What do you think of the name? Little Thor." Listen to me. There were once 3 dragons recorded and celebrated in mythology. They were called the Ancient Green Brilliant Dragon, the Calamitous Black Brilliant Dragon, and the Chaotic Sea Brilliant Dragon. I think we can surpass them. Become more ancient, more sublime beings. In the name of God. This is Xiaoting's hope for its future. He, on the other hand, was the one who accompanied the 10,000 dragons on their ascent to God, the Dragon God Creator. The dragon's mouth opened, and the smoke of nitrous and the smell of a large predator came together in a mishmash of puffs. Roar! The dragon whined low in its throat. Like, Pops, as long as it's a name you pick, Little Thor likes it. That dragon raised its head and placed that part of its eyes, gently leaning against Xiaoting's shoulder. Intimacy, dependence. It's a monster that came for the Creator, and even if it evolved into the mighty god of Thunder Brilliant Dragon in the future, Xiaoting was still its most revered old man, the most exalted creator. After, a man and a dragon began to share the grilled crabs for dinner. 500 pounds of a shield crab. 10 minutes later, the remains of half a shield crab were piled up around Xiaoting. Wow! I have a big appetite. The body transformed by dragon blood had a surprisingly large appetite. Once the more than 200 pounds of crab yolk and crab paste and crab meat went down, they were all converted into heat energy and restored their strength. After eating, Xiaoting propped his chin up and watched the little thunder god wag his tail and arch his food, huffing and puffing. With one big mouth, all the roasted crabs were refined. The crab yolk and crab paste are sealed in the shell and melt in your mouth. The aftertaste. It was only after the remaining half of the mad blood rhinoceros and 4.5 roasted crabs from before went down that the dragon stopped and tilted its head towards Xiaoting. Burp. Shiguma. Devouring common class monster. Shield crab X4. Thunder dragon evolution level plus 4%. Current evolution level, 23% of first order. Your eating seems to have increased again. Xiaoting poked it in the stomach. Round little tummies that bulge like in cartoons. 2.8 tons of monster ingredients, all instantly refined and swallowed into the belly. How long will this belly of yours last? Roar. Pops, don't worry. With my current appetite, I can digest it all in a day. Calculated the little Thor's appetite for the day. There was a moment of silence. Xiaoting looked up and forced a smile. Just now I thought about it. There's no more food stored in the house, so what are you going to eat tomorrow? What's going on? The dragon eyes of purple grapes glared round. Don't build eh. It scratched its head and stared wide-eyed at Xiaoting for a while before. Suddenly the killjoys opened their feathers. Pops, pops. We can still dabble in the underground coliseum. It fights raw dazzle both, and is guaranteed to bring a dragon to the West service. For the monsters in the fight. After getting stronger, not only did little Thor's appetite get bigger, his heart expanded as well. It felt like it could roast 10 berserk blood rhinos in one bite of dragon breath and eat one a day. This time it's going to challenge 10 bulls. Pack it all up and go home. Enough to feed it and Pops for 10 days and a half months. The young thunder god braced his claws on the ground, his dragon's head forward, his eyes downcast, calculating with his heart. Where are all the elite monsters for you to beat up? Timothy Shaw wagged his finger and shook his head. A mid-level editor who holds an elite monster is a big shot who can walk sideways in our 18th tier East Sea City. Where would they go to get killed if they stayed well at home? If the mountain doesn't go for me, I'll go for the mountain. Little Thor's ground supporting feathers closed in, and the whole dragon stood up at once.
Bull.
You're going to attack humans? The ferocious dragon clenched its tail instantly. Oh! Xiao Ting fell to the ground with the wind and looked at its tall figure. And, for the sake of the master's little life, that underground coliseum in Donghai City, we can't go there a second time. The dragon plopped down and came closer, cocked his head. Howl? Why? Fingers reached out and stroked its unavoidable chin. Xiao Ting explained slightly. The last time they took the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex out, they might have been discovered as Senior SS-class Dragon Awakened. The same door-to-door kicker comes twice and is sure to be recognized. There's no guarantee that an assassin, Old Six, will come and ambush us. Timothy Shaw said. Roar. Then we'll kill it. The dragon said. I believe in me and you. But Timothy Shaw scratched its chin. The future is the future and the present is the present. Right now they're weak. Maybe cross the line and bully the alpha monster. But not enough in front of the monster chancellor and monster king, who calls the winds and rain and turns into a zephyr at every turn. The higher you go, the advantage that race brings gets smaller and smaller. Can't beat the chancellor. Xiao Ting said. Roar. Unrecognized, said the dragon. Probably can't beat the chancellor. Xiao Ting said. Roar. Next time you hold me and fight, try. The dragon said. The dragon blinked suspiciously. Look at Dad, who is trembling on both shoulders. Xiao Ting laughed out loud at the way it shook him. Okay. Don't laugh at you, don't blow my nose. Xiao Ting sat up and stared into the eyes of the sprawled dragon. In short, you have to realize that the benefits that a 5th-ranked young dragon can bring are enough to make countless underground forces, countless bad guys, trample on all the laws. The large dragon's head brushed up against his side, staring at him with those violet electric eyes. I'm not afraid. But I'm afraid. Xiao Ting said. I kind of like it here now, and I'm afraid I'll never see you again. Roar. Those deer like flying dragon ears stood up. It was the excess overflow of energy from the dragonhawk's feathers, crafted by Xiao Ting to be devoid of magical energy, a mere biological decoration. Got it. The little thunder god plopped down again and put his head against the palm of the teenage dragon master's upraised hand in front of him. Phew. If you can't go to the Colosseum to fight for a dry meal, why don't you ask it to eat less? Just a little bit at each meal? The dragon sat up again, shaking its head and rubbing its stomach. Then it lifted its paw and gestured with its toe as if there was a universe suspended in the center, a billion dots, and looked at its master on the ground with a crooked head. Xiao Ting laughed out loud at once. So torn, amused by the tangled little expression on its face. Okay. He rolled onto his back and patted the little thunder god's billion-dotted dragon toes. No more teasing. It's a showdown. Your dad and I still have millions in savings to buy you good food. Earlier, the top tycoon of Donghai City, President Ma, gave a meet and greet note. Bank card with $1.5 million on it. $500,000 was bought as food, which was eaten in the meantime. There's $1 million left, and it's time to eat it all. Before leaving, Xiao Ting glanced at Little Thor's editable evolutionary path. Number of edits. 1. Details. Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex plus Dragon Eagle Purple Wings. Can be fused to edit. Head, body, front paws, hind feet, tail. Editable evolution route. 1. Ancient Dragon Evolution. 2. Demon Evolution. 3. Snake Emperor Evolution. 4. Edit for 7th Order Ancient Dragon of Natural Disaster. Need to fuse. 6th Order Monster Front Claw. 6th Order Monster Headhorn. Edit for 7th Order Demon Ancient Dragon. Need to fuse. 6th Order Monster Headhorn. 6th Order Monster Foreclaw. Edit for 7th Order Serpent Emperor Ancient Dragon. Fusion required. 6th Order Monster Body. 6th Order Monster Tail. 6th Rank Monsters against the Sealed Monarch. Alias the town's big man. In other words, Little Thunder God's next edit evolution would require killing a bunch of Zhen Guodao lords in order to pop out materials. Can't afford to feed. Xiao Ting closed the panel in front of him and hurriedly retreated in defeat. Closing his eyes, he exited the monster space. Old Town, Astor Neighborhood. Demolished civilian silo, room 704. On the bed, A void crack appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, it was back to the original room. Xiao Ting opened his eyes. The first thing you smell is an odor. He braced himself for a moment and rushed into the bathroom. It should be the reason for fusing 1/10 of the monarch's dragon blood. Inside the pores, the dirt, impurity, waste inherent in the human body is eliminated. It's dirty and smelly. Scrub for 20 minutes. The water that flows into the bathroom drain hole goes from a black color to clear and clean. Xiao Ting put on his short-sleeved summer shorts, stepped out of the bathroom, and pushed open the squeaky glass window of his bedroom. Chapter 36 Gold-swallowing assassin. Father Dragon worried. The light rain of a summer night hit my face. The cool breeze is so refreshing that you can feel it in every pore. Clear ears and eyes. Night vision has gotten stronger as well. Xiao Ting muttered to himself. Crowds of people walking under umbrellas on a rainy night would become as zoomed in as the highest definition cameras when they fell into his eyes under his broken hair. The touch of the drizzle on the old man's face, crawling down like a little worm. People walking, circles of yellow and purple lights, tiny fluffy hairs shining on their faces. Convenience store. A young man and woman who are talking to each other. The fine light in their eyes when they look at each other. The breath, the pores, the smell, and the magical colors that spill out of your body. Everything seems to be visible. Heaven and earth are infinitely wonderful for a moment. The teenager's eyes, silent for a moment as he stared at the scene before him, sincerely sighed. That's nice. Wow, it feels like a super high-definition artificial brain. It's easy to analyze a wide variety of data from the human body surface. A drop of falling rain hit his nose coldly, and Xiao Ting immediately shook his head to shake it off. Previously, Little Thor's 0th rank bloodline reflex was enough for him to blow the head off of a first-rank ghoul. Now what? Feeling the strength of his body that far exceeded his previous strength, he gave a firm grip. A crackling sound came out. Xiao Ting looked at it for a while and felt his hands filled with power that could punch out this old wall. The hand loosened at once. Standing by the window for a short while, the dripping hair was soon dried by the dry, warm night air of a summer night. Ruffling his hair slightly with rain vapor, the teenage dragon master scratched his hair and returned to his bedroom, glancing at the old-fashioned calendar hanging on the wall. It's June 20th, 2025. At 7:31 p.m. The afternoon of June 26th was the East Coast City Trainee Editor Certification exam. And a week's vacation. Xiao Ting picked up his bedside textbook and began to review. Trainee Editor Certification Assessment. It's mostly a second test of talent, monster entry, and a basic written test. It's only after high school when your brain is at its intellectual peak. The written test is nothing difficult. But monster entry time. Regarding, how did my Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex turn into a Thunder Monarch? He still had to think hard about how to figure out a rational explanation. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. The air conditioner was on a warm 23 degrees. The only thing left of the red-petaled watermelon on the table was the green and white rind. The night of June 22nd. Xiao Ting, who had finished reviewing his senior year monsterology, picked up the handle end of the umbrella with his fingers, tucked in the $1 million bank card given by President Ma, and opened the door to his room. Click. The target is a nearby monster food processing plant. The figure that walked down the old stairs and pulled open the old security door. Let the surrounding 7th Guardian Squad raise their spirits. Captain. The protection target is out again. 24 warriors, armed, followed quietly. With them escorting him all the way, Xiao Ting arrived at the nearest hog beast processing plant. Outer City. The largest hog animal processing plant. I'll give the initial monster and buy the ingredients. Xiao Ting passed a bottle of water with the security guard. Learning that he was a senior awakened, the security guard made a direct call and called the manager out. So expensive? At the question, Xiao Ting inhaled slightly. The manager looked up, his field of vision reflecting the appearance of a teenager who looked to be 17 or 18 years old and about 5 feet 8 inches, and his mind went over the question of the other party wanting to purchase beast meat again. He was smiling like a daisy. Dear awakened one. A ton of pig beast meat, over 300,000, expensive. But in the monster's flesh and blood, it contains a large amount of blood energy, and when ordinary people eat it, they can get a good blood nourishment and prolong their lives. Your initial monster eats it, and also gains a large amount of nutrients for rapid growth. Fingers rubbed over the bank card in his arms. Indeed, to the powerful dragon race, the flesh and blood of the monsters of the heavens was the best and most nutritious milk. Recently, little Thor has become anorexic from eating beef and lamb that doesn't make the grade. He had to replace the Wan, domesticated Dragon King with more nutritious ingredients. The meat from the hog beasts is just fine. It was a first-order monster with a body size of 2 meters. Shaped like a wild boar, the racial skill is burrowing, often burrowing into crop fields and orchards everywhere, chewing up crops. Due to the rapid reproduction and huge numbers, the grass is not growing wherever they go, making it an abomination to the agricultural community. Everywhere there is a permanent mission to remove the hog beasts, and almost every day certified editors go out into the countryside to catch and kill them. The drawbacks are stated so much. The only good thing about them is that they taste good. Raised as vegetarians, the pig beast's meat has a nourishing effect and can be consumed by ordinary people, making it a hot delicacy for the table. After the thought passed through his head, Xiao Ting decisively swiped his card. The balance is only $20,000. Spent $980,000, swiped the $1 million bank card that Chairman Ma gave him, and bought 3 tons of pig beast meat. Once the money was in place, the manager smiled a human smile, hemmed and hawed, and told the factory personnel to go and pull the goods. Less than 10 minutes. Factory personnel drove a large truck with loaded compartments of animal meat to the designated location. Under their awe-inspiring admiration, Xiao Ting opened his hand and opened the monster space. The void rippled, and the ground whistled with winds that blew away the void. A star map was pulled apart, and 3 tons of beast meat sank in an instant, swallowed into the void tunnel. Love that you came and love that you came back. Welcome next time. Walking out of the monster food factory, the corners of Xiao Ting's eyes drooped. 3 tons of pig beast meat is only enough to feed little Thor for a day or two. Promoted to a monarch race, it doubled its appetite. It takes enough tons of food a day to sustain growth. To become a father is to have something bigger than yourself. How to raise the current little thunder god became Xiao Ting's biggest worry at the moment. If only this were a slightly more peaceful world. He just turned himself right over to the state, instead of being caught in the present dilemma with empty pockets. To sell yourself to Chairman Ma for a selling fee? This was the path that many editors with talent and weak family backgrounds would choose, becoming dependent on plutocrats, academies, legions, and nobles. I won't be able to go for my apprentice license until the day after tomorrow, and that's when I can get my out-of-town qualification and certification bracelet to go out of town to hunt or pick up quests from the guild. Is this what it's like to have to raise a child? You can't say you can't do it for the dragon's parents, Timothy Shaw. The night breeze came over and the hair on his forehead swayed slightly. The pupil-calm teenager posed for thought. If only dozens of tons of monster meat fell from the sky. The family has a hungry dragon, and the milkman is worried. On the way home, Xiao Ting took out his cell phone and checked the prices of monster materials online. Cash in hand, just over $20,000 left. Apparently not enough to pay for the dragon's meal afterward. However, he still had a batch of monster materials in his hands. 3rd order ice true bead and 2nd order fire armor bead. Googled it. These 2 materials, both of which were rare materials, could be sold for $5 or $6 million when packaged together. Not bad. After all, it was an underground coliseum, picked up for nothing while holding the dragon's big mouth to start the meal. Timothy Shaw did the math. That's a huge amount of money, almost enough to feed little Thor for a week. Tunicate assassin, a tunicate assassin. Raising monsters is expensive. Keeping dragons is more expensive. If only there was a place like the underground coliseum to get money and legally swipe monster meat. For a moment an image came to mind. Little Thor stood up. With both claws braced on the ground, the dragon's wings leaned back. A bright-eyed attack the humans expression surfaced. The corners of Xiao Ting's mouth pursed straight and he instantly slapped himself, shaking his head fiercely. What a dangerous idea. Memory. There is, indeed, a way to legally hunt large quantities of monster meat. Except for the wilderness area, where you can hunt tons of wilderness monsters. A large number of exotic monsters which would fall from the rift would form a bug wave beast swarm and invade the Earth star. Chapter 37, Worms Abyss, Raid Invasion. Almost every second, cracks open around the world. The foreign invaders after Rift will send countless monsters that will descend on the major cities. Because of the ever-present alien invasion, national editors are highly regarded. Human artillery and hot weapons are just scratching an itch for some monsters. Spirit-based exotic monsters can even take the missiles they launch and instantly move them to other cities using Nimbus, instantaneous movement.
Surprise, surprise, surprise?
Nuclear weapons can only serve as a strategic deterrent and cannot be the savior of mankind. Only the monster editor can harness monsters and defend against foreign invasions. Before going to the magic capital to take the entrance exam, he had to get a fixed hunting ground to obtain a large amount of monster flesh and blood to feed the Thunder Monarch dragon. Xiao Ting thought about it and temporarily positioned the rift and the wilderness area as his primary targets. Thinking about this, Xiao Ting turned his feet as he passed by the fast food restaurant and went in to order a crazy set meal. More than 20 tail trackers with panels on their heads, that contingent of warriors were outside the fast food restaurant, calmly waiting for Timothy Shaw to wait for his meal. The other side, a block away, in Fisher's Creek Park, there were screams of terror from the crowd. Monster cracks are appearing. Go! Go! These abominable dark races. The crowd kept running outward. In the sky above the park, a dark crack, like a hideous wound, stretched across the void. Powerful and incomparable spatial turbulence filled the area around the crack. Behind the crack, what the naked eye could witness was a blood-red abyssal earth. Then there was the sound of worms crawling and squirming. The body, which was several meters to tens of meters long, was covered with fine folds. Countless scarlet worms steamed upward from all sides. One drilled into the back of the door and crashed into another universe. Park. An emergency call to the headquarters of the City Patrol Army in Donghai City. Emergency on South Street. Requesting backup. Class a high-risk monster world. The Worm Abyss. Invasion in progress. Rallying is but a matter of moments. A batch of City Patrol Army warriors, converging from all sides, quickly divided into groups and rushed to the location where the monster cracks appeared to suppress. Kill the monster leader as soon as possible. Orders from above were quickly given. Never let the otherworldly tunnel solidify, like a bloody door after a crack. Suddenly a huge shadow overpowered it. A huge demon worm leader dropped. It hovered all blood red and fat and threw back its head. The endless, black mist barrier instantly spread out from underneath his feet, flooding 100 miles in every direction. That was the secret technique of the dark races, the dark editors, to circle the hunting circle. Footsteps swept by sharply. The warriors who rushed to the entrance of the park reached out, summoning a piece of the star chart link. The wind made a noise. Countless editing monsters, leaping out from the depths of the ripples, swooped forward. Outside the fast food restaurant 2 blocks away, Zhou Zhuang looked over, hissing in the night, to Fisher's Creek Park. There came the sound of a dense rain of gunfire. Captain, do you need us for backup? The 7th Squad warrior at his side inquired. An armored car passed by on the street. A blood eagle with spread wings is printed on the side. It was the Iron Eagle Monster Legion stationed in the East China Sea. Zhou Zhuang looked at the number on the car and slowly shook his head. No need. 3 elite squads of the City Rangers have gone to guard that rift. There are 3 battle-hardened chief captains in there, all certified advanced monster editors. Trust them. Squad 7 stay put and continue to protect our target. Just then, a blood-red, heavily wounded desert deathworm killed its way out of the black mist maze. This ordinary grade demonic insect, tens of meters long, burst into the front of the fast food restaurant with an amazing escape speed. At that moment, Xiao Ting happened to hold up his drink cup, eyes downcast, and pushed his way out of the door. Zhou Zhuang's pupils shrunk. The entire group was like a batch of Black Panthers, leading the charge.
Danger!
Please step back. Squad 7. Summon the monster quickly. Zhou Zhuang, who was holding the gun, turned the energy gun and aimed it at the huge dark red worm. Xiao Ting's eyes skimmed over the creature. For a moment, I remembered the little flying dragon at home that stood on the ground with its wings outstretched and shouted, "Attack the humans." How is this not a two-way run? The death worm raised its daisy-like mouthparts. Its eyes, melting beneath its skin, reflected the slightly parted lips of the teenager not far away, skimming over the teeth that spat out white breath. Old Iron, lend me your sword. The pocket of packages carried in his hand was tossed aside into the arms of the Guardian Squad. A young lady was holding on hand and foot. Then seeing the dark-haired teenager, the object of the mission that needed their protection, suddenly step forward on his feet and draw the Han sword behind the middle-aged warrior was but a matter of moments. The not-so-strong-looking arm tensed backward and fired. Clang! A beam of white light that rushed up into mid-air. All that could be heard was the sound of breaking air swept rapidly. It was a more piercing sound than the roar of the desert deathworms earlier. People's hearts are suddenly tightening. All the people on this long street who were running with panicked expressions unconsciously raised their heads. The pupils reflected back. On the horizon ahead, a sword Yagyu shooting star that had flared across the horizon. Shoo! The moment it fell in, a line of silver light pierced into the mouthparts of the deathworm's head.
So fast.
In the eyes of Zhou Shuo and the others, Xiao Ting was nothing more than an awakened brat that the higher-ups had ordered them to protect, and with just a single stroke of his sword, this teenager had instantly reversed the impression of the protector and the protected. The deathworm tried to control its body, but it couldn't do so at all, and its body, in the end, was blasted out dozens of meters away by the sword thrower's powerful and monstrous force, nailing it to a wall. Hissing, the deathworm opened its daisy-shaped, sharp-toothed mouthparts and hissed and growled as its 4 tentacles swung about. Blood and broken flesh splattered all over the place. The sound waves shook the blood-drinking silver sword. The silver sword let out a piercing clang, clang. After a violent tail-wagging struggle, the dark red intestinal worm collapsed into a large pool of blood, never to move again. You destroyed a common-level desert deathworm. Thunder Dragon evolution level plus 2%. Current evolution level, 25% of first order. The onlookers, after realizing they didn't have to run, stopped panting. After a dozen seconds or so, the people came back from their fear and let out a hasty cry of surprise. The monster was killed. Who killed it? It looks like some teenager. I got the shot. I got it on camera. A certain sound went up. This wave will definitely increase a lot of fans. It was indeed him who threw that amazing sword. Xiao Ting dropped his tense arm and turned his head, picking up the plastic lunch bag again. He said, "The situation was urgent, and I borrowed the sword." A piercing golden aura slightly leaked out from the eyes that had passed sideways. Are pupils standing up? Are they manifesting alienated features? And this was surprisingly a pair of deep and cold golden pupils. It was even more cold-blooded than reptiles, just like the ancient dragons looking down on everything. Opposite Zhou Zhuang's breath stuttered, and he hastily shook his head. It's okay, it's okay. The situation is urgent and understandable." Xiao Ting withdrew his eyes and swept his gaze. There were no monster materials or secret art treasure beads in the demon worm corpses. But the golden aura blinked with his eyelids and quickly dissipated again. Xiao Ting looked up and down at the giant worm in the pool of blood. This magic worm, though mediocre in combat, is long and fat. Is supposed to weigh 2 tons? Ah! Little Thor even took a bite out of a ghoul and ate it with a popping sound, and definitely wouldn't mind this contemptuous food. Ah! At least 1 day's worth of free-flying dragon rations arrived. What more could you want when it's free? Good lord. Xiao Ting pressed down his eyebrows, looking quiet and calm on the surface, completely unable to see that the man had already wowed a wolf in his heart. Feet quickened as he walked up. Hold out your left hand. The void rippled. A circular, star map-like spell pulled away from the ground, engulfing the demon worm's massive corpse. Boom! At that moment, the earth beneath his feet shook slightly again, and the fishy smell of burning swept across the tip of his nose. Not far away, in Fisher's Creek Park, came the intense sound of artillery. Xiao Ting turned around and looked at Captain Zhou, who was on the side. He said, "That's Fisher's Creek Park on South Street over there, right? Has another monster crack appeared?" He had crossed over almost half a year ago and had suffered a crack invasion once before, but not as close as today's 2 or 3 blocks away, and was quickly rushed to deal with it by the city patrols. Zhou Zhuang looked in the direction of the park and nodded gruffly. "Yes, the Class A monster world, Worm Abyss, is invading." In 1999, Chao Yu, the general director of the Monster Rift Research Institute before his death, had once compiled a sequential list of all the exotic monster worlds that had invaded the Earth planet, sorted according to their rank of strength and weakness. There are currently 99 publicly available, known exotic monster worlds. Of these, S-ranked high-risk monster worlds, 29. ABC-class monster world, 69. A-rank monster worlds, representing the presence of a third-rank monster leader. Worm's Abyss is exactly one of them. Chapter 38 Kill Quest to Deliver Dragon Eggs. If we don't get rid of the otherworldly totem poles, when the otherworldly passageway solidifies, it will directly trigger a tertiary bug wave. Not an alpha-level demon worm, leading a ministry, invading a tertiary wave of insects from the planet Earth. Instead, it's an invasion of alpha-level demonic insects. At that time, the entire East Sea City would be in danger. As the two men talked, a piercing alarm pulled overhead. The alarm was loud and encompassed the entire outer city. Zhou Zhuang raised his head, his face grave. This is a level 3 yellow warning signal for cracks in the city. Timothy Shaw listened sideways. A level 3 warning means that the bug wave over there, which is within absolute control, is not in bad shape. The main thing was to tell everyone to hurry home and stay there, not to run around so as not to give the suppression work of the city patrol army to add to the trouble. If the situation took a turn for the worse, the army of monsters patrolling the city would not be able to suppress the rift, causing the tide of insects to go out of control. A 6 alarm, level 2 red alert will be sounded throughout the city to inform the public of the emergency evacuation. At times like this, one must obey the official arrangements, not to add to the suppression efforts of the rangers by adding to them. There are dozens of tons of monster rations not far away. Xiao Ting was already mentally salivating, but he held back. The situation obviously wasn't serious enough to send him, a senior who hadn't even been tested for his trainee editor certification, into battle. But the legs are long on him. You can sneak off to be the flying dragon warrior afterward by yourself, clad in a cloak of invisibility. Before things escalate, young man, go home and rest. Zhou Zhuang suggested. Are you guys going for backup? Timothy Shaw asked, raising his eyes. I don't know that this calm-looking person wants to branch out and sneak off to be the flying dragon warrior. Zhou Zhuang simply thought that the teenager in front of him was worried, so he quickly patted his chest and said, Don't worry, we'll guard here and be the first line of defense for this neighborhood. Okay. It seems that protecting him is the highest priority mission for this team. Hard work. Xiao Ting raised his right hand towards the group of warriors and nodded his head gently in a military salute. His back, then quickly disappeared into the silo. After he left, Zhou Zhuang heard the two warriors next to him, letting out heavy gasps. While being watched by those golden pupils, the two warriors had been holding their breath, never daring to breathe normally. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, wetting his collar. A warrior couldn't help but suck in his breath. Surprisingly, in a single strike, it killed a late first-stage desert deathworm in seconds. Although this demon insect is injured, but to be able to kill a severely injured late first-rank monster in a single strike, this teenager's combat power is already almost at the peak primary level, right? After a murmur of surprise, the warriors fell silent, twisting his head to look at the contingent leader with a skeptical expression. Captain, this teenager doesn't seem to need our protection at all. Is he really the high school awakened of this class? Not some heir to a Zhenghua-level master? Their captain, Zhou Zhuang, had cultivated for a full 10 years before he was promoted to intermediate editor. But a senior teenager who had only just awakened had reached such a level with a single strike. The combat power seems to be no less than that of a second-ranked intermediate captain. What kind of supreme talent has this lad awakened? This bloodline regurgitation ability was also too much for the corners of one's mouth to twitch at the sight of it. Don't say that the warriors were confused in their minds. Zhou Zhuang was also blinded in his heart. The power of that sword just now. He would have to at least turn on the bloodline awakening to roll that lightly. Only awakened less than 3 months. So strong. No wonder he was able to be introduced by the major, highly recommended to that Magic City's 9 institutes, which was full of monstrous geniuses. Zhou Zhuang held back the shock in his heart, tightened his wet palms, and glared at the tiger's eyes. Okay. Don't be poor. Hurry up and contact the ambulance. Take the injured people around and send them to the city hospital. Back to 704. Empty package pockets were swept across the room and tossed into the trash. Xiao Ting washed up and went to bed, pulling the light to sleep. At 4 or 5 a.m., the teenager in his bedroom slept soundly, his mind as if he had been awake all night. Outside, there was suddenly a deafening explosion. Boom! Immediately afterward, the entire residential building shook violently as if it had suffered a major earthquake. Xiao Ting opened his eyes and abruptly looked out the window. Just here, outside, the building rang with intense gunfire and the roar of the 7th Guardian Squad. Stop the dark bastards. Never let the defense behind you collapse. Go to hell. The air was dense with the cold, fishy odor of the bugs' bodies. Xiao Ting frowned and lifted the curtains. At once, countless densely wriggling tentacles appeared before his eyes. It's bugs. A shadow struck before his eyes. A morose and grim aura came over him. Xiao Ting's breath hitched. In his pupils, he locked eyes with the tentacle-like mouthparts of a death worm. The heart seemed to stop for a moment. 7th floor. The gray worm, flush with the 7th floor, slowly turned its pupils and looked out of the corner of its eye at him. In his ears, a cold mechanical tone abruptly sounded. Inspire a chain-killing mission. Destroying the vengeful leader of the demon worms 02. Destroy the swarm of death bugs that came for revenge 010. Quest reward. Random 5th order overlord race sub-dragon eggs. Accepted? The electronic tone falls in an instant. Boom! Mouths full of countless tentacles break through walls. The wriggling rooted tentacle limbs raged and swept like pythons. And a long gray shadow launched a frantic whipping attack towards the master bedroom where Xiao Ting was. Xiao Ting's eyelashes trembled fiercely, and in an instant, he took out the chieftain-level stealth lizard cloak and wrapped his entire body. Bang! 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 After launching the death attack, the demon worm leader retracted his tentacles and looked up to the sky, and inside the house, appliances burst into pieces and ceilings caved in. Upstairs, the single grandmother, holding her granddaughter in her arms, fell through the large, shattered hole, letting out a terrified scream. Ah! Phew! A stream of purple electricity caught them. The enchanted cloak wrapped his entire body, casting a solidified dragon roar magic and transforming into a lightning bolt. Xiao Thunder dropped the old man and child he had grabbed in his arms. The moment the silhouette hit the ground, Xiao Ting said, "Grandma Zhang, it's dangerous here. Take Cece and run. Say it. Raise your left hand that is entwined with lightning." Current shot out, shattering the collapsed corner of the wall. A big hole was broken out in a flash. A short distance outside the cave is the emergency hallway. "Shaw, aren't you leaving? You guys go ahead." Watch as Grandma Zhang runs down the stairs, holding her little granddaughter who is crying until she hiccups. Xiao Ting shook the wall dust from his hands and quickly shifted his pupils to the right to look at the roaring and hissing demon worm leader on the opposite bank. "Raise your hand." The void cracked open with a dazzling summoning formation. A huge dragon claw like a small mountain gently poked out from the star map. The purple-eyed dragon, coming out of the end of the tunnel, holds up the collapsed building. The little thunder god that had been summoned once again had completely changed its appearance. The guy swept his eyes left and right, quickly realized what was going on, and came out with a W at the corner of his mouth and a, "What's Daddy calling me? Is dinner ready?" He came out with his head held high. In an instant, the flying dragon's dragon wings and front claws braced the ground in unison. The long dragon's neck poked out. The pair of deep purple dragon pupils tightened, and the eyes glared dead at the leader of the demonic insects that wanted to kill its entire world not far away. Roar. The other party is here to seek revenge. Pops, you have the scent of its soul air in you, the dragon said. Shaw Timothy then snapped out of it. It turned out that it was that first-ranked demonic insect that had been killed by his sword earlier that had caused the trouble. "I'm sorry, little Thor. We might actually have to battle the alpha this time." After saying that, he stepped on the dragon's wings and leapt onto its back. "Roar. Beat that," the dragon said, snorting. The purple intent and killing intent in his eyes seemed to be burning fast all the way to the end of the universe. "Tearing down my father's house, destroying my father's home. Do you think I raised such a big dragon for nothing? It's good that you have confidence." Xiao Ting inhaled deeply. "System. Accept the mission." The dragon rose into the air. Back. Underneath. 2 pairs of dragon pupils as one. The black pupils are dark to gold, and the purple pupils are purple to gold. In the never-ending color, there was an intense murderous streak that crossed quickly. The flying dragon, along with his master, simultaneously looked at the constantly swinging mouthparts of the demonic insects, and an extremely cold temperature close to freezing point erupted from their bodies. "Come and fall on our plate." Xiao Ting thought the same thing. To randomize the 5th-order hegemonic racial sub-dragon eggs. This alpha-level deathworm, he and Little Thunder God were set to eat it. 3 minutes ago. Buzz, 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 buzz. 6 sirens blasted through the sky. This is a downtown secondary alert. represents a monster crack that broke through the suppression defenses. Need fighters, emergency support. Population needed, emergency evacuation. At the same time, the huge black mist barrier came like a wave, submerging the entire old town, even covering the Astor neighborhood where Xiaoting was. Looking down from the sky, the old city center of Donghai City at 4:30 a.m. was shrouded by a huge maze formed by a black fog. The scattered morning runners on the streets and alleys looked up in shock at the black behemoth in front of them. The sky, changing colors. What's going on here? This is a fourth-order black mist barrier. It can't be broken without a fourth-order edit master. The patrol warrior in the inner city, rubbing his eyes, was shocked. The darkness skill, black mist barricade, will lock down an area, creating a hunting ground that is impossible to get out of like a ghostly wall. The skill will be one rank higher than the caster's level, which means that there is a third-rank dark leader in the old city, invading. Quickly, report to the magic capital. Major Li is attending the Mordor conference. Who's there? The mother of all worms. Some time ago. Boom, boom, boom. In the air, several helicopters turned their propellers and cut through the mist. On the ground, an artillery launcher, constantly driving through the streets, rushes to Old Town Park at 4 in the morning. Under the darkness, empty, blood-strewn green lawns. 3 scarlet space cracks like 3 blood-red doors were fixed above the park. A blood-red worm, red thread like, kept falling from the blood gate of the sky vault. Worm weak fire. Flame launchers ready. Artillery at the ready. Fire. The rear gun carriage reverse direction. Aim for the crack. In an instant, the muzzle of the cannon erupted in furious flames. The shells are falling. Scorching heat distorts the air. A blood-red insect race, in the midst of the raging shockwaves and flames, let out a wailing frenzy and turned into ashes on the ground. Roar! Just as the soldier commanding the gun carriage breathed a sigh of relief. A roar was loud and clear. In flames, a dozen or so foreign-colored figures suddenly rushed out. The size of the body was at least over 38 meters, covering almost his entire field of vision. The gun carriage warrior only felt his hands and feet go cold for a split second. In the next second, the gray insect carcass crushed over, and the large insect compound I had appeared in front of him. The gun carriage was crushed into a rumbling pile of scrap metal with a boom. The 2 alpha-level demon worms pulled out furious shadows, overturning the surrounding camouflage traffic. It's an alpha-class demon worm that isn't afraid of ordinary flames. Someone yelled. A wave of alpha-level demonic insects is attacking. Everyone immediately, all of you, pull back. The 3 senior chief captains bellowed. They drank back the warriors around them. Instead, he himself summoned the alpha-level editing monster, rushed forward, and launched a suicide attack. 15 minutes later, blood stains all over the floor. A wounded warrior, raising his communicator, coughed up blood and said, 3 chief captains, killing dozens of alpha-level demonic insects, sacrificed. 2 alpha-level demonic insects, with a large number of their children, escaped the siege. Please, be careful. With that said, the warrior's arm slowly dropped. Boom! A sandworm scurries out of the ground and grabs the warrior's body, tearing and devouring it continuously with its tentacles. Click, 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 click. At the sound of brutal chewing, the 2 demon worm leaders hissed and growled, burrowing into the ground. Countless first-order worms, surging out like a wave, followed by them, burrowed into the ground. Worm tide, out of control. For 30 in the morning, the dawn in the sky of Donghai City had risen hazily, but the old town, under the mist, remained dark and shadowy. Countless first-order demonic insects cracked out of the ground, opening their chrysanthemum-shaped mouthparts, grabbing a silhouette on the ground and eating them on sight. Blood-red splatter.
Ah!
On all sides of the street, countless people were seized and eaten alive. A horrified scream erupted from the gruesome scene. The other side, older neighborhoods, listening to the intense bombardment not far away. Leaning against the wall, Zhou Zhuang, who was guarding the 704 teenagers, woke up from his sleep and took out his communicator quickly. In the next second, his face changed drastically. No good. The monster rift is lost. Number 29, number 30, number 31, 3 patrol army squads, all destroyed. Otherworldly passage, level 3 curing. Class a high-risk monster world. Worm Abyss. A wave of level 3 bugs is being sent to invade the planet Earth. As soon as the words fell, the 7th Squad warriors with keen perception abruptly changed their faces and shouted with their heads held high. Captain, the bug wave is attacking. Take up arms. Summon the monsters. Do whatever it takes. Guard the rear human neighborhood. Zhou Zhuang's angry shout had just fallen. Several first-order dark red worms that were over 10 meters in size then killed their way out of the dark mists. Squad 7 released an edited monster, snapped the gunplate, and immediately launched a frenzied attack. Da-da-da-da-da. The bombardment of artillery and the sound of machine gun fire were intertwined. Just then, the earth beneath the crowd's feet rumbled and shook. The ground cracked. A giant shadow like a long dragon rose up into the air and killed from the underground. Kill an old silo with the word demolish written all over it in the Aster neighborhood. It's the mother of demon worms. Why is it here? In the midst of his electric thoughts, Zhou Zhu recalled one point. Every female insect in this monster was extremely protective and would launch an endless hunt and retaliation against enemies who had killed their parent generation's potential descendants. Thinking about it, as if it still lingered on his retina, the silver sword. Zhou Zhuang sweated like a pig and roared furiously. Use the flamethrower. Stop it. We can't let it travel to that 7th floor. The opponent's target was the student that Lord Commander had asked them to guard, but simply too late to stop it. The 38-meter-long worm leader, with monstrous rage, rushed towards the old building with the target mission. Tentacle-laden mouthparts broke through walls and stabbed frantically into a room. The whole building shook. Countless people descended the stairs in terror and fled for their lives. Hiss! After a fatal attack, the mother of devil worms pulled her muzzle out of the rubble and hissed up to the sky. It's over, it's over. An attack like this, a high school student who has only just awakened, surely can't block it. The 7th Guardian Squad going crazy. Desperately, he looked at the scene in front of him. A mother of alpha-level demonic insects. A sudden terrorist attack. Even if the team's captain, Zhou Zhuang, who was at the level of an intermediate editor, suffered this blow, he would surely die. Not to mention the student. He's only a senior who just awakened his initial monster. Zhou's face was bloodied. His eyes contained fury, and he raised the barrel of his gun violently. Kill it. It can't be allowed to be hurting more innocent people. Fire! A group of warriors raised their energy guns. Circular star charts are connected into lines. One edited monster after another appeared on their sides, their pupils pulling out scarlet arcs of light towards the mother of demonic worms, charging. Monster rip. Artillery bombardment. The body of the mother of devil worms, who had originally wanted to chase after her, gave a lurch and quickly turned back. Roar! The roar. The long tail swung like a long red lightning whip, slapping at the countless monsters and warriors. Bumper to bumper, a dozen silhouettes were shot down. It flew 20 to 30 meters and smashed into the surrounding buildings, splattering heavily injured blood. Roar! The mother of devil worms once again raised her long, blood-red tail. Lightning swept across the room towards the few fighters still standing. At the critical moment, Zhou Zhuang shouted. Ow! A demonic wolf phantom appeared behind him, transforming into a green light that burrowed into the spine. This is the bloodline awakening, the power of the elite demon wolf. His aura instantly skyrocketed. At this moment, Zhou Zhuang's arm exploded with a burst of blood light. His body surface sprouted werewolf beast hair, and his muscles exponentially skyrocketed, like a giant's arm, as he clasped the demonic worm's huge tail, but it lasted less than 10 seconds. Zhou Zhuang was then viciously thrown away. He was thrown 7 or 8 meters away and smashed into the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. The alpha-level mother of demon worms made him break 8 ribs with a single strike. His eyes went black and he was almost incapacitated. Captain! One of the fighters from Squad 7 stumbled up from the ground again. Covered in blood, towards the leader of the demonic insects, he rushed up. The dozen or so editing monsters that were lightly wounded and hanging on to their colors were also bathed in blood and rushed forward. Chapter 40 Reviving Wings and Friction. 10,000 thunders come to meet you. Captain! Someone reported loudly. We've sent a request for support to the Sea Yard Monster Grand, the East Sea Consortium, and the Linen Way family. Currently, The 3 sacrificed chief captains have successfully destroyed the otherworldly totem poles that were securing the canopies. The 3 spatial cracks over the park have successfully dissipated. The otherworldly worm abyss will not continue to send out waves of worms to invade East Ocean City. But the old city center where we are currently has 2 demon worm leaders that are rampaging across the city with a first-order swarm of worms. Zhou. Old Town is located on the flanks of the inner city and is geographically remote. For the 3 major powers, it would take at least 10 several minutes to come from the inner city to support them and shatter the 4th-order Black Mist barrier. This period of time was enough for the 2 demon worm leaders, with their swarms, to kill tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of people in the old city. For close calls, it has been a hell on earth. Chung took a big, deep breath. His hands were bruised, and the blood from his wounds crumbled out, soaking the first aid bandages on his body again. Just then, boom! A purple thunder of fury suddenly lit up from a room in ruins. What's that? Zhou Zhuang looked up in fear. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky. Roar! The dragon roars like fury. It was supposed to be a somber day of demonic insect carnage. Countless people in the old city would be devoured and torn alive by the demon worms that came out of the ground and ate people on sight before support arrived. But now, the entire populace and demonic insects of the old city saw the angry dragon that flew up into the air, and when it lifted its wings and rubbed them together, 10,000 thunderbolts came to meet it. The rumbling and tumbling thunderclouds covered the sky in a 100-meter radius. A dazzling purple snake danced in the sky. The countless people fleeing in panic all came to a shocked halt. Thousands of people in the old city center raised their heads in disbelief as they watched the flying dragon that dominated the sky. It was a purple-eyed and purple-winged monarch dragon. Eyes like electricity, 2 wings draped in feathers. It stands in the sky with its feathers flapping. A long, curved neck that looks out over all the earth. That dragon body was huge and magnificent. Between the stirring of the feathered wings, there were endless thunder and lightning photons scattered, like a thunderous god of war, a monarch of lightning. It's flying dragons. Countless survivors either stood frozen in place or excitedly poked their heads out, looking with shocked faces at the dragon of lightning that flew up into the sky. For a lot of people, this was the first and last time in their lives that they would see the supreme end of the evolution of Earth star monsters. Monarch race, thunder monarch dragon, flying monsters. Countless warriors lost their voices in a heck of a lot of noise. The flying dragon flapped its wings. Between the friction of the purple electric feather wings, an endless amount of thunder elements merged into midair. A dark cloud covered the sky and angry thunder rolled in. Roar! Dragon roar magic, thunder. Little thunder god's roar shook the clouds. In an instant, an incomparably huge vortex of thunder appeared, condensing into a terrifying thunderstorm. A streak of thunder covered the sky and flooded down. Boom! 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 100 meters in a radius, it was flooded by a tide of thunder. The dozen or so first-order demonic insects that ravaged the earth, as well as a group of young worms that do not enter the level mouth with human legs and human body seams. Dull pupils reflect the dazzling thunder color in the sky. Then the pain diffusion turned into ashes. In an instant, the evolution degree on the panel went crazy. A direct increase of 20%. Current evolution level. First order 45%. High-level king skill dragon roar magic. Thunder proficiency +1. Current proficiency. Level 2 introductory 1-2. Wild thunder bombardment. The 7th squad within the range of the lightning light continuously swallowed their saliva, completely dumbfounded. So strong. A dragon roar that killed at least 50 monsters. What kind of power is this? It's shocking.
Dragon A.
Cleave these cannibalistic stinkers to death. Several streets away, the other warriors who saw the flashes of white light and the intertwining of 100 thunderbolts were also stunned. They all looked over in the direction of the Thunder Monarch Dragon. There's the Purple One neighborhood. What a terrifying thunder fluctuation. I'm afraid only a high-level monster of the 3rd and 4th rank can unleash such a powerful elemental force. This should be an alpha or overlord monster-wielding senior editor. Many of the warriors who had killed and bled and sweated were suddenly refreshed and revitalized. Backup is coming. The old city is not lost. The people have not retreated. The human race will win. The human race will win. The fighters' confidence was boosted and their morale soared. In an instant, the tired fire suppression resumed its ferocity. Chapter 41. Ah, he's fighting on a dragon, huh? Aster neighborhood. From the dome, the sound of wind and thunder kept coming. A lightning strike that penetrated the sky completely illuminated the heavens and the earth. It also illuminated, at the same time, the dragon-mastering teenager who stepped on top of the flying dragon. The wind ruffled the broken hair on his forehead, revealing a pair of thousands of radiant golden pupils. Zhou Zhuang under the field looked up in bewilderment at the familiar figure stomping on the flying dragon in midair. So familiar. Take another look. Still so damn familiar. Eyes welled up with a burst of intensified light. Zhou Zhuang opened the primary curing skill, Ultravision. It was only then that he could barely see clearly the figure on the dragon's back. Crap? The moment he saw Xiao Ting's features, Zhou Zhuang raised his big wolf paw with an ow, as if he was struck by lightning. Isn't that the senior that the major told them to protect? The warriors around him were, likewise, dumbfounded. Captain, that man is so familiar. The way he's dressed, and the target of the mission we're guarding, seems to be exactly the same. I guess not necessarily right. Is there a possibility that this dragon-riding teenager is still really the one they are protecting? Above the dome. One shot of dragon roar magic later. Bug blood rushes down the field. See this scene. Thousands of survivors throughout the neighborhood were both shocked and felt a million pangs of pain. In the hearts of many people, they began to envy the thunder god dragon master who was riding a flying dragon. Men in the world, who doesn't want to ride the dragon to the sky, call for thunder and lightning with the lift of a hand, protect the family and the country, and kill exotic monsters like butchering dogs. Go help him. After an emergency bandage, Zhou Zhuang was assisted to the side. Zhou Shua quickly reacted, excitedly grabbing the arm of the warrior next to him and shouting, "Squad 7, keep firing." There were tears in his eyes, the joy of the aftermath. Assist that dragon and his master. Jedi flip. High altitude. Xiao Ting rode on the back of the dragon, overlooking the strange gray and red insects on the ground. Name: Mother of Desert Deathworms. Attribute: Earth Poison. Potential race: Third Order Chief. Growth level: Pre-Third Order 0% evolution. Skills: Poison Binding, Tentacle Whip, Petrifying Shot, Earthquake Attack. Weaknesses: Wood, Water, Ice. Hidden messages in gold surfaced. This was actually a terrifying third-ranked demon insect leader. The other side is clearly coming for me. Xiao Ting wrinkled his eyebrows. It should be related to the one I killed before, that normal-level deathworm. The little thunder god had let out a roar earlier, reminding him. The other side is here to seek revenge. The enraged female seeks revenge on the murderer of her most promising offspring larvae. So all the way to sent scouting, looking for the old silo building where Xiao Ting was. If it wasn't for Xiao Ting's first moment, donning the chieftain-grade stealth cloak, and then opening the elite-grade fire armor treasure pearl, stacking armor like crazy to carry the next wave of damage is gone. It was a close call, dodging the demon worm leader's sure kill. By the way, he saved Grandma Zhang and Cici, who fell down from upstairs. There was a slight delay because of the rescue. The mother of devil worms, by virtue of her scent, of course knew that her enemy was not dead. It would have liked to unleash a frenzy of retaliation. Unexpectedly, he was surrounded by Captain Zhou with a group of men, gathering fire. It bought Xiao Ting a little bit of time for the little thunder god to cast his dragon language magic. The moment the buildup takes shape, it was only then that the dragon and his master finally flew out of the ruins and took the high ground. A roar of dragon fury that summons thunder. All of a sudden, thunderclouds converged and 10,000 thunderbolts boomed. All the beings in the field that were lower than the second rank couldn't even send out a single scream, and they were directly turned into charcoal all over the ground. On the field, only the mother of all demon worms, without a single blow. But it's not much better either. Half of his body was bombarded by the angry thunderbolt, and the insect's blood was flying wildly and his tentacles were swinging. Hiss! The anger could be detected in the body of the mother of demon worms, which was tensed to the point of trembling violently, and in the gray magical power that began to swirl around her body. Huge limbs, raised high. A gray light swept out of the maw with split lips and scattered tentacles, turning from virtual to real. Boom! Blazing columns of gray light. The tall buildings and power lines that were swept into the area were quickly petrified and cracked. The moment this energy came out of his mouth, Xiao Ting on the dragon's back felt a chill on his arm. The message appeared in his eyes. Petrify shot. A high-level transcendent skill of the Earth system. From within the petrification capsule, ejects petrifying light, causing the prey to be petrified for 10-30 seconds, and any damage shattered or suffered during the petrification period will be similarly suffered after recovery. Hoo-hoo. Is it trying to beat him and dragon down to the ground as a home offense? This bug is not a bad intelligence. However, when that dragon-riding figure was about to be obliterated, dragon, gone. In its place was the tail left behind by the momentary flash of lightning. Lightning charge. Lightning charge. A high-level transcendental skill of the lightning system that consumes physical energy, causing speed to increase by 110 times. The gusty wind whips your face. In his left hand, he took out a low-grade fire armor treasure pearl. Activate using mental power. A flame like luster emanated from his palm. Spots of fiery red light lit up on his body, the spots of light forming a giant fire armor that shielded him from the oncoming gusts of wind beneath the thunderclouds. Xiao Ting ambled down and pressed himself against the little thunder god's purple scales. Roar! The little thunder god instantly connected with him. His wings swung back. His entire body bubbled with lightning and thunder, transforming into a golden furious thunderbolt that swiftly accelerated. A gray column of petrified light swept across 1,000 meters. Buildings continue to petrify. The dragon of lightning at 10 times the speed broke through the dust and air waves, and the figure that could be captured inscribed a purple lightning bolt faster than the speed of sound on the retinas of countless people. Easily pirouetting and dodging, and finally hovering in mid-air, looking out of the corner of his eye. In the window, ground, countless people poked their heads out and looked at the flying dragon riders flying in midair, dumbfounded. Crap, 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 crap. He's fighting on a dragon. There is a push, but this is too much. Chapter 42. One strike. Thunder falls into the sky. The dragon's wings shattered the noisy waves of dust. Xiao Ting on the back of the flying dragon sidestepped his face. Reflected in his pupils, a fleeting gray dot. Rumble. The ground kept shaking. The surrounding neighborhoods, snack bars, and sidewalk fences were a mess, as if they had been crushed and impacted by a giant object. And the culprit for all this. The road crumbles as the bug presses down. The bug lifts and the cart squashes. The wide open maw, the snake-like writhing body, crushed the earth like a cataclysmic disaster as it swept past, leaving deep furrows of sweeping tails and swinging heads. It's got to be led where there's no one else. Xiao Ting quickly dodged with little Thor, moving away from the group of bewildered and terrified commoners. The speed of the dragon flight was so fast that they even had to slow down, leading the mother of devil worms to an unoccupied square close by. It's our turn to return fire. Thunderfire, dragon breath. Xiao Ting on the dragon's back gripped the elite grade fire armored treasure pearl, facing the gusty winds, and said in an awe-inspiring voice, "There is no more populace around. Let go and have a great time." The dragon's head lifted. The dragon opened its mouth wide. A deep elemental light lit up the throat. Boom. Snow white fangs before. The raging flames, transforming into two long flaming dragons, one purple and one red, shot out and blasted into the ground. It was like a demon-destroying dragon, unleashing a city-destroying spit. Countless cold and wantonly gathered thunder and fury flames blasted forward, drowning out the shadows that pranced and killed in front of them. Boom! Half of his body, in the thunder and fire intertwined dragon's breath, directly exploded into blood mist. A dense rain of blood, falling from the sky. The ground was lashed with deep marks as the crippled demonic insects tumbled in the thunderous flames. With it as the center, the thunderbolt and flames spread out in all directions, flooding half of the square. The air seemed to become distorted. The picture is extremely brutal, reflected in that unoccupied square flooded with burn marks. The surrounding warriors, their pupils fluttered slightly, looking at the demon insect leader who was rolling over in pain. His eyes were horrified. It's a dragon's breath, and it's far more powerful than the average earth dragon's breath. There are quite a few online datasheets, and a group of fighters quickly analyze them head-to-head. What outrageous power! To seriously injure the chief demon worm with a single strike. It's at least a king-level skill. Monarch Race. How in the world did this Monarch Race's biplane flying dragon get edited? The power of the Thunder Monarch dragon attracted everyone's attention. Many professional editors were also dumbfounded.
Des.
Outrageous. It was completely impossible to figure out how this flying dragon of the monarch race, who ruled over thunder and lightning, had been edited out. Trying to control the lightning. For normal monsters, you have to fuse electrical storage organs like electric air sacs and electrical skin. Then feed on electrical minerals, electrical spirit plants. After a lot of real-life combat, absorb electricity, control it, and gain the attribute of thunder. That's the thunder edit line for TM normal monster. But Xiao Ting sighed. After the little thunder god from the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex period fused with the dragon eagle's purple wings, as long as his wings rubbed together, he could form a terrifyingly bombarding thundercloud in any given place. Although it was young and had little magical power stored in its body, it had mastered 4 king-level skills and 1 transcendent skill. The combat was horrible. It was like a 1/6 of a thunder tyrant. Drive the thunder and lightning. Easy as pie. Different people have different opinions about this fight. Xiao Ting was cloaked in a cape, hidden under the protection of his hood and fire armor, and his hidden young and mysterious appearance attracted even more attention from many of the general public. More warriors and editors were focused on the combat prowess of the dragon beneath him. Little Thor's strength made the surviving fighters look at them with incomparable fervor and excitement. It was a complete and utter crushing inning. The mother of devil worms is equipped with 4 major ground-based transcendent skills. A blow to the tail whip, knocking away Zhou Zhuang, who had evoked the elite bloodline. 1 earthquake blow and the whole granite street would be shattered. It's just a shame. It does not fly. There was absolutely no means to hit the small thunder god in mid-air. It's a total crushing of the ground system by the flight system. High above. Xiao Ting, however, was not as relaxed as he showed on the surface. Overlooking the entire old town street, all around there was fighting with the hissing of monsters. The dozens of demonic insects he had put to death earlier were less than 1/10 compared to the entire wave of insects. But this bug wave is raging though. However, 99% of these exotic monsters were dominated by first-order desert deathworms. The other second-order elite demon insects and third-order chief demon insects were all decimated by the 3 chief captains who sacrificed themselves and blew themselves up. Now, in the entire old city, there were only 2 alpha-class demon worms left, leading the first-order deathworms and preying on the human race. A large number of first-order deathworms weren't hard to deal with though. Can't help the volume. An ant can bite an elephant. We can't drag this out. If we drag this out any longer, when those first-order swarms not far away surround us, little thunder gods, dragons roar magic, thunder fire dragon's breath. Although it is mighty and can clear a large area, I'm afraid that we will soon run out of magic power and die of exhaustion. Got a hit. Xiao Ting made up his mind to kill. The earth beneath his feet suddenly rumbled and shook. Hiss! The mother of devil worms roared and broke out of the range of the thunderfire dragon's breath. Its body was burnt to a charred blackness, its epidermis peeling off, its flesh and blood tissues completely crumbling apart, and its body, run through by the electric current, was entwined with zippy, paralyzing electricity, permeated with the charred smell of roasted meat. The mother of devil worms crashed headfirst into the ground. Hiss! Is ready to run away. Being the alpha monster, this intelligent no less. Fear of death made the vengeful females opt for a tactical retreat. It dragged its mangled body and blasted into the ground. It's now! Xiao Ting's eyes lit up. The mouth parts of the mother of devil worms burrowed into deep holes, and the tentacle whips and petrified shots could no longer be used. Available at 1 hit. Xiao Ting activated the elite grade fire armor treasure pearl, and the flame shield, once again, appeared on the dragon's back, covering the entire body. Little Thor, lightning charge. Roar. The dragon roared up to the sky. All over his body, thousands of thunderbolts suddenly erupted. Rushing and flowing purple electric light covered its entire body, and dazzling thunderous arcs of electricity continuously traveled across its body, emitting zippy and crackling blasting sounds. The dragon wings flapped, faster and faster and faster. The lines of lightning on the wings erupted into a blazing thunder aura. Shoo! Xiao Ting stuck to the tightly packed purple scale, and together with it, he transformed into a burning bolt of lightning that struck the earth. Boom! Chapter 43, Nerve Damage, Mother of Old 6. Boom! 10,000 meters square. All of the humanoids and monsters that were fighting in a bloody battle, their movements lurched in unison. The human race is invigorated. The demonic insects were terrified. Altogether, they turned their heads towards the center of the war that erupted with huge energy fluctuations. See only, after a lightning dive, the huge body of the mother of devil worms flew out hundreds of meters with a loud bang, and her body landed on the other end of the square, smashing and splashing all over the ground with debris. Crap! Is this lightning charge? Zhou Zhuang, the onlooker, had his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Awakening only 3 months, this teenager's monsters hold up to the first stage of the second stage. But you look at the scene in front of you and tell me that this is the damage that a Meow first rank second rank can do. Damage infusion. Dragon seconds. Feel free. The blood of worms is spilled. Rolls of smoke tumbled. The square is in a thick fog. Xiao Ting wiped away the insect blood splattered on his face. His gaze was like a knife blade as he looked at the insect mother, who was plunged into red blood and had a broken body. Thunder teeth. Rinnegan chased after him. The dragon's sharp teeth. Hurricane bloomed with dazzling golden electric aura. Open the golden throat, sidestep the head, and bite down hard. Hissing. The strong electric current injected into the body and extended all the way down, burning the sparks crackling inside the body and completely disintegrating the flesh and blood tissues. The mother of devil worms was in intense pain, but it was worthy of being the leader of a clan and possessed a wealth of combat experience. At the moment of crisis, the paralyzing sensation was forced and the mouthpiece was opened. Countless green and ghostly tentacles, slithering like snakes, attacked Xiao Ting on his back. It was a surefire killing blow wrapped in a strong killing chance. Tackle the thief. As long as the Thunder Monarch Dragon's creator was slain, this powerful, majestic flying dragon would dissipate into the heavens and earth. Countless poison tentacles were close at hand. This strike used the poison bundle with all its might. The terrifying strength and the powerful venom released was enough to kill any monster below the chief level within 3 minutes by the entangling stabs. If a human touches the tiny cells of a poison tentacle, his or her entire body will fester in 3 seconds, leading to an agonizing death. The tentacles were so close that Xiao Ting could not avoid them. High above, the crowds with their various devices, watching the battlefield, screamed in horror and intolerance. Zhou Zhuang and all the warriors, their pupils abruptly narrowed as they raised their guns. Danger! But that's when, before Xiao Ting's eyes, there was suddenly an endless cover of lightning particles. Dangerous! It was the little thunder god who covered down the dark purple feathers. Thousands of poisonous hardened tentacles stabbed at the flying dragon's lightning wing membrane. On the feathers, small bloody holes appeared. Silk of blood flowed down. Xiao Ting instantly raised his eyes. Eat it! The dragon's purple electric eyes glanced at the unharmed creator on his back. Then I heard the word eat. A momentary burst of terrifyingly ferocious light erupted from the depths of his eye pupils. That's the kind of eye that will make you just want to run away when you look at it. Bite off the remaining poisonous tentacles with crackling, lightning teeth. It roared and opened its mouth, ferociously tearing off half of the demon worm's body. Oh! Fizzle. Minced meat falls. The little thunder god held half of the blood and flesh of the mother of demonic insects in his mouth, his eyes triumphant. The vast plume unfolds, stirring up purple thunder feathers that could light up the night sky. Thunder god dragon rider, taking to the air. The moment the huge updraft kicked up, the ground in a 50-meter radius split into cracks and collapsed because of the strange force of the two engaging in battle. Devouring the chief monster, mother of desert death worms. Thunder Dragon Evolution plus 5%. The first time I devoured the flesh of an alpha monster. Thunder Dragon Evolution plus 10%. Current evolution level. 60% of first order. Mid-level transcendent skill, lightning charge proficiency plus 1. Current proficiency. Level 2 introductory 2-2. Low-level king skill, Thunderbolt Tooth, proficiency plus 1. Current proficiency. Level 2 introductory 1-2. Half the body was eaten. The dying mother of demon worms hissed and frantically swung her mouthpiece, shooting out column after column of gray petrified light. Crazy. Mid-air on the back of a purple dragon. Xiao Ting looked disdainfully at the demon worm leader at his feet, and a calm and rampant ferocious light flashed through his golden pupils. At this moment, a row of golden tips suddenly lit up above the head of the mother of demonic worms. Status. Divine Destruction destroyed 1/2 of the control nerves, falling into a state of insanity, ignoring pain, and will indiscriminately attack all targets present within 5 minutes. Cold white knuckles, rubbing against a jaw with a well-defined margin line. Xiaoting thought slightly. Interesting. They had, by mistake, destroyed part of the control nerve of the mother of demon worms, making this alpha-level monster fall into a state of indistinguishable enemy attack. Can be utilized. The gray petrified shot cut through the sky, and the whole field was in chaos. Just then, thousands and thousands of meters spread out around the rest of the street. Countless first-order worms, as if summoned by something. With a growl, he dropped his confused opponent, burrowed into the ground, broke through the land and rushed to protect the mother worm leader. Hiss! The mother of devil worms was still storming. The earth cracked and 5 first-order insect guards burrowed out of the ground, their mouthparts wide open as they blasted and killed the attacking thunder god dragon rider in midair. Little Thor, duck. As Xiaoting's cold voice fell, the little thunder god stirred his wings and leaned back gracefully. Hiss! The 5 worms split their lips and therefore grasping tentacles swung, still to be pursued. There was a pillar of petrified light. Suddenly and indiscriminately, they were shot at their bodies. What? The 5 buggy stone pillars that stood on the ground were framed in this moment, with the disbelief and confusion of being betrayed in the depths of their eyes. Thunder teeth, Xiaoting ordered nonchalantly. The little thunder god's wings swung back and transformed into a light of lightning, opening its mouth and biting through the 5 worm stone pillars. Stones scattered, dust blown away by the wind, scattered under the black dawn. You've destroyed a normal level deathworm. Thunder Dragon Evolution Level plus 2%. You've destroyed a normal level deathworm. Thunder Dragon Evolution Level plus 2%. In the blink of an eye, the evolution level skyrocketed to 70% of first order. Little Thunder God had broken through to the late first stage. Ow! The dragon roared up to the sky, its scales and armor erupting with blinding lightning, its aura climbing up. After breaking through the realm, its magical power quickly returned to full strength, and the scars on its feathers returned to be gone. Its body fatigue swept away. Can it still fight? Xiaoting leaned down and touched its dazzling purple thunder feathers. The pupil is shifted to the left. It was determined with my own eyes that the previous injuries had indeed disappeared. The bloody holes that ate all over the feathers from the previous strike, poison binding, disappeared. Roar, the dragon said. Can fight, Pops. Of course I can fight. I could take 1 billion more bites. Chapter 44 Bloodline Awakening, 6th Order Monarch. It boiled with wariness. Respond with a dominating whine. Can still eat? No, it can still fight. The corner of Xiaoting's mouth lifted up a hint of a smile. He sat on the spine of the little Thor, stepping between the stars and the dawn, and with the purple-eyed dragon, he looked down on the ground with warlike fervor. Good. Then the other guy should be here soon. Boom! The words just fell. The ground cracked again. A huge gray monster worm, its whole body ferociously cracking out of the ground. Name: Father of the Desert Death Worms. Attribute: Earth Poison. Potential race: 3rd ranked leader bugs. Growth level: Pre-3rd order 0% evolution. Skills: Poison binding, tentacle whipping, petrifying shot, venom spraying. Weaknesses: Wood, water, ice. In the heavy building next to the square, countless onlookers were as pale as paper, their fists clenched, and they unanimously pinched a cold sweat for Xiaoting. You're kidding. How can there be another monster leader? That dragon has already killed an alpha demon worm. Does it still have the stamina to kill a second alpha demon worm? Beneath the mist-covered black dawn, many young girls and grannies folded their hands and prayed for miracles and victory for their saviors. Hiss! Magic worms almost 40 meters long. Couldn't be said to be unrelated to the previous mother of devil worms. It could only be said to be exactly the same. Xiaoting's gaze calmly stowed away the information that came back from the eyes of omniscience. Similar to an earthworm like Annelid, the pupil could not be seen clearly, only the inhumanly turned mouthparts looking up at him. Countless tentacles swung, and a scarlet eyeball on the tentacle rolled open, looking hideously at the dragon flying in midair. Strong. It reeks of blood. It was covered in human remains and had just killed through an entire human neighborhood, killing an entire squad of human warriors and causing thousands of casualties. Early 3rd stage. The power of the Storm Tower. Zhou Zhuang and Squad 7 hurriedly rushed to the side of the square and stared at the 40-meter-tall gray worm. Words were momentarily lost. The oppressive feeling of facing the alpha-level monsters directly caused cold sweat to continuously seep out of their backs, and their hands and feet trembled violently and uncontrollably. Third-order monster leader. It is no longer a presence that can be dealt with by manpower or artillery. Their bodies are harder than diamond, being able to tough out tank and rocket fire suppression and kill a building full of people in less than a minute. In 10 minutes, you can kill an entire neighborhood of thousands of people. Conventional heat weapons of mankind. It had been impossible to kill such a horrible monster. The destructive power of monsters is precisely the third order as the dividing line. Shao Ting on the dragon's back and the father of demonic worms faced each other from a distance. 3 seconds later, the father of demonic worms took the lead. The daisy-like mouthparts open. A dark tentacle tumbled and surged. Green toxin magic that converged into huge points of light in the mouthpiece. Venom spray. A high-level transcendent skill of the poison system. From the venom capsule, it spews out a beam of venom containing intense poison, causing the prey's flesh and blood to corrode and fall into a poison state that is difficult to remove. Just the moment the green venom shot out, it welcomed 2 attacks. Boom! Little Thor. Monarch shock. A terrifying mental fluctuation blossomed from the dragon's body. Roar! The purple-eyed dragon raised its head, and in a long roar, the intense dragon might transformed into a storm that swept across the 4 directions. Buzz! The intimidating fluctuations turned into materialized cascading mental waves that rushed towards the father of demonic worms. The air in a 100-meter radius buzzed and shook. Buzz! The father of demonic worms' body went rigid. The powerful kingly pressure caused it to lose its ability to move instantly. Strong waves of air spread in all directions. All the onlookers, mesmerized by the wind pressure, were unable to distinguish what kind of ability this was. Shock? Or a monarch-level spiritual shock? 50 meters away from the engagement point, Zhou Zhuang slumped to the ground, closing his eyes that were constantly welling up with tears, and kept guessing. Beside him, the elite-level demon wolf with black fur and light blue wolf pupils whimpered as it was rushed by the wind pressure and the powerful dragon might from the monarch level, clamped its tail and desperately used its claws to pull the ground. Has he really been awakened for less than 3 to 5 months, instead of having secretly practiced for more than 10 years? This is 1 against 2, suppressing 2 alpha-level monsters. Next to them, the warriors, prostrate on the ground, hugged their respective initial monsters to block the wind pressure and whispered in horror. The dragon is strong. But stronger than that dragon is the monster that edits out such monsters, right? The Monarch Aura Shock Range OFA First Order Thunder Monarch Dragon was 100 meters in a circle. After the mother of devil worms stiffened for a moment, she suddenly raised her front limbs and ejected a gray column of light in the direction of the father of devil worms. The enemy is not distinguishable from me. Unified Petrochemicals. The 40-meter-long leader, the father of the demon worms, looked back in disbelief. The countless scarlet pupils of the eyes reflected a non-stop seagrass swaying with the wind, seagrass waves dancing in the shadow of the worm. The disgusting abdomen and pointed tail shook and shook, constantly making bad shaking noises. Crap, you old 6-wife. I was careless, I didn't flash. In the blink of an eye, half of the body of the father of devil worms was quickly petrified into a section of a tall, large worm stone pillar. A purple bolt suddenly tore through the void. Lightning charge. Using his wings as blades, the little thunder god transformed into thunder that penetrated the sky completely, crashing through the petrified alpha-level demon worm father. Hiss! The body of the father of devil worms turned into countless broken pieces and dissipated into the wind. It died a suffocating death. It's not willing, but there is no way back. You destroyed the leader of the worm fathers. Thunder Dragon evolution plus 10%. Current evolution level 80% of first order. Destroy the leader of the demon worms who have come for revenge 1-2. A flash of bright thunder. Flapping his thunder and lightning feathers, the 15-meter-tall, 3-story large giant dragon shadow, like a thunder mountain, landed heavily. Woo-hoo! The dragon with the purple eyes sidled his head and spread his feathers to the ground. Shao Ting stepped on its plume and walked off the dragon's back, with excited, silent stares all around. He walks up to the exhausted mother of desert demon worms. Danger! This mother of devil worms still has strength. When Zhou Zhuang saw him personally come forward, his pupils shrunk and he shouted in a hurry. The words just fell. The seemingly dying mother of the demonic insects then abruptly pulled up the remnants of her body, transformed into a bloody light, opened her mouthparts, and rushed towards Xiao Ting. Hissing, the pain of losing a son and a husband, the dying third-rank monster leader burned his life and made a return final strike. The horrifying insect shadow pulled back its tattered mouthpiece and approached abruptly. Saliva and blood flew down. Underneath that huge insect shadow, Xiao Ting's eyes erupted with an eye-catching golden aura that made people not dare to look directly at him. The magnificent, massive flying dragon silhouette, opening its purple dragon pupils and stretching its thunder wings, flashed past behind that dragon god Jr. Lifting his head, he looked towards the countless tentacles of worms that were crushed and covered in front of him. Hiss! Under the pungent, fishy odor, the teenager with the golden pupils stomped his foot gently. There's no extra movement. A circle of air waves erupted from beneath his feet. Wind pressure rises to the sky. The strong aura of a king, draining the mountains, swept outwards. Chapter 45. The king is shocked, all things worship. Tens of thousands of meters in circumference. All the monsters shuddered in unison. Shocked, he looked in the direction of where something was. What cold, tidal wave of breath rolled in, completely invisible, but it did brush against them. The mane shook, claws tightened, beard wagging. It. Countless monsters' pupils clenched. This is king-level shock, the aura of a king. There is a supreme king that descends. Even if it's thousands of meters away, it was also still possible to feel the soul pressure, the bloodline shock, that came from the supreme monarch. It was an existence that far exceeded their level of life, issuing a deterrent and declaring to the heavens, submission or D. Outside the old town, at this time on the streets and alleys of the main city, the young girl holding the chipmunk and wearing a visor looked at her own monster in surprise and struggled to jump out of her arms. A big-toothed chipmunk? What happened to you? The brown-furred chipmunk didn't say a word, just puffed out his cheeks, took a few steps forward, sniffed his nose in the direction of the old town, and then jerked, kneeled on his legs and kept bowing. Trickle turtle, what's there? Not far from the fruit store, the old man showed his surprise. The elderly trickling turtle, who was dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes. Taking excited turtle steps, he ran out into the street, in the direction of the old town, and extremely humanely folded his feet together in constant obeisance. Mommy! Mommy! Look! The snail-eating step beetles. They're all bumping their heads. Upstairs, the snail-eating step beetle pushed open the security door. With a single leap to the balcony, he looked deep into the direction of the old town and bent his head in salute. The little boy, on tiptoe, watched the street as monsters of all sizes, kneeling or worshipping, grasped the shells of the snail-eating step beetles and opened his mouth wide in amazement. At this point, countless monsters all poked their heads out of houses, squares, parks, and looked in the same direction without fail. Then they prostrate themselves. In the direction of that supreme monarch, he lowered his head and made a bow. A pilgrimage of all things? What the hell happened in Old Town? Citizens walking the streets raised their heads and gazed in horror in the direction of the old town. They don't understand the subjugation of monsters, but there was a sense of foreboding in all of them. There was some supreme being that seemed to have descended. At this very moment, the mighty pressure continued to swing away. The professional levels of the small half of East Sea City could keenly feel the supreme monarchic dragon might. This dragon power? Could it be him? In the East Bay, on a huge ship that was about to depart, Zhang Yiming looked out in shock in the direction of the old town. Ow, wow! In the underground coliseum, the monsters that were frantically killing each other all stopped their movements and looked up to the sky. Editor's Guild. A powerful editor had already poured out to destroy that curing mist. The remaining portion of the guild editors raised their heads, their gazes stunned as they looked in the direction of the old town. It's shock and awe. Monarch-level shock. East Ocean City. There are actually monsters of the monarch race? The guild leader who stayed behind to sit in the town, Liang Dongi, pushed open the door and looked shockingly towards the old city center, waves of horror lifting up under his eyes. Kill! All the waves of insects shrouded within the mists were shocked for 10 seconds by the instantly spreading aura of the monarch, and did not move a muscle. The countless warriors and survivalists outside of Astor Square looked at the tide of insects that had stiffened for a moment and swooped forward in surprise. You finally, back, to the Supreme King with all due respect. Astor Square. The wind and waves beneath Xiao Ting's feet gradually subsided. The third-ranked mother of demonic insects, with its huge body, froze in place. A full couple dozen seconds later, the huge insect body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The body, which had been cut down to only 20 meters, coiled into a huge mountain of insects. Blood is flowing. The only remaining one eye on the mouthpiece locked eyes with Xiao Ting. Inside it had rolled up its white eyes and was completely out of it. There's nothing to it. At such a close distance, facing the spiritual shock, bloodline shock, and soul pressure of a monarch level directly. Even a monster chief. It will also be shaken right to the ground. This is a king-level shock, a king's aura. Zhou Zhuang, who was watching from the sidelines, lost his voice. The elite-level blue-eyed era behind him also touched the ground with his head and paid the highest respect in Xiao Ting's direction.
嗷呜，白白热乎的君王血脉大佬。
Boss, what's a monarch's aura? Looking at the scene of everything worshipping in front of her, the female medic froze and asked. The moment Xiao Ting opened his monarch dragon pupil, even they felt it, a terrifying spiritual shock. It was as if he was not seeing a senior teenager, but a dragon monarch that could not be looked at directly. Around them, many mentally weak warriors and monsters even directly rolled their eyes and fell backward, stunned. A kingly move that only a monster monarch can use. Zhou Zhuang stabilized himself and caught a few white-eyed warriors who fell to the ground with crooked heads. Feel for their pulse and lay them down. Only then did he continue to shock. I didn't expect that after that teenager's bloodline awakened. He actually alienated a monarch aura. Zhou Zhuang looked at Xiao Ting with the eyes of a monster. This kind of qualification. It's outrageous. It was as if he was not seeing a senior teenager, but a king of the dragons in human skin. Plaza Center. After releasing the monarch-level shock, the moment some of the surrounding fighters, the crowd close to the people who wanted to shoot, and others would land on the ground, Xiao Ting's body also swayed slightly and quickly stood up straight. A drop of sweat slid down his chin. The disoriented eye blinked. Looking around at the fainting warriors, the teenager raised his hand and wiped the top of his forehead in a fine cold sweat, secretly stumped. This spiritual shock is not too much of a foe to fall through the cracks. Luckily, before, he hadn't let the little thunder god use his full strength. Xiao Ting, who only had 1/10 of the monarch's dragon blood, opened the monarch's golden pupil and activated the monarch's aura, all of which was able to stun the warriors and monsters within 50 meters of the surrounding area. Let the monsters in a range of thousands of meters, or even a small half of Donghai City, perceive and submit. The dragon's monarch-level shock was even more terrifying. The surrounding 100 meters of warriors and ordinary people were physically fragile and mentally vulnerable. Under Little Thor's wild and indiscriminate mental impact, it was very likely that he would become cerebral palsy, leaving serious after effects. That's why Xiao Ting had previously told the Little Thunder God to only lock onto the father of demonic worms and release a portion of his dragon might. Next, try the killing power of Dragon Roar Magic, said Xiao Ting as he raised his hand. Dragon Roar Magic, thunder. A low growl, if any, spat from the open line of lips. Strong lightning power awakened from within. Xiao Ting stretched out his left arm, which was flickering with electricity, and flexed his fingers. The purple electricity that wrapped around his arm transformed into a 20-meter-long Thunder Fury Jiao. Toes and claws flared, a leap to illuminate the pupils of one's eyes. Dragon's Roar Magic, Thunder Fury Scroll. The rushing thunder light was like a purple lightning furious auger, penetrating through the mother worm's huge heart, and then rushed up into the sky, turning into 100 meters of lightning that exploded in the dark and heavy sky. Rumble. Ripples of lightning covered a small patch of the firmament, and strong waves of wind and electricity blew away the rolling mists, letting in the faintest of morning light. Killing power, not bad. The teenager cocked his head and blew on the purple electricity jumping from his fingertips. You've destroyed the alpha-ranked Desert Demon Worm Mother. Thunder Dragon Evolution plus 10%. Current evolution level. 90% of First Order. Destroy the vengeful leader of the Demon Worms 2-2. Completion of Serial Killing Task 1. Chapter 46 Advanced Intermediate Dragon of Elites. The little thunder god stepped on his hind limbs, 2 winged claws braced on the ground, and his long neck poked out to open his seat in a big gulp, was devouring the flesh and blood of the demonic worm. The earth cracked and a worm stirred the mat. Xiao Ting raised his hand to brace the little thunder god's neck as he tried to turn back. The teenager cocked his head. Lip lines opened and closed, chanting another oddly awkward dragon language and stomping his foot softly. Hiss! 5 giant, dark red insects, pulling open their mouthparts, saliva flying down, killed in front of them. His eyes were golden and sunken, and the ground erupted with thunder awns where his footprints stepped. Dozens of purple thunder snakes sprang out from the ground's lightning patterns, rapidly twisting towards the giant shadows attacking around them. Xiao Ting blinked, and the beads of blood that had come crashing down on his eyelids fell. Right now, not the slightest need for little Thor to look back. The ground was cracked with spiderwebs and blood, and the thunder snakes danced wildly, strangling the enemy's flesh and blood. Instantly, 5 bodies that smelled like roasted meat were electrocuted by the intense lightning energy and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the Z-worm, who could abuse ordinary humans and beasts with 1 against 10, had already not been able to walk more than a single move under Xiao Ting's hands. All of this experience value was extracted to Little Thunder God. So, it has now reached its evolutionary level. You've destroyed 5 normal-level deathworms. Thunder Dragon evolution plus 10%. Current evolution level, 0% of second order. Devouring the chief monster, Desert Deathworm Father. Thunder Dragon evolution plus 2%. Current evolution level, 2% of second order. Swallowed 5 common monsters. Desert Deathworm. Thunder Dragon evolution level plus 0%. Current evolution level, 2% of second order. In the blood-stained field, the little thunder god's mouth suddenly looked like it was choked with meat. His head lifted up, and a burst of dazzling rainbow light surged through his entire body. The body elongates, the block increases in height and size. The rainbow light dispersed. The elite-grade Thunder Monarch Dragon, whose size had skyrocketed to 25 meters, raised its head and let out a bass-like roar. Roar! Upgraded. 3 months after birth. Advanced to Dragon Elite. Xiao Ting took a few steps forward. The laughter in his pupils seemed to spread and render away in an instant. Fingers dipped in the cold blood of the demonic insect pressed down and excitedly touched the scales of the dragon's shimmering purple armor. Little Thor advances to the 2nd rank. It's time for another bloodline reversal. The initial monster strength increase also meant that he would advance to a mid-level dragon editor. No way. His dragon seems to have evolved? It looks like the growth level has increased. Zhou Zhuang was silent. This kid is only in his 3rd month of awakening, and he's on par with me, or even higher than my editor rank? Skeptical. Looking at the side, the blue-eyed demonic wolf that was still moving in the direction of the thunder god's dragon rider, belly flopping, wagging its tail furiously, and wailing. Another look at the thunder mountain like squatting dragon sitting in the square, letting the dragon master caress it. Uncontested tears, all of a sudden, flowed from the corners of his eyes. Tough. Envious. How did he, in the first place, draw the C-rank era editing talent? Blue-eyed demon wolf? So I'm leaving? Ding, your initial monster has successfully advanced to 2nd rank elite. Physical fitness standardized, mental strength standardized. Reaching the advancement condition, you are promoted to intermediate dragon editor. You have gained 1/10 of the Thunder Monarch Dragon's dragon blood power. You may choose one of the Thunder Monarch Dragon's natural abilities to solidify as your own skill. System, Dragon Blood Power, and Curing skills? Can they be absorbed later? Xiao Ting couldn't help but frown and silently ask a question in his mind. It's nice to be able to go back and absorb it. A bloody piazza is not a good place to break through in peace. System. Okay, host. The boiling dragon blood power in his body gradually fell silent. Timothy Shaw moved his wrist. The fluorescent blue system panel signaled that he had completed the kill quest and could get his hands on a rank 5 Overlord race sub-dragon egg. A 2nd dragon coming up. Extermination of a swarm of vengeful insects 2010. You have exceeded your kill quota. Next, the more targets you kill, the higher the reward boost. Close the system panel. Xiao Ting turned his face sideways, raised his hand in the direction of Zhou Zhuang, and raised his voice. Captain Zhou, I'll go to the other sections of the road to provide support. You guys go rescue the injured people in the Astor neighborhood. Okay. We'll take it from here and please be more careful. Zhou Zhuang raised his right hand and gave a solemn salute. This teenager's dragon, already a dragon elite, didn't need their supervision at all. He himself was an incomparably powerful dragon's guardian god.
Xiao Ting nodded.
There was a hiccup from behind him. Little Thor shook his flying dragon neck. There was a trail of blood all around, but not a single remnant of the alpha-level demon worm father or his roasted heir was to be seen. Xiao Ting looked over. Ah! The little thunder god immediately opened his black hole mouth. Meaning, it's all inside. Shiguma. Battles are exhausting. The blood and flesh entered the stomach pouch, and in no time at all it was converted into blood energy and magical power, which was stored in the body. As soon as one of them swept the grounds, a dragon actually dropped 3 editing materials. You've taken the petrified capsule of the Mother of Worms into monster space. You've put the Mother of Worms' secret jewel into monster space. You've put the Father of Worms' secret art pearl into monster space. Second-order fire armor jewel plus third-order demonic insect jewel plus third-order demonic insect jewel equals fourth-order jewel. Shaw Timothy reckoned slightly. When he went back, he could take the 3 secret art treasure beads and synthesize them into a 4th-rank secret art treasure bead. 3rd-ranked alpha-level secret art jewel, 10 million level. The starting price for a 4th-ranked commander-class treasure pearl was a small target. A wave of pest control makes you an invisible rich man. Take a ride on the flying dragon's spine. Boom! The little thunder god opened his wing membranes and flapped his wings, setting off a gust of strong updrafts that blew the trees and streetlights around the square to the east and west, as if purple electricity was soaring into the air. The huge shadow of the dragon quickly turned into a small dot. Ground. The fighters and survivors who had gathered around looked up. They remained in a state of shock from beginning to end, watching Xiao Ting ride the flying dragon and spread his wings to vanish. Just win.
一人一龙，击杀2头怪物首领。
Killing back the 3rd-level bug tide. Is this something that this senior awakened class can do? This? I'm afraid that the flying dragon ancient ancestor couldn't do this even back then. Right? Magic dragon. What he's awakened must be the magic dragon editing talent. Looking at the crowd that had gathered around, flashbulbs clicking. Zhou Zhuang took out his communicator and yelled lowly. Old Town District 9. Bug wave cleared. Our dragon masters are heading to all neighborhoods and streets for support. Please hold your positions. Having said that, Captain Zhou stood up, ignoring the advice of a medic beside him, and waved his hand and yelled, "It's time to fight back. Squad 7, follow me." With him, kill 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 kill. Chapter 47. Operation Extermination Purple Meteor. 1 minute later, a neighborhood 300 meters away. The building was shattered. Amidst the dust, for elite-level death worms opened their mouthparts to prey on the desperate residents who had fallen from the heights. Screams cut through the night sky. A dozen warriors, interspersed with a handful of civic monster editors, fired desperately. Da 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 da. An editorial monster, weaving between the collapsed floors, pounces on the body of a killer bug and launches a suicide attack. Ow! Wow! Then, the monster familiars, one by one, fell down the tall building. There was hardly a monster that could hold out for 10 seconds. The death of the monster's dependents caused intense pain and repercussions for all the warriors. Spitting out blood furiously, his eyes showed despair. This neighborhood can't hold it. At that moment, a member of the team, suddenly squeezing his communicator, looked up and bellowed, "Hold on. Everybody hold on. He's coming." Hiss! An elite-level deathworm suddenly crashed through the roof. The room is bare. In the corner, the young mother, holding a pair of 5-year-old dragon and phoenix babies, was shivering, the intestinal worm's mouthparts, pulling out fishy salivation, swiftly approached. "No! You eat me, spare my child. Spare my child." The woman waved her stick in desperation. Hiss! The enraged elite worm opened its mouthparts and probed violently. Survivors all around them closed their eyes in despair, unable to bear the sight of blood and red splatter. The brutal image, however, did not appear. Rush, hurry! Boom! Lightning charge! In mid-air, the sound of a 10 times faster dragon of lightning suddenly rang out, cutting through the sky. The moment they heard the dragon's roar, everyone's hairs stood up in sweat. The moment they saw the dragon of lightning leap out, all the masked warriors' scalps fell back and ouch, I'm going was written all over their faces. Purple bolt cut through the void. The dragon opens his eyes and the dragon calls. Brilliant and fierce thunder, striking straight up high in the sky. Boom! The room shook violently. The woman pounced on and fell on the little boy. With his body, he shielded the child from death. You have destroyed 4 elite-level deathworms. Flying Dragon Evolution plus 8%. Current evolution level. 10% of second order. Mid-order Transcendent Skill, Lightning Charge Proficiency plus 1. Current Proficiency. 4 Proficient 1-4. Low-level King Skill. Thunderbolt Tooth Proficiency plus 1. Current Proficiency. Level 3 Introductory 1-3. A few moments later, the thunder dispersed. Mommy, it's a dragon. The brother who rode a flying dragon and saved us. The little boy's eyes widened. Looking along a crack in the collapsed wall, he saw a pair of huge eyes. It was the purple golden dragon pupil of the vertical split, belonging to a monarch of lightning. It's the dragon. Thunder-flying dragon. The little boy let out a wow, then stretched out his dirty fingers and covered his mouth nervously. Sister, being held by the brother who stomped on a dragon. It's all clear, not far from the ground. For 20-meter-long elite-level desert deathworms, basing themselves into a mountain of corpses. Pools of blood everywhere. A young, unfamiliar teenager, who was straddling the safe and sound little girl, stepped on the dark purple spine of the flying dragon. Thunder reflected off the teenager's slightly parted lips, skimming over the words he spat out. It's okay. Pet the little dragon and go to mommy. The little girl with the balled-up head touched the horn of thunder in front of her nose that the little Thor had stretched out and instantly broke into a smile. She flashed an angelic smile. Then the lips opened and booped. Thank you, handsome big brother. Xiao Ting let out a laugh, gripped a handful of the girl's fluffy hair, stepped on the little Thor's head, and handed her over gently. The teenage dragon master's face was illuminated by the lightning, the side of his face carrying a bright sense of light. The woman took the little girl from his arm. The woman choked and stroked the little Enamorada's head, hugged and hugged the two safe and sound children, and then led them, bending deeply in Xiao Ting's direction. Thank you, benefactor. Brother, brother, brother. Thank you, thank you. The children's heads were held high and their eyes were full of stars shining. A seed is planted. Crisp thanks echoed out. Thank you for your support. On the ground, dozens of warriors suddenly threw back their heads and shouted. They were covered in blood, woefully unimpressive, and made a military salute in unison towards Xiao Ting. Cascading war cries shook the clouds. Xiao Ting's heart was touched. Raising his right hand as well, he gently returned the salute. And that's when thousands of survivors, too, poked their heads out from between the floors. Toward the teenager on the flying dragon, he raised his right hand and let out a loud, excited shout. Crap, man, thanks, you're awesome. Thank you, little brother. You are so damn handsome. I love you. Brothers have girlfriends. Boyfriends are fine with me. Brother. From today, you're my only brother. O dragon of valor. You are the lightning that runs through heaven and earth. O newborn shining star. You are the supreme dragon rider that cuts through the darkness. Kick this card guy out. Not far away in a house, a young girl wrapped her arms around her best friend, her eyes widening as she looked incredulously at the seat of the lightning dragon rider in mid-air. Holy! This guy is the Timothy god of Old Town 3rd grade. After a few seconds of watching, the young girl suddenly slapped her best friend's thigh and let out a human return to ape-like cries. You forgot? It's that flying dragon awakening. Crap, it's really... Quickly record it, hurry up and record it. Halfway through her speech, her best friend, who was grimacing in pain, suddenly felt that something was wrong somewhere. So, holy, why don't you shoot yourself in the leg? There are friendships, but not much. Destroying the swarm of vengeful death bugs 2410. The wind whistled and blew. High above, Xiao Ting looked out at the place where the artillery bombardment was not far away, and his fingers probed and gently patted the purple scales of the dragon's neck. Little Thor, go over there. Wings flapping, the Thunder Monarch dragon turned into a purple meteor and rushed high into the sky. Another neighborhood. The air resounded with the winged hum of a motorcycle crossing the sky. Boom buzz. A golden cloud appeared over the entire neighborhood. It's the golden unicorn fairy. Countless survivors recognized the name of this monster and threw their heads back in excitement. The golden clouds are scattered. A group of golden beetles, flapping their wings like a golden power god, descended from the sky. Boom! My great land of the 9 states, it's not your turn for these exotic monsters to spread their wildness. Kings of power, slaughter these stinkers. Go save the people. On the dome of the sky, Wong Rhinoceros Gold stepped on the back of an extraordinarily large golden unicorn immortal, looking at the swarms of worms that were killing people in all directions not far away, and let out a shout of murderous intent. With his command, dozens of golden unicorn immortals, transformed into golden beams of light, rushed into the ground. Each unicorn fairy exuded the powerful oppression of an elite or alpha-level monster. They are insect monsters of the martial Dao plus gold lineage, large and majestic, waving their huge unicorn horns and emitting low winging noises to kill the hundreds of death worms, which form a tide of murderous worms. The one who came to support him was none other than the dean of the 211 Monster University in Donghai City. 4th Order Unicorn Edit Master, King Rhinoceros Gold. Chapter 48 Designated Pick, 5th Order Dragon Egg. Wong Rhinoceros Gold stepped on the back of the Commander-class Golden Unicorn Immortal. Commanding a swarm of unicorn fairies, he kept clearing all that was put in sight. Killer swarm. Hiss. Buzz. Powerful unicorn warriors, covered in skin as hard as iron. They wield powerful digging feet, strong undercarriages with sharp claws. Soon hundreds of normal-level worms were torn into pieces. Both sides' bug armies were at war. A squad of city patrol troops with a wretched appearance, covered in blood, but with extraordinarily high spirits. From another part of the street, armed with energy guns, he rushed over. Dean Wong, we're here for backup. Your Task Force 7? King Rhinoceros Gold narrowed his eyes. It didn't take him more than a moment to recognize Squad 7's team logo. Instead of surprise, his face went suddenly white. Didn't that guy, Li Han, send you guys to protect Mr. Xiao Ting? What are you doing here? Major Li, the commander of the city patrol army stationed in Donghai City. His real name was Li Han. All 4 masters knew that he had sent an entire task force to protect Xiao Ting. Avoid letting this Dragon Master teenager get caught by the Ghostbusters, assassins, spies, and Old Six. But what's going on now? How did the team that was supposed to be protecting that flying dragon teenager end up in this neighborhood a dozen blocks away? Wong Rhinoceros Gold froze in place. His heart thumped, and he instantly had a bad premonition. Could it be that neighborhood is lost? Assholes! Didn't you guys take the flying dragon awakened and evacuate together? When a grandmaster is angry, the pressure is terrifying. Zhou Zhuang was so scared that his black face went white. Hastily explaining, Dean Wong, the 2 alpha-level demonic insects in the Aster Cell have already been killed cleanly by Brother Timothy. No, by Xiao Xiao. Wong Rhinoceros Gold had 18 question marks on his face. Brother Timothy? What kind of messed up name-calling is that? The curmudgeonly middle-aged dean let out a painful rebuke, and then said in a somewhat befuddled manner, Hey no, you said that it was Xiao Ting, who killed all the 2/3 ranked demon insects that invaded the Aster Cell. Not 2 normal-class demon worms, but 2 alpha-class demon worms? Ah, are you teasing me? Just kidding. Seeing that Wong Rhinoceros Gold was confused, somewhat unable to keep up with his thoughts, and had an incomprehensible look on his face, Zhou Zhuang glanced at the Commander-class Golden Unicorn Immortal who raised his eyes, swallowed his saliva, and hurriedly explained, Those beasts, they were really killed clean by Xiao Xiao. Good fellow, Wong Rhinoceros Gold was blinking at his left mouth a Xiao Xiao and his right mouth an intermediate-level editor who rode a flying dragon. SSH. Is it hard to believe that this is true? No kidding? That's really evil and outrageous. Zhou Zhuang. In addition to that neighborhood, Xiao Xiao also rode a flying dragon and killed off the demonic insects that ravaged a dozen surrounding neighborhoods and streets. Strike that. Zhou Zhuang pointed to the left. If you don't believe me, look, the fighters from the other neighborhoods. They're all coming over to support us. King Rhinoceros Gold turned his head to look. Ooh, on the road ahead, several armored vehicles were indeed killed. Carrying a large number of wounded but spirited warriors, they were headed this way. Zhou Zhuang spoke in a brisk tone. Hey, the warriors of the Flint Road are all here. Xiao Xiao killed 8 rebellious demon worms in that place, so he should be riding his dragon and flying to us soon. Wang Rhinoceros Gold opened his mouth in stagnation. What the hell is going on here? He's got 800 question marks on his face at this point. All I could think of was ride the dragon, kill the swarm, and fly here now. Is it possible that this kid is telling the truth? Was it Xiao Ting who had made a great effort to kill the two demon worm leaders? But isn't that little classmate's initial monster a Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex? That can't fly. Hearing this question, Zhou Zhuang's expression at once was a bit strange. You may not believe it when I tell you. That one's initial monster has taken wing and reverted to a sixth-order flying dragon. At this point, there was the thunderous sound of feathers slicing through the sky, coming from overhead. And after, it was a mountainous dragon roar that exploded. Roar.
Instant storm clouds.
Terrifying direct strike thunderclouds converged out of nowhere, churning into a dark purple thunderstorm vortex with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Next moment, heavenly thunderbolts. 16 purple direct lightning strikes through the sky and into the earth. Countless first-order demonic insects, turned into charcoal, fell to the ground in response. Flying Dragon Evolution plus 16%. Current evolution level. Second order 34%. Wang Rhinoceros Gold froze and looked towards the purple lightning that cut through the night sky. His expression was nearly explosive, as if he had seen something that shattered his three views. This NYC is really a flying dragon? What the hell is going on here? Is this what you were talking about? Xiao Ting's classmate and his dragon? Zhou Zhuang nodded repeatedly. This middle-aged Iron Man's face was written with the joy of a robbery. Yes, little Shaw and his dragon. This greeting of thunder and lightning. No matter how many times you watch it, it's just too good to be true. Handsome bunch. This is no call for thunder and lightning. Wang Ruijin subconsciously retorted. This is the legendary dragon roar magic. Only a 6th-ranked monarch flying dragon can use it. Wang Rhinoceros Gold jumped onto the spine of the golden unicorn fairy and flew into mid-air. Feet. The black mist maze that had originally shrouded a 100-mile radius, a full dozen neighborhoods and 6 streets, had all receded. The ground was barricaded with a huge mountain of demonic insect corpses. The blood breath is so strong that it's intimidating. Actually really killed all 2 demon worm leaders. Wang Rhinoceros Gold was stunned and speechless. The black mist barrier that enveloped the old town dispersed. This meant that the 2/3 order demon bug leaders and the remaining remnants of the bug tide had been killed. This it mother too, is too unbelievable. King Rhinoceros Gold stammered. Couldn't hold back the outburst. A senior awakened who, in his 3rd month of awakening, gets the monsters of the monarch race? If anyone had said this to Wang Rhinoceros Gold a day ago, he would have huffed over with a slap. Now, Wang Rhinoceros Gold stared in stupefaction at the flying dragon that was threading its way between the thunderclouds a few hundred meters away. Dragon. Monarch flying dragon. A purple-winged flying dragon that emanated the pressure of a monarch. The secret method of editing a flying dragon had been lost within the territory of East Huang. Only 5,600 years ago, that ancient ancestral dragon emperor knew the method to create the Lord of the Western Sky, the twin-winged flying dragon, and the Lord of the Eastern Sky, the swimming hollow Jiao dragon. Wang Rhinoceros Gold didn't think that Xiao Ting would be able to edit a flying dragon with his own power. So, he thought about the Second Awakening. Extremely rare, once in 1,000 years cases of Second Awakening of talent. Not only will it make the editing talent promote it to a higher talent, but it will also make the companion monster follow suit with the return of the progression. How terrifying, even the strongest ancient ancestor from 5,600 years ago, the Dragon Emperor, didn't awaken for the 2nd time, return out of the flying dragon monarch, and advance to the rank of primary editor in just 3 months. This talent of his has surpassed the Eastern brilliant ancient ancestor, the strongest dragon emperor. Who says this day is better than the past? Only a great era can give birth to such a supreme genius. Wang Rhinoceros Gold's mood was extremely shocked, and his eyes were colorful. On the ground, there was a sudden mountainous cheer. Killed off. They were killed off by the dragon. The black mist barrier is dispersing. Old Town is unraveling. We hold the line. Oi. Ha 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 ha. Survived. The golden unicorn landed. King Rhinoceros Gold jumped off the back of the golden bug. He had just landed on the ground when he heard Zhou Zhuang excitedly shout, "It's coming! The dragon is coming! Boom! The purple-winged thunder monarch dragon fell to the ground like lightning. Its body stood on the earth like a thundering mountain range, and on its spine rode a teenager with a familiar appearance. Behind a man and a dragon, a single headlight came on. Hundreds of surviving fighters jumped out of the convoy. They are full of holes, covered in blood and bruises, but the faces of every one of them were overflowing with triumph and admiration, looking up at the flying dragon and the teenager not far away. Little Thor's broad dark purple spine. Xiao Ting was looking at the system panel. Extermination of a swarm of vengeful insects 5010. Current evolution level. Second order 34%. Overrun. Reward boost. Quest reward. Random 5th order overlord sub-dragon egg. Promotion. Rows of fluorescent blue text prompts faded away. A line of purple and gold text prompts then appeared. Quest reward. Designated 5th order overlord grade sub-dragon egg. You can designate and pick any one of the flame sub-dragon, deep sea sub-dragon, or forest sub-dragon. Chapter 49, 1 in a million second awakening. Fire, water, wood, and sub-dragon eggs of the Gosen family, the dominant race, one of the three. Eyes fall into the light of the system panel. The bright string of characters seemed to explode under his eyes. The second dragon arrived. Cool sensations all over the body. The teenager couldn't help but smile away. Gotta think about that when I get back. Should I go with the flame Aragon or the deep sea Aragon or the forest Aragon? The flame subdragon, which can be edited for the fire attribute flame flying dragon, demon fire dragon, lava dragon, old mountain dragon, deep sea subdragon, which can be edited to be a water attributed sea dragon, ichthyosaur, serpentine, forest subdragon, which can be edited to the wood attributes of bug-winged flying dragon, goblin dragon, rainbow dragon. Mr. System, this kind of serial kill mission could really use a little more. The more you think about it, the more difficult the choice becomes. Xiao Ting couldn't help but hint at unity. There's 3 choices for the Gosen family. Kids are the ones who like to make choices. Adults, of course, have it all in one hand. Roll over and leap off the dragon's back. Xiao Ting looked towards the white-haired Dean beside the golden unicorn fairy and raised his hand in greeting. Dean Wang. Xiao Xiao. You're having a second awakening? The white-bearded Wang Rhinoceros Gold, full of marvel, said. Second awakening? Xiao Ting was confused, seeing him surprised and bewildered. Wang Rhinoceros Gold took a deep breath. Your Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, isn't it a flying dragon monarch that has returned to the 6th order race? Returning to your ancestors? Xiao Ting was subtly silent for a moment. What? This is so I don't have to bother making it up? For his own Tyrannosaurus Rex, how to become a flying dragon 3 months later, Xiao Ting's sophistry words have not been made up out of it, which instantly because of the words of the King Rhinoceros Gold set his mind. Yes, Thunder Monarch Dragon. Xiao Ting secretly raised his attention. What had this old man, in his head, been able to give him that perfect sophistry? So it's called Thunder Monarch Dragon. After Wang Rhinoceros Gold let out an exclamation, a look of amazement appeared on his face. 3 months of awakening, returning from the Overlord race to the Monarch race. That's right. This is definitely a second awakening companion return. You really are the one and only 1 in a million second gift awakened. There's no doubt about it. No one knows. Thunder Monarch Dragon. A Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex plus Dragon Eagle Purple Wings. Edited to evolve. So, this middle-aged and elderly dean of Monster University viewed the evolution of the Monarch Dragon as a legendary supernormal evolution. Second awakening. The moment a gifted person awakens for the second time, his companion monsters, too, will undergo an advancement and return to their ancestors. Bet on the gold content of the Dean of my King Rhino Gold 211 Monster Editing University. It's not in the least doubtful questionable. Wang Rhinoceros Gold said something decisive. Xiao Ting feigned surprise on the surface. Secretly, he was relieved, which meant that he didn't have to think about how to weasel out of the hole. How did my Tyrannosaurus Rex turn into a flying dragon thing? Great. The teenager slightly pressed his eyebrows, as people do when they feel confused. Spit out words with a tinge of surprise. It's not inside the senior knowledge, Dean Wang. I've never heard of this expression. Is it rare? 1 in a million, never. Wang Rhinoceros Gold smiled and tried to reach out to pat the student's shoulder. But the dragon next to him stood up all of a sudden and squinted. Wang Rhinoceros Gold decisively withdrew his hand and patted his chubby shoulders, while pretending to flick ash. This is extremely rare in global history. Throughout the 5,000 years of Donghuang's history, there are only a few hundred of them. A short pause. Wang Rhinoceros Gold, full of redness, continued. First-time awakened 18-year-olds inspire editing talents and initial monsters. And the rare second awakening. Not only can you make the initial monster mutate into a higher-level monster, there's also the possibility that the editing talent, too, could produce a mutation toward a higher level, a gradual evolution. Hearing this, the voice from Xiao Ting's mouth caught in his throat. The teenager looked up for an instant and spoke tentatively, gently. You mean, maybe one day I can awaken a talent above Flying Dragon Edit? Wang Rhinoceros Gold chopped his head a little. There's got to be a day. That's not me rambling. All of the second awakenings in history have been given SSS-level editing talents. 8,000 years ago, in the land of Shu, an S-rank, Flying Blade Section editor awakened for the second time to become an SSS-rank, Attack Weapon Spirit Syllabus editor. 800 years ago, in Tohoku, an SS-ranked, Carnivorous Eye editor awakened for the second time as an SSS-ranked, True Beast Compendium editor. Decades ago, in Miaojiang, a SS-level Mantis Eye editor awakened into a SSSS-level, Six-Footed Submen editor. And King Rhinoceros Gold reaches out and turns the circle. Golden magic surged from his fingertips. He built a soundproof shield between the two, before speaking quietly. The secret history left behind by the ancient ancestor Dragon Emperor records that after the rift, some indescribable and exotic creato seems to be a second awakening as well. He awakened the SSSS rank talent, Undead Edit, Abyssal Edit, Heavenly Edit, Goblin Edit, Insect Edit, right after Wang Rhinoceros Gold finished speaking about those 9 5S-grade supreme editing talents. A loud boom exploded from overhead. 9 hideous thunderbolts instantly spread across the entire sky. A bolt from the blue. The sky was clear and thunder flashed wildly, just like the god of heaven's wrath. The nameless mighty pressure swept across the dome of the sky, dimming the sunrise in the sky, despairing the sight of the ground, and everyone was scared to death. But fortunately, the pressure, which was like the sky collapsing, quickly dispersed. Wang Rhinoceros Gold pointed to the dome and made a gesture of silence, shrugging his shoulders without much concern. Xiao Ting narrowed his eyes and looked thoughtfully at the clear sky overhead. An existence that can't even be mentioned? Think about it. Being stamped as a second awakening was definitely a good thing for him. Flying Dragon Eye Edit its SS grade. Above, there are SSS classes such as Megalosaurus Zodiac Edit, Magic Dragon Zodiac Edit. Wait until he demonstrates the aforementioned 3S level dragon editing talent. It would be possible to jump out of the frame of editing Flying Dragon one after another. Arrangements have been made for the Demon Dragons, Sea Dragons, Snake Dragons, Star Dragons, and Bone Dragons. As the only dragon editor, isn't it normal for my dragon to have more than 1 billion points? Wait for the rolling thunder above the clear sky to pass. Dean Wang let out a breath and sighed heartily. It's truly the blessing of the human ancestor and the fortune of Donghuang for you to become a second awakening, said the old academician with white hair, unable to hold back his laughter. With the existence of a human pride like you, that group of dark races will never want to see the day when we, the people of Donghuang, lose our country and destroy our race. Next to him, Zhou Zhuang nodded approvingly and grinned. Right, with a teenage seed like Xiao Xiao, that group of foreign beasts will be killed off sooner or later. On all sides, all the blood-soaked warriors followed in response. Kill the dark races. Kill the dark races. Protect your family and defend your country. Protect your family and defend your country. The flood of slogans quickly spread throughout the old town. 14 neighborhoods, 6 large streets, countless survivors, poking their heads out, followed by loud cries, cheers like a fuse on fire. Within moments, it had ignited the entire city. Gradually, all the survivors, all of them, got involved. Protect your family and defend your country. Protect your family and defend your country. The mountainous roar of tens of thousands of people shook the entire East Sea city under the rising sun. At that moment, dawn descended in the sky. The golden sunrise rises and shines in all directions. The faces of everyone around them were overflowing with the joy and admiration of the aftermath of the robbery. Xiao Ting quietly watched the scene. Wait and see sentiment. Just the obscure color faded from his eyes. Phew! The dragon's head flopped to the ground next to him, twitching its large deer like flying dragon ears. On a mountain of cheering, 2 large helicopters, crashing through the streaming clouds, landed on the streets of the eastern section. The hatch opened. Patriarch Wei and President Ma, from a height of several dozen meters, leapt down. At a height of 10 meters from the ground, a batch of Wei family nannies, a batch of East Sea security, followed suit and jumped down from the helicopter. Lin and Wei family, come to support. East Sea Consortium, come to support. Ground. One group of soldiers after another is settling the victims. The large battlefield was filled with the smell of smoke and blood. The corpses of the devil worms, piled up like mountains, and the black mist barriers that had trapped the old town had disappeared. Look away from the scene. Wei Tong and Ma Yuanbao's eyes, which were originally squinting with murderous anger, all opened, clueless. This is a win. Chapter 50 Zhen Gui Stance? Master's Evaluation. Passing warriors, though covered in woe. But the expression on his face. Aside from the exhaustion and sinking pain, there was more joy in the victory. Patriarch Wei and President Ma's eyes widened as they stared at each other in shock. Could it be that the situation is wrong, and that the level 3 bug wave invasion alert in Old Town is not that serious? Wei Tong was a bit bewildered. But I clearly received intelligence that the 4 squads of the city patrol army stationed in the old city center have lost 3 chief captains in battle, and the group is leaderless. Ma Yuanbao couldn't believe it either. I've just received a reply from Wang Rhinoceros Gold. The casualties of this insect wave surprisingly don't exceed 1,300. Could it be that just a 7th squad killed off a wave of level 3 bugs in the old city center? Unbelievable. Admirable. The 2 men were in a state of shock and disbelief. At that moment, a group of warriors came easily through the ruins, carrying bug corpses. Whispers of gossip bored into the ears of the 2 masters. That dragon, was it really raised by the family of a senior who only just awakened? And Comrade Shaw is only 18, can you believe that? One person killed the 3rd rank leader alone and 100 first and 2nd rank demonic insects. I was still feeding the initial monster formula when I was ING 18. I didn't expect that an SSS-ranked Dragon Master would come out of East Sea City this year. From today onwards, Comrade Xiao Zhao's position in my heart will be equal to that of the Zhen Gui female butterfly goddess from our coastal province. I really want to introduce 28's niece to him. It's a bit old, but this would be a good thing to have a couple of dragon editing gifted babies out of the family. Chatting away, the warriors saw the dull Ma Yuanbao and Wei Tang and smiled and greeted. Chairman Ma, Patriarch Wei. Wei Tang opened his mouth and asked dully, what was that flying dragon you guys were talking about? Ma Yuanbao pricked up his ears. 3 minutes later, the 2 were extremely shocked to hear the warriors, excited and proud of their descriptions. Old Town holds uncountable, unincorporated magic bugs. Plus, 46 first-order demon worms and 4 second-order demon worms were exterminated by Xiao Ting in the guise of the Thunder God Dragon Rider, riding a dragon. And the death of the 2 demon worm leaders made the Wormtide Rift close completely, including the single neighborhood that had been nearly massacred by the father of demonic worms. The total casualties in the entire field were only 1,300. In previous years, this uncountable number of exotic cracks would have incurred more than 5,000, if not tens of thousands, of deaths in urban areas. But this time, the crisis in the old city was perfectly solved by a senior student from Donghai City who had awakened less than half a year ago. You can imagine that tomorrow's headlines in all the major newspapers in Donghai City will be Explosion. Handsome and powerful. The senior's power to save the day. It's him, it's him, it's him. Our hero of Donghai City. One man, one dragon, saving tens of thousands of lives in a small 18th tier city. Not later. The 2 masters looked at each other, taking deep breaths to calm down. Ooh, is this really about the little guy they know? President Ma took a breath. I remember 3 months ago, when I met Mr. Xiao Ting that afternoon, his initial monster was still a Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Overlord race. Right? Patriarch Wei sucked in his breath afterward. A monarch race, a 2-winged flying dragon, and a straight 6th rank Xingua editor. This is actually the initial monster of a senior student? A couple dozen seconds had passed. The two men stared at each other and suddenly uttered a horrified voice. No! This is the second awakening. At the moment of life and death, he awakened for the second time. The initial monster that returned to become a thunder monarch dragon. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to anyone. Why did the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex evolve so suddenly, between 3 months, from a sub-dragon race to a flying dragon race? Before, Shorting traveled to the underground arena to fight in a black boxing ring and was able to check it out. But on what basis can you guys say that he synthesized a fifth-order feather after one fight? This one is a miracle that can only be achieved by the hand of fusion. Wei Teng's breath caught. The second awakenings in history, without exception, all ended up being promoted to become, above the Zhenguo level, heavenly calamity editors. A couple dozen seconds had passed. It took Wei Teng a moment to calm his agitated breathing. Whispered emotion. I don't know what kind of terrifying level this kid can grow to in the future, but the Zhenguo level might not really be difficult for him. It's really hard to say how far Timothy Shaw will go in the future. But townships by no means are limited to that. Listening to Wei Teng's mutterings, the group of worldly and plutocratic editors next to him were too shocked to speak. Even the warriors who were listening in on the scene had forgotten the joy of victory and were left with nothing but amazement in their hearts. This Wei clan border marquee was too high on Xiaoting. It's not even hard to reach township level. This was a 6th-order sealed editor, the top pillar of the country. The number of powerhouses in this realm, globally in plain sight, added up to just over 50. Any country that emerges with one internationally can stand up. If sitting on a nuclear weapon, deterrence in all directions. There have been many geniuses in the 9 states in the last 1,000 years. On the bright side, there were a total of 9 Zhenguo level 6th ranked seal editors. It has surpassed the likes of Woolly Bear, Victoria, Calder, and Neon. It became the first power in the East that could literally wrestle with the first power in the world. And the world's number 1 power, the United States of White Eagle Independent Will. There are 13 rostered township level 6 seal editors. The difference isn't too great. So, for nearly 1,000 years, the Western powers have been trying to support the East Asian countries and suppress Kyushu. It was said that they even went so far as to turn their backs on the human race and join forces with the dark races. Plant spies all over Kyushu, perform various cult rituals to open up monster cracks, lead the wolf into the house, destabilizing the harmony and stability of all parts of Kyushu and killing geniuses from all parts of Kyushu. Now, in front of them, an emerging monster demon was coming into its own. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spine when they were able to witness the rising of a giant star. Xiaoting still didn't know that Patriarch Wei and President Ma had such a high opinion of him. If only we knew. He must have marveled at the sharp vision of both. Which stage is above the township level? Xiaoting doesn't know yet. But history, the first flying dragon editor, however, was not more than 100 years old and had gone above the Zhenguo level. He is the ancient ancestor dragon emperor. He is also a second awakening. Awakened the SSS-ranked talent Gargoyle Edit. And what Xiaoting had awakened was a SSSSS-ranked talent above the Dragon Emperor's Dragon Edit. Dragon Realm Edit. There was also the strongest creator assist system at hand. His future must be stronger than the average Zhenguo level or even the ancient ancestral Dragon Emperor, right? A demigod editor? The old ancestors of the SSS rank Second Awakening were able to go that far. It's a steady progression and he'll get there sooner or later. On the other side, above the long sky, a middle-aged man in military uniform with 4 stars on his shoulder was riding the Iron Blood Eagle, traveling between the sun and the streaming clouds, speeding towards the old city of Donghai City. This man is none other than Major Li Han. His mood at that moment was like a dark cloud. Devil Worm Cracker. Secondary alert. Just 10 minutes ago, he received the last intelligence from his correspondent. The 3 third-order chief captains who went to the old city to support them sacrificed themselves under the tide of insects by blowing themselves up and decapitating more than a dozen third-order demonic insect leaders. In the old city now, only the 7th squad that he had left behind, responsible for protecting Xiaoting's classmates, was still in full whiskers. But with just Zhou Zhuang, an elite-level editor, there was no way to stall for time. Colonel Li's face contained fury. Pick up the communicator. Mordor meeting cancelled. I'm heading for backup. Any news from Old Town? Roger, please answer as soon as possible. Being 3,000 meters above the ground, it had been 10 minutes since we lost the signal. What's going on with the battle in Old Town? Anyway, over tens of thousands of dead and wounded in Old Town? The black mist barrier that appeared with the rift would be one level higher than the swarm of monsters. In other words, the bug-tied hunting circle that enveloped the old city center that only went in and out was unbreakable by a non-fourth-order editing master. Unless, of course, one kills all the third-order demon worm leaders. But the 3 sacrificed senior captains had died with a swarm of third-order demonic insects. In that one neighborhood, there are also several third-order male and female demon bug leaders. Xiao Ting's classmates, also in that one neighborhood. Zhou Zhuang, you have to protect the people for me. Li Han only felt that the top of his head was like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Every second is torture. Iron-blooded eagles, full speed ahead. After a short flight, Senior Colonel Li saw several landmarks in Donghai City. Tick-tock-two. Just then, the communicator at his waist, too, rang. What's the situation? Li Han took a deep breath and asked eagerly. Chapter 51. Arriving late and being sprayed into cotton. A few moments later. Worm tied. Killed off? Old Town holding? It was as if Colonel Li had heard a heavenly story, and the wariness in his fingertips stretched all the way to his heart. He, the grand commander of the party, nearly lost his ability to think. So what the hell is going on here? 5 minutes later, an iron-blooded eagle with a wingspan of more than 30 meters descended on the old city of Donghai City. Major Li, with 4 stars on his shoulder, tumbled off the vermilion eagle's back and leaped off in stride. Major Li. Not far away, Xiao Ting, who was standing in front of several armored vehicles, raised his eyes to see him and smiled as he opened his mouth to greet him. No injuries? Li Han looked at him with complicated eyes. Xiao Ting shook his head. It's okay. Li Han opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. And in the end, he just gently patted this teenager's shoulder. He then called out, "Wait for me. I have a meeting. I'll be right over." When Li Han went forward to sympathize with the families of the warriors and visited the wounded warriors and came back, Timothy Shaw was pitching with Thor Jr. on top of the clearing. The ball that was thrown over was returned by a flying dragon with its nose. It fell into the palm of that teenager's hand. It slapped the ground a few times and continued to throw it over again. One back and forth. Li Han's narrowed eyes widened slightly and he threw a half-excited, half-inquisitive look at Xiao Ting in front of him. The pupils reflected a 25-meter-tall dragon-like monster. The seams of the armor on the back and forelimbs have purple crystals protruding from them. Presumably that's the organ through which this dragon discharges and stores electricity. There was a vertical lightning unicorn horn above the snout and mouth, with rows of spikes spiking out behind it, and the spikes on the hard shell growing all the way back, like a lion's mane, a ring of spikes going out, emitting a purple glow. Dark purple wing membranes, braced in claws on the ground, attached to a constant flow of purple electricity. Dragon. It's still an extremely aggressive lightning attribute flying dragon. Major Li laughed in a trance, his eyes glazing over as he drifted off. He hadn't seen the dragon, but at the first sight of the Thunder Monarch dragon, the exclamation, "This is the Western Sky Monarch that group of ghosts in the west blew up to the sky," surfaced in his head. Take a deep breath. Exhale deeply. The 5-story tall little thunder god, with both claws propped up on the ground, stood behind Xiao Ting. The pupils of his violet electric eyes glanced every now and then at the ball that grunted and rolled past his feet. The pupil is shifted to the left. The pupil is shifted to the right. Standing is awesome. The expressions are well understood. Timothy Shaw coughed. There's the king of soldiers in front of us. Why are you staring at the ball so hard? Someone else's dragon child raised his head all of a sudden. Timothy Shaw connects with a leg kick. The little thunder god's tail flicked up, and the dragon's tail wrapped the ball over in a flash, sneaking behind his body and rolling it around. Li Han looked at it and his fingers spasmed. What an elite dragon, huh? But how long has this been going on? It's only been 6 months since the awakening, right? That's an appalling upgrade rate indeed. But think about it carefully. Xiao Ting and Little Thunder God had killed 2 demon worm leaders, 4 demon worm elites, as well as over 40 ordinary demon worms. Such a formidable battle. The Little Thunder God had only just managed to rise from the 1st rank to the middle of the 2nd rank. Other monsters, I'm afraid they've already broken through to the chief. In this way, the growth potential of this dragon was too high, and the resources needed to grow far exceeded the upper limit of normal monsters. Then again, I'm afraid this is the legendary 2nd awakening of talent. surrounded by one man and one dragon interacting. Li Han's body suddenly shook. Wait! An electrifying thought swept through his brain. The SS-ranked Flying Dragon edit talent. What will it become after the Second Awakening? This means that there's a 50-50 chance that Xiao Xiao will awaken the strongest SSS rank talent, Dragon Edit, in the future. My East Sea City. This is going to produce a Dragon Supreme God, an SSS-ranked editing talent that stands at the top of all beings in the same way as Megalodon Program Edit. 36 species are currently known. The most famous ones are the True Beasts Edit, Imatori Edit, and Sirens Edit. They are the kings of the magical beasts, the kings of the magical birds, the lords of the deep. Once on this planet, the strongest myth. It's safe to say, just awaken any of the SSS-ranked talents. It would be possible to create an army of the strongest and most terrifying monster god and become the monarch creator, standing on top of the world. And this teenager in front of me, it would awaken the strongest of the SSS rank editing talents, and it was also considered to be the strongest class of talent. Become a gargoyle editor. Dragon Supreme God. Crap. Li Han forced himself to hold back the shock in his heart, and sent the video of Xiao Ting and the Thunder Monarch Dragon, standing next to the Bastion Mountain insect corpses, to his fellow officers and top bosses immediately. Second Awakening, this kind of rank, it's impossible not to report it. 5 minutes later, tactical wrist guards that vibrate constantly. At his wrist, the palm-sized tactical display lit up with avatars one after the other. Commander of the Magic Capital Patrol Army, requesting video communication. Commander of the Golden Rangers, requesting video communication. Commander of the Xia Island City Rangers, requesting video communication. Legendary level Commander-in-Chief of the Coastal Province, requesting video communication. Eastern China Xinhua Ranked Army Chief, requesting video communication. Look at the last two names. Major Li went into cardiac arrest. Good. It was stunning to the two greats. The former name was the hand of the military department of the Coastal Province, his top boss of Li Han. The latter name, on the other hand, was a national weapon, a Xinhua-ranked army chief sitting in the East China region, the 9 monster monarchs of Donghuang, the spine of 1/9 of Donghuang. Chapter 52 Interview with the Legend. For Spirit Sword Emperor. Quickly, Li Han calmed down and turned to Xiao Ting. Xiao. There are a few uncles and sisters from the military region who especially want to meet you. I wonder, have you ever heard of the For Spirit Sword Emperor and the Red Moon Monarch? 4 Spirit Blade Emperor Stone Flying Blade. Level 5th Order Legend. Talent: S rank Flying Dagger Section Editor. Representative Monster: Overlord Artifact Spirit, Vermilion Bird Blade Spirit. Red Moon Monarch Sudemi. Level: 6th Order Seal, Red Moon Monarch. Talent: SS Lepidoptera Editor. Representative Monster: Monarch Demon Worm, Red Moon Emperor Butterfly. The former was a 5th Order Legendary Blade Emperor. The latter was a 6th Order Xinhua Butterfly God. There are only 100 legendary editors in the world. There were only 40 or so sealed monarchs. The degree of respectability of the two in Kyushu is evident. But now, these 2 day-to-day big shots were surprised to be startled in unison to see a high school awakened person. Ouch, I'm going. Xiao Ting just needs to nod his head. Showing up in front of these two great men. You'll have a lot of support in the future. Ma Yuanbao's hand, which was pinching his long earlobe, yanked back at once, and his earlobe and eyes suddenly turned red. Wei Tung silently hung his head, countless thoughts flying in his eyes, thinking about the possibility of catching his son-in-law under the list again. Yeah. Xiao Ting agreed with alacrity. The teenager standing next to that dragon smiled easily and brightly while thinking deeply in the shadows of his eyelashes. It was a big concern before. Own SS class Flying Dragon awakened identity. Didn't think it was well taken care of. He had thought that he would come into contact with some legends and Xinhua very early on. But there was no chance at all. Yes, it was true that Donghai City was a small 18th tier city, and the 4 master levels were fire extinguishing trains that went around putting out fires, and couldn't possibly follow him around at all times. But there's only one squad to watch over it. Slightly more concerned. Let's hope that feeling of being pushed down it was his fault. Xiao Ting, who had viewed that the Donghuang royal family was gifted with dragon editing, thought calmly like this. 20 minutes later, the 4 masters pacified and consoled the injured people and fighters, leaving the arriving Old Town district seat and district book to deal with the aftermath. Then he took Xiaoting and found a large conference room near the old city center. Multi-line video call being opened. With a cue, several figures in military uniforms appeared on the large display screen in front of them. The first one to open his mouth was the commander of the Magic City Patrol Army. He flashed an amiable smile and got straight to the point. Mr. Xiaoting, first-time meeting. Hello. We all know about your battle this morning. Excellent, very excellent. When you graduate from the 9 houses of Mordor, we, the Monster Legion of the Magic City Patrol, welcome you very much. Follow closely. The Golden Commander, too, opened his mouth impatiently. There are 2 totemic holy mountains in Jinling. Student Xiaoting, as long as you're willing to come to Jinling after finishing your studies from the 9 institutes of the magic capital, we're willing to dedicate all of the power of the Su province to train you to become the next frontier legionary starting 5th Order legendary editing master. The words were not finished. Another big face, plastered in front of the screen. The Zajima Island commander, who had a full beard, blinked his eyes and said with all the enthusiasm in the world, me too, from the 2 families above. We in Min province are willing to double our resources to support student Xiaoting and become the next legendary editor of Min province. The 4 masters of East Ocean City who were listening were shocked beyond words and were completely dumbfounded. This. You guys are a little too blunt and mercenary. The 3 local commanders, who were very favorable to Xiaoting, completely took the other party as the next legendary editing master that was internally determined to pull the strings. They looked at Xiaoting expectantly. Their gazes were very hot, and their eyes were almost like they wanted to eat Xiaoting alive. Well, what's it like to argue in front of people? At that moment, someone couldn't help it and coughed softly. As soon as this person spoke, the entire room fell silent. All of the local commanders had stunned faces as they looked at this veteran with white hair and a thick temperament. Army Commander Sure, what brings you here? This, your old man. How come you've been startled too? The 3 commanders immediately exclaimed in shock. This 60-something-year-old man, who looked mentally fit and healthy, was none other than the feudal-level military commander of the highest monster legion in the coastal province. One of the 100 great legendary editors, 4-Spirit Blade Emperor Shi Fei. His most prestigious battle took place along the coast of Donghuang on the border with the Neon Kingdom. 4 years ago, Shi Fei, who has just become a 5th-ranked legendary editor, is dispatched to a certain strait archipelago to settle disputes and harassment from neighboring countries over territorial issues. That day, the Bald Eagle Nation sent 13 battleships to back up Neon's negotiating ambassador, firing their guns towards the coastal waters. Then, the ambassador of Donghuang's own country, who was present at the scene, described the scene with immense shock. Only the vermilion bird blade spirit was seen rising up to the sky. 13 battleships, cut off in one swipe by the flowing blade of fire. The vertical and horizontal vermilion astral energy cut through half of the sky of the archipelago, eternally changing the weather of the coastal area. From then on, a rolling stream of fire clouds stretching for tens of thousands of miles was left behind in that sky of Neon and the Channel Islands, forming an eternal meteorological barrier. This was the monster overlord's ability to eternally transform the terrain and landscape. Aftermath: 13 massive warships, a certain archipelago in the Neon territory. Along with half of the coastal sea, it was cut off by an angry stone flying blade, leaving behind, as can still be seen today, a 1,000-mile streamer of fiery haze that stretches across the sky above the Channel Islands. That was the vermilion bird blade spirit, leaving behind the vermilion red astral aura. It was the one that cut across the sky and shattered space, leaving behind a scar that could hardly be erased by the years. It was also a perfect deterrent to the Neonese across the river who were having a good time. After this battle, Stone Flying Blade was chosen to be one of the world's top 100 strongest legendary editors, with the title of 4-Spirit Blade Emperor, the Blade of the 4 Spirits. It can be divided into mountains, broken islands, broken seas, chopping the sky with only one hand. Later, Neon also wants to make a stern protest about this in the International Parliament. Stone Flyblade's top boss, the Red Moon Monarch, Su Daimai, who came from the coastal province, personally made a trip to the territory of the Neon Kingdom. The day, at the end of the sky at Tokyo Tower, a battle for the ages took place. Also that day, ranked 10th in the world, the Neon Kingdom's town and country editor, Tengu Monarch, break your own arm, write a bloody letter on your tongue, thanking and apologizing. Less than a year after taking office, Su Daimai, up to this point, has been a global sensation, hitting the world's 9th strongest name. Ah, you old thief. How come you brought in our top boss too? The 3 local commanders at once threw death rays towards Major Li. You can't hide your eyes when you want to knife someone. Lihan, you old thief is really bad. Isn't it good for the several commanders of the Lin province to compete fairly for Xiao Ting's classmates and snatch a rare talent for their respective provinces and cities? Now, with a local coastal province legendary editor originating from Donghai City sitting in the town, how else could they compete? My name is Stoneflyblade. The old man appeared to be in his late 60s on the outside, with graying temples. With a pair of old-fashioned glasses on the bridge of his nose and 2 beady eyes, he said his full name very seriously. Shifei looked at Xiao Ting through his transparent old-fashioned glasses and directly opened the door and laughed. Mr. Xiao Ting, could you let me meet your initial flying dragon? There was a strong sense of anticipation in Shifei's expression. At his position and age, there were few things left in the world that he could look forward to. And a suspected second awakening flying dragon editor is definitely one of them. When he finished speaking, as if afraid of being a bit abrupt, Stoneflyblade winked and smiled an amiable frown on his broad forehead. To be fair, I'll show you my initial monster first. Behind the old man, endless points of light converged into a star chart-like trajectory. A rainbow-colored, gigantic star map summoning formation was pulled apart in front of everyone's eyes. There is a phoenix singing faintly in the air. It was clanging solemn golden leather. It was the phoenix sound of the dominant blade spirit that could burn the sky and boil the sea, and cut the sky with just one hand. The vermilion bird's blade. What's with the shyness? Come on out and show the guys. Shifei Blade waved cheerfully, like a kindly old grandfather who was ready to show toys to his children. His eyes behind his old glasses curved in a smile, particularly joyful. A massive heat wave spread in all directions. A divine flame that flew out from the end of the tunnel. Everyone's eyes tingled slightly, as if they were looking directly at a wheel of sun. Their sight filled with endless light and heat. Aya, little Zhu, tighten up a bit. They can't even see you anymore. It took a while for the blinding flames to die down. It was only then that Xiao Ting and the 4 East Sea Masters who were gathered in front of the screen got a good look at the famous Vermilion Bird's Blade. Chapter 53 Absolute Fierce Blade, Vermilion Bird Blade Spirit. It was a red blade spirit surrounded by crimson streams of fire, silently suspended in mid-air, wrapped in a reddish halo like a blazing sun. Exuding an incomparably hot temperature, it caused the surrounding void to continuously distort and collapse. This is an absolutely ferocious blade. As soon as this weapon spirit monster came out, even through the screen, Xiao Ting could feel the powerful pressure emanating from it. This feeling was like facing an overlord of flames. A faint golden aura filled his eyes. Open the golden pupil. Xiao Ting was fearless of the pressure emanating from the overlord monster. Up and down, carefully scanning this 5th-rank flying sword. Red blade spirit, 3 feet 9 inches long. The head of the handle is engraved with a phoenix, and the blade is wrapped with a phoenix pattern. The flaming light around his body was compelling. It is inscribed with 2 seal characters, Vermilion Bird. It was like a round of burning holy flames, diffusing the terrifying pressure of a peak overlord, majestic and inviolable. The aura, the pizzazz, the power, the barrage. Xiao Ting heard, and the 4 masters next to him rolled their throats and gulped in unison. Even he himself was shaken by the aura of this overlord artifact spirit, letting out a short breath before adjusting back to his state and looking at the overlord-class blade spirit with 2 glowing eyes. So handsome. It's the Vermilion Bird Blade Spirit that's alive and kicking and can split the sky and cut the sea. The bloodlight turned around and circled around the stone flying blades before stopping in front of the crowd's eyes. Come on. Say hello to everyone. With a pair of merciless iron hands, Shifei lovingly patted the back of Zhu Hong's blade. The Vermilion Bird Blade Spirit sheepishly ducked behind Shifei. It took a long time before half the hilt of the knife poked out in a grinding fashion. Forced to open his business, he let out a regal phoenix chirp. Sigh. Stoneflyblade nodded in satisfaction. The name of the blade is Vermilion Bird, my initial monster. 1.3 m long, fused with several different types of demonic avian phoenix bones. Blood Phoenix Metaphysical Iron, edited and cast. Stoneflyblade pushed up his old glasses. Proudly, he showed Xiao Ting his editing monster. Name Vermilion Bird Blade Spirit. Attribute: Fire Gold Martial Arts. Racial potential: 5th Order Overlord Artifact Spirit Race. Growth level: 5th Order Peak 100% Evolution. Skills: Elemental Polarization Gold, Elemental Polarization Fire, Overlord Level Shock, Vermilion Bird Slash, Divine Blade Shadowless, Fire Refining Vajra, Firewalking Transportation, Flowing Flame Fire Rain. Weaknesses: Gold, Fire, Thunder, Dragon, Horror Movies, Socializing. Edited. 5. Details: Cardinal Blade plus Blood of the Fire Eagle plus Avian Bone of the Flaming Fire Eagle plus Avian Bone of the Peacock Vajra plus Blood Phoenix Basalt. This dragon blood blade in front of me. It is a true artifact overlord. Use the Phoenix Iron as your body, and use the Phoenix Blood to open your blade. Only those who had chopped countless dead souls under their swords could emit such a horrifying murderous blood and frenzied aura. Is this a rank 5 monster overlord? Xiao Ting exhaled softly, a little taken in by the ruthless handsomeness. Powerful indeed. But the end of its career was only the beginning of his dragon life with the Thunder Monarch Dragon. The Vermilion Bird Blade Spirit that was capable of dividing the sky and chopping up the sea was a 5th Order Overlord at the end of its race. This is just the beginning of the dragon life of the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now, after Xiao Ting's initial editing, the Little Thunder God was promoted to a dragon race whose ceiling rank was 6th Order, the peak of the Monarch class. Thus, Xiao Ting was not shocked by the Vermilion Bird Blade Spirit's all-conquering ferocity, but instead laughed. Because of the other's power, thinking about his future with little Thor, brainstorming happily. His calm composure. With the contrast, it's very bright. The 3 patrol army commanders who were connected to the line had a strange color in their eyes. Oh, not bad for an SS rank. Facing the saber-intent pressure of a 5th rank Overlord Artifact Spirit head-on, there was no timidity, no fear, even if this was across a screen, tens of millions of miles away. Stagnant and calm at a young age, you have the aptitude of a Jingua general of a school of patriarchs, nodding and tisk-tsking mentally. If the 3 of them, the 3 great commanders, missed out on hosting this future Jingua-level genius today, I'm afraid that it will become a lifelong regret for Miles. Shifei gave Xiao Ting a thumbs up for his performance as well. Good boy, that's nice. You're so much more productive than the ones next to you. Words. Xiao Ting was slightly stunned, shifting his golden pupils and looking around. See only. For East Coast City Masters, sweating and stiff. This was the normal reaction of being shocked by the Overlord's blade spirit, wrapped in the murderous, fury, blood, and berserk aura. On the contrary, Xiao Ting, who was moving freely and calmly, looked abnormal. Li Han was being flirted with by so many of his peers. Blackface blushed and couldn't help but ask quietly, "Oh Xiao, can't you feel a blade intent that leaves you breathless, pressing down? They're 4th Order editing masters. How did it get taken so easily?" Not as calm as an 18-year-old male high school student who just awakened not even half a year ago.
No.
Xiao Ting hung his eyes and shook his head. Honestly speaking, his and Little Thor's kingly aura could be much more dominating than this bit of faint blade intent across the silver screen. Plus, he had been fed a 10th of the Monarch Dragon's blood by the Little Thunder God. Unless it's a Monarch or Overlord-level monster that turns on shock and awe in person. Otherwise, he is not affected at all and carries no fear at all. After hearing his words, Li Han turned his head suspiciously and looked at the Vermilion Bird fire blade, gazing at the word Vermilion Bird sealed on the blade's surface. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be a shadow that covered the sky, flapping its streaming flame fire wings and staring at Senior Colonel Li for a second. At this moment, Li Han felt as if his heart had stopped beating. The phantom of the Vermilion Bird blade spirit. Bloodline suppression. As a Grade A Red Eagle genus editor, Senior Colonel Li felt the direct suppression from the multiple feathered overlords in the upper hegemonic materials. Li Han hung his eyes and swallowed hard. The Vermilion Bird blade spirit has killed more than one Overlord-class demon bird monster, and an equivalent substitution would be to instantly kill him plus the ruler-class Iron Blood Eagle in seconds. He was sweating profusely and snorted in a huff. "Ha ha! Xiao, let's see your Thunder Monarch Dragon." "Good." Xiao Ting wasn't going to hide it either. He nodded. Gold's eyes looked upward, measured the height of the ceiling. Xiao Ting wrinkled his eyebrows. "This house, it's small. The ceiling height of this conference room definitely couldn't accommodate the current Little Thunder God. The Little Thunder God who had advanced to the elite level was as tall as a 5-meter one-story duplex 5-story building just by standing up. Good on. Next to the conference room. Having a spacious monster fighting venue is standard in this 5-star East China Sea Battle Hotel. It's worth noting that the hotel building is owned by President Ma. Changing the venue and configuring a large outdoor video display is a matter of minutes. The crowd then temporarily shifted the venue. The interior of this place was spacious, and it was more than enough to accommodate 10 Thunder Monarch dragons. My turn, summon. Come out, little Thor. Xiao Ting gently raised his left hand and let out a call, a little smile arcing at the corner of his mouth. The void under the palm. It created ripples and swayed like water. Countless points of psychedelic light instantly filled the air. The links became threads, and the trajectories took shape, forming a rainbow-colored summoning formation as gorgeous as a star map that appeared in front of Xiao Ting's body. The void channel connecting the monster space was opened. A brilliant purple light suddenly lit up in front of everyone's eyes. And after, a long thorny dragon shadow, from the depths of the void, stepped out, forelegs on the ground. The feathers on both sides looked like 2 scimitars. Its 2 claws appeared to be bosses compared to the normal flying dragon bird-like form. Propped up on the ground on odd paws, on either side of the foot, long, sharp-bladed things are retracted wings that rise up in purple fire. There seems to be an ecological manifestation of the body that remains permanently charged. Horns, spines, open lines of dragon jaws, and a thunderous glow of purple electricity emanating from every part of his body. It was as if lightning was its body and thunder was its breath. A mysterious aura was released from his entire body. Accompanied by purple electric light and a crackling burst of thunder, the 25-meter-tall Little Thunder God appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It raised its thick, long, lightning unicorn horn. Below the spines, the pair of slightly colder purple electric dragon pupils scanned the surrounding crowd. Quickly, he locked onto Xiao Ting's direction. The Little Thunder God shook his wings twice, stepped on the scattered lightning photons all over the ground, and moved his majestic hind feet to Xiao Ting's side. With every step, the ground had to tremble twice. Just walking a few steps, such a simple action, shook the entire battleground, rumbling and vibrating, making Li Han and other masters a little unsteady. Little Thunder God was too big at this point, even though it was only a young dragon that hadn't been born for half a year. However, the sense of oppression was so great that it was in no way inferior to that of an unusual monster Grand Commander or Grand Monarch. Roar! Little Thor didn't know that he looked like a fierce king of flying dragons in the eyes of others. He blinked with pure joy and trotted over to Pops with a jaunty little step and a wagging tail. The dragon's mouth grinned at the corners after seeing Xiao Ting. The neck stretched out and the huge head came up low. Hoo-hoo! Pop's palms are so warm. What about a little flying dragon friend who purrs from his throat when he gets petted on the head by his old dad? Xiao Ting, today too. Xiao Ting touched its unicorn horn, spines, and head, then raised his hand and pointed. The fingertip end. It was plastered on the projection screen, a couple of big 10,000 excited faces. Come on. Say hello to your uncles and grandparents and brothers. Roar. The thunderbolt followed his jaw and moved over. Pawpaw braced himself on the ground and turned his entire body around. Then the 2 wings come together. Head cocked, tail wagging. Suddenly there was a pause. Deadly staring at the short blade of streaming fire across the street. It locked onto the vermilion bird blade spirit suspended in mid-air on the screen. Little Thor, this was the first time it had ever, in the body of a monster, felt a deadly threat. The upturned corners of his mouth tensed for a moment.
Noe.
Roar! The previous conversation with Pop's Shaw Timber Beast. It seemed to echo in the dragon's ears. Can't beat the Chancellor. Roar beat that. Probably can't beat the Chancellor. Roar dragon try. Beat the monster overlords. The monster Chancellor, naturally, fought. A roar like thunder exploded. A suffocating kingly pressure. From the small Thor's lowered paws, even this child throat eye, with a full body armor in the flash are the body spread out, like an invisible storm, swept in all directions. The 4 master editors, including Li Han, had their heads explode for a moment. For a moment it was impossible to move, breathe, or even think, completely shaken to the ground by the monarch's dragon might. All they could do was click their heads around, just releasing a little bit of the dragon's might, although it wasn't aimed at them, This 1/3 of a monarch-level shock, a little bit of it released, made their hearts almost stop. At this time, the opposite of the vermilion bird blade spirit, Chapter 54 being a guide. You're not qualified. A million miles away in a training ground. The vermilion bird blade spirit had an MMP in his heart that he wanted to speak. I didn't mess with any of you. Just saying hello. Why are you being mean to me? If you're any more aggressive, I'll
Mr. José Antonio González.
roar. At the top of the screen, the dragon is raging. A faint purple mist erupted from his nostrils, and his entire body armor even stored electricity and rubbed together, resulting in this chest resonance coupled with thunder resonance roar that was like golden thunder rubbing against lightning. The vermilion bird blade spirit suddenly transformed into a divine flame, and in an instant, it retracted back into stone flying blade's back. Shedding flaming tears, he hugged the stone flying blade and refused to leave. I don't want to deal with dragons. So scary. Obviously overpowered but overly fearful of the community, Blade Senpai retreated in haste.
Crowd, Sigma.
The pupil shifts left and right. The whole dragon face, it was almost in front of the camera. The blackened throat opened. Open your mouth to bite. All of a sudden, a ruthless iron hand pinched the back of Dragon Destiny's neck. Papa Long's breathless voice came from behind. You're told to say hello? And this is how you do it? Little Thunder God was strangled by the back of his old man's neck. A hole stiffened, fluttering dragon claws, dog paddled twice in midair, and was then yanked back one-handed by Shao Ting with a merciless iron hand. Humph! Dragon jet. Humph! The dragon stood up. The little Thunder God flying dragon's mouth opened and its tongue came out. He made a face and swept his eyes across the room toward the uncles and grandpas. His fingers held above his head with a 6, and his eyes rolled back in his head. The dragon that was squinting at the world seemed to notice Shao Ting's gaze, quickly drooping the corners of its mouth and lowering its claws and paws in an I'm calm and domineering manner. Flying dragon. Ooh! Several large, excited faces appeared on the group chat screen across the room. Let's just say that Thor Jr.'s appearance is so forced and deceptive. As soon as it revealed itself, the several city patrol army commanders on the opposite side of the room were as if they had seen a mountain of gold. I can't wait to crawl down the webbing and see the king of the skies in his supreme splendor. These big paws, these big wings, these big noses, these big eyes. The dragon rolls his eyes at them. It's so cool. The 3 city patrol army commanders let out an extremely cuddly exclamation. Has an initial monster of the monarch race. This meant that Shao Ting would definitely be able to become the next Jinhua level sealed editor as long as he grew up smoothly. That's a starting point that exceeds 99% of the monster editors in the world. It was no exaggeration to say that this teenager's future achievements were higher than all of them present. 3 chancellors, like the kind of headhunters who want to dig Shao Ting over to work part-time and thus start frantically ingratiating themselves with his kids. For his part, the little Thunder God lay calmly on his back, his flying dragon ears twitching, unconcerned with their bragging. It is the dragon that is extremely indifferent to other life. If it wasn't for Pops squeezing the back of Ruthless neck behind it and demanding it to socialize, the dragon simply squinted, not even bothering to look at them. A bunch of only worthy of becoming ingredients when the dragon grows up, a mere 4th-order chancellor of the district. Dragons don't need to talk to ingredients to communicate. This scene made the onlookers of the local commanders' hearts tremble as they watched. Kittens are also this loving to humans. But there are millions of people chasing after cats screaming sip, 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 and love you so much. Ditto for dragons. The less you love people, the more you want to see and touch and mess with them. Look at that high nose and big paws. Look at the dragon that's lying on the ground slanting you with eyes that are bubbling with menace. The dragon is not happy. Why do you keep staring at the dragon? Unhappy, wide-eyed and slightly ferocious. Shao Ting crossed his eyes sideways and stroked the dragon's large snout, a large unicorn horn, soothingly. Bear with me. When we get stronger later. These poor students coming to the door, begging for resources and protection sessions would be unnecessary. The phoenix is young and also needs to open its mouth to beg for food. The dragon is young and needs to hibernate in the mud. The bright ones are easily defiled and the bright ones are easily broken. Stoneflyblade pushed up his old glasses. Several of the chancellors here the focus on the dragon. Shifei's attention was more on the boy Shao Ting, As relayed by Colonel Li, Zhou Zhuang, who witnessed Xiao Ting open the big one, said, Xiao Ting seemed to have cured an invincible monarch-level shock right off the bat. Even against overlord-level monsters, they had the ability to suppress them for an instant. And after, dragon steps into the elite. Xiao Ting, who was a dragon master, was about to advance to intermediate editor as well, baptized by 2/10 of the monarch's dragon blood, and choose his second curing skill. In terms of strength, even without the dragon, there was no longer any way for an ordinary elite or chieftain class to cause any fatal damage to Xiao Ting himself. The more Shi Fei looked at it, the more delighted he became, and the more he regretted it. Happily, Dong Huang had another second awakening demigod reservist. Unfortunately, one is only a 5th-rank legendary editor. Wanting to give such a demigod reserve as a guide wasn't enough. If he's a township-level legionnaire, as long as Xiao Ting is willing, then without saying a word, Shi Fei would absolutely grossly accept him as a disciple on the spot. Chapter 55, Meeting the King, Butterfly God of Zhenghua. Originally, I was thinking that if you are truly a flying dragon awakened, when 4 years from now, I will pass on the position of the commander of the Coastal Provinces Monster Legion to you and support you to become the next Frontier Seal legend. But now, I think you and the dragon cannot be limited to the Coastal Provinces, too condescending, Stoneflyblade lamented. Top of the screen. The 3 Grand Commanders of the City Patrol Army from the Devil's Capital, Jinling, and Xia Island were filled with shock that they couldn't hide. Shi Fei's identity, in terms of status, was on par with the provincial ministry of the coastal province. Certain aspects of the power of the fist and the power of speech are even greater than the provincial seat of a province. But a man of such status and position said that it would be a great condescension to pass on the post of captain of the Monster Legion of the coastal provinces, 4 years later, to Xiao Ting? What's above a province's fiefdom? The only thing sealed the township. The meaning expressed in the middle of this is extraordinary. The teenager in front of him had not yet entered the circle of professional-level editors. Surprisingly, he had already been recognized as the future 10th Ming Dynasty Town King by a legendary military commander who was sitting in the province. The 10th spine of Dong Huang. Xiao Ting also froze for a moment, slightly surprised in his heart. Thinks so highly of him. The strongest army of monsters in the coastal province. The positions are wanted for him. Then why? In the previous 3 months, he did not pay the slightest attention to his ancient ancestors' same model, Flying Dragon's Awakening? No. The only correlation with his Dragon Realm editing talent. It is the only current royal clan that can, within the clan, stabilize the output and pass on the editing talent of the Dragon Clan. No. He had awakened the same 5S-grade, Flying Dragon editing talent as the ancient ancestral Dragon Emperor, the originator of the royal bloodline. No. 3 months of indifference. No. After 3 months of indifference, 2 blocks away from his residence, an alien invasion suddenly erupts. The night before, Major Li, who had been summoned to the Magic City for a general meeting, as well as Patriarch Wei, who had been transferred the night before and had gone to the Noble Territory, President Ma, who had convened the Coastal Chamber of Commerce, and Dean Wang, who had received an invitation from the university. Inexplicably, the same 4 master classes that had been transferred the day before. It's too much of a coincidence. Too many coincidences turn to certainty. There seemed to be subtle ripples across the pupils of the teenager's eyes, mocking, but they were quickly restrained and tucked under deep black lashes. Xiao Ting revealed a bit of white teeth and smiled faintly. Thank you, Elder Shi, for valuing me. Xiao, you're awesome. Elder Shi, is this from our coastal province? Senior Colonel Li quietly gave a thumbs up, indicating that Elder Shi was a true legendary bigot. To be valued by such a person, in the future it would be like having a big backer like Mount Everest. That Dragon Master teenager, still calm and slightly smiling, nodded his head. For editorial gurus say they're transferring out. So what if it's a 5th order legend? You're a lot more interesting than the other kids. Oh, after so many years, our coastal province finally has a successor. Stoneflyblade's wide forehead smiled another amiable frown. With a wrinkled and scarred hand, he patted little Juju's blade side soothingly. After smoothing out the hair of the vermilion bird blade spirit, who had been scared out of his social fear by the evil dragon baby's bang and was frustrated to the point of being unable to do so. This old man, only then did he join his hands in the direction of the void. A very respectful question. By the way, Captain Su, what do you think? When these words fell, there was a dead silence in the room. The three commander levels opened their mouths in unison. Their moods were extremely shocked, their expressions nearly exploding, as if they had heard something that made their souls tremble. Commander Su? Was it the one they were thinking of? The Legionnaire Su? That guy, he's on the multiline video feed? At this moment, a pair of eyes toward Colonel Lee, through, crap, this is really? That one even came. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Gnashing of teeth. 10 seconds later, a yawn sounded. Nice. This lazy voice sounded very young, and it felt like it couldn't be more than 25 years old. It's great. On the screen, a red moon rises in a haughty manner. The red moon is in the sky. It was a piece of red moon, condensed by countless magic butterflies. A lazy beauty sat paralyzed on the red moon butterfly tide. In her left hand, she held two coiled and battered red centers, sitting like a salted fish without bones. Looks out of tune, but it is indeed a tipping point. There is a great beauty. At this moment, all the commanders of the city patrol army, all of them rose in full armor. Toward the red dress on the magic butterfly, he raised his right hand and saluted solemnly. Commander of the East Sea City Patrol Army, Li Han, meet Butterfly Monarch. Commander of the Magic Capital Patrol Army, Kusai, meet Butterfly Monarch. Commander of the Jinling City Patrol Army, Qianzhou, meet Butterfly Monarch. Commander of the Shalu City Patrol Army, Chao Anping, meet the Butterfly Monarch. Even around them, the three master-level figures from East Sea City, all reddened with excitement and raised their hands in salute. Haiyuan King Rhinoceros Gold, meet Butterfly Monarch. Wei Tang of the Linen Wei family, meet Butterfly Monarch. East Sea Consortium Ma Yuan Bao, meet Butterfly Monarch. Xiao Ting followed suit and stood up. When he raised his eyes and met the figure across from him at eye level, he couldn't help but freeze. Unexpectedly, this famous king sitting on top of the red moon, lord of 10,000 butterflies, the ninth strongest person in the world, it would be such a young girl, and it's quite beautiful. Sit down. Su Daimai also returned the salute, then continued to lean on top of the red moon butterfly tide, coiled a pair of red centers in her hand, and slowly yawned. 3 yawns in half a minute. She looked as if she was sleepy, a look of playing cards and staying up all night. But to make such a great man, holding the ghost card Monarch Lin Ghost 9 in the scapegoat red, reveal a deep weariness after a great battle. It must not have been staying up all night to play cards, but rather, it had dealt with a great matter that was big enough to shake the international community. Xiao Ting looked at the top of her head, the iridescent attribute panel.
Name Su Diemai.
Talent: SS level Lepidoptera editor. Rank: Seal level bug editor. Monster: Monarch level Red Moon Emperor Butterfly, Overlord level Wing Killing Demon Butterfly injured, Overlord level 10,000 Poisonous Blood Butterfly, Overlord level Parasitic Butterfly, Overlord level Bright Goddess Butterfly, Overlord level Colorful Phantom Light Butterfly. Status: dozing 5 yawns a minute. The other person wants to get off work and sleep very much. So many Overlord level monsters. Xiao Ting's pupils tightened. It was pretty much as he had presumed. This Red Moon Butterfly Monarch seemed to be precisely the one who had just ended a fight after a great battle with some existence, walking down from the fire and smoke. Otherwise, who would be able to injure the Overlord-level Wing Slayer Demon Butterfly under the tide of Red Moon butterflies? It had always been Xiao Ting who shocked others, and it was the first time that he was, for the first time, shocked by someone else's attribute panel. Is this the panel of the Sealed King? Nothing is strong enough to touch it. SS-rated bug editor talent. Can be edited for all Lepidopteran insects. Lepidoptera. About 200,000 species are known worldwide. About 8,000 species are known from Donghuang. Contains all the beautiful butterfly species, as well as moth monsters. The 26-year-old Sealed King in front of me. To build it, 9 Overlord-level butterfly monsters, as well as countless clusters of moth-like monsters, with an army of tens of thousands of bugs in hand. I am the natural disaster. I am the nest of worms. This was, by far, the strongest monster editor panel he had ever seen. No doubt about it. This is a true monster monarch. I've come to meet the Flying Dragon Awakening. Su Daimai coiled the 2 ghost cards in the red center of her left hand, touched out a mint candy, and stuffed it into her mouth, and the whole person was suddenly quite awake, to hunt down one of the trickier dark editors. She had not closed her eyes for close to 7 days. It was going to be all about her beauty sleep time during the day today. Now make an exception and come meet the flying dragon boys. Sliding her tongue a few times, Su Daimai licked the mint candy and her eyes fell on Xiao Ting's face. The eyes fell all over the place. The teenager had messy black hair, golden eyes, and a lip line that opened slightly to drink in a little stream of air. Standing and being surveyed, the dragon sprawled out on the lawn next to him was already blowing to try and light the lawn on fire with a look of utter impatience. The dragon's owner, however, was not half as formal as if it was just a perfectly normal interview. Su Daimai's pupils contracted for a split second. Sweep, though not overly similar. The five senses, the breath, the body. It didn't even look too close to the imperial capital or the various parts of the fiefdom, the group of pampered guys that looked like celestial dragons. But in the moment of seeing this person and the dragon behind him, that feeling of the brain being electrified for a moment almost instantly made Su Daimai certain that this guy must be the Emperor's bloodline. Your last name is Shaw? She heard herself ask. The opposite side of the teenager seems to be stunned. Smiling, golden eyes open, pause for a few seconds and then say, the grass is rusty, Xiao? That's not it, my last name is Xiao. Yes? Kosho is a common name for Xiao. A collateral line? No. Could also be an ancestral vein. Before the ancient emperor made his fortune, there were also clansmen like the 7 uncles and 7 dukes. It was a hidden lineage of emperors that had been passed down from a certain clan of dragon emperors, or maybe it was expected to be a sudden discovery of a flying dragon awakening. But I think the guy had popped up at the National Awakening session 3 months ago, only the intel was blocked and didn't make it to their side. Tutor, what do you want? Do you want to present yourselves as descendants of the Orthodox Dragon Emperor and obliterate threatening ancestral source inheritors? From the salted fish lying position, Su Daimai slowly straightened her spine and sat up. Hello. Su Daimai, my name. Chapter 56 Monster Crack. Torch it all. Courtesy. The young man smiled gently. Xiao Ting, Xiao of the Ling Xiao, the thunder of the blast. Nice name. Su Daimai sat up straight and licked the mints in her tongue cavity, solemnly. Elder Sure is right. Coastal Province, Min Province, and Suzhou Province are not your best choices. I hope that you can come to the Magic City in a year's time and participate in the great examination for the selection of the 9 institutes of the Magic City. In the name of the East China Legion Commander, I vouch for you as long as you can successfully graduate from the 9 institutes of the Magic Capital. The next Jingguo Legion Commander of the East China region will definitely be you, she said firmly in an unquestioning tone. A legend and 7 grandmasters present instantly threw their hot gazes toward Xiao Ting. Once again, Timothy Shaw tactically ended the W at the corner of his mouth. With a calm face, he spat out the words, 1 year later, I will head to the 9 courts of the Magic Capital to conduct the great examination of practical selection. It's a statement, not a promise. His hidden treasures of the secret doctrine, his blood enemies, are all in the Magic City. There's no reason not to go. Well then, we'll be waiting for you in Mordor. Su Daimai looked at the teenager's angular and handsome face, and her words lengthened. There will be rooms for you in the monarch courtyard of the 9 courts of the Magic Capital, and until you are promoted to a 5th order legendary editor with a certain level of self-protection, there will be seal-ranked mentors staying with you all the time in the small monarch courtyards dotted with seal-ranked mentors. Xiao Ting couldn't help but stare. With Su Daimai's strength and status, she continuously emphasized, successfully completing the course, possessing a certain degree of self-protection, staying with the seal tutor all the time, living in the small courtyard of the monarchs that were spread out at the ceiling level, carried a sense of guardianship as well as a desire to protect. The teenager asked rhetorically, after a moment's contemplation. Awakened people with talent S rank or higher have a very high mortality rate until they reach 5th rank legend? Hey! The sound of spinning in scapegoat red stopped. Su Daimai looked at him with some surprise, then smiled. I like dealing with smart people. Xiao Ting couldn't help but frown. So here's the question. To be able to be in the territory of the Eastern Brilliant Kingdom, where 9 seal-level powerhouses were sitting, who dares? Or rather, who could exterminate so many geniuses with S-class talent or above? Neon? White Eagle? World powers? This conversation continued into the next day. Su Daimai spent 2 days, putting off quests such as pursuing the 10 evil monarchs and crusading to the devil beasts. He personally explained some matters to Xiao Ting. Day 1. Timothy Shaw sat in a separate conference room. Everyone else, unrelated, evacuate. Little Thor was also left outside. Outside the window, glaring, that big purple gold eye is. It's as if giant flying dragons, peering at the food inside, or cats that get bigger, crouching outside the house, watching the humans move about the shed in the same perspective. A fourth master guarded the sea outside the door. King Rhinoceros Gold. His monster chancellor. The Golden Power King Bido Beast. Ahem Unicorn Beast in charge of playing ball with Little Thor. Indoor. Timothy Shaw sat in the chair next to his desk. Across the screen, Su Daimai, leaning her elbows on the chair, sat lazily. Su Daimai was still holding the list in her hand, the personal data of this teenager across the street. Timothy Shaw, whose parents are dead. There was a sister in the family before that, but she followed her parents for many years and her whereabouts were officially stamped as dead. Grew up in an orphanage in Tokai City and has now moved out to live on his own in a place to be demolished. The school registration is still hanging in the 3rd high school in Donghai City, and the university reports the preferred college, the 9th Academy of Magic City. It was followed by a write-up of the talents, the initial monsters, and how the other side went to fight in the underground coliseum. But none of that matters. Su Daimai skimmed over it with a glance. Where were you told before? Speaking of. Then halfway through the speech, Su Daimai left again. Xiao Ting though said it was across the screen. But Su Daimai wouldn't avoid him in most of the activities out of the mission in the past 2 days. Sometimes when he was halfway through a lecture, he said one sentence to wait a moment, and then directly under his feet, the red butterflies roamed the sea, and in the next second, he instantly moved to a certain location, solved the problem at the speed of light, and then continued the lecture with him. Timothy Shaw. ... All the feudal lords are so social animals. Anyone who hadn't yet stepped into the circle of professional level editors and found out that the person they were with was the circle's top bigwig and that the top bigwig was around the clock, at least 18 hours, sleepless, relentless task processing machine would have been in something like SEAL level awe. Beat the monsters for 5 hours. Dealt with 139 exotic invasions that invaded the coastal areas and decimated 99 king of monsters. Su Daimai finally got off work. You can speak for 15 minutes this time. The original ginger red eyes, the rose nebula-like texture in the pupils, the curling shadows cast by the eyelashes on the side of the face, all of it was wrapped up in a strong class flavor. Tired eyes, haggard, unkempt face. No, you're the genius who topped the world's first class of powerhouses at the age of 25, right? Why do you have the unique, tired look of an office worker from the inside out? Not at all as polished as the first day they met. The Red Moon Monarch, with a shriveled look, yawned and resumed his chair, rubbing his jaw in thought. Where was the talk? Forgot. Simply retell it. Other than you, the East Huang Federation has awakened a total of 101 SSS ranked awakened within 1,000 years. Even, there is no shortage of SS ranked second awakenings like you. But none of them have managed to grow up to be a Seal King on this planet. Su Daimai was about to open her mouth and say something. Xiao Ting suddenly couldn't help it, didn't hold back his words. Seal King. Are they all like you? Working 18 hours straight every day, all year round? Look, what a respectful you.
Sue butterfly dance.
Xiao Ting said from the bottom of his heart. If it's such a sealed king, who wants to be? He didn't really want to be yet either, which is the strongest in the world that fights monsters and saves people all over the country every day and presses on without a bit of private life or a lot of recreational time, don't you think? Su Daimai waved her hand. In short, it's not what you think, I'll admit. Being a Seal King does seem a bit exhausting. Need to work back-to-back weeks? Maybe a month. No, I should be working overtime now for almost 3 years. It's not like there's been this much intense work every single day for the past 3 years anyway. Su Daimai's pupils followed slightly out of focus as she lengthened her voice. It seemed to sink into the thought of the 3 years of working so many hours that his brain often died, and his face went into a trance for a moment. Soon, Su Daimai returned to her senses. Well, I've only got 15 minutes to give you for your lesson and could be called away at any moment. So are you sure you want to continue with this unlucky topic? Xiao Ting took the topic back decisively. Throw in being scared to death by the workload, it does seem odd. 101 SSS level editing geniuses, no survivors in 1,000 years. They're supposed to be secretly protected by the Empire. Who dares to strangle so many talented creator masters in East Huang, which has 9 seal levels sitting around? Oh, that. Su Daimai said. You should have seen the amount of work I've done in the past few days. Right? Staring into Su Daimai's eyes, Xiao Ting nodded with a palpitating heart. Aha! Su Daimai said as she smoothly dazzled the hair on top of her head. Keeping me so busy. All monster rifts with dark races The earliest record of monster crack was recorded 5,600 years ago by the ancient ancestor dragon emperor. They are a spatial pathway that connects Earth to the monster otherworlds. Monsters that come out of otherworldly rifts. There are magic worms, angels, undead, demons, devils, orcs, goblins, beasts. There are 1,000 different kinds. They are uniformly called the Dark Race, the Dark Fae. Human editors, who had fought precisely such exotic monsters for thousands of years. Xiao Ting spoke after a moment of contemplation. In the high school textbooks, there are only 99 open monster invasion rifts. But I have observed that there seems to be more to it than that. So many of the monsters you've decimated don't appear in, well, public knowledge and science. 99 publicized names of rifts, and the worm abyss that invaded the city of Donghai was exactly one of them. The reality is much more than that. Countless monster rifts are opening up every second, every minute, on this planet beneath us. And every monster rift that opens represents a high-risk monster world that's hacking its way into the Earth star. After a long silence, Su Daimai lazily collapsed on the sofa, her lips tinted with some cold curves. I can, from personal experience, tell you after the rift, there is another editor's universe. That editing universe has thousands of monster planets and billions of exotic editors. Intruders behind the cracks. Not the 99 monster worlds the textbook says. Instead, it's a monster universe. Timothy Shaw. For a moment, he was horrified and voiceless. There are at least 300 million galaxies, stars like the Earth star. The total number of galaxies in the observable universe, like the Milky Way, may reach 100 billion. And that means hundreds of billions of galaxies, thousands of realms, endless monsters, and infinite exotic editors were actually landing on the Earth star at the same time. Don't worry, because the law affects it. He can't come down himself, but can only expel some crazy, ugly dark races that invade our worlds and try to open up the really tight space-time passage between the two universes. But in 5,000 years, he has never succeeded. Never before, never again. Su Daimai leaned against the pillow, tossing 2 red centers with one hand, and said lazily, the gold of the seal level in the age of monster editing. It's the equivalent of the most powerful, and the savior. It's not as glamorous as the public sees it. They're busy. This planet at your feet. Every second is being invaded by the otherworld. So all the Sea Lords are tired trains of extinction, salvaging a planet that is being torched. Chapter 57, World Number 9, Seal Tutor. Day 2. Across the screen, Su Daimai stood propped up on the sofa for a moment before sitting down. Xiao Ting realized at that time that one of the scapegoat reds in her hand was missing, and his heart thumped. The previous fight shielded him. The fight was obviously horrible. That's because this guy's covered in blood. Holy light butterfly landed on the body. All of the thick blood was swallowed by the butterfly and then fed back to heal the wound. After watching Su Deal take an hour off and stay up all night, add in the previous 3 years of overtime, the man was averaging 148 plus hours of overnights on 1 hour of sleep. Xiao Ting had a little bit of realization about how bad the situation of the planet under his feet was right now, and how heavy the seal-level monarch task really was. What on earth sustains you, going to work every day and not leaving this broken planet behind so easily? How can a person endure this? No holidays, no double time off, not even sleep, running around the globe. Do those protected commoners, or even the arch-chancellors of the monster legion sitting around, know that there are so many terrifying monster kings, and even monster monarchs that are invading the Earth planet? It was dark outside. 4 or 5 more hours. Those regular people and many beings who don't have to work overtime should just fall asleep. Xiao Ting thought of his future joining the 9 houses, and added,
可能全都是这种火车头乌噜噜满世界灭火车的君王庭院。
just start feeling a little horror in hindsight. World's strongest in my imagination. Not your kind of save the world burn yourself class-flavored social animals. Su Daimai's voice was muffled, the kind of hoarseness that occurs after staying up too late. Why is it that in these 1,000 years, there hasn't been a single SSS-ranked gifted person from the human race who has been able to stay on Earth and successfully grow to the Zhenguo rank? She was continuing where she left off earlier. In fact, she had said all of these things before. But people who work 3 years of overtime and have to work 7 days on an average of 1 hour of sleep have no brains. I am a zombie, captive in the house of the strongest red moon monarch. She hooked her finger and asked me to bite him. I bit on her head in disgust. Wow, go on. It smells like Ben. It's disgusting. That's how it feels, anyway. Xiao Ting didn't interrupt her, listening silently to the figure on the couch, eyes closed in a false sleep. Talking was probably the only way her brain could relax and dissipate the heat right now. Why is it that in these 1,000 years, there hasn't been a single SSS-ranked gifted person from the human race who has been able to stay on Earth and successfully grow to the Zhenguo rank? Because the crack is alive. They will sense and track all the awakened on Terra, launching ready attacks. All SSS-ranked genius creators are the primary targets of Rift. That's why the Devil's Capital with me and Elder Lin, 2 SEAL levels sitting in the town, can better protect you. An SS class, Flying Dragon editor, like you will not only be coveted by the living Rift, but will also be viewed with hostility by many of the forbidden existences in that universe. After Su Daimai finished speaking, she converged on the increasingly heavy blood color in her eyes. She was silent, giving Xiao Ting some time to respond. She was silent, digesting the state of her brain being overused and intermittent non-stop tinnitus. It was the feudal monarch that had been fed at least 6/10 of the initial monster bloodline. Even with a king of monsters like physique, the constant and unrelenting workload still crushes the spirit. So tired. I'd like to escape to an uninhabited abyss. Timothy Shaw was taking a breath, because her words kept thinking about the 5S rank talent she had awakened. If Crack is really alive, it's definitely going to be immortal. Make him a top kill target. Sending out higher-level exotic monsters, dark races, to hunt him down in a frenzy when he was at his weakest. But the first monster invasion he encountered was after the 3rd month, still 3 blocks away, obviously not drawn to him because of him. Those living Rift, why hadn't they sensed him? Awakening the SSSS-ranked Dragon Edit talent? Xiao Ting was deep in thought. Is it because there's a system? So it seems that he still has a hard backstage. Su Daimai closed her eyes and sat on the sofa, a hand against his jaw, a pair of beautiful red pupils closed, his head still radiating heat. The words that came out of her mouth were like dream words that had been set in motion a long time ago. As it happens, Elder Lin and I, we both have attachments in the 9 institutes of Magic Capital honor tutors. If you, by the side of Elder Lin and I, we will guarantee with our lives that we will not let any being harm you. Would you be willing to allow us to be your shared mentors in the 9 institutes of Magic Capital? I hope that in a year's time, when the great examination for the selection of the 9 courts of the Magic Capital takes place, I will be able to wait for your reply. This is not only because we want to guard an SSS-ranked dragon creator, but also because those large world rifts in Mordor are in jeopardy. When they are completely fused, it will be the day when he sends his armies and descends to the Earth Star. We're running out of time. End of speech. A red moon royal butterfly flies, moving Su Daimai's body carefully to the bed. The red moon emperor butterfly was worthy of being a supreme monarch and seemed to be highly intelligent. 2 rounds of red moon-like eyes looked at the video camera. Xiao Ting watched as it picked up the remote control panel and turned the air conditioner to 21 degrees. He couldn't resist reminding. The air conditioner remembered to turn on sleep mode. The remote control pad was held down and lit up again by Bug. The red moon emperor butterfly turned back. The teenager across from him shook his hand and smiled. Good night, teacher. Xiao Ting felt nothing shameful about his move to hug his thigh and worship his master on the spot. Spent some time playing ball with little Thor on the big hotel lawn in the evening. Read a few picture book stories like The World's First Griffin. Then Xiao Ting was given a dawning by the 4 masters. At night before bed, Ma Yuanbao sent someone to send him a stack of information about Su Daimai and Lin Lao. Master Ma is worthy of being a giant in the business world. That was all Shaw Timothy could say. At his age, he can't sleep anyway. Turned out the headlights at 11 o'clock, turned on a desk lamp, and leaned back on the soft pillows of the hotel's presidential suite to watch. It's also sort of a way to get to know your 2 future 9th Academy teachers through some mere words. A good mentor is extraordinarily important. Some of the lower-ranked editors' colleges, even an intermediate editor of Xiao Ting's current level, could serve as a mentor. The scarcity of senior faculty is evident. The stronger the mentor, the more resources you can get from the Monster Rift side, the more resources you can get. The more cultivation the student receives, the better. As the strongest monster editing academy in Donghuang, The resources and money that the 9 institutes of the Magic City get officially allocated to support each year can be astronomical. The number of successful people who have come out of this academy, who are in high positions of power in politics, plutocrats, families, and the military, is even more numerous. The most notorious are the 4 current town and country legionnaires. Su Daimai is one of them. That's quite a resume. Xiao Ting turned the pages while looking at Dai Aotion's resume. 5 years ago, after graduating from the 9 institutes of Magic City at the age of 21, Su Daimai was inducted into the East China General Corps, sitting in Magic City and patrolling the entire coastal region. 4 years ago, 22-year-old Su Daimai, under the command of Shi Feibei Shi, a military commander, is sent to deal with a dispute between the coastal islands and the Neon Kingdom. Finally, 13 bald eagle battleships, rumbling and firing at their home islands, were cut down in anger. That vermilion bird slash had even severed 12 small coastal islands belonging to the Neon Empire. The small country of Neon, which had been living a good life, protested strongly against this at the International Editors' Conference. The top brass of Huanghua are very hardcore. It doesn't matter how much you protest. It's just death to protect the stone-flying blade. 9 of the country's feudal lords sit in the middle of the country. No one can suppress the uplifted spine of the people of Donghuang. No? Come and fight if you don't want to. And so, 4 years ago, Su Daimai, who was 22 years old at the time, went on a mission to Neihong. A great battle takes place atop the 333-meter-high Tokyo Tower. On that day, a tide of thousands of butterflies covered the Neon Kingdom. The whole of the Neon Kingdom, as far as the eye could see, was filled with red waves. It's like an extinct red moon coming down, that battle of the sealed monarchs, which in turn triggered a terrifying great storm and great tsunami. It plunged half of the Neon Islands into a massive earthquake, displacing tens of millions of people. Subsequently, the Neon powerhouse, ranked 10th in the world, fell. Tengu Samurai, who broke his own arm and apologized in a bloody letter, acknowledging that a certain coastal island, not belonging to Neon, has been the territory of the Donghuang Kingdom since ancient times. The Neon officials and people were disappointed in this sealed powerhouse. After hurling insults online, there has been a flurry of attention across the pond. Big Brother, however, has a lot of power in the nest. Big Brother intervened and allowed 13 White Eagle Navy warships to be decapitated, and the 2 domestic parties used this to intensify their antagonistic conflicts, erupting into a series of violent clashes, and had no time to care about the pleas for help from East Asia's cheaper little brother, and hastily drew up a reparation to rescind the pressure on Donghuang. The arrogance of the Neon officials and people was gone in an instant. International outcry. Butterfly June, who has been in office for a year. As of this moment, he was ranked as the 9th strongest breakers in the world by the World Seal Level Power Ranking.
Cell.
Red Moon Monarch. The other mentor, on the other hand, has very little information. 28th in the World Seal Class ranking, Ghost Brand Monarch, Lin Ghost 9. To be able to craft an enchantment prop like Scapegoat Red Center, which blocks death attacks, it obviously can't be some kind of nobody. Interesting. Xiao Ting flipped through the World Seal Level Power Rankings. Discover the young-looking, funny and talkative, and well-known gaming player, Mr. Lin Guijiolin. Surprisingly, it has always been ranked 28th, over 100 years. Huh? This guy isn't controlling the score, is he? Chapter 58, Obtaining Dragon Eggs. Choosing a Sub-Dragon. Xiao Ting hadn't even entered the Magic Capital 9 Institutes yet, and there was already the 9th strongest person in the world and the 28th strongest person in controlling points, grabbing to be his exclusive mentor. Having a township editor as a mentor can't be underestimated, even at the provincial level. What about the town-state level himself, whose usual human relations are buttressed by the highest chief's corps of each country? Xiao Ting answered with a very decisive teacher. This kind of seal-level tutor joint cultivation wool gathering and rubbing resources and connections is a good thing. Only a fool would refuse it. Learned about it. At once. A few people are happy and a few people are sad. Legionnaires' big group. Kusai, the commander of the Devil's Capital Patrol Army, threw a smug expression towards a few of his local colleagues. Bare your teeth, bare your teeth, bare your teeth. A row of big teeth. Mr. Shuangjuan Wang, one more second of hesitation is disrespectful to the resources at hand. The big group, Stoneflyblade, being in the know, pushed up his old glasses, consoled by the immense loss and inability to leave Xiao Ting in the coastal province. Therefore, in the large group, majorly, who was frantically brushing all kinds of emoticons of Eagle's anger, Eagle spitting fire, Eagle's late arrival being sprayed into cotton, stone flying blade. Coastal provinces are great, but Mordor and East China need him more. Within the territory of East Huang, there were a total of 49 large monster world-curing rifts that had been identified. Mordor alone accounts for close to half of it. That mega city, it's riddled with holes and in jeopardy. If something goes wrong, it's a national disaster. The nest is not a member of the family. Under the arrangement of President Ma, Timothy Shaw was in the congregation near the meeting place, a 5-star East Ocean hotel with a presidential suite. 8 a.m. Open your eyes. A simple meal and a deluxe breakfast delivered by the waiter. Xiao Ting opened the quest reward panel. Quest reward. Designated 5th order Overlord grade sub-dragon egg. You can choose any one of the flame arachnid eggs, deep sea arachnid eggs, or forest arachnid eggs. Pick the Mikado. Xiao Ting went straight to the point. System. Can you release all 3 dragon eggs for me to take a look? System. Okay. Host. Before his eyes, the projections of 3 Overlord-class dragon eggs fell. Heat wave. Sea breeze. Lush green. Xiao Ting narrowed his eyes. 3 dragon eggs with different appearances projected overhead. Instantly, rows of hidden messages surfaced. Monster egg. Flame Tyrannosaurus Rex 5th order. Attribute. Dragon fire. Potential. 5th order peak overlord. Skills. Charge. Hardening. Crushing bite. Flame spit. Introduction. The top of the ecological hierarchy under the flying dragon. Inhabiting volcanic lava, it has hard, flame-scaled armor. The body has an inflammatory fire pouch, and after swallowing minerals and magma that contain flame magic, it can be sprayed at high pressure into a flame spit, which is quite lethal. It's the food chain of the volcanic zone, and deservedly the dominant dragon king. Monster egg. Deep sea fish dragon 5th order. Attribute. Dragon water. Potential. A mid-5th order overlord. Skills. Tail flinging, biting, water bomb spitting. Introduction. It is in the middle of the ironic ecological niche. Is a sea-dwelling subosaur that has the hind limbs of a flying dragon, but has a body that resembles that of a fish or dolphin. The webbed membranes between their claws can be used for both swimming and walking on land, and they can shoot out rock-shattering water projectile spits. As adults, they are extremely dangerous in the water and on land. Monster egg. Emerald green chameleon 5th order. Attributes. Dragon wood poison. Potential. Early 5th order overlord. Skills. Tongue stabbing, stealth, venom spraying. Introduction. In the ironic ecological niche, it is at a low to medium level. Covered in green scales that change with the environment, temperature, and mood, it is an arboreal arachnid. The tongue is 3 times the length of the body, allowing for a lightning-fast predatory attack that takes only 1/25th of a second to complete the hunt. Various characteristics make it mysterious and unpredictable, one-strike killer of dense forests. The system thoughtfully gives simulated projections of the 3 adult sub-dragons. Xiao Ting swept through with a glance. Decisively chose the flame Tyrannosaurus with the highest qualifications and the highest face value. Peak qualification of 5th order plus 4 initial skills plus flame, attributes plus Tyrannosaurus Rex appearance. Xiao Ting couldn't think of a reason not to pick it, and there are so many reasons not to pick the other 2. First, it's really ugly. I'd really appreciate it. How come the deep sea subdragon didn't draw the beginning crocodile class, the shark auger class, or the kangaroo class? Favored me with a long-legged fish.
Noe.
Secondly, the qualifications are too low. A forest sub-dragon. There are so many beautiful arboreal lizards out there. Why did you give me one? A low-qualified mutant I avoider. Not that avoiding service isn't cute. But low qualification is really hard for the war party. System, listen to me. Thank you. I have a reasonable suspicion of underhandedness. Underhandedness. After all, he had washed his hands 3 times before starting, and had sacrificed 10 years of his life to Captain Su and Elder Lin. Looking at the flame Tyrannosaurus Rex's egg, Xiao Ting's eyes regained a bit of their gleam. In the cruel world of the non-celebrities, only the shape of a flaming Tyrannosaurus Rex, which hangs on to long-legged fish and mutant-eyed lizards in adulthood, brings Xiao Ting a shred of comfort. Claim your reward. The voice fell. The burning, flaming Tyrannosaurus Rex egg detached from the projection in front of him. From the virtual to the real. It landed heavily at Xiao Ting's feet. The whole thing is a meter high. Place your hand on the surface of the dragon's egg. A rolling, thick breath could be felt. The teenager jerked the flaming dragon egg. With that, he picked up a table knife and slashed his right wrist. Lightly. Timothy Shaw clenched his fists. Dozens of drops of crimson-tinged gold blood that fell. Drops onto the surface of the raging, burning Tyrannosaurus Rex egg. It was absorbed in an instant. The dragon's egg began a violent shaking. The sleeping flame Tyrannosaurus Rex was stirred. Xiao Ting looked on expectantly. Can feel the egg inside. To him sent out a strong feelings of adoration and joy. But after a few violent struggles, a slightly frustrated mood passed out from within the shaking dragon egg. For now, I can't get any thicker. I still need to sleep for a while. Fire Aotion, will have the strength. The little fire dragon babbled, using its spiritual power, telling Xiao Ting outside. The current one is still drawing in enough power. Wait a moment and the genius will break out of its shell. Okay, but why do you call yourself Fire Aeon? Doubtful. Xiao Ting's eyes turned golden, under the effect of the Eye of Omniscience. He looked at the surface of the dragon's egg and a long progress bar emerged. There are 182 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes and 21 seconds until the baby dragon breaks its shell. That's awesome. So you, Fire Aotion, still have half a year before you can come out. Xiao Ting thought of the Magic City 9 Institute's entrance practical competition, which was a year later. The dragon egg of the self-proclaimed Fire Aeon is out of the world, and you can still catch a wave of battle experience. Take the entire flame Tyrannosaurus egg and put it into monster space. With that, close your eyes and keep meditating. Observing the pure white monster space within, a crack in space slowly pulled away from the hotel floor, engulfing the body. The depths of the tunnel. A clap of thunder rolled. A small Thor was lying on the ground, his dragon's mouth snoring like a wavy line. A cartoon-like sleep bubble bulges and shrinks in front of his nose, hooting and hollering. Sleep well. Timothy Shaw snapped his fingers. The dark eyes, flushed with a hint of gold, resumed their unusual blackness under the gradually brightening white light that shone through them. The bright, open ground spread out into a snowy, white planet dominated by him alone. And then, what bursts into the eye is the bad scene. What a mess. Piles of monster rations. A field of monster materials. Pupils looked left and right, and Xiao Ting scratched his head. Space is too chaotic according to my current mental power. I should be able to build first-level monster huts in monster space to settle little Thor, the second dragon egg. If you hatch eggs, you need the monster hut too, right? By the way, you can also build a warehouse, and all monster rations and monster materials will be put into storage and categorized. Say it and do it. Constantly meditating, mobilizing his imagination, he began to build in the void, within the monster space. Chapter 59 Monster Hut. Counting the harvest. Imagine giant volcanic dragon nests. Nothing.
Imagine call evil dragon castles.
There was silence all around. Imagine huge villas of evil dragons. Nothing happened.
Nima plus plus.
In desperation, Xiao Ting could only think of a pet store large cat kennel. A force fell from the sky, and the white ground in front of him shook with a rumble. A humble piece of the Thunder Dragon cave instantly rose from the ground. It's hard to tell the size, but enough for the dragon to take a roll in it. As Xiao Ting squinted his eyes, the inside of the Thunder Dragon cave was suddenly covered with a thick bare carpet. And it's okay? It's just that it's a completely different design scheme than the one this Dragon Master started with. Xiao Ting was silent for a moment, accepting reality and snapping his fingers again. Outside the cave, another supersized running wheel appears. The appearance is similar to a hamster roller. It's just really big, huge, like a giant ride. It can be used for dragons to step on and transform into hamster koozies. Finished building the Thunder Dragon Cave and the Dragon Boy running wheel, Xiao Ting instantly felt a wave of mental exhaustion. It's the same as staying up for 3 all-nighters playing a game. He sat down and rested for a while. It seems that I can only build my monster space like this, for the time being. Everyone's monster space is a private version of the master's creator world. It is said, advanced monster editors can even take monster spaces and make them into monster castles, monster cities, and monster kingdoms. Self-contained world. Let the editorial monsters live more comfortably. Work hard to upgrade and save you the Dragon King's castle. The Dragon King's villa. Xiao Ting walked over and gently touched the little thunder god's protruding purple electric horns. Now, I can only temporarily condescend to you living in this thunder dragon cave. Ow! The dragon, awakened by the touch, opened his sleepy eyes. With a poof, the large sleep bubble in front of its nose burst in one whole motion as it raised its neck. Little Thor shook his big, sleepy head. Seeing Xiao Ting's figure, he subconsciously came up and gave a fierce lick. Bare one's teeth. Xiao Ting wiped a handful of wet drool from his face. Disgusted, he pushed away its large flying dragon head. Well, well, well. Go check out your new house. Who? Little Thor cocked his head. The huge body turned for a moment, looking towards the thunder dragon cave that had suddenly appeared behind it. A dumbfounded and shocked expression appeared on the dragon's face. What's this? New home? Pops built me a dragon's lair? The dragon pupil instantly lit up. The little thunder god took a step on his hind feet and darted in without any image at all. Ah, the dragon has a new home. Ow. Long E drilled into the cave as a whole, running around, jumping and leaping, tearing at bearskins and looking extremely excited. In the thunder dragon cave, playing around crazy housebreaking for a while. The novelty passes. The little thunder god drilled out a whole other one, ran back to Xiao Ting's side, crouched down, and frantically brought his spiny head to assassinate, not stabbing the creator's vulnerable chest. Roar. Loved it. Like it. Don't shake it, master, don't shake it. Don't shake the fire dragon egg apart. Xiao Ting's head was shaken by it, so he hastily raised his hand and made a move, allowing the chaotic airflow to take the burning flaming sub-dragon egg and lift it high. Ow! The little thunder god's pupils shrank as he raised his dragon's neck and tilted his head to look at this round little guy on top of his old dad's head. Staring at the flaming dragon egg in mid-air, he looked closely. The flying dragon's tail was up, an expression of a cat seeing a ball of wool. Ha! Xiao Ting's pupils quake. Not the ball. Definitely don't throw it around. I didn't mean to play ball with you. Don't ask me to throw it over, not even if you're sure you can catch it. This is your companion for the future. It's still an egg, so don't break it. Don't gag. And certainly don't eat it. Xiao Ting held his forehead somewhat helplessly. 3 seconds later, the teenager raised his eyes. The slack-jawed expression made the dragon prick up his ears at once and listen intently. Xiao Ting added as he looked at it fixedly. To protect it, wait for it to break its shell in 6 months. Got it? Companion? Little Thor wiped the drool off the side of his mouth with his tail and twitched his nose. Sniff. Is the new dragon on? There's a new dragon in the house. He's going to be a brother. The dragon winced violently and circled around the dragon's egg twice in excitement, nodding its big head vigorously. Xiao Ting looked at the way its electrified armor was bubbling with excitement, and was more or less uneasy. But he really didn't have time either. Tomorrow is the trainee editor test. 3 months have come and gone. Welcome back, Dragon King. So yeah, he couldn't always carry around a meter-tall flaming dragon egg, like a kangaroo mom. A monster space guarded by the little thunder god was the safest and most suitable place for the flame tyrannosaurus to hatch on its own. Timothy Shaw. I'll leave it to you then. 1, you can't eat it. 2, you can't break it. 3, you can't throw it for fun. Within 6 months, forget it. I'll have time in 3 days. Remember to follow the above points of the egg hatching code within 3 days. The 3 fingers that Xiao Ting put up. Seeing that it nodded its head like a drum, Xiao Ting recited the egg hatching code of don't eat, don't break, don't play once again before lifting his hand and letting the airflow blow the flaming Tyrannosaurus Rex egg, gently blowing it in front of the dragon's body. Lift up the massive wing membrane of thunder and lightning. With dark purple paws, the little thunder god carefully picked up the red dragon egg. One of its dragon faces scrunched up in a somewhat nervous expression, and like an egg-stealing dragon, it lifted its upper body, deigned to hold the fire dragon's egg, and ran into the nest. Then, carefully, the burning, fiery red dragon's egg is placed on a bearskin blanket. The large purple eyes were unblinking and watchful. Arcs of electricity surrounded the plumes of purple electricity that flapped every now and then, keeping the temperature inside the room rising. It looks like it's looking forward to the arrival of its younger brother's dragon. Watch this scene. Xiao Ting stroked his non-existent beard and was quite moved by the feeling that my son understands what he is doing. Next, it was also time for him to take stock of his materials and start a wave of great fusion. Walk away from the Thunder Dragon Cave. Walk over to the piles of monster materials. Barely mobilizing the last of his mental energy, the ground rumbled and trembled again. A small material warehouse rose up in front of Xiao Ting's eyes. This warehouse, similar to the kind of courier pickup box, can store materials one compartment at a time. Xiao Ting, who had overused his brain, closed his eyes and slowed down for a while, letting his tired nerves slowly soothe, before he stood up and began to count his harvest from the bug tide. First up is the monster material. Petrified capsule of the mother of worms, third order. Description: elite demon worms living in the worm abyss. After swallowing a large amount of elemental demon ore, their gallbladders have turned into petrified organs, thus evolving into chief demon worms. Ability: petrification sac with rock magic. When editing a monster, there is a 50% chance to gain the petrification ability. Fitting: common to all races. Rating: 3 stars rare.
Pétrifié sac?
A rare all-race universal material that can add petrified organs to monsters like Earth-type geomorphic rats. If you give it to a snake monster-type monster, edit and fuse this organ, you might even get Medusa's ability to petrify whoever she glares at. Timothy Shaw envisioned a few words, then carefully surveyed the petrified sac in his hand. The original petrified sac was a gray sarcoma that grew inside the body of the mother of devil worms. After turning into a monster material and dropping it out, the blood stains and fishy odor on it were gone. It looks like a giant gallbladder-like organ. It could be felt to have a strong petrifying energy inside. Gently pinching the dark gray petrified sac, a gray energy liquid flowed out, and Xiao Ting's fingers rapidly petrified when they touched this liquid. After waiting 10 seconds, the petrified shell wrapped around the finger slowly cracked. This petrified capsule retains a powerful rock energy that will be really useful when the monster is edited. Counting this third-rank petrified sac, I have 2 third-rank monster materials on hand. Xiao Ting took the third-order petrified sac and the third-order ice true bead and put them into the material storage cabinet. One more 2-step material. He would be able to use Hand of Fusion and synthesize a 4th-rank monster material. Gather together to give to the Flame Tyrannosaurus Rex, the spare material for synthesizing the 5th-order flying dragon's wings. Finish inventorying the monster materials. Only then did Xiao Ting pick up the 2 secret art treasure beads on the ground. Chief Worm Mother's Secret Jewel, third order. Description: a solidified engraved, reusable third-order petrifying pearl. Skill: high-level petrifying shot consumes physical energy. Ejects petrifying light with a range of 100 meters, petrifying the target in contact for 10 seconds. Rating: 3 stars rare. Father of the Demon Worm's Secret Jewel, third order. Description: a solidified engraved, reusable third-order poison pearl. Skill: high-order venom spray consumes physical energy and sprays a highly poisonous beam with a range of 100 meters, causing the contacting target to be stacked with poison. Evaluation: 2 stars good. 2 secret art jewels that cured the high-level transcendent skills, petrifying shot, and venomous spray. Timothy Shaw toyed with it. The grayish, petrified treasure beads were more or less choked with a rock-hard texture in the hand. The green and ethereal venomous treasure bead, on the other hand, was exceptionally cold in his hand, and his palm had the feeling of being crawled over by a venomous snake. Hold the 2 secret beads up. The silhouettes of 2 chief demonic insects could also be seen, looming in the gray mist and poisonous fog, with their heads raised and whistling. If manufactured into secret art jewelry, these 2 secret art beads would definitely make for good control equipment. Chapter 60. Learning to shrink, learning to be huge. Petrochemical shooting. Any being below alpha level is petrified for 10 seconds. Venom shot. You can stack the poison state. The poison of the father of demon worms is very tricky. Any elite level monster or human who touches it will be lying on the board and sleeping in the coffin within 30 seconds. However, Xiao Ting was not prepared to leave these 2 secret art treasure pearls behind. He had no shortage of attacks now. There is no shortage of controls. The moment Monarch Dragon pupil opened, he can use a passive Monarch Shock, also known as King's Aura, the perfect weed clearing skill. As Xiao Ting's level rose and he gained the feedback from editing monsters, the more dragon blood power he got, then the passive Monarch level shock would become stronger and stronger. At a later stage, he could even burst out a powerful aura in an instant and stun Overlord level enemies with a single glance. Direct synthesis. From his pocket, the teenager fished out another flaming pearl, plus the second-order fire armor treasure beads. It was possible to fuse a 4th-ranked secret art jewel. It was a high-level skill pearl that could only be dropped by a commander-level monster. If an Overlord race commander-class monster treasure bead was synthesized, there might even be a possibility that a king-class skill might appear. Open the synthesis bar. With a thought, the 3 secret art treasure beads on the palm of his hand disappeared. At the same time, 3 shining beads of skill appeared in the synthesis bar. A brand new synthetic description popped up in front of my eyes. Activate the secret art pearl synthesis formula. Fire armor pearl 2nd order plus petrified pearl 3rd order plus venomous liquid pearl 3rd order equals 4th order occult pearl 100% synthesis probability. Synthesis begins. Synthesize the 3 secret art jewels in the box, turning into 3 light masses of purple, gold, and golden. They gradually fuse together, indistinguishable from you and me, melting into a mass of beautiful rainbow light, glorious before your eyes. A 4th-rank secret art pearl, lying in the synthesis bar. Slime King's secret jewel 4th order. Description: a cured engraved, reusable low-level King's skill pearl. Skill: shrinking consumes physical energy and shrinks in size by a minimum of 200 times one's own size. Enormous consumes physical energy to multiply size, up to 100 times your own size. Rating: 4-star rare. Mindfulness: the precious pearl appeared in his hand at once. Xiao Ting squeezed the golden skill pearl in his hand. Inside, golden light swirled, and there was a vague, majestic silhouette of a blue slime king, wearing a crown. This shrinking and giganticizing is kind of interesting. Slime, a fictional creature often found in modern video games and fantasy novels. But it's real in this world, though not the native monsters of Donghuang. Rare in Donghuang, common abroad. It is a soft monster that can change shape, split, or fuse, and is shaped like a water droplet or an onion with eyes and a mouth. While not drawing Slime King, infinite regeneration, manifestation, pain nullification, and such rare skills. But shrinking plus giganticization combined. It's also the 10,000 changes that the Slime Clan is famous for. This skill is perfect for the current Thor Jr. Xiao Ting turned his face toward the Thunder Dragon cave and shouted, "Little Thunder God, come here." Ow! The dragon's big head poked out. What is it? Come on. Anxious to bring pups. Take it. A golden pearl, thrown in an arc. A wider than average flying dragon's feet held it in one clawed hand. Little Thor stepped out, spreading his dragon claws as he walked. Squinting, he looked at the small golden-orange bead in the palm of his large hand, and by now there were 800 question marks on his face. Eat? Crap? You can't eat this. Shut up. Crap. Pull it out. No, pull it out, loser boy. Mask of Pain.jpg. Little Thor, you. Spit out little gold beads. Boing. Hit. There, wipe it off. Xiao Ting reached out and patted its head. No bites this time. Put the little gold bead back on the dragon's palm. Activate it and use 10 times shrinkify. Even gesturing. You become this and this and this and this will do. How low? Step with left foot with right foot. Though the dragon didn't quite understand why the dragon was getting smaller. But he who gives food is a good man. Pops must be listened to. Closed the dragon's eyes. His body's magic power and physical energy kept pouring into the dragon's claws. Next, the whole body was wrapped in golden light. The dragon's massive size began to gradually shrink in a circle. It's not just the body that's gotten smaller. Its head, its neck, its 2 front paws with bladed, closed feathers, its 2 strong, powerful hind feet, were all getting smaller. Horns on the nose, spines on the neck, and a long tail, sharp claws and fangs. All of them also shrunk in a circle under Xiao Ting's gaze. A few seconds passed. Where the little thunder god was just now, a small flying dragon that was only quite a bit taller than Xiao Ting appeared. Standing about 2.5 meters tall, like a perfect creation poured out of amethyst, the dragon was small but powerful. The 2'5" little Thor raised his claws and the whole thing froze. Although this current look doesn't resemble the old one a few times, it seems to be more flexible. Shrinking gives you the ultimate speed form. I feel like you're still a little big now, though. Try a smaller cartoon dragon form. The person's palms were open and compared to a puppy size. Change to this size. Anon. The little thunder god nodded his head, and golden light diffused onto his limbs. The size of the body shrinks once again in a circle of equal proportions. This time it shrunk by a factor of 50. Milk tootin' away. The little thing blinked its big eyes and sniffed itself. Subsequently, the front paws landed on the ground, and the pack, with its arms and two big wings, jumped and ran to Xiao Ting's heels. Boing! Little Thor cocked his head and let out a milky, strange cry. Like this? Felt like it couldn't shrink any further. 50x downsizing seems to be the current limit. That's it. No need to go any smaller. Xiao Tingtun brought an involuntary smile to his face. True line. Milk dog-sized biplane flying dragons can easily be picked up in one hand. Xiao Ting picked up the back of his neck, wrapped it in his arms, and gave it a hard rua. The little Thor now was only half a meter tall. The long neck, big paws, wide feet, and legs are gone. Leaning against Xiao Ting's arms, the dragon's face was illuminated by the bright thunder light, and with its large purple eyes open, it cocked its head to look at him. A pair of purple gemstone-like dragon pupils flickered. It looked like a young dragon that had just broken out of its shell, its large eyes revealing innocence, and it was completely impossible to see that it could spit out a mouthful of evil dragon flames and roast the alpha-level demonic insects into mature skewers. How's the physical exertion? Can it stay in this miniature form for a long time? Xiao Ting asked as he lifted the flying dragon and pressed it against his head. Little Thor blinked his big, grape purple eyes and nodded heavily. Boing! As long as you can get enough to eat every day. A little something. You don't get tired for 10 days and half a month. Then next, let's try the extreme power form, giganticization. Xiao Ting handsomely used it as a ball and threw it in midair. On my turn, summon extremely mega Godzilla's ultimate flying dragon. Chapter 61 Miniature Flying Dragon. Extremely giant dragon. Landing on the ground, the little Thor regained his normal size first. Then the paw squeezed the gold bead that nearly rolled off. Okay, that's what it looks like, a 10-fold megarization. Ow! The crisp reply followed. Little Thor cocked his head as his physical and magical energy continued to feed into the golden beads in the dragon's claws. The body was enveloped in golden light. A circle of transparent ripples swirled around his body, and his entire body began to expand rapidly from head to tail. Less than 10 seconds. A huge shadow was cast right before his eyes. Only heard a dragon roar. All of a sudden the sky was dark. The oppressive shadows smashed down with a terrifying pressure. Xiao Ting retreated back 100 or so meters in a row before exiting the range of its huge shadow enveloping him. The little thunder god continued to rise higher and higher, reaching straight into midair. 100 meters, 180 meters, 250 meters. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant flying dragon that was 250 meters tall. The young Thor grunted a few times in excitement and exhaled through his nostrils. What a great way to rise up. A thunderstorm was suddenly stirring up above the heads of one man and one dragon. Such a powerful flash of lightning and thunder, but just a snotty sound blown by the big little Thor, compared to this huge dragon. A 1 meter 82.5 dragon master would be like a dwarf. He angled his neck. Sight, all that could be seen was the stout hind limbs. Like a giant mountain, it overwhelmed the vast majority of the view. Xiao Ting stepped back a few dozen more meters. It was only then that I finally got a good look at its scales, its body, its wings. The bladed lightning wings with both arms supporting the ground had reached a terrifying width, illuminating the sky and earth into a purple color. It was obviously not quite used to its current size, and moved its fore and hind paws tentatively. It landed on its first foot. The earth beneath Xiao Ting's feet was then as if it had suffered an earthquake. A kick is the ground shaking. Xiao Ting averted his eyes and looked towards the Thunder Dragon cave, hastily covering the place with a mental barrier. There was no letting the huge flying dragon, who was having a good time, shake the flaming Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had hatched on its own inside, into a dragon yoke with a single kick. And then, with gusto, the dragon of Tuba began to dance its feathers. Just such a simple action alone was a wind and wave that made Xiao Ting underneath sway from side to side. Hooray! Ben long, so strong. The blast of the waves is its breath. The thunder of the mountains and the sea is its dragon's roar. Xiao Ting flew into midair and stepped on top of the little thunder god's head. Little Thor leapt to his feet and flapped his wings twice. Watch this dragon fly into the sun. Fly out of the Earth Star. Fly. Can't fly? Xiao Ting, who was sitting on top of its head, went straight to ha 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 ha. Pfft. Cub at your size. You don't seem to be able to fly up into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun.
Little Thor, idil.
The big ass with a diameter of dozens of meters, pressed on the ground with a bang, the powerful force rumbled to the ground, and there were air waves circling and swinging away. Just after doing this, Xiao Ting heard a loud gurgling sound of intestinal peristalsis, resounding from its belly. Hungry, less than 30 seconds into the giganticization, the little Thor's belly dried up, the whole dragon wasting away at an alarming rate. In just a few seconds, he was thinning to a topsy-turvy skin and bones in front of Xiao Ting's eyes. Xiao Ting's pupils quaked as he watched, and he hurriedly called for a halt. Okay, shrink. Raise the meat for 3 months, take off the phase for 3 seconds. If you continue, you won't be testing the secret art pearl, but committing suicide. When Xiao Ting's words fell, little Thunder God's body was wrapped in a layer of golden light. Like a large balloon poked by a needle, it continued to shrink, finally shrinking to a miniature figure of 0.5 meters tall. The little flying dragon staggered and fell over, stumbled forward a few steps. Spitting out his tongue, he collapsed in front of Xiao Ting in exhaustion. Ooh, starving anon. Xiao Ting hurriedly brought over the beast meat, the magic worm meat, that he had previously commissioned Chairman Ma to purchase. Dinner. Anon. The evil dragon soars. The evil dragon eats furiously. Thor Jr. made a dragon splash leap. Splash from the ground into the mountain of meat. A small dragon with a black mouth that seems to connect to a bottomless abyss. Frozen to eat the cartoon kind of wind and air. Timothy Shaw sat down. While watching it chow down on the meat, he rested his cheeks in thought. 10x giganticization is good. After Little Thunder God uses this move and transforms into the King of Monsters, he'll probably be able to fight the Monster Chancellor hard. But it lasts less than 30 seconds at most and bounces around in place for a few moments before it's knocked back. And it reads once, and if it's not replenished on the spot, it's out of phase on the spot. It looks like I'll only be able to have it try 2x giganticization and 5x giganticization like this from now on, because it's not your own exclusive skill. There was no way for the Little Thunder God to do the random partial giganticization and partial shrinkage that the real Slime King did. After activating the secret jewel, shrinking 50 times and giganticizing 10 times is the limit of its current physical strength. Shrinking forms don't consume much physical energy and can be maintained over time. The mega form would just have to be used as a killer. Overall, it's still good. Giantized Little Thor. It's another great card for him and Thor Jr. What kind of insect tide attacked the city? Secret religion Dark Shark? Completely unafraid. Under the commander level, come is to send food. Xiao Ting watched as the Little Thunder God ate his fill and burped. The elite level Little Thunder God, devouring normal level monsters, could no longer add much evolution. It only fills the stomach. Shiguma. After eating his fill, the mini flying dragon burped an extra small burp and patted his flat little tummy. Dragonborn happiness. Just keep it at this size. Xiao Ting took the black rope he always carried in his hand and wrapped the slime pearl around it, then hung it around the Little Thunder God's neck. The black cord is long and more than enough for a small dragon necklace. Secret jewelry can be made in a much simpler way than enchanted equipment. Xiao Ting so hand work a bit, wrapped around several times. The Slime King jewel then becomes a 4th-ranked secret art jewelry that can be carried around. Of course, it's best to use specially customized magic collars and magic jewelry. In this way, the beads are set to ensure that the energy within the skill bead is not lost and can be activated repeatedly for a long time. Boing! Little Thor touched the black rope around his neck and nodded his little head heavily. Go to the Thunder Dragon Cave and hatch your eggs. Pat it on the head. Raise your hand again. Pops is out looking at the high school grades. Anon. Little Thunder God opened his mouth and answered loudly, then wagged his tail, took his short little legs, and flopped his butt into the evil dragon cave. Come out and take a nap. The alarm clock went off. June 25th, 8:40 a.m. You can check your high school grades now. Xiao Ting opened the computer, logged on to the education network, entered his pass number, and entered the inquiry page. When I looked at the grades, I got a W in the corner of my mouth.
还行还行，没有英语，比前世高太多了。
Chapter 62, High School Exam Results, Blowing Up the Classes. Languages, 127. Math, 100. Monsterology, 141. Politics, History, Geography, Paper Synthesis, 120. Physical, Chemistry, Biology, Paper General, 121. Total score, 609. The total marks on the paper add up to 750. Monsterology has replaced, in a previous life, the most brain-grabbing English. Also took the best test. This class is mostly related to basic monsters, dark races, and exotic creatures, and is popular and fun. 609 points. With this score, it should be able to reach the cultural score line of the Magic City's 9 academies, right? Xiao Ting opened the search interface and looked it up. Today is the day when the cultural scores come out from the college entrance exams. Pretty much, the various monster editing colleges and universities, too, will be updating their official websites simultaneously today. Publish their respective enrollment criteria. His target, the Mordor 9, the nation's top-ranked Weird Weave Academy in terms of overall strength. It's not really that difficult to enroll. Mordor Kyushu Monster Editing University 2026 Enrollment Score Standard Coastal Province Area 690 Cultural Score must not be less than 560, and Monster Practical Score must not be less than 130. Note: those with S-rank editing talent or higher at the time of awakening may be admitted slightly below the standard at their discretion. Note: those with cultural scores of 690 or higher may be admitted slightly below the standard at their discretion. Note: the total number of students enrolled in this year's Mordor Kyushu University is planned to be 1,000. In case of a tie in scores, the Monster Live score will be used as the basis for selection. A 690 cultural score line, minus a 130 practical score, is not high. However, if you want to participate in this session of the Magic City 9 Academy's Trainee Monster Editor Practical Selection, one must be cited by one of the local military departments, lineage, or academy. The number of applicants for the current college entrance examination is more than 11.93 million plus 3.53 million repeaters, and there are 8.4 million recent senior graduates alone, which is quite a staggering number. The Mordor 9, on the other hand, only accepts the top 1,000 candidates on merit. In the first round of the practical selection, 5,000 of the best trainee editors will be sent from all over the country to participate. There are very strict targets everywhere. For the entire coastal province, there are just 120 referrals. That's 120 slots, and at least 3/4 of them will be scrubbed. This aspect of the introductory session alone would have jammed up most of the not talented enough, not hard enough backstage trainee-level editors whose cultures required a year of repeating. Within this group of trainee levels, there were also older candidates like Zheng Yiming A+ level 4-season cicada editing talent who froze and repeated their studies for 10 years waiting for a hit every year because of the extreme difficulty in hatching the initial monsters. The presence of an elite-level monster in hand is not expected to be small. Every session of the selection of the 9 houses of the Magic City can be said to be 8 immortals over the sea, each showing their abilities miles. The admission score is only 690. Huh? I'll still be at least 49 points over the admissions line. Xiao Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Crimp line, steady over steady. The Mordor 9 House Trainee Editor Practical Selection Test was not held until 2026. Given a year to breed the monster. This year, I don't know how many little monsters there are, nurturing the initial monsters into little elites. This year, I wonder how far I can nurture the elite-level little thunder god. Again, the corners of Xiao Ting's mouth once again formed a W shape. It's so hard to know how to lose. Speaking of which, not only did King Soul explode a first kill treasure chest for me earlier, he also exploded a Grandmaster grade human skin treasure map. If only this year, I could have the chance to collect all 3 treasure maps. This way I'll go to Mordor and start school with a treasure hunt. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be the senior class 7 group. The group is discussing high school grades. Xiao Ting watched silently for a moment. There were originally 50 people in the group, 45 students and 5 teachers. Now there are only 46 left. Xin Mu, Wang Gang, Li Yun, and Zhang Tianzhai all died at the hands of Wang Soul. He peeled off the human skin of the janitor, Uncle Li, and ambushed the 3rd middle school in the old city for 3 days, killing almost all of the class, all of the C-rank students who accompanied the initial monsters. Only Lin Tan, who had awakened the C-rank talent, Egg Edit, and Li Qingqing, who was C-ranked Ame Monkey Edit, because of the slapping face of the old hen and the mania of the Emeka monkey. Each was ashamed to retrieve the initial monster, walking thief fast on the day of school. Those who didn't fall behind and show off by hugging the initial monsters in droves, thus being judged as untalented, got away with it. The group chatted. Suddenly someone at Xiao Ting. Summer Frosty Feather at Xiao Ting. Timothy, I'm going to Magic City to take part in the practical selection for the editing department of Fudan. What about you? Once the class flower vocalized. The 99+ group message was immediately quiet. Of course, there was also the natural deterrent of Xiao Ting's Flying Dragon Awakened status. After a few seconds, Xiao Ting typed slowly, Timothy, the 9 houses of Mordor. Summer Frost Feather. Awesome.
Sehr Lapplauts, IP.
Summer Frosty Feather. The Mordor 9 Academy is a weird editorial university that is ranked 2nd in the world and 1st in East Huang. Summer Frost Feather. The entire Monster Academy of East Huang, combined, isn't enough for it to fight. Summer Frost Feather, catenvy.jpg. Summer Frost Feather, cattears.jpg. Summer Frost Feather. By the way, Timothy, good luck with the selection in advance. Timothy. Thank you, Tim. And good luck with the selection in advance. Then, the class group just blew up. Instant +99. Su Xiaoyu. Spitting Blood. Magic City 9 Hospitals. Spitting Blood. Fudan. Lu Hua. It's kid I don't deserve to mix in this class anymore. Clown pinching nose.gif. Wang Shanshan. Moo up. Ordinary people like us with no talent will just have to move bricks properly. Some brag, some envy, some spit blood. Someone breaks the defense. Hanju. Breathless, it's not just awakening a better talent. Do you guys have to lick it like dogs? Lick it so aggressively? Hanjo. Such a good talent. Give Xiao Ting this kind of poor people with no father and no mother to do what? Grass, pure waste of national resources. Hanjo. God is blind, right? If I had awakened my SS-level editing talent, I'd be able to go to the 9th Academy.
Xiao Ting froze.
As his eyes swept over the words fatherless and motherless, his eyes stung as if he had been cut by a razor blade. Chapter 63, 2 shots of video, classmates terrified. Scanned the name of the man. Xiao Ting was a little confused, then remembered something, his fingertips against his upper lip, his eyes downcast and smiling helplessly away.
Han Yuo.
That's the one who died suddenly in a rented room a year later, the social death of a little brother? The memories of my last life are a little distant. He remembers, though, the names of those schoolyard bullies from many years ago. Hanjo. One of them, the leader, speaking up. Being so quiet in high school myself was partly due to this. There was no physical altercation. Because he's tall, these guys can't beat him, or they've been beaten up by him once, and they've been hated by Hanjo, the boss. And then being open-boxed for private information. Fatherless, dead sister, orphanage raised, poor. These labels quickly spread throughout the school. Nothing more than verbal bullying, social bullying, cyberbullying. That's all. It's good to graduate, it's good to be silent, probably because thanks to such an experience, after that, when you enter the society normally and work, you will feel nothing in the face of difficulties and socialized insults. It's good to get the money, it's good to smile and be silent. Takeout is 21 meals after all. House prices are going up every year after all. The bully ends up dying suddenly in the rental house. 20-year-old betting dog. Before being a gambling dog, the college entrance exam blew up, and the private college line didn't even touch it. Gnawing refuses to go out to work. Then meeting foxes and friends online, getting tricked into gambling, and gambling the Maybach driving home into debt. In the end, the money was not given, beating 2 60-year-old old man and woman on the local news, 20 were detained, the people were separated from the family and finally died suddenly. And that's kind of a big deal? Xiao Ting smiled at the memory. Dead all the time, that's what he's feeling right now. Class groups. Xiao Ting hadn't said a word. Qingqing Li, who lives in the old city in the next neighborhood and is facing the invasion of the bug wave directly, instantly exploded. She threw out 2 videos straight away, then slammed the phone's keyboard and transformed into an angry warrior defending his idol. Li Qingqing. Han Shuji, who gave you the face to slander my distant cousin? Li Qingqing. While you're ing being a keyboard warrior, my brother has been in the old city, saving tens of thousands of lives. Li Qingqing. And change you? Can you do it? Li Qingqing. Even after awakening the SS-level talent, you're damn well skipping away with your crotch clenched in the face of a bug wave invasion. Aren't you? Li Qingqing. Still want the same SS-grade talent. Why do you have such a big face? Li Qingqing. Ping time you reverse right and wrong. Make up nonsense. I want to tear your mouth. This time to insult my brother. You see, my mother scolded not to die you. This angry dislike made all the students who were diving in the group cry out. Everyone knows exactly what kind of hot chick Hanju is. He made the mistake of transferring from the inner city, had a pair of rich parents who were in business in the inner city, was better off than 90% of his old city classmates, and made friends with a bunch of off-campus street skaters, and quite literally reigned supreme in the old city's 3rd grade. Many people old city students have been insulted by him because their families are poor, short, unattractive, good academic performance, all kinds of reasons. On the day of his talent awakening, he didn't awaken a fart, and the whole thing ran away in disgrace. Now he eyed Xiao Ting's talent. Want to bully, insult, and label one last time before graduation. After all, after the man graduated, he was no longer someone he could talk to. A lot of people look at it with egg on their face. 99% of them were regretting why they hadn't spent their 3 years in high school making a good relationship with a dragon master. I didn't realize that people like that existed, who step on you while you're weak. Even the onlookers of the tenured teachers couldn't help but mutter straight in their hearts. Dare to scold the 4 East Sea Masters, all of whom had to personally receive the teenage dragon master? This pussy kid, the road is completely narrowed. Today, Hanjo named and insulted Xiao Ting as a poor man with no father and no mother, not as talented as me, a waste of national resources. I can also go to the 9th Academy. These words must be reported to their superiors. They must have reported these words to their superiors. Timothy Shaw himself didn't even have to take a stand. There'd be hordes of East Coast city executives who wanted to befriend him, rolling up their sleeves and packing up. All those school bullying things Hanjo had done before were paid for and cleaned up by his parents. Beyond, not only him but his elderly parents, I'm afraid they'll be out of luck. Xiao Ting gave Li Qingqing's words a nod of approval in the group. Thanks to Rageman. He is not going to jump out and respond. He kinda wanted to laugh when talking to someone like Hanjo. At this moment, all of the students and the tenured teachers curiously clicked on the 2 videos sent out by Li Qingqing. First video. The time was probably in the evening, and the sky was already dim. At the top of the screen, black fog rolled in. All the students and teachers' faces flushed as they recognized the name of this mist. This is the Black Mist Barrier, a dark transcendental secret art. Usually a dark editor or exotic monster, it is used to seal off an area, lock down the hunting circle, and isolate the outside world from rescue, preventing the prey from escaping. The Black Mist Barrier in Old Town. Sun Shang in front of the screen recognized something and winced, his eyes widening in disbelief. This video, could it be a direct eyewitness account of the otherworldly invasion that night? End of speech. A huge dark red worm, tens of meters long, suddenly killed its way out of the rolling black fog, smashing countless small cars along the road. Hissing, the demon worm growled ferociously. Many of the students and teachers in front of the screen were yelled at and blanched. This is a truly exotic monster. With the severed arms and limbs of humans hanging from their bodies, the 6 scarlet bug eyes erupted with an incomparably bloody murderous aura, causing the students who had never seen a bloody scene to gulp wildly as they watched, their hearts jumping in fear. On screen, dozens of meter-long demonic insects rampaged through the streets. Small cars along the road were lifted by it and smashed into the ground, bursting into rolling flames. The people along the road were screaming and running for their lives in terror. This scene is like hell on earth. Many of the timid girls covered their mouths, white-knuckled, and let out little screams. And then, a piercing meteor suddenly streaked across the sky. The dark red worm's huge body was smashed out like a cannonball. Its head was penetrated by a silver sword and flew all the way out, being nailed to a wall more than 20 meters away. The tens of meters long demonic worm swung its 4 murderous tentacles and let out a roar of pain to the extreme. In a bloodstain, twitching to death in immense agony. The camera pulls away. A familiar figure appeared. The monster was killed. I got the shot. It was indeed him who threw that amazing sword. The familiar figure lowered his arm, and the dazed group of Rangers warriors behind him said something. Stepping forward and looking out of the corner of his eye at the bloody corpse of the demonic insect, he raised his hand and summoned a myriad of starbursts of light to deposit the loot into a circular space spell drawn on the ground, picked up the plastic lunch bag in the man's hand, and turned to leave. In the next second, the camera is widened by the filmmaker. The warriors had all kinds of shocked and skeptical expressions. It instantly takes over the entire screen. A female voice suddenly came. This is cousin Xiao Ting? This voice, it was Li Qingqing. The heads of all the students and teachers were instantly blown away. The person who recorded the video is none other than Qingqing Li, who lives in Old Town. She lived closer to Xiao Ting, a distant relative by blood. The moment her voice came out, it also meant that the video, basically, couldn't be faked. The video comes to a screeching halt. Next, group message instant 99.
Alpha, crap.
Robin Wu, Donghai City. A sword flew dozens of meters away and nailed a dead bug monster. Is this the kind of thing that a TM can do? Su Xiaoyu. Crap, brother. Kneel for you. Summer Frosty Feather at Hanju. Answer me. So, can you get on if you're good? Alpha at Hanshu. So, can you get on if you're good? Daniel Wu, Donghai City at Hanju. So, can you get on if you're good? Wang Shan. Stop brushing and go watch the second video. After watching it, I just want to say, God. Buddy, you really got 2 absolute we special meow all 1K economy. You lead the way 1W8 6 God arms straight fly up. That comment was, well, over the top. It's hard not to be curious. At least everyone in front of the screen had their curiosity piqued. Move the little hands of fortune. Tap on it. Oh, nice one. The whole video is short. It's only a short 10 seconds or so. But only to see. Dark clouds over the city. The thunderclouds flashed wildly. A teenager with a blurry figure. Sitting on the back of a burning purple dragon shadow. Next, the purple dragon let out a bass-filled dragon roar. Roar instantly. The heavens and earth were covered in dazzling purple light. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled and struck the ground. A million thunderbolts exploded in his ears. In front of me was a sky full of insect limbs and stumps. Blood rains wildly. The sight was bright red. Snap. The screen goes black. It was Ching Li, who was videotaping, who was stunned in the face of the sight of a single shot of dragon roar magic that killed countless demonic insects. Not a word could be said, and the phone fell straight to the floor in shock. A full 5 minutes after playing this video, the chat group was dead silent. Then, Hanjo, Peas, Chapter 64 Teenage Dragon Master, little fire all over the internet. Hanjo, Peas, Hansen. I'm laughing my ass off. Han forgiveness. You think I'm blind? The dragon of that Xiao Ting thing is clearly a walking chicken. Li Ching. Thanks for still talking tough and giving away airplanes.
King Li, audio mp3.
Tap on the audio. The shouts and cheers of tens of thousands of people in the old town in the early morning suddenly exploded in the ears of all the teachers and all the students. Protect your family and defend your country. Kill all the dark bastards. This hair recording is absolutely king. A mountain of tens of thousands of people. In the voices of all the old city fighters and people was the celebration of the aftermath of the robbery, and the joy of victory over a powerful enemy. Who can fake it? Alpha? Crap? I heard it this morning when I was sleeping in a daze. I didn't realize that it was actually calling my buddy 10 Deb. Wang Shanshan at Hanju, who dares to synthesize? Who can synthesize? Classroom teacher Sun Shang. I heard that too. At Timothy. Sun Shang, excitedly, traced his fingers across the handwritten keyboard and followed suit. Sun Shang. Xiao that night in the wee hours of the morning, riding a dragon, out of the old city, a dragon rider. Is it really you? That morning, the bug wave attack that happened in the old city was being watched by all the people of Donghai City, continuously.
凌晨4点半，那6发嗡嗡嗡嗡嗡嗡，贯天彻地的2级警报拉响后，
A huge misty black shroud covers half of the old city. The people inside can't get out. The people outside can't get in. One of those exotic invasions that tugs at the heartstrings of all East China Sea citizens. How's the disaster going? How many people have died under the wave of insects? Many people, young and old, tried to break through the protective line formed by the fighters and rushed inside the black mist barrier to save the others. Some of the people trapped in the old city are their relatives. Some are their teachers. They are their fellow countrymen. But sadly, third-order black mist barrier, unbreakable by a fourth-order masterclass. Sun Shang was also outside the black mask that covered the sky. Red eyes, wiping tears, waiting and watching. He escaped yesterday by spending the night at his old man's house. But a lot of his students, they live in Old Town. Many ordinary people like him have been left red-eyed in anxious waiting. 5 o'clock in the morning. The black misty maze that blocked everything gradually faded. The city patrols in the inner city pulled up a red cordon of strict defense. A group of armored vehicles, carrying a large number of soldiers who were ready to die, headed for it. Once the fighters converged, they chatted. Their shock and admiration for someone, some dragon, flipping the bird, omit 10,000 words at this point. People then cleaned up the battlefield and moved supplies. Organized shelter for the homeless population. 6 o'clock in the morning. Sun Shang, who hadn't eaten breakfast and had run furiously all the way to the combat battalion, instantly fell to the ground and fainted with low blood sugar after inquiring many times and learning that the students were all safe and sound. Taken by fighters to the noisy city hospital, an hour and a half later, under the auspices of the commander of the city patrol. The secretary of Donghai City, the city seat, the secretary of the old city district, the district seat and other high-ranking officials, rushed to the scene. A somber mourning service was held for the more than 200 dead soldiers and more than 1,000 innocent people. At this point, waking up in a hospital bed, Sun Shang brushes up on some blurry video. The people of Old Town, in their circle of friends and other places, posted some blurry images of that Thunder Dragon rider. The thunder clouds under the booming cover, the shadow of the dragon standing in the 9 heavens, a teenager on the back of a dragon, the 40-meter demon worm leader who was killed by a near storm, all sorts of images, photos, and little videos of that teenager putting down the leader of the demon bugs. In a small way, after circulating wildly for a while, it was soon in all the major social media platforms and all down. Many of the populace were confused, not realizing that at this point half the internet shook as a result. At the behest of the 2 SEAL-level bigwigs in Mordor, the full web platform programmer is online, cleared all information circulating on the internet. Most of the information about the young Dragon Master is blocked. As such, the images and videos of that attack on the Flying Dragon and Dragon Rider only went viral for a short while. Timothy Shaw is kind of a little bit of a hot mess. But in reality, apart from the tens of thousands of people in the Old Town, the 1,000 warriors of the city's patrol army, and a very small number of unspoken people, the vast majority of the population of East Ocean City is unaware of it. The person who rode the Thunder Monarch Dragon, killed 2 alpha-level demon worms, fought with countless demon worms, and saved the people of several neighborhoods was him, a recently graduated senior high school student. Timothy Shaw himself is interested in fire or no fire. Does the nation know how many demonic insects he has killed? It doesn't matter how many people are saved and such things are pressed into service. What he wanted was received long ago. Do the math and have the gratitude of Grandma Chong upstairs. There was a little girl's ha laugh and a kiss on the cheek in thanks. There was the little brother who gave a military salute and shouted, "I want to be like my brother when I grow up." The admiration. There was the deep celebration of the young woman holding her twins and crying out. There were the sonorous battle cries and gratitude of the warriors, the shouts and cheers of tens of thousands of people. It's a scene that shows teeth and smiles away at any thought. Xiao Ting had gotten what he wanted, so who cared what other people said? If Han Ju hadn't called him fatherless and motherless, he wouldn't have remembered who was this man? Oh, so that's the same sudden death betting dog that bullied me, huh? Rip. What about the bodies of the enemy floating down the river? But the teenage Dragon Master paused, his hand still propped up on his jaw, before his head tilted and a grin tugged at the side of his mouth. It's cool. Thank you, little cousin. Thanks to Li Qingqing for angrily disliking man and dumping 2 videos to slap him in the face for him. Xiao Ting doesn't say anything though, but it's still so damn cool. In the class group, these 2 videos sent out by Li Qingqing were expected to be forcibly deleted soon. That late night and that dawn of bug extermination and rescue. Timothy Shaw is not going to take a loudspeaker and yell for all the world to see. And it won't be covered up. So, the pupil reflected the inquiry of Sun Shang's old class. He lifted his fingertips and tapped the keyboard. Timothy. It's not like it's something that can't be said. Su Xiao. Crap. Timothy God. Bull.
Tang hai tang. Crap. Timothy God. Boom.
Lin Yixing. Crap. Timothy God. Bull. Summer Frost Feather. Crap. Timothy God. Bull. 3 seconds later, the class size changed from 56 to 55. Han quit the group. By this time, no one cared about him. A gasp of surprise. All of my high school classmates and lecturers are asking for more details about that night's battle in the Old Town, and that morning's battle on a flying dragon. Li Qingqing was relieved. As a distant younger cousin whose life was saved by Timothy Go, she couldn't wait to take all the pictures and videos and slap them on the faces of her classmates and teachers, so that they could open their doggy eyes and see how bullish her cousin was. Xiao Ting looked at it for a while, then put down his phone and stopped paying attention to the group's follow-up questions. For outside the door, there was a familiar guest. President Ma. Click, crisp and clear. Xiao Ting opened the door to his room. The person who came was none other than Chairman Ma of the East Sea Zaibatsu. Xiao. The results of the college entrance examination have just come out. How do you feel about this exam? Ma Yuanbao asked with a smile as he twirled his long earlobes. Chapter 65 Gift from the Master. Enchanted Set. Total culture score of 609. Xiao Ting smiled slightly. Your final total? At least 49 points above the admission line. President Ma did some slight mental math and was in awe. As long as you have a real-world score, it's no problem at all to go up to 140, 145, and mix it up with a district top student. The teenager was still smiling. He was the only one in Old Town who was introduced to the 9 houses of the Magic City. As bad as he did on the test, he was the first person from Old Town to enroll in the 9th Academy. There's nothing wrong with saying it's the district's top student. As it happens, our 4 masters of the East Sea have gotten together and prepared a congratulatory gift for you. President Ma hemmed and hawed. Waving his hand, he motioned for a group of black-clad bodyguards, quiet as a mountain behind him, to come forward. The black-clad bodyguards carried a large box and turned to Xiao Ting. The box opens, and inside lies an expensive piece of enchanted equipment. A set of secret magic collars for dragons. Enchanted Collar Master Grade. Description: Master Level Enchanted Equipment. Rare jewelry that can be inlaid with secret magic beads, crafted from precious Commander-class monster leather, and Commander-class Guard Knight's secret magic beads. Ability: Ride Guard. When wearing a collar and riding a monster, it will automatically activate the Transcendent Shield, which is able to withstand one attack from a 1st4th rank monster when attacked. Jeweled Bead Inlay: 8 secret art jewels can be inlaid, reducing the energy consumption when activating the jewels. Rating: 4-star rare. Timothy Shaw ran to the box and let out a wow. Scrutinize. One can fantasize what it would look like on the neck of a small Thor. This gift goes to the heart. He just happened to need a pair of Dragon Rider collars. The entire collar is crafted from monster leather, with purple poles and even black, for an understated elegance. Not only can it be inlaid with the Slime King's secret art beads, but it also comes with a shield. Ride Guard. It is possible to strengthen the shield against a single monster chancellor's attack in a short period of time. Practicality is strong. Life preservation likewise. Thinking about it this way, he was an invincible overlord under the master level when he rode the Little Thunder God, a human and dragon in one, with his own shield. Xiao Ting raised his eyes that were filled with sincerity. Thank you, Uncle Ma. An uncle for a set of enchanted gear that best suits him at the moment. Winning hemp. Hey, a little token of our appreciation, as long as you like it. President Ma smiled and bent his eyes, without the frame of a president worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and raised his hand. Between our uncle and nephew, there's no need to be polite. Another brief chat. Chairman Ma lifted his wrist and looked at the time. If you don't mind, have a casual dinner with Uncle Ma later? 88th floor of the East Ocean Hotel. More than a dozen ingredient editors, handing up all kinds of rare monster dishes like a running banquet. It's all about relatively rare, freshly farmed monsters, made into edible monster dishes. Xiao Ting's eyes glowed, except for the home-roasted shield crusty crab. It was his first big feast. Ask the back kitchen to serve whatever you like. Chairman Ma picked up a white towel and wiped his hands with a smile. These ingredients are all fresh drops. As he spoke, Chairman Ma also unleashed his monster. The more the arc light appears, star chart connections take shape. A 3-eyed, 3-legged golden toad that was 5 meters tall and huge slowly walked out. Name: 3-eyed golden toad. Attributes: gold water. Racial potential: 4th ranked frog chancellor. Level: early 4th order 7% evolution. Skills: Skyfall Yuanbao, horizontal fortune protector, copper shot, metal rush, hegemonic golden body, treasure seeking detection, metal ray, surprising wave. Weaknesses: rock system, thunder system, touching the stomach, wrapping. Edited for details. Chinese great toad plus golden magic frog bloodline plus golden treasure hunting mouse's eye. The 3-eyed golden toad is huge and has many tumors on its back, all of which are made up of a single golden dollar and gold copper coin. Between walks, There was a steady stream of gold dust falling to the ground. It looks like the left eye says rich, the right eye says expensive, and the top is high on the list. This is my old buddy. Chairman Ma lovingly stroked the back of the three-eyed golden toad. Toad! The three-eyed golden toad narrowed its red eyes and let out a comfortable throaty sound. Seeing its appearance, Xiao Ting didn't hold back his eyes from shining and his mouth from wowing. This three-eyed golden toad was too familiar to him. It's a symbol of the Tokai Zaibatsu. Its landmark statue can be seen in many Tokai squares. Can I touch it? President Ma's pupils turned back to reflect a head that was getting closer and closer. Every kid who grew up in the East Coast. In my childhood, I had a small wish that I would be able to touch the three-eyed golden toad when I grow up. President Ma twirled his earlobe and laughed brightly. It's okay. Just touch it. It has a very gentle character, and harmony breeds wealth. The three-eyed golden toad nodded, agreeing with the words of his own creator. It even took the initiative to take a few steps forward and bow its head in a friendly manner. Toad, the huge body, rustling down a golden powder between walks, was like a golden statue of splendor. Timothy Shaw raised a hand. It's rolling gold. The skin of the golden toad has both a metallic hardness and a rolling life. Xiao Ting had touched it a dozen times, and after his palm was retracted, his fingers were covered in a layer of gold dust. These gold powders are pure gold powders. The three-eyed golden toad was a gold-type monster. Gold monsters are also known as gold-swallowing beasts and gold-spitting beasts. Since they can gulp down the golden elements of heaven and earth, gold powder often spills out from their bodies. As long as one survives the hard slogging of the gold-swallowing beast period, raising one of these commander-level golden frogs will truly allow one to make money lying down and make money day in and day out. Xiao Ting remembered the two-winged gold-swallowing beast at home. The smile at the corner of his mouth tensed and returned for a moment. Also one day he would be envious of others. Uncle Ma, how much did you spend in total on materials to edit out the three-eyed golden toad? It didn't take much. President Ma twirled his long earlobes and said reminiscently, just 100 little goals? Timothy Shaw. Damn, he's loaded. Never in a million years did he think that he would have his day in Versailles. Looking at Xiao Ting's expression, Chairman Ma let out a loud, self-deprecating laugh. Xiao, your Uncle Ma is not comparable to you at all. What I awakened at that time was a B-rank talent. Chinese great toad genus edit, much worse than yours. One can only edit the Chinese great toad, a genus of magic frogs of the highest elite race. Listening to President Ma's somewhat despondent voice, Xiao Ting shook his head. Uncle Ma, to be able to edit the great Chinese toad into a three-eyed golden toad, your talent and perseverance are not comparable to ordinary people. Take the elite race of demon frogs, edit them 4 times, and evolve them into the overarching race of three-eyed golden toads. It's not something that can be done with just the average amount of money. 1 billion points of luck and 1 billion points of big bets are still needed. Generally speaking, a B-rank editing talent that edits monster familiars of the alpha race is the limit. President Ma bet hard on money and luck. Consuming huge sums of money, buying golden magic frog bloodline, golden treasure hunting rat's eye and other expensive materials, editing them into the body of the Chinese great toad, creating a three-eyed golden toad that dominated the race. These 4 edits. But where there is a failure, the three-eyed golden toad will be fried into a ball of meat. The initial monster dies. President Ma's path to editorial division would end as a result. President Ma, however, won the bet and became the 4 masters who stepped on the top of the Ru in the city of East China Sea, and those who spent on the three-eyed golden toad in the beginning have long been doubled or even 10 times to earn the pocket. Yes, I did get lucky, President Ma sighed. Blessed with the family's shade, editing out the three-eyed golden toad cost all of my grandfather's savings for 3 generations. Timothy Shaw, I'm tired of saying the word envy. Damn, it's so hard to edit out a monster chancellor. Does it need to cost that much? Luckily, I have fusion hands. Xiao Ting calculated the cost of the materials he would need to fuse the 7th-ranked Heavenly Calamity Ancient Dragon next, and in the emotion of sucking in a breath of cold air, he silently felt thankful. Chapter 66 Fusion Great Cause, Advancement to Intermediate Level. This pussy, surprisingly, was planning just how to edit the Heavenly Calamity Ancient Dragon. In order to edit the Little Thunder God into a 7th-rank Heavenly Calamity Ancient Dragon, Xiao Ting currently needed 2 more Monarch-level monster materials. There is a price for it. Monster Monarchs, there are just over 300 of them on Earthstar. Each one was a supreme being. Want to kill them and get monster materials? An ordinary Jinhua level seal edit master couldn't even do the job of hunting down a monarch of the same rank and then getting away with all their whiskers. So such a 6th rank monarch material is even more damn expensive than editing out 10,000 three-legged golden toads. It was a good thing that Xiao Ting had the hand of fusion. As long as the low-level materials are available, they can be synthesized constantly. Much better than dry humping a bunch of monster monarchs and praying for drop rates of sparse monarch materials. Steady development. Sooner or later, the standard is reached. The smells of various cuisines wafted over. Xiao Ting stuffed a piece of roast duck with Beijing sauce into his mouth and began to think silently. How to make money. Nor can you pin the only way of acquiring 4th and 5th order materials on the quests issued by the system that give a treasure chest of materials. When I wait until I get to the Magic City, I might be able to develop some side businesses, make a crazy amount of money, and buy some monster materials to keep synthesizing them myself. There is the Eye of Omniscience. He can play egg betting and antiquities appraisal, pick up monster eggs from the top, and some ancient monster materials that no one can identify. The Hand of Fusion can be utilized as well. Fusion of some low-level materials, weapons, and treasure beads to sell. Thinking about it this way opens up the mind. The 2 monarch rank materials required for the evolution of Little Thor's heavenly calamity ancient dragon race seemed not a big deal at all. Seeing him in deep thought, President Ma also politely began to enjoy his meal without interrupting his musings. The 3-legged golden toad also sat aside, opened its abyssal mouth and began to eat. Xiao Ting came back to his senses and smiled shyly towards Chairman Ma, also raising his hand to release the shrunken, flying dragon baby. Boing boing. Points of light filled the air in front of his eyes, and a circular spatial spell was drawn out. The little thunder god let out a milky howl and flapped his thunder feathers to emerge from it, landing curiously on the ground. It is less than half a meter tall, a pair of big purple eyes flashing, looking east and west, especially cute. Is this learning the shrinking skill? Chairman Ma put down his chopsticks and yelped in surprise. Only by shrinking could the flying dragon monarch, who was like a god of war in the wee hours of that night, be turned into the little purple grape-eyed munchkin in front of him, right? That morning, among the materials dropped by the demon worm, there was a mutated skill pearl that was shrinking, Xiao Ting explained with a quick laugh. Then his hand reached out and removed the black rope necklace around Little Thor's neck. Remove the wrapped Slime King's secret art bead and set it onto the enchanted collar on the side. Good luck, virtuous nephew. The shrinking 3rd-ranked secret art treasure pearl is truly a good ability. Chairman Ma didn't face the demon worm leader directly. Naturally, there was no doubt as to whether it had mastered the ability to shrink or not. After all, when one rises to the level of a demon insect archon, one can usually learn a shape-shifting ability such as giganticization and shrinking. If it was its offspring, it wasn't unusual for the demon worm leader to drop a shrinking skill pearl. Ma Yuanbao gave a thumbs up and suddenly said meaningfully, shrinking not only shrinks its size, it can even hide its level information, making it impossible for normal monster appraisers to see the strength of its monster. It's a great skill for pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. An old man and a young fox looked at each other with a sly grin. Xiao Ting was precisely preparing to take shrinking and maintain it to the entrance examination of the 9 institutes of magic capital. The 25-meter thunder monarch dragon was very impressive, but it couldn't easily appear in the city. One is to avoid running afoul of the editorial monster municipal jurisdiction regulations. Second, it is exempt from being a target. Assassinated by Ghostbuster spies, smuggling gangs, and the old sixes of the dark editors, Xiao Ting gave the little one, first, a black leather collar. Wear it and then have a big dinner. Just after putting it on, the loose, enchanted collar became smaller on its own and was placed around the chubby neck of the little flying dragon. True to its name, the master-level enchantment equipment is able to resize itself. Little Thor cocked his head, pawed at the black ring around his neck, and when he saw it wasn't interfering with his meal, he turned his head away and let out a wooing whine. Boing-oo! It got down on its back and looked at the ingredients that had been built into a small mountain high, sucking the drool from the dragon's little black hole mouth. Eyes glowing, tail wagging wildly. It's all mine anon? Pops pops. It's all mine anon. Hosted. Eat. Good lord. The little thunder god flew up, stuck out his tongue, and licked Xiao Ting's face. Then he sat down in a crouch on the floor, lifted the monster meat in his little paws and opened his mouth wide with an ah-oh savoring the various grilled seafood. The dragon's mouth quickly turned into a wave shape. It's too good to be true. Xiao Ting was not polite, picking up a secret large chicken thigh and showing it off in his mouth. One person and one dragon, without a teacher, instantly realized the wind system skill Wind Swirl and began to frantically eat, devouring normal level monsters. Roast duck with Peking sauce, barbecued pork with honey sauce, crab with black pepper, devouring common level monsters. Sea cucumber with scallions, ginseng and shrimp soup, charcoal roasted big rattlesnake, devouring common class monsters. Squirrel mandarin fish, elbow with handle, scholar's porridge and congee. All kinds of big fish and meat, mountain delicacies, seafood and vegetables. Eat until your stomach bursts. Hiccup. A feast. Guests enjoyed themselves. After the meal, President Ma took the three-eyed golden toad that beckoned Croak goodbye and smiled as he said goodbye and went to the meeting. Don't look at Chairman Ma's unattractive looks and earthy name, but it's the real deal, the day-to-day bully. Bye-bye, Uncle Ma. Xiao Ting waved goodbye. Bye-bye, big money. The little thunder god, who had eaten and drank enough and rubbed his stomach with a satisfied sigh, was put into the monster space. He also returned to the presidential suite. No lunch was scheduled and a nice nap was taken before I got up refreshed. The time came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Timothy Shaw locked the front door and began to meditate on the bed. He was ready to enter the monster space and merge the upgraded feeds of the elite-level monarch dragon to gain 2/10 of his bloodline power. A crack was pulled out from underneath his body. The entire body was lost in it. A snow-white world of monsters. Lift your eyes. Not far away stood a huge piece of a monster cave. The tiny flying dragon was lying on top of the gently swaying flaming Tyrannosaurus Rex egg, squinting for a sleepy nap. Xiao Ting got a cute grip on his fingers. Coming to a place far away from the Thunder Dragon Cave, he looked up into the void. System. I'm ready. Start. Physical fitness standard. Mental strength standard. You are promoted to Intermediate Dragon Editor. You have gained 1/10 of the Thunder Monarch Dragon's dragon blood power. You may choose one of the Thunder Monarch Dragon's natural abilities to solidify as your own skill. A skill panel appeared before his eyes. Above all were the abilities that the Thunder Monarch Dragon now mastered. Lightning Charge Medium Transcendence. Thunderfire Dragon's Breath Medium King. Thunderbolt Teeth Low King. Monarch Shock High King. Xiao Ting swept his eyes and first ruled out Monarch Level Shock. This skill overlapped with the passive Monarch Level Shock of the Monarch Dragon Pupil. What's a good curing choice for the remaining 3 skills? Timothy Shaw made some reflections. Dragon Roar Magic. Thunder in hand. He was tantamount to a dragon-speaking magician with powerful attacks. What's missing at the moment is some life-saving ability displacement ability. It couldn't be better if one could synchronize defensive abilities like the Flame Battle Armor, Thunder Battle Armor, and Golden Bodybuster. Unfortunately, Little Thor's skill bar didn't have such a defense skill. Its own flying dragon scale armor was the dragon race's hegemonic divine armor. Xiao Ting thought about it and quickly raised his finger up and pressed it onto the skill panel. I choose. Chapter 67 Curing the Bloodline Filial Power. The panel was held down, and it was clearly Thunderfire Dragon Breath. 0.2% of the dragon blood power backfeeding began. Berserk Thunder, flames and the power of dragon's blood were constantly washing over the body. The 3.5 million pores on his entire body opened wide, spewing out fire and electricity. Thunder and angry flames intertwined into a cocoon, wrapping the teenager's entire body in it. From a distance, it looked like a fiery thundercloud. Over and over again, the blood rushes in. His power grew stronger and stronger. 12 hours later, the fiery thunderclouds gradually receded. A pair of golden pupils that were close by opened. The sound of ringing fingers fell. A thick black uniform that could not be brought out of the monster's space by a nimbus construction quickly wrapped around his body. It was the only thing that didn't send the teenager into a state of nakedness at this point. Next up, naturally, a low keening. The phantom of a dragon appeared on the figure's back, spreading its wings and whistling furiously, then transformed into a purple light and disappeared into his body. A powerful force poured out like a floodgate opening, and then infused the whole body. The scales and armor of the flying dragon transformed into that shadow, and little by little it climbed up to the fingertips of the humanoid. Finally stop at the shoulder and neck area. This is flying dragon scale armor? The Sky Monarch was covered in indestructible objects that wrapped around both of his arms. Xiao Ting narrowed his eyes and raised his arm covered with dragon scales. The armor fit would not look too bulky with muscles, and a full and powerful power surged out of his own. This is after the monarch's golden pupils. The second bloodline power alienated by Xiao Ting. Flying dragon scale armor. The alienation ranges from fingertips to shoulders, and the scale armor has the defense of a 6th-level flying dragon, as well as the hardness. Waiting for him to fully absorb and control the power of the dragon's blood within his body. The flying dragon scale armor might be able to cover his entire body, giving his body surface an impenetrable defense. Thereafter, he might not be unable to do so as a human and adjudicate the ancient monster monarch. Finally, Timothy Shaw tries to hold on to the alienated form, maintaining the flying dragon scale armor and the never-extinguishing monarch dragon pupil. Turning on the 2nd-grade bloodline awakening, he could only maintain it for 3 minutes at the moment. Keep it up and I'll be as hungry and out of shape as little Thor. Staring at his arm, he watched the scales slowly fade from his fingertips. The moment the alienation ended, a feeling of emptiness came from his stomach. 3 minutes seems not much, but the Monarch Dragon Pupil plus Flying Dragon Scale Armor plus Dragon Roar Magic. In exchange for that bug-tied battle before, Xiao Ting, half-dragonized, would have been able to roll up his own sleeves and go up to the field to beat up the demon worm leader. After that, a little bit of energy was restored, experimented with the thunder magic and thunder fire spit that he currently mastered. The former one belongs to the lower version of dragon magic. There are 10 different syllables that can summon different thunder beasts such as Thunder Jiao, Thunder Snake, Thunder Eagle, Thunder Dog, etc. to attack enemy targets. This time, the release range of thunder magic went up. Previously it was at a range of about 50 meters, summoning thunder beasts to attack. Now it's any range within 100 meters, summon a thunder beast to attack. Scatter! Xiao Ting put his 5 palms together. The thunder fury Jiao that ravaged the field transformed into a ball of lightning that exploded into a huge dazzling firework in the sky. Timothy Shaw then planted his back foot on the ground. Intermediate curing skill, Thunderfire Dragon Breath. Powerful magical energy gathered in the throat. Open your mouth and spit. Boom! The evil dragon's spitting breath, which was intertwined with thunder and angry flames, raged out from the side of his mouth. Super hot flames of more than 2,000 degrees Celsius, accompanied by lightning and thunder, spread rapidly across the ground. The diameter of the pillar of fire was 15 meters at the farthest, and the power contained within it was equal to the full force of the monster leader's strike. Good power. Just a bit of a waste of a mouth. Xiao Ting coughed a few times, coughing up a few starbursts, crackling arcs of electricity. It burned my mouth a bit. My tongue felt like I had eaten jumping jacks. It was numb and a bit on fire. Waving his hand, he restored the charred ground to whiteness. This dried out the stomach and waist. Timothy Shaw hissed, his fingertips trembling, and sat down on the floor. Unlike the panting look, his eyes were very sparkling and his spirits were high. Thunderfire Dragon Breath and Thunder Magic both have different uses. Thunderfire Dragon Breath can spew a single flaming dragon breath or spit out 2 long dragons of thunder and fire, Flame Bomb. And there are a total of 10 types of Thunder Beast attacks in Thunder Magic, and I've mastered 2 of them so far. One type is the Thunder Rage Augur, which can summon a huge elemental Thunder Augur dragon within a range of 100 meters. The other is the Thunder Snake Earthwalk, which can summon countless rising currents within 100 meters to attack the enemy. With 2 and 2 working together, there's slaughter power in the face of the demon worm leader. Calm your breathing. Xiao Ting exudes the look of a corked mouth and a light smile. It took less than 4 months to become an intermediate dragon editor, solidifying 2 king skills and alienating 2/10 of the king's bloodline, with the ability to set the table with alpha-level monsters. If this matter were to spread, it would probably cause an earthquake in the entire Kyushu. Drop countless jaws. He's upgrading too fast. It's like riding a rocket, a speed that 99% of editors would be skeptical of. Both Little Thunder God's realm and mine, we have both risen too quickly. We must properly develop our basic abilities and be as steady as possible. Xiao Ting clenched his fists, his eyes bright. The idea of hanging on first and making up the ticket later was firmly established. These days, extras plus hard work is the way to go. He and Thor Jr. had to make up for all the training they should have had as well. Train yourself. One is to be proficient in the two major curing secret arts on the basis of strengthening one's physical abilities. The second is to spend a little time each day meditating to boost your mental energy. Whether it's editing monsters or enhancing monster space, you have to use mental power. This was a cultivation element that every monster editor could not avoid. It's also easy to improve in this area. Just spend a little time meditating every day. And Thor Jr.'s training. Xiao Ting planned to take it on a trip to the wilderness area after the apprenticeship test. Squat for a year and a half. Fight with different wilderness monsters. Conduct hands-on training. Boost a wave of skill proficiency. Little Thor has enough skills now. All Xiao Ting could do was to take it and train its skill proficiency to full level. Just as Xiao Ting was planning his next path to becoming stronger, a strange milky cry suddenly came. Boing! The little purple-winged god of thunder flew over with half a wet, tattered roast duck in his mouth. It landed on the ground and cocked its head. The 4-foot paws reached out and pushed the slimy, wet roast duck towards Xiao Ting, looking at him with a worried expression. Pops, are you okay? Kitten nervous.jpg. Looking at Xiao Ting, whose arms and legs were weak, whose back stiffened for a moment, and whose skinny collarbones were sharply defined. Little Thor blinked his big eyes, heartbroken, and hurriedly pushed the roast duck, which he had spit out of his stomach pouch, forward again. That's what it regurgitates, I guess. Moved? Anyway, Xiao Ting didn't dare to move.
Sigma.
Crap. Don't come over anon. Chapter 68. No, aw. The career test is about to start. Xiao Ting deadpanned his mouth, declining the great filial piety of the little thunder god as he flew up and tried to stuff it into his mouth. Little Thor landed on the ground, looked at the roast duck he picked up in his right paw, and let out a dumbfounded, I don't understand. Oh, Pops, open your mouth. It's delicious. No. Xiao Ting had a jolt. He took a look at the half-roasted duck, which was full of saliva and gastric juices, and muttered, This is pro-life. For half a second, before giving a nuclear smile. It's okay. Pops is just hungry. Just go out and get something to eat. Though he was touched and indeed hungry, but not to the point of starvation. Xiao Ting stroked the little thunder god's doggy head. Put on the fake smiling boy mask. Pup, there is still enough food stored at home. Father doesn't take away people's favor. This roast duck, you'd better swallow it back. World famous paintings.jpg. Father's kindness and son's filial piety.jpg. After saying that, he immediately pulled the space tunnel in place and went offline in the eyes of baby flying dragon who was touched. Although the way he cured the flying dragon scale armor was really cool, the way he was scared by the cubs and fled in place was also really lousy. East Ocean Hotel Presidential Suite. Xiao Ting, who was completely naked, appeared out of nowhere. The closet opened and hands slipped out of the thick black t-shirt, the figure quickly upholstered by the shirt and pants. Only then did he look down, turn on his cell phone, and take the time to glance at the time. It's 1:30 p.m. on June 26th. At 2:30 p.m., it's time to officially begin the trainee-level editorialist assessment. There's still enough time. Xiao Ting picked up the phone and decisively called the ordering service. At the startled looks of the waiters, Xiao Ting had eaten more than 200 pounds of food. His stomach felt like it was connected to a black hole, and after swallowing several cartloads of food, he still didn't see the bulge. A few minutes later, Xiao Ting finally felt a hint of fullness. With a wave of his hand, he motioned for the stagnant hotel valet to remove the sweeping catering trolley. Fitness is finally coming back. Using the bloodline alienation and curing skills consumes too much stamina. I should probably prepare a bit of portable spirit plants. Xiao Ting patted his flat stomach. Now that's one more target for the wilderness area. Sweeping spiritual plants. Spiritual plants. Full name, spiritual elemental crystallized plants. Ordinary small flowers and grasses, growing in places with abundant elemental power, would crystallize and turn into spiritual plants after a long period of elemental washing. Spiritual plants have different qualities and different effects. Some are taken for a quick energy boost. Some, when taken, can increase the evolution of monsters, or even help editors absorb the power of the feeder bloodline in their bodies. 10-year portions of elixirs were ordinary grade, 100-year portions were elite grade, and elixirs over 1,000 years old and 10,000 years old were rare in the world, and each of them could be sold for an astronomical sum of money. The main output areas of spirit plants were the major monster wilderness areas outside the city. It hides ancient relics, rare spiritual plants, and ferocious native wilderness monsters. It's the forbidden land of the living that can make countless gold diggers rich overnight. Also, the best place to practice. Xiao Ting was ready to level him, and Little Thunder got up for another ing wave. One of the prospective teachers. Red Moon Monarch Su Daimai's words that day gave him some sense of crisis. Fingers rubbed over the well-defined jaw, and there was a sly glint in the teenager's eyes. He was ready to learn about the 10-mile slope sword god. In the novice village of Donghai City, it would take a year and a half to reach the rank of senior editor. Feed the Little Thunder God to the level of Dragon Grand Chief, or even Dragon Grand Commander. Ding dong. Xiao Ting opened the door and saw Chairman Ma's exclusive butler, an old grandpa surnamed Lin in a suit, standing respectfully at the side. Young Master Xiao Ting, the car to send you on your trip has already been flown over and is waiting in the garage. It's 2:18 p.m. There are 12 minutes to go before the start of the nationally standardized vocational assessment at the trainee level. However, at the speed of the Bugatti Veyron, it would be more than enough to make it to the Monster Editors Guild not far away. Push open the revolving glass doors of the East Ocean City Hotel. Xiao Ting stood on the side of the street, waiting for the Old Forest steward to bring the car around. At that moment, a small car suddenly stopped in front of him.
Xiao Ting
Glanced at the two hands stuck in his pants pockets. A question mark slowly surfaced on Xiao Ting's head. He just didn't wave and call a black car, did he? Just as Xiao Ting was confused, the window rolled down. A furry head poked its head out and said with all the enthusiasm in the world, "Timothy God, I'll give you a ride." Xiao Ting narrowed his eyes and recognized that it was Lin Tan from the same class, the owner of the monster-scented eggs Old Hen. While the two of them were talking, there were several more private cars parked in front of the East Ocean Grand Hotel. The window rolled down, revealing a slightly familiar face. The East Ocean Hotel is a big landmark. Xiao Ting stood at this intersection and was instantly spotted by the Old Town High School, a handful of students who had a special car for transportation. Except for Lin Tam, who was in the same class. There was also the lowly BMW kid from the next class who frantically waved, Timothy, let me give you a ride. My family's new car." The lowly Land Rover girl from the next class, not to be outdone, poked out half her body. Eyes shining brightly, he let out a river lion's roar. "Timothy God, look at me, look at me. I think a Land Rover is the only thing that matches your old man's dainty ass." The enthusiasm of his classmates made Xiao Ting more or less cry. He smiled and shook his head. "No, I really do have someone to pick me up and am waiting for the car." The words just fell. The sound of a rumbling engine then came from the other side of the street. A silver and white Bugatti Veyron, like white lightning, rushed out and stopped in front of Xiao Ting. The scissor-type door opens with a swish. The suited and booted butler Lin stepped out of the car and ceremoniously leaned over. "Young Master Xiao Ting, please get in the car." "Good." Xiao Ting turned his head and stretched out his hand that was stuck in his pants pocket, pointing his fingertips at the steel wyvern that was all cold. "My car is here." Finishing with a smile, he gave a friendly wave toward the stunned faces of his fellow third-grade students and alumni and lifted his foot to step into the back seat. Butler Lin turned his head sideways, glanced at the little hairy heads sticking out of the car window, smiled slightly toward their dumbfounded expressions, and gracefully leaned down to say goodbye as he stepped into the driver's seat. Bang! The roaring engine roared and soon disappeared like a silver-white meteor. In a private car, several students and their moms and dads, eating the tailpipe of a supercar, had their eyes glazed over. Holy crap, it's a four-seater, a limited edition four-seater Bugatti Veyron. The 4,500W worth of luxury cars. And it comes with an elderly, superb driver who just looks elegant and pushy. They are superior in the old town, what with the lowly Land Rovers and lowly BMWs. Instantly low. Okay. Worthy of being Timothy, it's awesome. Lin Tan gave an admiring thumbs up towards the tailpipe of the distant supercar. I looked back, only to see Pops, who was touching the steering wheel of the BYD, still holding a dislocated jaw expression. "Lin Tan?" ? "Lin Tan, where did you recognize this little student from?" "This mother the one who drove him, but this one from the Ma family." Papa Lin Tan closed his chubby chin, wiped a handful of sweat from his head, and gave a thumbs up in disbelief. The 4,500W limited edition Bugatti Veyron is expensive though. But even more honorable is the one driving this car, an old man named Lin. His identity was very unusual, and he himself was a powerful senior editor who had once saved the life of the last previous head of the Ma clan, a top-level patriarch of the Ma clan. Even the current head of the Ma family, that East Sea City's mega-rich chairman Ma, was also very close in his presence, treating him like a grandfather. Above, it was Papa Lin Tan, from some billionaire old classmate who was posing and showing off his wealth, who heard it from his mouth. Such a big man at the top. His billionaire old classmate, who he'd only met at business banquets and couldn't even get close to when he did meet, was just an elderly driver of a senior? It's an outrageous thing to do. Papa Lin Tan took a look at his own henpecked son and asked cautiously, Tam, this classmate of yours, what exactly is his status? Humph. Even the bastard son of whichever person in power of the Ma family definitely didn't have this kind of treatment, right? Lin Tan remembered that in the classmates group, Li Qingqing sent out those 2 shocking videos of the dragon rider, scratched his head and aired, and quietly fumbled for his cell phone. He had a quick hand and happened to intercept a series of blurry, but barely legible snapshots. These hundreds of photos are of course not uploadable. The students of the senior class 7, who have already been admonished by the teachers in the group in a serious manner, don't want to be invited by the uncles and aunts of the security bureau to drink tea. But showing off that super god classmate of his to mom and dad should be in the license range blah? As Lin Tan excitedly taps on his cell phone album, a burst of introductory commentary brags. On the BYD drivers and passenger seats, digging grooves all the way through a succession of grooves. The other side, the white-bearded butler Lin elegantly turned the steering wheel, crushing the gasps of onlookers along the way. Carrying Xiao Ting, who was recuperating in the back seat with his arms wrapped around him, he drove straight into the deepest part of the inner city. At this moment, the nationally standardized apprentice-level vocational examination, with 5 minutes left, was about to begin. Chapter 69 Editors Guild, Precognition Magic Stone. June 26, 2025, 2:27 p.m. Eastern Brilliant Calendar. Monster Editors Guild of Tokai City. The very wide, large plaza is lined with the flags of the major high schools. There were constantly senior awakened who had come to participate in the apprentice-level examination arriving. A private car owner, also full of red face, sends his family's glorious kissing baby, kissing daughter, over. That's when Timothy Shaw arrived. The sound of the Bugatti Veyron's engine came from the other side of the street, crossing the highway like a bolt of lightning in front of the Guild Square. It's an expensive car, and it drew a lot of people in the neighborhood to go, ha. Of many people in the neighborhood. It's Timothy. Timothy is here. In front of the meeting point at Old Town High School No. 3. Many of the seniors, comparing the pictures of the supercars on their phones, screamed with excitement. It was the same students who had met Xiao Ting before, enviously photographing the silver and white wyvern and posting it in the group. The word was spreading. Everyone in the Old City 3rd Middle School knows that Xiao Ting's ride today is also a domineering and powerful dragon. After they called out Xiao Ting's name, all of the lead school leaders and teachers cast their astonished eyes over. One after another, they sucked in a breath of cold air in their minds. That's the Timothy god? The attacking Thunder Dragon Rider that decapitated the leader demon worm in the Old Town Eyewitness video? He looks not even as big as my grandson. Really? Whose ancestral grave has sprouted such a lungful of smoke-gritted teeth. Even the few guild executives who were talking to each other turned their astonished gazes over. Who hasn't heard of the name Xiao Ting in the top circles of Donghai City? When the old city was hacked into by the tertiary insect tide, it was this teenager trapped in the black mist maze, riding a purple-eyed thunderwing monarch dragon, who used his own strength to kill 2 alpha-level demonic insects and save tens of thousands of people in the 14 or 15 neighborhoods. On that day, the monarchic pressure that made countless monsters pay homage seemed to have been spread out by him and his dragon as well. That incomparably domineering dragon pressure had made many professional editors, to this day, unforgettable. The eyes of the crowd met. A well-built, short-haired teenager leapt off the silver and white Bugatti Veyron in a straddle and stepped into the assembly point, in front of the Old Town 3rd grade school flag. Sun Shang looked at his favorite disciple and raised his one arm and waved it hard. His robotic arms haven't arrived yet. Because of the backfeeding monster bloodline, this stuff had to be exclusively customized, and the rejection was severe. Right now, the corners of Sun Shang's eyes were smiling with fine wrinkles. Xiao, you're here. Hey, Mr. Sunday. Xiao Ting jogged all the way over and smiled as he high-fived his old class. Let's roll the numbers first. Let's see which exam room you're in. Sun Sheng smiled and bent his eyes, raising the QR code sign hanging around his neck with one hand. The surrounding third-form students gathered around. Many people muttered and prayed in secret. I hope Timothy God will be in the same exam room as me. Me too, me too. This will give me a chance to quietly behold the one and only style of the monarch dragons. Under their curious, expectant, excited eyes, Xiao Ting took out his cell phone and finished scanning the QR code. At the top of the screen, a big 9 popped up. Examination room number 9. Examination number 30. Xia Shuangyu raised her cell phone in incomparable surprise. Brother Timothy, I'm also in the same exam room as you. The rest of the third formers were deeply chagrined and disappointed. I'm number 9 in exam room 1. I'm exam room 6, number 12. How come I didn't get matched to the Timothy God exam room? Too bad. The students of Old Town 3rd grade school, all stomping their feet and sighing straight up. Not in the same exam room as Xiao Ting. It means that you won't see the image of the thunder god releasing the purple-eyed monarch dragon, showing off the sky and the whole place. It feels like $1 billion loss. After a short vignette, a senior editorialist glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist and raised his voice. All right, the apprenticeship examination will begin soon. Please, all students, enter in an orderly manner according to the order of the rows before and after the urban area. As the words fell, the noisy conversing seniors all quickly quieted down. The closed guild doors slowly opened. The 100 or so senior awakened in the inner city let out a few cheers and were the first to clamor and fish their way in. Then there are the 70 or so seniors from the outer boroughs. Finally, it was the turn of the 60 or so awakened ones from their old city. Sun Sheng raised his fists and smiled as he made a cheering gesture. Go on. Cheer up 3rd middle school. Old Ben, here we go. So nervous. Amidst the low, small chatter, Xiao Ting smiled and waved at the one-armed old Ben, striding through the guild doors. Subsequently, the crowd followed the route signs in the hall and entered the different examination rooms. Brother Timothy, there's exam room 9 up ahead. Xia Shuangyu pointed toward the room not far ahead and extended her finger. The current career examination grounds all seem to be made up of internal guild sparring grounds that have been temporarily remodeled. Upon entering match room 9, the first thing that comes into view is a low electronic inspection table. The width is visually estimated at 20 meters. It's a monster race detection machine. It was equipped with a large monster database containing data on millions of races. Standing on it, not only can you identify the race of the initial monster, but even some of the edited evolutionary forms can be directly detected. In front of the testing table, 2 tables were set up. Behind the table sat 2 examiners, a man and a woman. The male is holding the roster and looking through it. The female is manipulating the smart computer. At this time, Xiao Ting was surrounded by some more candidates one after another. In the blink of an eye, all 30 candidates in exam room 9 had arrived. The male in a black suit, in his early 30s, stood up, and after a quick glance to count the number of people, his gaze was authoritative as he said, "All right, be quiet. I am the examiner for your apprentice-level vocational examination, Downton. Next, I will be in charge of your first test, the initial monster entry. In a moment, please climb onto the race detection table when your names are called and summon your initial monsters. After all the monsters are entered, we will arrange for a second talent test." Downton pointed to the huge shadow beside him. It was an awakening magic stone that was 3 meters tall and wide. This is a special grade awakening magic stone flown in from Mordor. Its alias, also known as the Magic Stone of Precognition. Not only will it clearly show your talent level, it will also deduce the strongest monster that can be edited at the end of your talent. All of the awakened shuddered and their eyes lit up like light bulbs. I'm knocking, that's it? Who wouldn't want to anticipate the strongest monster that can be edited in the future? Precognition. Only Xiao Ting was curious at first, then frowned slightly. Curious indeed about the strongest monster one can edit out of the end of one's talents. But at the same time, he didn't want to reveal his true editing talent all at once. It would be nice to be disguised as a SS-ranked Flying Dragon Awakened or a SSS-ranked Gargoyle Creator. At that moment, a little AI-chan like mechanical voice sounded, "Host, do you need to hide your true talent?" It was the system that hadn't moved for a long time that suddenly spoke out. Unico can help him hide his true talent? Xiao Ting was first startled, then nodded his head vigorously for a moment in his mind. Mr. System, can you cover up my 5S rank talent? Dragon edit? System. Okay then, System. Do you want to show S rank, 5S rank, that kind of dragon editing talent? That's a good question. Xiao Ting was in another moment of contemplation. Perhaps it was time for him to show off his SSS-ranked gargoyle edit talent. It's time to cross a doorway for the birth of the second dragon cub. Chapter 70 Race Detection, Summon Monster. In an electric turn of mind, Xiao Ting had a decision. System, can you do one more thing for me? System. Host, please speak. Xiao Ting silently uttered thoughts in his mind. What he wants the system to do is really quite simple. It was when he detected, for the second time, the SSS-ranked gargoyle edit talent. The system helped him take out the second dragon egg. Faking it out, Xiao Ting not only awakened his superior SSS-level editing talent for the second time. It was also accompanied by a second initial monster. A flame Tyrannosaurus egg lookalike. That doesn't really make sense. There is no one who can accompany two initial monsters. Not even a gifted second awakening. They can only awaken the upper editing talent, allowing the initial monster's bloodline to return once. But Timothy Shaw wanted this kind of irrationality. He would later, from the system, complete more quests and obtain more dragon eggs and dragon cubs. Too lazy to weasel out over and over again. How was it that you were lucky enough to acquire these rare Overlord dragon eggs, Overlord dragon pups, and even Monarch dragon eggs and Monarch dragon pups, packaging yourself as an unreasonable genius? Demonstrate the gift of being able to companion monsters multiple times. Undoubtedly the simplest and most brutal solution. Unreasonable is right. He was to be the first and only one. Gradually displaying the SSS-grade dragon realm editing talent, he becomes the dragon god creator that makes all beings look up to him. And before that, he had shown his face and worshipped in front of the Zhenghua level seal editors, and he was also someone who had a backer. After that, the stronger the talent displayed, the happier certain higher-ups of the country would be, the more opportunities tilted toward him, and the more cultivation would increase. After all, if you want to always hide it, the planet Earth is about to face the end of more than 5,000 years, the foreign domain has long been rubbing their fists to fight in, and the people who really have the right to speak are very busy, who damn have that free time to pay attention to you. Received. Host. Xiao Ting was instantly relieved and said heartily, "Thank you." The system paused for a moment. "You're welcome. Serving you is the mission I was born for." While Xiao Ting was communicating with the system, the male examiner holding the roster had already cleared his throat and started counting names in a deep voice. Exam number 0901, Amazing Wu. Hey here. A chubby boy nervously walked up to the testing table with the same hand and foot. As he stepped on it, a blue light lit up at all four corners of the field at the same time. Please summon your initial monster. A projection screen appeared. Ooh! The little fat man dropped into a sitting position and covered his chest, obviously frightened by this automated voice announcement. When you get up there, just summon your monster straight away. Downton, the examiner, took a look at the silly fat boy and remonstrated with cold-faced enthusiasm. Okay. Thank you, Examiner Dawn. Amazing Wu slapped his ass and stood up after the shock had passed. The candidates around him had the good sense not to laugh at his disgrace. Yen Wu scratched his head in embarrassment and took a deep breath, quickly calming down. He raised his white, chubby palm. Points of light flickered in front of his body, the trajectories connecting into lines and converging into a huge golden spell formation. The summoning spell was affixed to the void. Little Fatty continuously outputs physical and mental energy. 3 seconds later, the void passage to monster space was finally fixed. The channel opens. A terrestrial arthropod with a reddish body crawl out of the monster space at the other end. It is 1 meter long. Each section has a pair of feet. Faint flames erupted from his entire body. The hard armor slashed across the ground with a clang and sparks flew. The monster, which seemed to have coalesced from flames, raised its long body and scanned the surrounding silhouettes. Under the 2 crimson tentacles that swung around, a pair of insectoid scarlet compound eyes rotated and flashed with a strange luster, looking incomparably ferocious. There was a commotion among the onlookers of the candidates. Xiao Ting joined the small whispers as they looked towards the insectoid monster. A golden hidden hint flew before his eyes. Name: Red Dragon Flame Centipede. Attribute: Fire. Racial potential: Third Order Chief. Rank: Mid-Zeros 35% evolution. Skills: Hardening, Flaming Teeth. Weaknesses: Water, Rock, Flying, Screaming Chicken, Flavored Andrographis, Smelly Pesticides, Chicken monsters. This was the elite race, the upper chief race of the Red Dragon Centipede, Flame Centipede. Xiao Ting finished identifying with a single glance the racial level of this initial demon worm. The moment, the blue light around the test bench only lit up little by little. A full 30 seconds later, it was only then that lines of detailed text appeared on the projection panel. Initial monster: Red Giant Dragon Flaming Centipede. Racial potential: Third Order Alpha. Level: Mid-Zero th Order. Partially evolved forms: Fire Giant Centipede, Fiery Millipede. An automated voice was played around the inspection table. The entire crowd of onlooker candidates could hear Amazing Wu's initial monster detection situation. Oh my god! So many feet! Looking at the flaming centipede that rubbed its wrists and feet, most of the girls had their scalps tingling and hastily averted their eyes. Holy, the initial monster of the bugs is so shameless looking. Behind the long table, the female examiner manning the computer finished reviewing in more detail. Contains height, weight, racial skills, and energy data after the racial profile. The initial monster of Amazing Wu was entered into the national database. Downton nodded toward the little fat man. The detection station is able to report the partial evolutionary form of the initial monster, your Flame Centipede, which can be edited to evolve towards the Fire Giant Centipede, the Flaming Millipede, and the Burning Trilobite, the three currently known races of Dominion. Little Fatty and Flame Centipede both nodded their big heads vigorously. This statement, too, was only encouraging to Downton. It was very difficult for monsters of the Alpha race to go further and evolve into the Overlord race. The higher the level of the initial monster, the harder it is to be edited for evolution. For one thing, the high-grade monster materials that could be fused with them were outrageously expensive, had a sparse drop rate, and were very difficult to put together. Secondly, many of the edited evolutionary methods of high-level fantasy monsters have been lost. The higher the level of editing talent, the more of a double-edged sword it is. Many senior editors with a rank talent spent their entire lives without ever stepping through the door of the master level. Downton shook his head darkly. These words, he was only thinking about them in his heart, and was not prepared to say them out loud and strike at the self-confidence of these talented scholars. Amazing Wu put away the Flame Centipede and walked off the stage excitedly. Next, one by one, the candidates who were in line before Xiao Ting were called to the monster race detection table. Exam number 0906, Dai Baiha. Initial monster: Multi-wrist sea lily. Racial potential: Third Order Alpha. Level: Pre-Zero th Order. Partially evolved form: 1,000 poisonous sea lilies. Exam number 0908 Wang Tai. Initial monster: Steel-toothed mechanical dog. Racial potential: Third Order Alpha. Level: Pre-Zero th Order. Partially evolved form: Metal mechanical dog, mechanical armed wolf A1 combat type. Xia Shuangyu stepped down from the testing table, a slightly embarrassed blush swirling on her face. Her rank ice-winged snowy owl, a rare feathered monster. In a group of initial monsters that were mostly sea and beast races, it was considered to be highly regarded. By this time, in the 9th examination room, 9 candidates had been tested. That's 9 A-list editing talents? Xiao Ting suddenly made an unexpected discovery. These 9 senior awakened, summoned by standing on the testing table, were all initial monsters of the Alpha race. It also meant that their editing talent was at least AA+ grade. Xia Shuangyu heard his voice and whispered, "Brother Timothy, it said that the Shake app is assigned exam rooms according to the awakening talents on the books. We're the last exam room, and the candidates should all be in the 3 urban areas of Donghai City, the best batch in terms of talent." That's right. Xiao Ting nodded slowly as he supported his chin with one hand. In other words, those who could stand in exam room 9 were at least Donghai City geniuses with a level editing talent or above. Exam number 0910, candidate Li Yongying. At that moment, candidate number 10 stepped up to the testing table and summoned a roaring flame. It instantly attracted the awe and attention of the entire room. Chapter 71 Companion Commander, stunning the entire arena. Initial monster: Fierce Fire Eagle. Racial potential: 4th order middle order commander. Level, pre-0 th order. Partially evolved form, the Yenwu eagle lion. Fresh, a childish but mighty eagle's cry rang in everyone's ears. The fiery eagle spreads its burning wings. All the feathers on its body were on fire, and it was majestic and intimidating. The whole examination room was beginning to blaze. The awakened in the entire room were stunned by the commotion made by this youth. Crap! It's the fierce fire eagle, a middle-ranked commander race. What this person has awakened is the S-ranked Feather Clan editing talent. Li Yongying on the stage raised his chin proudly, enjoying the feeling of being looked up to by the crowd along with the majestic fierce fire eagle. Him, the center of attention. He not only had outstanding talent, but also came from a noble background, having a commander-level major uncle, Li Han. Whether it was bloodline or background, it killed all the candidates present. Invincible, how lonely it is. Li Yongying shook off his singed red hair and stepped down from the stage with a six-parent stride, high and proud. There are only 2S rank awakened on the roster. This should be that stupid kid from the Blood Eagle Li family. Danton looked at the teenager's name and immediately remembered his family background. That's right, this red-haired silly boy was none other than the personal nephew of Major Li, the commander of the East Sea City Patrol Army. He was the most outstanding genius of the Blood Eagle Li family in this generation. A potential S-class Raptor editor. Awakened, Hawk family animal editing talent. In 1999, Dean Joe Goodwill took the known editorial talent levels and followed them: species, genus, family, order, class, phylum, and kingdom, roughly classified as CSSSSS. Era edit, Great Chinese Toad edit, Northeast Tiger edit category. The low-level talent that could only be edited by using a few animal species, monster species, as a blueprint for deduction was classified by Chow Yu as BC level. Eagle owl editors, viviparous editors, leopard editors, cat editors of a class. Editors who were able to edit a certain group of creatures in the same family were classified as a rank by Chow Yu. At this time, Li Yongying awakened the hawk animal editing talent. According to Dean Chow Yu's theory of talent division, it was undoubtedly rated as S-grade. It was one major grade higher than his own uncle, Senior Colonel Li's grade A Red Eagle genus edit talent. The appearance of the Liyang eagle and the fierce fire eagle of the commander race immediately pushed the atmosphere of the entire room to a peak. It's only candidate number 10, and there's an S-rank talent. Could it be that the back, number 11 through number 30, are all TMS rank awakened? Candidates 1 through 9, who were in the front of the line, were a bit confused. What the hell? Originally, with a rank talent, they were already the pride of heaven who could boast the whole school and honor their ancestors, but it turned out to be just a reference group for the S-ranked bigwigs in the back. The top 9 candidates, including Wu Yanyan, Dai Baihe, Wang Tai, and Xia Shuangyu, all had mixed feelings. All of them looked in the direction of the 11th candidate. From here on out, it's show-off monster time for the S-class bigwigs. Mud horses. At the moment, there was a MMP in my heart that I wanted to say, The top 9 candidates have their eyes on them. There's admiration for the big boys, shock at so much S-rated talent, and grief at being relegated to the control group. And candidate number 11, who was being looked at like that by them, was himself confused. What the hell? Don't look at me. Why didn't I know that I was an S-class bigot myself? Heartbreak, You guys do not touch the porcelain. I am not S-class, Candidate number 11, Chao Zhang, who was in line behind Li Yongying, rushed onto the testing platform with his buttocks on fire, as if it was on fire under everyone's expectant gaze. Time to verify innocence. Under the expectant gazes of all the candidates, Chao Zhang raised his hand and summoned a lone bug warrior, bright green body. Although young, the green pupils were sharp and terrifying, like a swordsman, waving his scythe-like arm. It was a rare martial arts system bug baby, the Blade Mantis. Blade Mantis didn't understand why everyone was looking at him with an admiring look when he just appeared though. But its vanity was greatly gratified. It hemmed and hawed, waving its scythe arms around continuously with a heroic vigor, very much like a strong man selling himself. At the moment, it was the center of attention, the king of the bug mountain. Head. The Chao Zhang beside it, on the other hand, had already covered his face with a look of intolerance. Wake up, worm, it's not you they're expecting. Exam number 0911, Chao Zhang. Initial monster, the Blade Mantis. Racial potential, 3rd order alpha. Level, pre-0 th order. Partially evolved forms. 6-armed metal mantis. 1-dagger Ryu Muto 7-star mantis. 3-dagger Ryu Muto 7-star mantis. What, he's not even an S-class bigot? The eyes of everyone looking at Blade Mantis instantly went from blazing to flat. Chao Zhang hurriedly collected the Blade Mantis, who had a questioning face and a heart that clicked and broke in a split second as she cried and wept, and jumped off the testing table with a thief's pull and speed. Told you I wasn't S-class, Crowd. Got it wrong, again. There must be a mistake in the examiner's order of precedence. The next in line must be candidate number 12 and candidate number 13 next. Welcoming the crowd's anticipation for the S-list big man was also pretty dumbfounding. What the hell, we're not either. To incriminate himself, they ran up to the testing table in a hurry. Exam number 0912. Due candlelight. Initial monster. Sawtooth lanternfish. Racial potential. 3rd order alpha. Level. Pre-0th order. Partially evolved form. Giant devouring lanternfish. Backlit horizontal male. Exam number 0913. Rice shaker. Initial monster. Blackwater poppy. Racial potential. 3rd order alpha. Level. Pre-0th order. Partially evolved form. Blackwater cannibal flower. Seductive poppy demon. Candidate number 12 is a Class A lanternfish genus with a C editing talent. Candidate number 13 is a Grade A poppy genus. Goblin clan editing talent. And they're not S-class bigots? This. The big guys are a little confused at this point. How many more S-classes are there behind us? Examiner Tang, how did you arrange the order? Don't play with us. Xiao Ting was also confused. This sort of examiner was really naughty. Candidates number 1 to number 9 are gifted with a class editing and number 10 is gifted with S-class editing. And hashtag 1113 at the back of the line are rank talents, not S-ranked. Could it be that the examiners were sorting the talents above the S rank according to round numbers like 10, 20, and 30, after making a conclusion in his mind? Under the gawking eyes of the candidates in front of them, one by one, the candidates behind the number 13 came up on stage and hurriedly proved their innocence by summoning their respective alpha-level initial monsters. Time keeps passing. There are no more S-class explosive candidates like Sunny Eagle Lee, who appeared later. Just as Timothy Shaw predicted. When the 20th candidate was detected, another awakened person with S-rank editing talent appeared. Initial monster. Cloud and Rain Elves. Racial potential. 4th order higher order commander. Level. Pre-0th order. Partially evolved form. The Thundercloud Elf. Here it comes. Here it comes. She's finally here. She finally appeared in the limelight. The auto-announcing voice sounds. The surrounding candidates who had proved their innocence to themselves instantly widened their eyes, excitedly facing towards this S-class big brother's gaze. Lift your hand and tumble the clouds and rain. Control the natural weather with your human body. It's an S-rank elementalist editor guy. This faction, this aura, it's worthy of the S-class. Xiao Ting also propped his jaw with one hand and shifted his interested eyes over. Oh, still a rare son of the weather. Name Raining Ching Ching. Talent. S-rank Cloud Elf Section Editor. Rank. Initial level Elementalist Editor. It was an out-of-town high school girl in a yellow raincoat, holding a small yellow umbrella and wearing earplugs. A look of helplessness. A cumulonimbus cloud hovered above her head. The sound of the storm exploded with one sound after another, rumbling on and on. Upon closer inspection, inside the demonic cloud that was walking along with the young girl, there appeared to be a huffing and puffing budding water sprite lying about. 3 fishtails. This cloud sprite that can walk after its owner caused a lively discussion in the room as soon as it appeared. She's awakening a weather-based editing talent. Hey, the girl's eyes were glowing. It's certainly cuter to be an elemental elf than some firebug or fierce firehawk. Who wouldn't want a baby somersault cloud that can lay, carry and fly? So cute. Envy was also written in Xia Shuang Yu's eyes. Luckily, the little snowy owl wasn't there. Otherwise, as proud as it was, it would have fallen over in anger on the spot. Ha! Fellow S-ranked Li Yongying expressed his disdain while taking a dozen steps back in silence. The water system is so damn annoying. This cloud and rain sprite can completely overpower his fierce fire eagle, although he and Little Eagle Hawk won in terms of shocking the whole scene's aura, but the attributes were complete defeat. The losing dog is actually me. Another son of the weather? Examiner Downton rubbed the stubble on his chin and smiled. Next door, in the province of Cheongjo, a weather queen sits. However, this town-level monarch editor had awakened the SS class, Weather Elf Eye editing talent. The appearance of the 2S class awakened ones made the atmosphere of the entire venue suddenly stirring, stock surges boiling and burning. Chapter 72. All eyes on candidate Xiao Ting. The surrounding candidates all opened their mouths slightly, not to mention how envious they were in their hearts. Thy mother also. What does it mean when the initial monster is a dominant race? Meaning, other people start their careers as fourth-order editing masters. The end of a career pursued by their group of a grade talent is just the beginning of someone else's. Many of the candidates' eyes were written with a passion that was deeper than licking a dog, and they couldn't wait to worship and recognize their big brother on the spot and become the leg hangers of the 2S classes. Woohoo, man, take us for a ride. Next, another batch of candidates tested. Nothing pops. Unsurprisingly, all are initial monsters of the alpha race. It's almost time for him. Xiao Ting was thinking. Exam number 0930, Xiao Ting. Downton looked at the roster and with a glance, called out the name of the last awakened. It's finally his turn. When Xiao Ting's name was called, the 29A rank awakened, including the 2S ranked awakened, and the two examiners all looked over. Number 10, 20 are both S rank editing talents. Could it be that this handsome little guy from number 30 is also an S-class big shot? Number 10's Fierce Fire Eagle is a middle-ranked commander race, and number 20's Cloud and Rain Elf is a high-ranked commander race, and according to this ordering, the one at the end of the list must have the best racial talent for an initial monster. Be bold. You might be able to summon an initial monster of the peak commander race. TSK, the pattern is small, too small. Maybe it's the initial monster mile of the Overlord race. Holy, how can it be an Overlord? We're such a small 18th tier city in Donghai City. It's a blessing to have 2S classes. How can there be an SS class? Don't bar. If I can get out of my Overlord race, I, Wang Tai, will eat the steel-toothed mechanical dog on the spot. The awakened muttered, have made the most daring guesses of the first half of their lives. And as the only 2S class big men in the room, both Li Yongying and Yu Qingqing's gazes were a bit grave and expectant. Is this the finale king of the mountain that ranks above their Hawk Animal Editor and Cloud Elf Family Editor? I'll go. I really want to know what kind of initial monsters that can defeat S-rank Raptor Edit and S-rank Elf Edit are. At this moment, Xia Shuangyu clenched her small fists. She remembered the two videos about the Thunder God Dragon Rider that Li Qingqing had sent out in the class group, and her heart was filled with flipping excitement and anticipation. Well a day. Finally. Can we see Timothy's Monarch Dragon? Behind the long table, the female examiner tapping on her computer turned her head and looked at the teenager on the stage with a grave expression. The female examiner knocked on the table with her left hand and lowered her voice. Old Tang, is this the SS-ranked Flying Dragon awakened? Is this the attack of the incomparably young, incomparably dazzling Thunder Dragon Knight? Examiner Downton nodded. Then, he looked around at the teenage girls who had their ears perked up trying to eavesdrop, and with slight amusement, he put up a finger to his mouth and made a silencing gesture. The female examiner said no more. They watched in silence and anticipation as the teenager, wearing a black dragon print short sleeve, walked idly up to the monster race detection stage. Suddenly, a figure, striding to the side of the two examiners. Downton looked at the shadow cast beside him and stared at the single eyelid in surprise. President, what brings you here? This was the guild's most powerful existence. A high-level lizard clan editor, Liang Ichio, who had white hair and a stooped figure, behind one hand, turned the Buddha beads in his hand and said with a wild gaze, "Shh! Don't disturb my old man's pleasure. TSK, TSK. This is that Flying Dragon Jr. I hope you won't let me down. Oh, Junior. Let my old bones witness the stature of the Monarch Dragon." Monster race detection table. Xiao Ting looked at the projection panel in front of him. Panel, please summon your initial monster. Get it started. Get it started. Below, the white-bearded old man at the examiner's side let out a cry of impatience and urgency. This old grandpa, he seems to be the president of the Editors Guild.
Sigma.
Many of the candidates recognized the old man's identity, and a whole lot of them froze. Crap, it seems like there's a great and powerful person coming. To be able to startle a senior editor, the editing talent of this candidate number 30 on the stage is... What? The 29 candidates on all sides turned their gazes to Xiao Ting on the stage. 1,000,000 people are watching. Xiao Ting closed his eyes and used his mental power to connect to monster space. He raised his hand and a burst of arcane power surged forth as the star map-like summoning array affixed itself to the void, scattering countless rainbow-colored points of light. 7 colors of the rainbow? The teenage girls present were first stunned, followed by puzzlement, then confusion, and finally horror. The color of the summoning array corresponds to the racial strength of the initial monster. The initial monster of the alpha race is the golden summoning array. The monsters that rule the race are rainbow-colored summoning formations. And the one in front of me, the summoning array with a 7-colored border, corresponds to what level of monster miles? This is not just them. The 2S classes also showed surprise at this time, crying out in their hearts, impotent and furious. Me, it's like they lost from the special effects. What kind of initial monster is it? Li Yongying and Yu Qingqing glanced at each other and turned their heads with another mutual cold snort. HM. With their gazes firmly locked on each other, Xiao Ting raised his hand to summon the summoning formation, being the last candidate in exam room 9. This teenager in front of him was undoubtedly a finale existence above them in terms of talent level. The 2S classes had both curiosity and a few moments of defiance in their hearts from their fellow S-class bigwigs. In the minds of Li Yongying and Yu Qingqing, their own fire-type, fierce fire eagle, and water-type cloud and rain elf are the most powerful, most adorable, and most invincible honey sweethearts in the world. What kind of initial monster is it anyway? Being able to outshine the 2 monster babies of their family, who were invincibly smart, cute, and capable of fighting, by appearing as the grand finale king of the mountain? The red-haired boy Li Yongying's gaze was as sharp as a red eagle's, staring closely at Xiao Ting's every movement, every expression. A water-type, racial level in the late Unicom level, cloud and rain elf, rubbing the fire-type, racial level in the middle of the Unicom level, fierce flame eagle on the ground was enough to make him suffocated and disgusted. Please, Lenore in heaven, let's hope that the final finale, king of the mountain, is an attribute that is restrained by his fierce fire eagle. That way he could still get some face back. That teenager's summoning array connected to a huge monster space that seemed like a black universe. Little Thor, lift the shrinking and descend, Xiao Ting said softly. The little thunder god on the other end let out a crisp response from Ong. And then the half-meter-long body of the titmouse swelled in a circle. Swell. 3 seconds later, a dark purple dragon claw gently poked out from the other end of the tunnel. The sound of lightning and thunder abruptly resounded in the air. At this moment, all the awakened ones, there were ripples of emptiness swaying before their eyes. Fiery eagle, my honey, my sweetie, what are you doing out here? Baby Lei Yinzhu, what's wrong with you? Chapter 73. The king appears, 10,000 beasts come to meet him. 9th exam room, countless points of light flashed. Void passage after void passage was spontaneously opened by the initial monsters. Flaming centipede, multi-wrist sea lily, and steel-toothed metal dog. Blade mantis, sawtooth lanternfish, and ice-armored little giant crab. One initial monster after another, from the monster space, spontaneously leapt out. Under the dumbfounded and uncertain gaze of the candidates, all life, in the direction of the giant dark purple thunderclaw that had appeared, bent their bodies low. You finally, back, chief of the Feather Clan, chief of the Beast Clan, and chief of the Sea Clan. Pay homage to the Dragon Clan monarch who dominates the skies. Yuki. Xia Shuangyu turned back in surprise. The ice-winged little snowy owl poked its head out of the summoning formation. Towards Xia Shuangyu, he made a handsome salute gesture, W. Then, with a proud cry of "Lords, Lords, Lords," a sliding shovel came down to the ground. The fat, chubby mass of white fur, eyes closed, bowed its head with respectfully converging wings in the direction of the testing table. In his heart, he shouted in a medium voice, "Chief of the Snowy Owl Clan, pay respects to the king boss." Immediately afterward, a blazing fire and stormy roaring clouds appeared in the shocked eyes of the crowd. The fierce fire eagle and the cloud and rain elf, who rule the races, each occupy a side of the world. It then flew down quickly from mid-air and landed on the ground. Completely missing was the dominating might that had stunned the entire arena a few minutes ago. Both were gulping nervously, constantly organizing their grooming. Strive for the most perfect doggy pose. face to face with the end of the evolution of that terrestrial monster that is about to come out. These two faces of their chief of the great household dumbfounded their pooper scoopers, Li Yangying and Yu Qingqing. Doesn't their honey little noisy boy usually hate landing? How did it come to fall on its ass? Even to the point of sticking the whole thing into the center of the earth? What a humble, standard, untutored dog-licking position. Cripes. Sober up, little sweetie and noisy baby. Don't be charmed by Candidate 30's monster. We didn't raise you all this way so that you could come to our door and be nameless lickspittles. The 29 initial monsters of the Alpha and Overlord races all slid to their knees in their own way. Towards that supreme dragon race monarch who was about to make his appearance, he paid the highest respect and homage. The rules at the bottom of the monster world are simple. If you have a big fist, you are the king. Therefore, the dragon only leaked out a trace of elite-level aura, and it drew all things into submission. The racial heritage in their heads told them, if you kneel late or don't submit according to the rules, you'll be eaten alive by sharks. Hurry up. Snappy. Kneel.
Kuraudo. De.
Behind Examiner Downton and Examiner Zhongqiu, there were also two ghostly green shadows looming behind them. There were constant rustling sounds from all directions, like millions of vines and pythons, wandering and circling. The moment the two elite-level tall plant-based monsters broke free from the summoning formation, they almost subconsciously trembled and raised their vine branches, wanting to bend their knees in a kneeling salute. They were able to feel the power of this unseen monarch more than the other initial monsters of the late middle to late stage 0. Every branch from head to toe was in fear, every cell screaming for submission. This is far beyond their level of life. No, arguably, an existence that far exceeds 97% of the monsters on Terra, on a life level. This is the aura of an elite level. Downton braced both of his single eyes in instant astonishment. His initial monster, surprisingly, is really an elite-level flying dragon as recorded. One must know that the group of invigilators were only intermediate-level editors. The strongest combatants under his command were elite-level monsters. A senior awakened who took the apprenticeship test. At this very moment there was strength that could hang them for years or even decades of hard cultivation. Be outrageous. Is this kid really not some ancient ancestor dragon emperor reincarnated and reincarnated? The president, Liang Yiqi, was even more excited and his beard was twitching. It's really a flying dragon species. Surprisingly, it's really a monarch dragon species. 10,000 beasts worshipped the moment he appeared. Such majesty. It's not a king's mile. One of the sky monarchs of this long extinct dragon race. Is he or she finally going to see it in his or her lifetime? Being able to admire the elegance of the monarch dragon made Liang Yiqi, who regarded the dragon race as his lifelong faith, very excited, and felt that after watching the monarch dragon in the next second, it would be worth it even if he died. At this moment, the whole room was dead silent. Dead silence. Looking at the initial monsters falling to their knees in all directions. Everyone's expressions nearly exploded, as if they had seen something that shattered their three views. Only one thought remained in everyone's mind. What kind of overlord is this? Holy, it can't really be the overlord race? The teenager Wang Tai, who had previously put out a harsh word to swallow the steel-toothed mechanical dog, gulped, clutched the mechanical dog's head, and raised his head with a face of shock, apprehension, and uneasiness. With that, he was like all the candidates present. An unbelievably glowing, massive dragon shadow was seen. The 25-meter-tall thunder monarch dragon strolled out from the end of the void. Its body was wrapped in constantly bright purple electric light, and its head directly topped the ceiling, its huge size bringing an incomparably powerful sense of oppression to the people around it. The icy eyelids blinked, and the purple electric dragon pupils under the eyelids carried a kingly majesty that made people dare not look directly at them. Wide forefoot, stout hindfoot, wings braced on the ground, covered in cold, deep purple, almost black armor. A single horn in front of the nose, layers of spines pushing up, the dragon's eyes blinked a little, looking towards the initial monsters that fell to their knees. The dragon gulped quietly first, where no one could see him. Hosting. That rain cloud, it looks like running cotton candy. I bet you can pop the juice when you bite into it. That fire-breathing kitty hawk must smell so good when it's baked and eaten. Big charred chicken wings. Hungry.
Ze.
All of the initial monsters and candidates winced at this instant, as if they were being stared at by the topmost predators. Their bodies stiffened and did not move at all. Downton and Jiangchu were even creepier. The two examiners took up their fighting stance in unison. The eyes of this monarch dragon looking out at them were filled with violent hunger-lust. A hungry one-third monarch. If it wanted to go on a killing spree, there was absolutely no one in the entire Editors Guild who could stop it. As for the chief-level president Liang Ichio, let's not talk about it. He looked so excited that he couldn't wait to stick his head into the monarch dragon's mouth to give it a taste. If this dragon in the ring wants to open a seat on the spot. Downton and the female examiner, Chung Chu, had no doubt whatsoever that the biggest old six was their head. Ahem! Xiao Ting twitched his eyelids and coughed in a hurry. Eat what you eat. Little brat. Daddy's taking a test. Don't be a fool and pull the strings. Just give the examiners a friendly hello. The dragon's mouth closed tightly, no longer leaking out the cold dragon teeth. It raised its dragon's head majestically. Neck bent down and cocked his head. The weak fey-blooded species all over the ground that were overlooked lowered their heads even further, itching to turn out their bellies on the spot and show their submissiveness. And by the monarch dragon dead stare Downton, Zhongqiu, at this time there is a MMP really want to say. Chapter 74 Name of the Dragon, Thunder Monarch. Making faces, no. Tongue out, no. Come on Pops taught it. Smile when you see people, shout when you greet them. Roar. The flying dragon cocked its tail and raised its head to let out an earth-shattering dragon whistle. Hello. Hello. The wind was blowing wildly around them. The violent dragon chi coldly and furiously impacted the entire field, like a mountainous and tsunami-like gale. Intimidation. Incredibly powerful pressure. A tidal wave of dragon might instantly spread out. At this moment, all the initial monsters on Exam Room 1, Exam Room 2, Exam Room 3, and even Exam Room 8, both turned their heads in shock, either in fear, excitement, or longing, gazing in the direction of Exam Room 9. A sense of oppression struck, and even the elite-level examiners, at this moment, all had their hearts beating faster as they looked in the direction of Battleground 9 in shock. What's wrong? Holy, super flying squirrel. Which ancestor are you kneeling to? In the meantime, all that was left around Exam Room 9 was the sound of constant sucking in of cold air. Dragon! Am I right? He summoned a flying dragon? A heart seemed to soar halfway up a roller coaster, looking at this 25-meter-tall, electrically charged flying dragon. The crowd only felt that it was difficult to breathe, and the blood in their bodies was about to freeze. Similarly, the moment they saw this Thunder Monarch dragon appear, Li Yangying and Yu Qingqing all instantly shriveled up. What the hell, you're a Super S, yo? Knock you horse. It's still more than a hammer. The 2S class awakened shriveled up. Look at the little Firehawk sweetheart and the rainy little noisy treasure kneeling in front of him. And look at that rah-rah propped-up Sasquatch dragon. They were instantly tempted to rush up and grab the little black teenager by the collar and shake him. Quick, are you charging up Earthstar OL, or how else would you be pulling your weight so much? I can't believe I got the absolutely rare limited talents and limited monsters. Hashtag the S-Class was reduced to a control group hashtag. Hashtag the control group is me hashtag. De. In such a comparison, the two of them shivered as the Overlord monster, instantly living like licking dog brother in brother. The monster race detection station carked for a full few minutes before the automated voice announcement slowly sounded. Initial monster. Name unknown. Racial potential. 6th Order Monarch. Level. 2nd Order Elite. Partially evolved form. Unknown. 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 Monarch race. The official site is solidly stamped. The 25-meter-tall biplane flying dragon in front of him was a true monarch race dragon. The still ING elite level. Timothy Shaw is ahead of the current National Senior Awakening Era version 1.0 by far too much. 99% of the nation's senior awakenings are still only zero-step baby editors. Instead, he's 2 versions ahead. Became a mid-level editor. In most of the small places with oddly coded colleges, it's already possible to be a teacher's presence. Descending strike. It's a proper downgrade for them. Everyone's faces shifted as they stared blankly at Xiao Ting and his dragon, seriously wondering if they were dreaming or not. For a moment, the sound of sucking in cool air was endless. Outrageous, even if you're Super S rank, your dragon is still a monarch race elite level, huh? The 2S class geniuses, Yu Qingqing and Li Yangying, after listening to the voice broadcast of the test results, looked at Xiao Ting, who was standing in a relaxed and natural posture, and his little thunder god, whose seemingly majestic pupils stole glances at the large chicken leg and roasted cotton under the field from time to time, and their jaws were about to drop in shock. Initial monster monarch race. Doesn't it mean that this teenager's starting point is the seal grade? This is a township level. There are also less than 50 honors in plain sight around the world. When one appears in any country, the international spine can be lifted up, with a status comparable to that of a township nuclear weapon. Thighs. This was the big brother they also wanted to recognize, the golden thigh they wanted to hug. In a state of shock, Xia Shuangyu's fingertips twitched a bit, and the person went numb. That thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex that day. It really evolved into a flying dragon monarch. The silent classmate who used to lean against the window in Wang's hometown. I didn't realize she could only look up now. Examiner Downton took a deep breath. Two small one-eyed eyes that looked like they hadn't woken up. Because of the surprise and excitement, it was stiffly stretched out twice as wide. As the chief examiner, his voice trembled as he inquired towards the dragon-harnessing teenager on the stage. May I ask what the name of this dragon race is? We need to enter its basic information to be included in the National Monster Database. It's just a name, nothing bad to say. Xiao Ting stroked the lightning unicorn protruding from the front of the little thunder god's nose and smiled with two tiger teeth. Its name, Thunder Monarch Dragon. This was the first fantasy dragon he had ever created. The landlord, T. Rex Thunderbolt. A thunder tyrant born after fusing the feathers of the Thundercloud Overlord Purple-Winged Dragon Eagle. What a strange name. What a dominating name. That's what everyone thinks. This is a race of kings that has never been seen in history. It belonged only to Xiao Ting, the dragon of fantasy that he had created with his own hands. The female examiner, Zhong Qiu, with a shocked expression on her face, uploaded the information of the Thunder Monarch Dragon to the National Monster Race Grand Database. This is the only Dragon Supreme being of the monarch race currently on the books. The Empire Magic Research bigwigs who are responsible for reviewing the data should also blow up instantly. Thunder Monarch Dragon. Thunder Monarch Dragon ah. President Liang was not easy to recite this name. His face flushed with excitement. His face filled with a frenzied look. In addition to the one in the 10 Evil Monarchs, the King of Evil Rebellion who was removed and blocked globally, my swarming dragon editors have finally produced another heavenly creator capable of climbing to the monarch level. Come back, little Thor. Xiao Ting naturally raised his hand amidst the admiration of the crowd. The dragon cocked its head and shook the bladed, closed wings on either side of its large paws. Quietly, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with his tail. Only then did he get down on all fours, like a cat that didn't want to go home, and rubbed his tail against the Dragon Master's calf as he passed by, taking one step and 3 turns back, stepping into the monster space from the summoning tunnel with a fondness for it. Forget it. Go home. Back to hatching eggs. After Xiao Ting retrieved the dragon, he stepped down from the testing platform, calmly. The moment he returned to the examination team, the 29 candidates around him immediately let out a chorus of shouts. Big brother, which editing school are you going to take after that? Can I, by any chance, take a picture with your dragon? The pick-dyed redhead came over all excited. This is the red-haired kid Li Yangying, who was instantly reduced from a haughty S-class big brother to a dog-licking little brother. Biggie, can you add a contact? This is Yu Ching Ching, who is wearing a little yellow duck raincoat, holding a yellow duckling umbrella, and has written all over her face that she wants to team up and hug her thighs. Wind from the tiger, clouds from the dragon. Big brother, ah big brother. My family, Cloud and Rain Elves, can totally play assist for you. The 2S classes instantly transformed into licking dogs, dazzling all the surrounding candidates. Soon, they also reacted this kind of thigh, this life is hard to see, if not at this time when to embrace. Wailing, brother, is your family short of a dog? 168, went to high school, the kind that is both obedient and works. Big brother, do you lack a younger brother? The kind who is 19, went to high school, has both parents dead, and has a family fortune of over $100 million. Brother, you're my only brother. It's not too shabby to give a future king of the town as a dog and as a lapdog junior. Downton coughed. Silence. He pulled back, pulling out his cell phone WeChat, wanting to rush forward to the President Liang, not easy to calm down. President, calm down. Ahem. The assessment continues. The following is the start of the second test of talent, so-called secondary testing. It's basically just a process. Downton pulled out another roster. This second test of talents is sorted by talent strength level. Chapter 75 Precognition Totem Second Awakening. Number 0904, Candidate Zhou Fire Rat. 27 A-Class Awakenings. One by one, they touched the 3-meter-tall awakening magic stone, Precognition. Inside the exam room, a golden light that symbolized the A-rank editing talent erupted. Immediately, the monster that they could edit out at the end of their talents transformed into an illusory projection that hovered and flew overhead. My rank, Police Dog Editor, with the highest potential is a senior who edited Shadow Hellhound. My rank, Chimpanzee Edit, a predecessor with the same talent as me, edited Forest Vajra Scarlet. My predecessor edited out Hawkmoth. My predecessor edited out Six-Tailed Cat again, Unicorn Pegasus. The Precognition Magic Stone isn't a no-brainer. It was part of the Wanxiang Magic Stone that had allowed billions of editors, 5,600 years ago, to awaken their talents. For more than 5,000 years. Before each editor died, he would hold onto a fragment of the Wanxiang Magic Stone and pass the projection of the strongest monsters to each of the Precognition Magic Stones, leaving behind the direction of evolution on the path of editing for the generations to come. Number 10, Li Yangying, and number 20, Yu Qingqing, also touched the Precognition Magic Stone. Boom! The pillar of rainbow-colored light abruptly erupted. They are very pushy. The pillar of rainbow-colored light that erupted unexpectedly rippled through several examination halls in a row. At the end of my talent is the Sunfire Eagle, the feathered demonic bird of the monarch race. Teenagers with singed red hair are so happy they want to roll on the spot and sing and dance raps. I will definitely surpass my predecessor who edited out the Sunfire Eagle, and edit out an even more powerful monster giant eagle, Thunderstorm Monarch. Stay close. Touching on the awakening magic stone, Yu Qingqing held up her umbrella and looked at the huge thunderstorm cloud projection above her head. Green's Windbur Elf, White Snow Pennant Elves, Blue Rainmaker Sprites, perched above roaring thunderstorm clouds. The Cloud and Rain Elves, and I will also surpass you and be stronger than you. The short girl holding the little yellow umbrella made a firm vow. As S-Class awakened, they were at the peak of their potential and were expected to be kings. In the end, these two S-rank geniuses, touching the Precognition Magic Stone, reflected two huge monster monarchs. The majestic projections of the Sunfire Eagle and Thunderstorm Monarch made the candidates in the same room cry out in wow overload. Finally, it was time for Timothy Shaw. As the last person, Xiao Ting stepped forward under all the attention. The palms of his hands were pressed against the cold, huge awakening magic stone. Xiao Ting called out silently in his mind. System, it's ready. Unleash the SSS-ranked dragon editing talent. Let me see what kind of ancient monsters exist at the end of this talent. SS-rank Flying Dragon Edit, you can edit a 6th-rank Flying Dragon Monarch and a 7th-rank Ancient Dragon of Natural Disaster. Then the SSS-ranked Gargoyle Edits. And what powerful, magnificent, grotesque, incredible legends can be edited. Heart overflowing with nerves and excitement. Xiao Ting himself was looking forward to the unknown level monster projection he was about to see. System. Compliance. A few short breaths of exchange later, Xiao Ting felt a strange stream of heat welling up in his body. It surged into the palm. Surged to the rough, extraordinarily awakened magic stone, Precognition. Before his eyes, a brilliant rainbow of light suddenly erupted. Xiao Ting subconsciously closed his eyes. The rainbow light more than suffused into his, for an instant longitudinally split golden pupils. At this moment, the entire examination hall 9 was covered in dazzling light of awakening. It must be the Flying Dragon Awakening talent. SS-grade talent. I never thought that I would be in the same city and exam room with such an awakened person in my lifetime. All of them waited for the Precognition Magic Stone, the monster dragon spirit that displayed the Flying Dragon talent, the final evolved form. It's exciting to think about. They hadn't seen the end of the highest edits for SS-ranked talents yet. But the next second, everyone present, all of them, including the 2 examiners and a guild leader, stared incredulously. What's going on? What is this? Sky gifted evolution? A straight pillar of light lit up above the 3-meter-tall extraordinary awakening magic stone. The pillar of light rose up to the sky, revealing a huge phantom. 3 totem dragons more ancient than the stars and more mysterious than the gods. The projection was reflected in the horrified upward gaze of all. What they look like. It is all too familiar to all seniors who have just finished taking monsterology.
Ah!
It's an ancient totem. Ancient green brilliant dragon. Chaotic sea brilliant dragon. Calamity black brilliant dragon. Holy, I'm crazy. Totem projection. It's the ancient totem projection that can only be activated by an 5S-grade supreme talent. He actually had a second awakening as well? Like the ancient ancestral dragon emperor, awakened the SSS rank, dragon edit talent? Online 5G surfing. Never seen a pig fly before you've seen a pig run. Fellow candidates who have read those bloggers' koans feel like history has reappeared. One by one, their eyes were round, their mouths wide open, and they lost their voices. Above Xiao Ting's head, 3 projections leapt out. They are the 3 sacred and sublime totemic dragons that hold up Eastern, Western, and Norse mythology. Actually, this SSS-ranked second awakening light pillar that erupted from the awakening magic stone covered more than just an entire examination hall, an entire editor's guild. The pillar of light shot up into the sky, erupting with a brilliant light that quickly spread to the entire sky. Same time, 3 gigantic shadows that appeared and disappeared, stretching their wings, spreading their scales and claws, and occupying the dome of the East Sea City. They were the chaotic sea brilliant dragon, the ancient green brilliant dragon, and the calamity black brilliant dragon. It is the ancient totem beast that overrides the multitudes, once supremely sublime, shining through the ages, and now startled by a young man, inviting the world to come. The 3 totem projections were like 3 dragon gods descending into the world, majestic and headstrong. The aura of his body was like the ancient heavens had pressed down, majestic and inviolable. The most spectacular of them all was the one that squeezed both the Chaos Sea Brilliant Dragon and the Calamity Black Brilliant Dragon to one side. Incredibly dominant Sea-Sweet Ancient Green Brilliant Dragon. The moment, the teachers and parents of the colleges waiting at the entrance to the guild looked up in awe, their mouths open in fascination. The sky in the east had been dyed an extremely ethereal and dusty pale green color. The clouds are green with rain. The water is tepid with smoke. That's not the color of the sky. Instead, there was a 10,000-foot green dragon that stretched across the sea of clouds, covering the vastness of the sky for an unknown number of miles. The 7 eastern constellations. Eo no Cthulhu. The dragon god has wings, a long green muzzle, a great dragon body, a misty beard, and majestic green wings. Scales and claws flared, majestic, athletic body, like running in the clouds and waves. Many of the university leaders who were sitting idly with their legs crossed, snapped to their feet, raised their heads, and looked at the ancient green dragon soul above their heads, their faces showing horror. What kind of a situation is this? Holy, totem projection. These 3-headed dragon god phantoms seem to be ancient totem projections that can only be inspired by SSS rank talents. What kind of magnificent and vast dragon shadow is this? Many of the college leaders watching it couldn't help but hold their breath, as if afraid of disturbing a fragile dream. This was a projection of the ancient green dragon, and likewise the undying faith that they had seen countless times from their dreams, from their families, from their bloodlines, from their inheritance, from their books. Ancient green brilliant dragon. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, collar like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, ears like a cow, whiskers next to the mouth ran, jewels under the jaws, and reverse scales under the throat. Surprisingly, it is the one that has been dead for countless years, and it has reappeared. An aging history teacher raised his cloudy eyeballs, gazing at the indestructible green dragon soul. The entire person remained motionless for a long time, allowing the rolling tears to gradually fill their eyes. Green's ancient brilliant dragon. He was born from a time long past. Tribal strife then. The world is in turmoil due to the invasion of foreign lands. And now, the vastness of the old country, the imperial system of 10,000 borders, the divine state is not down, the great land. This guardian of 10,000 people in the East 7 lodges has been in countless defense of the nation, defense of the motherland, and went to the loyal bones. Dead in the distant past. Died on a green hill that the world will never forget. Under history, only the grass is left long and green. Only an image preserved by the 10,000 elephant magic stone was left behind, crossing mountains and seas to return to earth. At this time, outside the Editors Guild, people walking down the street, all of them tilted their heads and gazed at the green-colored pale dragon that stretched across the sky, stopping for it to stand in silence. In the crowd, Sun Shang, who was carrying a heavy drink bag and hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the guild, subconsciously squeezed his one arm tightly and had a few unbelievable guesses in his heart. Who can create this SSS rank talent that can only be accompanied by a totem projection? Could it be you? Xiao Xiao. Chapter 76 Second Awakening, Second Companionship. 3 blurry shadows of mythical ancient dragons spread across the sky. The once-in-a-million-years great totem pilgrimage caused a once-in-a-million-years traffic jam in Donghai City. Driveway. One figure after another, along with their monsters, stepped out of the car door. Looking up at the sky above, 3 dragon-shaped phantoms of ancient totems. What the hell is this? Who awakened the SSS-ranked dragon editing talent? Countless people let out shocked whispers. Same time, Patrol Army Combat Battalion on the drill field. All of the warriors' edited monsters bent low in the direction of the 3 ancient totem dragons. This is a totem pilgrimage. Major Lee's face was stunned. Ripples of emptiness shook before his eyes. His iron-blooded eagle, surprisingly, spontaneously leapt out of the monster space. The 23-meter-tall iron-blooded eagle, prostrate and larger than the building. The commander-level head, which was usually raised high and disdainful of anyone, was now hanging low towards the phantom of the 3 totem dragons in the sky. The wild red eagle eyes became incomparably worshipful and respectful. To the great lord of the totems, offer the undying faith of our feathered children. Is it Xiao Zhao's second awakening? Ha 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 ha. Good boy. He actually awakened the SSS-ranked dragon editing talent so quickly? For real. Li Han was stunned afterward. Soon he was holding his head in relief and letting out a loud laugh, laughing with raised eyebrows. It's very spontaneous. Their generation has witnessed all kinds of suppression and bullying of the motherland by the bald eagle. Even joining forces with the countries of East Asia and colluding with exotic dark races, opened countless cracks, leading to Kyushu and brutalized countless fellow Kyushuites. There is no one who can compare to their generation. All the more reason to hope for a talented population and a strong country. One more SSS class, representing that the Kyushu in the future will ironically have one more Xinhua class army chief. A Xinhua-level monarch editorial division was the best deterrent to the jackals of the West. And one more, legend has it that that level of editor. It is the dragon of Kyushu, standing on top of the world. The time to fight back against the Western powers, against the monster rift, and against the other world. It wasn't just Li Han, the 4th master, and the iron-blooded eagle who were startled by the totem projections in the sky. On the airport, President Ma, who was about to board the plane, also stopped in shock. Holding the cell phone, he looked in the direction of the 3-eyed golden toad emerging from the end of the void tunnel, a froggy leap, and watching the pilgrimage. There, it was the direction of the Editors Guild. This is a totem projection that can only be born when an SSS rank talent awakens. Ma Yuanbao raised his head, and in his narrowed tiny eyes, 3 incomparably magnificent and incomparably huge dragon soul silhouettes were reflected. He sucked in a breath, rubbed his long earlobes in shock, and called out a name. Is it Xiao Ting's virtuous nephew? Mrs. Ma, who was amiable in appearance, chubby, and had large feet, set her feet after him. Frowning, he looked to the end of the sky. This is in no way unusual. President Ma's frown, however, stretched and laughed. Hey, never unusual. But that's the kind of unusual we want. The more awesome our virtuous nephew is, the wider our path will be in the future. For such a future great man to appear in East Ocean City is a blessing for me to befriend and a blessing for the future of Donghuang. The Wei family. Patriarch Wei, who was sipping tea in the courtyard, had just sipped a mouthful of tea when he looked up and instantly sprayed a mouthful of West Lake Longjing. I'm super. The ancient brilliant dragon of green. Totem projection, Mrs. Marquis of the Far East who got sprayed in the face. Sensei green or not green dragon. Yuvenji messed with a ferocious white tiger now. This is Sea Yard. Dean Wong, who was skidding around the campus on his bicycle, also stared round-eyed, dully angling his head.
Ouch ego kropka.
Isn't this like the supreme totem that would accompany the awakening of an SSS rank talent? Tilt your head. Sky's End. Touching the eyes is a dragon's body. Wang Rhinoceros Gold excitedly took the bicycle handlebars and crushed them into a mess of scrap metal. Xiao, this is finally a second awakening. Plugging up my reputation in education. It's no doubt question begging. Second awakening. Great, my great Donghuang will be able to secretly produce another earth-shattering great killer. The totem projection of the dragon race had disappeared for thousands of years. Coming out at this moment, it brought an unprecedented shock to the editorial masters of the Eastern Sea City. Beneath the vault of heaven covered by the green dragon, crowds of people, I go, dig trough, this motherer, good grandpa grips, exclaimed in a continuous stream. Even several provinces and cities neighboring Donghai City. The three looming totem projections were also seen. That's the direction of East Ocean City. Who is it? A secondary detection of SSS rank editing talent? The professional levels of the next province and city looked out in the direction of Donghai City, and their eyes were red with envy. A phantom of a green dragon that appeared through 1,000 years of light was so huge, spectacular, and beautiful. Every scale, every pore speaks of its antiquity, its longevity, its power, and how sublime was its owner, that ancient ancestral dragon emperor who had awakened the SSS rank dragon edit talent. 5S-grade. It's unimaginably powerful. Then, after this, what kind of starry sea will that teenager, who also awakened the SSS ranked dragon editing talent, step into? 5S-grade. Again, how inconceivably sublime. The Editors Guild at this time. 3 meters tall and wide on the extraordinarily awakened magic stone, precognition. A row of ancient Chinese characters like birds and animals swallowed their hooves was revealed. All seniors, at the peak of their cerebral intelligence, are still able to recognize this bone writing. These words signaled the name of the dragon race talent that Xiao Ting was currently displaying. There's no mistaking it. It's none other than the ancient ancestor dragon emperor's same level talent, the Dragon Compendium Edit, that was rated SSS by Dean Xiaoyu. President Liang was not easy, and Downton and Zhong Qiu came together. The sight quickly skimmed over this bone text of bird and animal hoof swallowing, and his body began to tremble in small increments, with shock and disbelief written all over his face. Downton. Hiss. He actually managed to secondly awaken during the second test of talent. Zhong Qiu. From SS rank, Flying Dragon Edit. The regression evolved into SSS rank, Megalosaurus Edit talent. It's incredible. A stifled silence followed. Ha 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 ha. Liang did not easily laugh like a madman. This elderly man slapped his wind-chilled leg and laughed through pouring tears. My great country. There is another SSS-ranked dragon editor who can light up the empire for 5,000 years. In the midst of his hearty laughter, Xiao Ting raised his head and looked at the 3 dragon god silhouettes flying above his head. Is this a monster above the 6th rank? They seem to be more powerful than the 7th-ranked Heavenly Calamity Ancient Dragon. Indeed, this was the SSS rank dragon edit talent.
Corresponding editorial monsters.
Its name is Huang. Of course, this was not the end of what the SSS rank dragon editing talent could create, the end of what it could achieve. It was just the strongest existence that the Wanxiang magic stone could match in the documented dragon talents. No one knew the exact realm level of this level of totem ancient beast. I only know that in their names, which have been passed down since ancient times, there is a Huang character that represents taboo and mastery. This is the master of the forbidden. I wonder what level of super monster is at the end of the SSSS rank talent, the counterpart, again? What kind of powerful existence would such an editing monster above the 7th rank be? With what kind of supreme authority? Xiao Ting looked out over the ancient forbidden totems and silently speculated for a moment. The end of these 3 ancient brilliant dragons. By no means was it the end of the line for him and Thor Jr. and Fire Dragon Jr. Just a small step-by-step goal for him and the Dragon Cubs. It's not a big statement. With the eye of omniscience and the hand of fusion, 2 inquisitive externals in hand. If Xiao Ting couldn't become the strongest monster editor ever, then he could really find a block of tofu and run over himself head first. At the very least, it should be worthy of the name of the host of the strongest creator assist system. Xiao Ting silently bragged in his mind for a while and secretly said, Unico, it's ready. Release the flame Tyrannosaurus egg while it's still hot. System. Mission accomplished. Everyone gazed in horror at the 3 dragon god phantoms above their heads. They faded away. Yet the shock wasn't over. The eyes of all eyes met. The 3 dragon totem phantoms collapsed into endless starlight, converging into a gigantic dragon egg. The surface of the dragon egg was wrapped in super-hot magma flames that blazed, descending from the sky and landing in front of Shao Ting's body. Chapter 77. From the Heavens, Flame Dragon Eggs. Well, what's this? Skyfall dragon eggs? The expressions of the 29 candidates gathered around were directly dumbfounded. It was a scene they were all too familiar with. Not too long ago, their initial monster was the same, coalescing out of thin air from the void. But who can tell them? Who the hell has a secondary talent awakening and a secondary companion monster egg? Don't say the examiners looked dumbfounded. Even the other examiners who had been startled and rushed here by the 5S-grade talent's totemic projection of 3 ancient dragon brilliance were staring in disbelief at the scene of the heavenly dragon eggs in front of their eyes. What's going on here? Second companion? Behind the long table, the female examiner Zhong Qiu's brain was a little dizzy. She inquired dully, "Old Tang it turns out that those second awakenings that can evolve their talents can be accompanied by a second and third initial monster after evolving their talents?" Downton breathed heavily and slowly shook his head. "How can that be?" The answer is no. Historically, there have been gifts that have awakened twice, and even multiple times, but never what a secondary companion to the monster. The huge, flame Tyrannosaurus egg landed on the ground and became the center of attention. After some time of dutifully hatching on its own, it had swelled from a small 1-meter fire dragon egg to 3 meters tall. The red light on the surface came together and went out. A blazing flame magic continuously escaped. "It's hot." The candidates smacked their lips. The room thermometer on the wall, surprisingly, climbed quickly to 41 degrees, beyond the limits of ordinary human tolerance. Drip, drip, drip. The fire alarms in the room activated in an emergency, spewing out a blast of bitterly cold air that neutralized the element of fire boiling in the air. With his afterglow, Shao Ting swept over the stunned crowd. In his mind, he silently gave the system a thumbs up. "Unico, you've done a great job with your disguise. That's what I'm talking about. Damn, he doesn't make sense." The effect. The opening sets up an unscientific impression first. Later on, he accompanied 3 times and 4 times. "They'll just get used to it." System, you're welcome. Your will is my will. Liang did not easily lead the examiners and quickly stepped forward. Shocked. "What's with this dragon egg?" Shao Ting feigned an expression of surprise. The all-black teenager rubbed the back of his head, his mouth slightly open, and cocked his head in bewilderment. "I'm not really sure. After the second awakening of the gift, this dragon egg accompanied it." "What? When I put a question mark, it's not me who has a problem. It's you. Listen to this. Are you talking like a ing human being?" Liang Yiqi and all the examiners present were silent. The look of shock on his face grew stronger. "It's not the river. It's not scientific. The phenomenon of secondary companionship is new to all. It all feels outrageous." A dozen or so examiners, led by President Liang Yiqiu, circled around the burning flaming sub-dragon egg in unison, like a flock of mama ducks circling a swan's egg. Someone said, "This aura, it should be an overlord-level editable monster egg." Some people are confused, patting their thighs and wailing, "I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out." Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. This could be a second companion like no other in history. To be able to witness this scene with my own eyes, I have no regrets in death. It feels irrational though. However, everyone thought that Shao Ting awakening the talent of such a secondary companion monster was a heavenly good thing. The encounter between Earthstar and the monster Exotica has been a weak one. If it wasn't for the influence of the laws of the 2 worlds, the passage between the universe and the cosmos is not easily pried open. Many of the small nations on the planet Earth had been slaughtered clean by the foreign monsters. The number of senior editors who died under the rift every year was even more numerous. The Empire desperately needs more fresh blood. They couldn't wait for there to be more unscientific geniuses like Shao Ting who could awaken twice and companion twice, to hold up the future of the brilliant kingdom of the East. Liang was not easy to contemplate for a moment and turned to Shao Ting with a red face. Kindly stroked his curly Santa Claus-like beard. "Child, Can you call this dragon egg to the testing table and identify the exact racial class?
Xiao Ting froze.
There's nothing wrong with that. He looked to the rolling, flaming dragon eggs. It was able to understand speech before, and now that it's been nestled by the little thunder god for a few days, it should be able to understand human speech even better, right? The surface of the dragon's egg. A long progress bar that only Xiao Ting could see appeared. There are still 179 days, 21 hours, 31 minutes and 59 seconds until the baby dragon breaks its shell. Xiao Ting silently used his spiritual power and communicated with the little life within the dragon egg. The flaming dragon egg, covered in flame patterns and raging with fire, shook for a moment. The sound of a powerful heartbeat belonging to a small Tyrannosaurus rex. Less than a few meters apart, it came from the thick eggshell. Anon! Don't worry, Pops. I can hear you. It's like there's a sleepy little dragon cub that's tapping on its eggshell. Blinking his big, adoring eyes, he cocked his head at his daddy outside and opened his little fangs to let out a milky dragon whistle. Anon! It's already a grown and nearly shell-broken sub-dragon beast. It's not a big illiterate kid like the stupid food boss. Since he could understand, Xiao Ting was relieved. He simply and roughly pointed at the low monster race detection platform. Oh, little Vulcan, can you jump onto the platform yourself? The flame Tyrannosaurus egg shook violently again, living as if there was a baby fire Tyrannosaurus nodding desperately. Then it rolled on the ground quite animatedly. Hey shoo, bouncy, 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 not to be outdone by the excitement of the crowd. A hop and a skip and a jump onto the testing table. On the four sides of the platform, a circle of blue light abruptly lit up. Detection sounds soon after. Initial monster. The flame Tyrannosaurus rex. Racial potential. 5th order overlord. Level. Pre-0 th order. Partially evolved form. Unknown. 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 The examiners were not wrong in their suspicions. It was indeed a 5th-ranked sub-dragon egg with overlord potential. All the candidates were dumbfounded. Outrageous. Everyone is just getting out of the newbie village. Not only are you 2 big levels ahead of the version, but you've also accompanied a second starting 5th-order sub-dragon beast. So obedient, indeed, is his initial monster. This is supposed to be a talent mutation, right? That's the only possibility. All the examiners looked at Xiao Ting. Their moods were extremely shocked and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Second awakening, second companion. From the flying dragon awakened to the gargoyle creator, holding the king's dragon in his hand. It was also accompanied by a second dominant subaltern egg. The string of titles on Xiao Ting's body broke their shallow perceptions and shattered their worldview. A long, stifling silence followed. It's okay, boys. President Liang did not easily take a long breath. Suppress the shocking excitement in your heart. And then the president, Liang Ichio, turned his head towards the 29 students with a nuclear-friendly smile. For today, let's all simply sign a speech and spirit agreement and head to Examination Hall 10 for the 3rd written examination test. Chapter 78. The written examination begins, headquarters shakes. A mount. It feels like anyone who doesn't say yes. This old man who looks nuclear and kind will just flip out on the spot, under the watchful eye of the examiners. The group of candidates obediently nodded their heads and signed the unspeakable agreement with a speech spirit binding them, rotting the day's scene in their stomachs. Liang did not easily watch the last candidate sign his big name, smiled and nodded towards Xiao Ting, then waved his hand to gather all the examiners present into the conference room. Open a multi-line video conference. Liang was not easy to put a series of changes in Xiao Ting's body. In an agitated tone, the report was reported to the headquarters of the trainee-level occupational examination point located in the magic capital. After the examiners left, in Examination Hall 9, in the envious eyes of the candidates, Xiao Ting also raised his hand and took the flame sub-dragon egg that was shaking and bouncing down from the testing table into the monster space, letting the little god of thunder guard the little god of fire to continue incubating. He, in turn, followed the large group and walked out the door of the examination center. Coming near the 10th examination room, it was time to prepare for the 3rd apprentice level assessment written test of the day. At 4 p.m., the basic written test begins. The written test lasts a total of 120 minutes. Papers may be turned in early, but not too far from the guild. After 6 p.m., the examiner will mark the papers on the spot along with the mechanical beings. Editors' certification bracelets are then awarded as a test center. The college entrance exam had only just ended a short time ago, and all the candidates were at peak IQ levels, so this point of the monsterology written exam was basically no difficulty. Except for a small group of scum who were outside exam room 10, pulling cheat sheets out of their pockets and reading to themselves. All the other candidates walked into the exam room with a calm demeanor and quickly found the desk with the test number on it and sat down with a clear conscience. The confident crowd in no way included the 29 students in exam room 9. They stood in front of the neighboring seats, not rushing to take their seats, each staring at Xiao Ting with some soulfulness. The eyes were all deep like wanted. Biggie, I want to be your dog. It's not Shabby Tobe, an SSS-ranked Dragon editor's dog on merit. Timothy Shaw, wipe the cold sweat, hands in your pockets, love no one. Both the girls and the minions will only affect the rate at which the dragon cub and I get stronger. Don't gather around this student. All sit down. The third round of examination will begin soon. Downton walked in and coughed lightly, making a low, authoritative sound. He was the only examiner left to supervise the entire written exam. Xiao Ting walked to the last seat in the back row of the written exam room and sat down according to his exam number. Rear window, home of the king. The entire exam room, which was remodeled from the guild's internal sparring viewing arena, was more than enough to fit a few thousand candidates. Okay. Now start distributing the papers. Downton snapped his fingers. The golden summoning star map link track appeared out of thin air, and a 4 or 5 meter tall ghostly green elf emerged from it. Large in size, covered with lush, ghostly green branches and leaves, with humanoid features on top of the torso, the surface was rough, and the dark bark undertones were still a little green, like a venerable tree spirit coming out of an old fairy tale. Countless plant roots, like green snakes, crawled across the ground and began distributing the test papers. With the alpha race, elite-level tree spirit guards monitoring the situation, there was no scum that dared to eat a bear's heart and cheat. Name, Tree Goblin Guard. Attributes, Wood Poison. Racial potential, 3rd Order Chief Goblin Clan. Rank, Late 2nd Order 90% Evolution. Skills, Aromatic Healing, Vine Manipulation, Strangling Vine, Poison Apple Shot. Weaknesses, Fire, Gold, Ice, Superpower, Aphid, Apple Aphid, Singed Woodpecker. The poison apple was eaten by Snow White, will flip out and go on a rampage. Name, Downton. Talent, Grade A Apple Genus Editor. Level, Intermediate Goblin Editor. Monster, Elite Level Tree Spirit Guard. Ordinary Level Small Tree Spirit. Goblin editors such as Downton and the female examiner, Zhong Qiu, are known as tree shepherds. In the West, they are regarded as druids, the watchers of the tree people, and possess the mystical power to drive the tree people. Xiao Ting withdrew his eyes from sweeping over the examiners and the tree spirit guards. Eyes fell on the paper covered in lead. Pencil in your name. Scanned the papers first. Unified National Written Examination for Trainee-Level Editors 2025 Foundation Paper. This paper consists of 4 pages. The whole paper is worth 100 marks and the exam will take 120 minutes. Volume 1. Multiple choice questions, 20 questions, 2 points each, total 40 points. 1. The following are not part of the ancient Kyushu, the Age of Monsters. A. The Age of Magic. B. The Age of Myth. C. The Age of Totem. D. The Age of Tribe. 2. The following not belonging to the titles of the 9 kings of China are Monarch of the Abyssal Eye, Monarch of the Mandrill. B. The Pope of Heaven, the 10 Evil Kings. C. Monarch of the Sky, Monarch of the Ghost Card. D. Monarch of the Beasts, Monarch of the Red Moon. A glance swept over the names of the other 6 Eastern Brilliant Monarch-level sealed editors. Xiao Ting blacked out the B on his answer card, prompted by the Eye of Omniscience. The Pope of Heaven and the 10 Evil Kings are all Ghostbusters editors. The title Pope. He is the Lord of the Celestial Church in the West. An albino girl with a vision, she became the only emperor of the Celestial Church after being accompanied by an angel at the age of 18. Seal 10 Evils. The most lawless group of people in the world. The head of the globally blocked dark editors, a world-class murderer and kingpin with blood on his hands. The pen in his hand unconsciously drew a circle on the sketch paper. Xiao Ting's mood became a little worse, but fortunately, no one was looking at him at this time, and missed his icy cold golden pupils like those of an ancient god for a moment. as well as the bone-chilling killing intent that flickered brightly at the bottom of his eyes. Travel to the year 2025 in the age of monster editing. The country is still the same, the parents are still the same. But the world is not that world, and each goes to a very different end. Even if it's not a patricide or matricide that you've personally experienced. But since Xiaoting had inherited everything from the parallel world, it was only right that the blood feud in the depths of his memory should not be forgotten. Calmed the rarely stirred emotions, Timothy Shaw continues to personify the relentless question-answering robot. 3. Of the following exotic worlds, the one with the most dangerous rating is Worm's Abyss, B. Burning Firelands, C. Blood Moon Corpse Mound, D. Mechanical Labyrinth. Worm Abyss, danger ranking A023, the same a ranked monster world that Xiaoting had gotten 2 alpha-level demonic worms killed. Burning Firelands, an A+ monster world with a danger ranking of A006. Mechanical Labyrinth, A+ grade monster world, danger ranking A003. Blood Moon Corpse Mound, S-class monster world, danger ranking S number 3. I would, for this question, go with C. 4. Please select the categorization options that are not included in the 11 edited monster grand races. D. Artifacts, Mechanicals. Mechanical life, a large branch included in the artifacts. Currently, monster research organizations around the world. All monster races are categorized into 11 major races. Common monster races: insect, beast, sea, feather. Rare monster races: goblins, elementals, artifacts. The most specialized monster races: the heavens, the abyss, the undead, the dragons. 5. How many monster attributes have been published so far? A point 18 B.19.
C'est point 20 des point 21.
There are a total of 18 publicly available monster base attributes. They are dragon, fire, water, wood, earth, gold, ice, wind, thunder, holy light, ghost spirit, immortal martial arts, superpower, poison, and so on. The Eye of Omniscience pops out a standard answer with a solution attached. Xiaoting quickly skimmed through one entry. Blacken ABCD on the answer card in order. Wave your hand in the wind and answer the questions quickly. Just as the candidates were answering the questions, Donghai City Editors Guild, inside a conference room, Liang did not easily upload the information about Xiaoting's second awakening and second companion to the headquarters of the Magic City Career Examiner. This information about Xiaoting instantly caused a massive earthquake at the headquarters of the Editors Guild. The president of the headquarters immediately contacted the Dragon System Research Institute, which was located inside the 9 institutes of Magic City. There's an SSS-ranked dragon creator born? A group of dragon research experts, after learning this news, were first shocked, then ecstatic, and finally had their worldview shattered. They scratched their heads and couldn't understand the peculiar changes that happened to Xiaoting at this time that no one had ever seen before or since. Chapter 79 Bodyguard? From the Magic City. First, the second return out of the Monarch race, the elite-level Thunder Monarch Dragon. And then the secondary talent awakens out of the SSS-ranked Gargoyle Edit talent that activated the totem projections of the 3 ancient brilliant dragons on the Extraordinary Awakening Magic Stone Precognition, immediately followed by a secondary companion, a Flame Tyrannosaurus Egg. Xiaoting's monster return experience, his second awakening to activate the totem projection, and the same traced. But none of those second awakenings in history had a single case of being able to companion monster eggs for a second time. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Several dragon research experts looked at the national database, all the intelligence about Xiaoting, about Thunder Monarch dragons, and about the editing talent of the giant dragons, and hesitated to come to a conclusion. They could not comprehend this aberration that had happened to the teenager. But deep down they were all very excited. If this teenage classmate is more than a second awakening gift and second companion monster. Rather, it's like that compassionate patriarch in Miaojiang. The Donghuang Kingdom's secretly hidden super monarch class SSSS class hexapod insectoid totem editor possessed the gift of multiple awakenings. Or even produce multiple times a companion monster mutation if, for him, it seemed like it would lead to a huge, positive change for all of Donghuang. An unusual talent. A second companion, unprecedented. He may be unique. Keep observing. Perhaps he will produce multiple talent-accompanied mutations. No one understands the change that has happened to Timothy Shaw. The only thing that the Dragon Institute could do was to send someone to protect their heart and soul, to be able to successfully participate in the great examination of the 9 institutes of magic capital, and meet with this SSS-ranked dragon editor who was alive and well quickly. Soon, all the representatives of the Dragon Institute just submit a joint application to the Mordor 9. Application for a commissioner. He went to East Ocean City to protect this unique SSS-class dragon mastering teenager. 4:30 p.m. Xiao Ting put down his answer pen and chose to turn in his paper early. Then he was invited to the conference room for tea by the president, Liang Yiqi. Ahem. So, the higher-ups decided to send a high-ranked editor to protect me closely? Xiao Ting almost sprayed a mouthful of Longjing tea out of his mouth after hearing Liang Yiqi's words. Liang did not easily stroke his curly ground beard and looked at him with a smile. Yes, it is said that this matter has alarmed that butterfly god and ghost brand monarch of the Devil's capital, and they have selected a very impressive big shot for you, ordered to protect you and travel to the Devil's capital's 9 courts without any problems. Ref. Butterfly god, Red Moon monarch, and gambling god, Ghost card monarch. It was none other than the 2 major township monarchs that guarded the magic capital and East China, Su Daimai and old Mr. Lin Guizhou, and also the 2 co-tutors he had internalized after he left for the 9 courts, 2 big backers like Mount Everest Law. Who will be his personal bodyguard for this year of preparation before heading to the Magic City 9? Many names flashed through Xiao Ting's head. The protector of the way sent to him by the higher powers. It shouldn't be the ones on the bright side of the monarch level. The burden on the shoulders of the 9 great monarchs is very heavy. Just look at the previous Su Daimai's 3-year streak. A class flavor Jaban Muyang Zhou. The 9 great Ming brand sealing monarchs, each guarding the regions of the Divine Kingdom. Great figures like the Abyssal Eye Monarch, Ghost Brand Monarch, Heavenly Elephant Monarch, Mandrill Monarch, 10,000 Beasts Monarch. These kinds of great figures were the highest level monster army chiefs guarding a large state and several provinces. As for how many other monarch levels there were in the shadows of Kyushu, it was not a circle Xiao Ting could understand right now. It should be an overlord-level legendary editor. That was all he could surmise in the dark. There were about 100 or so rank 5 legendary editors around the world, and East Huang had 38 of them. There are 35 big bulls among them, voted into the world's top 100 legendary editors list. It has dominated more than a third of the seats and boasts a global presence. Army Commander Shi Fei, who had previously had a meeting with Xiao Ting, had the highest peak ranking of 21st on the 100 Great Legends list, and had subsequently fallen to the 67th position. After thinking about it for a long time and not being able to come up with an answer, in the end, Xiao Ting simply gave up thinking about it. Anyway, the other side is still 10 minutes away. Immediately see the true colors of MT. A big shot who was handpicked by the Zhenguo's king was going to visit such a small place as the 18th Line East Ocean City Editors Guild. The president, Liang Yiqi, and the examiners didn't dare to be slow, and 10 minutes in advance, they were guarding the entrance of the guild. This time, the 3rd written exam was not yet over and the sun had not yet set. In the sunset of June in summer, the light is like a dye, piercing through the orange and red lines of the clouds and reflecting a bit of golden light through the branches of the trees. On the breath of the wind, the chirping of the cicadas. Some of the candidates who handed in their papers early and walked out were light on their feet and in a very relaxed mood. It seems like a teenager's life begins and ends in the summer. Middle school, high school, graduation. All major life transitions before adulthood occur in the summer. And there is no place to hide from the heat. That is the end of the past and the beginning of a new life. The group of teenagers walked out with easy steps, then saw the group of adults gathered around the entrance of the guild, and the relaxed expression on their faces suddenly became a bit confused and strange. What are the examiners doing? Supposedly waiting for a big shot? It is human nature to pay attention to hot events. Candidates whose families are far away are the ones who are prepared to stay and watch the fun. The dozens of inner-city candidates whose homes are 5 or 6 minutes away are still on the fence. Come to think of it, even if I go back early in the afternoon, I'll either be playing an hour-long game with the Monster Cubs, or I'll be practicing my skill moves for an hour as a rolled-up general. Practicing skill moves for an hour? Why don't you just all stay and watch? The novelty and curiosity drove almost all the candidates who were the first to hand in their papers to stand one by one at the gate and wait. It's past 6 in the afternoon. It's only after the examiners have approved the papers with the relentless clan of marking machines that they're issued trainee-level certification bracelets. Of these, the Old Town Eaters are the most impatient. Outside the door, Sun Sheng, like many teachers who have been waiting for a long time, carrying heavy plastic bags, smiling to the students walking out, handing out summer drinks. Thanks, old Ben. Thank you, old Ben. Thank you, Timothy. Xiao Ting was the first to come out. Seeing that it was inconvenient for Sun Shang to carry his pockets in his one arm, he helped hand out bottles of drinks and water together. Thank you, cousin. Thank you, Timothy God. At the end of the handout, Xiao Ting took a bottle of Diet Coke and turned his head toward Sun Shang and smiled. 3Q, old Ben. Sun Shang smiled and waved his hand, then dashed to the side to simmer with his wife on the phone. He was going to stay and wait for the appearance of Xiao Zhao's big-shot Taoist protector with a group of curious college leaders, teachers, and students. It was then that he could truly, completely put his heart down for this green and blue student. Under the hot sun, Xiao Ting beautifully drank double cola ice and leaned against the cold lizard monster, enjoying the cold air. Name, Ice Lizard. Attribute, Ice. Racial potential, third-order chief lizard race. Level, peak 399% evolution. Edited, 2. Details, ice-tailed lizard plus snow monster blood plus frost earth dragon scale armor. This was the initial monster summoned by Chairman Liang Ichio. An ice attribute earth dragon scale armor constantly spewed out ample cold air, making the surrounding zone of 100 meters cool and icy. Xiao Ting was in the eyes of many examiners, teachers, and candidates crap. Not afraid of it biting you? 666 in their eyes, leaning on this big guy's body. It was because of the thick dragon monarch aura on Xiao Ting's body. The cranky ice lizard was quite docile, spontaneously lying down on the ground and using Xiao Ting as a cushion. The monster's senses were very sensitive, and having solidified 2/10 of the king's race's reflexive bloodline, Xiao Ting's body had a few hints of the dragon monarch's bloodline majesty. Although the cold ice lizard was an alpha-level monster, it didn't dare to pose in front of this teenage monarch at all. Xiao Ting took a sip of the no longer cold soda, somewhat tasteless. Patting the cold ice lizard's blue icy cold scale armor, he was suddenly thoughtful. Speaking of which, ice monsters were all capable of gulping down the cold currents and frost elements between heaven and earth. I'm sure coagulating a few pieces of summer-happy ice is a breeze for them. Ice lizard. Kill the chicken with a knife. A minute later, the chilly lizard not only coyly condensed a portion of happy ice, but also carved out the shapes of the little god of thunder and the little god of fire according to Xiao Ting's fancy descriptions. Chapter 80 Elemental Polarization Ice, Legendary Descent. Liang did not easily watch Xiao Ting take 2 sips of Coke filled with ice. Fingers fiddling with the Buddha beads, he smiled and said, Xiao, want a smoothie? Xiao Ting bit the small Thor ice cube in his mouth, his eyes glowing as he nodded haughtily. Oh, the joys of summer are just icy, 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 icy. Liang did not easily slap the cold ice lizard's head. Again, the icy lizard smashed its mouth in aggravation and began spewing out cold air, diligently working as an ice-making toolman. Liang was not easily able to touch a delicate porcelain bowl from the carry-on space of his bracelet. Filling a bowl of smoothies, he looked at the invigilators on the sidelines again, grinning. Xiao Tang ah. A little more. Xiao loves sweet mouth. Please come and fix some applesauce. Downton? Mekong, I don't need a knife to kill a chicken. Is this old grandpa, who looks like he's doting on his grandchildren to no end, still their majestic president? Under the expectant eyes of Xiao Ting and Liang Ichio, Downton endures insults and reaches out. Apple tree spirit. Summoned. 5 minutes later, finish a whole bowl of ice-cold, heat-relieving apple smoothie. Xiao Ting suddenly felt an unusual movement. In the meantime, countless citizens raised their heads and looked at the sky in shock. A snow-white wind, passing through the countless skyscrapers that stood in Donghai City, was running in the direction of the Editors Guild, constantly running. The entire sky was left with the footprints of this mysterious editor. June heat, heavy snowfall. The hot dome of the sky was dyed a blanket of white, and the broken snow looked like drifting feathers that kept falling. A tarmac road that could have fried an egg in 50 heat was transformed into an icy northern ice road. Between walks, thousands of miles of ice and snow. With this feat, it's not too much to say that it's a mobile god of heat reduction. A few passing editors looked at the faraway direction of the ice sky and snow with astonished faces. That's a 5th-rank legendary editor, only able to master the elemental polarization. Where is this monster overlord going? It's a no trespassing zone up ahead. Because of the National Trainee Level Occupational Examination, The perimeter of the editors' guilds all over the country were set up as no-go zones on this day. Did something big happen there? Did a monster crack invade the inner city? Just when people were wondering for a while, the blue phantom high in the sky was getting closer and closer to the gates of the Editors Guild of Donghai City. What's that? At the entrance of the guild, more than 100 candidates who had come together to watch the spectacle all crouched and raised their heads. Between the tall buildings across the river, a blue phantom landed in a cold wind after a few weaves, descending onto the large square of the Editors Guild. Lord of the Ice Bears, deactivate elemental polarization. A male voice came from the wind of ice elementals wrapped in broken snow. A blue mist filled with crushed snow tumbled. A huge figure gradually appeared. The surging ice elements flew and coalesced into a huge bear shadow that was flush with the tall building. The lord of the one-eyed ice bear, who was 30 meters tall, sank to the ground. The warped bear's mouth and thick fur. As it stood there alone, there was an incomparably thick, incomparably powerful overlord-level pressure that radiated out in all directions. The only remaining icy blue one I had an unusually stern look, carrying the awe-inspiring dominance of an overlord's bear. So big. Everyone looked on in shock at the huge shadow of the ice bear in front of them. Xiao Ting also held his breath slightly, his eyes showing curiosity. This was the first time he had faced a full-bodied overlord-class monster head-on. That's right, the giant bear in front of us. It was none other than a hegemonic race, peak hegemonic level Ice Martial Dao giant bear. Name Lord of the Ice Bear. Attribute, Ice Martial Arts. Racial potential, 5th Order Beast Overlord. Growth level, peak 5th Order 99% evolution. Skills, Elemental Polarization Ice, Ancient Behemothization, Overlord Level Shock, Frozen Shattering Fist, Ice Age Cannon, Absolute Cold Ice Palm, Ice Dragon Fist, Ice River Finger, Close Combat, Berserking Battle Roar, Frost Battle Armor, Hegemonic Ice Shield, Meteorite Landing, Immovable as a Mountain. Weaknesses: Fire, Ghost Spirit, Clip Sound, Spoiled Calling Monster, Plushie. Edited for Details Kung Fu Bear plus Snow Demon Blood plus Frost Giant Heart plus Ice King Elf One Eye. The Lord of Ice Bears lowered his head. The furry bear's mouth opened slightly. Cold blue streams that were visible to the naked eye continued to spill out as he breathed. The cold air continued to rise, turning into countless ice crystal snowflakes falling to the ground in the surrounding area of 1,000 meters. Every breath is icy and windy. Timothy Shaw. This look of an inquisitive monster. Can't see inside it at all. It's actually a stuffy blind bear who likes stuffed animals and listening to clip sounds. A good weakness to have the wooing, weirdly evil dragon sappy monster Thor Jr. take a pinch of sometime in the future. Lizard. The chilly lizard that was quietly acting as a cushion behind him suddenly shivered, fearfully moved his legs back a step, and coyly hid under Xiao Ting's back. Inside the glass doors of the guild, countless students who had turned in their papers early winced and poked their heads out, looking at the huge one-eyed ice bear in shock. It's a 5th-rank monster overlord, and it's also a high-level overlord that has developed 100% of its elemental abilities and reached the polarization of the ice system. Who is this great man here to see? The shoulders of the giant bear of ice martial arts. A slightly inebriated drunk poked his head out. This middle-aged man had a black eye patch over his right eye and a scar running halfway across his face from top to bottom over his left eye, wearing a short-sleeved martial arts outfit and holding a bottle of spirits in his hand. He asked with a wide grin as he wiped the corners of his mouth with a single swipe of his mouth after he had finished a whole bottle of soju in his tun-tun. Who is Timothy Shaw? I, Zhao Xiangshan, have come to escort the voyage by order of the Zhengua. The eyelids of all the examiners ground jumped in unison, and they made horrified noises. Surprisingly, it's this ice martial arts patriarch. Holy, this one-eyed bully was sent down as the coastal province, the grand commander of the 9th Bear Fighter Legion. Zhao Xiangshan's reputation as the one-eyed overlord and the ice martial grandmaster was deafening in the entire East China region. Secretly, everyone knew that he was a legendary editor at the peak of the hegemony. However, Donghuang executives tend to like to keep the rank down a bit, and it was only a short while ago that they released the news of his promotion to legendary rank, one of the 3 pinnacle greats who did not make it to the world's top 100 legends ranking, and who is expected to climb the monarch rank of the hidden greatest killers. After Zhao Xiangshan's powerful words fell, the jaws of all the seniors, too, were about to drop in shock. Seal the border overlord. Did I hear you right? The state actually sent the head of a province to be a bodyguard for a candidate. There are only 38 fifth-order overlords in the East Huang country, sitting in each of the 36 provinces, and I didn't expect that I would actually have the honor of meeting one of them today. By assigning such a bigwig to the timing god as a bodyguard, doesn't it mean that in the eyes of a township-level bigwig, the importance of the timing god is equal to that of a province? What generous hospitality this is, and it is never too much to say small-town country. The group of major high school teachers who were listening in couldn't hide the horror on their faces. It's unimaginable to have a fifth-order boundary-level legendary big brother lower his stature to be the protector of an 18-year-old teenager. Just how much importance did the imperial higher-ups place on his future? Sun Shang also stared in astonishment. I didn't expect that the two of them over at the magic capital would hold Xiao Xiao in such high regard that they sent out Army Commander Zhao and still sent him out for a year to personally protect Xiao Xiao, escort him, and be able to successfully travel to the 9 institutes of the magic capital to participate in the selection grand examination a year later. A strong sense of relief rose in Sun Shang's heart. The latter is a great thing, the latter is a great thing. Chapter 81 Lord of the Ice Bear, End of the Exam Room. Xiao Ting retracted, giving the Lord of Ice Bear a weird look, calmly raised his hand and said, I am Xiao Ting. Zhao Xiangshan rolled over and landed on the ground, standing in front of Xiao Ting's body and taking his one eye to look him up and down. It opened with a loud burp. Hiccup. Good boy. Really awakened the dragon editing talent and a secondary companion flame, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiao Ting touched the tip of his nose and nodded with a smile. Yes. I can't believe it's all true. After Zhao Xiangshan took a deep breath, he stared at him closely with his deep, one-eyed gaze, curiosity and inquisitiveness written all over the bottom of his eyes. I heard that you still have an elite-grade flying dragon? Mouthfuls. Timothy Shaw raised his left hand. A giant star map like rainbow-colored summoning formation appeared overhead. Inside the monster space, the Thunder Monarch dragon that was lying down inside the monster hut abruptly opened its eyes and transformed into a purple bolt, spreading its wings and leaping out from the summoning formation. There's an aura of danger. It's close. Pops is in danger. Quick escort. The 25-meter-tall, huge dragon shadow appeared at Xiao Ting's back, sinking to the ground. Purple-eyed dragons. Staring at the majestic and domineering Ice Bear Lord. He raised his dragon neck and let out a defiant and shocking dragon roar. Roar! This demonstrative dragon roar was like thunder. It was probably audible 4 or 5 streets away. The little thunder god's wings braced the ground, enveloping Xiao Tingyi under his armor covered in purple scales as a whole. Raising his dragon's head, he scanned the opposite side of the huge bear shadow. Facing a monster at the peak of the Overlord class, for the first time it felt a real and present danger, as well as a strong sense of unease and nervousness about not being able to protect Pops. Xiao Ting saw the murderous intent in its eyes skyrocketed, and the scales on its body were about to stand up, so he hastily threw away a spiritual sense. It's fine, it's fine. This is our bodyguard for the next year. Look at the kid. All of them were planning to give up their lives to fight with the Lord of the Ice Bear, leaving his old man away out to fight for his life. Ow! The little thunder god snorted and let out 2 long puffs of purple smoke. The killing intent like boiling lava in the pupils of the purple electricity's eyes gradually subsided. Bodyguards, what a fat bear meat. It would be great grilled. Lord of the Ice Bears? Stop drooling and you'll be rude little dragon cub. Cough. Xiao Ting's eyelids fluttered, and he hurriedly patted the little thunder god's big purple tail that was ready to wipe the corners of his mouth. While it's touching that the child's fans, but you're really not handsome for more than 3 seconds, you snacker. Ooh. It's really an elite-level monarch flying dragon. Zhao Xiangshan's left eye lit up, and then he laughed so hard that the scar on the entire left side of his face wrinkled. You're the one I'm looking for. Xiao Ting is right. TSK, on the 4th day of awakening, you were promoted to an intermediate editor, worthy of being a fellow teenager who was scrambled by the Red Moon Monarch and the Ghost Brand Monarch to come to the door as a glory tutor. Hearing such confidentiality, the surrounding dozen or so guild examiners and all of the teachers and students were instantly shocked in their hearts, and waves of shock rippled under each other's eyes. Red Moon Monarch Su Daimai, Ghost Card Monarch Lin Ghost 9, the leaders of the 2 monster armies sitting in the Magic City and East China. What kind of position is this? These 2 Jinghua-level nukes, whose sneezes would make a quarter of Dong Huang's earth tremble 3 times, actually grabbed to be Xiao Ting's future university tutors? Being able to be valued by Su Daimai and Lin Guizhou, it was already needless to say what potential Xiaoting had in the future. Township? The grid is small. In their eyes, on the top of the sky of the town level, perhaps only the starting point of the teenager's career Lu. The feelings of the two East Sea City S-class geniuses who also wanted to apply for the Magic City 9 institutes, Li Yangying and Yu Qingqing, were both shocked and complicated. Big brother Xiaoting hasn't even entered the 9 courts yet, but there are already 2 world-class supreme masters who are rushing to become mentors. The Old City 3rd middle school students, led by Li Qingqing and Xia Shuangyu, were even chatting excitedly in the 3rd middle school assessment group. Li Qingqing. When the apprenticeship assessment is over later and the certification bracelets are awarded, let's find Timothy to get an autograph. Li Qingqing, oh maybe if we say goodbye this time, we'll be in heaven and on earth, and we'll never see each other again. Xiaopi. This little cousin, please say something auspicious. Don't make a flag without authorization. Lin Tan. I want an autograph too. When Timothy becomes the next great general of the town, I'll use it as a family heirloom, and tell my grandchildren that such a powerful man was once in the same class with me for 3 years in high school.
Epsilon.
Summer Frostfeather. Group photo, autograph +1. Xiaopi's classmates. Group photo, autograph +1. Piggybacking, group photo, autograph +1. The clock went to 6 in the afternoon. The 3rd trainee level written examination test is officially over. The examiners returned to their respective examination rooms and, together with the mechanical beings, marked the papers on the spot. Name: Ruthless Marking Robot. Potential race: First Order Common Mechanical Race. Level: Pre-First Order 0% Evolution. The total score of the written test is 100. There were more than 260 trainee-level candidates with a total of 9 perfect scores, and Xiaoting was one of them. Hang on. 9th exam room. The examiners, in order of their test numbers, received their certification bracelets from the hands of the examiner, Downton. Certified bracelets are not just a status symbol for pro-level folks, also a high-tech piece of intelligent light brain. The space stone inside also comes with 1 square meter of storage space for the editor to keep his belongings. All the people in front of you have white trainee-level bracelets. When it came time for Timothy Shaw, Downton took an elite purple ring out of the box, solemnly. This is a certification bracelet for 2nd-level intermediate editors. It was inlaid with cherished 2nd-order space stones, opening up a full 10 cubic meters of storage space. The rare mines that produced space stones were firmly controlled by the officials, a good thing that could not be bought with money on the market, and were only given to certified registered Donghuang editors as a benefit. Thank you, examiner. Xiaoting took the purple bracelet from Downton and put it directly on his wrist. Monster Space can only store props related to monsters, not his carry-on luggage. If he was going to explore the wilderness area in the coming year, these 10 cubic meters of space stones would be enough for him to carry a lot of his belongings. My fellow students, I hope to see the day when Kyushu is proud of you. The president, Liang Ichi, and a group of examiners waved their hands gratefully and watched as all the prospective career-level and professional-level candidates walked out of the guild's door. A specialized car pulled up to the guild's main square. Students from the Old City and those from the Outer City, who are not transported by private cars, fishtailed onto the buses. It's also a hidden benefit of crossing over to the paraprofessional level. In the future, they can go out and take the bus and get a free trip around the city without paying for it. Subsidies and discounts for special local talent introductions are available for air travel, down payments on homes, and the like. After getting the certification bracelet, this apprenticeship vocational examination came to an end. The special bus from Old Town 3rd grade hasn't left yet. Timothy Shaw was the last candidate in the last exam room. When he came out, all the 3rd formers greeted him. Whoa, a purple bracelet. Timothy God, you're already an elite editor. Chapter 82 Elite Bracelet Guild App. Looking at the purple bracelet on Xiaoting's hand, the students of Old City 3rd Middle School all exclaimed in shock. Brother Timothy had thrown them off by 2 large realms. Sunshang is full of red light, can see with their own eyes senior 3-7 class. Out of Xiaoting such a teenage elite, he as a teacher is really feel no regrets in life. Are you waiting for me? Xiaoting took a few steps forward and smiled. Sun Shang looked at Zhao Xiangshan, who was waiting at the side of Tun cattle drinking white wine. Some embarrassed pushed his glasses and said, The students of the Old City 3rd Middle School called the photographer. Want to take a picture with you, if it is not convenient. Zhao Xiangshan narrowed his left eye and grunted, Think my old man is in the way, huh? Then, I'll just disappear for the next few days. A cold wind curling with crushed snow flattened the ground. Small town country. Old man goes to get drunk and drink. If you encounter anything, call out the elemental seal, and within 10 seconds, I'll be at your beck and call. After Zhao Xiangshan finished speaking, his entire body transformed into a point of elemental light and his figure disappeared in place. It's elemental polarization. The most representative terrifying powers of a 5th-rank monster overlord were elemental polarization and ancient behemothization. When the initial monster rises to rank 5 and the editor gains 5/10 of the bloodline power, he is able to similarly cultivate elemental polarization. After successful cultivation, it is like a nature-based devil fruit ability, able to incarnate the elements. Into light, into lightning, into flame, physique can also become elemental, immune to the vast majority of physical attacks, as well as the vast majority of energy attacks. A 5th-ranked legendary editor who had mastered the elemental polarization ability had an incomparably terrifying battle power of his own. It is impossible to kill by ordinary means. It can be said to be like a land immortal. A snowflake landed on Xiao Ting's palm and sank the moment it touched his skin, forming an imprint in the shape of an ice crystal. This is the contact information that Zhao Xiangshan left behind. Even if Xiao Ting encountered a 10 evil overlord-level darkness editor, as long as the drop-shaking people, Zhao Xiangshan can be rushed to fish people within 10 seconds. It is indeed a big Himalayan-like mountain to lean on. Xiao Ting withdrew his gaze and smiled 2 tiger teeth towards the somewhat restrained Sun Sheng.
À souvenir photo?
Take it. There's nothing inconvenient for me. See that he agrees. The Old Town 3rd grade students were excited. Timing God. After the group photo is taken later, can you give me an autograph? I want to treat it as a family heirloom in the future and keep it for my little granddaughter. Cousin.
Me.
I want your autograph too, Onagw. Ahem. Student Xiao Ting. The teacher also wants to be cheeky and ask for a copy of your autograph. Click. Accompanied by the hired photographer, pressing the crisp shutter. Timothy Shaw poses for a photo with 36 of his alma mater classmates. He then watched all of his classmates walk onto the Circle City bus. Toward the distant little cousin Li Qingqing, class flower Xia Shuangyu, and class teacher Sun Shang, who turned back frequently, he waved his hand. See you well, and live up to what you met. Behind, a Bugatti Veyron pulls up. All the students of the 3rd middle school, riding in a special car, under the air-conditioned cold air, watched Xiao Ting get into the silver-white Veyron and sink into the horizon at the other end of the highway with the setting sun. At night, the 88th floor of the East Ocean Hotel, Xiao Ting finished eating an entire 5-star hotel dining car's worth of food, stuck a straw in his ice-cold drink, and sat contentedly on his bed. Phew. Finish fixing the diet. He began fiddling with Elite Purple's certification bracelet. This bracelet is not only a status symbol for professional-level editors, but also a piece of satellite light brain that goes with them. After pressing the button on the side of the bracelet, a curtain of watery blue light immediately surfaced. Xiao Ting first tapped on the Guild app that came with the screen. This is special software licensed by the Guild of Editors and the major chapters. Welcome to the Donghuang Editors Association app. Honorable Intermediate Editor Timothy Shaw. Name: Xiao Ting hidden. Codename: not entered. Age: 18. Rank: 2nd Order Intermediate Editor. ID belongs to Donghai City. Donghuang ranking: Elite number 666. 6,666. Close the personal information and go to the app homepage. Xiao Ting swept through the announcement information, hot topics, guild forum, and Donghuang rankings. No plans to go to the Water 1 Water Forum. Tap directly on the mission recruitment area. Various mission information popped up in front of his eyes. Scrolls in chronological order of release. Come to a nursemaid. Group, Burning Tiara, Rift Day trip. Only in the Magic City area. As of tomorrow afternoon PS. Elite level little brother, don't come to join in the fun. Don't want the goblin race's nursemaid. The resources of the rift will be shared equally. Blow up the nest, have an electric system, and get rid of it for the people. Hunting pig beasts and drill rats. Shudu area only, until July 49th. I'm a senior enchantment artisan, and I'm taking orders for a large number of secret jewelry items. Intermediate editors 1-on-1 accompaniment. Improve the success rate of the major editing colleges after 7 days. Famous teachers guarantee their success, only in coastal areas, within 3 days of the deadline. There is a wide variety of off-site assignments. Timothy Shaw slid down to have a look. Most of them are Rift recruitment quests, group monster hunting quests, artisan order quests, practical training chaperone quests. Xiao Ting let out a breath. I should look for the Wilderness Zone quests that were released locally in East Ocean City. That's right. Xiao Ting was precisely preparing to take the 2 little dragon cubs and go monster hunting in the wilderness area. Otherwise, he'll soon be unable to afford dragons again. The little thunder god maintains his shrinking, and his appetite has shrunk just a bit. In 2 days, 2 to 3 tons of food will be consumed. 3 tons of hog beast meat is $980,000. And he's a year away from traveling to the Magic City to prepare for the exam. Luckily, Xiao Ting was already an elite-level editor and could take monsters out of the city to hunt. Outside of Donghai City, there were a dozen wilderness areas where boundless resources were hidden. Dragon cubs can hunt wilderness monsters, train skill proficiency, and eat evolution. Xiao Ting himself was preparing to collect some rare spirit plants. Spirit plants are not only the best nutrients for monsters, but they are also a purely natural and transcendent tonic for editors. It's like a 1,000-year-old ginseng fruit that can prolong your life if you eat it. When taken, it increases the body's blood energy and strengthens the body's dragon's blood herb. Monsters can take a big bite and humans can take a small, shallow taste of the elemental rasher that enhances elemental resonance abilities. A universal medicine that strengthens cell regeneration and removes all poisons from flesh and bones. Such goodies can be found deep in the wilderness area with a bit of luck. As for why he didn't spend money on it, after buying 3 tons of pig beast meat, Xiao Ting was already shy. It was a bit odd to have him go to a figure like the 4 masters and be a beggar with his hand out. Might as well take advantage of having a bodyguard follower in place. Go to the wilderness area on your own and search with the all-seeing eye. There was Zhao Xiangshan, a Taoist protector who was on call within 10 seconds. Even if he invoked a monster overlord, hold on for 10 seconds, our party's full 6 godly outfits, Army Commander Zhao, would be able to bring his family's ice sullen bear to rush to support him and violently kill all existences under the peak-level overlord. It's perfectly fine to be bold. Xiao Ting was planning to spend the year and a half afterward in the wilderness area. As long as his hand wasn't bad and he conducted a carpet search with his eyes of omniscience, he should be able to gather some good quality spirit plants to enhance his physique and strengthen a wave of his own combat power. And once 6 months have passed, the little Vulcan will be able to break out of his shell. There are tons of monsters in the wilderness area. You should be able to save up all the synthesized materials and fuse a pair of large 5th rank wings for the little Vulcan. By the way, let's get it up to elite level quickly. By that time, Xiao Ting would have 2 monarch race thunder flying dragon fire flying dragons under his seat. Strive to find more spiritual plants, kill more monsters, gather a capital sum, go to the Magic City to gamble on eggs, and pick up ultra-ancient monster editing materials. Xiao Ting outlined a detailed plan to become stronger in his mind. Chapter 83 Ghost Vulture Migration Base Square. He who had been admitted to the 9 institutes of the magic capital might be able to gradually expose the abilities of the Eyes of Omniscience and the Hand of Fusion. Accumulation of seed capital by various means. Synthesize the editing materials that allow Little Thunder God and Little Vulcan to advance to 7th rank Ancient Dragon of Heavenly Deluge, or even 8th rank Unknown Brilliant Dragon. But the prerequisite for exposing a portion of his undercard was that he must possess a certain degree of self-preservation. At least the 2 little dragon cubs under him must be promoted to the alpha and commander levels, so that even the sister of the 10 evil monarchs. In this way, even the memory of the sister who was captured by the dark editors. Now that the unseen monarch of the 10 evil monarchs had laid hands on him, he wouldn't be able to stand and take a beating like he had when he was a child. Buddhism recognizes the 10 evils as killing, stealing, evil deeds, delusional speech, double tongue, bad language, flowery speech, greed, anger, and evil view. They were born bad seeds and regarded them as a mockery. By not killing, not stealing, not being evil, not speaking, not talking, no evil, no color, no greed, no anger, do not see as a seal. Bad things have been done, and there is no forgiveness. This is the king of 10 evils. Dozens of the world's most vicious dark editors. A group of extremely evil maniacs who remain at large despite being blocked and hunted globally. To be honest, There were a lot of things that Xiao Ting had not been able to figure out even after absorbing the memories of the previous 18 years of the parallel world. Like the night the parents were killed. The one who was taken, for example, the strange sister who hadn't appeared in her previous life. If he had the chance, apart from wanting to personally slaughter a 10 evil monarch, he also wanted to personally stand in front of that unseen monarch and ask about the heavy suspicions that remained from that murderous rainy night back then. Retracting his wandering thoughts, Xiao Ting stretched out his finger and ticked the 3 options in the upper right corner. Current city recommendations. Current level recommendation. Wilderness area mission recommendations. Many difficult off-site tasks disappear from site in an instant. The rest are apps based on the strength of the certifier. Screened local wilderness areas, elite level missions. Massive hiring of elite ordinary level. Pest infestation in the 3rd base city of Donghai City. Hunting windwing locusts to protect farmland and orchards. Local only, within 3 days of deadline. Official reward. Donghai City's 9th Wilderness District, offering a bounty for the wilderness poachers and hunters who intercepted and killed the earth mining team. Local only, expiration date unlimited. Official reward. Donghai City's 9th Wilderness Area, offering a bounty for absconding members of the Corpse Forest Tantric Sect. Local only, expiration date unlimited. Huh? A forest of corpses? A bounty mission in the 9th Wilderness Area quickly attracted Xiao Ting's attention. The Devil's Capital City Patrol Army and the East Sea City Patrol Army jointly issued a heavily funded bounty mission against the Corpse Forest secret sect. He was instantly interested and quickly clicked on the quest details. Reward mission. The Corpse Forest Tantra, which fled from Mordor, haunts the 9th Wilderness Area. 11 members of the cult are still at large, with the highest ranking assessed at chiefly level. Reward amount 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 per person. Reward for photos. 8 men, 3 women. The remnants of the corpses of the forest secret sect have actually run away to the 9th Wilderness Area? Xiao Ting was thoughtful. This was, perhaps, a good opportunity for him to get the other 2 human skin treasure maps and put together an Overlord-class treasure map. Fingers operated on the projection screen for a while. After receiving the Tantric Bounty Quest, Xiao Ting had picked up the bounty quest for hunting the Wilderness Pirate Hunting Group in the meantime. This is a reward issued by the Geological and Mining Society. The 9th Wilderness Area is dotted with minerals. This group of wilderness bandits, believing in one of the 10 evil monarchs, the Lord of No Thievery, intercepted and killed quite a number of geomining squads that were searching for minerals and mining in the wilderness, causing great losses to the Geomining Association. The reward amount is also 1 million to 10 million per person. It just so happens that Xiao Ting doesn't have much petty cash left. He made up his mind to take these 2 little cults by the scruff of the neck, get a wave of money together and go gamble on eggs and buy materials to synthesize and resell. And Little Thunder God's evolution is now 34% of 2nd order. Hunting the edited monsters in these 2 little cults might just get you up to 3rd level and become a flying dragon leader. Shut down the mission recruitment area. Xiao Ting headed to the bracelet projection screen and placed a field map applet. The bounty quest gives 2 high-risk areas, places where corpse forest adherents have been seen to hang out. The former is a giant spider swamp. The latter is the Magnetic Hill Mining Area, Area 7, which is infested with wilderness poaching groups. Xiao Ting intends to take a glance at them all. It was a deeper part of the 9th Wilderness Area, where the prowling monsters were not to be messed with, but the resources contained were quite rich. High risk often means high reward. Before going to bed, Xiao Ting took a shower to refresh himself and fell back to sleep. A dreamless night. 2 months later, 7 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Ting changed into a black summer sports suit and walked down to the hotel. Pushing open the revolving door, he met the old, bearded butler surnamed Lin. Young Master Xiao Ting. After Butler Lin elegantly bent down and saluted, he smiled and pulled open the car door for him. His lordship has ordered a suitable vehicle for you. It is at the carrier store in the base plaza. Please let my husband accompany you to pick it up. Uncle Ma ordered a wilderness locomotive for Xiao Ting. 2 months ago, when he was attending a business summit in Magic City, he called Butler Lin and asked him to arrange for Xiao Ting's new car after he learned that Xiao Ting was going to the wilderness area. For these 2 months, it would be dangerous to fly high above the wilderness area on a flying dragon. That's why Xiao Ting purposely waited for 2 months. It's a 2-month hiatus. This way to the monster dog for a little dabbling. Over there to mix a meal with the 4 major players in East China Sea City. Summon the little thunder god again to have a PK mixing experience. Not just to wait for the customized wilderness locomotive that Uncle Ma had given him. Or was it because of, well, a surprise news report? There is a unit of Commander Class, 3-headed ghost vulture, that is migrating from the magic capital to Cheongzhou. They have been gone for 3 full years. 3-headed ghost vulture, ghost spirit lineage monster clan, descended from the totem ancient beast, 9-headed ghost chariot. The 9-headed ghost chariot is regarded as an ominous bird, lord of calamity, and calamity totem in the traditional culture of the Donghuang kingdom. Ancient people believed that if ghostly chariots and ghostly vultures flew by, they had to release Tengu to drive them away, or else the ghostly charioteer colony would suck the souls of all the small children in the area. Currently, this colony of ghostly vultures, representing calamity and ominousness, has recently flown over the city of Donghai. They have to rest for a year and a half at each place they visit. In the last 6 months, it seemed to be hovering around the neighborhoods of a dozen wilderness areas just outside of Donghai City. When it comes to them, the legendary editors can't even get a good deal. These 2 weeks coincide with the migration of the 3-headed ghost vulture. If Xiao Ting were to ride Little Thunder God and fly into the depths of the wilderness area in a big way, he would probably become a target right away. The 3-headed ghost vulture has a big temper and a strong sense of territory. If he was unlucky and bumped into this ghost vulture horde, he would have to drop and shake people, and let Army Commander Zhao Xiangshan fight on his behalf. But this is not the way to die, and the risks that can be avoided should be avoided as much as possible. After 2 months of hitting all the major monster Taoist temples in East China Sea City, this is tasteless. Xiao Ting finally took Little Thunder God and set out to conquer the wilderness. At this point, South Gate, Base Plaza. The silver-white Bugatti Veyron pulls aside. Xiao Ting and Butler Lin took a step on the ground. Many people from the high school practical training camp, pulling banners, enthusiastically gathered around. Little brother, are you interested in enrolling in the 3-headed dog high school training camp? The alpha-level Grey Wolf editor is leading the team, and it only costs 1.8 million a day to enroll now. Little brother, Flying Eagle training camp, commander level, Falcon editor, leading the team, 5 million a day. Full refund for injuries. Handsome, wanna rent a monster? Elite monsters are 1.2 million a day. 2 lanky bodyguards stepped out of the car and crowded the surrounding advertisers out of the way. Xiao Ting followed Butler Lin and walked towards the base square. The plaza. There are a variety of stores, restaurants to replenish food and medicine. Editors come and go, passing by with all sorts of editing monsters. Before going to the carrier store, Xiao Ting first picked a department store at Butler Lin's suggestion and bought the most basic wilderness adventure suit. Hiking bag, quick dry clothes, waterproof hiking shoes, sun hat, sleeping bag. The full hiking bag is also packed with lots of bug spray, purified water cups, self-heating food. Spent a total of $18,000 on a complete wilderness adventure set. It includes a month's share of self-heating food in the field. Timothy Shaw swiped his card to pay. The $1 million bank card given to him by President Ma is currently penniless. Changing into his hiking shoes and putting on his sun hat, Xiao Ting took the rest of his equipment and put it all into his elite bracelet. 2 meters high, 10 square feet of space, and still rich. Basic equipment taken care of. After that comes transportation. Flying on a dragon is romantic though. However, between the recent migration of unknown ghost birds of the commander class from over the wilderness area, Xiao Ting did not intend to make a big death. Well, a locomotive would be nice. A must-visit destination on this trip. The Magnetic Hill Mining District. It is an underground mining cave type of mountain shape. Inside the mountain you can't fly on a little Thor. Looking at it this way, an off-road motorcycle is the perfect vehicle for him. Flexible and fast. Butler Lin, young master, there's the carrier store. Led by Butler Lin, Xiao Ting brought 2 of his entourage of East Sea Consortium bodyguards to the Flaming Bird carrier store, next to the department store. A dozen brand new mountain off-road motorcycles lay outside the store. The shopkeeper with large gold teeth, upon seeing Butler Lin, greeted him warmly. Elder Lin, the car is ready for you. Chapter 84. $0 for a car, out of town to summon a dragon. Boss Goldtooth rolls out a black locomotive. The Dark Knight, the newest model for 2025, and one of the best reviewed limited edition mountain trails. locomotive material that can resist elite-level monsters. The motors are on full speed, capable of shaking off alpha flying monsters in less than 10 seconds. And the autopilot feature. When this pitch-black locomotive was rolled out, many of the customers who had bought carriers had their eyes light up at once and looked over. Who's buying him when the custom build costs a full $16 million for darkness? This car is massively expensive. It could be enough for me to buy a bunch of elite-level monster eggs for my daughter. Timothy Shaw bought it for $0 outright. It's certainly a car he can't afford. But to Uncle Ma, a former top 3 tycoon in East China Sea City, it's totally a piece of cake. One uncle voice for a cool $10 million locomotive. It's the same old story, he won hemp. Elder Lin, I love this car. Say 3Q to Uncle Ma for me. Young master, I wish you a pleasant journey and a safe journey. After Butler Lin bent down to bow, he looked up and beckoned with a smile. Xiao Ting sat across the locomotive Dark Knight, inserted the key, turned to the on position, pressed the buttons on the left and right handles with both hands. The clutch reached the semi-linkage point and the engine burst into a low, jarring roar. He was a good driver in his previous life. No need to drive on autopilot. One person and one car then roared forward as a dark bolt of lightning. The landscape around them fell back sharply. Slightly windy. With the sound of the high revving engine, the heart beats faster, like flying on the ground. Crossed the plaza on the drive-through. A huge wall soon appeared before his eyes. Countless soldiers in camouflage uniforms with loaded guns were stationed above and below the high wall, except for the Monster Legion's patrol. There were also a number of mechanical drones, mechanical birds hovering high above. This is in case of a wave of animals. Below the city wall, 2 passages appeared. The pedestrian walkway was pretty empty, and it didn't look like there were many people lined up to get out of town in the morning. Xiao Ting rode Darkness, entered the other side of the ride, took out his elite bracelet, and scanned it in front of the gate. Timothy Shaw, intermediate editor, confirmed out of town on September 12, 2025, at 8:30 a.m. The briefing rang out. A group of motocross teams in the back of the line looked over in shock. He doesn't look 19 years old, right? This teenager is actually at the ING elite level. Aw, I'll be damned. This back wave is amazing. In awe of the wilderness clearing squad. Xiao Ting twisted the gas, like a black scaly tail, and went away. A mountain off-road motorcycle, free to roar down a deserted road. Beyond the southern high wall are wilderness areas 7 through 9 in East Ocean City. Xiao Ting stepped on the gas, gripped the blackened handles at both ends of the locomotive, and roared forward over the gravel-covered wilderness ground, following the yellow road signs of Region 9. The weeds and gravel flew backwards. The outermost 2 kilometers of the southern high wall are cleared and safe. There were basically no ferocious beasts prowling about, only unranked animals and small monsters that darted across the wilderness dodging engine roars. The sky is deep. Flocks of birds swept overhead with a clattering beat of wings. The winds of the wilderness blew across the sun. The people were rare around them, and much of the grass had no name and grew haphazardly. There's no one nearby. Thor Jr. used Shrinkify and come out. Xiao Ting raised his hand and pulled out a rainbow-colored star map like summoning formation, calling out to the little thunder god who was huffing and puffing inside the thunder dragon cave. Who? The sleep bubble in front of his nose burst with a wave, and the massive thunder monarch dragon was dyed with a layer of skillful golden light, shrinking in size in a circle and turning into the form of an ultra-small flying dragon half a meter tall. Before leaving, it moved its pointed dragon ears, jumped and pounced onto the body of the fire dragon egg, licking the fiery red eggshell reluctantly. Ow! Be a good boy, Erlong. I'm going out. The burning, flaming Tyrannosaurus egg shook impatiently a few times, like there was an unsleeping little dragon boy, stomping on eggshells in a very waking manner. Go away. Don't disturb my sleep. With a snap, the little thunder god was kicked in the face by the fiery red eggshell, and subconsciously raised his paw for a slap. Bang! The flame Tyrannosaurus egg was confused by Dobby Doodle, and the entire egg spun and flew.
同じ XWX の
Little Thor, doing bad things. Run, run, run. It stretched its small wings as if it were a thief, turned into a golden light, and drilled out of the void tunnel in a puff of smoke. You come back. You come back, leaving only the flame Tyrannosaurus egg, whose head was buzzing from being scraped by Dobby Doodle, rolling around in the Thunder Dragon cave, thumping its feet in anger. After coming out of the monster space, the little thunder god immediately flew onto Xiao Ting's shoulder. Both paws clutched his shirt tightly, gulping and dropping his head nervously. Even the tail doesn't wag. It's practically written from head to toe that Ben Long did bad things. Got the little Vulcan's egg settled? Xiao Ting noticed its nervous little expression and asked, gripping the handlebars of the locomotive and turning his head sideways. Oh! Little Thor blinked his big eyes sheepishly. Headbutt looked at the sky and the ground, just not daring to look at Xiao Ting, so nervous that he even started to whistle a little. Fingers clenched. Xiao Ting was a bit skeptical. Crap, you couldn't have swallowed the little Vulcan egg in one gulp. Could you? Pressing the autopilot button, he took the back of Thor Destiny Jr.'s neck in one hand, lifted it up against his brain, and sank his voice. Doing something bad? Confession from the strictest. Little Thor subconsciously stomped his geo. Realized that you can't escape the clutches of fate. The whole little dragon batch face collapsed. He gave a goopy wail and wrapped his little paws around Pop's neck. In his eyes was half frustration at not wanting to be beaten, half aggression at being kicked in the face by the little Vulcan for failing to post. Even the little tail that was sticking up behind him drooped. Ow, 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 ow. Xiao Ting's head was a little big when he understood its cub words. Are you saying that the little Vulcan kicked you in anger when you woke it up? And you didn't mean to do it, but subconsciously gave it a bigby doodle anyway? What should I do if my first and second babies fight? This question was slightly out of Xiao Ting's cognizance. Nice guy. I didn't realize that now that I'm a single dog, I'm caught up in the worries of a two-child family, and I have to start harmonizing my first and second children and thinking about the education regarding my two little cubs. Little Thor began to look at the sky and whistle sheepishly again. I didn't mean to hit it. Well, Pops won't beat you up. Timothy Shaw puts it on his shoulder and reaches out to give it a gentle brain bash. Oh, seeing how nervous it was. He thought it hadn't held back from swallowing the little Vulcan egg in one gulp. It's good that you didn't eat it. It's good that you didn't eat it. The little Vulcan was at least a 5th-ranked Overlord Dragon egg. It wasn't that easy to be slapped to pieces by a Dobby Pocket. Children, the fight is inevitable, bumps and bruises. Not so much to make a liang. Should be forgotten in 2 or 3 days. But in order to level the playing field, having appeased the first baby over here, I'm sure I'm going to have to go and appease the second baby in a little while. Anon. Without hitting it, the little thunder god held his little tail and took a careful look at his old dad with his own violet electric dragon eyes, getting close enough to make sure that he didn't see any semblance of displeasure on Xiao Ting's face before he gently flicked the tips of his ears. What's the point of hitting you? I'm not a wolf parent. Xiao Ting cried and laughed as he reached out and stroked its head. This little dragon cub is also too good at recognizing mistakes. I wonder how many more beatings he would have gotten if he had this naive and admitting mistakes when he was a kid. Remember to go home later and say sorry to the little Vulcan egg. Xiao Ting gripped the dragon's head. Aang! The little thunder god puffed out his chest and patted his scaly armor with his little claws and paws. It's good that it doesn't get beaten, and it promises to coax the second cub into doing so. With that, it raised its dragon's head and looked curiously at the endless wilderness. Wow! Smell the aroma. There must be a lot of yummy drops here. Hosting. Chapter 85 Wetlands and Journey's Diary of a Dragon Breeder. Well, there's a lot of good food. This year and a half. Let's try to slaughter a few more third-rank monster leaders. Xiao Ting was confident in his and Little Thunder God's fighting prowess. Dragons, the monsters most capable of fighting across levels. Elite level Thor Jr. plus him. Combat should be at the top of the food chain in the wilderness area. As long as they didn't meet a group of commander-level monsters, they were an invincible combination that could traverse the wilderness area. Anon! Little Thor clenched his claws and let out a loud, evil dragon roar. Eat more and become stronger. Then protect Pops. Lord of the Ice Bear's appearance. It left a deep impression on Little Thor's little brain. Thinking about Dragonborn. With its current power, there didn't seem to be any way to protect Pops and 2 cubs under a dominating monster like a giant bear. Looking at the vast wilderness of the wilderness, the little thunder god's violet electric dragon pupils gradually became ferocious. The best way to make someone strong is to have someone you want to protect. This statement is also true for dragons. He wants to eat his way up to alpha and overlord level early to protect his old man and second cub Ao. The soul of self-disciplined eating is on fire. The little thunder god was picking at Xiao Ting's shoulders, his purple dragon pupils scanning the surroundings, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Dragons have a keen sense of sight and smell. There was some kind of sneak attack by Old Six, and Little Thunder God could immediately spray over a mouthful of Thunderfire dragon breath. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, shook his elite bracelet and looked at the projection of the wilderness map that appeared in front of him. The Magnet Mountain Mine is a bit far. Go to the nearest giant spider swamp first. With a clear goal in mind, Xiao Ting drove his locomotive darkly, like a bolt of lightning towards the swamp. To reach the giant spider swamp, you need to cross several monster wetlands. The wetlands were inhabited by poisonous frogs, poisonous crocodiles, poisonous pythons, several types of normal to elite level monsters. As poison monsters, they were small in size but not weak in combat. Basically, all of them had transcendent skills like venom spray and poison stinger shot that were not to be messed with. Poison frog wetlands. After Xiao Ting and Thor crossed a pathway covered with tufts of grass, a low stretch of water appeared before us. There were quite a few purple poisonous leaf lotuses floating around. Several teams of wilderness medicine pickers are wearing sun hats and picking poisonous leaf rosettes with monsters. The lotus seed inside the poisonous leaf lotus puff was a 10-year portion of an ordinary spirit plant. When taken, it can dissolve miasma, and is also a valuable herb for ordinary people to clear away heat and toxins. The low water bank has a few traversable, overgrown paths through the hills. Watch as Timothy Shaw prepares to ride his motorcycle right over the wetlands. A herb-picking uncle called out to him in a hurry. Boy, further in is the poisonous crocodile area. The miasma is very bad. The middle-aged man wiped up his sleeve and wiped the beads of sweat that ran down his ears and temples to his cheeks, carefully discouraging them. Pick some poisonous leaf lotus puffs and take them away, or buy them from us. The cheapest is 50,000 apiece, and only after taking 10 years' worth of lotus seeds will you be able to resist the miasma and continue to go deeper. 50,000. I can't hold 5 eggs right now. Xiao Ting was coy. Fortunately, the uncle was just casually selling. Seeing that he had no intention of buying, wiped the sweat from his cheeks, smiled nervously and stopped talking. Thanks, uncle. Xiao Ting looked at the beads of sweat on his head and face, fished out a bottle of water from his bracelet and handed it over. Uncle Medicine Picker's eyes lit up, licked his dry, cracked lips. Taking the water, he gulped it down. He also looked at Xiao Ting's expensive motorcycle, dressed as a junior explorer with a human food addiction to rip me off look. There was a slight lull and a few words of caution. The Poison Frog Wetlands medicinal harvesting land has been split up pretty much, so if you want to harvest spiritual plants, you'll have to go inward. But be careful. The further in you go, the more dangerous it gets. There are even elite-level poisonous crocodiles and poisonous pythons out there. The wilderness area kills a lot of them every year, trainee-level rich kids who come single-handedly to get their kicks. The medicine-picking uncle was sweating beads all over his face in the sun. Not seeing Xiao Ting's elite purple bracelet, he mistook him for one of the rookies. Okay, I'll be careful, Xiao Ting responded with a grin. The medicine-picking uncle slightly lowered his heart and pointed to a puddle of purple lotus leaves on the opposite bank. There's another handful over there, unharvested 10-year portions of poisonous rosette areas. But there are 2 common-level poisonous frogs entrenched. It's tough. A number of medicine pickers have eaten their water arrows before and been sent to be rescued. Across the river, between the poisonous leafy lotuses, crouched 2 poisonous frogs, the size of a small calf, leering at the medicine pickers, ready to come and shiver at any time. Name: Spiny Poison Frog. Attributes: Poison Water. Race level: First Order Common Frogs. Rank: Late First Order 80% Evolution. Skills: Water Arrow, Poison Injection. Weaknesses: Thunder, Earth, Ghost Spirit, Wood. Not only did Xiao Ting and the others discover the Spiny Poison Frog, the Spiny Poison Frog also discovered Xiao Ting and the others. The Spiny Poison Frog instantly felt the fear of being watched by a top predator. Quack! The 2 Spiny Poison Frogs instantly pulled out their legs and tried to escape under the uncle's surprised gaze. At that moment, a lightning-like small dragon shadow swept through the low air and rushed over. Super miniature version Thunderfire spit. Little Thor opened his mouth covered in tiny dragon teeth and spat a small, electrified flame from his throat. Boom! The evil dragon's spit, wrapped in arcing sparks of electricity, lit up half of the poisonous frog wetlands. Under the restraint of the lightning system's flame dragon breath, the 2 poisonous frogs couldn't even skate by in time and were directly burned to ashes. You have destroyed 2 common level spiny poison frogs. Flying Dragon Evolution plus 2%. Current evolution level. Second order 36%. King skill, Thunderfire Dragon Breath, proficiency plus 1. Current proficiency. Level 2 introductory 2-2. With normal level monsters, Dry Rice could no longer add any evolution to Little Thor. So it didn't have the courtesy to directly destroy the opposite monster into ashes with a mouthful of spit. It didn't put this bit of meat in the bottom of its eyes anymore, and was going to save its stomach for elite and alpha-level monster meat upgrades. In the stupefied eyes of Uncle Medicine Picker, the little thunder god flapped his wings and scurried into a flurry of gripping among the purple lotus leaves. With wings, it is no longer afraid of its original weakness, not being able to swim. No longer is it a parched dragon. 2 minutes later, the ruffled pile, a small purple head, deeper than the poison leaf lotus, poked out. A tiny dragon claw lifted 2 rosettes. Anon! Shao Ting opened his eyes of omniscience and looked at it, nodding his head gently. That's right. Bring it back in your mouth. It's a 10-year portion of poison leaf rosettes. The little thunder god flapped his wings, holding a 10-year portion of 2 spirit plants in his little beak, and flew back to Shao Ting's shoulder, tilting his head and handing him the poisonous leaf lotus puff. What a powerful elemental release skill. Oh, he actually has an alpha race. Elite level baby demon bird. A small team of medicine pickers all looked up in shock. Amidst a chorus of envious exclamations, Uncle Medicine Picker looked at Shao Ting's shoulder in a daze, shaking his head and tail at the purple flying dragon baby. This wasn't a baby magic bird at all, but a flying dragon. You think he's a rich kid who's addicted to human food? This is clearly an elite level big boss. Shao Ting peeled off a 10-year portion of antidote lotus seeds and first ate one for himself before being toppled in the side by the little thunder god. Little Thor pointed to his deep, unseen mouth. Pops, I want some out too. It's actually fine if it doesn't eat. The strong dragon flesh had no problem with wildly sucking in miasma poisonous fog. Just simply a bit of a craving. Shao Ting put half of the remaining antidote lotus seed into the space of his bracelet, and half of it was stuffed into Little Thunder God's mouth. The Little Thunder God closed his mouth and chewed prettily. Then instantly the whole dragon winced, being bitten by the lotus core wrinkling up a little dragon batch face. Ah shucks. Ooh. Bye, uncle. Shao Ting waved to the middle-aged man behind him and pressed his hands on the handlebars of the locomotive. The engine roars. The locomotive started up on the wet ground and darted across the magic frog wetlands as a bolt of black lightning. Uncle Medicine Picker covered his little heart and looked at his back as he rode away, not returning to his senses for a long time. Head deeper into the wetlands. The lot is wide open here, and it seemed to merge into the alien shard, causing the path around it to appear twisted and rise with poisonous fumes. Wow, it's really long and hard to walk. No wonder those wilderness gold diggers. Once you get in, you'll have to stay for years before you leave. Terrestrial planets that have been annexed by monstrous alien domains and fragmented by alien domains, with countless folded spaces overlapping the planet's surface. The roads are really hard to get to. I can't. I need a break. Thor Jr. dinner.
ANG.
Where the tents couldn't even be put up, Shao Ting had to put away the dark night, enter the monster space, burn up self-heating food, and take a short break. Wake up the next day and head out again. 1 year preparation anyway. There's no rush. Experience matters most. Sleeping with Little Thor. Diary of a Journey to Raise a Dragon 1. The day after we entered the poison frog wetlands, we got lost and walked back to the point where we started out picking herbs. Little Thor and I said to each other that we were strong in banding, and ended up laughing our asses off. Both banding were no good and almost led into a ditch, cough cough. Anyway, back at the picking point, we hobbled a few more poisonous frogs and collected quite a few antidote lotuses. Day 3, back to the poison frog wetlands. Day 4, this time finally moving forward. The 5th day, sleep. This guy at night by nightmare scared. Suddenly a giganticization. Almost sleepy old dad I crushed to death under the head. Angry wanted to beat it, but the result was instead it held its head a howl. Said, "Father, you don't want to die, father, you don't want to die, I don't know what I was dreaming about. I didn't bother to hit it. Hey, pro-life. You just spoil it." Dining with Thor Jr. Diary of a Journey to Raise a Dragon 2. When Debao beat up Erbao before, didn't he only appease Debao Little Thunder God and not Erbao Little Fire God? This time Pop stepped in and suppressed it through and through. That is, when I came back from reading the story to the little Vulcan, I actually saw the little thunder god stealing my food. That asshole. Plates licked cleaner than my purse. Little thunder god is so tired of eating monster meat that he even wants to steal my father's food. Punish him to go down to the wetland and pick me some non-toxic wild fruits that I can eat. Ended up working with it for half a day. This little Thor guy picks a lot, but brings back little. I picked a lot and it basically ended up going all the way into it. Gasp. Who's punishing who anyway? Telling stories to little Vulcan with little Thor. Diary of a Journey to Raise a Dragon 3. Being pestered to read from a storybook, obviously with little Thor telling stories to little Vulcan. Little Thor started pulling purrs a while later. And then the little Vulcan probably wasn't too happy because story time was interrupted and the brother who said he was going to tell the story fell asleep. Anyway, all of a sudden, he jumped up with a balls flying smash into the little Thor's stomach. At the time, little Thor's expression was like this. Oh deo. Must have hurt. But there's no way around it. Who made you not do what you said you would do? Ouch, pinching again. No, how can you all be at odds and fight when there's one egg and one dragon? Oh my god. Why did I become the father of two little home-wrecking idiots without a single sweet relationship? But to be a father is to have something bigger than yourself, and I think I'm gradually beginning to understand that statement as I live with them day by day. Or punched. It's not a fight. That's all. One way to rest. Chicken fly all the way. Lit. The road jumps with dogs. All the way forward. 2 weeks later. It was growing dim all around. The air was fishy and a hazy miasma floated about. Very distracting. The further in you go, the fewer people there are, and the more poisonous it gets. More and more eerie and lifeless. The muddy hills that can be ridden have all become narrow as well. There are a number of wide freshwater marshes on either side. Pairs of crocodile eyes lit up under the thick algae plants suspended in the air. His eyes were cold, staring at this forbidden area for living people. Name toxic algae crocodile. Attributes: poison water. Race level: second order elite crocodile. Finally, seeing the ingredients. The toxic algae crocodile colony that appeared in front of us. Most of them are normal to elite level. Looking at the shore with a smile on his face and eyes so excited that they burned gold stripes. Shouting. The pairs of green vertical pupils, hidden under the poisonous algae, suddenly lit up. The dozen or so poisonous algae crocodiles opened their huge dustpan-like mouths, saliva spilling out along their white sharp teeth, and also stared at their erect pupils in excitement. Ho ho ho! Take out at the door. Chapter 86. Killing the python crocodile. Robbing the dragon's blood herb. There were no dead animals floating on the freshwater marsh. It seems that these crocodile monsters are man-eaters. Without the eye of omniscience, those who walk hastily along the shore are easily torn alive and eaten by these big guys hiding under the poisonous algae and suddenly pulling them down to the water. Little Thor. Turn on shock and awe. The crocodile monsters that were less than elite level. Shao Ting had no interest in solving them one by one. He straightaway had Thor Jr. open wide to clear the stragglers. Ow! The king's aura and the dragon's might shocked him. Little thunder god looked up to the sky. It was such a small action that invisible air currents erupted from its body. A dragon's might spread from its entire body, and a substantial tide of spiritual fury roared and swept across the entire field like a storm. Monarch shock. A huge astral wind kicked up around them, and the air around them buzzed and shook. Not to mention a bunch of poisonous algae crocodiles in this area. Even the other elite-level monsters that were thousands of meters away were so shocked by this monarch aura that their minds went blank for 3 seconds. And the 4 closest elite-level poisonous algae crocodiles instantly spat blood from their mouths and were stunned in the eerie green zephyr water. The even weaker ordinary-grade poisonous algae crocodiles couldn't resist this monarch-level spiritual pressure, and directly bled from their 7 orifices, turned up their bellies, and were shaken to death by the dragon's might. You've eliminated 10 normal-class poisonous algae crocodiles. You've eliminated 2 elite-level toxic algae crocodiles. Thunder Dragon evolution level plus 14%. Current evolution level, 50% of second order. Turn on the dragon's might and clear all the way. At once, it shocked to death a number of uninitiated level, 10 normal-level poisonous algae crocodiles, and 2 elite-level poisonous algae crocodiles that couldn't escape in time. Spiked a wave of evolution. The little thunder god clenched his little claws and looked up to the sky. It upgraded anon. His aura skyrocketed as the little thunder god was promoted to a mid-second rank elite monster, and just at the moment when the thick and majestic monarch-level dragon might swung away. Both sides of the river, all the other toxic algae crocodiles within 10,000 meters stiffened for 10 seconds, and then ran off with his tail between his legs and his ass in the air. Can't afford to mess with it. They faced a wave of intimidation from the monarch dragons head-on. Their whole bodies trembled, and with only thoughts of submission in their hearts, they didn't dare to attack the attacking dark locomotive on the ground. The ingredients are afraid to fight the dragon. The takeout was actually my own. Che, why are you running so fast? Xiao Ting withdrew his eyes with some regret. Originally, he had wanted Little Thunder God to fire another round of dragon might, shocking 50 normal-level monsters to death, or 24 elite-level monsters and rising to rank 3 in one wave. Turns out these gator monsters are too much from the heart. All at once, he sank into the swamp and ass-kicked his way into a dark underground river. Can't even see a shadow. Forget it. The last thing the wilderness area needs is wild monsters, little Thor. Let's keep going deeper. Anon. Devouring elite monsters. Toxic algae crocodile. Devouring elite monsters. Toxic algae crocodile. Thunder Dragon evolution level plus 2%. Current evolution level 52% of second order. Include the corpses of 10 normal-level poisonous algae crocodiles in the monster space and keep them for stock. One man and one dragon on a roaring locomotive road like this for another week, barreling along to the deeper reaches of the poisonous crocodile swamp. 1 week later, the little thunder god lying on Xiao Ting's shoulder suddenly widened his eyes and raised his dragon's head. Toward an area not far away, there was an urgent swallowing sound. Pops, pops. Where's the good food? The little thunder god wiped his mouth with his tail and wailed out his feelings. Ha! Xiao Ting froze and stopped moving forward. Hearing it finish its owl, it blinked its golden pupils and a hint of joy flashed in its eyes. You mean, there is a powerful spiritual energy in that area? Little Thor nodded his big head vigorously. Not only does it have a tangy flavor, but there's also a bit of a light dragon scent too. The dragon system's aura. Xiao Ting thought about it and said with some surprise, could it be the dragon bloodgrass? It could make the little dragon cub show such a drooling expression. It looks like it must be at least a 100-year-old portion of dragon's blood herb. That's the good stuff that can strengthen the physique drastically after taking it. It's not too late. Pressing the buttons on the left and right handles, the locomotive engine started to unleash a low growl. Xiao Ting followed the direction pointed out by Little Thunder God and hurriedly traversed the uneven mountainous terrain for a while. Look close. 2 days later, it was only then that the eyes finally caught a leaping flash of fiery red. The roaring engine stopped and the locomotive wheels ran over the weeds. Xiao Ting's eyes lit up as his gaze landed on the few spiritual crystallized plants on the opposite side of the grass. This is a 100-year portion of dragon's blood herb, and not just one plant but 3. On the ground, 3 vermilion red dragon-type crystallized plants swayed with a reddish haze, emitting a dragon system pressure if nothing else. Next to these 3 dragon-type herbs, there were 2 huge-sized figures. The 2 elite-level monsters that were fighting over the dragon's bloodgrass sensed the arrival of the uninvited guests. Their eyes were fierce, their pupils pulling out for streaks of scarlet light as they violently turned their heads and viciously stared at Xiao Ting, who was riding the Dark Knight. Name Black Boa Constrictor. Attributes: Poison Water. Race level: Second Order Elite Snake Monster. Rank: Late Second Order 80% Evolution. Name Toxic Algae Crocodile. Attributes: Poison Water. Racial class: Second Ranked Elite Crocodile Race. Rank: Late Second Order 70% Evolution. So it's not a masterless object? Xiao Ting's gaze lurched. Next to the dragon's bloodgrass, there were 2 elite-level poison monsters guarding the area. They were facing each other in order to grab the right to distribute the dragon's bloodgrass. Dragon's bloodgrass, second-order dragon spiritual plant. The value was nevertheless comparable to fourth-order resources. Only monsters that contained dragon bloodlines died, and the places where the dragon's blood was spilled had the chance to grow this dragon-type plant. The second-order dragon's blood herb could help monsters of elite races by awakening the ancient earth dragon bloodline in their bodies. As long as they swallowed this dragon's bloodgrass, the poison algae crocodile and the black poison python might have a chance to return to their ancestors successfully, become the alpha race. advanced to the upper-level monsters of the Earth Dragon species and the upper-level monsters of the Serpent Dragon species. They had been fighting for a while for the rare opportunity of racial advancement. It's time for halftime. I didn't realize there was actually an old 6 inserted into the field. After the teenager on the motorcycle showed up, both the poison algae crocodile and the black poison python felt a great crisis. They looked at each other, dropped their opponents, and killed in unison towards Xiao Ting. Joined forces. Eradicate the strongest foreign enemy first. Roar. Hiss. The two behemoths appeared in conjunction. Each end was 8 or 9 meters long. The late elite grade poisonous algae crocodile, with its fierce looks, opened its bloody mouth and killed towards Xiao Ting. At the same time, the sound of scales scratching across the ground rang out. The black poison python looked at Xiao Ting, its pupils glowing with an icy cold light as it opened its highly poisonous fangs and dived in. The toxic algae crocodile was the equivalent of a tank, and the black poison python was an assassin. This terrifying late elite level monster was far more ferocious than the average elite level, not to mention the fact that there were now 2 of them all at once. 2 by 2. It's even harder to deal with. If it were an ordinary mid-level editor, he would have already fled with his life. But Xiao Ting and Little Thunder God were certainly not your average mid-level editors or your average elite monsters. 1 for each. Let's see who's faster. Anon. Having said that, Timothy Shaw then stepped off the locomotive. A low dragon roar erupted from the depths of his throat. Thunder magic. The whole body abruptly lit up with purple tyrannical currents. The thunder light was mighty. At this moment, Xiao Ting was like a thunder and lightning monarch. The elite-level black poison python had already arrived at his side, abruptly springing up and opening its highly poisonous fangs glowing green, wanting to complete the fatal bite. Dramatic poison fangs. A low-level transcendent skill of the poison system that viciously pierces poison fangs into the body of its prey, releasing toxins into the prey and causing it to fall into a poisoned state. The python's mouth is wide open. The barbed forefangs erupted in green, and a strong and incomparable fishy smell came from them. If the strike dramatic tooth bites, you can treat the whole village to dinner. Xiao Ting swung his left arm violently. Thunder beast attack. The purple lightning that lingered all over his body transformed into a ferocious and furious auger that blasted out from his left arm. The purple lightning thunder jiao opened its jaws and collided with the black poison python that had opened its fangs with a loud bang. Boom! The black poison python immediately flew backwards a dozen meters away. Paralyzing currents swam throughout his body, and he let out a hiss of immense pain. It rolled violently, trying to escape, but the upper half of its body was paralyzed by the electric current, so it could only swing its python tail around, picking out a rut in the ground and struggling to move, just the right time for a sure kill. Xiao Ting casually made a gesture, and incomparably hot flames shot out from the depths of his throat. Dragon skill small thunder fire spit. The thunder flame pillar, which was directly 5 meters thick, smashed into the black poison python. Boom! Rolls of smoke exploded. A violent wind pressure was set off across the field. You destroyed the elite black poison python. You've destroyed an elite poisonous algae crocodile. Thunder Dragon evolution level plus 4%. Current evolution level. Second order 56%. Chapter 87 Picking the dragon grass and eating it instantly. The black-scaled python, which was the thickness of a water bucket, lay on the charred ground without a sound. The skin of his entire body was split open, green blood gurgled, and he gave off a thick, burnt aroma. Xiao Ting walked towards the huge python monster that had been roasted. Python, a type of snake monster. Of the 11 great races of monsters, serpent monsters are classified as a large branch of dragon monsters. Theoretically, the editor can take in all monsters associated with the editing talent. Xiao Ting himself can also take in all the monsters of the snake and crocodile clans. But the adult-bodied monsters of this wilderness area are ferocious. When taking it in, it was extremely prone to backlash and was not the best choice. Xiao Ting currently had no plans to take in any other monsters either. Just raising the little thunder god was already making it hard for him to make ends meet. When the little Vulcan hatched, his expenses were expected to be even higher. Let's hope that he'll meet the Corpse Woods cultists and wilderness poachers who come up to give away their food in the giant spider swamp and magnetic hill areas, so he can earn his first bucket of bounty. Green blood containing intense poison was scattered all over the place. The blood of this python monster is extremely toxic and corrosive, so it's best not to touch it directly. As the East China Sea saying goes, a black poisonous python in one place, no poisonous snakes for 10 miles. Within a 100-meter radius of the black poison python, there was not a single poisonous insect or snake that could survive. This is because, like the familiar king cobra, it also has the habit of preying on its own kind and will prey on other common and elite-level vipers, turning all its blood into the strongest toxin. Once tainted with the essence of python blood from its poison sac, it definitely wouldn't be any better than being hit by the poisonous bundle of an alpha-class demon worm. Xiaoting flicked his wrist. The strength of his entire body surged into his arms, and a piece of flying dragon scale armor grew rapidly from his fingertips. Soon, cold, dark purple scale armor covered both arms. It gave people an icy feeling, and at the same time it was filled with a powerful sense of strength. Faint purple electricity flowed from each scale as he used his scale-covered hands to lift the roasted python monster on the ground. The green snake's blood dripped to the ground, and the white mist moistened. A large area of grass quickly withered and died. This horrible poisonous blood was able to instantly destroy a person's nerve cells, but Xiaoting's hands covered in dragon scales were covered in poisonous blood, but nothing happened. The defensive power of the 6th order flying dragon scale armor was terrifying in the extreme. What sulfuric acid, lava, venom, all can be blocked. I shouldn't be able to eat poisonous snake meat. Xiaoting picked up the tail of the black poison python, easily dragging the 1-ton python towards the nearby grass. 2 moves to kill a late elite-level black poison python. He himself was still satisfied with the results of this actual battle. Elite-level monsters were no longer his match at all. Xiaoting's own combat power, with the 0.2% of the monarch's blood, was already frighteningly strong, like a tyrannical dragon in human skin. Thunder magic, thunder fire, dragon breath. 2 major curing skills that can destroy all elite-level monsters. Fully activate the 2nd gear bloodline awakening and let go of the fight. An alpha-level monster was probably not even a match for him. On the other side, little Thor flapped his wings, puffing and puffing, the sound of breaking air. Little Thunder God held the tail of the poisonous algae crocodile in his mouth and dragged the giant monster, which was 3 meters tall and 8 meters long, over. This guy just looks like he has thick skin. An elite-grade scale armor was like paper mache, and could not resist the little Thunder God's white, small dragon teeth. Ow! Pops, pops, I won the race. The little Thunder God dragged the tail of the crocodile monster that was roasted in his mouth and landed in front of Xiaoting to come and let out a loud yelp. Cocking his little head, his eyes lit up for praise. The poisonous algae crocodile had no power to fight back at all. This reptilian monster that wasn't even a race of geoducks below the subdragons. Faced with the powerful bloodline intimidation of the little Thunder God, he was directly scared out of his wits, his entire body trembling, not daring to make any movements at all. A mouthful of lightning teeth shivered away. When Pops takes care of it, this python meat is your reward for winning the contest. From the space of his bracelet, Xiaoting fished out a sharp soldier's shovel. Inserting the sharp pointed side into the neck of the black poison python, it sliced off the deadliest poison glands. The black poison python is very toxic. Little Thor wouldn't be poisoned if he ate it, but he'd probably get an upset stomach. With the assistance of the Eyes of Omniscience, Xiaoting drained most of the poisonous python's blood, then cut off all the areas with toxins. The best of the finest microtoxic monster meat was left, and it was thrown forward. Little Thor has been drooling for a long time. Once Xiaoting had taken care of it, he fluttered his wings and transformed into a purple light, swooping down onto the python's flesh. The tiny mouth is like a black hole. Opened his mouth and swallowed the snake. In the blink of an eye, the several hundred pounds of python meat that Xiaoting had handled was gnawed cleanly. The crocodile monster on the other side it didn't spare. The toxins in the poison algae crocodile's body were not strong, and the most deadly thing was a mouthful of poisonous fangs. Just avoid eating it. The tiny dragon's mouth kept clicking and clicking. It only took less than 10 minutes for little Thunder God to finish eating an entire 2 to 3 ton elite crocodile monster. Starting from the tail, swallow the last bite of crocodile meat in his cheeks. After eating, the little Thunder God licked his paws and face and cleaned up his body before he flew to Xiaoting's shoulder, patting his little tummy with a satisfied expression. Burp. Ooh. Devouring elite-level monsters. Toxic algae crocodile, black poison python. Thunder Dragon evolution +1%. Current evolution level. Second order 58%. Thunderbolt tooth proficiency +1. Xiao Ting put the black poison python's poison glands and the poison algae crocodile's poisonous fangs into the monster space. These two monsters did not explode monster materials or secret art treasure beads. But the biological materials on them that can't be edited and fused with other monsters can be sold for small hundreds of thousands of dollars. Don't move. There's still a little blood. With that, Xiao Ting took out a wet tissue and wiped the paws and mouth of the little thunder god on his shoulder. Anon. Little Thor pointed to the blood on Xiao Ting's neck and sleeve. Father, you have dirt on you too. Xiao Ting was stunned and lowered his head. The two short sleeves were stained with a bit of poisonous blood and had been corroded to the point of being torn and tattered, and both arms were practically bare. Seeing no one else around, Xiao Ting took off the broken clothes on his body and changed into a brand new set of black short-sleeved Speedos. The one man and the dragon cleaned up the blood on their bodies and threw the waste clothes and paper towels into the space of their bracelets, before striding to the front of the crystallized dragon spirit plant. Name: Dragon's Blood Grass Second Order. Description: a spiritual plant that grows by absorbing the blood of the earth dragon. Ability: monsters below the elite races will have a certain probability, after taking it, to return to the previous level of dragon bloodline. When taken by non-dragon monsters, it can dramatically strengthen their base physical abilities. Harvesting method: chop off the roots and harvest directly. Wonderful. This was the centennial portion of the spiritual plant that he had longed for and was able to strengthen his basic physical abilities. Follow the picking method given by the Eye of Omniscience. Timothy Shaw flipped his wrist. From the space of his bracelet, he once again took out the sharp engineer's shovel. Carefully chopping off the roots, he harvested the 3 dragon's blood grasses. After losing the leaves, the transcendent halo on the dragon's blood grass immediately dissipated. Timothy Shaw dug up the dust with another metal shovel. Take what's left of the blood-red roots of the dragon's blood plant and recover them. Just don't get rid of the roots. 10 years from now, 100 years from now, the place will still be able to coalesce. A new clump of dragon's blood grass, left to be harvested by future generations or future beasts. After doing so, Xiao Ting stood up. Let's go. Let's find a place and take the dragon's blood herb. Aang! The Thor on his shoulder cocked his head and let out an excited chirp. When it comes to the safest places in the world, the monster space that accompanies every editor definitely ranks up there. As long as it's in a wilderness exclusion zone without space turbulence, void energy, space monsters, or places blocked off by dark edit using black mist barrier, space-based skill. Editors can enter the exclusive monster space by disengaging from the battlefield and meditating for a period of time. Nearby, I found a secluded wetland reed thicket. Hide the locomotive in the dark. Clicked on the locking electric shock mode for anti-theft and anti-theft. Xiao Ting sat cross-legged and fell into meditation. A few minutes later, the ground pulled open a star-mapped tunnel of emptiness. The figures of one man and one dragon instantly disappeared between the thickly stacked reeds. Chapter 88. Alienation Upgrade Earth Mining Squad. A snow-white world of monsters. Stands a tall side of the Thunder Dragon Cave. Taking advantage of the time Xiao Ting was taking the dragon's blood herb. Little Thunder God flapped his wings and flew inside his evil dragon cave. The dragon turned to the shaking, disgruntled flaming sub-dragon egg and began to sincerely apologize for falling asleep last night, while telling it a story and snoring it to sleep. The other side. Xiao Ting sat down outside the cave and started taking the dragon's bloodgrass. Name: 100 years of dragon's bloodgrass second order spiritual plant. Description: after taking it, there is a certain probability of returning to the dragon bloodline, and it strengthens the basic physical ability substantially. Pill cooldown. Intermediate editors may take a second order elixir once every 7 days. Opening his mouth, he put the dragon's blood herb into his mouth. Long like dragon blood kelp. It's crunchy to the bite and has a special aroma. Chew it with your teeth and grind it up. Swallow the herbs. Half a day later, the huge and pure medicinal properties rose up in the belly and continuously traveled along the limbs and bones, expanding the monarch dragon blood in Xiao Ting's body. 2 days later, a tingle of nerves ran through his entire body. The 3,600,000 pores around his body opened up at the same time, constantly absorbing the blood of the earth dragon contained within the dragon's bloodgrass, which was then turned into rolling chi and blood to nourish his body. 3 days later, the body temperature of his body was still rising, and a large amount of white gas steamed out from the surface of his body. 7 days later, the whole thing felt like a deep massage from the inside out, and all the muscle cells in his body sang with joy. A full 7 days and 7 nights later, Xiao Ting, who had finally digested the medicinal effects of his entire body and gotten a boost from the dragon's blood, opened his eyes. Letting out a long breath, he stood up. His eyes were like electricity. Layers of gold color melted into the deep glow of his pupils, erupting into a burst of blinding essence. The qi and blood in the body has strengthened substantially. I feel that by turning on the 2nd-grade bloodline alienation and activating the flying dragon scale armor and monarch's golden pupil, I should be able to last from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. Xiao Ting activated the power of his bloodline. A piece of dragon scale emerged from his arms. Rough armor naturally followed from his fingertips to his jaws against his pulse, and each scale on the armor flashed with arcs of electricity, bringing up a clear layer of energy fluctuations between the flashes, giving it an extremely powerful and extremely hard metallic texture. Flying dragon scale armor. This was the power of alienation that he had obtained when he cured 2/10 of the monarch's dragon blood. Initially, the scale armor could only cover the arms, resting on both shoulders. But now, the flying dragon scale armor covered his neck, from behind his ears against his neck and part of the side of his face. It might not be far from the time when he would get the defense divine armor, the full-body 6th-rank dragon scale armor. Xiao Ting put away the flying dragon scale armor and watched the scales on his fingertips fade away. There are still 2 dragon's blood herbs left. Timothy Shaw wasn't going to keep it to himself, even though he could take a 2nd-order spirit plant once more after 7 days. But he's in no hurry to pull the plug. It wouldn't be too late to swallow and absorb it after he had completely adapted to the peak of qi and blood in his body that had been pulled up at once. These 200-year portions of 2nd-order dragon's bloodgrass. Just 1 plant for little Thor. 1 plant could be given to the little Vulcan again after it broke its shell. A bowl of water. What the father has, the dragon has. Xiao Ting raised his feet and walked inside the Thunder Dragon Cave. Little Thor and little Vulcan eggs have made up. The little thunder god pounced on the flaming dragon egg, babbling and rocking with the little dragon cub inside the egg. After Xiao Ting appeared, the flame Tyrannosaurus egg bounces in place a few times. It was like there was a little dragon cheering in it, looking extremely lively and happy. Little one, Pops has already prepared a 100-year portion of tonic for you. So when you break your shell in 2 months, you can click and eat it. Xiao Ting touched the blazing flaming dragon egg. 2 small flaming hands reached out from the surface of the eggshell and took his hand and shook it a few times as if it were pampered. Then shaking it made me a little sleepy. After a few seconds, the surface of the eggshell was surprisingly somewhat slightly cracked in tiny crevices. A big sleep bubble stuck out, huffing and puffing, at the breathing of the 2nd sleeping flaming baby Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiao Ting and little Thunder God gingerly walked out of the monster cave. Go farther. With the remaining dragon bloodgrass, Xiao Ting tossed it upwards and threw it to Little Thunder God. Little Thunder God. Refine it immediately. Anon. The Little Thunder God purred in delight. His wings trembled like purple lightning across the sky, and he accurately gripped the dragon's bloodgrass in mid-air. The little guy's throat rolled. Without even chewing, he directly took the red dragon-shaped herb and swallowed it with a grunt. Boom! The medicinal effect exploded instantly in the body. Absorb the medicinal effect and refine it in a moment. It also took several days. A few days later, the little thunder god dragon flapped its wings and landed on the ground. Staggering around like he was drunk, he squinted contentedly. Tummy numbness.
호호지능 3 epsilon.
Swallowing a 2nd-order spirit plant. Dragon's bloodgrass. Thunder god dragon evolution plus 10%. Elixir cap 10%, 30% per rank. Current evolution level 68% of 2nd order. It took Xiao Ting 7 days to absorb the medicinal properties of the 100-year portion of dragon's blood herb. Little Thor digested it in 1 bite in less than 3 days. The dragon's bloodgrass contained a faint power of the earth dragon's bloodline. To it, which was burdened with a complete monarch bloodline, it could only be considered a small grade of tonic. The 1,000-year dragon's bloodgrass and 10,000-year dragon's bloodgrass, which contained sub-dragon's blood and flying dragon's blood growth, were what made it a great tonic, waiting for the 2nd-order dragon's bloodgrass to finish digesting. The combat power and evolution of 1 person and 1 dragon had all increased very intuitively. Xiao Ting replenished his qi and blood, and his physical abilities were substantially strengthened. Turn on the second gear bloodline power. It can last from originally kneeling in 3 minutes to incarnating a 5-minute Shaw Dragonfield Lord Armor Thunder. 5 minutes of Flying Dragon Scale Armor plus King's Golden Pupil plus Thunder Magic plus Thunder Fire Dragon Breath. His own combat power was already fully capable of going toe-to-toe with alpha-level monsters, with Despair wielding a sword with the dead as armor. The Lords of the Dragon Realm are Mida, and the Little Thunder God directly soared to 68% evolution of the second rank, stepping into the mid to late elite level. A dragon system aura was even thicker. Its battle intent anon, the dragon's small mighty pressure is strong, swollen to the point where it feels like it can cross over and hold all alpha-level monsters down on the ground and rub them against the ground anon. Take the remaining 100-year-old dragon's blood herb, as well as the biological poison glands of the black poison python, and the biological fangs of the toxic algae crocodile, put them in the material storage cabinet. Xiao Ting raised his hand and pulled open a void tunnel. The figures of a man and a dragon reappeared between the thick reeds. Tap the bracelet screen and look at the wilderness map. This swamp is 79% explored, sort of a medium danger zone where people are rare. Keep going. I remember that in the deepest part of the swamp, there are higher-level spirit plants. Xiao Ting clicked his fingerprint to unlock the door and straddled the locomotive darkness. Boing! The little Thor on the ground roared with excitement. Then the wings flapped. A cracking sound followed. It flew directly over and hung on Xiao Ting's shoulder. After killing the elite-level poisonous algae crocodile and black poisonous python, one person and one dragon crossed the crocodile and python wetland, during which also encountered the ghost hit the wall again to the east and west. Angrily wrote Journey to Raise a Dragon Journal 10 chapters. Today! It's also a day of exhausting and joyful traveling to feed the dragons yet. So a month later, by grabbing monster meat from Little Thor, it was only then that Timothy Shaw finally didn't starve himself to death and saved some of his human rations. Finally reached the deepest part of the wetland without any problem. Here it is. At this point, giant spider swamp, a saltwater marsh came into view. There are monstrous rocky mountains all around. The ground is a puddle of dark green underground brine, filled with excessive salts and toxins. It's a dilapidated and desolate no-life zone. When Xiao Ting received his bounty quest, it had been mentioned in the quest bar that the small team of earth miners who had originally mined the salt mountains here had been nearly killed by the absconding members of the secret cult, as well as the Ghostbusters editors who had hunted them down. It's been months, and it's finally out. Whatever. There's no one around. I'm gonna get some money for rations that humans can eat. Xiao Ting pupils looked left and right. It was only then that I realized I was pressing no semblance of humanoid matter into my field of vision. Pouring in the ground sludge. Saw a few cans with the freshest date 6 months ago, self-heating lunchboxes, loose clothing. The originally agitated teenage dragon master slowly regained his composure and finally summarized weekly like this. Miserable, can't change or grab food. The cultists who were originally hiding here should have already abandoned this hideout and fled long ago. The locomotive ran over the silt. Drive forward half a dozen times. The little thunder god suddenly let out a cry of anon. There's a monster? Xiao Ting sidled up and asked. Little Thor nodded. There was a cacophony of voices not far away. There was the hissing of a monster. And human shouts. Anyone? Timothy Shaw perked up a little. It didn't take him long to see it. It was a group of rock devil spiders that were chasing after an old man and a middle-aged man furiously. The two men were in tattered clothing and wore mining helmets on their heads, followed by 3 elite-level shadow ravens and 2 normal-level drill rats along with the outlaws. Little brother, run! It's an alpha-level rock demon giant spider. The 2 men saw Xiao Ting. Backwards, he ran the other way. There is no bogeyman. Instead, it draws the swarm of monsters behind it away. The dense swarm of rock devil young spiders behind them suddenly turned a big corner after them.
Chapter 89 Instant Refinement, Spider Rai Saon.
Xiao Ting's eyes transformed into golden pupils as he looked out with extreme eyes. Saltwater floor. A gray wave crushing forward was striking. It was a group of rock devil young spiders of the Abyssal clan. Could be seen that the leader was a large rock troll giant spider, clad in a gray shell. There are 2 large dark eyes in the forefront of the head and 6 smaller eyes around it. At this time, the 8 compound eyes were full of violent anger and vicious killing intent. Hissing. The rock troll giant spider swings its caliceri, which give people the creeps just by looking at them, raising 8 giant gray spider claws towards the 2 wildly running figures in front of him in hot pursuit. Name, Rock Demon Giant Spider. Attribute, Darkness Earth. Race level, 3rd Order Chief Abyssals. Level, mid-3rd Order 60% evolution. This was surprisingly an alpha-level dark monster. It was no wonder that the 2 intermediate and junior miners had fled. This is a member of the Earth Mining Squad? You can grab a monster and save it in the process. Xiao Ting started the engine and the blackened locomotive roared to life. This 3rd-ranked alpha-level rock demon giant spider. He and Thor Jr. ate it up, saved the 2 geomancers, and asked for information on the Corpsewood secret cult and the wilderness poachers and hunters. Just for the fact that they didn't wreak havoc but instead lured the monsters away, they could be saved as well. If they lured the monster swarm over, Xiao Ting wouldn't be merciful. Why is that little brother catching up? The one-armed middle-aged man who was running looked back and froze. Not far. A limited edition dark locomotive, emitting a low growl, was speeding through the sludge, heading their way. Pops! I'll draw away the spider tide. The one-armed man who was running wildly forward was stunned for a moment before he gritted his teeth and growled. You run backwards and let that little brother give you a ride along the way. Being targeted by a swarm of demonic spiders, even a high-level editor wouldn't be able to do well. At the moment of life and death, the one-armed man chooses to leave the chance to live to the old man teenager. Hopefully for the sake of him luring away a swarm of demonic spiders. That biker figure, the further away you can get away with giving Pops a ride, the better. In the midst of an electric turn of mind, Chen Yen let out a furious cry. Shadow Crow, Shadow Bomb. Gah! The 3 elite-level Shadow Crows opened their big mouths. Dark energy rapidly converged in front of the beak. A series of dark energy balls were then spewed out. It smashed into the head of the alpha giant spider. Rolls of smoke exploded. Not much damage, but an insulting thief. An incomparably huge demon spider, amidst the smoke, showed a ghostly outline. 2 amazing black beams of light shot out from the compound eyes. It was crushed in an instant. Elite-level Shadow Crow shoots all energy orbs. The giant spider raised its icy, dark-colored spider spear. Anger spilled out of his mouth. Caliceri teeth rubbed together, letting out a thoroughly enraged muzzle sound, and at great speed, he stepped away from his spider spear like legs and feet, turning into a fast-crawling black light and chased after him. The alpha-level rock demon giant spider completely stormed out. The one-armed middle-aged man immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Pops, run! Pull the hate from the spiders. Chen Yen used his speed enhancement skill and utilized the skillful terrain to leave this place at a fiery pace. Son, hang in there. Wearing a miner's helmet, old Chen, looking at his fading back, wiped a handful of face covered with grooves, old tears. The rock demon young spiders followed the leader, hissing and roaring as they crushed forward like an army. Old Chen, on the other hand, brought along 2 normal-level drill mice and after a burst of sprinting, stopped in front of the traveling locomotive out of breath. Yen is drawing them north. Child, it's dangerous ahead. Don't go any deeper. Xiao Ting stepped on the gas. Together with little Thor, they looked over curiously. The old man wore a bulky helmet, his 2 tiny eyes were a bit cloudy, the 2 hands that stopped in front of him were as big as small thin fans, and each finger was so thick that it seemed to be bent out of shape, so it looked like he had been doing too much physical work. When this old man who stopped the road had finished with tears in his eyes, sweating and panting, Xiao Ting extended his hand. Old man, get in the car first. Old Chen froze. Muddy eyes caught the elite purple certification bracelet on his arm first. This teenager was actually a mid-level editor like his 38-year-old son, but he looks like he's only 18 or 19, right? He's such a young intermediate? Old Chen was startled, then looked up. His eyes met with Xiao Ting's shoulder, the tiny dragon shadow. In the eyes of the little thunder god, there was a purple glow of starlight shining. Curiously, he cocked his head at the old man in the mining cap. It's a dragon. It still had little wings and cocked its head to survey him. Old Chun was dumbfounded, as if he had been hit in the head by a thunderbolt. What level monster race is the flying dragon? This 17 or 18-year-old teenager was actually a flying dragon editor just like the famous ancient ancestor dragon emperor. It's still a mid-level flying dragon editor mile. After the intense shock, Lao Chun held Xiao Ting's outstretched hand and rode on the back of the locomotive. His eyes overflowed with hopefulness, and hope was rekindled in his heart. This teenager, it seemed, was not prepared to carry him to escape, but was prepared to go after the demonic spider swarm, lure away the son of the leader of the demon spiders, and there may be salvation. Rock demon young spider swarms, looking as numerous as waves. The vast majority, however, were small, uninitiated spider monsters that had only just been born. The two were miners from the geomining squad, and had mistakenly entered the cave of the abyssal rock spider in order to search for their lost geomining members. But there's no one alive in the caves anymore. Only a few human bones and a few familiar remnants of clothing. Chun Yen and Old Chun exited the demonic spider cave with grief and anger. On evacuation, stomping on a few spider shells, he was tainted with the deathly scent of a young spider. That's how he was hunted down by the leader of the rock spiders that wandered into the giant spider swamp with countless small hatchlings that had broken their shells. Now, Chen Yen, who had lured away the demon spider swarm alone, was saved. As long as someone cooperated with him and held back the alpha-level rock arachnid, he wouldn't be afraid of being interrupted from casting a spell and being able to perform a pack mimicry technique. Make 3 elite-level shadow ravens merge. Briefly transformed into the alpha-level head of the crows, the giant crow of death. The pitch-black locomotive darkness carried Old Chun, transforming into an extremely dark lightning bolt, chasing towards the direction where the demonic spider swarm had left. At this point, Chen Yen is running wild. The 3 shadow crows utilized the terrain and their skills to constantly buy him time to retreat. Suddenly, the rock demon giant spider opened its commissary, and a dozen or so clusters of gray energy quickly coalesced around its mouth. Boom! A gray spider web fired. The dark mud net that covered the sky covered forward. An impermeable net of capture was formed. Shadow crow duck. Chun Yen rolled back and just tried to stand up, but his feet could not be pulled up. Chun Yan's pupils tightened. Looking down, the ankle portion was completely submerged in the dark green saltwater marsh. Gah! 3 shadow crows flew over, grabbed him by the shoulders and scrambled upwards. The rock demon giant spider raised its icy spider spear and leapt down from the rocky mountain, bringing the young spiders with it to kill with a bang. Dying, looking at the huge shadows that were gradually approaching. Chun Yen touched his nose, revealing a faintly bitter smile. I hope that little brother has taken Pops out. At that moment, a dazzling lightning bolt of violet intent suddenly illuminated the fine tears in his eyes. Little Thor, lightning charge, thunder fire, dragon breath. On the darkened locomotive. Xiao Ting grabbed the handlebars of the locomotive with his left hand and swung his right hand out violently. A purple bolt of electricity leapt up from his shoulder with wings. It cut through the low air with a rolling wave of air. 10 times as fast as the dragon of lightning, it exceeded the speed of sound. One moment, little thunder god's figure then appeared before the waves of gray demonic spiders. Where's the little monster in the way? The abyssal rock spider blinked its icy compound eyes, releasing an appalling killing aura all over its body. The hiss of Chelonia teeth rubbing together was filled with unparalleled fury. Off, or I'll turn you into spider rice. The slime's secret art pearl is a 4th-ranked commander class pearl. It contained shrinking and enormous, but they were low-ranked king skills that could only be learned by monsters of the overlord and monarch races. This shrinkify skill not only shrunk the size of the little thunder god, but also hid its true strength. The enraged rock demon giant spider didn't even give a second thought to the tiny flying-type monster that was blocking the way in front of him. Whoa! Chapter 90. The district's ingredients. This dragon refines. The rock demon giant spider's 8 spider claws stepped down heavily. The ground shimmered a demonic dark red, and a shadowy passageway that radiated ominousness and malice opened up. Out of it crawled a ghostly spider-like monster. 3 dark spider doppelgangers with huge bodies. Exuding an aura of disdain for alpha-level monsters, he wielded his long, sharp, dark claws and killed in the direction of little Thor. Dark Shadow Divergence. A high-level transcendent skill of the Darkness Department, summoning shadow clones to fight for you. Each shadow doppelganger has 1/3 of the energy of the main body, with up to 3 shadow clones on the field, and when the shadow is injured, the main body takes 1/2 of the damage back. A very powerful darkness skill. 3 shadow clone demon spiders. Possesses 1/3 the power of the alpha level. Pouncing forward was enough to put any mid-level editor on the scent. But the little thunder god didn't even raise his eyelids, and the disdain under his eyes was almost overflowing. 2 puffs of purple smoke came out of his nostrils. A mere ingredient, and you want to turn this dragon into spider rice? Ow! Angry. Let you, little spider, see the true strength of this dragon. Boy, is your initial monster okay? On the locomotive. Old Chun looked at the scene in front of him somewhat nervously. The little flying dragon was only half a meter tall. The tiny figure was too small compared to the huge shadow of the demonic spider. Don't worry. It's not certain who becomes an ingredient for whom. Xiao Ting smiled calmly and said, confident in little thunder god's strength. It's only an alpha-level 3rd-rank monster. It's not like he hasn't killed one before. Flapping tiny wings, little Thor raised his dragon's head. The magnificent purple pupils overflowed with a violent and frenzied aura that was even purer and colder than that of an alpha-level terror fiend spider. It opened its mouth covered with small dragon teeth, and a power that made the abyssal demon spider's heart sound broken surged from the depths of its bottomless throat. The thunder dragon breath mixed with flames transformed into 2 purplish-red wild dragons that leapt out in a single bound. Super small thunder fire dragon breath. Raging thunder and fire dragon breath. The name was small, but the diameter wasn't small at all. It was as thick and long as 20 to 30 meters, wrapped in an angry dragon-like pressure and roaring forward. One moment, the 3 dark spider detachments were then devoured. The little thunder god adjusted the direction of the dragon's head and continued to aim the thunder flames at the rock demon giant spider. Hiss! Shadow split is broken. The rock troll tarantula suffers 1/2 of its shadow damage. The whole body was chapped and constantly spilling green blood. In a raging wave of burning air, the terrifying thunder fire dragon breath crushed the 3 dark shadows and continued to blast forward. The rock demon giant spider hissed as it rubbed its commissary, and its entire body lit up with dark gray energy. The earth energy converged on the shell at a rapid pace, completing the arming of the whole body in an instant, coalescing into a pair of impenetrable rock armor. Bump! The moment the thunderfire dragon breath and the rock armor violently collided, the ground let out a big rumbling explosion. It lasted less than 15 seconds. The rock armor on the rock demon giant spider's body cracked right in the midst of the purplish-red thunderous fury. The huge body of the giant spider was completely engulfed by Violet Red's double dragon breath. Rolling between the smoke, the huge line of thunderfire continued to derive, spreading across the entire field and engulfing all of the rock demon juvenile spiders. In a 500-meter radius, you have slain the common-level rock demon hatchling spider. You have killed an initiate-level rock demon hatchling spider. The beeps kept ringing. The strike, Operation Extermination, killed hundreds of spiders and rice. Instant refining. But most of the small hatchling spiders have basically broken out of their shells within a few days of each other, and they are all initial and common. Little Thunder God can no longer increase the evolution by killing them. But the piece on the aura is taken to death. It looks like the dragon is small, the pressure is big, and it is incomparably fierce and appalling. The few young spiders that still survived, carrying their puppy like spider bodies, backed away in terror. Crap! Chan Yen, who had recovered a life, suddenly reflected a dark locomotive in his pupils. The car let out a beastly roar and drifted into view in a flash. Lao Chun got out of the car and rolled down to the ground. Quickly walking over, he joined the 3 shadow crows and yanked Chan Yen out of the ethereal green saltwater swamp. Pops! I thought I told you guys to run. Chen Yen was so anxious that he wanted to vomit blood. Jesus Christ, he managed to lure the monster away, but his teammates came back and flashed to move their graves to give away their heads. My native language is speechless. Old Chun sat paralyzed on the ground, touched a handful of sweat on his temples, and panted. Don't underestimate this kid. He's an 18-year-old intermediate mile. What? Intermediate monster editor? Chun Yen glanced at the flying monster in mid-air. He's nearsighted, his glasses have fallen off, and he walks on the command of Shadow Crow. Frozen in time, it was a flying monster of some sort. One could only feel the extremely terrifying monster pressure. This elite-level pressure gave Chun Yen a feeling that was even stronger than the oppressive feeling of the rock demon giant spider leader. Chun Yen was startled. This mid-level buddy's initial flying monster must have high racial potential. He rose from the sludge, dragging his limp leg. He trotted to Xiao Ting's side and said in a small, sincere voice, "Dude, thanks for coming to my rescue. But you're so young to be an intermediate, all the more reason not to fold here." Chun Yen has a rotten life and is not afraid of anything. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and brought along the 3 shadow crows, about to rush up to execute the clan mimicry technique and fight for his life against the rock demon giant spider, giving Xiao Ting and Old Chun the time to escape. Uncle, I saved you and your father. You can't be so kind as to rob me of my monsters. Xiao Ting watched him limp forward, somewhat helplessly. The battle is mostly about slaughtering dogs. Righteous, but too reckless. Xiao Ting snapped his fingers. Little Thunder God, deactivate, shrinking. A quick fight and a quick decision. As his words fell, a giant dragon's hiss exploded from mid-air. Roar! Old Chun and Chen Yen, who was running forward, both raised their heads in shock. In midair, Little Thunder God's body erupted with dazzling skillful golden light, and his size expanded rapidly. After lifting the shrinkage, a huge dragon shadow swooped straight down. It was such a small landing maneuver that set off a huge astral wind in the entire arena, making Xiao Chun and Lao Chun unable to stand. The wind is blowing hard. A 30-meter-tall elite flying dragon with both wings braced on the ground stood at Xiao Ting's side. Because of the overly deep lightning savings in the body, the shell thus appeared black. The raging beast with a purple-black body was majestic, and the black thunder wings full of bladed arcs, entwined with lightning. Its huge body hid a destructive power beyond imagination. Originally 25 meters in size, after taking a 100-year portion of dragon's bloodgrass, it once again pulled up and became even more gigantic. Actually, Little Thor's size, which wasn't big among pure-blooded flying dragons, was still just a young dragon. However, a young dragon can give such a powerful sense of oppression. If it grows up, what's more? I'll go. Chun Yan's eyes glazed over as he looked at such a behemoth. He still didn't see what kind of monster it was, rubbing his nearsighted eyes hard and yelling, "Gopher, where are my glasses? Did you guys pick them up?" Dumbfounded Old Chun sighed. From the mud wave sound pulled out 2 heads. 2 more or less shivering gopher paws held up an eyeglass that was already half broken. Chun Yen dried his lenses. Put the monocle frame on the bridge of your nose. Simultaneously raise your blurry right eye and your slightly clearer left eye and look forward. The first thing that caught his eyes was an incomparably majestic 30-meter-tall beast. Wait a minute, he's not mistaken, is he? Flying dragons, such ancient dragons, as monstrous monarchs whose power crushes all races, only appear in the myths, poems, and stories passed down by various civilizations. How could it be here or a summoned monster of a teenager? Chun Yen raised his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Glasses on it. Take another look. The 30-meter-tall flying dragon monarch still stood on the ground with its wings propped up. Surprisingly, it's true. It wasn't a vision he saw. It's surprisingly true that this is a dragon of fantasy.
这哥们到底是哪里来的大神啊？
Not only Chen Yen, the well-informed old Chen, at this time, his mouth issued a violent cough choked by saliva. He didn't expect it at all. That flying dragon was so small that its true size was surprisingly huge. It's as tall as a 10-story building. The dragon master teenager who was watching and commanding the battle. His knuckles curled up at once and rested against the middle of the man. The line of his lips opened and he exhaled a cold, white breath. Chapter 91. Killing the giant spider and then the banquet. Roar! The huge dragon shadow let out a majestic and intimidating low roar. Hiss! The rock demon giant spider, which had been seriously injured, began to tremble violently with all 8 spider claws under the ferocious dragon's might that pounced on it. It rubbed its calicary hard. Hearing the female spider hiss, the young spiders dispersed and turned their heads to run, with no intention of trying to fight at all. Slipped and slipped. Offense and defense are interchangeable. This time, it was the rock demon giant spider that was switched and blocked Xiao Ting's way in front of them in order to save the young spiders. Xiao Ting didn't care about those escaping little spiders. These small young spiders, all of which were initial, ordinary levels that could not increase their evolution by killing them. Potential to be an elite race, common race. Wilderness monsters breed and give birth to heirs that will be at least 1 level below the racial level of their parent. Unclimatized. Exotic monsters must be eliminated to avoid future problems. The local wilderness monsters of the East Sea, on the contrary, can be exterminated every once in a while, without having to exterminate the community all at once. After all, less wilderness monsters would be a lot less available monster resources. Like the giant spider swamp, the rock or resources and spider silk resources that could be produced could not be sustainably produced with fewer rock demon giant spiders. 1v1 it is. Timothy Shaw's goal is clear. Little Thunder God. Hunt immediately and take down this demonic spider leader. Roar! The rock demon giant spider was an earth and dark type mid to late stage 3rd rank monster. It was 60% more evolved than the 2 demon worm leaders that Shao Ting and Thunder God had brutally beaten up, with 7 high-level, mid-level transcendental skills: Quicksand Vortex, Rock Armor, Earth Power, Mudweb Jet, Earthen Flow Wall, Shadow Split, Dark Magic Eye. Resistant to being punched. Rock Armor, Earth Power, and Earth Flow Wall are all strong mid to high-level transcendent defense skills. This kind is typical of Shield Mountain. Meat of the batch at the same time. There's also Quicksand Vortex and Mudnet Jet, which are difficult control skills. Take off! The dragon's wings flapped and flew into mid-air. Let's pull away first. Shao Ting slightly narrowed his eyes that looked like they had gold flowing through them. Airspace control must be obtained. Can't eat the Quicksand Vortex and Mudnet Spray controls. Dragons are overly large tonnage at this point. Once it sinks into the quicksand silt, it's likely to become a little Thor who can't get up and buries himself in the yellow earth, asking Pops to reach out and yank it. The rock troll giant spider looked at the huge dragon shadow flying above its head and began to stack armor onto its body frantically. The power of the earth. Rock armor. Sand and gravel littered underfoot. The giant demon spider thrust its 8 spider claws into the ground viciously. Deep within the earth, a steady stream of earth energy was pulled by it. A pair of rock armor, whose defensive power instantly reached double reinforcement, coalesced once again on the giant demon spider's head, shell, and claws. Dark gray transcendent armor covered every inch of its densely velvety arachnid hairs. It was only now that it had the reputation of being a rock troll giant spider, with each and every one of its spider hairs being rock solid and indestructible. Not a good fight. Shao Ting smiled, then reaching out his hand in the air. Thunder magic! The mid-air dragon's eyelashes twitched violently before his head snapped up and rolled a mountainous base shot from his throat with precision towards where the leader of the demon spiders was beneath him. The wind is howling. A rumble of thunder rolled across the sky, a dark purple vortex that appeared over the field. A small piece of the firmament was torn apart, and an aura of solemnity filled the heavens and earth. Thunderstorms descend. Shao Ting raised his hand. Countless angry tidal waves of lightning struck down in succession. The rock demon giant spider was flooded by the blazing purple electricity, and the doubly reinforced rock armor on its body shattered with a loud bang. Spider blood soared wildly, and the flesh and blood tissues in his body were constantly torn apart by the lightning. Life is like a candle in the wind in an instant. Chun Yen and Old Chun, dumbfounded, looked at this scene. This is a skill? This is an act of God, isn't it? Old Chun held his hat, which was wildly blown by the wind pressure, squinted his cloudy little eyes, and whispered quickly. Although the rock giant spider has lightning resistance, the opponent is simply too strong. Dragon Roar Magic was an advanced king skill. A king-level skill still can't break your transcendent-level defense? Joke's on you. It's a messy kill with your eyes closed.
Thunder Magic starter.
Shao Ting directly commanded the Thunder Monarch Dragon, spraying double dragon breaths to drain the blood of the mother of demonic spiders. The rock troll giant spider was holding back. The enemy flies in the sky. Can't fight. You can only keep stacking armor. However, its skill power couldn't be compared to the Thunder Monarch Dragon's king-level skill at all. Thunder Fire Dragon Breath came out. The Earth Flow Wall, Rock Armor, and Earth Power were instantly washed to pieces. Attacks came in waves after waves like a raging storm, hitting the rock demon giant spider without the power to fight back, becoming a completely one-sided crushing game. Chin Yen and Old Chin both looked dumbfounded. This is a mid-level editor? MMP, what mid-level can command an elite and hold the chief down? Hiss! The dying rock demon giant spider tried to escape, but the Thunder Monarch Dragon turned its head and kept pursuing. No matter where it fled to, the terrifying dragon's breath always enveloped its body. Less than 30 seconds of output later, the rock demon giant spider let out a mournful cry. Move STH. You've destroyed the alpha rock spider. Thunder Dragon Evolution plus 5%. Current evolution level. 73% of second order. The 30-odd meter tall rock demon giant spider collapsed with a loud bang. A smell of barbecue escaped. The dragon flapped its wings and landed with a thud. Suddenly, the flying dragon's ears perked up. A look of being scented. Drool wiped away. Turning back to the teenage dragon master, he picked up the spider claws of the rock devil giant spider and yanked them in his direction with a low chirp. Anon! Pops, you eat first? Q. Pops still has a couple boxes of self-heating lunchboxes left. Shaw Timothy rarely refuses. If no outsiders are here, he might even be able to share his food with little Thor. Being surrounded by people holding up a spider's leg and eating it, forget it. Not that it matters that the iconoclastic baggage exists. A little pushback. A layer of skillful golden light filled the dragon's huge body, and in a flash it reappeared in the form of a small half-meter tall Thor. Bury your head in the roasted spider meat. Open your mouth and feast. Ow! Swallow the delicious spider meat down. The dragon's claws gave a lurch. Ears up. Eyes exploded with terrifying light. The black hole that seemed to connect to the abyss opened up, and the speed of the dry rice doubled once again. Howl times. Giant spiders are pickled and flavored by saltwater swamps. It's delicious. The cooked meat is a crab-like kind of texture with a strong roasted crab flavor. Pops didn't like it. Really sorry to hear that. Next time you hunt for 1,000,000,000 points, the monster meat that Pops likes to eat. Hikap Sigma. Devouring leader monster. Rock demon giant spider. Thunder dragon evolution level plus 2%. Current evolution level. 75% of second order. Little Thor, who is not a picky eater, is a real keeper. Although the rock troll giant spider leader didn't drop any materials, it was eaten cleanly. Not even a single piece of spider meat was spared, giving the little Thor a sizable chunk of evolution. Not far from it rising to alpha level, little Thor finished his snack. Under the leadership of Chun Yen and Old Chun, the group arrived at a safe house deep in the rock mine cave in less than half a day. Chapter 92 Locked in Space, Spiritual Plant Map. The afterglow was already roaming their shoulders after the three of them had walked to the Rocky Mountain mining cave. Large black clouds subsumed the summer's flaming clouds, and the sky outside the cave quickly dimmed. It's almost nighttime already. The moonlight rises high in the evening, golden and distant. When the long winds that trailed from the opposite side of the wetland blew, the barren grasses connected to the sky. Inside the mine, it was said to be a safe house, but it was actually a landing spot that was not infested with monsters. Old Chun and Chun Yen sprinkled insect repellent powder around the area, cleaned up the ground, and covered themselves with their clothes and slept on the ground when they were flat. Put the torch aside. Old Chun and Chun Yen first greeted Xiao Ting and sat down. The two men quickly picked up the wrench on the floor again, and with a burst of maneuvering, got the mine lights back on. The dark cave was finally a little warmer. Boxed lunch. The warm yellow light shines through. Xiao Ting heated up 3 boxes of self-heated rice and opened 3 more cold sodas a few months ago. When he left Donghai City, Lin Butler packed a lot of things and sent them over, and the space of the bracelet contained a small refrigerator that had been packed and hoarded a lot of food and drinks. The wilderness area is again dotted with a number of human supply points. In the past 4 or 5 months, Xiao Ting economized on food, not much rice left, but a lot of drinks left. Exclamation point. Chun Yen and Lao Chan sat on the mountain rocks, eating steaming hot self-heated rice while shedding tears. They've eaten spider monsters, gopher monsters, bat monsters, but it's been a long, long time since I've had such a nourishing and filling meal. After the meal, Xiao Ting and little Thor held the second cup of iced milk tea and sat on the clean mountain stone bench, shaking the mulberry and little Vulcan ice cubes in their cups and drinking them beautifully. Chan Yen and Old Chun held their soda bottles and looked at each other, secretly nodding their heads and making up their minds. Suddenly, Old Chen's palm was dotted with stars. Quickly gripped a piece of vellum with some curled edges. The old man took this hand-drawn topographical map and, together with Chun Yen, knelt down in Xiao Ting's direction. There is no way to repay the great favor. Please also accept this map of the spiritual plants inside Magnetic Mountain. What's this for? Xiao Ting cried and laughed a little. Reaching out, he froze and failed to help an old man and a middle-aged man to their feet. Not according to his strength that could easily drag a 7 or 8 meter black poison python. But any more tugging and the ones who would get hurt would be the 2 figures kneeling across the room. The lips moved, hopelessly exhaling. Xiao Ting had no choice but to pick up this spiritual plant map first. Seeing him accept it, Chun Yen and Old Chun then stood up. To be honest, it's a bit hot and doesn't make much sense for us at the moment. Chun Yen spoke of what was recorded on this spirit plant map. Being able to have the geomining team abandon the convenient form of electronic maps and depict them in traditional paper form. What's written on this map is all understated goodness. Surprisingly, marked with quite a few rare and rare thousand-year-old plants. It's worth a lot of money, he said, worried that Xiao Ting wouldn't believe them. Old Chun and Chen Yen explained clearly the origin of this map one by one again. My father and we are the squad members in charge of mining Magnetic Mountain's Mining Area 7, crystallized spirit plants. Chan Yen touched his broken arm and smiled bitterly as he remembered the massacre. It was about 3 months ago. Deep underground, we and the captain found a 1,000-year portion of a third-order lightning spirit plant of extremely high quality. But there are alpha-level monsters guarding it. We didn't startle the guardian monster. Marking the map, he quietly retreated. Prepare to go back to the mining star group to gather people and come back to mine the elemental spirit plants. But just as soon as I stepped out of the mine, I was unlucky enough to run into the followers of the Corpse Woods and a group of ghoulish editors who were chasing them. In Chun Yan's low tone, Xiao Ting finally learned the ins and outs of the arrest and killing of the Earth Mining Squad. 6 months ago, the remnants of the Corpse Woods secret cult fled to the 9th Wilderness Area. A large number of dark forces followed them into the wilderness area in hot pursuit. The reason why it's going all the way to the chase. It was because this group of corpse forest remnants were too hateful. Once they had robbed an entire Ghostbusters auction house of goods in Mordor, and also turned the treasures into 3 treasure maps, all of which were hidden in the Mordor wilderness area, causing the Ghostbusters to be furious and keep chasing after them. To escape the chase, the old sixes of the corpse forest, mixed in with the geode squads, wilderness poaching groups, and various treasure hunting parties roaming the wilderness area, a little bit of hiding brought about an extinction for a dozen or so geomining squads. Many of the ghostly forces who wanted to reclaim their treasures slaughtered the earth mining squads and wilderness treasure hunting groups when they came across them. The geomining squad that Xiao Chun and Lao Chen were in was even more unlucky to run into the big battle between the corpse forest and the ghosts. The fight, Xiao Chun and Lao Chun were escorted by the miner captain who broke the back and escaped from the massacre with this map of spiritual plants. Think of that scene. The veins on Chun Yan's neck bulged, and his eyes contained hot tears. He took a deep breath to calm down and gritted his teeth. We were ready to take the spiritual plant map and go back to the mining star group to ask for help. But that big grudge boss of Zhou Pippi even didn't want to carry out the compensation for workplace deaths, rolled up the money and fled, and pulled the ING plug on our communications. This, Xiao Ting's brows furrowed for a split second, revealing a one-word expression. The little thunder god, who was listening next to him without even understanding, also mimicked him by slightly opening his mouth and revealing an expression of speechlessness. Head. Workers' compensation for death of a mid-level editor. They all start at a minimum of $6 million. A dozen or so geomining squads, with no less than a dozen intermediates and more than 30 beginners, became pool fish caught in the waves of the chaotic fight between the forces of evil. It works out to be at least $200 to $300 million in compensation. If Lao Chun and Xiao Chun get out alive, they will be able to claim workers' compensation on behalf of the families of their fellow miners. That's a lot of money. The owner of the mining star group doesn't even want to give $50 million. Also do not want to spend energy, re-employ people to go in third-order monsters to fight, fishing no shadow of the labor of 1,000 years of spiritual plants, directly patting the ass-slipped ball. There is no way around it. The 2 miners, father and son, could only utilize the editor certification bracelet to report the deaths and injuries on this side to the editor guild. Not only has a wanted notice been posted over there, offering a reward for the resentful boss of the mining star group, a number of elite editors were also deployed to keep clearing out the Ghostbusters who had been arrogantly killing people in the land of Donghuang. But some cunning members of the secret cults and ghost killers are still running away from each other, chasing and killing each other. Xiao Ting took a sip of his soda, his tone faintly puzzled. So why haven't you guys called the guild's editor to take you out? Lao Chun. The guild's editors have gone to the depths of the Magnetic Mountain mining area to clear out the temporary base camps of the religious editors and the ghostly editors. Chan Yen. We received the news and we're going to wait for them in the giant spider swamp, and in the meantime we were looking for any of our minor teammates who were still alive. But we didn't expect that we would accidentally step on the young spider eggs and be hunted down by the giant spider leader. They've either been hunted or hunted down in the meantime. Zater to say more. The best luck might be to meet the dragon mastering boy who comes down from the sky. Maybe all the luck went into this moment. In the future, there would be bragging one had met the dragon and his dragon master, or had once been rescued by him and his dragon when the 10th Eastern Hung Kingdom's brightest monarch was weak, such a long-lasting, generational talking point. This spirit plant map, we are not going to submit it to the Editors Guild. Old Chun sipped the breath-infused water. The pale wrinkles of the eyes swung open. Old Chen's wry little eyes curved up slightly, overflowing with the warm light reflected from the soda bottle, and said softly, "Young man, you saved us. Let's give it to you and hope it helps you a little." Their father and son duo, being chased by even the alpha-level rock giant spiders, could only run for their lives, and they simply didn't have the strength to go deep underneath the mines, fight with alpha-level demons, and mine those 1,000-year portions and 100-year portions of spirit plants that had caretakers. Xiao Ting saved them and gave them a meal. Chun Yen and Old Chun were not ungrateful men, and would rather give the spiritual plant map to Xiao Ting than fall into the hands of the black-hearted boss, and the assassins that the boss had sent out to hunt them down. Xiao Ting flipped through the map of spiritual plants. It recorded quite a few areas where spiritual plants were distributed. Good lord, that's quite a lot. It even detailed the location of a 1,000-year-old thunder Ganoderma. Picked up these spiritual plants. He could totally use the hand of fusion to fuse a batch of even higher-ranked spiritual plants, giving the two little guys a wild wave of evolutionary degrees now. At least one wave up to 3 is stress-free. Timothy Shaw thoughtfully threw out another question. By the way, do you guys know where the wilderness poachers hang out? Xiao Ting had taken on 2 bounty quests to slaughter all of the wilderness poachers and the remnants of the corpse terrarium. Those remnants of the Tantric Church are now certain to be hiding in the Magnetic Mountain Mining District. And where is that other group of wilderness poachers and hunters who believe in the Lord of No Thieves hiding? After pondering for a while, Chun Yen scratched the back of his head and said with some uncertainty, "It seems they're all in the deepest part of the Magnetic Hill Mine Area 7. It's huge there. There are many labyrinth-like mine cave tunnels underground, and with the guild editors chasing them, the poachers should flee into there and hide around." Good. Xiao Ting closed the spiritual plant map. Starlight dotted his hand and a circular spell like a star map emerged, taking it into the monster space. This month, I'm going to go deep into the Magnetic Mountain Mining Area and explore the underground mining caves. Spaced lock.
Instant refining.
The remnants of the necropolis, the wilderness poachers and hunters. You have taken the Magnet Mountain Mining Area Spirit Plant Map 3rd Order into Monster Space. Chapter 93. The Golden Pupil, the Evil Ghost in the Smoke. Xiao Ting's next target was the Magnetic Hill Mine, the bounty of the wilderness bandits, and the farther away treasure of the Mordor Mithraic Ghostbusters will be left aside. The most practical is this map of the distribution of underground spiritual plants. This map of spiritual plants marks 2 or 3,000-year and 100-year portions of spiritually crystallized plants that the Earth Mining Squad discovered deep in the Magnetic Mountain. After Xiao Ting harvested it, he could use the Hand of Fusion to fuse a batch of even higher-ranked spirit plants to feed the 2 little dragon cubs. It was perfectly fine for the little god of thunder to rise to the alpha level and the little god of fire to rise to the elite level. If you were a bit more daring and picked the unknown high-grade spiritual plants in the deepest part of the underground, as recorded on the map, little Thor is expected to become the Dragon Lord. After the meal, Xiao Ting sat in meditation until late at night. The 2 miners took out their wound medicine and began to treat the wounds on their bodies. Xiao Ting meditated for 2 or 3 hours and was almost sleepy. He took out his camping sleeping bag and 2 spare sleeping bags and handed them to the thankful Lao Chun Xiao Chun. The mine was damp and cold at night. Every now and then there was the rustling of cavern bug monsters and cavern bats. The little thunder god guarded the campfire, stoking a string of electrified embers with his tail, and plopped down next to Xiao Ting, half squinting and half sleeping. Under its guardianship, the trio slept peacefully. It's been a long time since I've had such a good dream. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, the 3 men and the dragon woke up with refreshed eyes. A simple wash with mineral water. Xiao Ting took out 3 breakfast sets. There's soy milk and dunking buns. Little Thor lay on his old man's shoulder, taking a bite out of a crab-filled bun. The bite was full of soup. Lao Chun and Xiao Chun filled their stomachs and gave another round of thanks. Come on. I'll stop by and give you a ride to the safe zone outside the giant spider swamp. Xiao Ting rode his motorcycle carrying Old Chun and wore out the giant spider swamp. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, used the mimicry merging technique and was grabbed by the shoulders of the 3 shadow crows turned into death giant crows, following behind his roaring engine. Outside is a fairly safe plains area. Shaw, just send it here. Yeah, this way is the safe zone, the rest of the way, we'll take the safe route and walk back in a month. Xiao Ting thought about it and took out another cardboard box from the space and handed it to the two. It contained 3 weeks' worth of food and mineral water. He doesn't have much food left. Monster meat, though, is everywhere in the wilderness area. Old Chun, I have some contacts in Donghai City. After you guys go out, contact Wei, Ma, Li, Wang. These 4 masters' handlers, they will help you find the black-hearted bosses and ask for the workman's compensation of all the miners. Tearful, Chan Yen waved his hand and said, "Little brother, we will never forget your kindness." Old Chun waved his hand and said, "A good dragon lives in peace," with 1,000 thanks from both men. Xiao Ting straddled the locomotive darkness and leapt out as black lightning against the red sun on the horizon. 1 month later, deep in the Magnetic Hill area, a blackened locomotive roared wildly through a wilderness, skimming over a mountain range of magnetite. The little flying dragon with spread wings soared above Xiao Ting's head, releasing a faint kingly pressure. The ungraded wilderness animals and small monsters scattered in all directions. The exploration rate in the Magnetic Hill area is 67%. It was already a high-risk area infested with alpha and overlord-level monsters. Now there were also wandering wilderness bandits, ghostly killers, secret cultists. The danger level had definitely risen a lot more. A day later, while passing by the turquoise wilderness land lake, Xiao Ting's luck was good and he encountered 2 figures with attribute panels. The wilderness poachers Zhao Qianggong. The wilderness poachers painted by Wang Yu. Their blood-stained short coats and the golden writing on their heads told Xiao Ting who they were bound to die. These are 2 wilderness bandits who came to fetch water. By capturing them, he would know the stronghold of the wilderness poachers. Xiao Ting parked his locomotive to the side, donned his stealth lizard cloak, snapped on his fanged respirator, spilling out gaseous green smoke like the spit of an evil spirit to conceal his face and breath, and circled around to their rear. It's time to start the electro-electronic music session. Ancient low chants rang out, and the dragon blood power flowing within his body transformed into a shining light of thunder the moment he drilled out of his palm. Thunder magic. What's that noise? Scarface, who was letting off steam, looked up in horror. What came into view was a rushing stream of purple electricity. It was a hideous thunder jiao, opening its huge jiao jaws, each section of its morose fangs made up of purple lightning, iron shell poison moth, steel wings. The scar-faced man's scalp tingled as he bellowed, "Mimi!" The half-meter-tall iron shell poison moth leapt up, its wings blossoming with the light of steel reinforcement, as it circled back in mid-air and rushed towards the Thunder Fury scroll. This is an enhanced skill that can cut through electrical mines, but it can't split real thunder. The auger opened its purple jaws and let out a hiss like 1,000 birds, bringing with it the smell of death. Electric ons bloom. A man and a moth shuddered violently. After a few seconds, their whole body convulsed and they fell backwards. You've destroyed the common-level iron shell moth. Brother Chong, Wang Yui, who was fetching water, turned back. Crisp footsteps. It rang out at the edge of the Earth's lake. The teenager clad in the secret magic cloak snapped his fingers, and dragon-shaped lightning bolts measuring 20 to 30 meters flew back with a huff and wrapped around his side. Wang Yue looked at him with half caution, half fear, the moment he saw this mysterious man. In her mind, the words "evil ghost in smoke" flashed unanimously. This is not a ratbag who hides his head and stays in the closet. Instead, it was a horrible humanoid monster. He or it, dressed in a pitch-black raincoat jacket with a Fong-printed respirator over his face. A terrifying pressure permeated his body. Under the greenish-colored smoke that was exhaled as if it were the vomit of an evil spirit, she was unable to judge the person's appearance or age at all, like a walking ghost in smoke. Mysterious. Extremely dangerous. You're the elite level of the Editors Guild? The female member of the bandit group, Wang Yue, swallowed her saliva and quickly discarded her useless emotion of fear and inspired her anger, staring fiercely at the silhouette. Under the gaseous green smoke leaking from the respirator, the tall figure's expression was unmistakably cryptic. There was only electric light, faintly illuminating the purple bracelet on his hand. The mark of an elite editor. Elite level, or an elite level certified by the Editors Guild. Wang Yue's expression couldn't help but have a few more scruples. Answer correctly. But there's no reward. The figure cracked up laughing. A smile and a wink. The sound is distorted and distorted by the breather. Dazzling lightning jumped from his hands. Like a dangerous, crazy thunder and lightning Dharma King. Is it also a guild editor who wants to come and take the bounty? Wang Yue's heart sank. Chapter 94. 10 million reward. Extermination action. The moment he met Xiao Ting's line of sight, she saw the dark pupils of the other woman's eyes abruptly change to an inhuman golden color. What kind of eyes are those? It was as if the golden lamps were 1,000,000 times brighter. The golden pupils carried an absolute coldness devoid of humanity, as if they were ancient gods, indifferently overlooking the earth. It's not good. All the cells in Wang Yue's body were screaming, "Run! Run away! Run!" She forced herself to hold back the fear she couldn't mentally restrain, slowly adjusted her breathing, withdrew a few steps backward, and raised her hand. Roar! A huge canine-type monster scurried out of the purple summoning formation. Lunge forward. Humph. Same intermediate level? Do you think you've got me? Long howling hyena. Charge, bone-shattering teeth. Name, long howling hyena. Attribute Wind Mudo System. Race level, Second Order Elite Beast Race. Level, Mid-Second Order 51% Evolution. Just waiting for you to summon monsters and serve the little dragon cubs. Mystic let out a whisper. The wind-based long howling hyena bellowed. With the charge boost, it was incredibly fast, but in the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of the mystic. It opened its mouth wide, and its mouth lit up with a blood-red light. The two fangs instantly skyrocketed more than twice as much as the guillotine of the god of death, and bit down hard with a pugnacious aura. Ow! Hit it! Its invincible sword-like fangs bit into this mysterious man's right hand. But tactile. Doesn't seem right. A sense of unease welled up inside the long howling hyena. His hunch was right. The moment it bit down, a layer of flying dragon scales flashed out. In a turn of breath, it covered the teenager's arm. The two small eyes of the long howling hyena looked downward in confusion. Its bone-shattering teeth bit down, but it didn't seem to miss completely. The teenager's right hand lifted slightly. A bite of the dragon's scales was hung on the draconian's arm. The long howling hyena with a question mark written all over its face dangled in mid-air as the teenager raised his hand. For some reason, the long howling hyena suddenly got a little nervous and tried to spill its mouth. But the scales of the cackling teeth, moving as if alive, firmly jammed its fangs. With that, it heard a low laugh that was somewhat distorted. Xiao Ting's left hand reached out like lightning and punched the shocked coyote's face. Ka-ching! A clear bone-cracking sound rang out. The long howling hyena's eyes bulged out at once. A powerful wave of air visible to the naked eye erupted where it made contact with the fist. The monster hyena spewed blood from its mouth and nose, its face contorting in agony before it was sent flying out, wrapped in a powerful wave of air that pirouetted and smashed into the body of the opposite editor. The pain of a heavy blow to the face and nose is palpable. The long howling hyena let out a mournful wail and rolled all over the place, covering its shattered face and nose. You mother-er! A drop of cold sweat seeped down from Wang Yue's forehead. She covered her nearly smashed ribs and shuddered as she rose from the long howling hyena's side. Numb. Scalp numbness. The long howling hyena's bone-shattering teeth, reinforced with double the biting power, could easily crush the bones of ordinary elite-level monsters, but it couldn't even break the arm defense of this evil ghost in smoke? NMD. Not only did he have amazing defense, but he was also able to punch a long howling hyena in the middle of the elite level to death. This man with his face covered, is he a devil? After taking a 100-year portion of the dragon's blood herb, the power has become stronger. Xiao Ting briefly commented on the fact that the strike could kill an elite's flat A in seconds. He's still lazy looking in his wariness. Just idly, he came up next to the female bandit and the long howling hyena and pressed the button on the side of his hand ring. A fluorescent blue light brain screen appeared. On it was a bounty. Wilderness poachers and hunters, Ms. Wang Yuei, once killed a mid-level editor and more than a dozen innocent people. Bounty 3 million. Not waiting for him to finish reading the bounty, Wang Yue then moved her lips, her eyes glowing fiercely as she took a bite of the second-order secret art tongue ring in her mouth. Trying to take my bounty? I'll drag you down even if I die. Disposable second-order super speed healing. A powerful restorative green light surged from the body of the long howling hyena. The fallen long howling hyena stood up, its shattered nose bone healing quickly, and bared its snow-white fangs towards Xiao Ting. But the next second, the man and the dog froze, all with their mouths wide open and a look of living hell, because of an immense dragon-shaped shadow. It suddenly appeared behind the evil spirit in the smoke, stroking the curved, low-slung head of the Thunder Monarch dragon. The mystic's unique, gold-colored, vertical pupils met Wang Yue's line of sight with a friendly bend. "Can I ask a few simple questions if I don't want to be eaten alive?" Looking at that 30-meter-tall, terrifying flying dragon, Wang Yue was silent for a moment. The arrogance was gone. Closing his eyes, he wrapped his hands around his ever-shaking arms. The woman's voice trembled with coldness as she said, "I'll answer whatever you want to ask, as long as you promise to give me a pain in the ass." 5 minutes later, an ancient murmur escaped Xiao Ting's throat. "Thunder Snake." The one man and the hyena shuddered violently, and their hearts, pierced by the electric current, stopped leaping and collapsed to the ground. A flip of the wrist. From the bracelet space, take out the biosampling bag. The blood and hair of the 2 dark editors are collected into a bag and stored into the bracelet. The guild has specialized supernatural and ghostly monsters on staff to identify the hair and blood of bounty criminals for death induction. So, a guild kill mission in the wilderness area. Rather, he didn't have to carry a yellow shrouded bag to pay the bounty like other editors. 2 wilderness bandits, totaling 4 million bounty in hand.
Xiao Ting smiled genuinely.
Satisfaction and joy filled the corners of his mouth as he exhaled white breath. The bodies of the man and woman were thrown into the lake and quickly sank. The 2 monsters, on the other hand, disappeared into the dragon's black, cavernous mouth. The early bird catches the worm. Maintaining a normal size results in a larger appetite, so the dragon has to store a little more energy. Current evolution level, 2nd order 78%. In the end, Xiao Ting asked for the desired information from the mouth of the poacher group's woman. "So, the wilderness poachers, they're all hiding in the underground mines. If we chase after them, I'm afraid it will take 10 days and half a month. I hope all of them don't all once again escape." Little Thor, shrinkify. Extermination operation activated. Depart immediately. Ow! The little thunder god wearing the possessed collar tilted his head and screamed, rapidly becoming smaller. And then the wings fluttered and flew back onto the shoulders of the teenage dragon master. The dragon's forepaws were raised and his arms kept swinging. Pops, pops, punch, punch, punch. "Oh, go! Turn on the headlights," according to the information given by the members of the poaching group. Soon drove into the 7th region and drilled into the mine with the most massive body. Locked directly onto the area where the wilderness bandits were hanging out. A half-month pursuit. Half a month later, the entire underground mine was like a vast and incomparable labyrinth. And the teenage figure with hands gripping the handles at either end of the locomotive and low pressing his body almost blended in with the entire black car. The golden light from the headlights shot straight out. A dark bolt of lightning crushed through the uneven hills and gravel. Xiao Ting and his group, along with the dragon, kept moving forward in the underground mines with complicated terrain. Rush forward. And just then... System. Host, your 2nd flame Tyrannosaurus egg is about to hatch. The beep suddenly rang in his ears. Chapter 95 Flame Tyrannosaurus Rex. Officially born. So soon? The little Vulcan is about to break his shell. Timothy Shaw shrugged off the bracelet. After extinguishing the light brain screen, he turned his head sideways and looked over his shoulder at the little Thor. "Find a safer place to land. We need to get into monster space and see Ruji." Little Thor's 2 eyes lit up at once. It's like a magnificent purple nebula. It raised its head and slapped its chest. "Ong, that's looking." A purple bolt soared into the air. He didn't meet any people on the way, but he did meet some ordinary little monsters of the lightning, poison, and darkness systems. Little Thor spread his wings and unleashed his dragon's might, banishing all the ungrateful monsters in his way. Half a day later. 0 days, 0 hours, 1 minute and 59 seconds until the baby dragon breaks its shell. Thor Jr. landed on the ground. "Anon," he yelled. Xiao Ting all of a sudden headed towards the mine hole it had landed in and drilled into it. "Hurry into monster space and check it out." An arm was wrapped around the expectant little Thor. Starlight fluttered beneath his feet, and a spatial rift engulfed the bodies of a man and a dragon. The bodies of the man and the dragon instantly appeared in monster space. The snowy white end of the planet. Stand up the Thunder Dragon Cave. A dragon's lair covered in bearskin blankets. Holding a giant burning fiery red egg. The flaming dragon eggs were 3 to 4 meters tall, releasing hot, hot air. It was so hot that one could vaguely see the surface of the eggshell, with countless illusory white gases rising. The floor steamed with fresh, humid heat, and it seemed that each water vapor contained the sound of a tender, restless heartbeat. It was the sound of the little Vulcan's strong and powerful heartbeat that echoed throughout the evil dragon cave. It's almost broken. One person and one dragon had just walked over to the fiery red dragon egg when they heard the crisp sound of breaking shells. Xiao Ting and Little Thunder God looked at each other. Both coincidentally clenched their paws, under their eyes flashed thick excitement. Then, they even held their breaths. Their gazes locked nervously on the little Vulcan's broken shell. Under the blazing gaze of a man and a dragon, the flame Tyrannosaurus egg shook violently. The shell made a clicking, crunching sound. The hot magic power of fire continued to spill out along the broken eggshell. Within a 10-meter radius, everything constructed by spiritual energy withered and evaporated, being burned to ashes. Fire and white mist leaped across the bare blanket in a wanton frenzy, like a madman's dance. What a majestic outing! Xiao Ting and the Little Thunder God were shocked in unison, their mouths slightly open as they took a few steps back. Click! The cracks in the fiery red eggshell grew larger. Finally, 10 minutes later, a large, steaming head huffed and puffed its way out of the quartered eggshell. Hooray! Out of the shell, the big, fiery red head, as soon as it shook the wet eggshell off its head, squeezed its body out impatiently. As big as a baby elephant, the body was fiery red, the color of magma. Roll over and land on your back. The flame little Tyrannosaurus Rex's 2 crimson eyes looked curiously at the Dragon Master and his dragon in front of him. Cocked his head. The next second, smell the unmistakable soul scent of the creator. The dragon suddenly opened its claws, took a step, and charged. Is it for a hug? Xiao Ting and Little Thunder God both opened their arms in excitement. At this time, the heartbeat in the chest speed and sound are so fast and bulging.
同じ一重音要符の可能で能こ。
The flame little Tyrannosaurus was like a red whirlwind, running wildly to the front. Subsequently, to the dumbfounded eyes of one man and a dragon, he picked one up in one claw. Timothy Shaw, Little Thor, instantly turned passive into active. Will Little Bit Daddy and Little Bit Dragon. Pressing down on his fiery red sub-dragon scale armor, he gave them both an incredibly warm hug. Both Xiao Ting and Little Thunder God's faces twisted for a moment. Feeling the unbearable weight of life, there was a choking in his chest. Too enthusiastic. Your dad and your older brother are strangling 8 ribs. Mr. Jose Antonio Gonzalez. It's so hard to bring up a baby, and it's easy to die an editor if you're not careful. After being put down by the enthusiastic little Vulcan, Xiao Ting fell into a sitting position with the eastward-facing Little Thunder God and raised his eyelids to look over. Level attributes. Flame Tyrannosaurus Rex Juvenile. Rank 0 initial 0% evolution. Skills. Charge Intermediate Basic First Level Introductory. Hardening Higher Basic First Level Introductory. Crushing Bite Higher Basic First Level Introductory. Flame Spit Intermediate Transcendent First Level Introductory. Nice skill bar. Little Vulcan has 4 skills at birth. An ace representative skill of the Flame Tyrannosaurus clan. Flame Spit. It is an elemental release move that can only be learned by alpha level and superior monsters of alpha races, overlord races, and hegemonic races. Its combat power was similar to what it was estimated to be when it took the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex to sweep the underground Colosseum. Turns the properties panel off. Xiao Ting's gaze was instantly attracted to the fire dragon. Tilt your head back and look at it. The black eyes were fully open. Reflected in the pupil is 3 meters tall in size. Well-developed leg muscles, thick hind limbs with huge powerful jaws. Actions and attacks were similar to those of Tyrannosaurus Rex, and its body size and skeletal structure were very similar to that of Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, because it is a race that lives extensively in volcanic areas, in order to be able to adapt to the temperature of the magma, the skin is completely hardened, and the tightly knit full-body armor leans towards a dull red. And that's just the state where it hasn't reached its full strength yet. Glands that secrete oil deep in the skin. It will stimulate the color of the armor to change from dark red to bright as crystal the moment it is angered, or mobilizes flame energy, and the evil dragon will take on a flaming form. A ring of spines around the neck is dense. The fangs are sharp and strong, and the front claws appear much more stretched than those of a Tyrannosaurus rex. 1 word, handsome. 2 words, bullying. This overbearing little fire dragon brought its big head over and arched its offerings at Xiao Ting's chest and neck. Ho ho ho, ho ho, ho ho ho. Xiao Ting had thought it would be pouting. I didn't expect the little Vulcan to open his mouth with all sorts of ambitions. These words, translated, probably mean, Pops anon, I broke my shell anon. Don't worry, I will definitely revitalize the Dragon Clan anon. In the future, the Dragon Clan will be left to me. From today onwards, I will be sure to practice well, anon, as soon as possible to lead you to transcendence, anon, so that our decadent for a long time the Dragon Clan back to dominate the world of monsters, anon. It just doesn't sound like he's here to be a family minion. It's more like he's here to seize power and become the Lord of the Dragons. But it's always good for kids to have a little ambition. Xiao Ting's eyes were still very loving as he looked at the little Vulcan. This little fire dragon with only ambition was his second editing monster. The big one is called Little Thor, and the little one will be called Little Vulcan. Gaze into those dark red, jewel-like eyes. The name of it was quickly finalized. I hope that Little Vulcan's future will be just like the name, becoming the god of flame, the tyrant of the Red Lotus, who can stand at the top of the 10,000 dragons. Anon! The little Vulcan was silent for a while, and then with an excited hoo, he spewed out a blazing flame from his mouth. This is the flavor. Inside the brain fiction library. Those long Aotion, all such domineering and handsome names. Understood. It originally took the pride of Warstream script. The name of this Red Lotus Shura is worthy of what is going to be the Dragon King of all worlds. Aeon Fire got it. Ow! Wait! Xiao Ting was stunned. What's this library of in-brain novels and AOT scripts? What are you talking about? Where did you learn those words? Looking at the little Vulcan who was frequently making big statements. The Dragon Master's pupils shook. Think the problem might be a little big. There are studies that show that every initial monster absorbs a certain amount of inherited memories when it is born. But most genetic ones are instinctive behaviors. For example, hunting, for example, recipes, for example, the mastery and use of transcendental skills. But the little Vulcan seems a little different. It absorbs the inherited memories of, how is it that when you open your mouth it's crooked mouth warlord, 3 years return, and transcendence? What? Xiao Ting said quickly as he caught it. What have you inherited? Let's see. In your head. Is there some screaming ha 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 I finally crossed over? Of a lonely soul mixed in? Tay meow, and with a war god stream, flunky stream, and proud sky stream novels popular online literature site mixed in? The little Vulcan was uncertain. A crooked smile. Not as greasy as the crooked mouth warlord. Just more or less alive and a bit underplayed. Who? I don't know. These words. From its little brain anyway, it came up on its own. When it's asleep anyway. Every once in a while all sorts of weird stuff would just come out of the brain, What the 3-year period has come and gone. Welcome back Vulcan. What Shura warlord, your Shura warlord. What long family flunky it backfired. It backfired. Not a big problem though. Inside his head. The library of inherited middle-grade novels that suddenly sprang up one day out of nowhere in a sudden rainbow flash because little Thor often didn't tell himself a story. It's the hang-up that it doesn't obliterate the dragon in this life.
Xiao Ting, Odeo.
What? Chapter 96. If a house doesn't eat, how can it eat the whole world? Timothy Shaw thought the problem might be a little big. His scalp tightened and a subtle whiff of the mudslide of the AOT world. It should be a good thing that there's a big idea, smartass middle-grade novel over reading Dragon Aotion Cub in the house. At least, it's good that it's not the second head of the mudslide of the eating world. Otherwise it's double the cost to keep it. The little Vulcan's stomach suddenly let out an earth-shattering gurgle. The 2 dragons cocked their heads at once. A pair of garnet red, a pair of purple grape eyes. Both looked at the dragon nanny. Xiao Ting calmly picked up the broken eggshells on the ground and started feeding them to the dragon. Who? This. Can you eat eggshells? The little Vulcan blinked his fiery red eyes, more or less disgusted with these things that had trapped him for half a year. But on second thought, it's definitely not that simple. Pops is a super talented dragon creator. How could the creator be feeding its plain old eggshells when he strikes? The little Vulcan's eyes instantly became serious. I see. This eggshell must be an extraordinary treasure. Not bad for Pops to find it transcendent. Xiao Ting could understand what the dragon's cries conveyed. For a moment, it was confused by a rainbow fart blowing out of its mouth. Hurrying to open his eyes of omniscience for a moment, he looked towards the fragment of eggshell in his hand. But it's just plain old dragon eggshells? Xiao Ting silently closed the eyes of omniscience. The mood is set here. If he were to tell the truth, it seemed like it would be very damaging to the little Vulcan's inexplicable self-confidence. The little Vulcan opened his big mouth and licked Xiao Ting's palm. This taste is not to be missed. At once, from the eggshells, he felt the strong scent of tonic. After all, it was the overlord eggshell, the best nourishment for the dragons when they were born. The little Vulcan, who was still disliking it before, screamed in his heart that it smelled really good, and clicked his tongue and ate it in 2 or 3 bites. It's really not an extraordinary thing. The eggshell is its natural companion, containing the purest essence of growth, which can help it regain its strength quickly after birth. No thanks to Pops, he was actually able to discover treasures that Vulcan Aotion hadn't even discovered. My path to dominating the heavens begins with eating supreme 5V Overlord class eggshells. Swallowing the shells of a dominant dragon's egg. Fire Dragon Evolution plus 10%. Current evolution level. 10% of Order 0. Eating an eggshell is comparable to violently killing an elite-level monster. Eyes fell for a moment to the now Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiao Ting looked at it with a loving face as it arched its rice. Ignore what it says. A little Tyrannosaurus Rex who eats like a piglet is what a child should be like. Just why did it suddenly feel wet on my shoulder? Xiao Ting twisted his head. It turned out to be little Thor, watching with bated breath as little Vulcan puffed and ate eggshells, his mouth flying open. Hosting. No way you crave eggshells? With a twitch of his eye, Xiao Ting wiped the drool from his sleeve, disgustedly, onto the young Thor. Eggshells can't be divided. It's only now that Thor Jr. has eaten an iron-shelled poisonous moth and a long howling hyena. After eating the eggshells, the little Vulcan didn't seem to be full yet, smashing his mouth and staring at Xiao Ting with his shining fire eyes again. Then it used its tail and pointed to the deep, bottomless maw. Whew! Pops? Rice, hungry. Do we have any more heavenly treasures in our house? It is not picky, just shiver a few bites of what green lotus earth heart flame, 100,000-year-old soul beast, jade blood spider, flood ginseng fruit, dragon yuan and phoenix blood, immortal bean, Anya. Just do it. The little Vulcan clearly hadn't had enough. Eggshells are nutritious, but too little and too digestible. It melts in the mouth and turns into a warm essence, not too top full. Despite all the strength in my body, my stomach was still deflated. Xiao Ting, who was penniless in his pocket, instantly became socially deaf and blind. Selective couldn't hear what it said about the heavenly treasures, and stroked the little fire god's front paw rather kindly. There's still food stored at home. Come on, let's go over and eat. Bringing the little fire god, he came outside the Thunder Dragon Mountain cave. Xiao Ting froze. It's not. Where are the 10 poisonous algae crocodiles he originally piled in? How come there's only leftovers? A whistling of the heart to the core came. Xiao Ting turned his head, wide-eyed with the little Thor, who had a goldfish mouth on his shoulder. 3. Shoo. Where's the family food? Obviously collected 10 normal-grade poisonous algae crocodiles that had been shocked to death by the dragon's might, and gave them to Erlong as stock food. Little Thor stopped whistling and sheepishly matched fingers, then opened his own mouth and pointed with his little paw. When he and the little Vulcan egg apologized for not telling the storybook last night, he ate 8 or 9 of them when Daddy wasn't looking. It vainly admits its faults. Next time, don't you dare. After all, if you don't eat the food of one house, how can you eat the food of the world?
Shigumatsu Omegatsu.
A bunch of sophistry, fingers clasped to his forehead. Xiao Ting held his head helplessly. What to do? What else? But to forgive it like an old father forgives a turtle. First, he carried the remaining ordinary-grade poisonous algae crocodile, by the tail, to the little Vulcan. With a flip of his wrist, he pulled out the Hyrule shovel. The teenage dragon master, with a calm expression, gingerly sliced off the 4 biological fangs of the poisonous algae crocodile. Another super mini Thunderfire dragon breath was spat out, slightly roasting the crocodile meat. Only then did he push the several hundred pounds of cooked and roasted crocodile in front of the little Vulcan, who had been waiting impatiently and wagging his head for a long time. Let's eat something to pad our bellies first. Ow! Devouring common class monster. Toxic algae crocodile. Vulcan evolution plus 2%. Current evolution level. 12% of order 0. Good lord, the little Vulcan dry rice and the little Thor arch rice are two completely different styles. The latter is a great source of food. The former is a mom beating picky leaky mouth. Things like hearts, lungs, and livers, the most delicious and essential parts of the prey. The little Vulcan basically ate them clean. The next most eaten meat is the fat from the belly of the prey, which is the most fatty and flavorful. Left with the flesh of his legs and the skin on his body, Tyrannosaurus was disgusted. Because of the lack of a tasty texture and the fact that there is very little fat content, such meat is basically left out of it. It had pretty much tasted the other meats anyway, so there was no point in eating these subpar meats. The little thunder god, who had already been gawking from the side for a long time, hurriedly licked its mouth and came up when it stepped away on its hind limbs. A dinky little flying dragon, just laying on the ground, tail up, but wiggling. There was literally no difference from an arching piglet. And in the blink of an eye there was nothing left on the ground but a pile of empty space that reeked of blood. Even the blood had been licked clean. Not a single leftover bone was left. Burp. Xiao Ting and little Vulcan both put on their smack masks. Helplessly, he looked at the big brother but snacking dragon, who wagged his tail and grinned back. They do not comment on this. After all, what's a house full of leftovers if you don't eat them? After the little Thor had finished his leftovers and started licking the shredded meat from his paws, Xiao Ting was nudged in the waist by the little Vulcan. Here we go. Here comes another thrashing of the Dragon Master. Against the ring collar like demonic spines on the neck of the flaming Tyrannosaurus Rex. Back into a pair of big eyes that had leaping written all over them. Still not full. Pinching its face, Xiao Ting turned his head and waved towards the little thunder god, who had his dragon ears up and a small expectant look on his face. Go! Go out hunting! A family of 3 exits the monster space. Xiao Ting took the 2 dragons and landed on the dimly lit tunnel. The little Vulcan sank to the ground, looking curiously left and right. This is the first step for this dragon Aotion, to conquer the heavens and the worlds? A million stories came to mind. What ordinary mortals picked up a small green bottle, a drop of the magical green liquid, can be hypnotized spirit grass, from then on incarnation of the cultivation world of the old devil all the way back. What was withdrawn from the marriage of the mediocre scrappy teenager, activated the ring, and from then on to get the ring in the old grandpa teach. A fly burning the heavens and the world. That's right, there are always various kinds of strange encounters on the way of every successful dragon AOT's life. It Vulcan Pride of Heaven Demon King Dragon will also start from here and tap into the first chance that belongs to him. Xiao Ting, who was not yet aware of the dragon cub's ambitions, looked at the map of underground spiritual plants. After sifting through a few of the closest spots to swipe for treasure, he turned on his headlights, straddled the motorcycle scooter, and waved toward the flaming baby Tyrannosaurus Rex in the back. Let's go. Pops is taking you guys to brush up on something useful. Chapter 97 Aotion opens the way. Ganoderma Cave. The little Vulcan broke his shell. Xiao Ting also felt that it was time to find a place to fight monsters and let it dabble in experience to upgrade. Show some respect for the next opponent. We hope to bring them a one-stop supreme return to the West service. Let's have his little god of thunder rise to alpha level and his little god of fire rise to elite level. Boing! The little thunder god on his shoulder patted his chest and called out, "Fire baby. There's sure to be food when you follow your old dad and me." Whew! The little Vulcan wailed with gusto and puffed out 2 streams of fiery red smoke from his nostrils. The heart is pounding for the family. What's next for us? Is it the mysterious little green bottle? Or the old grandpa in the ring? The jade pendant with the spirit spring space? Whatever it is, it's super wanting roar.
Shiguma.
Grunting twice in excitement, the little Vulcan stepped on his hindquarters and followed the speeding locomotive as it strutted through the underground mines. At 8 or 9 tons, it made the ground rumble and shake with sand and dust. Letting the little thunder god put away his monarch-level dragon might, Xiao Ting took the little fire god along the way and challenged some ordinary-level small monsters. You've eliminated the common electric mouse. You've destroyed a normal-level crypt spider. Fire dragon evolution plus 10%. Under the suppression of his and the little thunder god's gaze. The little Vulcan slammed a batch, opened his mouth wide, and chased after the mine monsters along the road. Basically nothing awesome. All of them were ferociously taken out by its Vulcan pride. With hardened, crushing tear, charge, and flame spit. With its current combat power, it could have a fight with almost elite-level ferocious little monsters. 3 or 4 days passed. Xiao Ting took out the map of spiritual plants, and following the locations marked on the drawing paper, he brought along the little god of thunder and the little god of fire, and began to continuously search for spiritual plants. Like a bully, the little Vulcan barged into the territory of one mining monster after another. In 3 strokes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped its feet and the evil dragon roared, and it ed the monster to the ground. Fighting raw food both, giving a one-stop return to the West service on the spot. But what Timothy Shaw and little Thor, more or less cocking their heads, said they could not understand was, comes as a dragon that lives in a volcano. How can you be particularly fond of picking up rags? The teenage dragon master raised its eyes to the ragged contraption it gripped in its hand. What's this cane for? Xiao Ting narrowed his ebony eyes. Ow ho, asked. The little Vulcan raised the long, black strip of hair on his paw and gave a rousing shout. Pops pops, this is good stuff. In the future, this innate gourd vine, as long as it was buried on Buzhou Mountain, would be able to produce 7 chubby gourd babies, transforming into 7 innate quality magic treasures. Open your mouth, you. Xiao Ting was bluffed by the little Vulcan's decisive words. Open the eye of omniscience. Well identified is not. He's actually had periods like this before. Once posed with 5 hearts in the air at home after watching Dojinshi Fire Emperor. After reading Han Runs to Cultivate Immortality, I took my mom's jade gourd to show off to my classmates and yelled, I have a small green bottle. 1 drop will make a short person taller. 2 drops. No worries. Commonly known as the human cubs in the middle of the second disease of the I'm not embarrassed old want to die Black History period. Looks like that's the right kind of period for the little Vulcan right now then. Dragon is just too serious. Picked up a piece of garbage, thought it was a treasure. Put what I have seen Nuwa mending heaven, plus 7 gourd children to save grandpa. Group, 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 group. Day 2. The corners of Xiao Ting's mouth began to twitch again. And this piece of jade with the missing corner? Ow oh. Pops pops, that's no ordinary jade. As long as the blood is dripped in, it can be discovered that there is actually a spirit spring space hidden inside, the kind that can grow vegetables like a QQ farm. Xiao Ting. 3 seconds later. Stay on the ground, I'll check. You've got this head. There's definitely something about, I screamed. I'm the 4th heavenly tribulation. I'm finally out of the main god's space. A lone soul got mixed up in it. Didn't it? Xiao Ting and little thunder god held down the flame Tyrannosaurus head and carefully examined its brain. Oh, checked it. It's not really there. How to say on this brain circuit's strange clear performance. Logically looks really absolutely problematic but froze to check the reason. Bastard is out of his mind. Timothy Shaw examined the things it had picked up again. Ebony vines but can produce 7 huckleberries false. Jade with a missing corner but drops of blood. QQ spirit spring space false. Bones sword but the magic sword recognizes its owner. And fires delight false. It's really just a bunch of little rags. Xiao Ting and little thunder god, who bit the jade pendant, were both squinting their eyes at this moment, their question marks maxed out. Long ere you are unavoidably a bit too extreme. Timothy Shaw himself has been told before that your talent is too extreme, and your dragon is too extreme, but definitely not this occasion. He couldn't help but cover his face. Drop it, bite his hand, drop it, bite his hand, and think again. Xiao Ting ended up not finding a solution. Only, spoil it. Your uncle favors his father. It's always your own child, confused as it is, and even if it's crooked-mouthed and middle of the road, you're still willing to spoil it. Well, did you see it? All the stuff. Pops put it all in for you. Oh. The teenage dragon master said this. Clean up all the trash that the little Vulcan picked up. Xiao Ting put it away in the space of his bracelet in front of it for safekeeping. Just walk all the way, eat all the way, pick up all the garbage babies. A curved underground folding space. Explore for less than a month or 2. 1 person and 2 dragons at this point ran to a slightly deeper level of the underground mine. During this time, Xiao Ting followed the instructions of the map of spiritual plants in his hand. He even collected 2 copies of the lightning spirit plants that hadn't been picked up by other forces yet. Name: 10 years of thunder vine fruit first order spiritual plant. Description: after taking it within a certain period of time, enhance the power of weak resonance to the thunder element. Pill cooldown: primary editors may take a first order elixir once every 3 days. Name: 50 years of electric licorice first order spiritual plants. Description: when taken, it enhances the power of weak resonance to the thunder element and alleviates the toxicity and intensity of monster trauma. Pill cooldown: primary editors may take a first order elixir once every 3 days. According to the synthesis formula, with these 2 first-rank spirit plants, I should be able to fuse them together with the second-rank dragon's bloodgrass to synthesize a 1,000-year quality third-rank spirit plant. Xiao Ting put the spirit plant into the monster space and carefully stored it. These 2 first-rank spirit plants, he did not intend to feed them to the 2 snackers. Save it for later and synthesize a large plant. Third-order spirit plant, market price $10 million. It can only be taken by alpha-level monsters. A great tonic. Spirit plants are rare resources that absorb the elements of heaven and earth and coalesce to increase monster evolution after eating them. But it's medicine that's poisonous. There was a certain limit to the amount of evolution that a monster could take a spirit plant to raise at each level. The higher the race of the edited monster, the higher the level of absorption of the spirit plant's medicinal effects by the flesh. Editorial monsters of the monarch race like the Little Thunder God, each rank could eat a large amount of 30% of the evolution degree from the spirit plants, was enough to make 97% of the Earth Star monsters all sun-dried, silent, and out of reach. 1 week later, there was a shiver of dust around his feet. Looking up, a huge shadow was cast around him. It was the little Vulcan, running with another dirty bone ring in his mouth. Ow! Pops! Look, after injecting Do Chi, there will be a white-clothed old grandpa who will help us to make pills. Oh, boss. Xiao Ting. Silly kid. In our monster editing world, there's no such thing as fighting chi that exists. Take the plain decorative bone ring that was left behind after the death of the unlucky editor unknown to him, and put it into the space of the bracelet. Xiao Ting leaned on the dark night, using the light from his cell phone to carefully flip through the map of spiritual plants in his hand. There's probably a few more paths to go to that alpha-level monster cave with the third-rank spirit plants present. It's almost nighttime, so let's find a place to rest and have dinner before we head out. Xiao Ting smiled slightly and shook his purple elite bracelet. A light blue light brain screen appeared. The current time is displayed. It's already 6 p.m. For lunch, he ate one of the few quantities of quenching self-heated rice. 2 dragon cubs, eating close by, monster buffet nest. Unfortunately, he doesn't meet the walking bounty he's been longing for. The wilderness poachers. Some time passed. The evolution level of the little Vulcan is now 90% of Order 0. Little Thor's evolution is 80% of second order. The little Vulcan was already 4 or 5 meters tall. Standing there like a volcano ready to erupt, it gave people a great sense of oppression. Noticing that Pops was looking at it, the little Vulcan grunted twice, revealing the evil smile of a crooked-mouthed war god. Bossius, where did the bean batch come from? Xiao Ting cut a drop of cold sweat off the top of his head, withdrew his gaze from looking at it, and patted the little thunder god's tiny brain on his shoulder. Little Thor, go scout out a place for us to land for the night. Boing! Little Thor spread his wings. A purple bolt of electricity suddenly rose into the air. The engine let out a low growl. The teenage dragon master rode a pitch-black locomotive and hurried after him as a black lightning bolt. 1 man and a dragon at the end of the party. The huge, flaming little Tyrannosaurus Rex tail lashed out, stepping over the earth and following close behind. Little flying dragon, biker shoddy, flaming Tyrannosaurus Rex. 1 man and 2 dragons followed this sort of order as they traversed the underground mines in search of a place to sleep for the night. 2 hours later, boing! The little thunder god in the air stopped, flapped its wings, and scurried to Xiao Ting's shoulder. Pointing to a couple of tunnels not far away, he let out an odd call. Timothy Shaw gripped the pitch-black handle. The wheels ran over the gravel on the ground and slowed to a stop. Both he and the little Vulcan looked over, their faces showing curiosity. Something up ahead? Is it human? Timothy Shaw asked. Boing. Little Thor shook his head like a rattle. Anon, anon. It's not human. It smells. It's similar to the very tasty dragon's blood, which smells similar. but the elemental energy is going to be a little bit more dense grass. Could there be a spirit plant in front that is more advanced than the dragon blood grass? Xiao Ting understood, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. After walking through the underground mines for a little over half a day, they finally came across the rare resource. I just don't know, what we encountered in front of us would be several hundred years of spiritual plant resources. Ride forward for 1,500 meters in 7 circles. A deep cavern around the corner. A golden crystallized cloud Ganoderma, growing on a damp cliff face, emitted a faint energy glow. Surprisingly, it's a place where monochromatic thundercloud chi grows. Xiao Ting blinked, looking at the golden text that kept popping up where the Eye of Omniscience had swept through, and was a bit surprised. The thundercloud chi in the cave, each of which had crystallized at least a decade's worth of portions, spewed out wisps of electricity and glistened. What attracted the attention of the 1 man and 2 dragons the most were the 2 particularly large and tall golden-colored lingji. Name: 1,000 Years of Thunder Ganoderma 3rd Order. Description: absorbing underground thunder element for thousands of years, producing an alienated spiritual plant. Ability: when taken by alpha-level monsters, it can increase a certain amount of thunder affinity and enhance the power of resonance to the thunder element. When taken by an alpha-level thunder monster, it can increase its evolution by a large amount, 20%. Picking method: experts recommend wearing double insulated gloves for picking. Good stuff. Little Thunder God will definitely be able to go up to 3 in 1 wave when he eats it. Become the Grand Chieftain of the Dragons. Chapter 98: Thunder Bat Cave, Wild Electricity King. Xiao Ting looked at the map in his hand. Here, it seemed to be the very place marked on the map as a high-risk medicinal harvesting place. The Thunderbat Cave. It was also the last recorded place to pick herbs. Chun Sr. and Jr. Xiao Ting parked the locomotive aside and walked in with the 2 dragons towards the Ganoderma Cave. However, they had just taken a few steps forward. There were golden figures flying 1 by 1 and 2 by 2, emitting a gust of sizzling sound in the air and flashing in front of them. The ear-piercing ultrasonic waves caused 1 person and 2 dragons to be stunned at the same time. A small group of electric bats hanging upside down on the cliff face rolled over and flapped their wings in a shrill warning toward the intruders. Squeak! Immediately after, a huge thundercloud, spreading his wings from the swarm of electric bats, he blocked the entrance to the cave. It was a huge 3-eyed thunder bat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It was the size of a house, showing snow-white fangs that, flapping his 20-meter-long lightning plumes, he looked menacingly at the intruder at his feet. Xiao Ting was stunned. These wings were all too familiar to him. The first monster material he opened the material treasure chest to unlock was a pair of thunderbolt feathers from a commander-class 8-eyed thunderbat. If only this 3-eyed thunderbat, too, could drop a pair of monster feathers. The Ice True Bead 3rd Order in your hand, or the petrified sack of the Father of Demonic Worms 3rd Order plus feathered wings of the 3-eyed thunderbat 3rd Order plus a single 2nd Order material would be enough to synthesize a pair of 4th Order wings, which would be good enough to give to the little Vulcan to be used as the base synthesizer for the 5th Order feathered wings. Bring it to you. Flapping blue and white wings draped in lightning. The 3-eyed thunder bat with a dark purple body had sharp eyes and an amazing aura. As a strong group of opponents, the 3-eyed thunder bat looked at the teenager cloaked in a secret art cloak and opened its sharp fangs, directly opening wide to let out a shrill whistle. Squee! A shock wave leapt out of his body. A cry shook the void, with a large wave forming a shocking wave of pressure that swept towards the 1 man and 2 dragons in layers. This turned out to be a shock and a skill. The small thunder god above his head spread his feathers and blocked the wind pressure and air waves that rolled in. Behind him, the little Vulcan then quickly took a few steps forward, enveloping Xiao Ting in a massive shadow and letting out an enraged bellow. How dare you yell at my dad? Looking for death.
Решетка да решетка.
Xiao Ting patted the fiery red armor that stood up all over its body. Somewhat surprised, he looked toward the field. Monsters that awaken the shock and awe skill. All of them have certain kingly qualifications. This king is not referring to the supreme monarch level. Rather, it refers to the arch-chancellor who is able to command the monster pack. A monster archon who controls the shock and awe skill is usually regarded as the king of monsters of a certain group. Monsters that have awakened the shock skill without reaching the commander level. Xiao Ting saw the one in front of him in addition to his own dragon. A wild thunderbat king? It's kind of fun. Name: 3-eyed thunderbat. Attribute: thunder darkness. Racial class: 4th ranked Abyssal Bloods. Level: Late 3rd Order 80% Evolution. Skills: Blood-Sucking Lower Transcendence, Air Blade Middle Transcendence, Thunder Flash Middle Transcendence, Thunder Cannon Middle Transcendence, Electric Discharge Middle Transcendence, Chieftain Shock Higher Transcendence, Dark Shock Higher Transcendence. Name: Cannibalistic Electric Bat. Attribute: Thunder Darkness. Race level: 2nd Order Elite 1st Order Ordinary. Rank: Early 2nd Order Early 1st Order. Skills: Blood-Sucking Teeth Medium Basic, Flying Crash Low Basic, Supersonic Wave High Basic, Dark Energy Orb Low Transcendent. The Cave. It was an alpha level 3-eyed thunder bat with a group of elite to normal level cannibalistic electric bats. They are native monsters of the 9th Wilderness area, evolved from lesser electric bats. The lesser electric bat is a thunder bat monster that has no eyes and is unable to see. The name sounds cute, but the temperament is very brutal. Possessing a mouthful of paralyzing fangs, it has a certain probability of metamorphosing into a cannibalistic electric bat after ingesting human blood or consuming humanoids. The leader of their colony was a 3-eyed thunder bat that possessed the shock and awe skill and had the potential to rule. This qualification was placed in the wild and could be called a gift. Having conquered a monster with commander potential, just follow the steps and you'll be on your way to mastery. However, this kind of wilderness monster that had grown up in the wild and had eaten people in the flesh was so ferocious that it was absolutely impossible for it to be tamed by any human editors. Even if the talent potential is strong, it's useless. Can only be turned into monster materials, secret spell pearls. Slaughter it and hopefully you'll get a lucky hand and drop a pair of big alpha-class wings. The pale wrists that hung down at his sides slowly built up strength, tensing out into raised green complexes. Xiao Ting said a silent prayer in his mind. Facing such a group of monsters, both he and the 2 dragon cubs were fearless. The 3-eyed thunder bat, however, was clearly in awe. In its 3 large scarlet eyes, it was beyond scrupulous. The invincible shock and awe failed. The shock and awe that could command the pack and intimidate the enemy, causing the vast majority of the enemy to lose their will to fight, but on this human and the 2 longhorn monsters it did not work in the slightest. Terrible. The enemy, this time, seems to be very strong. A drop of cold sweat crossed his forehead. Both sides confronted each other, and the atmosphere of the scene was incomparably austere, but no one made the first move. Since they've already eaten someone, none of them can be spared. Xiao Ting looked at the field of human bones inside the bat cave. The eyes instantly transformed from the unchanging polar night to thousands of brilliant golden pupils when they looked out with extreme eyes. Scattered human skulls and thigh bones. There are also some broken guild certification bracelets. It seems that this group of bats only eat human flesh, not bones. Judging from the number of white bones in this pile, at least dozens of editors had perished here. The freshest-looking bones. Wearing the uniform of a geode squad. It was similar in style to the uniform worn by the old Chinyen. Not much nibbling. There were also some maggots and rotting flesh crawling around on the face, suspected to be the manta monster's reserve food. By the looks of it, death can't be more than 3 months old. After scanning the corpses of this group of humans, Xiao Ting's golden eyes that looked at the thunderbat swarm showed a kind of ice coldness and bitterness. There was a cold flavor emanating from a face that originally appeared calm. Slaughter them all. Thor, shock and awe. Let the wild thunderbat king on the opposite side of the room see what a true monarch-level shock was. Feeling the murderous aura that permeated around Xiao Ting, little Thor's vertical pupils contracted, sharp as death's guillotine. It raised its dragon's head gravely. Boom! An intense guilt-colored mental wave emanated from its body, transforming into a substantial storm of dragons smashing towards the surroundings. Buzz! The 3-eyed thunder bat in the air was bleeding from its mouth and nose, and its entire body was stiff. Fear beyond fear. It felt the pressure of the dragon come crashing down like a mountain, the countless cannibalistic electric bats behind them, as if they had suffered a heavy blow, rolled their eyes and fell straight down. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! In a flash, the ground was full of bloodied, dead or stunned cannibalistic electric bats. Commander-level shock, able to command the pack and intimidate the enemy, so that the enemy loses the will to fight and is unable to resist. A monarch-level shock, on the other hand, could erupt in an instant with a powerful aura that stunned tens of thousands or even tens of millions of enemies. A group of electric bat clan fell all over the ground, either dead or injured. The beeps kept ringing. You've eliminated a normal level little electric bat. You've destroyed an elite level man-eating electric bat. Thunder Dragon evolution level plus 19%. Current evolution level 99% of second order. Flapping his wings, the little thunder god looked up to the sky. The cold purple gold dragon pupils faded away from their juvenile state. A fierce, powerful aura emanated from his body, and a 30-meter tall purple dragon phantom also seemed to appear behind him, holding thunder and rapping electricity, covering the sky and emitting a hideous aura. It broke through to the late elite level, one step away from being the leader of the pack. Chapter 99 Red-Eyed Tyrannosaurus Rex. Big Dragon Advancement. Little Thor flew in mid-air, looking down at the ground. Large, opalescent purple eyes with pale gold pupils. Staring across the room, the three-eyed thunderbat had leaping written all over it. Just kill this alpha-level blood monster. It then gains a large 7% evolutionary degree and successfully breaks through to rank 3, becoming a flying dragon prime. Leave the three-eyed thunderbats to little thunder god. Xiao Ting glanced at the little Vulcan behind him. The little guy is still angry, though Xiao Ting didn't have a thing to do with it. However, the three-eyed thunderbat's shock still made it feel deeply provoked.
À Crazy, furieux aura escapade.
The color of blood crept into his eyes as the flame Tyrannosaurus sank a few steps out and stood in front of Xiao Ting, the entire dragon resembling an active volcano on the verge of erupting. Red flames of gas erupted from his nostrils, and his whole body overflowed with flaming fury like a demonic dance. If anything, it was a middle child before. That now makes it a true red-eyed Tyrannosaurus Rex Chaos Evil Berserker. Is this a berserker? Xiao Ting swept the attribute panel above the little Vulcan's head and found no abnormal stacked negative statuses, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Little Vulcan, you go and clear the rest of the cannibalistic electric bats. With his command. Roar! The flame little Tyrannosaurus let out a roar. The huge Tyrannosaurus Rex footprints sank to the ground. The enhanced light of charge burned throughout his body. Like an invincible war beast, he rushed towards the fallen electric bat swarm and began to kill them. The normal and elite-level cannibalistic electric bats that hadn't died yet stumbled and flew up to pounce on it. They opened their fangs and bit down frantically. However, the invincible blood-sucking teeth could not bite through the little fire god's fiery red sub-dragon scale armor. Click! The sound of fangs chipping and cracking resounded continuously. The cannibalistic electric bat's teeth were chipped, and the little Vulcan's scaly armor wasn't even scratched, so there was no need to turn on hardening. Blood pupils pulling apart a scarlet arc of light, the flame Tyrannosaurus used charge to smash through the sharp rocks, flinging down the small electric bat with a bloody head on its body, opening its bloody mouth and drooling saliva as hot as lava. This side of the low endgame, the fight was lopsided. Pupils clenched. Watching his minions being killed by Gaga indiscriminately, the three-eyed thunder bat with a bleeding mouth and nose a whole rage. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It let out a shrill whistle, and a mixed reckless hostile aura emanated from its body, stiffly pulling itself out of the rigid state of being shocked by the dragon's might. Thunderbolt Cannon. At this moment, the only thing under the three-eyed thunderbat's eyes was the flaming little monster that had slaughtered its minions. Its giant mouth opened wide, and a crackling pillar of lightning light shot out from its mouth. The entire Thunderbat cave was dyed a radiant golden yellow. The blow was terrifying. It was the full force of a late alpha-level monster. Berserk lightning cannons 30 to 40 meters in diameter violently swept towards the little fire god. Berserk beams of golden electricity flooded most of the underground mines. The entire Thunderbat cave, as well as the lightning elements within a radius of 1,000 meters, converged with the three-eyed Thunderbat as the center and compressed into the strike of Thunder Light Cannon, generating a huge energy fluctuation. The earth kept trembling. The small half of the mine shuddered as cracks crawled up the head of the tunnel. Between the flying sand and rocks, the small monsters inside the underground mine cave showed panic, abandoning their lair and frantically fleeing. Although the lightning cannons didn't cover the sky, the energy contained in them was extremely powerful, and if it wasn't for the support pillars of the mine tunnel, which were all reinforced by secret techniques, the area had already been beaten to the point where it was about to collapse. With this strike, even if the little Vulcan had a sub-dragon scale armor, he was destined to be injured if he ate it. Thunderfire Dragon Breath. Block it. Xiao Ting expressionlessly moved his eyes to look ahead. To the wave bar, the little thunder god flapped his wings, opened his mouth wide, and his mouth violently spewed out dazzling thunder fire spit. The dual dragon flames with lightning and flames blasted out. The firelight and electric arcs illuminated the underground mine cave as if it were daytime. Hoo 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 hoo. The double flames with terrifying oppression attacked. The thunder fire dragon breath and the thunder light cannon instantly collided. This terrifying dragon's breath almost instantly dispersed the huge light cannon coalesced by raging thunder. Under the three-eyed thunderbat's horrified expression, it swept its body into the burning of the dragon flame thunder fire. Squeak! Boom! A violent shockwave erupted, crushing all the surrounding rocks and mountains into pieces. The strong wave of air turned into a violent hurricane, pushing horizontally deeper into the cave. At this moment, the outer appearance of the Thunderbat cave could not be seen to have changed, but a closer look would reveal that the deeper side of the cave's interior, in addition to where the spirit plants were located, had been nearly pierced through 2 or 3 times deeper by the violent energy shockwave. Booming thunder rumbled and rolled. Within the dark purple thunder flames came the agonizing hiss of the three-eyed Thunderbat. One round exchanged and completely crushed. Elite level Monarch race versus Chief level Overlord race. It is as if the transformed god strikes the golden elixir. The battle power of the two sides was simply not on the same level. The three-eyed Thunderbat in unbearable pain whistled shrilly, and a dazzling light of thunder erupted from its body. Thunderflash! The three-eyed Thunderbat transformed into a bolt of lightning, a skill similar to instantaneous movement. Causing its entire body to erupt with lightning like high speed, it rushed out of the range covered by the dragon flames in a flash. Subsequently, scorched black, it dared not rest. Wings flapping, attacking for defense, sent out a wild round of offense. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of 3 to 4 meter tall air blades with sharp astral energy chopped through the air and rushed towards the Little Thunder God. Lightning charge. Although Little Thunder God didn't have a skill like Thunder Flash, that was comparable to instantaneous movement. However, the 10 times faster lightning dragon had been able to easily dodge the strike and appeared at the back of the three-eyed Thunderbat. Squeak! 3 bat eyes widened in horror. So close. No matter what the skill is, it can't catch it anymore. Thunder teeth. Words heard in the fluttering of eyelashes. The enchanted collar on Little Thunder God's neck erupted with a golden light of skill. The body swells violently. Downsizing is over. The huge body rumbled to the ground. The curved and huge dragon's head opened up, and its sharp lightning fangs, carrying millions of flickering sparks, bit down fiercely towards the three-eyed Thunderbat. All the bones on the three-eyed Thunderbat's body instantly burst into pieces. With a violent twitch of its body under the huge bite and lightning fangs, it hung motionless in the dragon's mouth. Purple blood, from between the snow-white dragon's teeth, continuously overflowed. The mountainous dragon hurriedly raised its neck and swallowed the takeout in its mouth. Not a drop should be spared. Ning. You destroyed the Alpha Three-Eyed Thunderbat. Thunder Dragon Evolution plus 5%. Devouring a Chief Monster. Three-Eyed Thunderbat. Thunder Dragon Evolution level plus 2%. Current evolution level. 6% of 3rd order. Little Thor, who was about to bend his head and lick up all the monster blood on the ground, was enveloped in rainbow-colored light. The body draws long and keeps pulling up. The size started to skyrocket like crazy. Chapter 100 Chief Flying Dragon. Advanced level. 36 meters. 45 meters. 49 meters. In the blink of an eye, it's reached a height of 50 meters. The head topped the highest part of the cave. The earth shook violently, and countless mountains and rocks rolled down overhead. Shao Ting and the little Vulcan were both a bit unsteady on their feet. The dragon's sharp claws are eerie. The dragon's great claws are cold. The wing bones of the dragon are like knives, and the horns of the dragon's horns shine. The current Little Thunder God, his entire body covered in lacquered purple armor, his massive limbs gave off an invisible sense of oppression, just like a terrifying prehistoric beast. Every move was a landslide. Pro Battle Breakthrough. Your Thunder Monarch Dragon has realized something and comprehended. Thunder Dragon Flash. Thunder Dragon Flash. A Thunder Dragon mid-rank king skill that transforms into a dragon-shaped thunderbolt within a range of 1,000 meters. Instantly immune to damage, and instantly shifts to the other side of the mind's eye. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution. High-ranked king, Thunder Dragon Flash. Thunder Dragon Flash. It was the upper skill of the middle-ranked transcendent skill, Thunder Flash. After reading the description on the skill panel, Xiao Ting's entire heart blossomed. This is a great move. He happens to lack displacement type skills. Thunder Dragon Flash would be great. Use it the instant you take damage to be immune to damage and instantly move to any location within 1,000 meters. In front of Xiao Ting's eyes, the image of himself with 2 little dragon cubs lying on his shoulders, instantly jumping under the skyscrapers and neon night scenes appeared. Then roll your eyes. Another image of himself in the middle of a fight, instantly moving behind his enemy as he stares in disbelief, and a Denshaku backstabbing his enemy to the ground. Cool. This backstabbing old 6, he was set. No, this Flash, he was set. Curing skills can be upgraded by certain means after they have been skillfully controlled by an editor, just like psychic talents. With the system in place, Little Thunder God and the others could keep increasing their skill proficiency one at a time during life and death battles. Xiao Ting can also take spiritual plants, absorb electrical minerals, Wei to their own curing skills continue to add points, waiting for Thunder Dragon Flash to be upgraded to the proficient level and metamorphosis level. It might be possible to move instantly within a range of a few thousand meters, or even 10,000 meters, by upgrading the Thunder Dragon Flash to a high-ranked king, or even a peak king skill. He might be able to perform indiscriminate instantaneous movement throughout the entire province, city, and the entire Donghuang Kingdom. It's simply a collection of rushing, escaping, backstabbing, sneak attacking, wall penetrating, versatility in one invincible divine skill. Ding, your initial monster has successfully advanced to a 3rd-ranked leader. Physical fitness is achieved. Mental strength is achieved. Reach advancement conditions. You are promoted to Senior Dragon Editor. You have gained 1/10 of the Thunder Monarch Dragon's Dragon Blood Power. You may choose one of the Thunder Monarch Dragon's natural abilities to solidify as your own skill. Next, another system beep sounded. It wasn't far from the Magic Capital's 9 Courts Unified Examination, and he had also successfully advanced to become a Senior Dragon Editor. It was on the same level as the president of the Editors Guild, Liang Ichi. This rocket-like speed would make countless people's eyes and jaws drop in amazement if word got out. Senior Editor, already a high-end fighting force in a 2nd or 3rd-tier city. Placed in the small squad of the City Patrol Army, it is a small commander who can be in charge of 1,000 elites. Go to an editing college and get certified as a gold medal instructor as well, and become a member of the upper class that everyone looks up to. Where are the other current senior awakenings? The less talented ones are still holding the bottle and feeding the initial monster. Normalize a bit, chickening out and grinding in combat with the initial monsters. The better ones are hesitantly visiting monster dojos and monster martial arts schools all over the world to arrange skill training for their monsters. In short, no one can be like Xiao Ting. On the first day of his awakening, he counter-killed the seriously injured intermediate-level Dark Edit Master. In the 3rd month of his awakening, he went to the Underground Coliseum to violently beat up the Huaihai Dock Gang and kicked the captain of the ocean transportation. In the 4th month of awakening, the Supreme Race Monarch Dragon was edited out. In the 7th 8 or 9 months of awakening, you enter the wilderness area, crunch and kill, and advance to Senior Editor. His upgrading speed was so perverted that it was just like the Dragon Emperor reincarnating and reconditioning. Xiao Ting, system the usual. I'll arrange for the advanced editor's advancement when I get to a safe place. System. Obey the host. The boiling dragon blood power throughout his body quickly calmed down and resettled in the veins of his limbs and bones. Xiao Ting tuned in for a moment before opening his eyes and looking at the field.
Ho ho ho.
Pop's help. A panicked dragon roar suddenly caught his attention. Raise your eyes. Xiao Ting's eyes instantly widened. Oops. Little Thor, you got little Vulcan under your butt. The defenseless flame little Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was just getting high from eating, was suddenly pushed to the ground by the Thunder Monarch Dragon, whose size had skyrocketed, on his butt. The tonnage, the weight, if it wasn't for the sub-dragon scale armor on top. I'm afraid I've turned into a pile of dragon meat. QAQ. No hee. Big brain. Shrinkify. Xiao Ting rushed over, tugging on the little fire god's tail, patting the little thunder god's scaly paws, and hurriedly shouting, "How low?" 3 seconds later, the massive 50-meter behemoth re-transformed back into a small flying dragon with purple grape eyes. Boing! Little thunder god's wings trembled and came to the side of the flame little Tyrannosaurus. Together with Xiao Ting, they pulled the little Vulcan, who had tumbled to the ground, up from the ground. The little Vulcan's weak mind at this time was greatly hurt. Roar! As an apology, Thor Jr. cooks in the evening. Using a super small Thunderfire dragon's breath, he grilled a dozen or so electric bat kebabs for the little Vulcan as a reparation. The two little dragons feasted. The beeps also flew. Little Thor's evolution level skyrocketed to 10% of the 3rd rank. The evolutionary degree of the little Vulcan, on the other hand, skyrocketed to 55% of the 1st rank. A straight wave of fat. Grow to mid-1st order. And there was also a clinical breakthrough learning 2 new skills. One is an Overlord-level Dragon Shock and Awe. Dragon Shock and Awe, a spiritual king skill that releases a powerful dragon pressure around the center of the emitter, which can intimidate, shock, and dominate other objects, and stun monsters that are much weaker than its own racial level. It is a symbol of Overlord qualification. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution. Intermediate King, Dragon Shock, and 1 is the Hardened top-up skill. Flame Armor. High-ranking transcendent skill of the fire system, calling out flames to coalesce a burning flame armor throughout the body, possessing strong defensive power while also continuously spewing out streams of flames to attack the surrounding enemies. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution. Low-rank King, Inferno Dragon Armor. The dragon's power to shock and awe goes without mentioning. Still familiar flavors and familiar recipes. But the flame armor, on the contrary, made Xiao Ting feel quite good. Allow the flames to wrap around your body and form armor. Both defend yourself and use it as an attack at the same time. Wearing the armor of Inferno, the dragon's body burns everything in its path. Handsome is the word. And so it was that the attribute panel of the Flame Little Tyrannosaurus Rex now evolved into this. Flame Tyrannosaurus Rex Juvenile. Race, 5th Order Peak Overlord. Level, 1st Order 55% Evolutionary Degree. Skills, Charge Mid-Rank Basic 2nd Level Intro, Crushing Bite High-Rank Basic 2nd Level Intro, Flame Spit Mid-Rank Transcendent 2nd Level Intro, Flame Armor High-Rank Transcendent 1st Level Intro, Dragon Shock Low-Rank King 1st Level Intro. The 2 little dragons held the roasted beast meat and ate it with smiles that didn't fit their mouths. Xiao Ting wasn't idle either. Set the portable table out, and from the bracelet space, take out 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot and 3 boxes of cassoulet rice. Once hot, stir well. Sit down on a rocky hill and open another cold drink. Woohoo! Finish dinner. Put all your trash in your black pockets and stuff them into your bracelet space. Xiao Ting and the 2 little dragons started picking Lingji. Chapter 101 Dropping Feathers Explosion Rate Formula. On the cave's cliff wall, a golden string of crystallized Lingji hung, spewing out a golden-purple halo of electrical light. This is a 10-year portion of a thunder spirit plant. Name: Monochrome Thundercloud Chi 1st Order. Description: a spiritual plant that grows on electrical veins. Ability: when taken by normal-level monsters, it can increase the weak affinity of the thunder system, and there is a probability of gaining the thunder system ability after taking it for a long period of time. How to pick: experts recommend picking with insulated gloves. Experts are advised not to recommend it. Xiao Ting went straight to hand grip. He had the thunder power of dragon roar magic in his body, and the electricity spewed out by Thundercloud Chi was like scratching an itch to him. In less than a moment, a handful of Thundercloud Chi was harvested. A rough count shows about 10 plants. 9 plants of the 1st Order. 1 plant 2nd Order. Name: 100 years of different colors of Thundercloud Ganoderma lucidum 2nd Order. Description: after taking it, it can enhance a small amount of thunder affinity and improve the power of resonance to the thunder element. Pill cooldown: intermediate editors may take a 2nd Order elixir once every 7 days. There are a lot of electrical Yunji that don't have 10 years worth of copies. But it's not graded, plus the growth cycle is so long that picking it down doesn't do much good. Xiao Ting counted the spiritual plants on hand. 2nd Order spiritual plants include Dragon Bloodgrass, Thundercloud Chi. The 1st rank spirit plants are Electric Licorice, Thunder Vine Fruit, and 9 Thundercloud Chi. He wiggled his fingers and did some silent math. It was almost enough to synthesize a 3rd Order spirit plant. If he added those 2 3rd-rank 1000-year Thunder Ganoderma, he would be able to synthesize a 4th-ranked spirit plant. The 1st Order spirit plants can be given to the Little Fire God, and the remaining spirit plants can be fused in a wave and fed to the Little Thunder God. Xiao Ting pondered for a moment, then made his hand again, plucking the 2 most glittering cuppings of 1000-year-old Thunder Lingji, hands full of fragrance. These 2 dark purple Ganoderma lucidums are 1,000 years old. The entire body crystallized and spewed out thousands of lightning arcs, glittering with purple light. An alpha-level lesser thunder god can gain 20% evolution by eating it raw. This medicinal effect is so comfortable. Adding 1/5 of the level evolution, one would have to dry out a monarch-level supreme monster to get this much evolution. Little thunder god, come with me to the monster space in a while. We'll both go into seclusion and upgrade together. Xiao Ting took the thunder Lingji and waved it in front of the two curious dragons that were drooling. Little Thor can just eat one plant. For each stage, it could only gain 30% of its evolution by swallowing spiritual plants. Eating 2,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum will result in a 10% loss of evolutionary degree potency. It's not worth it. It might as well be better to keep it for him and fuse a 10,000-year-old 4th-rank spirit plant. Aang! The little thunder god was so happy that he licked his mouth and flew a figure 8 in midair. Aang! What about me? What about me? The little Vulcan came over with bated breath. You! Xiao Ting poked its big belly. While we're in seclusion, you also digest it properly. After eating so much meat, the little Vulcan's stomach bulged like in a cartoon. Directly advanced from a rank 0 monster to mid-rank 1. At least wait for it to digest for a few days before it could continue to eat spirit plants to upgrade. At the same time, after the little Vulcan upgrades, the system also sent out a prompt. Gave Xiao Ting a share of the bloodline power, as well as the curing skills feedback. But at the system's prompt, Xiao Ting didn't choose to cure immediately. The system gave a 5-star suggestion that he had no way to refuse. System. This side suggests that you keep this bloodline curing, skill curing times. System. Wait until the Flame Tyrannosaurus is edited to the Monarch race. You can choose to solidify 1/10 of the Monarch bloodline and solidify the King level talent once. Okay, I'll archive this wave. Timothy Shaw said. The corners of the mouth have a W. Everyone else's system is wipe, wipe, and wipe, and wipe. His family's system, it felt, valued and cared more about the growth of his talent than he himself did. As for conspiracy theories, the month just after crossing over, Xiao Ting was not without thinking, this system, is it reliable? The system answers, it's not a question of whether it's reliable or not, it's just kind of there. Once bound Xiao Ting, deadbeat, no returns Xiao Ting, can't get rid of kind of thing. Xiao Ting. Then why am I the one who crosses over? Not the readers who are more handsome than me, the young masters and young ladies who cross over? The system didn't answer him. And again, it flipped and emphasized several times. Once bound. No returns? Step with the foot and mouth. Who? After being denied a late-night snack and extra meal by Xiao Ting, the little Vulcan Tyrannosaurus wagged its tail and slumped to the ground, clutching its large belly. All right, hiccup. Over there, after helping his father pick the 1,000-year-old Thunder Ganoderma, little Thunder God transformed into a bolt of lightning and scurried out with a swoosh. Grabbing a pair of feathers from the ground, he fluttered and flew next to Xiao Ting. Aang, Pops, don't you forget this. You can wear it for the little Vulcan later. Oh, almost forgot about this thing. Xiao Ting received this pair of alpha-level Thunderbat feathers. Lightning plume of the 3-eyed Thunderbat 3rd order. Description. From an alpha-level devil bat that lives in a mining cave, originally just an ordinary elite little electric bat, who inadvertently entered the land of strange encounters, and after devouring several 1,000-year-old Thunder Ganoderma lucidum, awakened a powerful force and possessed a pair of lightning plumes. Ability. Feathers stored with powerful lightning. When editing monsters, there is a 50% chance of activating the Thunder attribute. Fitting. Common to all alpha races. Rating. 4-star rare. Good fellow, this 3-eyed Thunder bat. It's actually still a strange encounter monster. I told you that according to the growth traces, there should be more than 1 or 2,000-year-old Thunder Ganoderma on this cliff biscuit, so it turns out that the rest have been hawked by this 3-eyed Thunder bat. This pair of alpha-class devil bat feathers had a wingspan of nearly 21 meters. Xiao Ting touched, the lightning veins covering his wing membranes. Zippy blue-white arcs of electricity wrapped around the palm of his hand. Numbly kind of makes you want to shiver. Stop. Xiao Ting tightened his lip line all of a sudden. A roll of the throat. Greedy. It was because of the curing of 2/10 of the Thunder Dragon's blood. His physique had been drastically modified, and he was beginning to have a strange feeding appetite for lightning. Avert your eyes. You can't eat it, you're still 1 second-order material short of synthesizing 4th-order great wings for the little fire god. Fetch a box of self-heating snack chicken wings. Xiao Ting finished shivering the chicken leg in 2 or 3 bites and knocked the air with the chicken bone. System. I suggest that you also keep up with current events and publish the material explosion rate formula. After eating a box of chicken thighs, a mechanical voice with no emotion suddenly rang in his ears. System optimization in progress. System. Adding the explosive rate publicizing function to the Eye of Omniscience. Timothy Shaw. It's true. I'm crying my eyes out. Xiao Ting took the box full of chicken bones back into the space, straightened his spine, and coughed. Tuzi ah. Why don't you give me another first charge of $6 and open a battle order gift pack? He's not too demanding. Come up with a sign and feature. Sign in some heavenly treasures for Little Thunder God and Little Fire God. Like some kind of ancestral dragon bloodline, emergency food, Earth Fire Green Lotus, Middle Road River Crab. Just do it. Chapter 102 My World. Building the Dragon's Nest. System. Xiao Ting regretfully rubbed his chin. It's not exactly rake ears. Taking hold, but not completely. Xiao Ting looked at the two dragons on the ground. Little Thor was holding up his little pawpaw and rubbing little Vulcan's tummy. Plus ow. Is really can't eat. Take a look at the editorial evolutionary direction of the little Vulcan. Edit number 0. Details, no. Fusible edit. Head, body, front paws, hind feet, tail, wings. Editable evolution route. 1. Magic Dragon Evolution, 2. Flying Dragon Evolution, 3. Snake Dragon Evolution, 4. Beast Dragon Evolution, 5. Tooth Dragon Evolution. Still a total of 9 routes. The evolutionary direction is rather different from that of Thor Jr. Fitting first is the Magic Dragon race. The Demon Dragon, also known as the Demon King Dragon and the Abyssal Evil Dragon. It is the tyrant of destruction among the dragons, the supreme monarch of the dragons and the abyssals. Legend has it that, in the middle of the Twilight Dead world, the Calamity Black Brilliant Dragon that had fallen into an ancient slumber was the old ancestor of the demonic dragon race, the upper bit editing race of the demonic dragon race. It is an ancient symbol of destruction, calamity, devastation, and death. The little Vulcan would have evolved if he had edited in that direction. In the future, not only will he be the supreme king of the Dragon Clan, but also the king of the demons of the Abyssal Clan. This evolutionary direction of Timothy Shaw's Geo is great. It's cool. Some of the skills of the Magic Dragon race were quite suitable for it. For example, some of the magic pupil shooting skills such as Straight Death Demon Eyes, Evil King's True Eyes, True Hero Kills with his eyes. For example, some dark and fire skills such as Burning Fruit, Dark Fruit, Stand Up for Your King. It is especially suitable for it who likes to play tricks in the middle. Thief Pulls Cool. Editing a 5th level Tyrannosaurus race to a 6th level demonic dragon race requires a 5th level demonic feather.
A familiar recipe.
First, let's take the feathers of the 3-eyed thunderbat and raise them to the 4th rank. Xiao Ting estimated in his mind. The main synthesized 4th order feather materials are almost complete. One remaining 2nd order material. Just about any part of the monster material will do. After you get the 4th order feather, it'll be able to fuse a 5th level demon feather. However, a copy of 3rd order demonic material is necessary to lock in the main attribute. Otherwise, it's just going to be wings with random attributes. These 4 months in the wilderness area, do a good search. Within 4 months, search for monster materials of the demonic species. If the wildlife isn't enough to kill, I hope that the tantrics, the wilderness bandits, and the Ghostbusters killers come to their own doors to make up the numbers looking for death. Okay. Little Thunder God, Little Fire God, let's go back to the nest. Xiao Ting glanced at the time. The night is late. Get a good night's sleep and prepare to advance to senior editor. With that, he closed his eyes and began to meditate quietly. Stars of light spread out in all directions along the body. A star map like spell formation appeared at the feet of 1 person and 2 dragons, gradually engulfing the body. Xiao Ting and the 2 dragon cubs appeared in the clean white monster space. At the end of the snowy whiteness stood a lone brontosaurus cave, a narrow monster warehouse. 2 dragons already, and in monster space there's still only a dog. Yuck, dragon's den with a bare blanket, more or less shabby. Before, he was not mentally constructed, but Xiao Ting now felt that it was almost time to remodel his monster world. Anon! Pops, you were just going to say doghouse, right? Behind them, the little god of thunder and the little god of fire simultaneously shouted in dissatisfaction. Xiao Ting coughed and waved at the 2 snorting dragons. Waving. What kind of habitat do you want, you two? Against the crystal bright red gold dragon pupils and purple gold dragon pupils in front of him. Just ask. It's wrapped up in dad. The environment of the monster space directly affects the mood of the editing monster, its ability to recover, and the speed of digesting nutrients. Nothing else. Just the reply to spring water feature alone. It would be worthwhile for countless editors to play around with their spiritual power to improve the environment of the monster space and build suitable monster nests for the editing monsters. Xiao Ting was on the verge of being promoted to senior editor and his spiritual power had risen substantially. It was time to build exclusive habitats for the two dragon cubs. Not to mention ice castles, giant volcanoes, eerie haunted houses, cloudy dream swamps. There was nothing wrong with building at least 2 small dragon nests. The 2 dragons' eyes lit up. Ho ho ho! It needs to be warm, the hot kind. For example, there are 23 kinds of foreign fires in the endless fire domain. Boing boing! To crackle mountains. And popping clouds like cotton candy. Baird. Being the grandchildren of a, they quickly spoke their thoughts to the grandfather of the dragon creator who was in B. What we boys want we must get. JPG. Endless fire domain, probably not. Though men can't say they can't. Timothy Shaw said it anyway. Mostly, I don't want to die of exhaustion. How about lava volcanoes and thundering mountains? Roar. Aang. The 2 little dragons thought about it and nodded their heads vigorously without comment. Xiao Ting nodded back. Ajp. Raise your hand. Countless chaotic mists emerged from midair, forming an incomparably huge 10,000-headed dragon god silhouette. Xiao Ting's body and the 10,000-headed dragon god fused with each other. The face began to become inscrutable and unrecognizable. The gods are not to be looked at directly. Xiao Ting, in his dragon god creator form, gazed at the vast expanse of clean white space and slammed his hands on the ground. The earth rumbled and shook. A small, kilometer-long thundering mountain range rose up with a bang. 3,000-meter dragon nest. Only a 5S-grade talent like Xiao Ting, with his accompanying monster space, could be so bold, starting off by dividing a 3,000-meter field for the initial monster to make a dragon's nest. Next, he of the 10,000-headed dragon god reached out and grabbed. Towards the top of the thundering mountain range, he blew into a chaotic thundercloud. Rumble. Angry thunder rolls and rumbles to itself. A dazzling purple python danced in the sky, and a terrifying field of thunderclouds stirred space into disorder. Thousands of meters of thunderclouds hung above the mountains. Thunder rolled across the vault of the sky, and the lightning was thick as a pillar, flipping and intertwining in the darkness. Thousands of meters of thunder soil, never dissipating thunder clouds, formed a massive thunder field. In this world, there are only 2 colors, purple and black. Go on. 10,000-headed dragon god. Xiao Ting looked at the excited little thunder god and said with a faint smile. The enchanted collar around the flying dragon's neck erupted in a burst of golden light. Instant end to downsizing. The 50-meter-long giant dragon's true body spread its huge thunder wings and flew into the thunder clouds. Ow! Take a dip for a while. The dragon swooped down to the top of the thundering mountains again, spreading its wings and letting out a hearty roar. Ow! The lightning flashed for an instant, striking around the armor. A large number of black spines were erected on it, and at that moment, the absorption of the lightning arc began to glow and shine. The excess lightning, deposited behind it, became an amethyst-like covering of minerals above the spines. The dragon coiled its body and continuously gulped down lightning. The thunder of heaven and earth is my food. A surprisingly large, horned snout, a mouth that escaped with a scintillating electric spit, and a light of pale thunder hanging all over his body. A good environment allows monsters, on their own, to practice skill proficiency. Thor Jr. is now a typical, nerdy dragon. Circling his torso, he raised his forepaws and closed his eyes. A dragon with large paws, striding on its hind feet. Crouching at the top of the thundering mountain range where electricity flashed and lightning flashed. One moment of darkness, one moment of lightning, constantly absorbing thunder energy. It looks good. Xiao Ting raised his eyes. The wind blew the broken hair on his forehead and brushed the corners of his slightly upturned lips. The first dragon's nest. There was definitely an excellent place to practice for lightning monsters and to raise the proficiency of lightning skills. Xiao Ting felt that his body was still relaxed and happy at this point. That means there is more than enough mental power. Well, by the looks of it, a second dragon's nest can be constructed. This thought 10,000-headed dragon god, slapped the ground with both palms. Chapter 103 Bloodline Alteration. Thunder and Fire Feather Wings. The earth dragon tumbles. The earth shook. A large magma pool rose from the ground. Thousands of pings of terracotta and a kilometer-tall central volcano form a large fire dragon nest. Rolling black smoke rose from the volcano. Accompanied by the pungent smell of sulfur, the lava erupted up to 20 meters into the air. The heat wave hit. The huge fire elemental magic in the air caused the dark red armored Tyrannosaurus Rex on the ground to raise its eyes abruptly. The scarlet arc light broke through the air in an instant. Who? From now on, this is my dragon god realm of endless fire domain. Flame little Tyrannosaurus rubbed against the chaotic gas-like body of the 10,000-headed dragon god. Xiao Ting let out a light laugh, blew up a chaotic air current into a large hand, and flicked its head. Dark red skin with rough scaled armor, the little Vulcan dropped into a sitting position, his tail scraping across the ground, lifting quite a few stones. Wagging his head for a while, lifting the amazingly developed hind limbs of, with 4 toes on the ground, a single Tyrannosaurus Rex footprint lifted and pressed down to imprint a sinuous road marking that extended all the way to the fire dragon's nest. Stepping on top of a volcano, the demon's jaws opened and a low, ancient roar resonated like a volcano. Big feet stomped on the ground and rubble flew. The giant dark red shadow, several meters tall, fell back dozens of steps. With that, his entire body secreted grease, and the dragon attribute energy in his body overflowed to the point that it gushed out of his armor, his entire body spewing fire. A bolt of lightning, its body wrapped in armor of fire, leapt down from the volcano and jumped into the roaring pool of lava. The full body armor enables flames to attach to it, creating flame armor. Thus, the harsh crater is its bathtub and the boiling lava is its bathwater. At the top of the thunderbolt, 10,000 thunderbolts crashed to the ground, and the dragon shadow closed his eyes between the lightning and thunder. Deep within the volcano, lava karma fires and dragon shadows play between the hot breath. After remodeling the environment of the monster space, the chaotic clouds dispersed. Xiao Ting's body, falling from mid-air. Thunder Cub, don't forget to eat the 1,000-year thunder lingji. Placing a 1,000-year thunder Ganoderma with a spewing purple haze and electric fragrance on the ground. Other spiritual plants, monster materials, were deposited into the material warehouse. With a flip of his wrist, Xiao Ting incidentally took the green smoke respirator he was carrying in his hand and included it in his bracelet as well. Close your eyes and sit cross-legged. Next, it was his turn to absorb 3/10 of the monarch's dragon blood and advance to become a full-fledged senior dragon editor. System. Start the progression. Ding, your initial monster has successfully advanced to 3rd rank elite. Physical fitness is achieved. Mental strength is achieved. Reach advancement conditions. You are promoted to senior dragon editor. You have gained 1/10 of the Thunder Monarch Dragon's dragon blood power. You may choose one of the Thunder Monarch Dragon's natural abilities to solidify as your own skill. A panel of skills appeared before his eyes. This was all the skills that the Thunder Monarch Dragon had mastered right now. Cured. Dragon Roar Magic. Thunder High King. Thunder Fire Spit Medium King. Optional Curing. Lightning Charge Medium Transcendence. Thunderbolt Teeth Low King. Thunder Dragon Flash Medium King. Monarch Shock High King. Xiao Ting's gaze fell on the penultimate skill name. Skill. Thunder Dragon Flash. Skill level. Middle Order King. Proficiency. Level 1 Introductory. Introduction. Thunder Dragon Mid-Rank King skill, within a range of 1,000 meters, transforms into a dragon-shaped thunderbolt, instantly immune to all damage, and instantly shifts to the other side of the world from wherever the mind goes. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution. High King, Thunder Dragon Flash. System. I choose to solidify Thunder Dragon Flash. Xiao Ting quickly made his decision. All within 1,000 meters after solidification was his instantaneous field. Even if a legend sneaked up on him, it would be difficult to kill him in seconds in a single breath. Skills are chosen. I wonder what kind of alienation ability would be awakened by absorbing 3/10 of the power of dragon blood this time. Starting to look forward to it. After making a choice, Xiao Ting closed his eyes. Sit cross-legged and exhale slowly to bring your entire body into a state of complete relaxation. In the next moment, an incomparable surge of bloodline power surged up his back. Boom! It's like the Big Bang in the body. The endless power of thunder traveled through Xiao Ting's body, transforming every cell of his body. The blood circulating in his body was tinted with a faint golden brilliant color, absorbing 3/10 of the monarch dragon blood. At this moment, Xiao Ting was already 1/3 supreme monarch. Until the 14th day. It was only then that the raging golden brilliant colored dragon blood power climbed up Xiao Ting's spine. A steady stream of bloodline power coalesced towards his back, seemingly coalescing a pair of unimaginable things. This is dragon bones? Xiao Ting's pupils were slightly dilated as he spoke in shock. This time, 14 days had passed. It was only then that a pair of brilliant golden dragon bones finally took shape, slowly topping off his shoulder blades. Those gilt-colored bone wings slowly stretched and broke the blades. The bone wings on the left and right sides stretched to 5 meters each. 4 more long golden dragon bones grew with a bang. A chunk of lightning and flame wrapped around it, turned into muscle. Subsequently, the power of dragon blood within Xiao Ting's body opened the floodgates and rushed madly to his back. Thunder and furious flames continued to erupt. A plume of dark purple and crimson formed. Left purple, right red. A pair of thunder and fire feathers boomed open. The boiling lightning cells throughout his body fell silent. Xiao Ting slowly got up and moved his body, his bones crackling, an invisible shockwave spreading out from him with each rattle. Feeling something like an extra organ in his back, Xiao Ting moved slightly. The huge thunderfire dragon wings behind him stretched out with his mind. The airy plumes have lightning and flames constantly erupting from them, as if they were burning in thunder and fire. This is my feather. The thunderfire feather wings, formed after absorbing 3/10 of the dragon's blood. Behind Xiao Ting, a pair of flying dragon wings intertwined with thunder and flames unfolded. Every feather and muscle on it not solid, tangible without substance. It is coalesced from the elements of thunder and fire, and is extremely shocking. Flap the feathers. Xiao Ting's feet left the ground and his body slowly flew up. Then, he flapped his feathers faster and faster. The entire person was like a reddish-purple lightning bolt that rushed up to the sky. The feeling of being free to soar in the sky. That's great. Stepping on the tip of a cloud, the teenage dragon master opened his arms and looked down on the earth. There is no need to look up the ladder, I have my own feathers. Storms under the wings, clear skies above. Dark clouds rolled in and the sky chirped with his ever-flapping wings. The stirring that echoed in my ears. I didn't know if it was the wind or the heartbeat of freedom. He saw the little thunder god poking his head out of the thundercloud, his open mouth full of blackened cloud flotsam, and giving him a dazed expression.
De.
Xiao Ting laughed out loud, flapped his feathers and swished over to him, rubbing his head. Thanks to the power of your dragon's blood feeding back to you, old dad can now fly too. The initial monster and the editor, a mutually fulfilling combination. The more powerful the initial monster, the more powerful the editor becomes. The 0.3% of the monarch dragon blood that the little thunder god had fed back gave Xiao Ting the monarch dragon pupil, flying dragon scale armor, thunderfire feather wings. The current him already possessed 1/3 of the power of a monarch. My body is the king, to hold the power of natural calamities and to control life and death, even if the Earth star encounters a monster universe gawking at it. In a matter of moments, it could be turned upside down. Invaded by a world of thousands of exotic monsters. The situation is critical. The current Xiao Ting, too, was not afraid at all. After having the Thunder Fire Feather, Thunder Dragon Flash, there is no place in the world where you can't go. The increasingly powerful dragon clan in his hands was his most solid backing. The space of the companion monsters that inhabited the dragons was my heart's desire. Maybe it's really possible that we could, indeed, stand at the top of this world, and even the world of thousands of monsters. Xiao Ting stroked the little thunder god's illuminated head, overlooking, with intent, the 3,000-meter thundering mountains, the 3,000-meter flaming mountains, as well as the clean white, unknown miles of exclusive monster worlds further away. Future, those clean white clearings. It will be spread over snowy forests, Onizuka light fields, filled with many, many dragons. It would be the dragon race he had created, the thousands of dragons that belong to him. He will build his own terrestrial dragon kingdom on this snow-white ruin. Everywhere you look, you see the children of the dragon god. 3 days later, another morning of swoop landings and practice flights. Xiao Ting flew for a while, probably maintaining the thunder and fire feather for about 5 minutes, and then fell down from midair. With his feet on the ground, he gathered his feathers behind him. The feathers of flame and thunder dissipated. The dragon bone slowly folded into his spine, turning into 2 golden bones that sank into his scapula. Few, maintaining the thunderfire feather wings, consumes more physical energy than the flying dragon scale armor and monarch's golden pupil. Timothy Shaw moved his wrist, feeling the constant flow of stamina. For the past 3 days, he had been developing his physical abilities. Currently, the length of alienation for the Junior Dragon Master excluding dragons is as follows. Open an alienated ability for 10 minutes. Open second gear Bloodline Awakening for 5 minutes. Fully open the third gear of Bloodline Awakening. Turns on the first gear Monarch's Golden Pupils, the second gear Flying Dragon Scale Armor, and the third gear Thunder and Fire Feathered Wings, all 3 alienation abilities at the same time. Hold on for 3 minutes. If you use Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder, and Thunderfire Dragon Breath again, only 2 minutes for the Lords of the Dragon Realm. But it's 2 minutes. Timothy Shaw sized it up. He probably had the combat power to set the table against the Monster Chancellor, the Beast King of all parties, the Sea King, and the Goblin King. With the body of a human, it was still far from being compared to a totem monarch, and the Monster Chancellor was able to break his arm. The next practice program is Thunder Dragon Flash. Xiao Ting looked up, and the firelight from the top of the volcano, not far away, swept over his eyes. In the next second, the teenage Dragon Master's face was illuminated by lightning, and his entire body was enveloped in an overly bright sense of light, suddenly transforming into a dragon-shaped thunderbolt, and his feet instantly stepped on the top of the volcano. Chapter 104 Path of Cultivation, Radiant Evolution. As far as the eye can see, thousands of meters away at the top of the volcano, a dragon-shaped lightning bolt swiftly landed. The moment it landed, countless lightning particles recoalesced and quickly coalesced to form a silhouette. Gulp! In the lava pool, the wave of fire was swallowed by a large mouth. A violent cough escaped the jaws of the evil dragon. Ow, ow, ow! Scared. Leg cramps. Drowning fire. Save the dragon. How dare you! Xiao Ting instantly moved over as a dragon lightning bolt again, crying and laughing as he pulled it up. Tongues of fire swept up the side of Xiao Ting's face, which was converged by the plumes of thunder and fire that were slightly overridden and pressed down. The little Vulcan also felt humiliated. Ow! It shook its head like a rattle. Okay. It's just a matter of being scared a billion points. Stop weaseling and get on with the fun. Timothy Shaw flicked the dragon's broad forehead. The flame-encircled dragon gave an anon and dripped back down into the pool of lava on its hind legs. The armor, red and wet from the fire, continued to secrete oil to help it absorb the flame energy. With sub-dragon armor that can freely travel through pools of lava. As the overlord of the volcano ecosystem, even at a young age, the inferno pouch in his body could still save a large amount of flame vegetation, so even if he drank a bucket of magma water, he would be fine. Is a lava water bath really that comfortable? Xiao Ting watched as its nostrils floated up, its body almost completely submerged, thinking of the little Vulcan's expression of being stunned and confused earlier. Xiao Ting's bad intentions rose, reaching out his hand, covering it with layers of flying dragon scale armor, and using his fingertips to fish up a handful of burning lava water, ready to sneak up on the little Vulcan that was swimming happily. The lava water didn't spill. Xiao Ting felt something indescribably strange about his body, frowned and lifted his clothes to look down. Reflected in front of his eyes was an icy cold dragon armor and scales, flowing with an awe-inspiring, extremely purple cold aura. Xiao Ting rounded his eyes. This is? A dragon scale armor unexpectedly emerged on his chest, each scale loudly snapping together. Dragon scales interlocking with dragon scales to form armor. The scale armor flickered, bringing up clear purple arc fluctuations every time it flickered, and from afar, it looked like a battle armor forged by thunder. The flying dragon scale armor has actually produced a bloodline evolution? Xiao Ting looked at the purple dragon armor wrapped around his body in surprise. The flying dragon scale armor that originally only covered his arms and neck now actually covered his entire upper body. And it's not just about simply increasing the area covered. Xiao Ting raised his half-dragon arm. Between the bulging muscles, the scale armor on his hands turned wrong. Countless scales bit together with his will, covering 5 fingers and coalescing into a half-meter-long purple dragon scale hunting blade. The hidden beast hunters. Xiao Ting waved his arms, and the dragon scale hunting blades cut through the air. There was an explosion of lightning and thunder. What else can it become? The scaled armor on his arms churned and made another crisp crashing sound, recovering his hands. In his left hand, dark purple sharp claws like a giant dragon appeared, full of power. In his right hand, from the inside of his arm, stretched out a dragon scale tang sword. And then, the dragon claw turned into a shield, and the dragon blade turned into a gun. The dragon scale is capable of deriving half a meter and transforming into any understood weapon with my intention. Xiao Ting repeated the test a few times and finally knew all about the secondary evolution that occurred in the flying dragon scale armor. The flying dragon scale armor of the second-grade bloodline awakening currently adds 2 abilities. Scaled weapons, dragonized face armor. Dark purple scale armor climbed up the neck, covering the sideburns, lips, and bridge of the nose, stopping at the golden pupil. Xiao Ting's upper body looked like a dark purple ancient military general, clad in scales and armor. Raising his hand, he summoned a spiritually constructed water mirror and surveyed it. Timothy Shaw cocked his head. It shouldn't have all evolved. Scale armor too and golden pupils? The scale armor on his arms faded.
Xiao Ting blinked softly.
The blackness in his eyes was, for a split second, golden brilliant as the instantaneous membrane covered the moment. The golden dragon pupils of the ancient supreme monarch-like. The teenage dragon master stomped his foot lightly. There's no extra movement. With him as the center, the materialized spiritual pressure, transformed into an astral wind, swirled back up and pushed out towards the surrounding 100 meters with a roar. Boom! Within 100 meters of the magma pool bombed open, a flame leaped up, rushed up to a height of nearly 100 meters. This scene is like a volcanic eruption. The spiritual pressure around them boiled like a sea. The little Vulcan who was soaking in the crater choked again. The little thunder god, who was rolling around in the thunder clouds, also felt the powerful fluctuation of dragon power. Probed the dragon's head. Observation. Well, wasn't Pops angry about beating up little Vulcan? It worried for less than 3 seconds before it fell back to resting its head on the thundercloud and huffing and puffing. The passive shock seems to have a greater range. Xiao Ting, on the other side, felt the evolution of his skills. Previously, he opened the Monarch's golden pupil and activated the passive type of Monarch's aura, which could stun enemies within 50 meters around him, causing the low-level bloodline monsters within 1,000 meters, or even a small half of the Eastern Sea City to perceive subjugation. But now, within 100 meters, that was his kingly domain. The surrounding area of 100 meters, and even thousands of meters in a circle, would be subject to his indiscriminate spiritual impact and soul shock. Even if I can't elementally polarize, I still have superb self-protection. The corners of his mouth turned up. Presumably another W was presented. It's only been less than 10 months, and it feels like I can hang with President Ma. Teenage dragon harness currently. Flying dragon scale armor plus thunder and fire feather wings plus thunder dragon flash equals ultra defense plus up and down plus flash displacement equals. Facing a chancellor level monster alone was stress-free. A feeling of emptiness came from his belly. Xiao Ting turned off his bloodline awakening and felt the boiling dragon blood sink into silence as he took large strides towards the materials warehouse. Opening the cabinet, he picked up a rank 1 thunder cloud chi and put it into his mouth. The elixir melted in the mouth, and the tongue tasted a numbing bitterness, as well as a strong herbal flavor. The pure medicinal power surged from the throat into the belly, and then spread along the veins to the limbs, quickly replenishing the disappearing strength. 10 minutes or so, Xiao Ting, who had taken a first-order spiritual plant, felt that his hands and feet were no longer weak. The lost physical energy is largely restored. No wonder everyone wants to collect spiritual crystallized plants. Quality first rank, yet within 10 minutes, it can return to full stamina after turning on the bloodline awakening. These spirit plants are really treasures that return blood and blue. Next day or two, Xiao Ting took stock of the material pool in passing. In the spiritual plant warehouse. First order Lei Ji 8. That's equivalent to 8 bottles of stamina potion. After taking it, it quickly returns blue and blood, and maintains the 3rd gear of alienation for 10 minutes. In the spiritual plant warehouse. 3rd order Thunder Lingji 1. The other was eaten by Thor Jr. Swallow a 3rd order spirit plant for plus 20% evolution. This current evolution is 30% of 3rd order. Pre-alpha. It is natural to synthesize a wave after the inventory. Mentally chanting Hands of Fusion, a synthesized bar, glowing with golden light, appeared. With a thought, the 3 spirit plants in his hand instantly disappeared. In the 3 synthesized frames, 3 spiritual plants wrapped in a blue halo, a purple halo, and a purple halo appeared. A brand new synthesized description floated before Xiao Ting's eyes. Activate Spirit Plant Synthesis Formula. 10-year Thunder Vine Fruit First Order, plus 100-year Dragon Bloodgrass Second Order, plus 100-year Different Color Thundercloud Chi Second Order, equals Third Order Millennium Spiritual Plants Synthesis Probability 100%. Synthesis begins. The 3 spirit plants in the synthesis bar transformed into 3 clusters of blue, purple, and violet light. They intertwined and fused with each other, coalescing into a radiant halo. The golden light shines. A crystallized plant shaped like a red dragon, spewing out a crimson haze and wrapped in a golden transcendent halo on its exterior, manifested in the large synthetic frame at the bottom. 1,000 years of Dragon's Bloodgrass Third Order Spiritual Plant. Description: after taking it, there is a certain probability of returning to the dragon bloodline, and substantially strengthen the physical ability and enhance the chi and blood. Potency cooldown. Senior editors and chieftain-level monsters may take a third-order spirit plant once every 14 days. It's actually a 1,000-year-old dragon's blood herb. Xiao Ting flipped his wrist quickly, and the dragon's bloodgrass transformed from virtual to real and fell into his palm. If anything, a dragon's roar sounded in the air. It was like a red dragon surging in his hand. This crystallized spirit plant was reddish in color, with a red haze flowing on its surface, swaying with a golden transcendent halo and emitting an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. There are already 2 third-rank spirit plants. Another second-rank spirit plant will synthesize a 4th-rank spirit medicine. Xiao Ting took this 1,000-year dragon's blood vine and solemnly placed it into the material warehouse. Store the spirit plant. Fetch a map from the bracelet. A bowl of water has to be leveled. The second-rank dragon's blood herb that was taken to be fused was originally meant to be given to the little Vulcan. Now, it could only take another look at the spiritual plant map to see if there were any more picking grounds for it to pick up some spiritual herbs. Huge monster planet. Dragons gulp thunder and lightning. The dragon refines its scales. And their creator. It was also busy with the rest of the practice. Long and hard practice will always lead to the day of light. And at this moment, it was not far from the time when they traveled to the magic capital to participate in this session of the entrance competition that had 5,000 top monster geniuses from all over the country, preparing for the examination together. Chapter 105. Reunion with the Chairman Elite Examiner. There are still 2 months to go, and it's the big exam day for the Magic City 9. And every year, the selection for the great examination of the 9 institutes of Magic City was different. Not sure what the big test is this year. Survival trials? Survival in the wild? A relic break-in? The annual examination of the 9 institutes of the Magic City was comparable to a National Olympic Conference, and would attract the participation of hundreds of editing institutions. Many big names who can cause shocks in major cities by stomping their feet will also be there to watch, either to choose their disciples to pass on the mantle or to come down on the list to catch their son-in-laws. 5,000 candidates. At least 4,000 will be eliminated miserably. But the students who were eliminated from the 9th Academy. Put it in other institutions, it might be a gifted student that is hard to come by for decades or centuries. Hundreds of schools gathered. It can be said to be an alternative ascension conference, with national attention. Many of the Zhenguo-ranked army chiefs were also precisely the ones to display their extraordinary features at the great competition of the 9 courts of the magic capital. From then on, the submerged dragon took off and soared to the top of the throne of the sealed monarch. Such a big occasion. We're definitely coming into our own. Xiao Ting's eyes skimmed over the thunder side and the fire end. His voice calm. The 9 houses competition. The system definitely releases tasks, whether it's a competition mission or a kill mission. It's still a material mission, a breakout mission. It's all in his pocket. Various treasure chests of quests await him. Being able to wool gather beautifully. Maybe it would be possible to gather the materials to edit a 7th-rank Heavenly Calamity Ancient Dragon. There are still 2 months to go. We have to hurry up and complete a wave of hunting bounties. Open the circular void channel. The teenage dragon master stepped into his black sneakers and stepped out of the monster space. At this point, it was 6 months since arriving in the wilderness area. It has been 8 months since he walked out of the Editors Guild, and since the Magic Capital competition it has been only 121 days left. Awakening. The hunt is on. The teenager's footprints, just stepping on the soft ground. Noisy voices then came from outside. Deep within the Thunderbat cave, the teenage dragon master's ears twitched slightly as he looked out of the cave. According to the wavelength and frequency of the sound vibration, it was about 2,000 meters away. There was the sound of monster ground footsteps and the chatter of the crowd. The voices, they all seemed somewhat familiar. The teenager inside the cave closed his eyes and continued to listen sideways. Well, an acquaintance indeed. Cooked leprechauns. This is the footsteps of tree guards and frost lizards. Boom, boom. The rustling snake sound of tree roots dragging on the ground. The ground resonates from the stamping of the feet. President Liang and Examiner Tang? Xiao Ting was momentarily puzzled. What are they doing here? Little Vulcan. Pops will summon you again in a moment. Xiao Ting whispered a command. The flame Hitomi, who had just followed out not a moment before, looked over at once. Little Tyrannosaurus nodded, and with a lift of his paws, the beastly dragon re-entered monster space. Boing! Do I need to hide it? The two claws on his shoulders grasped, looking miniature and adorable from shrinking to the extreme, the armor and rubbed against it cat-like. Little Thor cocked his head. Little Vulcan, because I don't want to be asked questions I call it hide. You just… Xiao Ting didn't want to tell it to hide too. But one look at the pair of flying dragon ears that were perked up looking interested. Just know it is misunderstanding something. It's not a game of hide and seek. A somewhat helpless exhale spilled from the corner of his mouth. The dragon, however, would not listen. A more shrunken down, like a gecko, into the pocket of the black teenager's Speedo. A group of people rushed into the Thunderbat cave. Examiner Downton hit the head. He and a few examiners, who were carrying the injured white-haired President Liang Yiqian, were carefully approaching the large, pitch-black cave not far away. Found the Thunderbat cave. Look out! As soon as they entered the cave, the chilly lizards walked vigilantly in front of the group. Downton wiped his sweat, and his pupils shifted even more nervously from left to right. Mouth. Elite examiners, tightly spitting, reaching every ear. There's an alpha level 3-eyed devil bat in the cave. It's very powerful, and the electric scars on my arms are from being injured by it before. A roll of the throat. Clearly audible swallowing followed. The words came back. In a moment, Ice Lizard and I will go and attract the attention of that Thunderbat leader. You guys take this opportunity to go in their catty corner and take a closer look for any electrical licorice that's more than 10 years old. President Liang's antidote soup recipe is missing this flavor. The words were not finished. Downton stopped suddenly. He didn't move, and the group of elite examiners around him didn't move either. Is it discovered? Or… no more? Downton's pupils widened. Move left and look right. Watching appeared in view, still dark. There are no Thunderbat's caves where the Thunderbolt cheese shines. Downton was momentarily stunned. The whole thing looked like it had been hit by a big stupid bell and was confused. Wait! Someone's been in here, you guys. Clenched pupils reflected the blood at his feet. The empty Thunderbat cave, with only traces of being collected in battles left around it. The monsters that had originally wandered into this Thunderbat cave had now disappeared, leaving only devastation. A sinuous trail of blood ran under his feet. The pungent odor of blood stimulated the nerves with each step. What a horrible fight. The ground was crushed with grooves. There were huge marks from wind blades and scars from thunder and lightning. The mere traces of the battle that remained were suffocating. No, it can't go forward. There was a rustling sound behind him. Moment. The professional-level editors around them were divided into two factions. A school of footsteps has not stopped. A faction of Woody hesitated. There's a mysterious editor in the midst of it, single-handedly killing all the monsters in this alpha-level lair. I don't know if he's left yet. So you guys just dare to go in like that? Conservatives say. They were very tired. Just now, he escaped from a melee and lost one of his strongest veteran generals, President Liang Yiqi. In this case, encountering a suspected strong enemy senior editor in an underground cave. Run! Yeah. Someone quickly chimed in. In the team, the red-haired boy Li Yangying gulped and took a few steps back from his heart. Otherwise, let's retreat first. To be able to kill an alpha-level Thunderbat, it must be a high-level editor. The strongest of our team, Grandpa Liang, is already unconscious. We can't afford to offend the strong enemy inside. Li Yangying wasn't the only one who was scared. The other elite-level examiners, too, were silent. being able to single-handedly obliterate an alpha-level monster nest. An editor who left behind such a destructive energy attack must have a rather terrifying combat power. Can't afford to be offended. After listening to Li Yongying's advice, Downton paused slightly in his steps. He suddenly said, "All of you, step back a little." The crowd backed away. Subsequently, Downton bent deeply and bowed in his hands. "Senpai, we are the clearance squad of the Editors Guild. With no intention of intruding, and never daring to pry into your hunting grounds. It's just that the old man in the team is suffering from a severe poison, and needs 50 years worth of electric licorice to configure an antidote. If you don't mind, we're willing to buy it from you at 10 times the market price." After bending over, there seems to be no sound, so Downton didn't hesitate. Both knees touched the ground and buckled deeply. Chapter 106, Configuring the Antidote Abyss Clues. At that moment, a golden dragon-shaped lightning bolt suddenly condensed out of thin air. Those hands probed out, surrounded by golden particles, and subconsciously probed out. It hadn't even touched the elite examiner who had already touched his knees to the ground. The pupils of the eyes of each of the editors around them stood up. The scene that appeared before their eyes. Apparently an unnamed being. Leaping out of the lightning, he burst into front of Downton's eyes in a flash, and then probed his thunder palm. "Stop! Wait! Elder! There's something to be said. Ah, Elder!" In the next instant, countless star map-like summoning arrays spread across the blood-stained ground and underground. The probing golden palm that had coalesced into a black coat gave a slight lurch at this point. Everyone was inexplicably nervous as they stared at the mysterious and unfamiliar figure. An elite-level editing monster stepped out and surrounded the mysterious man. Just as the scene was on the brink, a roar suddenly came out. Roar! Liang Ichio's ice-cold lizard suddenly let out a roar like it was enraged, and in the next second, it rushed to the mysterious man's eyes. The battle, is it about to begin? Everyone narrowed their eyes, but just then, the mysterious man, however, suddenly let out a voice with a laugh. "Chill Lizard, did you recognize me?" The man's knuckles actually stroked the armor of a Geoduck leader right there, touching the ice monster, which was constantly overflowing with cold air, and squinting in comfort. The ice lizard then let out a growl behind him. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, carefully forward. Finally, it fell into the eyes. Appearing before their eyes, the mysterious editor who single-handedly slaughtered the entire Thunderbat mountain range. Apparently, an 18-year-old?
Xiao Ting?
"I'm going, Timothy. Carry the lamp closer." Downton went numb. These familiar features, this diffused face. Wasn't it the SSS-ranked gargoyle editor teenager that he had proctored in the 9th exam room? Xiao Ting was almost attacked by them on the spot. If it wasn't for the cold ice lizard's roar, he was already surrounded by a group of elite monsters, whereas in Xiao Ting's opinion it was. If he hadn't just landed on his feet, his hands were quick to step back and pinch the collar of his Speedo. Their group of elite monsters had all been wiped out by Little Thunder God's bite of Thunderfire Dragon Breath. Misunderstandings are solved. The elite examiners hurriedly collected the elite monsters around them that had been roared into submission by the cold ice lizards, roaring at them. That teenage dragon master, who had almost finished understanding all the circumstances, then walked to Liang Iqian's body in large strides, carefully observing the old man's injuries at this time. Status: poison struck by the poisonous sting of a chief-level abyssal demon. He is severely poisoned and must take antidote soup within 3 hours. The golden tip flashed. After scanning Liang Ichio's situation with his eyes, Xiao Ting let out a sigh of relief. Poisoning only. Make an antidote soup and you'll be fine. The frown loosened slightly. He didn't want to see that this kind old grandfather, who had given himself smoothies to eat and carved many small Thunder God ice cubes and small Fire God ice cubes for him to pack, was covered in purple and blue and dyed in front of his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, an electrical green licorice suddenly appeared in his hand. Xiao Ting handed it to the healing editor at the side. Again, it's exam room 9, responsible for his apprentice-level exams. The female examiner who was constantly entering data into the computer at the time. Name: Zhong Qiu. Talent: B-level cactus genus editor. Level: intermediate goblin editor. Monster: elite rose cactus, ordinary spiny cactus. This electrical licorice, is that enough? Everyone in the room heard the teenager's voice. As his pupils captured the herb, Zhong Qiu sucked in his breath and his hand decisively reached out. The female examiner picked up the whiskers of electrical licorice for a moment. That's right. Whisker length 25 millimeters 50 years up to standard. That's it. We're one herb away from this one. Enough is enough, thank you, Shaw. All you need to make an antidote soup is an electrical licorice plant. Electrical licorice is an antidote. When taken, it not only enhances the weak resonance power of monsters and editors to the thunder element, but also alleviates the toxicity and potency of monster wounds. The only thing missing from Zhong Qiu's hands in the antidote soup recipe is it. Rose cactus shaped like the cactus beast from Digimon. It cupped the electrical licorice in its big green hands laced with thorns and came to the other side. Getting the last antidote, Rose Cactus and female examiner Zhong Qiu, at this time, immediately took out the crucible and ran to the side to boil the antidote soup. The surrounding people took a look at the simmering herbs over there, and then took a look at Xiao Ting, who was standing in place at that moment, quietly waiting. There were quite a few people who thought of something, looking at the traces of brutality left around them, and then looking at Xiao Ting, the corners of their mouths sucked in hard breaths. Ridiculous. How is this possible? How is this possible? That senior editor who single-handedly obliterated the lair of the alpha-level monster, how is this possible? 10 minutes later, the medicine is boiled. Old Tang, Little Li, helped the president up for a moment. Zhang Chu came running with the crucible in her hand and the rose cactus on her feet. A few people held up. The therapist took out a spoon and carefully fed it to Liang Yiqi. The survival instinct is not lost. The old man was also swallowing as hard as he could as the crowd fed him medicine. 2 bowls of antidote soup were swallowed. The purple veins that densely covered his face finally stopped writhing. The toxin in Liang Yiqiu's body, which was fast forcing its way to his heart, gradually faded away under the effect of the medicine. The old man's face slowly returned to normal. The big stone in everyone's heart fell to the ground, and they all let out a sigh of relief. With this poison out of the way, we can go back sooner. The underground is just horrible. That's right, Shaw. We'll transfer you the money for that electrical licorice. I'll be damned. Thanks to you. It's really too much of a coincidence. A group of pro-levels looked at Xiao Ting. In the eyes, written with ogling gratitude and, well, fiery inquiry. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Ting wouldn't be afraid of a group of elite examiners who could be killed in seconds at any time. He waved his hand. Just then, Li Yangying's body was suddenly pushed from behind by Downton. The whole thing nearly fell at the feet of the teenage Dragon Master's shoes. Luckily, in the end, he was stood up straight by Xiao Ting, who reached out and tugged on him. Li Yangying's scalp was about to explode. First he called out, "Thank you, Brother Timothy." The voice was insincere. Then the red hair was flung out and his eyes glared angrily. A number of examiners behind him scowled at him. "Quick, go ahead and ask. Ask what happened to this crypt. Ask." Just thinking that in my mind, I couldn't help but feel my heart tighten. Seriously, that's horrible if it's true. Everyone's heart is beating faster like this. This cavern full of alpha-level monsters, was it really this 18-year-old boy in front of him? Clearing them out? They knew that Xiao Ting's talent was strong. He had even heard a little bit about the fact that a sub-dragon knight had single-handedly challenged the Huaihai Dock gang in the underground coliseum earlier. They knew that Xiao Ting's talent was strong. But, Yu Miao very strong, also need to talk about the basic laws of the monster editing world. In his 4th month of awakening, he stepped into the realm of intermediate editors and was on par with them. And it's been a little over a year since the awakening. It would have been completely over them. Really advanced editors now. Or is it the Dragon Senior Editor? Li Yangying certainly wanted to know more than anyone else. After all, it's been a straight-up talent blitz with companion blitz. Being completely and utterly crushed into a dog-licking minion can be a little brother to the SSS class. Hell, how many people can only dream of that? But now Li Yangying only had one MMP in his heart to say. Crap, crazy, you guys are curious, you have to push me to sell hookers. Not push me to ask. Li Yangying was scowled at by many guild editors. Turned back quickly. The pupils reflected a face with the hood removed. In front of me was a smiling black-haired boy with a W at the corner of his mouth. Li Yangying, however, only felt pressed by the other party's body aura. His legs trembled, and he could not speak. His throat rolled, and he finally opened his mouth. And at that moment, Xiao Ting looked up, just in time to have something to ask them. Liang is not easy to be poisoned by the president. The source of the abyss. Underground. Is there an abyssal editor that appears? Chapter 107 Lord of the Ice Bear, requesting support. After receiving the affirmative signal, forced to business, Li Yongying cleared his throat and finally took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Oh Thunder God! Are all the monsters inside this Thunderbat cave cleared by you? Crap, how the sound kind of clips. Obviously he had, before, been able to strike up a normal conversation with the 1.0 version of Timothy. But in the face of this version 2.0 of the Timothy god that killed the wilderness area, Li Yongying subconsciously lowered his eyes and did not dare to look at him, did not dare to peek. So he clipped it and the people in the back absolutely laughed at him, I guess. Boing! It's the dragon that killed it with pops. Timothy Shaw hung his head and opened the pocket of his Speedo. The little Thor, who was already silently not angry, flew from his pocket and over his shoulder. Staring across the room, his tail was up in the air, his paws on his chest, the armor of his chest sticking up, with a small expression of, "If you praise me, I'll forgive you for being impolite to Pops just now." The corners of the dragon's mouth even curved into a little smile, making the same W shape as his father. The little expression, "I'm as good as I am. I'm waiting for a compliment," is just too obvious. Ahem. Xiao Ting coughed. It was me and little Thor who cleared it together. When Xiao Ting's words fell, all the examiners' faces twitched. So, you're still really senior editorializing, oh yo? No definitive answer was received. It wasn't like the crowd could punch Xiao Ting in the face and ask they didn't know each other well either. Make some small talk with the pick-dyed little redhead. Xiao Ting stroked the head of the ice-cold lizard and looked at Tang Dun. How did Grandpa Liang get poisoned? Grandpa Liang is very strong. On the flip side, what kind of powerful abyssal monster would be able to break through the protection of a group of professional-level editors, as well as the ice shield defense of the ice lizard, which stabbed its master to inject poison? The frigid lizard landed on its claws with a clench and its large head lowered. Mr. Jose Antonio Gonzalez. It's the old slave who's useless. Danton let out a bitter laugh. I can't blame the ice-cold lizard for this. It's a long story. From Downton's expository perspective. What bad luck. A few months ago, he was sitting in the guild when he suddenly received a request for help from the Earth Mining Squad. But at that time, it was still in the process of organizing the national trainee-level examination. Downton reported it up, and after contemplating it, President Liang sent out a team. Go into the 9th wilderness area and hunt down the little devils who massacred the miners of Donghuang. But just 4 months ago, this wilderness clearing squad lost contact with the guild. This stirred up a hornet's nest. Shortly after the trainee-level assessment, President Liang then organized an elite team and personally led it deep into the wilderness area, trying to figure out the whereabouts of that squad. Based on the clues they left behind, President Liang took us all the way to the deepest part of the underground. Just didn't realize. Danton paused for a moment and continued with a bitter smile. We actually encountered a master-level existence. That's a heretic, an abyssal clan editor. At that time, this abyssal editor was fighting another group of pagans deep underground. Downton exhaled sharply. There was still a lingering awe in his eyes. We blundered into the field where they were engaged. That abyssal master, completely ignoring our presence, didn't send his main force to attack. When President Liang was covering our retreat, he was unfortunately bitten by an abyssal monster and was severely poisoned. Thinking of that scene, Downton propped his forehead and exhaled breathlessly. Facing an editing master, they couldn't even do anything to avenge the president. They could only clamp their tails and flee in a sorry state. So, Xiao Ting understood. There's a big battle going on underground. Arriving from Mordor to hunt down the Ghostbusters who had stolen the treasure from the international auction house, he engaged in a fight with the Corpsewood cultists, to the surprise of no one. Those 11 remnants of the secret doctrine were able to resist the master Ghostbuster editor? In that case, it seems that there are also extraordinary master-level figures within the remaining Corpsewood cultists. It still seemed to be a bit difficult for him to gather the other 2 human skins and get a 5th-order Overlord-class treasure map. But that's okay. Timothy Shaw is ready to drop and shake the bear. That's the advantage of having a big backer, with legendary editor Zhao Xiangshan backing him up. Even if the half-step legendary corpse Tortoise Forest sect leader was resurrected, Xiao Ting can also tell him to have a comeback, and on the spot Oldenstorm gold coin. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but turn back into a W at the thought. Hey, say shake the man and shake the man. Xiao Ting pondered for a moment, his fingers skimming the back of his left hand. There was an ice crystal seal there, warm and cool to the touch. The idea stretched and interlinked with the ice crystal seal. The teenage Dragon Master's drooping gaze traced a bit of the high bridge of his nose, his lip line opening to exhale momentarily. Xiao Ting was already flinging out a bureau communication towards Army Chief Zhao, who was nowhere to be found. Request for support. Army Commander Zhao, 9th Wilderness Area, Magnetic Mountain Range, Area 7, Deep Underground Mine Number 2. Found Master Ghostbusters editors and suspected Master Tantrics. Request for support. Please open the microphone for communication. Less than 2 seconds. The back of his hand just burned for a moment. In the middle of the seal, a spiritual force came through the air. Okay. 9th Wilderness Area? Grandmaster level? Who's been ungrateful enough to mess with you? I'll come and slash him. That reply was simple and brutal. At this very moment, Donghai City, inner city, inside a speakeasy, a middle-aged man, who had been drinking heavily, suddenly pushed away the bottle in front of him and stood up. Xiao Xiao just said that it wasn't urgent, and that he only needed to get there within 10 minutes. There's no need, then, to use this contraption. Zhao Xiangshan hiccuped and drunkenly stuffed a wind medal engraved with the word, Dong, back into the pocket of his military coat. This thing, when the time comes, leave it to Xiao Xiao as a life-saving base card. After saying that, an incomparably harsh killing aura erupted from Zhao Xiangshan's left eye that had been penetrated by the scar, and under the shocked eyes of the people around him, his body instantly transformed into countless pieces of broken snow and blew out the door. In the early spring of Donghai City, the scene of thousands of miles of ice and snow once again appeared. Countless people raised their heads in shock to look at the ice elemental footprints above the dome of the sky. The entire sky was left with the large paws of the Lord of Ice Bears like a torrent of snowstorms. The bare footprints extended all the way into the clouds. Hiccup, finally a chance for the old man to make a move. Sitting on the shoulders of the Lord of Ice Bears, the imposing middle-aged man fished out another bottle of Moutai bottle, palm raised, while pouring it into his mouth. Scar, who blinked his left eye on one side, was murderous. Second awakening. SSS rank, Dragon Edit talent. Being handpicked as a disciple by 2 of the 9 courts sealed monarchs, Ghost Brand Monarch, Red Moon Monarch. In this regard, Zhao Xiangshan, who lives in the small courtyard of the 9 houses of the monarch, is able to exempt his life for this teenager. Elder Lin sent me here to sweep up all the injustices for him and kill one person at 10 steps, a storm of frost that spreads across the heavens. As Zhao Xiangshan's laughter continued to spread toward the distant wilderness area, it was like an ice storm, crashing through endless stretches of spring, sweeping across the entire dome of East Sea City. Chapter 108. Meeting on a narrow road, summoning legends. Zhao Xiangshan headed towards the 9th wilderness area, hurrying towards it. The other side. President. Chairman, you're finally awake. How does your body feel? Deep in the underground mines. After taking the antidote, Liang did not easily wake up soon. Downton and a group of guild editors immediately surrounded them with excitement. Are you all okay? Liang did not easily take a sip of water and rubbed his brow tiredly as he looked at the figures around him. Downton. It's fine. We all withdrew from that underground battlefield. While the two were exchanging words, Zhong Qiu took a few steps forward and after carefully inspecting Liang Ichi's physical condition, he nodded his head towards the crowd with a reassuring smile. The toxin in the president's body has been completely removed. Downton's taut nerves relaxed a lot. He chatted with Liang Ichio for a couple of moments before he turned sideways, revealing Xiao Ting on the side. Chairman, on our way to find medicine for you. We also met Xiao Xiao, who cleared the Thunderbat Cave and gave us the last antidote. Learning that it was Timothy Shaw, who single-handedly cleared the Thunderbat's cave and gave him 50 years' worth of electrical licorice. Liang did not easily follow Tang Tang's previous promise at once, and paid the money to Xiao Ting's account at 10 times the purchase price. Your account LV Elite Level 666, 6666, received a transfer of 5 million Donghuang coins at 2310 today, leaving a balance of 5,010 yuan. The payer is the president of the Donghai City Editors Guild. Guild Bank. The screen of the bracelet's optical brain lit up. Xiao Ting almost blinked at the string of zeros. Count them. 7 figures. At this moment, the teenager's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. The body all seems to have become lighter. It's good to be rich. although Xiao Ting, with these hands, had also once touched the thunderbat feathered wings, dragon eagle purple wings, which were worth hundreds of millions of tens of billions of dollars. But in this life plus the last, it is the first time that a person has, for the first time, put so many zeros down in his pocket. Take off. 3 seconds later, the line of Xiao Ting's lips lifted higher. Liang did not easily raise his eyes in shock. Xiao, what are you doing returning half of the money? Just buy it at about the market price. Xiao Ting said. Xiao, if you hadn't saved me, this money would have only turned into waste paper. Liang did not find it easy to say. Liang did not easily turn the money back again. Grandpa Liang has no children or grandchildren. He is a loner. It's useless to pinch this money. Just take it. At Liang's insistence, it wasn't easy. Xiao Ting's lips moved, but he froze and accepted the money. It's $5 million. A wave of outrageous wealth for the family. Li Yangying, the red-haired boy who poked his head next to him and counted the 7-digit number on the screen of Xiao Ting's light brain. To ask is to have envious eyes. Sunhawk Li, Blood Eagle Li family's contemporary first grandson. Ancestor broad over a hereditary title. The family has a patrol army chancellor sitting in the town. Pocket, not $1 million either. The money was still earned by Timothy himself. As a peer, an 18-year-old teenage dragon master who had been practicing for a year would be able to single-handedly kill the wilderness area, explode and kill alpha-level monsters, pick high-quality spirit plants, and casually pocket a few $1 million. His year. Still slaving away, following the elite examiner's asses, being a grandson volunteering. The comparisons are all tears. Receive large transfers. Xiao Ting extinguished the light brain screen and twitched his ears. What's that noise? He rolled his eyes sideways. Noticed Xiao Ting's clenched palms. And then there was the little dragon that all at once pricked up its ears and sideways over its eyes. Everyone fell silent, their pupils instantly clenching. 10 seconds later, a number of people detected a subtle footstep, as well as a large grinning female voice. Pops, this is it. Earlier, when I was here, I ran into an alpha-level thunder bat and saw it guarding a 1,000-year-old thunder ganoderma. As long as you take that 1,000-year-old spiritual plant, Pops, your initial monster, will definitely be promoted to Monster Archon. Heh. Thanks to the mind ground shifting. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find my way here. Xiao Ting and Liang Ichio subconsciously glanced at each other. The knowledgeable editorial guild president should know what kind of people are on the other side, right? However, he saw Liang not easily shaking his head gently. With these few words alone, he was not sure of the exact identity of these people. Instead, it was Downton next to him, his pupils slightly dilated. In the next second, Downton made a beeline for everyone. Listening to this voice, it seems to be someone from the Wilderness Poaching and Hunting Group. The Wilderness Poachers. This is a group of bandits that infests the 9th Wilderness area. Believe in the Lord of the 10 Evil Kings, the Lord of the Unstolen. The Lord of Extreme Evil who makes fun of all the great thieves of the world in the name of non-thievery. Every member of the Wilderness Poaching and Hunting Group was wanted by the East Sea Editors Guild, with bounties ranging from 1 million to 10 million. The guild masters looked at each other, their jaws clenched in secret. Meeting with this group of dark editors next, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape a bloody battle. The Wilderness Poachers? Takeout came to the door, the little thunder god on his shoulder. All of a sudden the pupils of his eyes showed the will to attack from before. The dragon's mouth opened slightly, and one could see the large black hole in it that connected the stomach of the evil dragon of the bottomless abyss. Xiao Ting narrowed his eyes. Listened to this loud female voice. The highest level monster to be breached on the opposite side was still only at the alpha level. It's definitely, deservedly, guaranteed, not hard to kill. Then Xiao Ting's heart leapt for joy. The surrounding guild masters, however, gulped as if they were on the verge of an attack. If they had heard correctly, this was the opposite side calling the leader of the Wilderness Poaching Group. And their side. President Liang is not easy to take the antidote soup only. His body is still weak. The alpha-level frost lizard had consumed a lot of physical energy during the previous underground encounter. Neither is in very good shape. I'm afraid there's a tough battle ahead. Pops, it's here. A few minutes later, when the first snowflakes drifted down from the geode cave, a group of people broke into the Thunderbat cave and came in with hurried feet. The leader was a one-armed girl. Despite his disability, his face was full of pride. Obviously well-born and well-loved. She was followed by a tall, middle-aged man. Obviously a ringleader-like character, big and burly, full of blood and fury. It was the leader of the wilderness poachers and hunters, Shueishichi. Yes, this is the place. Looking into the dimly lit cave of thunderbats. A few moments of joy spread across the face of the one-armed girl, Shueishinjin. As long as you get the Thunder Lingji, that crazy woman from the secret sect will no longer be a match for you, Pops. Good girl, well done. Shueishichi's eyes flashed with a thick killing intent. When I take the Thunder Ganoderma and break through to the commander level, this revenge for killing my wife and son is the time to settle the score with the corpse forests. Touching the blood-seeping abdominal bandage, Shueishichi finished with hatred and took a big step forward. Shueishinjin hurriedly followed. Behind these two men, there were also 4 stout, black power suit-clad attendants. All of them carried a strong aura of death. Footsteps ring out. Subsequently, as soon as they entered the cave, the two sides fought. The pupils of both sides tightened. Pops, the 1,000-year Thunder Lingji is gone. Looking at the devastation on the ground, Shueishinjin was stunned before she quickly counted the spirit plants on the cliff wall. Negative. The largest 1,000-year-old Thunder Lingji was gone. The ones on the cliffs are all less than 10 years' worth of monochromatic cloud mushrooms. Chapter 109. New enemies and old hatred, running together. A bunch of wild dogs from the Editor's Guild. The Thunder Spirit Ganoderma that I worked so hard to discover has been intercepted by you guys? Shueishinjin raised her eyebrows, covering the arm that had been bitten off by the cannibal thunder bat. She drew out her whip with one hand and snapped and waved it, her eyes brimming with hatred. Jen, take it easy. Shueishichi stepped out to stop him in vain, narrowing his eyes and contemptuously sweeping over the unrelated people on the side. His gaze finally landing on a white-haired old man, staring at him with a deadly stare. President Liang, goodbye. Liang did not easily look at him, and his face suddenly changed, as if he had remembered something. Except for the guild's few patriarchs who were familiar with the inner workings of the situation and were stony-faced. The others were puzzled. Did it look as if there had been a history of bad blood between his own old man and the 10 most wanted man across the street? President Liang, there's no nobleman forgetting anything, right? Between Shueishichi's clenched teeth, with a sardonic grin, he gestured to the line of frostbite that ran the length of his face and neck. These scars, or you left them? I wonder if you still remember. This revenge of breaking your face 3 years ago? As soon as he said this, a murderous aura raged around him. The looks on both sides changed. Liang Ying, the Raptor Edit teenager who was the most novice in the room, had his back almost filled with cold sweat and felt very bad. MMP, at this moment, he had an intuition that as long as he summoned the fierce flame eagle, I'm afraid that this hunting chief on the opposite side would be able to wring his and little eagle hawk's necks on the spot. Liang did not easily straighten his spine and patted the shoulders of the two teenagers, signaling them to rest assured before walking out with a pale face. Not being able to kill you with my own hands 3 years ago and letting you successfully advance to senior editor is the old man's greatest regret these past few years. The two leaders looked at each other. New hatreds and old hatreds flooded in. Each other's faces were enveloped in a layer of frost, and their bodies erupted with a biting murderous aura. In the next second, the poachers and guildmasters raised their hands almost simultaneously. Dozens of star map-like summoning arrays lit up, and blocks of beast shadows appeared. A dozen or so edited monsters appeared on the grounds, poised and murderous, eyeing it. The atmosphere is austere. Shueishinjin sked impatiently and snapped her tiger-striped whip. Old man across the street, don't be a ing grunt. You're poisoned at first glance, and you're strong on the outside, so if you're sensible, hand over the 1,000-year Thunder Ganoderma to me. Shueishinjin lifted her chin and looked in coldly, displaying a condescending stance as much as she could. If you hand it over, we can consider it and give you a clean death. Liang is not easy to pace weakly. The toxins in his body were cleared, and there was still some lingering abyssal aura wrapped around his body. Those who were well-versed in pharmacology had no difficulty in seeing his previous state. The strongest Liang was not easy to use, and all of them looked like they were going to die. The other elite levels were nothing more than dirt, and the top fighting force on their side, Shueishichi, hadn't even folded yet. Shueishinjin didn't take the group seriously. Pops is the strongest fighting force in the room, so naturally she has ho-hum skills. Directly and fiercely, he put out words and demanded the 1,000-year Thunder Lingji. The words came out, The other guild editors all looked at Xiao Ting implicitly. Before they arrived, the Thunder Bat Cave was empty, with the inhabiting monsters and high-quality spirit plants gone. The 1,000-year-old Thunder Ganoderma plant that this dark young lord was talking about should have fallen into the hands of this genius dragon master. At this point, Liang Yiqi suddenly stepped forward and blocked in front of Xiao Ting. You guys are too late, the Thunder Lingji has already been fed to the cold ice lizard by me to eat. With the movement of his step forward, everyone else, in silence, took a few steps forward and blocked in front of Xiao Ting and Liang Ying. Although Xiao Ting was strong, that doesn't mean, however, that others will forget his age and who he is. He and Liang Ying were both graduating seniors who had only been awakened for barely a year. Whether as editor seniors or as former examiners, they all had the duty to guard these two teenagers. Eat! Xue Zhenjin frowned, and a fierce look appeared steeply between her brows. She savagely raised her hand, pointing at Liang Yiqi's cold ice lizard, and snapped. Then hand over your initial monster, old man. If I can't eat the Thunder Spirit Ganoderma, I'll slaughter this frost lizard that has eaten the Thunder Spirit Ganoderma as a blood and flesh elixir. This would also allow Pop's initial monster to break through to the commander level. Xue Shiqi nodded. An undisguised look of ruthlessness swept across his face. Jenny Xue was right. Just kill the opposite Liang Not Easy and eat his initial monster. With his edit monster, he can advance to Monster Archon. Kill them. Xue Shiqi coldly raised his hand. 3 years ago, he had suffered a big loss here at Liang Yiqiu. Now would be the perfect time to get it back from this old miscreant. The 4 intermediate editors took large steps forward, their faces glowing with undisguised ferocity as they surrounded towards Liang Yiqi. At the same time, the 4 large-sized elite-level monsters bared their fangs and drooled as they slowly approached. The atmosphere on the field froze to freezing point. A golden dragon-shaped lightning bolt suddenly cut through the void and appeared on Liang Yiqi's side.
So fast.
Xue Shiqi's pupils shrunk as he looked toward the figure. A teenager, using Thunder Dragon Flash, instantly moved in front of the crowd. His figure coalesced from the thousands of thunder arcs and lightning. Everyone then heard the calm, light voice. I picked the Thunder Lingji, so if you have anything, just come at me. Liang did not easily pull the teenager's arm in a hurry. Xiao Ting patted the old man's shoulder soothingly and turned back, his pupils reflecting a big chief of the wilderness poachers across the street. Chairman Liang, I want their bounty. With one sentence, Xiao Ting instantly held the hatred of a group of wilderness thieves. Want to take our bounty? With you. Xue Zhenjin's gaze fell on this teenager's wrist, looking at Xiao Ting's purple elite bracelet. The amazement on Xue Zhenjin's face quickly turned into a deep slice of contempt. A mid-level brat, how dare he come to show off? Trying to take the bounty on our poaching team. Keys are 3 for $10. How many ING keys do you have? Pops. Let me beat him to death. Xue Zhenjin snapped her whip, hitting the ground with a splash of gravel. The one-armed girl had confidence in her eyes. She doesn't know how to lose. She's the talented young master of the wilderness poachers. There weren't many mid-level editors at the same level that she couldn't kill in her opinion. Unless there are some hidden backhanders on the other side. When Xue Zhenjin thought of this, she once again glanced at the smiling and calm teenager across from her and became even more certain of her thoughts. Just 18 or 19, too. An 18 or 19-year-old intermediate monster editor was already a bullish genius like her, who topped the sky. Can it be that in this world, there are still 18 or 19-year-old senior editors? Joke. So, rule that out first. This is a king of kings who talks big, and a brother of brothers. Good thing too. Xue Shiqi's eyes, staring tightly at Liang Yiqian across the room. The corners of his mouth pulled back in a murderous smile. President Liang, since the 2 young men want to fight, let them have a real fight. Xue Shiqi smiled openly. Vicious thoughts tumbled. Ah! He was going to kill the elite genius that Liang was not easy to value the most. And then one by one, he butchers the elite top brass who have followed him for years. He could hardly wait to see the pained expression on Liang Yiqi's face. It's like seeing that crazy woman killing her wife and children and not being able to do anything about it herself. Xue Shiqi also wanted the high and respected old president to taste the pain that was 10 times better than him. The corners of Xue Shiqi's mouth pulled back in a twisted smile. Let the 2 young men compete against each other first? Hearing these words, Liang was not easy to gaze at, and subconsciously looked at the not-so-tall dragon master in front of him. only to see the teenager turn back to the little thunder god, who was hiding in the back of his head like a gecko, ready to spit out the thunder fire dragon breath by surprise. Followed suit and blinked his golden eyes along with his old man. Chapter 110 Blue Flame Fierce Tiger vs. Flame Tyrannosaurus Rex. The old man stroked his curly beard and blushed. Shao shao. Since you want to fight, let go and have a big fight. Everyone backed off 30 meters, leaving a spacious plot of land that give two young and feisty peers a monster life and death fight. As the crowd watched in secret anticipation, Zhenjin Shui cupped her long whip and jumped into the ring with confidence. Immediately, she opens up monster space. Countless points of light flashed up in front of his eyes, connecting trajectories in mid-air and transforming into a star map like summoning formation that was affixed above the void. The void passage ripped. First, a huge beast's claw poked out. This was followed by a blazing blue body with 4 sturdy and powerful beastly limbs. It was a tiger-type monster that was a full 3 meters tall. His whole body was wrapped in light blue ghost fire, shaking his fur, and he stepped out with a dragon's march. Name Blue Flame Ghost Tiger. Attributes: Ghost Spirit Fire. Racial class: 3rd ranking Chief Beast Race. Grade: Late 2nd Order Elite 99% Evolution. Roar! As soon as the blazing blue flame fierce ghost tiger appeared on the stage, it raised the majestic black king markings on its head and let out a roar towards the entire field. The tiger whistles in all directions. The round eyes looked around. The eyes were extraordinarily sharp and strong at first glance, full of the aura of the king of beasts. It's a peak elite level ghost spirit system manticore. Not far away, onlookers Downton clasped his arms in front of his eyes. Quite a few guild masters shared his vision of the power of this blue flame ghost tiger. This ghost tiger has reached the highest peak of elite monsters. It was just one chance away from evolving into the leader of the ghost tiger clan. This combat power, I'm afraid, is already on par with that of a normal alpha-level monster. I lean. Legs a little flash, not I say, we Timothy brother, can deal with such a big guy. Sunhawk Lee clamped down on his voice. I'm not the one who said that this ghost tiger seems to be pretty fierce. Oh, probably a slap in the face would have sent his family's kitty hawk to the west. Hey, kid across the street, why haven't you summoned a monster yet? Is it scared, silly? Humph. Kowtow to auntie. Maybe I'll consider leaving you a whole body. Looking at the shocked eyes of the surrounding editors, Shui Jinjin proudly waved her whip. Her eyes filled with arrogance, and began to speak out. Holding the alpha race, elite peak ranked blue flame fierce ghost tiger. Shui Jinjin really didn't know how to lose. Xiao Ting's face still had a bit of an upturned arc of a smile on it. He and the little thunder god in his pocket silently looked at the blue flame ghost tiger. Fancy. Isn't it just an elite-level tiger cub? When the little thunder god wasn't even born for a while, he was able to hold down 2 demon worm leaders and kill them all over the place. Wait. This bounty is only $5 million. It's not worthy of your hands. While thinking about this, Xiao Ting reached out his hand and pressed down on the leaping little Thor on the back of his neck. A stroke of the left hand. The little gecko, Thor, had fallen into the pocket of the teenager's Speedo. Let the little Vulcan go on. After rubbing out this wave of experience, it'll soon be able to rise to the elite level. Xiao Ting thought of something and raised his left hand. Dust flew on the ground, and countless points of light coalesced into a huge rainbow-colored star map. The void channel opens. Boom! Rolling hot winds, from the depths of the tunnel, flooded the entire room. A massive Tyrannosaurus Rex hind foot, stepping out from the end. With the 5-meter-tall flame Tyrannosaurus Rex, stepping out from the summoning formation. Everyone was silent for a moment. Grass. On the side, Li Yongying scratched and messed up a head of red hair. This is Timothy's second dragon from that day, isn't it? Surprisingly, it hatched out just like that. Surprisingly, it's so watery and elite. It's not too much more than we have. The editorial examiners, on their side, recognized the origin of this dragon. All of their pupils were trembling, and they were all shocked. The wilderness poachers and hunters over there, even more so, had directly laid ambushes in all directions. The surrounding wilderness thieves all quietly turned the direction of their toes and silently aimed at the Dragon Master teenager. Sneak attack in preparation. Prepare to screw him. Looking at a dragon and a tiger, a man and a woman facing each other on the field. Shui Shichi revealed a winning smile and shouted, Zhan, Slaughter it. Looking at that imposing flame Tyrannosaurus beast, Shuejianjin's face darkened. An S-ranked sub-dragon editor? No wonder you have some guts. However, if you want to take our bounty, you're still a bit young. On the field, for a moment, there was only the increasingly intense breathing of the two beasts. Imperial engine activated. With the heavy breathing of the manticore, the little Vulcan's sub-dragon armor opened up all over his body. Dark red scales a little lit up, burning out its sharp eyes full of evolutionary longing. Chapter 111 Flame Absorption. Ghost Spirit Tyrannosaurus Rex. Blue Flame Fierce Ghost Tiger. Stalking Shadow. Ghost Shadow Attack. Shuejianjin's words fell. The blue flame fierce ghost tiger stomped its hind feet, and all of a sudden its limbs were airborne. The entire tiger's body, like a meteorite smashing into the ground, in the last blink of an eye, unexpectedly melted as light as ink. In the next second, the ground lit up with two blue ghost eyes. Xiao Ting's pupils shifted left. The sight was sharp enough to catch the huge ghost shadow tiger that was weaving its way across the ground. Subterranean Shadow, a mid-level transcendent skill of the Ghost Spirit Department, transforms itself into a ghostly shadow and enters a subterranean state, allowing it to pass through the ground at a distance of 10m-50m. Ghost Shadow Attack, a mid-ranked transcendent skill of the Ghost Spirit System, in the Ghost Shadow state, sends out several ghost shadow attacks that can inflict curses on the enemy. Two very difficult ghostly spirit skills. Pupils shifted to the right. The figures of the surrounding poaching groups had expressions of excitement on their faces, as if they wanted to see how he, a tiny dragon master, was torn apart in front of them. Seeing this, Xiao Ting's downcast eyes sank in thought. All of a sudden the airflow exits. Fire armor. The air currents are moving faster and faster. Just as the dark patch swimming on the ground suddenly raised its claws and the sharp claws of the tiger wrapped in blue ghost flames and tore towards the little fire god. At this moment, the fire armor was armed. The dark red armored dragon, with fiery red points of light flying around its body, crystallized its body in a flash. Flames erupted from the crystal like armor in a flash. The dragon's hind paws, all of a sudden, rubbed a burst of fire on the ground. The moment the little Vulcan turned 90 in place, Shadow Tiger peeked out of the ground. The cold light is intense. 5 curved, hooked nails, like 5 pairs of scythes, swung forward. The strike was greeted by a crisp, heavy sound of a tiger's claw attack. In front of the little Vulcan's flame crystal-covered armor and low-pressure down body, an extra arm of blue fire appeared. It turned violently and swung its tail. The giant tiger dived into the ground again, swimming back and forth like a puddle of ink. Arms slammed down several times. Bang, bang, bang. It's not working. Ghost attack and flame armor collided violently several times, stirring up a series of sparks that a strand of blue flames kept falling to the ground as the tiger's claws struck, raising a series of crackling fire spots at first. The ghostly fire that filled the ground illuminated the eyes of bystanders all around. Chief Shuejianjin frowned. This strike tiger attack is estimated to be able to slap any elite monster to death, but it can't make that sub-dragon across the street take a step back. Immediately afterward, a flicker of bloodlust flashed in the man's eyes. Is this the powerful sub-dragon armor and physical strength of the dragon race? The dragon must be captured and fed to his initial monster. In this way, it would not only be able to rise to Monster Chancellor, but even hopefully Overlord. A drop of cold sweat crossed Shuejianjin's sea. At this moment, she, the robber young master, was no longer as disdainful as she had been before. How? For consecutive ghost shadow attacks. Why couldn't it break through the sub-dragon's mere fire armor in front of me? Low-rank transcendent armor? How? Suddenly, this time, the inked ghostly figure took a leap at the ground and, however, the moment it drew back its claws, it was returned by the little Vulcan with a crushing tear bite on its tiger's paw. Fierce, dominant, and irresistible. What a powerful dragon bite it was. The blue flame fierce ghost tiger's back arched. Its teeth bared in pain and its body exploded. A sliver of saliva flew down to the ground. Shuejianjin's face changed drastically. Tiger, subterranean shadow. Retreat. The blue flame fierce ghost tiger suddenly felt an extremely powerful suction force coming from the crystallized armor of this flame Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him. The little Vulcan froze in its ink like claws with a deadly bite. At the same time, the ghostly blue fire that was draped around the front paws of the blue flame-fierce ghost tiger suddenly seemed to be uncontrollable, and was blown by the wind in a gush towards the dragon armor of the sub-dragon in front of it. The flame armor storm inhaled the blue flames, after which it unexpectedly took on an ethereal blue hue. It is. The corner of Xiao Ting's mouth suddenly curled up. Attribute absorption? To put it in game terms, it was that the little Vulcan's talent for controlling the fire attribute had crushed the blue flame-fierce ghost tiger, biting down on the other party's claws without letting go, as a way to absorb the raging burning flame energy of the blue flame-fierce ghost tiger's entire body into his own body surface. A large amount of phosphorus flames danced through the field. Those burning, silent ghostly underworld flames were united and absorbed into the dragon's armor, and half of the original fiery, red crystalline armor bloomed with ghostly blue flames. Xiao Ting said, "Catch it." Shui Zhenjin said, "Fierce ghost tiger. Escape with a broken arm." Both sides, at the same time, gave their orders. The ghostly figure on the ground, the muscles around its mouth lifted and 4 giant fangs fell across the sky. One bite later, the blue flame-fierce ghost tiger broke its arm to survive, ripping off the tiger paw of its torn forelimb. The bones of the tiger's paw and front claw broke apart in an instant. The blue flame ferocious ghost tiger's hair exploded all over its body, enduring the intense pain of the snap. That tiger's paw was lifted by its thick other paw, and it was instantly shoved into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's large mouth that had bitten down violently and was still trying to continue its pursuit. The tiger's paw was stuck in his throat. The dragon's footsteps paused. At that moment, the blood-drenched shadow in front of him, splashing spots of blood spilling from his broken arm. The ghost tiger once again dived like water, landing on all 4 limbs, turning into a puddle of blue ghostly shadows and diving into the ground. 2 huge dragon claws stomped on the ground. Tyrannosaurus rears its head. The fresh tiger's paw with its raw blood was swallowed down its blackened throat. The flames of the Vulcan's entire body collectively erupted with an ethereal blue light at the moment, abruptly transforming into a ghostly spirit attribute in everyone's unexpected gazes. Seeing this scene of it being wrapped in blue flame ghost fire, Xiao Ting's pupils shrunk slightly, seized the flame attribute, and then transformed it into the ghost spirit attribute. At this moment, the flame Tyrannosaurus Rex was quickly covered by the ghostly blue fire armor all over his body, and even his skin all over his body had turned into a kind of blue-black color. Flame absorption. Your flame Tyrannosaurus Rex has unlocked new skill attribute forms. Flame armor unlocks fire ghost spirit tier Stygian flame battle armor, and flame spit unlocks fire ghost spirit system underworld flame spit. That's a whole new skill form through flame absorption? Everyone on the sidelines was taken aback. Although energy absorption, talent suppression, robbed the opposite monster's flame attribute, fused to their own, this kind of situation, they 5G surfing a little heard of it, but this kind of energy plunder is basically a one-time thing. To loot and solidify the flame attributes of other monsters and unlock entirely new skill forms requires a great deal of exercise and cultivation. The probability of trying to get it on a clinical basis is just too small. But the little Vulcan, just like that, plundered it. Its eyes were getting colder and colder, and its aura was getting more and more furious. Another brand new foreign fire was devoured. Heaven did not give birth to my little Vulcan, and the fire path is as long as the night. Fire to come. No, we can't let them keep fighting like this. Shui Shichi's eyes changed. Just as he raised his paws, his eyes became sinister and locked onto the seemingly defenseless dragon master teenager. A snow crystal suddenly fell on the tip of Liang Yi's nose. Liang did not easily turn around in a split second. The cold ice lizard next to him also looked along with him at the bandit leader who had suddenly gotten up and wanted to move. The moment Shui Shichi locked eyes with them, suddenly his scalp went numb and opposite. Is this killing aura really something that a chief-level old man can possess? It's not too harsh. It was as if as soon as he took another step, some kind of being would reach out from the void and smash him flat with a punch. Chapter 112 Flame Plunder, Underworld Fire Tyrannosaurus Rex. A drop of cold sweat crossed the top of his head and Shui Shichi turned his head and was horrified by the sharp killing eyes of Liang Ichio, as well as the alpha-level cold ice lizard opposite him. Wiped a trail of melted ice crystal water from the tip of his nose. Shui Shichi didn't dare to make any more rash moves. The violent murderous aura that erupted from Liang Icho's body gave him the illusion that if he took one more step forward, he would be punched to death on the spot by the other party. He doubted that this old man had any more killer skills, for example, having already unknowingly broken through to the Grandmaster level. Xue Shiqi was too skeptical to do anything rash. He quietly gestured towards his men around him, moving his feet back a few steps and continuing to look out over the battlefield not far away. The 4 intermediate editors beside them, in the direction of Shao Ting, leaned closer and closer. The blue flame fierce ghost tiger traversed the ground at an astonishing speed, drifting like a ghost, abruptly pulling away a dozen meters away. Xue Zhenjin watched it limp and appear, its entire body's fur dimming down, the flame energy wrapped around its body almost disappearing cleanly, just like a plucked tiger. And then look at the opposite side of the glittering Tyrannosaurus Rex beast that was in high spirits and wrapped in blue flame underworld flame. This feeling of being NTR'd to their faces made Xue Zhenjin and blue flame fierce ghost tiger's teeth clench, and they had the feeling of wanting to spit out blood. Runyang also. That was their fire. Something. Xue Zhenjin braced herself for the heartache of letting out the trash talk, focused her whole body and mind, and commanded, "Ghost Tsunami!" The blue flame fierce ghost tiger opened its mouth wide and let out a ferocious, twisted tiger roar. Roar! A piercing sound wave spreads outward. Gravel flies and rolls. Ghost fire wrapped around the dragon. The main color turned into a dark armor to block the sand and dust flying around, but could not stop the sharp sound waves drilling into the earholes. Little Thor shook his head and, taking advantage of the moment it was impacted by the ghostly whistles, a blue light rushed to kill it in front of him. Ears filled with piercing ghostly whistles couldn't catch a single sound from the ghostly spirit messenger across the room. Grievous Tiger Devourer. The tiger's fur swung around, releasing ghostly fire in a circular pattern around his body. A ghostly shadow rose up in the shadows and briskly appeared behind the blue flame fierce ghost tiger. Twisted ghostly shadows manifested the existence of a being whose shadow had been taken by the fierce ghost tiger in its lifetime. Not only are there a lot of monsters shaking, and blackened old men and children hissing and struggling, more than 30 ghostly shadows, continuously surging into the body of the blue flame fierce ghost tiger. One brushed the vision of Tiger Claw in the black light and, in a flash, sharp claws covered in bristles slammed into the ground. The moment the wind rolls up again and lifts a tens of meters tall giant spiteful ghost tiger appeared right on the ground. It's a metamorphosis level ghost system combination skill. Onlooker Li Yangying subconsciously hugged the tree spirit guard on one side. Ghost spirit type monsters, they're really scary. If they're killed, they'll have their shadows taken away, turned into enslaved shadow energy to use. Ghostly monsters can prey on the shadows of other monsters, and even hybrid humanoids. The blue flame fierce ghost tiger summoned more than 30 blocky ghost shadows in an instant, fusing with itself and transforming into a large grudge tiger with a body size as tall as a 3- or 4-story building. His body's aura raged to its peak, like a violent killing demon king, dragging the ghostly blue aura flames to attack. There was no difference between it and a normal alpha-level monster now. The violent wind drummed up the hem of his coat. Shaw Timing swung his arm down straight into such a blow. Dragon power shock and awe, raising the head of the dragon illuminated by the light of his eyes. A low, trembling roar of fire that was not inferior to the ghost's whistle shook everyone's eardrums. The moment the growl rang out, the blue flammable gas that erupts from the flame tyrannosaur's mouth and tail, as well as its back armor and forelimbs. Flickering ghostly flames swirled across the ground in layers. The red, blue, and purple flame elements in all directions looked like they were clustered around a monarch, and the momentum of 10,000 fires being blown by the wind into heat waves sweeping away was so majestic that it made the minds of all the onlookers go blank. The aura of the Overlord, the dragon's might is shocking. Violent wind pressure lifted the flames to burn outward. Xue Shiqi got up violently. The moment the foot falls, the discarded secret art bracelet on his left hand fell off. Pulling his leg out against the mental shield, Xue Shiqi's figure flashed onto the battlefield, his arm reaching out and yanking Xue Zhenjin, whose pupils were wide open and whose expression was stagnant, violently backward. Guildside, the most vegetable red-haired boy, Li Yangying, rolled his eyes and hung directly on the branches of the tree spirit guards. The rigid tree spirit bent over, nearly crushing Downton and a cadre of editors into a tumble, except for Li Yangying who fainted. The others, guarded by the ice shield of the alpha-level ice lizard, were barely able to carry the mental shock, sitting or lying down without fainting on the ground in a sorry state. On the field, huge shadows as tall as several stories were framed on the ground. The large black tiger, whose entire body was like ink and magic, had its front paws out, still maintaining a pouncing posture. The firelight swept over its feet, illuminating, in mid-air, its brilliant pupils, which were already glowing with the whites of its eyes. But after 3 seconds had passed, its white eyes began to shake violently. "Still conscious and trying to wake up, are you?" Xiao Ting read it lowly and spat out a skill indifferently from his mouth. Underworld flame spit. With a huff, the endless fire wrapped around his entire body burst into flames. A Tyrannosaurus Rex glowing with ghostly fire turned its head sideways and opened its mouth menacingly. An incomparably raging column of ghostly blue flames shot out, and the dragon's hind leg paws paddled back a step due to the tremendous flame impact, a step that crushed all the rubble within 3 meters. Boom! There were flames burning outward from the dragon's pupils. Before his eyes, the raging underworld flame burst from its mouth, bursting in and out, holding an endless berserk aura that engulfed all obstacles. The firelight crushed through the stone and engulfed the giant tiger as tall as a 3- or 4-story building. The ghostly blue fire splattered across the field like a blue butterfly. The ground exploded in boiling black smoke. A tiger's roar of pain to the point of panic exploded. In the midst of the smoke, a large, disgruntled tiger, its eyes rolled up from the flames, smashed into the ground with a loud thud. The tiger on the ground, its size circle shrinks. Countless shadows burrowed out from underneath the tiger. Those liberated ghostly shadows opened their black mouths and crazily gnawed on the body of the grieving ghost tiger. This is the backlash of the curse of being a tiger for a tiger. And likewise, the final straw that crushed this quasi-alpha level monster. You destroyed the blue flame ghost tiger. Fire dragon gains evolution. 10%. Current evolution level. 65% of first order. Putting away the underworld flame battle armor that covered his body. The dragon raised its dark claws illuminated by the firelight, the skin color of its body returning to its normal dark red. The dragon's hind legs crushed the ground. The dragon's paws stopped beside the tiger's torso. Big mouth open. Bite the heart. Cooked to perfection. Yum yum. Devouring quasi-chief monster. Blue flame ghost tiger. Fire dragon gains evolution. 5%. Current evolution level. 70% of first order. All of a sudden, Xue Jinjin's arms and legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Pale and pale, the woman opened her eyes abruptly. Because of the backlash and intense pain from the death of the initial monster, Jinjin Xue woke up from her shock, and the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was a dragon with an open, bloody mouth and at its feet look at the messy tiger's mane. Xue Jinjin's eyes were wide with anger, her nails snapping into her palms. Pops! We can't let it eat little tiger. Xue Shiqi's expression changed several times. Finally, at the sight of Xue Jinjin's tears, the tragic death of his late wife flashed through his mind. The powerlessness that burned in his heart turned into violent anger, and the tall chief stood up and swung his hand violently. Do it! Roar! Fresh! For elite-level monsters crossed the heavy line of fire and rushed towards Xiao Ting. Abandoning the flame Tyrannosaurus Rex as a target, the target was Xiao Ting. As long as they kidnapped this Dragon Master teenager, they wouldn't be able to take it as much as they wanted. Shaw, danger! Under Liang Yiqiu's alarmed cry, the alpha-level ice lizard topped the ice shield and rushed out as a lightning bolt of blue light. The teenager, surrounded by the 4-headed monster, looked up. The lips opened and seemed to make a sound, and then nothing at all. Hearing voices. How else would they hear? The teenager in front of me is saying, Bloodline awakening, 3rd gear. 3rd gear. Liang Yiqiu and Tang Dun, who leaned the closest and had already rushed to his side. Their pupils tightened for an instant. A purple-eyed dragon shadow that drove thunder and lightning appeared behind the teenage dragon master, illuminating his still calm brow. Purple light surged into the body. Thunder and fire feathers were molded in an instant. In an instant, all the attacks fell short. Running water blade. Thunder palm. Vine poison thorn. Ghost shadow claw. All 4 of the elite monsters' transcendent attacks landed on the ground, and in an instant, debris flew and shattered a huge crater. Oh, crap, he can fly. The 4 intermediate editors were simultaneously dumbstruck. Except for the golden keel. The wings behind this teenage dragon master in front of him were all made up of elements, looking full of the majesty and splendor of intertwining thunder and fire. The incitement is driven like an arm, and the light shines in all directions. It also lighted up the stunned expressions of the group below. Roar! The 4 monster elites with a low roar were also confused. Your opponent's gone to heaven. Huh? Xiao Ting opened his thunder and fire wings and stepped between the wind and waves. The next second, while the enemy was surprised, his attack had already fallen. The flames and thunder elements on the Thunderfire feather wings swiftly took to the air. It coalesced into 2 huge dragon heads. Thunderfire Dragon Breath, with a command from the figure in mid-air. The dragon's head opened its mouth wide and spewed out 2 huge Vulcan pillars. Boom! Endless lightning and heat filled every inch of space. A solemn and murderous aura filled the heavens and earth, and the attacks came like a raging storm. It was as if it was the dragon's breath spat out by 2 real dragons, carrying a strong dragon's might that surpassed even the full force of a normal alpha-level monster. Xue Shiqi's eyes narrowed as he called out, "Back! Back!" It takes 0.5 seconds to back out of the word. The backward drop then takes 1 second. The Thunderfire dragon's breath was faster, stronger, and swifter than that. The incomparably raging, super-hot thunder flames that exceeded 3,000 temperatures swished and enveloped the 4 monsters on the ground. The 4 elite monsters, in an instant, melted into the depths of the flames. The 4 intermediate monster editors of the Wilderness Poaching and Hunting Corps spewed out blood and suffered a backlash, continuously emitting miserable screams as they retreated backward with their paws stomping on the ground.